Have you ever woken up startled from a nightmare only to find yourself in another nightmare? No, the world seemed to shake, buildings and scenery in ruins, monsters crawling everywhere. An eye tore across the dark sky, even freely flying in the sky. In front of Lu Sheng was a giant three-eyed centipede with tentacles around its mouth. Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with rage, from which an abundant source of power emerged. Lu Sheng stood there, hands in a defensive position, with a sinister smile. Landing in the future world, inheriting the essence of thousand-year martial arts, igniting the flame of today, resolving the outcome of doomsday. Let's check out the trending novel High Martial Arts Landing 10,000 Years Later. Dozing off in class, suddenly a faint voice called out, "Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng, in a drowsy state, woke up and thought hazily, what's going on? At the front of the classroom, the teacher angrily slammed on the desk. "Lu Sheng, you've been sleeping all day today." The classmates around Lu Sheng laughed nonstop. The teacher at the front continued to scold through gritted teeth. "Look at yourself. There are only 200 days left until the exam, and you're not even trying to study hard. You just sleep from morning to night." The teacher pointed at Lu Sheng, continuing to scold. "With this attitude, after graduation, even construction sites won't want you to carry bricks. Do you know the minimum blood energy standard for the cement industry is?" Lu Sheng frowned, stammering, "It's 0.8. The teacher interrupted, "So do you meet the standard?" The surrounding classmates burst into mocking laughter. One of them looked at Lu Sheng with a contemptuous smile and said, "Teacher, don't push Lu Sheng anymore. Just let him sleep." Another one added, "That's right, his blood energy barely reaches 0.7. If he doesn't sleep, what can he possibly do?" The teacher at the front shook his head in disappointment. "You two have no future at all." After class, friends happily rushed out. Liu Kai-ming, one of Lu Sheng's few friends, cheerfully turned around. "Little Lu had another nightmare." Lu Sheng sighed tiredly, recalling the dream just now of a torn and desolate wilderness, no other people, monsters roaming everywhere. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng's face grew even more tired. "Don't mention it. This nightmare has made my mental state extremely bad. Even my blood energy dropped by 0.02. How many supplements do I need to take? How long do I need to train desperately to make up for it? It's really terrible." Liu Kai-ming shrugged and comforted. "Don't think too much about it. Your blood energy is even better than mine. We're all just ordinary people. Those great heroes and world-saving figures are better left to those geniuses." Having said what needed to be said, Kai-ming put on his backpack, cheerfully inviting as usual to go to the internet cafe. Lu Sheng quickly waved his hand. "Not going. Not in a good mood. Going home." Kai-ming was surprised. "Going home so early? That's not like you. Let's go hang out. Drinks and internet fees are on me today." Lu Sheng firmly shook his head at this sweet temptation. "I really won't go. Want to go home early to catch up on sleep." Another male classmate standing at the classroom door shouted, "Lu Kai-ming, are you still going to the internet cafe?" Lu Kai-ming waved his chubby arm. Coming. Then Liu Kai-ming turned to Lu Sheng, saying reluctantly, "Well, let's play together next time then." Lu Sheng nodded. Bye." On the way home, Lu Sheng covered his face with one hand, surprised that he had transmigrated to a new world, yet still had to worry about exams. Lu Sheng sighed, previously worried about math and physics, now had to care about hot news too. How come this world doesn't seem too different from his previous life? But then Lu Sheng looked up at the billboards featuring a beautiful older sister, sword in hand, standing majestically next to a monster's corpse. The 8th Legion successfully repelled a new beast tide. This year's regular exam, the blood energy value points adjusted 0.01 compared to last year's baseline. While intently looking at the billboard, suddenly appeared a girl with a nice figure, carrying heavy boxes with both hands, loudly reminding, "Move aside. Don't stand in the middle of the road like that." Lu Sheng gaped, unsatisfied. The strong girl in front of him was so powerful. When could he be like that? As evening approached, in an old apartment, a sighing voice could be heard. "Ouch, ouch." Along with that was the sound of a patch being applied to Lu Sheng's father's back. Lu Sheng's father lay face down, gritting his teeth. "Ouch. Mother of the kids, you should be a bit gentler." "Oh, ow." Lu Sheng's mother laughed, biting her lip. "It'll be done in a moment." Lu Sheng entered the house, took off his shoes and greeted, "I'm home." His mother cheerfully said, "Little Sheng, you're back." Lu Sheng's father sat up, put on his shirt and asked, "Are you hungry? How about having an apple first?" Lu Sheng's mother added affectionately, "I'll start cooking right away. We'll eat when your sister gets back." Lu Sheng looked at his father with concern, his back covered in pain relief patches. Dad, how about we buy a blood pressure monitor? Using things that can stimulate blood energy, dilate blood vessels and tendons can also help with the wounds on your back and waist." Your friend's family has one. I heard it's not bad. The father cheerfully flexed his muscles. Ha! What wounds are you talking about? It's just some age-related aches, that's all. Your dad is made of iron. This level of discomfort is nothing. Oh, that's right, I have a gift for you. The father took out 2 bottles of medicine and placed them on the table. Tada! New energy-boosting powder from Ren Tang. Surprised. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. The mother spoke up. Dear, isn't this the 20,000 yuan supplement powder from TV? The mother was surprised, sweating, excited, repeatedly patting Lu Sheng's father's back. Is it real? You're really something. I heard this is the most effective supplement for students. You're truly capable. These pats are well-deserved. The father cried out in pain. Ah ha ha! Ouch, ouch, ouch! The mother said warmly, as it happens, I had some extra pork at work today. The manager told me to bring it home. Today we must reward our great hero. The father happily exclaimed, really, pork? The father enthusiastically continued, what day is it today? We're so lucky. The mother laughed and replied, it's a lucky day with 2 good things happening. The 2 were so happy they didn't notice Lu Sheng biting his lip, trying to control himself. The mother spoke up, by the way, Luer, how's your blood energy value lately? Have you broken through to 0.85 yet? Your sister's blood energy value is almost at 0.9. We're most worried about you. Hearing this, Lu Sheng snapped to attention. The news said, the standard score for the regular exam has been adjusted by 0.01. Lu Sheng grabbed his bag, awkwardly leaving. I know, I'm going to my room. Lu Sheng took off his outer shirt, looking determined. I should start training quickly. Lu Sheng exhaled, concentrated his chi, and began the 24 forms of the 14th edition of the radio calisthenics. As he exercised, Lu Sheng thought, the 24 forms of martial arts training popular in the martial world were said to be created by masters in the martial world based on ancient yoga techniques, ancient martial arts, and ancient judo. Lu Sheng inhaled, trembling. Used by beginners, martial arts basics are most suitable. The version I'm practicing now is the 13th edition, after being revised 300 years ago. The world underwent major changes. A huge rift appeared between the sky and the earth. Monsters were roaring, shaking the entire blood-stained sky. Changing posture, Lu Sheng continued thinking. Terrifying beasts poured out from within, changing the world's trajectory. Hot weapons lost their effectiveness. Humans suddenly gained some kind of hidden power within their bodies. People were all affected, revealing individuals with red streams flowing inside them. Then, people in various postures emitted different powers, individual strength easily reaching heights that were hard to believe. Thus, humanity entered the age of martial arts. However, even so, on the battlefield fighting for survival against monsters, humans were still at an absolute disadvantage. Almost every day, cities and towns fell. Humanity kept losing ground. The leaders of that time declared, you were born in a chaotic era. You must bear the responsibility of this age. Everyone trained in martial arts for humanity's resurgence, each person becoming a spark of martial arts. Lu Sheng leaned against the cabinet, panting, having completed the calisthenics 3 times in a row. Yet his blood energy showed no change at all. His sister's blood energy value was about to reach 0.9, while his blood energy, depleted by nightmares, couldn't be replenished. Lu Sheng, soaked in sweat, panting heavily, thought, his parents worked so hard to buy medicine for him. Heaven gave him a second chance by transmigrating to this martial arts world, and this is the result. Lu Sheng, determined, began to mutter, if practicing 3 times had no effect, then 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, he absolutely would. Lu Sheng's vision gradually blurred. When he opened his eyes again, it was a different world. Lu Sheng slowly stood up, in the midst of ruins, surrounded by corpses. Was this again the wilderness from that nightmare? Lu Sheng pinched his cheek hard to stay alert, not noticing the dark shadow behind him. What's happening? Did he fall asleep again? Indeed, there was no way to wake up. The shadow behind him roared, transforming into a huge zombie, wearing armor, with eyes emitting a red glow, mouth wide open, ready to pounce and devour Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was caught off guard, unable to react in time. Pinned down, he could only use his hands to block the sharp teeth, preventing them from biting him. The monster growled again. Lu Sheng realized it was a zombie. Lu Sheng panicked, watching the teeth approach. Damn it. He had escaped so many nights, yet was still caught by this thing. Lu Sheng tilted his head. The monster plunged its head directly into the ground. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, panicking. Damn it. Don't underestimate others. Then, Lu Sheng used his leg to kick the zombie. Even though his combat training results were poor, even though he was useless with only 0.7 blood energy, he was still considered half a martial artist. Lu Sheng kicked hard, successfully pushing the zombie away. Gripping a rock tightly in his hand, Lu Sheng smashed it against the zombie's body. Lu Sheng used the rock to strike repeatedly until the zombie was completely dead. Lu Sheng sat on the zombie's corpse, panting heavily. Lu Sheng stood up, analyzing. Learn from this. Perhaps it's dealt with now. The zombie's weakness is its head. Suddenly, tendrils of negative energy from the monster transferred to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng panicked. What is this? The tendrils continued to enter Lu Sheng, who could only cover his face and scream. Memories flashed. Images of him sitting by the sea, talking to an unidentified man. After graduation, what are your plans? I plan to join the base's defense team. I heard the defense team's training is very tough and dangerous too. It's okay. This has always been my dream. Scene change, a senior officer giving orders. Starting from today, you are now a member of Base 1359's defense team. Remember, IH4 8549. Yes, sir. Another scene change. Breathing techniques. Physical training. I'll teach you these two things. Eating, sleeping, using the bathroom. Everything must be used to train and increase your strength. This way, you'll have a better chance of protecting your own life. Understood, sir. Next scene. Monsters were rushing in. The base's main gate had been breached. Mutant beasts everywhere. What's this black mist? Ah, the memories ended with a scream. Lu Sheng covered his face, bitter. What are these things? The memories of that guy when he was alive. Why did I kill him and yet still gain his memories? What on earth has happened? Lu Sheng's body emitted streams of blue energy. Suddenly, another monster lunged at Lu Sheng from behind. Lu Sheng sensed the monster approaching, but couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a terrifying gaze appeared, and the monster's head flew off. Lu Sheng, filled with killing intent, clawed through the monster, gradually calming down. Lu Sheng was surprised, then looked at the head on the ground. What on earth? How did I do this? Since when did I become so strong? And then the energy streams from the previous monster flowed into Lu Sheng's body again. The power was gradually flowing in. Then, could it be from that zombie? Lu Sheng seemed to understand. Killing zombies not only allows me to gain their memories from when they were alive, but also their powers. Lu Sheng was still dazed, looking at his hands, finding it hard to believe. So easily I can obtain someone else's lifetime of experience. Isn't this defying the heavens? Thinking this, Lu Sheng quickly took a deep breath to calm down. If only this wasn't a dream, that would be great. Lu Sheng stood up, carefully examining this barren land. But calling this place a dream felt very strange. It was too real. Suddenly, the head of the previous zombie released another stream of power. Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly widened, his gaze flashing with blue light. These memories? After a few minutes, suddenly thousands of characters appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. Lu Sheng frowned, struggling to absorb the memories. Base 1359 also appeared in the previous memories. This base, it seems, I need to find Base 159 now. Perhaps there, I'll be able to find out the truth about this dream. Thinking this, Lu Sheng started to move his limbs. This time when I absorbed the memories, I didn't have such an intense feeling anymore. Perhaps to inherit power, I need to find combat-type zombies. Their memories will be more useful to me. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be collapsing, revealing a violent vortex. Lu Sheng stood stunned. What's going on here? Lu Sheng staggered, unable to stand, holding his head in pain. Lu Sheng slammed his hand hard on the floor. Lu Sheng, covered in sweat, struggled to get up, panting. I'm awake now. A knock on the door sounded, accompanied by an urging voice. Lu Sheng, come out for dinner. How much longer are you going to stay in your room? Lu Sheng tiredly opened the door. Qinghe. So, this attractive girl was Lu Sheng's only sister, Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe flipped her hair, saying, "You weren't just lying in bed sleeping instead of training, were you?" After speaking, Qinghe pouted. Lu Sheng laughed nervously, opening the door wide. More, his face drenched in sweat, clothes soaked and clinging to his skin, revealing his six-pack abs. Inside, Lu Sheng spoke. I accidentally fell asleep for a bit. Lu Qinghe's eyes widened, surprised by the sight before her. A moment later, she turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him. Now that you're up, come out quickly. Don't keep Mom and Dad waiting. As she walked away, Lu Qingmeng, he blushed, biting her lip, thinking, since when did his body become so strong? Seems like he's been training hard after all. Seeing Lu Qinghe leave, Lu Sheng struggled to reply, I'll be right there. He bitterly recalled childhood memories of the two siblings. When they were young, Qinghe was very attached to him. After entering the academy, with her first test results, her attitude towards me also changed. It's understandable. After all, her blood energy had surpassed 1.0. Even her combat power had exceeded. Well, at this rate, she'll soon be eligible for direct admission to a key martial arts university. To sum it up, Perhaps Lu Qing. He is a genius, a genuine prodigy, while I'm truly a useless older brother who couldn't be more worthless, paired with a genius sister. While changing clothes, looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Sheng was surprised, thinking, since when did my body become so muscular? Then he flexed his joints, feeling them. Moreover, despite just waking up, he didn't feel tired at all, not even fatigued. On the contrary, he felt energetic and vigorous. Lu Sheng immediately threw a few punches to test. Not only that, he remembered all the memories obtained from those zombies. Lu Sheng punched the wall repeatedly, each strike powerful and incredibly fast. Moreover, there were even combat techniques. Lu Sheng was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Even his strength had increased. Could it be that he could actually materialize the power from his dreams? Lu Sheng's father, seeing his son arrive, happily said, "You're here. Come sit down quickly." Lu Sheng's mother slowly brought a bowl of hot soup. "Here's the soup. Let's set the table." Well, sitting down at the table, Lu Sheng couldn't help but ponder this miraculous issue. Can one really become stronger through dreams? It's truly amazing. Sitting at the table, Lu Sheng suddenly began eating ravenously, chomping away, inwardly praising his mother's cooking skills. So good. Wow. The food is delicious today. Absolutely amazing. I can't stop eating. So Lu Sheng quickly asked his mother for another bowl. "Can I have one more bowl, please?" Everyone in the family looked at Lu Sheng in astonishment. The atmosphere became silent. Lu Sheng froze, then forced a smile. He hadn't noticed the stack of bowls already beside him. Withdrawing his rice bowl, his mouth still full of rice, Lu Sheng awkwardly said, "Oh, never mind, I'm full now." Lu Sheng thought, what's going on? Since when did I start eating so much? Just as Lu Sheng withdrew his hand, his father quickly grabbed the rice bowl. "What's this? As if we'd let you starve in this house." Then his father turned to his mother. "Go cook another bowl of rice and make a few more dishes for him." His mother sighed. "All right." Then his father excitedly patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. "Son, this is how puberty should be. Eating so much and still not feeling full. You'll suddenly grow taller. Tomorrow, I'll buy some more supplements for you. This is a good opportunity to increase your blood energy. We can't waste it." Lu Qing. He smiled sarcastically. Even if he grows, how much can he really grow? He's already 18 years old. I remember his last blood energy test was only 0.8. It's not like weight that can just increase easily. Their father was taken aback. "Hey, little girl, don't mock your brother. He can increase as much as he can. Regular martial arts and advanced martial arts will all become great heroes in the future." Qing He heard this and ignored it, continuing to eat nonchalantly. The father and daughter continued to argue like this. Lu Sheng looked at his own hand, lost in thought. Perhaps blood energy can really increase in dreams. Is it an illusion? I need to go to the martial arts gym to check. When evening came, Lu Sheng stood in front of the martial arts gym, holding his phone to look up information, then looked up at the sign of the gym. Hong Chuan Gym, specializing in Hong Chuan, skilled in traditional fist techniques, once ranked in the top 10 of the 23rd Martial Arts Exchange in Beihai City. Level 4 martial artist, the standard of this martial world. Level 1 martial artist, standard blood energy 1.5, standard combat power index 150. Outstanding student, level 1 martial artist belongs to Kaso Tree, blood energy standard. Level 2 martial artist is 15. Standard combat power index is 1500. From level 1 to level 2, the standard is 10 times professional training. Level 2 martial artist, Lin Lan, and level 3 martial artist, blood energy standard 100. Combat power standard is over 10,000. Level 3 martial artist, advisor Shi Jin, blood energy must exceed 200. Combat power reach 100,000 to become a level 4 martial artist. The gym master, Hong Chuan, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel dizzy. Blood energy exceeding 200, equivalent to 300 times mine. The gap between martial artist levels is the gap between life levels. High-level martial artists are real superhumans. Then Lu Sheng looked at the paper posted on the gym wall. The price of this supplementary class, only children of rich families have the qualification to enroll. Lu Sheng entered the hall, still thinking, if Qing He had this idea, perhaps the family would help her with this amount of money. As for me, forget it. Plus the path of absorbing zombies in dreams, I don't need such supplementary classes. The receptionist saw Lu Sheng, greeted him friendly. "Sir," the purple-haired receptionist warmly welcomed him to Hong Chuan Gym. "This student is here to register for our Martial Arts Academy's advanced class." Lu Sheng rubbed his neck, embarrassed. "No, I'm just here to check my blood energy and combat power." The receptionist's eyes flashed with a hint of assessment. No instructor by his side. His family probably isn't from a wealthy background. Despite thinking this, the receptionist still enthusiastically gave directions. "Follow the corridor to room 8. There's a machine inside for testing. Do you need any help?" Lu Sheng looked in the direction the receptionist pointed, then smiled. I know how to use it. No need. Thank you. In the room, Lu Sheng seriously activated the hand talisman, first starting with the blood energy test. Lu Sheng placed his hand on the orb in front of him. The orb emitted a blue light. The system display showed the blood energy score, 0.963. Martial artist rank, apprentice level. Lu Sheng smiled happily. 0.96, it really has increased. It's gone up by 0.1 in just an hour. This is real cultivation. Lu Sheng's lips were pressed into a straight line, unable to contain his joy. He might even be able to catch up to his sister soon. She's a genius. If so, I might be able to go further on the path of martial arts. Then thinking this, Lu Sheng looked around. What about the combat power index? Standing in front of the human-shaped measuring device, Lu Sheng worried. Is it appropriate? The problem is, all the combat skills and experience of that zombie are already deeply ingrained in my brain. Thinking this, Lu Sheng closed his eyes, turned his foot, and punched the measuring device with all his might. The device shook for a moment and then stopped. The system display showed the combat power index, 113. Lu Sheng's jaw dropped, 113. Such an increase even surpasses the limitations of blood energy. This is real. I can truly become a real martial artist. Lu Sheng was overjoyed. Just by sleeping for an hour, his blood energy and combat power had increased so much. It's 8 hours now. What about 9 hours? Then 10 more hours. In one evening, I could completely transform myself. That night, when it was time to sleep, Lu Sheng's eyes were wide open, unable to fall asleep. Lu Sheng angrily sat up, punching and kicking the blanket in frustration. In the end, now I want to sleep but can't. It's true that sleeping in class is better, huh? Is this the biological clock of a game addict? Lu Sheng sighed, turning on the light. It's only 9 o'clock. Sleeping now is indeed a bit early. Never mind, I should exercise a bit. When I'm tired, I'll naturally be able to sleep. It's perfect timing to consolidate the increased blood energy. Lu Sheng prepared the posture for the 13th advertised exercise, starting with the first form. Lu Sheng suddenly paused. What movement is this? Why am I doing this movement? Lu Sheng was confused. He performed a different set of moves, 24 forms. I've memorized these since childhood. Why am I doing them wrong now? Then the memories of those zombies surfaced again. The scene was a training ground. Lu Sheng was surprised. This is the body cultivation technique from that zombie's memory. In the apartment building, most lights were off. A teenage figure was still practicing, appearing strong, swinging his arms. Good. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, slowly feeling and learning movements over 200 more than in his previous practice. Then as his hands swung out, Lu Sheng's skin produced a strong blue energy. Lu Sheng could feel this very clearly. Moreover, each time he could feel the power in his muscles surging. Lu Sheng breathed heavily. That's not right. It's not just the body cultivation technique, there's also the breathing method. Memories surfaced, accompanied by a voice constantly reminding about breathing methods and body cultivation techniques, teaching people to practice at all times, even while eating and sleeping. It's incredible. Truly incredible. Just a few movements surpass my year of training. No, it's even better than the results of several years. So dreams are the real treasure trove. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, folded his hands together, channeling his energy, the abundant power swirling into a circle. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere was broken. A gurgling sound came from Lu Sheng's stomach. Lu Sheng clutched his stomach, struggling to kneel down, his face sunken. I'm so hungry. What's happening? I'm starving, hungry to the point of unbearable. This kind of hunger, Lu Sheng's face was gaunt, remembering dinner and drooling at the thought. Could it be that after the increase in blood energy, the energy in the body isn't enough? Normal food basically can't provide enough nutrition I need. In short, Lu Sheng had only one thought. I need supplements for my body. Lu Sheng trembled with hunger, but his family's income couldn't possibly afford those expensive supplements. If this continues, it will definitely affect my progress speed. Lu Sheng looked around his room, then as if remembering something. So I must earn money to buy supplements. Every semester there are rewards for students with good academic performance. I remember the Type A scholarship at Baihei Academy is 10,000 yuan. And to get this money, Lu Sheng's eyes were determined. I must demonstrate strength and talent that match up. The next morning at the sports center, in the school's locker room, Lu Sheng was changing clothes with the others. Liu Kai-ming zipped up his jacket, cheerfully striking up a conversation. It's rare that the class monitor isn't taking over the lesson to solve problems today, but it's been a while since we had practical training. He was about to continue when Kai-ming looked at Lu Sheng in surprise. Huh, old Lu, since when did you develop such impressive muscles? Kai-ming wanted to touch them, but Lu Sheng quickly put on his shirt. Kai-ming didn't notice and continued praising. Just a few days without seeing you. How did you get so big and tall? I barely recognize you. Look at those pecs. Lu Sheng calmly replied. Yeah, I've been working hard on training lately. Don't touch randomly. Lu Sheng brushed the bangs covering his eyes and said, My hair's gotten long too. I should get it cut. Kai Ming pooted. Yeah, I think you're just trying to show off for the practical exam today. Wanting to attract the girls, right? I've already seen through your vulgar intentions. Lu Sheng was helpless against his friend's thoughts. Vulgar. You're the vulgar one. The exam is coming up. You should work hard too. After speaking, the two walked away side by side. Lu Sheng was still mindful of Kai Ming's words, but how to show off? Perhaps this really is an opportunity. At the martial arts hall, the practical combat teacher, Zheng Zhenguo, spoke. Today's practical combat lesson will still be reinforcing the basic combat techniques I've taught you before. Lu Kai-ming whispered. I heard Teacher Zhang is an official level 2 martial artist. He's been to the battlefield and fought against strange beasts. Look at the scars on his arms. Indeed, there were 2 large visible scars on Zheng Zhenguo's arms. Lu Sheng looked at him intently, a level 2 martial artist. From what I see, his combat skills are too simple and crude already. What I've learned in my dreams is far superior to these. At this moment, Zheng Zhenguo was demonstrating some warm-up movements. Shortly after, Zheng Zhenguo executed a few impressive kicks, then retracted his leg. That concludes it. These are the main points to focus on. Then Zheng Zhenguo pointed to a student below. Yang Tufei, come up and practice with me. Demonstrate for your classmates. The students following his gesture couldn't help but get excited. Yang Tufei stood up. Yes, teacher. He quickly walked up amidst admiring glances. Hua Tufei is so cool, and he's really strong too. A girl with an admiring look spoke up. Her friend next to her chimed in. That's right, he's the class genius and heartthrob. I really want to practice with him. The crowd buzzed when the teacher called Tufei's name. You want to practice? I bet you have other intentions. Nonsense. I don't. On the contrary, Kai Ming snorted disdainfully. It's this guy again. Every chance to show off goes to him. Handsome, rich, is there no justice? Heaven gave him the best blood tonics, the best at every stage. His blood test last time was already at 1.2. Teachers in school favor him with extra guidance. How are we ordinary people supposed to survive? While Lu Kai-ming was filling Lu Sheng in about Yang Tufei, he had already demonstrated several powerful kicks. Seeing this, Lu Sheng thought to himself, that's right, if it were the old me, I could only lament about the unfairness of fate. Lu Sheng's eyes were determined, but now it's different. I have to go and seize everything myself. In front, the two were still demonstrating for everyone and ended with a hand strike. Zheng Zhenguo dusted off his clothes, praising, good, not bad. Your movements are decent. There's a slight issue with your weight shift. I'll correct that for you later to improve your practice. You have great potential. Next is actual combat. Call some classmates up to spar with you. Yang Tufei respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, thank you for your guidance, teacher. That was his outward appearance. But inwardly, Yang Tufei was filled with sarcasm towards the teacher before him. Correct me, a mere level 2 martial artist, not even comparable to my family's private tutor, compared to the cannon fodder on your battlefield. Of course I have great potential. Zheng Zhenguo naturally didn't notice the mockery. He looked around, searching. Any students want to come up and spar with Yang Tufei? Anyone want to come up? The students below all avoided Zheng Zhenguo's gaze, trying to look elsewhere. Lu Kai-ming snorted disdainfully. Who could beat him anyway? Going up there would just be asking to be a stepping stone. Who would do such a foolish thing? Seeing the students' reaction, Zheng Zhenguo frowned, disappointed. Every time we mention actual combat, these students always shy away like this, like ostriches. How am I supposed to teach like this? Although the school emphasizes blood cultivation, physical training, and martial arts, after graduation, entering the military, and embarking on the path of martial arts, only the elite among them will succeed. Zheng Zhenguo looked around once more. They say I favor the top students, but these kids don't realize, besides Yang Tufei, how many of them dare to step up and accept my scrutiny. Accidentally catching Lu Sheng's eyes filled with killing intent, Zheng Zhenguo couldn't help but be startled. This kid, what kind of eyes are those? It's like he's truly experienced killing before. Is there such a promising seed in this class? Trusting his own judgment, Zheng Zhenguo pointed directly at Lu Sheng sitting below. All right, this student, come up here and practice with Yang Tufei. Lu Sheng calmly stood up. Yes, sir. Lu Kai-ming worriedly tugged at his friend. Old Lu, just admit defeat right away. The exam is coming up. This could have a big impact. Don't force yourself to save face, you know. Lu Sheng flexed his arm to show off his muscles, looking extremely confident. Relax, Kai-ming. Didn't I tell you already? I've been training hard lately. Zhang Zhenguo, standing in the middle, reminded them. Well, there's a 10-minute limit, and safety is the top priority in this sparring. Remember the key points I mentioned in class. Yang Tufei stood indifferently, facing Lu Sheng's silent intensity. Their eyes locked in a stare-down, with the teacher's reminder echoing in their ears. Practice your skills, but know when to stop. Zhang Zhenguo silently evaluated Lu Sheng as he entered the arena, fearless, quiet, and calm. How had he not noticed such qualities before? Carrying his outward assessment, Zhang Zhenguo spoke up. Lu Sheng, what was your blood energy level in the last test? Lu Sheng calmly replied, last time, 0.82. Zhang Zhenguo frowned, thinking, 0.8, that's so low. It doesn't seem right. Could my eyes be deceiving me? Zhang Zhenguo stopped evaluating Lu Sheng further and reminded them once more. All right then, mind the intensity of your engagement. Focus on exchanging techniques. Understood. Get ready to begin. Yang Tufei extended one hand forward, arrogantly saying, ready yet, Lu. Did you listen to the lecture earlier? When you fall, remember not to use your bare hand or you'll break your bones. Protect your weak points, especially your head. Facing this contemptuous reminder, Lu Sheng calmly prepared his fighting stance. Thanks for the reminder. I'll remember. I'm ready. Please instruct me. A punch was coming, accompanied by a compromising voice. Seeing Lu Sheng's surprised face, he was certain that Lu wouldn't dodge in time. Yang Tufei thought smugly, Lu Sheng, do you know what's most important in real combat? Controlling distance with your opponent, observing their movements, predicting their techniques, choosing a counter strategy, balancing defense and offense, grasping the combat rhythm, probing attacks, then using a decisive blow to determine victory. It's not about distance, blood energy, speed, or strength. Yang Tufei threw a punch with all his might, his fierce eyes showing a smug look. The outcome is already clear. The stronger one will win, and trash like you should have such a laughable end. Yang Tufei's punch hit nothing but air. Lu Sheng ducked, avoiding the punch. While Yang Tufei was still stunned, a fist flew towards his face. Obviously, Yang Tufei couldn't dodge. Tufei was still in shock as the punch landed squarely on his face. Yang Tufei was sent flying several meters away. Nearby students bewilderedly caught the unconscious Yang Tufei. Zhang Zhenguo also ran to support Tufei's head, his mouth agape in shock. Others were also stunned with mouths wide open. In the demonstration area, only Lu Sheng's imposing figure remained standing. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lu Sheng, just one punch. He defeated Yang Tufei with just one punch. Lu Sheng looked bewildered. Yang Tufei is directly unconscious. People around stood up, collectively shocked. What just happened? Lu Sheng only needed one punch to defeat Yang Tufei. After a moment of shock, Zhang Zhenguo shouted, what are you standing there for? Hurry to the infirmary. Call the teachers. A student stammered, Yes. Shortly after, Yang Tufei was briefly bandaged and then carried onto a stretcher. Lu Sheng called out anxiously, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang Zhenguo turned around, and Lu Sheng continued, Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I momentarily couldn't control my strength. Zhang Zhenguo frowned, looking pensively at Lu Sheng. After a while, Zhang Zhenguo put his hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder. In real combat, injuries are unavoidable. Don't worry, his injuries aren't serious. Come to my office for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Sheng looked puzzled. Oh, okay. Then Lu Sheng waved to Kai Ming. I'm going to the teacher's office for a bit. Remember to mark my attendance for me later. Kai Ming looked confused. Behind, Kai Ming and his friends gaped. Gosh, did Lu Sheng take some kind of supplement? How did he suddenly become so strong? Taking down Yang Tufei alone. Someone else spoke up. Is that kid really Lu Sheng? Is he the same Lu Sheng we know? Someone else quickly realized. The blood energy 1.2 of Yang Tufei couldn't withstand Lu Sheng's attack either. Another person wondered, what exactly is Lu Sheng's blood energy level? Meanwhile, Liu Kai Ming could only stare blankly at Lu Sheng's back, then softly called out his friend's name. Lao Lu. Lu Sheng followed the teacher into the office. As soon as he entered, Lu Sheng was attracted by an ancient pine tree placed in a pot as decoration. Lu Sheng stopped to admire it. This potted plant? I didn't know. Teacher Zhang had such a hobby. Zhang Zhenguo smiled. Haha, it's just a little hobby. Besides, everyone has their own secrets, right? Don't you agree? Student Lu Sheng with a blood energy level of 0.8. Zhang Zhenguo's gaze on Lu Sheng changed, accompanied by a probing look. Lu Sheng calmly replied, Teacher Zhang, you're right. That was the result of the last test. Zhang Zhenguo's eyes changed color like a tiger hunting its prey. You're not using any stimulants to force your blood energy, are you? You should know that such drugs are strictly prohibited by by the school. Not only are they harmful to health, but if discovered, it's not just a minor offense. Lu Sheng was surprised. What? Drugs? Of course not, sir. I can assure you I absolutely haven't used any forbidden drugs. Zhong Zhenguo opened a box, his eyes cold as he looked at Lu Sheng. All right, if that's the case, then let's check your blood energy level once more. If you've used drugs, your blood energy will heat up, and the readings will fluctuate wildly. Then we'll measure your combat strength indicators again. If your combat strength and blood energy level are equivalent, it can prove your true ability. Lu Sheng looked at the nearby human-shaped detector, then calmly agreed. All right. Lu Sheng stepped forward, placed his hand on the sphere under Zhang Zhenguo's attentive gaze. A strong blue light poured out, surprising both of them. The system displayed blood energy level 1.532, first-class warrior. Zhang Zhenguo gaped. What? 1.5. Zhang Zhenguo was stunned by this scene. 1.5. A real warrior, an official warrior at 18. Not just in the school, but even in the entire Baihei city, this would be considered a genius. Zhang Zhenguo watched Lu Sheng standing before the human-shaped detector when a loud crash resounded. Zhang Zhenguo's eyes widened, and he jumped up shouting, "What's wrong? What happened?" Before Zhang Zhenguo was the combat strength detector, with its head blown off. The machine's head had pierced through the pine tree behind, leaving only a bare trunk. Zhang Zhenguo wailed, oh no, my prized pine tree. Ha! How could you leave me like this?" Lu Sheng fearfully pulled the machine's head from the wall, which was also severely cracked. Lu Sheng anxiously said, I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, I didn't mean to." Zhang Zhenguo hugged the pine tree while looking at the combat strength detector, thinking to himself, this young fellow, although this is the student version, when faced with the attack of a real warrior, it truly couldn't withstand it. Then, Zhang Zhenguo watched Lu Sheng struggling to remove the machine's head. This young fellow, his combat power isn't just limited to the level of a first-class warrior. A moment later, Lu Sheng sat awkwardly, holding the machine's head on a chair, his back ramrod straight. Zhang Zhenguo sat a bit far from Lu Sheng, hands on the table, looking at Lu Sheng. After a moment of staring at each other, Zhang Zhenguo spoke. "According to what you just said, your last blood energy test was 0.8. So when was that previous test?" Lu Sheng startled, then answered, "Oh, it was half a month ago, sir." Zhang Zhenguo jumped up in shock. "Half a month ago? You're saying you only needed half a month to raise your blood energy from 0.8 to the level of an official warrior. Which family's heir are you, and which grandmaster are you training under?" Lu Sheng smiled awkwardly and answered each question. "Haha, my family background is very ordinary. We're not any great clan, and there's no expert guiding me either." "Then how did your strength improve so quickly?" Zhang Zhenguo asked. Lu Sheng replied, "That's my secret, sir." Zhang Zhenguo couldn't believe it, reorganizing his thoughts. In 1 month, the blood energy level nearly doubled, meaning the combat power far exceeded the standard of a first-class warrior. During his student years, his own achievements weren't bad, training hard for many years to finally break through to second-class warrior and join the army. Zhang Zhenguo recalled his life-and-death experiences. At that time, after stepping onto the battlefield, he understood a truth. That is, humans are an invincible monster. At that time, severely wounded before Zhang Zhenguo was a giant monster. He had realized a truth then: when facing irrational powers, humans become small and powerless. How could they possibly defeat monsters? It could only be illogical principles humans couldn't understand, yet they were another group of monsters. Zhang Zhenguo recalled those with monstrous strength, then looked at Lu Sheng before him. He sighed. "Well, I understand now." Then Zhang Zhenguo added information that stunned Lu Sheng. "With your achievements, you could definitely join the school's elite class to be taught by the best teachers. I'll contact the office." Lu Sheng immediately interrupted. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but that's not necessary. I feel the level of my current class is very good." He said this, but Lu Sheng had other considerations. Guidance and training couldn't be as fast as in dreams. Zhang Zhenguo felt regretful, wanting to persuade more. "Not necessary, but for a gifted student like you, the school will definitely help. Overall, do you have any difficulties in training that the school needs to address? Please speak freely." Lu Sheng quickly agreed. "If that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. I have 2 requests. I'd like to apply for a martial arts scholarship, and I also hope the school can give me free time to attend classes." Zhang Zhenguo realized, so that's it, lacking financial support and free time. Understanding, Zhang Zhenguo agreed. "All right, I'll help you apply for the school's special scholarship, about 30,000 yuan. As for class time, I'll inform the academic affairs office. It will take about 2 days for the scholarship to be approved, but your training can't be delayed." Saying this, Zhong Zhenguo took from his pocket a card, handed it to Lu Sheng, and said generously, "I'll provide this for you in advance. Return it to me when you feel financially comfortable." Lu Sheng gaped. This. Deep down, Lu Sheng was astonished. Is this the black martial arts card? There must be at least 100,000 on it. This is even more than the scholarship. Lu Sheng received it with both hands, sincerely thanking. "Thank you, Teacher Zhong." Zhong Zhenguo smiled. "Haha, don't neglect your training. I'm counting on you to bring glory back to our school. All right, hurry back to class now." Lu Sheng excitedly, "Yes, thank you, Teacher Zhong." Lu Sheng opened the door and left. Alone in the office, Zhong Zhenguo couldn't help feeling excited. Haha, excellent. Lu Sheng, our Baihe Academy unexpectedly produced someone like Lu Sheng. Not yet 18 years old and already possessing the strength of a level 2 warrior. Before the test, we need to hide him well as a secret weapon. No matter how difficult it gets, it's enough to scare those from other academies. Zhong Zhenguo stood up. That's right, I must quickly report this news to the superiors. Not only for the general competition, after many years, we finally have someone who can set foot in that place. In an elegant red box, a precious vial of medicine was placed inside. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced, "You certainly know how to choose, sir. This is the Qi Nourishing Powder, Manlan Xin, a new product from Ren Xintang." Seeing the two customers, a mother and child, before him, extremely interested in this product, the salesperson added, "After reaching 0.8 in blood energy, you can use this to stabilize it. This is the most effective type available. Moreover, this is specially produced for female martial artists. Now for just 30,000, you can own it." The mother cheerfully, "Oh, not bad. Please wrap it up for me." Leaving the store, the two of them were overjoyed. The mother looked at her daughter happily. "All right, after taking the medicine, you must diligently absorb it, understand?" The daughter excitedly linked arms with her mother. "Don't worry, Mom. In the upcoming mock exam, I'll definitely secure the first place in class." Lu Sheng silently watched the two of them. 30,000 for one bottle. His parents working day and night could only afford a 3,000 powder bottle. Becoming the strongest martial artist means being able to earn more money. More money can also nurture the strongest warriors. From this, it's clear that those from poor families have it incredibly tough. Lu Sheng looked at reality, feeling as if Lu Qinghua, his younger sister, was climbing the stairs ahead, with a broken chain in her hand that was shackled around Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng exhaustedly followed Lu Qinghua. Lu Sheng thought, Qinghua is the real genius, possessing the talent to change her fate, yet she's being held back by me with our poor and scarce resources. As for me, I don't want to accept the fact that I'm just ordinary, don't want to put in all my effort to change my fate, can only live a normal, passive life, without purpose or awareness. Lu Sheng stood watching two other students pass by, accidentally overhearing their conversation. One of them was extremely confident. "Today, I'll take you to new heights. Learned a great sword technique. I'll show you around. Better hold on to your thighs." The other friend smiled. "Huh, you. If you learned how to hang up, our school could score faster already. Know your limits." Hearing those words, Lu Sheng continued to ponder. That's right, longing to witness this magical world of martial arts, yet only hiding in games, still clinging to the past life. Just like a fish trapped in a tank, wanting to step into the vast ocean, but only wanting to live comfortably in this fish tank. However, everything has changed now. Lu Sheng felt he was that fish, finally breaking the tank, reaching out to the ocean. "I will rise above the surface and see the outside world once again. I will seize the chance to change my fate. Whatever I want, I'll work for it. This time I definitely won't make the wrong choice." Lu Sheng suddenly paused, then looked at his hand flickering with qi. This is a large amount of combat memories, absorbable in a short time. Is this moment the understanding of principles? The difficulties in my combat techniques have been broken through. Now I've turned these combat techniques into my own. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, determined, with a clear mind. This is exactly what the teacher had said in class. What is enlightenment? On this path, I've taken another step forward. Kanhua, Mom and Dad, I will become stronger and fight for what I want in Lu Sheng's hands right now is perhaps what his family wants. Scene change. A fierce zombie, eyes blood red, it roared powerfully, then prepared to throw a punch. Lu Sheng blocked it, then prepared his fighting stance, eyes full of killing intent. A punch swung, a direct hit knocked the zombie unconscious. Lu Sheng sighed, watching the zombie's energy source lying on the ground, transferring into him. Huh, this zombie must have practiced martial arts before. Turned into a zombie, yet still able to use fighting skills. Then Lu Sheng squinted, looking at this land. According to the zombie's memory, base 1359 should be ahead, but the base might have been destroyed in a pitch-black scene and faced with endless monsters, right? I don't see any monsters in front of me. How strange. Suddenly, Two zombies approached. Lu Sheng used a move to pass through them. Those zombies directly lost their heads. Lu Sheng suddenly paused, looking ahead, finally found it. Base 359. In front of Lu Sheng were many buildings protected by a solid wall. Lu Sheng slid down the cliff. That solid wall looked much larger up close. Lu Sheng looked up and assessed this wall. It was indeed a magnificent wall. Is this a city? Then where is the base? Lu Sheng helplessly looked at a nearby skull, feeling that if two giant monsters emerged now, he wouldn't be too surprised. Lu Sheng climbed up through a crack in the wall. The city's view gradually appeared. Lu Sheng was exhausted. This city wall was too thick, must be about 20 meters. Beyond imagination, how would one have to fight to break through such a large-scale base? Whether in terms of martial arts or the level of civilization development, this world is vastly different from mine. But for such a strong civilization to be destroyed under the claws of monsters, what will our future be like? Lu Sheng finally stood up. The crack he stood on allowed him to assess that building. Unlike other buildings, it could be some kind of military base or a command center. Suddenly, from that central building, Lu Sheng noticed something. What's that? An old man with white hair, sitting against that building. The old man, eyes bright as stars, holding a sword in his hand. Lu Sheng guessed it might be a zombie. Suddenly, a strong light appeared from the old man's direction. Lu Sheng panicked, crouched down, recalling the face he just saw. Lu Sheng breathed heavily. Phew, what was that thing? A wave of resistance or mental power. Why does it have such terrifying power? Seeing everything return to normal, Lu Sheng reassured himself. That's not a place I can approach. Don't think about it for now. Lu Sheng stood up, looking at the wandering zombies below. Let's observe nearby places first. The zombies down there aren't that scary after all. The zombies just wandered around the city. Suddenly, one of them was struck in the head. Lu Sheng nimbly jumped onto that zombie's head, then used the momentum to jump onto a nearby building, opening the door of the house. Lu Sheng looked around, sighed in relief. No zombies here. It looked like a normal living room. Lu Sheng searched around, then looked at a table with spoiled food nearby. It seemed like the family was having a meal when the apocalypse suddenly struck. The utensils hadn't been cleared away, and the windows showed no signs of damage. Could it be that ordinary people weren't turned into zombies by that mysterious black mist? Lu Sheng suddenly noticed a machine nearby that still had its lights on. Curious, Lu Sheng reached out to press the machine. What is this that can still function? A beam of light appeared, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Ending standby mode. Restarting. The machine projected a graceful figure. Hello, sir. Welcome to using Tianheng technology. Lu Sheng looked up at the mechanical girl before him. What is this? A 3D projection or virtual reality? Suddenly Lu Sheng paused, realizing a bigger issue. Wait, is this using the same language as me? Lu Sheng looked at the 3D technology before him, doubtfully. It's using the same language system as my world. Isn't this some high-tech automatic translation? The tech girl continued. I am a product of Tianheng technology, an artificial intelligence supported by the integrated 16th generation smart brain. I am responsible for controlling, managing the network server of Base 359. Lu Sheng was confused. Optical brain artificial intelligence. Indeed, it's future technology. Thinking this, Lu Sheng ordered. Then, Ai, can you help me look up news from the past few days? Ai opened her eyes wide. Certainly, I'm happy to serve you. Connecting to the Sky and Eat network. Sky and Eat link failed. Connecting to the civilian database of Base 1359. Connection successful. A series of system panels appeared before Lu Sheng. Ai's mechanical voice rang out. Martial Calendar 51024, June 21st. Base number 2 successfully launched the 58th batch of life-exploring spacecraft, targeting the Lyra system. Martial Calendar 51024, July 12th. Base number 105 was captured. Martial Calendar 51024, September 2nd. Lieutenant General Sun Shang successfully advanced to Star Realm Level 10, becoming the 372nd Level 10 powerhouse. Currently, the Martial Alliance has approximately 23 powerhouses at Star Realm Level 10. Martial Calendar 51024, September 30th. Bases No. 114, 893, and 1022 were successively occupied. Division B has dispatched personnel to search for and rescue survivors. Martial Calendar 51024, November 19th. The Martial Alliance will hold the 24th Grand Champions Assembly at Main Base 1 to discuss recent strategic directions. Hearing this information, Lu Sheng summarized. Level 10 martial artists. If the classification in this world is similar to mine, it's unimaginable that their martial arts development has reached this level. Suddenly, another data panel appeared in front of Lu Sheng. The panel showed a scene of a giant monster with blood-red eyes. The monster used its sharp arms to tear open the sky. From that rift, other monsters fell down. The data panel clearly showed these monsters destroying the city. Lu Sheng's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The martial arts and technology of this world had developed to a level so high that he couldn't have imagined. Then Lu Sheng remembered what he had seen in this desolate city. Yet, despite the level 10 martial arts, or those towering and lofty city walls, under the haunting claws of those monsters, nothing could protect them. The data panel continued to show satellites searching in outer space. Lu Sheng concluded, in the end, they decided to abandon their home planet and sent people to search other planets, looking for a second planet to sustain life. Yet one day, human civilization completely collapsed, and there were no heart-stirring news sent back. Lu Sheng couldn't help but move, walking to a nearby chair and sitting down. Indeed, they couldn't escape the fate of extinction. Such a glorious and powerful civilization, it's truly a pity. After understanding this barren land, Lu Sheng wanted to know more. Ai, can you help me investigate the history of this world? Ai smiled. Certainly, investigating world history now. Another data file appeared in front of Lu Sheng. As Lu Sheng looked at the data, he couldn't help but feel regret for this civilization. This world was so powerful, yet it was still difficult to escape the catastrophe of extinction. Perhaps from their experiences, I can learn something to help my world escape such a fate. Ai's mechanical voice rang out. Martial Calendar Year 1, giant rifts appeared all over the world. From these rifts, a large number of alien monsters emerged. Martial Calendar Year 34, the first internal force warrior was born in the ancient dragon nation. At the same time, the World Martial Arts Alliance was established. Upon hearing just a bit, Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't right. This isn't the history of my world. How? Lu Sheng stopped questioning, pondering, and concluding the most likely hypothesis at this moment. So that's how it is. The same language, the same ranking system, the same classification of martial artists. What I've just seen isn't the destruction of another world at all, but my own world, 10,000 years in the future. Lu Sheng didn't believe this hypothesis, grasping at another possibility. Wait, it might not necessarily be the same world. It could just be a coincidence, or a parallel world. Lu Sheng stood up, speaking a bit loudly to Ai. Ai, can you find any information about humans? The mechanical voice sounded, accompanied by a series of other documents. Lu Sheng completed the search, with a total of 36 results. Lu Sheng pointed to a personal information file. Martial Calendar Year 297, June. It really is me. What's going on here? I only live until I'm 28 years old. Still just an ordinary person. On the data panel was Lu Sheng's face, the image showing him sickly, with sunken cheeks. Name Lu Sheng. Gender male. Lifespan. Martial Calendar Year 297, June to Martial Calendar Year 325, February. Status, ordinary person. Life history, never married. Historical evaluation, none. Lu Sheng looked at Ai and ordered, continue searching. In year 299 March, the name changed to Lu Qinghe. Ai shook its head. Insufficient permissions. The user cannot access martial artist information. Please provide a blood sample to create an account. Lu Sheng looked at his hand. You need to provide blood to register an account. Lu Sheng wondered, how do I provide it? Is there a syringe provided inside? Ai directly grabbed Lu Sheng's finger and bit it. Lu Sheng blushed, not believing his eyes. This. Ai released Lu Sheng's hand. A bit of blood appeared on her tongue. Then, Ai closed her eyes, sensing blood sample collection successful, proceeding with investigation. Lu Sheng's face was still red, embarrassed, clenching his fist. Phew, people in the future really go all out. Although just a virtual character, Ai suddenly showed signs of image distortion. Seeing this anomaly, Lu Sheng was puzzled. What's wrong? Ai opened her eyes wide. A message appeared in bright red. Blood color verification complete. Ignition plan activated. Ai raised her hand to create documents. Even the blue document images from earlier now turned red. Connecting to resource repository of base 1359. Connection successful. Authority initiated. Lu Sheng frowned in confusion. What ignition plan? Could it be a plan to leave Earth and search for a new world? A red document panel appeared, showing Lu Sheng's face when he was older. Name Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, Martial calendar year 297, June to martial calendar year 334, August. Martial prowess, level 4 martial artist, level 2 authority. Lu Sheng was astonished. Why has the image in my profile changed? Lu Sheng gaped, looking closer. Has the future changed? Let's see the details. That year, ranked first in the entire school, graduated from Baihei Academy in Baihei Province. In the same year, ranked 23rd in Baihei Province, admitted to Baihei Martial Arts University. 3 years later, joined the military, then served in the Tian'an military zone, sacrificed on the battlefield, lived to 37 years old, unmarried, middle-ranking officer, no notable contributions. Lu Sheng couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that since I became stronger, the future has gradually changed? Lu Sheng clicked on each document to view. In the documents, even the trajectory of his life before 18 years old was exactly the same. Even the improved results before the college entrance exam were recorded. But no matter how rich the history was, that shock was not just a small ripple in the human database. I'm not considered a genius at all. Lu Sheng sighed with a bit of regret. After all, in over 10,000 years of history, geniuses are truly countless. Those who make it into the history books are just a few. However, the database has one flaw. Lu Sheng started to analyze from his perspective. In the high-level examination, he only gave me a blood energy index of 2.01 and a strength index of 257. If I escape from this dream realm, based on physical training methods, breathing, and maintaining current values, it's normal to take over 200 days to achieve this result. But if I can harvest and cultivate more in this dream realm, then my achievements should surpass this result. Right. Lu Sheng was puzzled. Lu Sheng, how could I only rank 23rd in the province? I should have been on the national list. Everyone should have known about my existence. Lu Sheng's eyes were determined. My future can't be just like this. If I become even stronger, I can change the future. Then the future human civilization will escape extinction. I must change history, try to turn the world situation around. A flame ignited in Lu Sheng's heart, growing large and reaching high. The next morning, in an apartment, Lu Sheng's mother brought food to the table. Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe were already seated. Seeing Lu Sheng in home clothes, his mother asked, "Xiao Lu, why aren't you changing into your uniform? Don't you have class today?" Lu Sheng picked up a hot steamed bun and replied, "Well, the teacher said I can study at home from now on. No need to go to school anymore." His mother mumbled, "Is that so?" Lu Qinghe also frowned, thinking, can schools allow students to choose to study at home? Why haven't I heard of this before? A moment later, Lu Sheng pushed his chair back. "I'm full." Lu Sheng turned to his mother, smiling. "I'll go upstairs to practice, Mom. Could you clean up for me?" His mother smiled. "Go ahead. Remember to take care of your health." Lu Qinghe pursed her lips, frowning. This kid seems to have changed a lot recently, no longer having that naive look from before. Moreover, he's become somewhat calm and mysterious. Closing the door to his room, Lu Sheng turned to warm up when his phone rang. Lu Sheng answered, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Zhenguo spoke. "Lu Sheng, you've received the school scholarship. Come to the principal's office later." Lu Sheng replied, "All right, thank you for your hard work, teacher." Zhang Zhenguo asked, "By the way, why didn't you come to school today? Weren't we supposed to discuss your class schedule?" "I wanted to." Lu Sheng interrupted Zhenguo. "Teacher Zhang, I don't have much time left, so I can't waste it. I can't explain right now. I'll call you back if anything comes up." Zhang Zhenguo wanted to say something more, but Lu Sheng had already hung up. Lu Sheng sat down and began to practice. "There's no time to think about that anymore. I want to show my talent, to surprise everyone. The only way is to reveal as much potential as possible to receive more resources. I must reach the top as quickly as possible, then find a way to change the future." In that old room, Lu Sheng spoke. "Ai, please investigate my permissions. Investigate everything related to methods of martial arts cultivation, both insights and records." Ai agreed. "All right, investigating. Completed. A total of 465,751 results." Lu Sheng frowned at the appearing data. "That's too many. It's a waste. Can you select the most suitable techniques for level 1 martial arts cultivation without any content that doesn't fit that criteria?" Ai closed her eyes. "Certainly. Filtering information now. Limiting to level 1 martial arts, filtered information yields 34,521 results. Proceeding to sort, selecting the highest rated results. Filtering successful, a total of 3 results." Lu Sheng frowned at the 3 documents before him. "This is the most powerful technique from 10,000 years ago, the body refining technique. The introduction was written by Wang He, a level 11 martial artist, including the Ignition Plan, Natural Breathing Method. The introduction by Yang Yizhou, a level 11 martial artist, includes the Ignition Plan, Crystal Observation Method. The introduction by Duan Yifeng, a level 11 martial artist, includes the Ignition Plan. Lu Sheng was puzzled. Level 11, level 11, level 11. Isn't it true that currently the strongest martial artists can only reach level 9? Before me are 3 techniques passed down from level 11 martial artists. It's just unbelievable. Although it's just the introduction, their value is immeasurable. It's truly indescribable. All these techniques include the Ignition Plan. It seems that the top martial artists had already predicted this fate would occur in the future. Although they couldn't do anything about it, they could only pass down the essence of what they learned throughout their lives, hoping that someday someone would continue to inherit this ignition technique. Unfortunately, they wouldn't have thought that the person who picked up the ignition wasn't their successor, but me. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, feeling the body refining technique. The human body is like a miniature universe. Clear away all the troubles in your body and focus your spirit. Refine the blood, strengthen the energy, temper the spirit, penetrate into all cells. Each cell can transform into stars with tremendous power, turning the blood in the body into a vast galaxy. Within, transforming into star fields with infinite power. When cultivated to a certain depth, the warrior's body will reach the most terrifying state. Both defense and strength will increase to an unimaginable level. Lu Sheng threw a punch. His skin and blood seemed to be burning, abundant and majestic like a galaxy. A moment later, Lu Sheng panted. It's terrifying. If the effect of previous training techniques was 1, then the effect of the constant star body refining technique would be 1,000 or even higher. The beginning of the practical exercise is not much different from the gymnastics on the radio, isn't it? Lu Sheng continued to look at the materials. So next is the natural breathing method. Natural breathing method, part 1. Flame breathing. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and exhaled. Around Lu Sheng seemed to be surrounded by fire from his breath. Finally, Lu Sheng sighed. The flame flickered in and out of Lu Sheng's body. This is flame breathing. It feels like countless flames are burning in my body. Even my blood seems to be boiling vigorously. This is truly a type of breathing method. Later, there are other types of breathing with different attributes. So powerful. Lu Sheng looked at the last document. Next is the crystal observation method, purifying the mind and concentrating willpower. This relates to the most mysterious part of mental power in martial arts training. Lu Sheng sat down to meditate. So this is training mental power. Let me try it out. Opening his eyes again, Lu Sheng was in a different space. In front of Lu Sheng was another curled-up version of himself. Lu Sheng was bewildered. Is this the world of the mind? Lu Sheng stood before the giant version of himself, reaching out to touch it. Training mental power for a martial artist is extremely important. A warrior with a strong will and unwavering focus, whether in combat power or cultivation speed, far surpasses a warrior with a weak will and excessive desires. But how exactly should one cultivate? Lu Sheng kicked his head, then looked up and down at his body. It's really incomprehensible. Lu Sheng sighed tiredly. Phew, it seems I'll have to learn gradually from now on. Lu Sheng opened his eyes groggily, mentally and physically exhausted. Ha, I'm so tired, it's completely unlike a dream. Then, Lu Sheng looked at the mud around his body. It stinks. Did I sweat? Lu Sheng happily looked at his muddy traces. Indeed, it's the effect of cultivation, and it will also somewhat affect my current health. This is amazing. Lu Sheng smiled as he stood up, taking off his shirt. Time for a bath. The effect of the constant star body refining technique and natural breathing method seems to have increased to level 2. It can indeed remove impurities from my body. It's all unbelievable. Lu Sheng picked up the tonic bottle on the table. My current cultivation speed is increasing rapidly. Tomorrow, after getting the scholarship from school, I can start refining medicine. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the medicine bottle. A rare folk method from 10,000 years in the future not only can increase my strength rapidly, but even change the landscape of all pharmaceuticals in this world. At Baihe Academy, everyone was out for recess in the academic affairs office. Zheng Zhenguo handed a card to Lu Sheng. You there. Next time if you're absent, you must inform me. Okay. Lu Sheng nodded, bowing his head as he accepted the card. I understand, sir. Thank you for your trouble. Teacher Zheng Zhenguo leaned back in his chair and said, if you're busy, go ahead, but remember to come to school at least once a week. Lu Sheng put the card back in his pocket. Yes, sir. Zhenguo looked at Lu Sheng thoughtfully. This kid, it's only been 2 days since I last saw him, but why do I feel like I can't understand him at all anymore? On the way, holding the card in his hand, Lu Sheng thought, I finally have some money now. I need to quickly solve the problem of blood deficiency. I have the formula from the future world. Making the tonic myself will be most effective. The formula I got last time was from the library's starter resources. In this era, at this stage, what's most suitable for me is the Spirit Energy Blood Tonic and Yang Marrow Pill. No matter how simple the medicine is, professional equipment is still needed. Even a slight difference in temperature and dosage can create a big difference in effectiveness. I need a professional medicine-making room, but buying my own set doesn't suit my current situation. The money I have is basically not enough. After pondering for a while, Lu Sheng found himself standing in front of a shop. Let's see, is it possible to rent some equipment from a pharmacy? The shop owner was an old man with a bushy beard who shouted loudly, What? Rent a medicine-making room? Are you joking? The medicine-making room is the most important place in a pharmacy. Do you want to discover our exclusive secret formulas or what? I'd be a fool to let you in there. No way. Saying that, the pharmacy owner slammed the door shut. Get out of here. Lu Sheng sighed. This is already the 7th shop. It's indeed not very practical. Opening his bag, looking at the ingredients inside, Lu Sheng felt discouraged. He thought, I've already bought all the ingredients to make the Spirit Energy Blood Tonic, even bought extra portions. Then he glanced at the bank card in his hand. The card Teacher Zhang gave me doesn't have 30,000, but 80,000. I guess he's helping me out again. Putting the card away, Lu Sheng left. If this doesn't work, I'll have to buy some basic equipment online to try it out. As Lu Sheng crossed the street, he suddenly noticed, oh, there's another pharmacy here. Opening a pharmacy in such a remote and desolate corner, maybe I should go in. Lu Sheng greeted, hello. Music from the shopkeeper's phone played. Please return the Dragon King when the 3-year period arrives. The shopkeeper saw a customer coming. Lu Sheng politely asked, hello, my name is. The shopkeeper ignored him, saying perfunctorily, if you don't want to buy anything, just look around, take what you want and bring it to me to pay. Lu Sheng replied, I'm not here to buy. The shopkeeper, still focused on his phone, waved his hand. Don't try to steal anything. The whole pharmacy is under surveillance with very clear footage. Lu Sheng's face darkened. No matter how bad the attitude of the previous stores was, they at least asked me what I needed for formality's sake. But this shop is completely different. They have no intention of doing business. The shopkeeper grinned happily, watching videos of pretty girls dancing seductively. Lu Sheng reached for the phone, smashing it hard, causing the phone to shatter completely. The shopkeeper became angry at this. Your mother's son, you're asking for death. Lu Sheng tensed up, his eyes showing a dangerous look. The shopkeeper trembled in fear, stammering, death. Beads of sweat slowly formed. The shopkeeper withdrew his hand. What do you want? Lu Sheng approached. I want to ask you something. Do you have a drug compounding room here? The shopkeeper frowned anxiously. What if I do and what if I don't? Aren't you here to buy medicine? Lu Sheng smiled and said, if you do, I'd like to discuss a business proposition with you. Hearing this, after a moment, the shopkeeper led Lu Sheng to the door of the drug compounding room. As Lu Sheng was about to open the door, the shopkeeper stopped him. The shopkeeper held up 3 fingers. We've made it clear, 500 per hour. If it's not a full hour, I'll still charge you the same. Maximum of 3 hours. Also, Lu Sheng smiled, holding up his bank card. I know. Pay in advance, right? The shopkeeper, holding the card, immediately changed his attitude, cheerfully. My dear Lu Sheng, oh how strange. Feel free to use it as you like. Haha. Entering the room, Lu Sheng put on protective gear. All right, let's begin then. First attempt at drug compounding. Lu Sheng held a bright green animal in his hand. First, start with processing the ingredients. Lu Sheng dropped the green-scaled lizard into a solution, carefully examining it, and thought, mutated green-scaled lizard, separate the scales, increase the activity of the ingredient. Then he added a neutralizing agent, mixed the drug at a 35% concentration, maintaining a stable temperature. Next, Lu Sheng began breaking down the ingredients. Next is liquefying the moonstone, using laser radiation, adjusting the light radiation to make it visible. Specifically inside, decompose the materials into a liquid state, gather them together, and then cool them down. Finally, cut 30 grams of castor root. This root is particularly hard. The dosage must be strictly controlled. After processing the ingredients, we'll adjust according to the order of medicinal properties. Right after that, mix according to the ratio and reaction order. Finally, obtained the Spirit Mechanism Blood Strengthening Pill. Holding the Spirit Mechanism Blood Strengthening Pill in hand, Lu Sheng rejoiced. Success. Unexpectedly succeeded on the first try. This is the tonic from 10,000 years in the future. Lu Sheng took off his mask, about to take a sip, but then he pondered. But whether it's truly successful or not can only be known after drinking it. Lu Sheng drank the spirit mechanism blood-strengthening pill. Gulp, gulp. After drinking, he wiped his mouth. No sensation, no taste either. Could it be a failure? While pondering, thinking he'd quickly return through the back door, then our madam said so. Switching to outside, at the shop, someone stepped out of a car, gracefully walking in. A girl wearing a white blouse was approaching the lab bench, carrying a box full of test tubes of herbs, sweating profusely. She opened the cap of a test tube, directly tasting it, suddenly shouting, "Not yet, not yet, still not right." The drug's reaction effect has decreased again, and it completely fails to bring out its full medicinal properties. No good. This kind of thing can't even be considered a tonic. On TV, a program is airing. This dark-skinned, muscular man is flashing a confident smile and saying, "Stand up together, martial artists." How can you casually say that you're not capable enough? Let the past fly with the wind. Don't keep yesterday's remnants in your mind. We must cherish the present to reap rewards tomorrow. Dragon Tiger virility pills, you deserve to have them. Seeing this, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up, her face filled with intense frustration. With the rapid development of martial arts, the pharmaceutical industry is gradually changing day by day. Every day, better medicines are being researched and produced, while old medicines are gradually being phased out. That's also the reason why our family has become so weak now. On the lab bench, a broken family photo frame. The image of the mother is missing, leaving a large gap with only the father holding the little girl. She is Hasusu, the child in the photo. Just because of overly conservative and outdated views, too adherent to old patterns and not thinking about innovation. Now, on the shelves of Hangtian Hall are all old medicines, from hundreds of years ago, no longer competitive in the market. As she thought, she bit her hand to draw blood. If I can't find a new formula, the family business that father entrusted to me is doomed. Angry, she bit her nails harder. Forget it. If I don't have the ability to create, then I'll have to collaborate with the old medicine masters. Thinking this, she turned abruptly towards the door. Old Zhang, in the neighboring city, has just created a new medicine. This time, I go there. I must definitely obtain Ha families. Whether we can turn the situation around depends on this attempt. Then, returning early in the morning, a young man wearing an apron ran over. "Sister Ha, weren't you supposed to go to the neighboring city today? Why are you back so early?" He was Mafi. Hasusu walked in silently, and Track, seeing this, felt anxious, but quickly he was on cloud 9 again, thinking to himself, "Wow, Sister Ha is still as beautiful as ever, with a radiant aura and delicate features. She will always be my goddess." A family that's gradually declining, only I persist in staying by her side to protect the goddess. Thinking about Hasusu having to rely and depend on him, Mafi was already drooling with excitement. Those who love each other will eventually end up together, having both career and love reaching the pinnacle of life. Heh, that's exactly it. Isn't that how it's written in novels? A thunderous call woke him from his daydream. Mafi. I'm here. Sister Ha, what is it? What's this? Didn't you secretly let someone into my medicine preparation room? Did you? Look, the clothes are all dirty now. Hasusu showed him the stained white lab coat for him to see, but Mafi seemed not to hear a word. Even when angry, she's so beautiful. Hasusu grew even more visibly angry. Mafi finally realized this and started explaining nervously. No, Sister Ha, how could I do such a thing? Hearing this, Hasusu could only cover her face. This kid, forget it. You don't need to come here tomorrow. Mafi was startled upon hearing this. Sister Ha, please listen to my explanation. Idiot, it's so frustrating. Susu irritably threw the white lab coat into the trash. All the equipment needs to be washed and wiped again, then sterilized. You also have to, this guy, even use the activator and laser controller as well. She looked at the mess on the table, having to bend over to clean up. Her eyes fell on a container. This is the mutated ginseng, used to increase the activity of mutated ginseng, but it eliminates the most valuable parts. I've never heard of this method before. It seems this is another far-fetched idea. Someone wanting to formulate a prescription, stopping the drug production, requires a vast amount of pharmacological knowledge about medicine. Moreover, it needs a large sum of money and countless other combinations. A person who doesn't even have their own pharmacy, does he think he can get rich overnight? She thought, while wiping the glass, her mouth forming a seemingly sarcastic smile. But then I'm also putting hope in such far-fetched things like this. Isn't it similar to what I'm doing? Alright, sneaking into someone's pharmacy to use equipment and then dropping things too. That's just perfect. In one day, creating so many surprises for myself. She folded her arms, looking at the test tube still rolling on the floor. Hasusu bent down to pick up the broken test tube, with a bit of pink liquid left excitedly. This scent. Hasusu held the test tube close to her eyes. Moon congealing stone, spring longevity root. What kind of combination is this? this. There's even such a reaction. This prescription is unheard of. Could it be? She touched the pink liquid with a finger, brought it to her mouth to taste. As soon as it touched her tongue, she was surprised. This. Outside, Mafi had put on his coat and was leaving with his backpack. That rotten kid almost got me killed. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have accepted that small amount of money. He looked back longingly at his goddess. I can't believe our fate has to end here. Oh heavens, please let me see my goddess again, even if it's just a glance. Well, his wish to see her from afar was granted. Mafi saw Hasusu waving at him. Mafi, don't go, stop right there. Hasusu waved her hand, signaling Mafi to stop. Mafi was as happy as seeing his mother-sister. No, Susu, I knew it. I knew you cared about me. Mafi jumped up and down with joy. He threw away all his belongings and rushed towards Hasusu. I'm not going anywhere. Staying by your side forever is my home. My Susu was still rejoicing when Hasusu grabbed him by the collar. Hey, just now, who exactly came to my drug preparation room? I want to meet him immediately. Mafi's face turned pale. Ah, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. I want to meet him. Mafi was grabbed by the collar by Hasusu, shaking him back and forth as if trying to rattle his brain. If you can find him, you can continue working and get a double salary raise. Understand? Ah, Mafi held up his phone. I have a way to contact him. Give it to me quickly. Hasusu snatched the phone, throwing Mafi to the ground like trash. Ow. The potion from earlier has 10 times the blood and chi nourishing effect compared to medicines currently priced under 100,000 yuan on the market. Moreover, it has skin whitening effects and enhances various muscle functions. The main ingredients are all common medicinal herbs, with a cost not exceeding RMB 5,000. This is truly a world-class new medicine, finally found. This is the opportunity for the Ha family. Hasusu put the phone to her ear. Lu Sheng was cultivating at that moment. He suddenly awakened. The body refining technique truly lives up to its name as a level 11 technique from 10,000 years in the future. The development far beyond human potential is truly unbelievable. At this rate, will there be a star developing inside my body? The natural breathing method is already miraculous enough, an extremely powerful ability. Without the combination of this breathing method, the effect of physical training would not be this good. Blood and chi have strengthened significantly. The effect of the muscle-enhancing liquid is also very good. I just made 12 bottles earlier. With my current physical condition, I need to use 2 bottles per day. After 6 days, I'll need to adjust the medicine. The phone on the table rang. He called out, I'm not answering. You're calling. I'm not answering. Lu Sheng picked up the phone, looked at it, and answered, Hello, Master. Greetings. Sorry for disturbing you. I am Hasusu, the person in charge of Xingshantang. I've seen the medicine you left behind. It will be a product that defines an era. We can cooperate. Xingshantang will do its best to promote this product. Lu Sheng replied from the other end, possible. Let's meet in a week. Hasusu was surprised. A week? If possible. How about now? Hello, master. A week later. No. Mafi, Hasusu grabbed his collar again. From now on, you are in charge of helping me find that master as soon as possible. For 6 days, I'll reward you with 1 silver tael each day. Understood. Mafi heard this and got excited. Really, boss, you must keep your word. Oh, but aren't you misunderstanding something? The person who asked me to borrow the preparation room was only in his teens, looked like a student. Is he really the master alchemist you're talking about? Hasusu was stunned. What? A student? Who on earth is he? In the dream, a zombie had just received an uppercut from Lu Sheng, sending its head flying, instantly killing it on the spot. Behind, another zombie had caught the head of the previous zombie, which was continuously emitting mysterious purple smoke. Lu Sheng took a stance, eyeing the large zombie with a sharp gaze. Phew, come on, you're today's target. The zombie revealed its true form as a monster with a muscular body. One of its arms was missing, and it wore a tattered cloak. Behind, it gently crushed the head of the unfortunate zombie from earlier, then calmly tossed it away. Lu Sheng didn't want to give it more time, so he rushed forward to see. A level 1 martial artist like me, can I defeat a level 4 martial artist like you? But before Lu Sheng could get close, he was met with the zombie's punch. Fortunately, he quickly noticed and took a defensive stance, blocking the punch, which sent Lu Sheng flying back. Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat, looking at it. Too strong. Its strength is even twice mine. Can't fight like this. The zombie didn't give him a chance to counterattack, immediately charging forward, launching a powerful attack at him. But Lu Sheng was a step faster, moving behind it and delivering a blow, knocking it to the ground. It braced one hand, about to stand up when it saw Lu Sheng behind, dropping his foot in a finishing move. Before its corpse, Lu Sheng breathed tiredly, but didn't forget to stay and collect its memories. These zombies must be captured to protect the city. They aren't monsters to be farmed for experience points, but the death of all humanity, immortal souls. Lu Sheng stood straight, hand on his chest, slightly bowing as if showing respect. After absorbing, he sighed. So before death, it was a level 5 expert. No wonder its punches were so powerful. If it hadn't lost its arm and intelligence, only able to fight on instinct left in its body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Lu Sheng said this and closed his eyes, recalling what he had practiced, then muttered, I've practiced the constant star body refining technique, natural breathing method, and crystal observation method for a week now. Used spirit-enhancing blood-boosting medicine to accelerate the development of chi and blood, plus the comprehension of combat techniques through memory recall. If I can use the hidden method in the constant star body refining technique, combined with breath control, I can burst out power twice, 10 times my normal state, or even 100 times stronger. Just then, a group of zombies appeared out of nowhere, advancing to kill him. So he used them to test his technique, and conveniently named it, I'll call it Constant Star Force Release. The next day, he went to the place to check his chi and blood. Hello, receptionist. Hearing the greeting, she noticed a familiar young man. It turned out to be Lu Sheng. He cheerfully asked, renting lab equipment. I'd like to rent some lab equipment. Also, are there any vacant rooms here? The receptionist, seeing him come again, teased. Little brother, why are you here again? Isn't it almost exam time now? Your chi and blood levels won't increase in such a short time, you know. Lu Sheng didn't get angry, but instead scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, that's right. I'm just wondering if it might have increased a bit more. Thinking to himself, it's true, I've been here 12 times this month. Normal people come at least every few months, sometimes only once in half a year. Even the schools most concerned about students' scores only plan for monthly exams. The receptionist, seeing him so embarrassed, stopped teasing. Room 206 is vacant. You can go in yourself. Good luck. Lu Sheng cheerfully replied, yes, thank you. In the examination room, Lu Sheng stood before the chi and blood meter, sighing to himself, if it weren't for my strength increasing so rapidly, who would want to come here frequently to check if they haven't improved at all? First, let's check the chi and blood index. He placed his hand on the sphere. After a moment of testing, the machine showed a result of 15.6. The number increased so fast it surprised him. 1.6. It increased that much. Unexpectedly, it even surpassed the standard for a level 2 martial artist. He happily thought to himself, come to think of it, it makes sense. Possessing the ultimate martial arts from 10,000 years in the future, plus having the most advanced, nourishing medicine. If the growth rate wasn't this ridiculous, that would be strange. Thinking this, he rolled up his sleeves to check something else. All right, let's check the combat power again. Saying this, he moved towards the testing model and punched it once. After the smoke from his punch dissipated, the number displayed surprised him, 313. Is it really that high? More than double the standard value. He thought to himself, or maybe it's because of that punch. He considered a possibility, but immediately dismissed it. That's impossible. If that's the case, then my maximum combat power would be even more unpredictable. Let's try again. A while later, the receptionist saw him leaving and smiled, asking, little brother, finished with the checkup? You look quite satisfied. Lu Sheng nodded and smiled. Yeah, very satisfied. The receptionist smiled brightly and encouraged him. Well then, good luck with your exam. Do your best. Lu Sheng politely nodded. Thank you. Then he left. The receptionist watched him go and remarked, this kid is pretty cool. He looks handsome when he smiles too. Who are you talking about? Suddenly a voice came from afar. The receptionist looked and recognized senior sister Nye and the junior disciple too. The girl with pink-orange hair, wearing a short top, was Nye Shuang, the daughter of the Hongshuan Martial Arts Hall's master. Behind her was her junior disciple. Nye Shuang approached the reception desk, teasing, I just took my junior disciple for a medicinal bath and saw you standing there checking out boys. Was that person here for a checkup? The receptionist heard this and waved her hand sheepishly. Oh my, I wouldn't dare to be boy crazy. He was just an ordinary high school student, but he was indeed very cool. The junior disciple behind her heard this and scoffed. What's the use of being handsome? It's not like you can eat it. It's not edible anyway. Only martial arts skills matter in this society. Judging by how he dresses, he seems to come from an ordinary family, so no matter how many times he gets checked, it's useless. Nye Shuang heard this and frowned, thinking, even if poor but skilled in martial arts, factors like martial arts resources play a major role in cultivation. Boys from a young age drink various supplements, so before they even start training, their blood energy value far exceeds that of ordinary people. Now they have to practice various martial arts. The gap with peers of the same age is growing. It's inevitable to feel superior. She turned and knocked her junior disciple on the head, scolding, "You, stop comparing yourself to kids from ordinary families." The junior disciple got hit on the head and yelped. Having good resources means you should work even harder in training. Don't spend all day thinking you're great just because of a little achievement. The junior disciple, in pain, obediently apologized. "Boo-hoo, I know I was wrong." Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Neng Shuang in a cheerful voice, "Hey, senior sister Ne Shuang, agree to this. I want to see the test results of that guy from earlier." Ne Shuang was confused. "Huh, why?" Seeing his senior sister didn't understand, he explained. "Judging by his appearance, he seems a few years older than me, probably a high school student. I want to see if all my hard training has actually paid off." Seeing Ne Shuang's confusion, he waved his hand, pleading, "Otherwise, I'll feel a bit uneasy. Please, please." Ne Shuang couldn't resist. "Fine, I give up with you. But remember, he's just an ordinary person. Don't get too cocky." He grinned when he got her approval. "Of course. Haha." The receptionist, overhearing, quickly brought out the results. "He's the only one who came for a checkup today. You can see his results here." Ne Shuang took it, briefly looking at Lu Sheng's information. This Lu Sheng is indeed a high school student. Suddenly, Ne Shuang became flustered, as if she couldn't believe it. All three of them were shocked to amazement. The junior who was arrogant earlier now slumped down in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering. This machine must be broken, right?" The receptionist gently refuted his statement. "No, it's not. This machine just had its routine check yesterday." Ne Shuang exclaimed. "So this result is real. Xiaoling, do you have his address or phone number?" The receptionist was surprised, but still answered, "He's not a member here, so we don't have his information on file. He often comes to our Hongchuan martial arts gym, so he must live nearby." Nge Shuang quickly gave the next order. "Contact the staff immediately. Tell them to gather information about students in the area. We must find him. Hurry up." "Yes, ma'am." The receptionist immediately and seriously started calling the staff, while Nge Shuang stood there, holding Lu Sheng's mysterious performance sheet, muttering, "Lu Sheng, I must find him." She had a serious look in her eyes, as if she had found the treasure she needed for the martial arts gym. Elsewhere, the taxi driver seemed to like him a lot, even promising to introduce his daughter to him. Lu Sheng could only force a smile in response. "Ha, sure, sure." As the taxi drove away, he could only sigh. That uncle was too enthusiastic. If I had known earlier, I would have said I was going to the Martial Arts Association to take the Level 2 Martial Artist Assessment. If I had said that, he would have definitely thought I was crazy, and then he wouldn't have chatted with me the whole way. Just as he was about to open the door to enter, a guy in a red shirt ran out, crying, "It's impossible. It's impossible. At home, my combat power clearly exceeded 150. How can it be like this?" Everyone looked at him with sympathy. The machines at the State Martial Arts Association, they're even more accurate than those sold outside. Hearing this, Lu Sheng was secretly pleased. More accurate. That's great. Finally, I can know more about my strength. Going inside, he went straight to the reception desk and asked, "Hello, could you tell me how to participate in the martial artist assessment and where to go?" The busy receptionist didn't ignore him, handed him a form and instructed, "First, you need to fill out this form. Then, go to room 5203 for the assessment." After filling it out, he went to the designated room and was startled to see it packed with people inside. Wow, such a long queue. He sighed, discouraged. Clearly, there's no time to waste. What should I do? Suddenly, two people nearby whispered, catching his attention. "Look, do you see that? That girl is so beautiful. Is she here for the assessment too?" The other person replied, "I see her. For such a beautiful girl to dare come here, her abilities must be extraordinary, beautiful and talented. God must have opened his doors wide to welcome her." And Lu Sheng curiously looked in their direction, towards a petite girl standing in line far ahead of him. He thought to himself, most people in line are around 25 years old. I must be the youngest one here. She looks even younger than me. Suddenly, outside, a tall guy walked in, moving towards the front. "Excuse me, please make way." He went to the very front, where a couple was hoping for a bright future. "Great, Yuir. Today is the day I can embark on the path of martial arts. From now on, I can start a new phase of my life." The girl also cheerfully encouraged him. Go for it, darling. You'll definitely succeed. Excuse me, the big guy used one finger to push the boyfriend aside to book the couple's confusion. Pardon me, move aside. The boyfriend looked at the guy in shock, mouth agape and eyes wide. This physique is incredibly strong. He seems even stronger than both of us combined. Way too strong. The boyfriend was about to yield and let the guy go first, but his girlfriend wasn't going to let it slide. Hey, who are you? First come, first served. I don't understand why you can't just queue up. Have some manners. The guy submitted his form as if he didn't even hear the girl. The girl continued to berate him. Don't think just because you're big, you can break the rules. Suddenly, someone dared to speak. He can, because I just discovered his registration form. Zhao Changfeng will be the first to be examined. He's a level 3 martial artist examiner. The girl's boyfriend looked like he wanted to die on the spot, while she was shocked. Level 3. The beautiful girl in purple couldn't help but be surprised too. Everyone started discussing. Oh my god, that's rare. In this entire Bahi city, there are barely over 10 level 3 martial artists. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the highest power in this martial arts world is strength. The strong ones enjoy special privileges. Zhao Changfeng began his assessment. The first item was to check his blood energy index. The examiner started the evaluation for Zhao Changfeng. The girl from earlier bickered with her boyfriend. He's just a level 3 martial artist. Not everyone who participates is a level 3 martial artist. What are you pulling? Her boyfriend tried to stop her, but the result appeared, causing him psychological trauma, as if he was about to die. 107. It even exceeded the standard requirement. Everyone discussed again. This is the first time I've witnessed a blood energy index surpassing 100 like this. It's surprising. The examiner, not too pressured, moved on to the next item. Item 2 was to test combat power. Zhao Changfeng threw a punch. A strong gust of wind knocked everyone down. Only the girl in purple and Lu Sheng managed to stay standing. The old man was also shocked when he saw the number, trembling as he said, "Assessment complete. The combat power index is 1831. The examiner happily praised Zhao Changfeng. Well done. Congratulations. From now on, you are officially a level 3 martial artist of Baihis City. In the future, you'll receive a monthly martial arts allowance of 30,000. Zhao Changfeng looked at the dissipating wind. Everyone was slowly getting up. Only Lu Sheng and the girl in purple remained standing. The girl in purple praised incessantly. Blood energy over 100. Combat power breaking 10,000. This is truly a level 3 martial artist. That punch generated a force that even level 1 martial artists struggled to withstand. Truly a destructive machine. Lu Sheng pondered and said, so this is the standard of a level 3 martial artist. The girl in purple was a bit surprised by Lu Sheng's words, thinking to herself, this is the standard of a level 3 martial artist. What does he mean? He just managed to stay standing after that guy's punch. That's all. What's this kid pretending to be? Lu Sheng stepped forward and asked the examiner, "Next, can I take the assessment? There's no one in line anyway." The examiner looked at him, calm but slightly amused. Oh, after witnessing that punch and still remaining calm. Not bad character. All right, next up. Lu Sheng, begin the assessment. He even tried to comfort him. Don't be nervous, but the index surprised him. 10, 15, 7. Everyone was shocked. The girl in purple was also surprised, her jaw dropping. What the hell is this? He couldn't have taken some kind of drug, could he? Zhao Changfeng also marveled. A level 2 martial artist. A level 2 martial artist at 28 years old. So young, yet possessing such blood energy levels. Moving on to the next item, the examiner still tried to comfort him. Just relax. Don't let Zhao Changfeng's punch affect your combat power index. You can take the test as many times as you want and choose the result you're most satisfied with. Lu Sheng smiled at the examiner's confusion. Hey, thank you, but I don't need that. One time is enough. Lu Sheng directly unleashed his strongest attack. A dazzling light filled the room, shocking Zhao Changfeng, the girl in purple, and everyone else. The mirror shattered. Cao Yong stood there watching Lu Sheng break the measuring device. Yang Yuan and others were astonished at this scene. The system board displayed combat power 9,140. Lu Sheng withdrew his hand, exhaling deeply. His martial arts. After going through that difficult phase, coupled with the Star Force and the natural breathing method, Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Combat power has increased tenfold. This is the allure of martial arts techniques. The staff member, holding Lu Sheng's resume, stammered. Well, Lu Sheng, congratulations. You've passed the level 1 martial artist assessment. No, that's not right. Your abilities can easily surpass a level 2 martial artist, even level 3. The staff member now very seriously said what he saw. I'm sorry, I can't accurately assess your current strength. But don't worry, I'll report this to the higher-ups in the association. The Martial Arts Association can't afford to overlook any talent. No, not talent. Genius. Especially geniuses like you. Expressing his certainty, the staff member turned and ran to report, shouting as he ran, I'm going to report this to them. I'm betting my entire career on you. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry. Lu Sheng stood behind, bewildered. Okay. Watching the man's frantically retreating figure, Lu Sheng realized, oh, does this mean I can go home now? A large figure appeared, a booming voice accompanied by the man's huge shadow falling over Lu Sheng's frame. You were looking for me. He extended his muscular arm, offering it to Lu Sheng. He introduced himself, Zhao Changfeng. Lu Sheng pensively looked at him, then reached out to shake hands. Lu Sheng, that handshake seemed to emit qi. Zhao Changfeng clearly noticed this, his face briefly showing excitement. Soon after, numerous people with virtual phones appeared approaching Lu Sheng. Hello, Lu Sheng. I'm Wang Dameng. Please shake hands with me. A young man struggled to push through, raising his hand. At this moment, a phone was raised, clearly recording a video. The person pushed the camera close to Lu Sheng's face, his voice mixed with excitement. Mr. Lu, I'm Hu Jiangming. Can I trouble you for a few minutes, please? Mr. Lu, look over here. Come on. Lu Sheng at this point pushed through, running away with his head down. Damn. Behind him, dozens of people chased after. Mr. Lu, please stop. Damn it. You guys go fight over that Zhao Changfeng instead. The brain of a level 3 martial artist is much faster than mine. Mr. Lu, a pair of slender legs stood waiting outside the headquarters. Why hasn't Sister Yang come out yet? I wonder if things are going smoothly or not. The short-haired girl with a distinctive appearance smiled and said, Hey, don't worry about it. A genius like her can easily be recognized as a level 1 martial artist. Isn't that normal? Lu Qinghe was graceful and demure, her floral dress exuding a student-like aura. That's true. She looked towards the headquarters and was surprised. Oh, then she shouted, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had just stepped out of the headquarters when someone called his name, which also surprised him. He walked over. Lu Qinghe, why are you here? Lu Qinghe, annoyed, put her hands on her hips. That's what I should be asking you. You refuse to go to school and spend all day just sleeping in your room. Now why are you running to the Martial Arts Association? A question mark appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. Not going to school is one thing, but how does she know that I sleep in my room all day? Lu Sheng immediately felt guilty, clearing his throat. Ahem. I came here to handle some business, but you girls, why are you here? The short-haired girl from earlier looked at Lu Sheng with a shy expression. She took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, Lu Sheng. Haha, we're Qinghe's classmates. I'm Feng Fanfan. My friends usually call me Fanfan, and this is Qi Ruo. Today we came here with our martial arts club's senior Yang Yuan to participate in the assessment, she said while pointing to the pink-haired girl next to her. After introducing, Feng Fanfan gave a sweet smile. Brother Lu is so handsome, not at all like what Qinghe told us. Lu Sheng smiled. Hey, thank you. Lu Qinghe beside him felt uneasy and yelled, Hey, you two. Lu Sheng looked at Lu Qinghe with affectionate eyes as she scolded her two friends. You're something else. I wonder who at school cleans up that mess for you guys. Feng Fanfan teased. Of course it's you, our old mother. Lu Sheng gently patted Lu Qinghe's head. Well, I'll be going now. Goodbye. Feng Fanfan smiled. Goodbye, Brother Lu. A moment later, after Lu Sheng had gone far, Feng Fanfan spoke up. Your sibling relationship seems pretty good, doesn't it? Lu Qinghe angrily jumped up. It's not good at all. You two are traitors. Are you both blind? Siruo then spoke. Sister Yang Yuan is coming out. The three of them excitedly ran over to ask. Senior Yang. Senior, how was it? Did you pass? Yang Yuan sighed. Oh, don't even mention it. There was an incident that caused the entire assessment to be halted. We'll probably have to wait until the afternoon. Feng Fanfan was confused. An incident. What kind of incident could stop the whole assessment? Yang Yuan remembered Lu Sheng's appearance. There was a strange person. No, more like a monster. He's a student, clearly around my age, but he has a blood G index of 1.7. Combat power exceeding level 3 martial artists, over 15,000. Saying this made Yang Yuan feel a bit insecure. I used to think my level wasn't bad, but after encountering that guy, I realized my level is just a joke. Qinghe broke out in a cold sweat. Senior Yang. Feng Fanfan standing nearby added, That's right, Senior. What's that person's name? Do you know? Yang Yuan hesitated. Oh, his name is Lu Sheng. Qinghe was surprised. Brother. At that moment, Lu Sheng was eating a hot steamed bun when he suddenly noticed the commotion over there. 3 old men were discussing excitedly. Oh, what's this? Is there a fight? That Hongchuan martial arts hall seems to be looking for someone. Don't know who angered them. Such bad luck. I heard the people there are very fierce. If they can't find what they're looking for, they'll break someone's legs. Over there, 3 guards are searching for someone. They're coming this way to ask right now. Lu Sheng looked at his phone, wiped his mouth, and pondered. Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall seems to be the place I went for inspection last time. Are the people there really that fierce? Forget it, it's not my business anyway. At the same time, Lu Sheng's phone displayed a call from Ma Feixing. Shan Tang, the pharmacy staff. Seeing this, Lu Sheng thought, Hang Shantang is calling again. Just ignore them for now. Lu Sheng put the phone in his pocket, ignoring the conversation between the 2 people behind him. Hey, I told you she's on the left. Ha ha ha, really? Ah, Lu Sheng thought as he walked. Anyway, the future methods can all easily be exchanged for many resources, but they're not yet qualified to obtain them. Still need to inspect carefully before making a decision. In the apartment building, Lu Sheng focused intently on pressing the round box on the table when suddenly a girl appeared. Brain interface activated. Ai, please find my profile. Ai replied, okay, searching. Then after a moment, basic information about a person appeared. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Martial arts age, year 297 month 6. Martial arts year 383 month 7. Martial arts strength, level 6 martial artist, authority level 2. Life story. Became a level 2 martial artist at 18, shocking the entire Baihe city. Afterwards, under the recommendation of the Martial Arts Association of Baihe City, he participated in the talent training program of Dongning Province, ranking in the top 20. That same year, he ranked first in the city, 32nd in the province, and 145th in the country. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University and served in the military. 5 years later, he left the army as a lieutenant and established the Martial Arts Museum in Baihe City. At 45, he was promoted to level 6 martial artist. At 50, he advanced to level 7 grandmaster. Martial arts, year 383, month 7, he sacrificed himself during an attack by strange monsters in Baihe City at the age of 87. Marital status, married, with 2 daughters, 1 son. Highest rank, lieutenant. No notable contributions. Historical rating, 2 stars. Lu Sheng was surprised. This is becoming a level 2 martial artist at 18, shocking the entire Baihe City. Then, the recommendation from the Martial Arts Association of Baihe City. 3 years later, graduating from Martial Arts University. 5 years later, leaving the army as a lieutenant and establishing the Martial Arts Museum in Baihe City. At 45, being promoted to level 6 martial artist. At 50, advancing to level 7 grandmaster. Martial arts year 383 in July, he sacrificed himself during an attack by strange monsters in Baihe City at the age of 87. Lu Sheng exclaimed, "It's indeed like that. The future can be changed. Even my own future can be altered. A week ago, I was still a level 4 martial artist with a lifespan of 37, but now I've become a level 6 martial artist with a lifespan of over 80. I can even reach the realm of level 7 grandmaster." However, Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. But this is still not enough. These changes for the world, for the future, don't mean much. To change the fate of humanity, we must create leverage for the development of the entire world in the next 10,000 years. We need much more power. This level 6 Grandmaster is nothing. Even level 7 Grandmaster, level 8 Great Grandmaster, or even level 9 Saint Warrior. Like this, in the future, we still won't be able to save the situation. If we want to change this fate, we must change the outcome. We can only climb to the peak of martial arts, break through level 10, or even level 11 to have hope. Although there's little hope left, I've already embarked on this path, and there's no turning back. While practicing calligraphy, a voice from the nearby TV was heard. Stillness generates radiance. Movement soars, energy forms shape. Freely moving spirit. Firmly spirit leads energy. Energy forms shape accordingly. This spirit character is beautiful. Chairman Xiao's mindset is also very profound. Entering the stage of level 7 Grandmaster is within reach. If Chairman Xiao could pay attention to nurturing talents, that would be even better. The man with a muscular build, looking like the legendary sugar daddy, is Xiao Yuhe, the head of Baihe Martial Arts Association, at the peak of level 6. Yuhei gently raised his brush and said, "Hey, leader, please don't joke with me like that. How could I not want our Baihe to produce martial arts geniuses?" Yuhei spoke while gently placing the brush on the tray. As you know, firstly, Baihe hasn't had many martial arts techniques passed down for many years now. Secondly, we lack abundant resources. Those with natural talent will find ways to leave this place. I'm really helpless in this situation. The leader remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Chairman Xiao, it's almost time for the training camp to begin. Yuhei froze upon hearing this. After speaking, the leader ended the call. We haven't sent anyone to participate for many years. A Baihei as large as this, yet unable to achieve anything. Not sending anyone is shameful. This time, no matter what, we must maintain Baihei's reputation. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yuhei became angry, crumpling the paper near his hand. Damn it, how could I not want to develop talents? I want to achieve results, to excel even more. Xiao Yu, he gritted his teeth, his hand almost clenching into a fist, thinking, if I could sit in that high position, possess those resources, who would still be here writing this useless stuff? In the near future, I can't even think about getting promoted. While he was troubled, a secretary rushed in, hurriedly, running while holding up a phone. Chairman, something's happened at the Martial Arts Assessment Department. Yuhei replied tiredly. What's all this fuss about? You don't even know to knock on the door. What is it? The secretary panted. I'm sorry, but this is really urgent. Just now, the assessment department sent us some very important news. A martial artist at level 2 has achieved over 15,000 combat power at just 18 years old. While Xiao He was struggling to find talented individuals, the secretary gave Yuhei such excellent news that Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. After hearing this, Yuhei quickly snatched the iPad from the secretary. Quickly, let me see the video footage. The secretary was still in shock. Ah, yes! While watching the video, both Yuhei and the secretary broke out in a cold sweat due to surprise. Lu Sheng, hair standing up, eyes glowing, powerfully concentrating his strength. Yuhei stammered, is this a perfect combat technique? The secretary asked, what does that mean? Yuhei explained, this is a martial arts term we use. You're not a martial artist. You only need to know one thing. At his age, to be able to practice such a perfect combat technique, there aren't even 10 people in the world who can do it. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed Yuhei's eyes. No, that's not right. Even with such a perfect technique, it's impossible to have a blood energy index of 1.7. Combat power reaching 15,000 in just one punch. After all, even with such a perfect skill, the combat power increase would at most double. At 18 years old, combat power increasing tenfold compared to the blood energy of a normal family. Thinking this, Yuhei became ecstatic. It must be like that. It must be unexplainable. The secretary saw Chairman Xiao so happy but couldn't understand why. The chairwoman's chest suddenly shook violently. It turned out Yuhei was so happy that she lifted the secretary up, making her blush with embarrassment. Ha 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 ha! This kid must be one in a million, a genius martial artist. How could such an outstanding person appear in our Baihei city? Ha 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 ha! Chairwoman Xiao was so excited, she spun the secretary like a top, making her dizzy. Chairwoman, ah, ha ha! What's a gifted martial artist? Aha! Yu cheerfully replied. Among those who practice the path of martial arts cultivation, there's a type of talent favored by heaven. They awaken powerful potential beyond their strength. After awakening, their blood energy will surge, and they possess the most special talents. There's a case where it increases astonishingly and occurs at lightning speed. They are called gifted martial artists. After explaining for a while, Yuhei quickly put on her coat without noticing the shy secretary behind her. Ha ha ha, hurry up. I want to personally visit Lu Sheng's family, a trip to meet his parents, and thank them for giving birth to such a genius. Ha ha, the secretary hurriedly ran behind. Yes, I'll tell the driver to get ready. On a clear morning, in front of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, the junior disciple's voice rang out. Nishang, I've got it, I found it. The senior disciple asked worriedly. How is it? The junior disciple panted. Phew. His name is Lu Sheng. He's a student at Baihei Institute. His father works as a porter at the produce distribution center, and his mother is a cashier at the GLI supermarket. He also has a younger sister who's in high school. His family lives in building number 15 near District 15. Nishang, I've got the answer now, the junior disciple worriedly said. Nishang, why are we looking for this person? He didn't offend you, did he? Let me tell you, sis, he's just a poor kid from an ordinary family. There's no need to. Nishang, hearing the junior disciple talk so much, became even more annoyed and snapped. It's not what you think. Then, Nishang turned away, answering her phone, ignoring the junior disciple who was still wondering. What do you mean it's not what I think? Nishang answered. Person on the phone. Hello. Sir, I know now. I knew it would be quick, but I didn't expect them to act so fast. After the call, Nishang turned to the car and told the junior disciple, now go buy some appropriate gifts suitable for the ages of his parents and sister. Hearing this, the junior disciple said, all right. Running off, it seems like the matchmaking didn't work out, so Yang picked up the phone, thinking finally found him. Lu Sheng was at home then. Lu Sheng was meditating in his room when suddenly Qing Fernli. He knocked on the door. "Brother Lu, come out quickly. There are people looking for you outside." Lu Sheng slowly stood up. "I know. I'm coming right away." Lu Sheng put on a coat, exhaled, and thought deeply. "It's been so long since this kid called me brother. Someone's here to see me, could it be?" At the door, Lu Sheng froze. Lu Sheng's mother broke out in a cold sweat. "Xiao Lu, come here quickly. This is Yu Hei." Sitting next to his mother, Lu softly spoke. "Classmate Lu." "Hello, Xiao Yu." He extended her hand for a handshake. "I am the president of the Bai He Martial Arts Association, Xiao Bai He. I'm here because of the results of your recent assessment." They shook hands and greeted each other. "Hello, President Xiao. I'm Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng thought to himself, president of the Martial Arts Association, at least a level 6 grandmaster. In her heart, Yu He evaluated. Not bad, very calm. This temperament is rare. Lu Sheng looked to the side and saw an unfamiliar girl. "And this is mother." Lu Sheng replied. "Oh, this is Miss Ni Xiang from Hongchuan Martial Arts School." Ni Xiang greeted. "Hello, classmate Lu Sheng. We've met at the martial arts school before. I wonder if you remember." Lu Sheng replied. "Oh, hello, Miss Ni Xiang." Ni Xiang nodded slightly. Suddenly, Lu Sheng said something that made Yu Hei pause. "However, I didn't need to lose too much. The association has given me so much that I should repay them somehow. I wonder if President Xiao has anything you want me to do." Xiao Yu Hei sighed. "You truly broaden my horizons." Yu Hei reached into her pocket, taking out a black envelope. "Then I'll be straightforward. We hope you will join the talent training camp of Dongning Province." Lu Sheng stiffened hearing this. Ni Xiang immediately stood up. "President Xiao, do you mean the talent training camp?" Ni Xiang's face darkened. "That's truly a training camp for the most gifted martial arts talents, but it's also where geniuses are destroyed." One of the most promising senior students at our school also participated in this training camp, but he was an enthusiastic, positive person. After returning from there, he became more haggard and distanced himself from everyone. "Classmate Lu Sheng, you have a long future ahead. There's no need to take such a risk." Hearing this, Yu Heng added, "That's right. It's indeed very dangerous, but it's also where true geniuses are filtered out, the top talents of the city. It could also be a stepping stone for others." Yu Hei held up the card, saying firmly, "But you're different from them. I've seen what you've demonstrated. Your future isn't limited to this." Xiao Yu Hei handed the card to Lu Sheng. "However, student Lu Sheng, I respect your decision. Your answer is..." Lu Sheng smiled slightly. "You're not wrong, President Xiao." Lu Sheng reached out to take the card. "I also believe that this isn't my limit either." Xiao Yu He sighed in relief. He said, "I'll come to pick you up in 2 days. I won't bother you anymore now." Xiao Yu, he stood up, saying she'd see him in 2 days. Then, she opened the door and left, leaving Ni Xiang's gaze following her. "Ah, well, miss, now you can state the purpose of your visit here," Lu Sheng asked. Ni Xiang blushed, clearing her throat. "Ahem, he looks even more handsome than in the photo. This time I came here because I want to invite you, Lu Sheng, to take on the position of honorary disciple at our Hongchuan Martial Arts School." Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "What does honorary disciple mean?" Ni Yang explained. "It means you don't need to come regularly. You can come whenever you want. All courses and equipment are free, and my father might even come here personally to teach. You can enjoy the best treatment and training. Actually, it's just a title. You don't have to take on any obligations." Ni Xiang had planned this beforehand, thinking that if they advertised having a level 2 martial artist, or even a level 3 at the age of 18, wouldn't their martial arts school become the most famous in Baihe City? She couldn't even imagine how many parents would send their children to study there. Thinking everything was planned and would go smoothly, unexpectedly, Lu Sheng immediately brought her back to reality. No, Ni Xiang couldn't sit still upon hearing this. She stood up abruptly, saying loudly, "Regarding the payment, I can negotiate with you. Don't reject me so quickly." Lu Sheng wasn't swayed by Ni Xiang's urgency and haste. He calmly said, "Honorary member is fine. You can tell people that I usually come to the martial arts school to practice. This is actually true. Anything else is not acceptable. I'm not a disciple of your school, not even in name, because I don't need it. If you can accept this, then we can proceed. If not, then I'll have to apologize. Of course, in the future, I'll still come to your place for checkups. After all, your place is quite close to my home." Ni Xiang could only remain silent upon hearing this. Persuading Lu Sheng was indeed not easy. She had to accept it. "But our Hongchuan Martial Arts School has already bought this title. I'll send you a monthly salary, about 100,000 yuan. Nishang stood up. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. She left, slamming the door. Xiaolu, this isn't a dream, is it? A bonus of 1 million and a monthly salary of 100,000. Lu Sheng's mother became overjoyed. His father was surprised, still unable to believe what he had just seen. Was that really the president of the association? He even came to our house in person to inquire about us. Xiaolu, since when did you become a level 2 martial artist? What's going on here? Lu Sheng just smiled silently. He held his mother's hand. Mom, you don't need to work night shifts anymore. At your age now, staying up late isn't good for you. Dad, you don't need to do those heavy labor jobs anymore either. How much longer does your back have to suffer? Lu Sheng's mother was deeply moved by her son's filial piety. His father was even more surprised. His son had truly grown up. He patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. Now that you're earning money, you don't need to work so hard anymore. At the charity hall, it's been a whole week and still no sign of him. Now I don't even know his name. The girl was irritated, frowning, biting her nails. I've gone through all the files of recently registered pharmacists several times, but I can't find him at all. Ha Susu held her head, sighing tiredly. On the table was a pile of files scattered in disarray. Where on earth did that genius pharmacist come from that I can't find him, no matter how hard I search? The tonic he made, the more deeply it's analyzed, the more surprising it becomes. It's not only much stronger than the standard tonics issued by the Pharmacists Association, but it's even 3 times more potent. Moreover, it has many different functions and seems to have no side effects at all. The duration of the drug's effectiveness is frighteningly long. Moreover, its cost is less than 3,000 RMB, while the most expensive third-grade drugs can cost up to 100,000. This is truly a drug that creates a new era. Damn it, where on earth is that guy? Ha Susu slammed the table with a bang, making Ma Fei, who was cleaning outside the door, tremble with fear, his face pale. It seems you've remembered something. Sister Ha, I found that guy. Ha Susu, burning with rage, suddenly became alert. She stood up abruptly. What? Where is he? Ma Fei pointed towards the screen. That TV. A program was broadcasting yesterday's news. Our city has discovered a martial arts prodigy who passed the level 2 martial artist exam at just 18 years old, with combat power exceeding the standard of level 3 martial artists. On the screen was Lu Sheng being interviewed. This achievement has broken the record of martial artists in our city. Let's congratulate and cheer for him. This genius is none other than Lu Sheng, currently studying at Baihei Academy. Hasusu finally composed herself. He's just a student. In Shuhai City on Guhu Mountain in the forest, a bird sensed something and took flight. A light flashed from afar, and the flying bird suddenly had a question mark appear above its head. A young man ran past at the speed of light. It was Lu Sheng. I didn't expect that planetary force could also be used for movement. 4 times the skill of planetary force, plus the skills absorbed in the dream realm. My movement performance has reached a new level. Speed 5 times faster than a level 2 martial artist. Lu Sheng leapt high onto a tree branch. It could be called cloud-chasing step, and landed on a cliff face. Before him, the sun emitted a brilliant radiance. He took a deep breath, realizing this was the true natural breathing method. With each breath, he could absorb energy from the air, continuously replenishing his physical strength while awakening the body's potential. At the same time, he could sense everything around him, feeling the changes in nature, melting between heaven and earth. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, channeling his inner energy. The surrounding air seemed to be cut by his strike. Lu Sheng opened his eyes. He had achieved a breakthrough. His blood energy index had also increased significantly. The planetary force was growing stronger by the day. I guess I can now exert 6 times the force. It's really surprising. Initially, I came to Guhu Mountain because I wanted to collect 10 herbs for the marrow nourishing pill. Lu Sheng plucked an herb, unexpectedly achieving a breakthrough during training. The spirit-enhancing serum is almost used up, its effects diminishing with each use. I need to start refining the marrow nourishing pill. The medicinal properties of this drug haven't been discovered in this era yet. If it weren't for the system telling me, I basically wouldn't have found it. Lu Sheng stood up. The other ingredients I've already ordered at the foot of the mountain. Now that I've prepared everything, I want to test just how fast I can go. Cloud chasing step. Lu Sheng pivoted. At the foot of Guhu Mountain, Lu Sheng stopped. Hello, I'm the one who just ordered the medicinal ingredients. May I ask if you've finished preparing them? Oh, you're here already. The middle-aged man with a cigarette butt replied, Hey, don't worry, I've prepared everything. It's all here. Yanglian grass, Lu Shang leaf. Sheng picked up an herb, examining it. Oh, it's all here. These herbs are very fresh, and the components are complete. All right, I need 10 of each herb, 500 per plant, as I pre-ordered. Here's 5,000. Before Lu Sheng finished speaking, the owner hastily interrupted. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. He tapped his cigarette. It's not 500 per plant, but 1,000. His face suddenly turned cunning. Moreover, he pointed at the herb basket in front of him. You have to buy all the herbs here. This old man is trying to push it to the limit. Hearing this, Lu Sheng was silent for a moment. There was hidden meaning in those words. Kid, you're from Shuhai, in the cliff face. Several thugs were lurking, eavesdropping. The herb seller continued. If you've come to our place, you have to follow our rules. In the woods, the men who were eavesdropping earlier appeared. Didn't your mother teach you? Out in society, when you need to be afraid, be afraid. Lu Sheng was certainly not someone to be easily intimidated. Oh, so you're trying to force a sale, aren't you? The old man grinned maliciously. Heh, let me tell you, don't try to be clever. We're all trained in martial arts. Even if you call the police, if they come, they won't listen to an outsider like you because there are no cameras here. Saying this, his face turned sinister. So if you don't behave yourself, don't blame us for making you taste suffering. Hearing this, Lu Sheng became angry. He slammed his hand on a large rock, causing it to crack into pieces. Seeing this, they froze, terrified. Lu Sheng thought smugly, like to threaten, huh? Well then, let me ask you, given the current situation, isn't it time to be afraid? Hearing this, they broke out in a cold sweat, frightened, quickly bowing their heads and begging. We're sorry, sir. No, father. We were blind. We're deeply sorry. Hearing this, Lu Sheng put on his backpack, picked up some leaves, not continuing anymore. Then I'll take these, okay? He quickly replied, yes, everyone arrived yesterday, but why is there still one person left? Maybe he joined later. Didn't see him. Doesn't he have a badge? Strange. For years, Baihe City hasn't had anyone. Yet this year, there are 2 people. The commander double-checked. Only one person came. Oh, you must be Lu Sheng, the one mentioned by the chairman of the Baihe Martial Arts Association, aren't you? The other guy laughed loudly. Ah, no wonder. So it's the person that the chairman of the Baihe Martial Arts Association is particularly interested in. Impressive. Having connections with the Martial Arts Association chairman, that's even more terrifying than being a level 3 warrior. Wonder how much you bribed them. The commander heard this and shouted, silence. You go in with the people from Qingyuan City. Go. After entering, you'll perform the camp entry ritual. Leave all your luggage here. Someone will collect it for you later. Lu Sheng replied, all right. Inside, Lu Sheng looked around, thinking, just for a camp entry ritual, they have to divide people into separate entrances. Looks like it's not an ordinary ritual. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt something under his feet starting to shake. Everyone panicked as they saw the door closing. Oh shit, what's going on? What are they trying to do? Are they locking us in? This can't be right. The commander sighed. All right, quiet down. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Your task is to make your way alone to the exit in the corridor opposite you. If you succeed, you'll be considered to have passed the camp entry test. If you fail, you'll be sent straight back home. So, do your best. Hearing the commander's words, everyone started to clamor. What? Wasn't this supposed to be just an entry ceremony? Why is there a test? Corridor. What corridor? Hey, explain this clearly. Suddenly the floor split into 2, causing everyone to fall, screaming, oh fuck, damn it, what's going on? Ah, Lu Sheng landed gently, while the others fell with a thud. Ayo, aya, where are we? One guy cried and wailed loudly. It hurts so much. Why did they make such an old-fashioned trap like this? Lu Sheng remained silent, looking at the door ahead, closed his eyes, and focused. This place is strange. Indeed, it's not an ordinary corridor. What are those dark shadows? The effect of mental power is truly amazing. It's almost like the superpowers in Legends. Lin Xiaoyu spoke with contempt. Ha, I thought it would be some special trick, but is this all? Boring. The guy behind him frowned and said, Lin Xiaoyu, you already knew this camp entry ritual would have a catch, didn't you? Damn, why didn't you give us a heads up? You made me fall hard. Lin Xiaoyu sneered. You don't even have the ability to adapt to situations and still call yourself an official warrior. Aren't you ashamed? When you're out there, don't call yourself a genius from Qingyuan City or say you've been to the genius training camp. You'll embarrass me. Hearing this, the guy was so angry his veins popped. Lin Xiaoyu, you son of a bitch. The girl next to them intervened. All right, stop arguing. We're all from the same city. It was hard enough to get into this training camp. We should stick together. The urgent matter at hand is to quickly figure out how to pass this test. Xiaoyu agreed. You're right. As people from Qingyuan City, we should unite with each other. Losing anyone would be bad. The genius training camp has such a great reputation, so their entry test must not be simple. Saying that, Xiaoyu pointed at Lu Sheng. We happen to have an extra person here. I wonder if this kind young man could go ahead and scout the path for us. Would that be all right? The girl heard this and said, This isn't right. But the guy next to her had the opposite reaction, imagining pushing Lu Sheng into a trap. Ha ha ha, that's a great idea. Being a guinea pig, experimenting sounds very interesting. Ha 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 ha, Lu Sheng sighed. If you're not planning to go there, then get out of my way. Xiao Yu said, at least he's quite proactive. Kid from Baihe City, show us what you've got. If you perform well, we might reconsider and lend you a hand after all. Lu Sheng turned back with contempt and threw a line. Ha! Fierce beasts always walk alone, only cattle herd together. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's blood boiled with anger. What? Lu Sheng stood in front. Behind him was Lin Xiao Yu's group. After seeing Lu Sheng sigh, looking bored, he boiled with rage and shouted, Hey, you dare call me cattle? I'll sacrifice you right now. As soon as Lin Xiao Yu finished speaking, both Lu Sheng and he noticed something unusual. Moments later, a series of giant balls rushed towards him and Lin Xiao Yu's group, causing everyone to panic. Suddenly, those balls transformed into large robot puppets, threatening as if they were ready to fight opponents at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Xiao Yu panicked and exclaimed, Even the weakest puppets surpass the strength of a level 1 official martial artist. With so many of them, do the training camp people want us all dead? The people behind started panicking. This place is so narrow too. How can we run? What should we do now? At the front, Lu Sheng was calmly thinking. It said these puppets can control various types of high-level martial artist sequences. The highest level ones equal to level 4 martial artists, but they're much more expensive than training a level 4 martial artist. This is the first time I've seen them. Lin Xiaoyu saw his surprised expression and laughed scornfully, mocking, You're an idiot. He said these mechanical puppets are very limited. Once released, when they detect a living object nearby, they'll automatically attack. These level 1 mechanical puppets are made with special alloys. Their fists are so hard they could kill you. Lin Xiaoyu's followers also started mocking him. Suddenly, a girl nearby shouted, Be careful. A giant robot puppet swung its fist towards Lu Sheng. He remained calm, his face ice cold, without any expression. When the puppet's fist seemed about to hit Lu Sheng, Lin Xiaoyu's group was feeling pleased, but suddenly he blocked the robot puppet's attack. At that moment, everyone was surprised and envious. On the other side, Lu Sheng sneered contemptuously. Is that all? Then he immediately lifted the robot, crushing it with just one hand. As soon as the others saw this scene, everyone was so surprised they were left speechless. After a while, they whispered to each other, Is he even human? What should we do now? He seems very strong. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu burst into maniacal laughter. He held his head, laughing and saying, We were almost fooled by this guy. What level 1 mechanical puppet? This is just a pile of scrap metal. Actually, its combat power is probably close to a wooden dummy. It just looks a bit scary on the outside. Otherwise, with so many puppets, how could anyone pass the test? Not only that, he added, moreover, with just this level of strength, a waste who isn't even a level 1 martial artist, how could he withstand its attack? Hearing Lin Xiaoyu speak like this, the others were still somewhat doubtful, half believing, half suspicious, wary of those puppets. Seeing that people still didn't believe him, he sneered contemptuously, saying, Forget it. Explaining to you fools is just a waste of energy. Then, as he approached the giant robot puppet, he said, If you don't understand, then watch closely how I pass this round. Immediately, Lin Xiaoyu took a run-up and leaped to kick the robot's head. Seeing him kick off the puppet's head like that, the group laughed and said, It's fake. Ha 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 ha. That robot is indeed a fake. As soon as Lin Xiaoyu landed, he immediately put on airs in front of everyone. Hey, I told you so, didn't I? However, not long after, the robot puppet raised its arm, punching Lin Xiaoyu straight in the head. Instantly, he was flung straight into the wall, causing the rocks to shatter. Lin Xiaoyu was in so much pain he couldn't utter even a single word. After a while, he finally managed to squeeze out. It wasn't a level 1 puppet at all, but level 2 puppets, damn it. After that, Lin Xiaoyu fell into a coma, unconscious. Seeing this situation, the others could only stand still, silently marveling at Lu Sheng's strength. He kept moving forward, defeating all those giant robot puppets, thinking, each mechanism of a puppet has a central part. Gently touching it can defeat it, but too many would be very boring. On the other side, the person controlling the puppets was panicking as the control panel kept showing notifications. Robot out of control. He wondered, what's going on? How come all the mechanical puppets are malfunctioning? Are they all broken? A bunch of kids who just reached level 1 can defeat level 2 puppets so easily. Then, he heard footsteps approaching him and politely said, The second gate is open already. You finally arrived. Suddenly, Lu Sheng challenged. Come on, gatekeeper. I hope you won't disappoint me. This made the puppet controller extremely confused. Since when did I become a gatekeeper? Immediately, Lu Sheng rushed forward at lightning speed. He swung his fist straight at the other person, causing him to turn pale with fear. In the control room, Chief Instructor Dong Xingxue was closely monitoring the situation when suddenly the door opened. Qin Shaojun entered, humming as he walked. What a truly happy day it is. Then he suddenly spoke up. You're already here, Xingxue. Dong Xingxue replied, Don't call me that, Lieutenant Qin Shaojun. If you're free, come over here and help me read these documents. He repeatedly agreed and then asked, So how's the quality of the geniuses in this training camp batch? Upon hearing this question, Dong Xingxue held her head and warily replied, Nothing special. Only 8 seeds seem to meet our standards. They're all official martial artists, having awakened their talents. Right after that, Qin Shaojun chimed in. Among them, 5 are quite ordinary, all with strength-type talents, while the other 3 are speed and defense types and mental type. Dong Xingxue glanced at the screen and nodded, commenting, This mental type is the most outstanding. Ha Lam, 18 years old, awakened her talent less than 2 years ago, and now has nearly reached the standard of a level 1 mental master. Her martial arts talent is also not bad, almost reaching level 2. Seeing her comment like that, Qin Shaojun became very excited and said, Isn't that great? Such a genius. Is very similar to you back then. Say no more. Your cold gaze is giving me goosebumps. Haha. Hearing him say that, Dong Xingxue spoke up. Stop talking. I've already put her on the list of key training targets for this training camp. Then, Qin Shaojun laughed awkwardly. He picked up a glass of water, pressed some keys, moved the camera angle to another position, and said softly, The others are fine too. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun saw something, which made him exclaim uncontrollably, What is this? Seeing his shocked and disbelieving expression, Dong Xingxue also turned her head to look at the screen intently. Meanwhile, at test field number 7, Ha Lam was trying to take down the last robots. She thought to herself, Here, I sense something very dangerous, with strength at least above level 3. However, he's not coming out to stop me, which means he's not part of the test. Perhaps he's a supervisor in charge of the examination or something. Then, Ha Lam went straight into the next room. There, she was very surprised to see many people preparing shields, weapons to confront someone. Ha Lam thought, What's going on? This is a big battle. What are they being cautious about? Has something happened inside? Thinking this, Ha Lam's curiosity was strongly aroused, urging her to use her mental power to probe the opponent. Immediately, she sensed 2 people fighting each other. Ha Lam wondered to herself, Why is the opponent a person? Aren't the targets of the test supposed to be robots? Who is he? Suddenly, Lu Sheng also sensed her probing. He glanced straight at her, causing Ha Lam to snap back to reality. In her mind, she instinctively trembled in fear, asking herself, What was that? This feeling of fear is too terrifying. Moment later, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Xingxue and Major Qin Shaojun entered. He spoke up and asked, What's the situation inside? Where are the supervisors inside? Another supervising instructor here replied, The surveillance cameras outside the door have all been destroyed, so we don't know what's happening for now. We lost contact with the supervisors 3 minutes ago and are preparing to report to the superiors. Hearing this, Qin Shaojun immediately ordered the people on line 12 to send him all the documents right away. However, Dong Xingxue spoke up, No need. Right after that, the door split in half. The other supervising instructors all gripped their weapons tightly, ready to engage at any moment. Lu Sheng stepped in, causing everyone to be surprised and slightly relieved. What's this? It's just a student. But they didn't have time to calm down for long before suddenly seeing a severely injured person being dragged by Lu Sheng's hand. Everyone immediately raised their weapons. Dong Xingxue asked softly, Aren't you a student from Qingyuan City? May I ask who you are? Seeing this, Lu Sheng dropped the unfortunate instructor he was holding, then calmly replied, By his city, Lu Sheng. Qin Shaojun suddenly burst into laughter, praising, Well done, you little rascal. I didn't say anything when you dared to destroy such a powerful robot puppet, but then you even beat up an instructor. You're something else. Hearing this, Lu Sheng scratched his face, embarrassed, and said, It's a misunderstanding. I thought it was part of the test. He was so formidable that I didn't stop. Dong Xingxue looked at him intently for a moment, then she suddenly released a powerful mental force, directed straight at Lu Sheng. Seeing this, he didn't bother to care, but continued to maintain a calm expression, indifferent, as if it were a completely normal thing. After seeing Lu Sheng's expression like that, Xingxue didn't continue. She simply congratulated him on passing the test, then invited him to follow the staff to the rest area first. After Lu Sheng had left, Dong Xingxue seriously commented, "This kid is really insane. I just reviewed the video, a level 2 puppet, and he treated it like a toy." Qin Xiaojun added from the side, "The results show that his blood qi index is only 15, but his combat power is 15,000. Really, it's hard to believe." Hearing this, Dong Xingxue also revealed that just now she also used mental power to probe him, but couldn't sense anything. He didn't react either. Qin Xiaojun, hearing her say this, asked with amazement, "So how do you plan to arrange for this monster?" Shortly after, Xingxue replied, "I haven't thought about it yet. However, the index values on his documents are certainly not accurate. For now, let's put him on the top seed list, like Xialin, for cultivation. It seems the next competition will be very interesting." On the other side, Lu Sheng wondered to himself as he walked, was that a mental probing power just now? Instructor Dong's mental power must be at least 5 times stronger than mine. I've already withdrawn all my mental power inside. I don't know if it was detected or not. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. The staff member walking ahead heard the sound and said, "Hey, student Lu Sheng, it's mealtime. How about I take you to the cafeteria first, and then to the dormitory?" Lu Sheng, seeing his kindness, happily thanked him, then held his stomach and asked, "Oh, may I ask, is there a lot of food here?" The staff member laughed at his question. "Haha, don't worry, there's no limit for first-time diners." Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately dove into the food on the table, commenting, "This is delicious. Give me 5 more plates. No, make it 10 more plates. Oh, this one too." This surprised the staff member so much that his eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, while eating, someone approached him. It was Yang Yan, also a student participating in this training camp from Baihei City. She started a conversation. "We've met once before at the martial artist assessment, remember?" Then she asked if she could sit next to him. Lu Sheng looked up coldly and said, "The food here is unlimited. You can go over there to get some." Yang Yan, upon hearing this, silently cursed him in her heart. "Who wants your food anyway? Besides, why mention it's unlimited?" After a while, Lu Sheng spoke up. "I remember the Baihei chairman saying it's been a long time since anyone from Baihei City came here. What's that about?" Yang Yan smiled and explained, "Perhaps you misunderstood. Actually, every year, Baihei City has students coming here. It's just that over many years, very few people have been able to pass the assessment. Even if they pass, they quickly get expelled due to insufficient accumulation points. It takes hard work to set an example for others. No one wants to put this on their resume." Lu Sheng understood upon hearing this. He asked further, "So what are accumulation points?" Yang Yan patiently explained his doubt. Accumulation points are the currency here. To use the training camp's resources, you need to use accumulation points. She mentioned using training equipment, asking instructors about cultivation issues, obtaining supplements, even using the dormitory, all require accumulation points. Even the meat you're eating is specially supplied for the military. Only by using accumulation points can you get it. Moreover, Yang Yan seriously added, "Up until now, only 3 people have accumulation points in the camp." Hearing this, Lu Sheng unconsciously said, "Only 3 people. How did they get them?" Yang Yan continued speaking, saying that only by passing tests and assessments can one obtain accumulation points. The accumulation points they have were obtained through the assessment. First is the level 2 gifted martial artist from the city, Yang Lin, Cao Yong, possessing the gift of kicking. The second is the level 2 gifted martial artist from Donglan City, Meng Jinhe, possessing strength and speed. The last one is even rarer, a gifted martial artist who awakened the mental power gift, a thought master. It's said her ability and talent are the strongest in this training camp, the thought master Xiaolin. Just then, she happened to walk by, hearing her name being called. Xiaolin turned her head to look. Unfortunately, she met Lu Sheng, who was eating chicken. As soon as Xiaolin saw him, she jumped, trembling with fear. In the cafeteria, while Yang Yan and Lu Sheng were talking about those who achieved excellent results in this assessment, including a girl named Xiaolin. At that moment, Xiaolin had just finished get. Lu Sheng looked at Xiaolin's back as she was constantly fiddling with her food, but acted as if nothing happened. Lu Sheng paid no attention at all, saying to Yang Yan, "So it's her." Yang Yan, sitting opposite, heard these words and was very surprised, curiously inquiring, "Oh, do you know her?" Lu Sheng raised the cup with his right hand, took a sip of water, closed his eyes, and replied indifferently, "I've met her before." Then, Lu Sheng put food in his mouth while chewing and asked Yang Yan, You said earlier that only 3 people passed the test. Yang Yan raised her hand, gesturing, while answering Lu Sheng's question. Yeah, I heard there was a 4th person, but this rumor seems a bit exaggerated. Not only possessing tremendous strength, but also able to destroy almost all of those mechanical puppets with bare hands. In that rumor, the 4th person who successfully passed the test is a psycho, different from others, extremely frightening. That person would defeat everything in their way, and if anyone appeared, they would be dealt with swiftly. The destroyed puppets piled up in heaps. That person stood above, spreading their arms, holding someone who had just been beaten, head held high, extremely arrogant, laughing loudly without restraint. Yang Yan continued telling Lu Sheng, moreover, this person has a crazy personality and even beat the examining instructor to the point of hospitalization. Lu Sheng was drinking water from the cup in his hand when Yang Yan's words made him spit it all out. From those words, he realized that the person everyone was talking about was actually himself. Yang Yan just thought Lu Sheng was surprised by that rumor, so she continued, "What a lunatic, really. Ha ha ha, that's too unreal. This story is just absurd." Hearing Lu Sheng constantly coughing from choking, Yang Yan thought to herself, however, this training camp truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone here is a genius. Then Yang Yan glanced at Lu Sheng, suddenly thinking to herself, even that monster Lu Sheng is the same, who shook the entire Baihe city has come here, also overshadowing those people. Yang Yan thought Lu Sheng was worried about falling behind those who achieved excellent results, so she comforted him while handing him a tissue to wipe his mouth, saying, "Don't worry too much, Lu Sheng. I believe in you." Yang Yan was still smiling, her face full of encouragement as she looked at Lu Sheng, not knowing that behind her suddenly appeared a group of serious-looking people. "Listen, with your strength and talent, just stay in the training camp for a bit longer, and you might not be inferior to them at all." Lu Sheng understood Yang Yan's good intentions, sincerely replied, "Cough, cough, thank you." Then Lu Sheng wiped his mouth while looking at the group behind. Yang Yan asked curiously, "Ah, well," Yang Yan heard Lu Sheng say that and was very surprised, then immediately turned around. Only then did she realize there were people behind her. Seeing Lu Sheng and Yang Yan paying attention to them, the leader of those people spoke up. "This is Lu Sheng, right?" That man, with one hand behind his back and the other holding documents, continued speaking. "Upon review, during the monitoring examination, you damaged 18 mechanical puppets and even sent an instructor to the hospital." Hearing these words, Yang Yan opened her mouth wide, too shocked to close it. The leader slightly furrowed his brows and said to Lu Sheng, "We will now proceed to ask you some questions. Please cooperate and come with us." Yang Yan, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, was utterly astonished. Yang Yan's face was full of disbelief, her eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to close, when she realized that the person she had just badmouthed was actually Lu Sheng, sitting right across from her. She was extremely shocked. Her whole body seemed frozen. Even her mouth couldn't produce any sound. Not just Yang Yan, but everyone present in the cafeteria had heard everything. They were all shocked, quickly turning to look at Lu Sheng, staring at him as if he were some strange creature. Some people who were eating were so surprised that they dropped their chopsticks on the floor without even noticing. Others were even more dramatic, spitting out the food in their mouths. Then, all the people present in the cafeteria shouted in unison, "Ah!" On Lu Sheng's side, he remained extremely calm, slowly standing up, pushing his chair back, and replied, "I understand." Yang Yan was startled by Lu Sheng's action, jumping in her seat. As Lu Sheng was about to leave with the training camp staff, he suddenly paused. Still holding the tissue in his hand, he awkwardly said, but I'm not full yet." At this point, Lu Sheng felt a bit embarrassed and continued, "Can I pack some food to take with me?" The onlookers were once again shocked by Lu Sheng's words. The person Lu Sheng asked frowned, remaining silent for a while before reluctantly replying, "You may." After hearing the answer he wanted, Lu Sheng turned to Yang Yan, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, but I have to go now." Yang Yan still couldn't calm down. Hearing Lu Sheng speak to her, she stood up, her body stiff, not knowing what to do. Yang Yan hurriedly responded to Lu Sheng unconsciously, "Oh, okay." After that, Lu Sheng turned around and followed the others to leave the place. As soon as they disappeared from sight, the quiet atmosphere in the cafeteria was suddenly broken, becoming extremely noisy and lively. Everyone started shouting, expressing their surprise. "Wow, so this rumor was true. Oh my god, is there really such a monster?" Different voices kept ringing out. "Unbelievable. The legendary 4th person is actually Lu Sheng from Baihe City." Yang Yan's brain finally processed the information. Her body started to react. Yang Yan suddenly recalled what she had just said, like crazy, out of control, a bit over the top, madman, and even too unreal. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. "Ha ha ha, What on earth did I say? At this time, Lu Sheng had arrived at the command room. The person in charge was Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing-she, who was sitting with a stack of documents containing Lu Sheng's information. When she saw Lu Sheng approaching, Dong Qing-she rested her chin on one hand, looking at him while saying, "Impressive, student Lu Sheng. With just 2 of your strikes, you've completely depleted our budget for the next half year." Hearing Dong Qing-she's words, Lu Sheng stopped in his tracks, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Dong Qing-she didn't bother to look at Lu Sheng's reaction, crossing her legs and continuing. "Each puppet costs tens of thousands of yuan, and none of them can be repaired anymore. Impressive, very impressive." Then, Dong Qing-she put the documents on the table, about to stand up, while delivering some good news to Lu Sheng. "However, after discussion, we've decided to temporarily not pursue this matter. After all, it's expected during the assessment, and it's not your responsibility." Hearing this, Lu Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, letting out a small sigh. Just then, the door opened and Major Qin Xiaojun entered first. Seeing Lu Sheng, he asked in surprise, "Oh, you're here already?" Behind him were 3 people who had passed the assessment with excellent results, including a girl named Xia Lin, a shorter boy with hair covering one eye named Meng Jinhei, and lastly, a tall young man named Cao Yong. The girl named Xia Lin was startled when she saw it was Lu Sheng. Qin Xiaojun, seeing that everyone was present, said, "All right, all those who passed the assessment are here now." Lu Sheng remained silent upon hearing this, quietly observing each person, one by one. Meng Jinhei seemed to want to hide his face behind his shirt. Cao Yong exuded a powerful aura, while Xia Lin was extremely frightened, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Dong Qing-she looked at the 4 people with excellent results, saying, "All right, congratulations to everyone for passing this assessment. Well done." Next, Dong Qing-she extended her hand, and 4 cards immediately appeared. Looking at them in her hand, Dong Qing-she continued, "Moreover, in this training camp, those with greater strength will receive more resources. You've passed the entrance assessment, so I'll give everyone accumulated points and corresponding rewards." Then, the cards were handed to the 4 people, Lu Sheng, Cao Yong, Meng Jinhei, and Xia Lin. Seeing that they had received the cards, Dong Qing-she announced, "When accumulated points reach a certain value, you can use the accumulation card to store them. These are your cards." Cao Yong looked at the golden accumulation card in his hand, feeling extremely happy, thinking to himself, "Is this the golden accumulation card that the teacher mentioned before? It contains 100 accumulated points." Meng Jinhei looked at the card and couldn't help but smile with joy, clenching his fist. "Great, now I'm in first place." Even Xia Lin felt the same. Holding the card in her hand, she felt extremely happy. 100 accumulated points are enough to invite the legendary high-level spirit chant instructor for private lessons. Suddenly, Xia Lin glanced over at Lu Sheng, looking at the accumulation card in his hand, and felt very puzzled. Why is his card white? The unique color of that card also caught the attention of both Cao Yong and Meng Jinhei. As for Lu Sheng, seeing that his accumulation card was white, he also wondered aloud, "I've never heard of a white point card before." Then, Lu Sheng carefully read the usage instructions on the card, which were written on the back. Beast Cafeteria, using 1 portion costs 5 accumulation points. Training Room, using for 1 hour, costs 10 accumulation points. Hiring a regular instructor for 1 session costs 30 accumulation point. Hiring the head instructor or deputy head instructor for 1 session costs 100 accumulation points. After reading it carefully several times, Lu Sheng looked at what was in his hand, frowning as he said, "Well, of all the things written here, only eating beast meat seems useful." Cao Yong, Meng Jinhei, and Xia Lin were all stunned by Lu Sheng's words. Dong Qing-she just stood silently to the side, eyes closed, saying nothing. Notably, Qin Xiaojun, after hearing this, was so shocked he fell off his chair. Qin Xiaojun hurriedly pointed at Lu Sheng, reminding him, Hey kid, what do you mean? Don't show off just because you got lucky." Qin Xiaojun couldn't accept it. Lu Sheng's assessment of that precious white accumulation card prompted him to tell Lu Sheng that the card in his hand had 1,000 accumulation points. "If it weren't for our head instructor stopping the higher-ups for the losses you caused, you should have been in debt for points." Meng Jinhei and Xia Lin, hearing what Qin Xiaojun just said, were extremely surprised, their faces full of confusion. What? 1,000 points? Only one person had a different reaction, slightly curling his lips into a faint smile. Cao Yong looked at Lu Sheng with the gaze of a powerful person looking at an ant, saying contemptuously, "I thought this training camp was truly based on ability, but unexpectedly they're using special privileges too." Cao Yong looked at Lu Sheng in front of him, his brows tightly knitted, full of disgust. "Honestly, it's really disappointing." Meng Jinhe, hearing Cao Yong speak, crossed his arms and quickly expressed his own attitude. "Haha, just how big of a connection must this be? It's really frightening." Xiaolin, hearing Cao Yong and Meng Jinhe comment on Lu Sheng, felt it wasn't right at all and muttered softly, "Hey, don't you all know what he did during the test?" Before Xiaolin could finish, Cao Yong jumped in. "Of course we know." Cao Yong slightly moved his arm, continuing, "Someone spread rumors about bribing classmates and instructors, right?" Seeing Cao Yong's action, Lu Sheng turned to look at him. Cao Yong concentrated all his strength into the muscles throughout his body while reaching out to tear off the shirt he was wearing. Cao Yong's entire body exuded a powerful aura, as if trying to intimidate the weak Lu Sheng. Cao Yong looked at Lu Sheng's extremely small figure in front of him, comparing it to his own, and after pondering, came to a conclusion. The instructors in the test were at least level 3 martial artists. To be able to defeat them, one must be at least a level 4 martial artist. Even with innate strength, it's impossible to do that. Moreover, with such a strong body, there's not even a trace of blood energy depletion. Lu Sheng showed no fear at all, his face serious, glancing towards where Cao Yong stood. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, full of menace. Seeing Lu Sheng like this, Cao Yong had no intention of backing down, but instead, he became even more excited. If that's the case, then the purpose of the training camp is for the resources of the strong, isn't it? Golden rays of light appeared around Cao Yong's body, enveloping him, even his eyes emitting a golden glow. Cao Yong raised his hand, with challenging eyes, looking towards Lu Sheng. "Then please prove it to me, strong one." Qin Shaojun, seeing Cao Yong's action, became extremely worried, hurriedly stood up, preparing to intervene. Hey, you guys." At that moment, Dong Qing reached out to stop Qin Shaojun. Seeing Dong Qing do this, Qin Shaojun turned to look at her, his face full of confusion. Lu Sheng looked at the very energetic Cao Yong, who wanted to fight him, but showed no concern, smiling slightly as he asked, "Ha, are you sure about this?" Hearing Lu Sheng say this, Cao Yong felt he was being provoked and looked down upon. He became even angrier, exuding an even stronger aura. Even those glowing eyes alone were enough to strike fear into others. Now there were also veins bulging around them. Cao Yong shouted loudly at Lu Sheng, "Enough talk. Come on. Today I want to see if you can break through this innate talent of mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Yong rushed forward, advancing straight towards where Lu Sheng stood. If one were to take a step back, then Cao Yong's speed was extremely fast, but Lu Sheng's speed was even faster. Before Cao Yong could touch Lu Sheng, he had already raised his hand to Cao Yong's forehead, middle finger and thumb curved and touching each other. Then, an extremely loud and shocking sound rang out. It turned out Lu Sheng had flicked Cao Yong's forehead. When he was hit, Cao Yong was immediately sent flying far backwards and crashed hard into the wall. The wall, built to be extremely solid and sturdy, had a huge hole punched through it, with Cao Yong unconscious inside. Immediately after, there was a loud, astonished shout. "What?" Lu Sheng. After flicking Cao Yong, he remained standing in that position, eyes wide open, full of shock, lips slightly pursed. Lu Sheng knew he had used too much strength, causing a hole to appear in the wall, so he felt extremely confused. "Damn, he forced me to hit him. It's not like I have to pay for damages, right?" The sturdy wall was suddenly no longer intact, with a huge hole appearing on it. Inside was Cao Yong, who had been sent flying, lying there. Both Xiaolin and Meng Jinhe saw this and gaped, their faces showing utter surprise, unable to believe their eyes. "Look at that." Witnessing this scene, Major Qin Shaojun didn't pay much attention, displaying an indifferent expression, letting out a slight hiss, accompanied by a look of disgust. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshe just stood silently watching from start to finish, not making a single sound. The one who caused all this, Lu Sheng, acted as if nothing had happened, hands on his hips, tilting his head slightly, ignoring everyone's stares, and asked curiously, "Can I go now?" Then, Lu Sheng turned around and started to leave. Before Lu Sheng could step out of the room, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshui quickly called him back. "Student Lu Sheng." Seeing Lu Sheng turn back in surprise, Dong Qingshui continued, "What's your plan for training next?" Dong Qingshui inquired while gesturing to Lu Sheng. "If you use the point card, you can hire a personal instructor, you know." Lu Sheng heard this and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you, Commander, but that won't be necessary." He opened the door with one hand, Then Lu Sheng walked straight out, without hesitation, continuing, "I have more important things to do." Major Qin Shaojun saw this and smiled. "Ha ha, do you have something more important than the chief instructor's guidance?" Observing Lu Sheng's walking feet suddenly pause, Xiaolin and Meng Jinna suddenly felt very uneasy, their bodies filled with caution. In the quiet room, Lu Sheng's voice echoed very clearly. "That's right, I do." Lu Sheng stopped, turned his head, and continued indifferently, "I need to go home and sleep." Then, Lu Sheng left without hesitation. Behind were Xiaolin and Meng Jinha, with expressions of both surprise and doubt, unsure if what they had just heard was correct. Dong Qi said nothing, her face full of questions about what Lu Sheng had just said. In contrast, Qin Shaojun laughed without restraint. "Ha! This little guy." A moment later, several people appeared, carrying Cao Yong away for treatment. Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingshe were observing Lu Sheng together through the screen. Qin Shaojun suddenly smiled and said, "Ha! This little guy really went back to sleep. Ha ha." Dong Qingshe, resting her hand on her chin, wondered, what does he intend to do then? There are no resources inside the dormitory. Qin Shaojun crossed his arms and replied, "This is also the first time I've seen such an interesting genius. Let him do whatever he wants." Hearing this, Dong Qingshe expressed her disagreement. "You don't understand. He is an excellent whetstone, capable of accelerating the development of others." Hearing this, Qin Shaojun said, "A whetstone? I'm afraid this stone is stronger than the knives here. If the whetstone were someone else, perhaps it would help the knives become sharper. But this is Lu Sheng we're talking about. It's unclear whether we're using the stone to sharpen the knives or using those knives to grind the stone." Dong Qingshe suddenly recalled the past, asking Qin Shaojun, "Do you remember our class?" Qingshe's face seemed to be overshadowed. That person ranked last. Qin Shaojun, upon hearing Dong Qingshe mention that name, quickly replied, "Ah, of course." Qin Shaojun placed one hand on his chest, smiling as he continued, "Mentioning him makes my chest feel tight already." Qin Shaojun couldn't stop recalling the past in that class's training camp, which put enormous pressure on the geniuses. Everyone had to be beneath his feet. He was the king there. Qin Shaojun recalled the scene back then. A giant man with an overwhelming presence, causing everyone, even the top geniuses, to kneel at his feet and obey. Dong Qingshe looked up and replied, "That's right, those with innate power have an extreme advantage, easily able to defeat tens of thousands in combat power, even overcoming enemies. Innate talent can be very important, but it's not everything." Dong Qingshe also knew this, but skills, speed, observation ability, judgment, experience, tactics, strategy, strength are not just power accumulated and grown continuously throughout the entire process. Martial artists possessing this innate power, relying solely on their innate strength, will eventually disappear quickly. A person with superior innate power, but who doesn't train or hone their skills, will sooner or later become weak. After those words, Dong Qingshe summarized one point. This could be Lu Sheng's final path. Suddenly, a powerful fist with extremely fast striking speed. It was a tall, muscular zombie, punching forcefully towards Lu Sheng. That punch seemed unstoppable, yet was blocked by a seemingly frail young man. Around Lu Sheng was enveloped by a layer of blue light. The large zombie continued to attack. Lu Sheng's speed had become faster. This time, he managed to grab the zombie's wrist. His other hand seized a weapon, thrusting it down forcefully, piercing through the zombie's thigh, embedding it into the ground. Then, Lu Sheng used planetary force, channeling all his strength to strike the zombie. After being defeated, all over the zombie's body appeared streams of purple energy. After swirling around, they directly entered Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng panted heavily, exhausted, one hand holding the weapon propped against the ground, the other still gripping the zombie's hand tightly. Lu Sheng had to marvel at the zombie's superior strength. He exhaled deeply, then thought to himself, before it died, it was a level 6 Grandmaster, equivalent to the strength of the Martial Arts Association chairman Xiao Yu. No wonder it was so powerful. Just now, if I hadn't used all my strength in that move to stop it, I'm afraid. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, pondering. Martial arts skills, combat experience compared to increasing blood energy levels, this is truly the happiness in my dream realm. Body techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques. Human abilities are limited. No matter what, one person can't do everything. But I, above countless others. The more Lu Sheng thought, the more determined he became, clenching his fist of resolve even tighter. There will be no gaps in any aspect. This is my martial way, the all-encompassing martial way. Lu Sheng sat down on the floor to rest, saying, "There's also mental power. Just now, without it, I'm afraid even a single punch from the zombie would have been unbearable." Lu Sheng thought with regret, "It's a pity. I can only use mental power at the most basic level. For now, this will have to do against them. If there really is a level 6 expert, then it's hard to say what might happen." Reflecting on everything, Lu Sheng made a decision. "I need to train more in mental power." Next, Lu Sheng carefully examined his entire body, focusing intently on his internal state, ignoring external distractions, concentrating his spirit, refining his mental energy. Then Lu Sheng reached out, gently touching his forehead. Suddenly, a crack appeared, followed by dazzling rays of light shining through. Lu Sheng was also very confused by this situation, feeling both surprised and deeply concerned about what was happening. The body that Lu Sheng was observing suddenly opened its eyes wide, staring directly at him. Lu Sheng was frozen by this sight. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt as if something was pulling him continuously, falling straight down, his entire body in constant pain. Lu Sheng screamed helplessly. Around him was enveloped by a light purple aura, which blocked Lu Sheng's path to advancement. This was like a glass barrier that had been shattered, breaking into pieces. Lu Sheng exhaled tiredly, but was extremely happy. "I've broken through again." Immediately after, Lu Sheng used the watch on his wrist to call out Ai Yi. A beautiful girl with golden hair appeared. "It's been a long time since I've reviewed my life profile. I wonder what I've become this time." Curious, Lu Sheng asked Ai Yi, "Please find my personal information." As soon as Lu Sheng finished speaking, Ai Yi's voice responded, "Certainly, searching now." In a moment, a profile of Lu Sheng appeared. After reading everything, Lu Sheng's face was full of joy. His eyes sparkled, and he smiled happily. "Level 7 Master. I can really become a level 7 Master." Lu Sheng continued excitedly. "If this were ancient times, it would be equivalent to being a feudal lord of a region. Now I'm also a major influential figure." Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something. "That's right. If I've become a master, then my evaluation and privileges should also be upgraded, right?" Lu Sheng asked Ai Yi again. "Ai Yi, investigate the planetary body refinement technique with the natural breathing method and the crystal observation method." Ai Yi replied, "Understood." Then she began tapping, causing red screens to appear continuously. Searching, notifications appeared one after another. First was the Advanced Planetary Body Refinement Technique, introducing the method created by level 11 expert Fang He, including the ignition plan. Next was the Advanced Natural Breathing Method, introducing the technique created by level 11 expert Yang Yizhou, including the ignition plan. Finally, the Crystal Observation Method, Advanced Section, introducing the technique created by level 11 expert Duan Yifeng, including the ignition plan. All have been found. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. "Indeed, with level 3 privileges, I can find higher level techniques." Suddenly, something caught Lu Sheng's attention. "What's this?" Lu Sheng reached out, and a scroll opened beside him, revealing a new training method called the Divine Illumination King Sutra. Lu Sheng saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a complete set of techniques?" Lu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He hesitantly opened his mouth. "This is the Divine Illumination King Sutra, like riding the wind in clouds. It's unbelievable." Lu Sheng couldn't believe what was before his eyes was real. It was absurd. He pondered carefully. No wonder this technique wasn't in the combat skills section. This is a set of techniques specifically designed for spirit masters. After careful examination, Lu Sheng said, "It not only uses combat tricks and spiritual power techniques. Moreover," then Lu Sheng closed his eyes, and around him appeared streams of pale purple light swirling around him as he thought carefully. More importantly, this set of techniques compared to other spiritual power techniques is completely different. The key to the Divine Illumination King Sutra is that it uses the spiritual power from within the martial artist's body to create a new body, essentially a copy of oneself. The powerful pale purple light gradually merged together, and suddenly, a human arm was formed. Lu Sheng carefully focused his mind, continuing to control the purple light at the cellular level, even down to the genes. With this body's level of intricacy, it could reach the muscle fibers in the body, all for one purpose: to increase one's own strength in all aspects, without any blind spots. After carefully reading this new cultivation method, Lu Sheng immediately understood that the first level of the Divine Illumination King Sutra utilizes the spiritual power's light to enhance the body. At this level, inside the body, at the heart's location, a protective membrane will appear around it. This makes the practitioner's heart stronger and better protected. Understanding its effectiveness, Lu Sheng could immediately conclude, it achieves the effect of increasing blood essence. This happens to be my weakness. I've found found a way to increase my combat power, but basically, blood essence couldn't be changed. Lu Sheng felt and carefully considered. Blood essence has always hindered my progress. If I can change this, I'll be able to upgrade all my abilities and attributes. Thinking it through, Lu Sheng still found it hard to believe. Spiritual power affecting a martial artist's blood essence. It's absurd. He meticulously read and reread each line of content while marveling. I have truly underestimated the crystallization of 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom. Techniques at this level, let alone being able to create them, I couldn't even imagine them. While reading, Lu Sheng suddenly saw a name. He tried to search his memory. Duan Yifeng. I remember this name now. Lu Sheng slightly turned his head to look at the broken window behind him, falling into deep thought. I'm afraid that in the same civilization, it's hard to produce another person like him. So, even among level 11 powerhouses, his existence is at the pinnacle. However, as he looked at the scene outside the window, Lu Sheng then thought, even someone like that couldn't possibly prevent the destruction of human civilization. Lu Sheng closed his eyes tightly, turned his head back inside, his will boiling with determination. Then, he reached out to open the manual, preparing to train, accompanied by a strong resolve. There's still so much I need to do, and the journey ahead is very long. Lu Sheng's whole being exuded seriousness, his face full of determination. Every minute, every second, I must try my best to become stronger. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Inside a room, there was Xiaolin diligently practicing. Her powerful aura made others wary. The machine above the room turned directly towards Xiaolin, suddenly firing shots aimed at Xiaolin, flying towards her at lightning speed. Xiaolin didn't flinch, but instead carefully controlled her spirit pools to block and even shatter the incoming projectiles. Xiaolin's control speed was sometimes even faster than the shots around her. Xiaolin was enveloped by a pale purple light with 3 particularly bright beams, which were her spirit pools. Xiaolin stood still, slightly raising her hand, the spirit pools constantly flying around, both fighting and protecting her. The tightly closed door of the room opened, and a silhouette appeared. Along with it came a voice. Not bad. You're progressing very quickly. It turned out to be Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshe. She stood at the door, arms crossed, praising Xiaolin. You've mastered controlling 3 spirit pools already. Once you've mastered controlling 6 of them, Dong Qingshe's beautiful face, which usually appeared cold, smiled slightly as she continued. It means that you'll have entered level 1 of Spirit Masters. When she clearly saw it was Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshe, Xiaolin respectfully bowed her head and replied, "Thank you, Chief Instructor. It's all thanks to your guidance." Seeing this, Qingshe raised her hand, waving it, indicating that she didn't agree with what Xiaolin said. This also depends on your talent and your own efforts. Dong Qingshe seemed to realize something, her face becoming serious, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. However, I've noticed something. Your spiritual willpower seems to have a very large gap. Hearing Qingshe say this, Xiaolin's face suddenly showed worry, mixed with fear. Her whole body seemed frozen, not daring to move. Then, Dong Qing's voice was heard probing. "Xiaolin, has someone caused you psychological trauma, right?" As soon as Dong Qing finished speaking, in Xiaolin's mind a pair of terrifying eyes suddenly appeared. Those eyes were so sharp that they seemed capable of killing someone in an instant. At this point, Xiaolin could no longer maintain her composure. Her whole body trembling, she replied, "Dong Qingshe, that's right, Chief Instructor. May I ask if there's a way to help me solve this?" Dong Qingshe heard this and replied, "It's very simple." Hearing this, Xiaolin looked up, her eyes full of expectation and hope as she looked at Dong Qingshe. Dong Qingshe stood at the door, raising her hand to guide Xiaolin to find the person who traumatized her and defeat him or kill him. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Dongche, with a serious expression, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, continued, "Of course, this way, he won't haunt you anymore." After hearing everything Dong Qingshe said, Xiaolin was so shocked and panicked that she couldn't believe it was real. She was filled with fear, tears about to fall, and she cried out, "What, this?" The trembling in her voice was clearly audible. Seeing Xiaolin like this, Dong Qingshe became a bit displeased, frowning slightly as she asked, "What's wrong? Now you're in a period of high-level ability development. This shouldn't be too difficult." Xiaolin, on the opposite side, when thinking of Lu Sheng, the owner of those terrifying eyes that haunted her, still felt very shaken. Then, Xiaolin carefully reconsidered Lu Sheng's current situation, suddenly thinking, "I've heard that terrifying guy is now in a state of mental decline. If his strength remains stagnant," carefully weighing the situation, Xiaolin felt there was some hope. Perhaps she really could. After finishing her instructions to Xiaolin, Dong Qingshe left the room. While walking down the hallway, she encountered Major Qin Shaojun. Seeing Dong Qingshe, Qin Shaojun, who was leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, spoke up, Finished already. How did it go? Hearing this, Dong Qingshe replied, Qin Shaojun, her talent is fine, just her personality is a bit weak. Qin Shaojun, hearing Dong Qingshe's comment about Xiaolin, smiled, extending one hand towards Dong Qingshe, and replied, Heh, heh, you think everyone's like you. Qin Shaojun, disregarding Dong Qingshe's attitude, continued, moreover, this personality can't compare to the person I'm training. As soon as Qin Shaojun finished speaking, Dong Qingshe, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them to look at Qin Shaojun, slightly surprised. Meng Jinhe, he's already awake. Anyway, there's still 2 months left. He'll get through it if he grits his teeth. Suddenly, Dong Qingshe remembered something and quickly asked Qin Shaojun, oh right, is he still the same? It turned out she was talking about Lu Sheng. Qin Shaojun understood who Dong Qingshe was referring to and replied, still the same. Qin Shaojun thought about Lu Sheng's current situation, his face full of helplessness. Every time I bring food, he's still sleeping. I guess he's done for. Qin Shaojun suddenly remembered something interesting, raising his hand to point, smiling, and turning to say to Qingshe, do you remember back when we were training students, what you used to say? As long as you like it, you can sleep in the dorm all day and no one will care. Ha ha ha. Hearing Qin Shaojun speak, Dong Qingshe suddenly felt a bit regretful and helpless, not knowing what to do. I shouldn't have said that in the beginning. Qin Shaojun, unconcerned, put his hands back in his pockets, still teasing Dong Qingshe. So, do you still intend to use him as a whetstone? As soon as Qin Shaojun finished speaking, Dong Qingshe was so angry she could almost smoke, feeling extremely furious. She clenched her fists tightly. Whetstone my ass, it's gone this far and you're still talking. Qingshe was extremely annoyed, walking quickly forward, her mouth still grumbling. Forget about him. You better take good care of your Meng Jinhe. Otherwise, during the assessment, Xiaolin will beat him badly. Seeing Qingshe angrily walking ahead, Shaojun continued his teasing, closing one eye, pulling a hand out of his pocket, bringing it to his mouth and sticking out his tongue to mock. Who's afraid of whom? On the other side, Yang Yan was struggling to clean up, her body covered in sweat. She suddenly let out a sigh, when suddenly a voice called out her name, Yang Yan. It was a girl with long, flowing hair, smiling as she walked towards Yang Yan, asking, not finished yet. Let me help you. Hearing this, Yang Yan smiled happily and replied, thank you. Hearing that, the other girl quickly said, it's nothing. Didn't you help me last time too? As she put down the pile of things in her hands, she sighed to Yang Yan. I really envy those who got 100 points. That accumulation is enough for these 2 months. Yang Yan stood beside her, one hand holding a mop, the other hand on her waist, continuing. Those of us tightening our belts, skipping a meal or two are the ones who are really pitiful. Oh, there's no comparison. The other girl suddenly changed the subject, mentioning our main character saying, Yang Yan, that Lu Sheng from your city, what's he been doing during this time? Isn't your relationship with him very good? Hearing Lu Sheng mentioned, Yang Yan looked slightly surprised, then her face darkened a bit as she replied, him, I don't know either. Hearing Yang Yan say this, the other girl spoke without restraint, saying, I guessed you wouldn't know. You know that Lu Sheng is really something. At first, when he just arrived, he was very fierce, making everyone in the camp completely overwhelmed. But what happened next? On the second day, he went downhill. Not stopping there, the girl continued to chatter. Lu Sheng has been staying in his room, not coming out. I guess the others have caught up to his strength by now. The girl, one hand on her hip, the other waving around, kept talking non-stop. Yang Yan, tell me, isn't he scared now? Sumbrang. He must have realized early on that the rewards of innate power would gradually disappear, so he's turned into a turtle hiding in its shell. This way he can add some mystery. Hearing all these words, Yang Yan disagreed, her hand clenching into a fist. No, Lu Sheng isn't that kind of person. Yang Yan didn't believe Lu Sheng was like that. Thinking this, Yang Yan felt a bit upset and turned her head to decline the good intention. You go rest. I can handle the remaining work myself. The girl behind was a bit taken aback, uncertainly asking, oh. Suddenly, people ran by outside, with one person shouting as they ran, quick, come and see. Cao Yong seems to be practicing under 4 times gravity. Then, a voice was heard asking, really? Hearing this information made the 2 girls extremely surprised. Suddenly another voice rang out, carefully asking, are you sure you didn't mishear? 4 times gravity. Is it real or fake? That's so strange. When Yang Yan heard them say this, she suddenly said, last time I tried training at just double gravity, and I was stunned for 20 minutes. Almost had to be carried back. 4 times. While she was pondering, the other girl suddenly grabbed Yang Yan's hand. Come on, let's go see. Yang Yan was extremely surprised at being pulled away so suddenly. Ah! Hearing that Cao Yong was training, Yang Yan thought about our protagonist, Lu Sheng. What exactly are you doing now? Smoke suddenly appeared from somewhere, spreading everywhere, obscuring everything. After the smoke dissipated, the silhouette of a young man appeared. Behind him were streams of dark light, his face partially hidden. One could see this person was very strong and also very intimidating. When the smoke had completely cleared, the young man's face was revealed. It was Lu Sheng. In the gravity training room, surrounded by glass panels, which looked fragile but were extremely sturdy. Thanks to this, people could see what was happening inside. Behind the glass was Cao Yong, training at level 3. Turning around, he was surrounded by a golden light. Cao Yong was constantly utilizing all the muscles in his body, struggling to withstand the pressure. Those just standing outside watching Cao Yong train were also amazed. It's almost 4 minutes now. Compared to last time, he's endured half a minute longer. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a hand reached out, forcefully pressing the button to end the training. The system's voice immediately announced, "Stop." After that, Cao Yong, having just finished his strenuous training, with a towel draped over his shoulder to wipe off sweat, stepped out of the room. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by people. Sounds of praise and admiration rang out continuously. "That's incredible. At gravity level 1, I can't even last 10 minutes. I can't believe Cao Yong could withstand level 3 gravity for 4 minutes." Cao Yong proudly lifted his head, exhaling, "Phew, that feels good." Hearing everyone's flattering words, Cao Yong curled his lips in a faint smile, thinking to himself, just trying this simple level, and they're already so impressed. If I were to try 4 times gravity, they'd be amazed. Suddenly, a young man with a fawning expression, hands clasped together, approached to strike up a conversation with Cao Yong. "Big brother Cao Yong, it seems you've adapted to level 4 gravity very quickly. You've already broken through to level 3 martial artist. At this rate, I wonder who in this training camp could be your match." Hearing these words, Cao Yong didn't respond. Then after a moment, Cao Yong raised his hand to scratch his head, enduring a dull pain, and asked curiously, "How is he doing now?" The young man looked puzzled, then suddenly understood, placing his left hand on his head, pointing with his right hand. He quickly answered, "Him. You mean Lu Sheng? He's still the same. Every time we bring food, we find him still sound asleep in bed." Not stopping there, the young man continued to mock, laughing loudly. He's still daydreaming in broad daylight. Ha ha ha! While everyone was striving to train and enhance their strength, our main character, Lu Sheng, was still sleeping comfortably in his bed. Lu Sheng had no worries at all, so he slept when he wanted to sleep and ate when he wanted to eat. Around his bed were plates, trays of food that people had brought, stacked closely together in multiple piles. Arrogantly, Cao Yong, after hearing about Lu Sheng's current situation, curled his lips slightly, showing a contemptuous smile. "Even if I wasn't as good as him at first, a turtle, no matter how slow, can still catch up to a rabbit in deep sleep." The story of the turtle and the rabbit is something everyone has surely heard before. In Cao Yong's mind right now, he saw himself as the diligent turtle, steadily moving forward, while Lu Sheng was the rabbit. Thinking this, Cao Yong continued, "Moreover, he's been sleeping for a whole month. What a waste of 1,000 accumulation points." Cao Yong, in his role as the diligent turtle, thought to himself, now I might not be losing to him anymore. While rejoicing inwardly, suddenly Cao Yong saw someone dash past him. That person moved at an extremely fast speed, flashing by. Cao Yong was completely stunned, still unable to react. Looking closely, he realized it was Lu Sheng. Cao Yong couldn't believe what had just happened. He turned around, carefully confirming, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, however, paid no attention, one hand holding a phone, the other on his hip, only focused on looking at the room before him in surprise. "So this is the gravity training room. Looks pretty good." Cao Yong regained his composure, looked at Lu Sheng, his face full of contempt and mockery, and said, "So you've finally decided to come out. Well, after sleeping for a whole month, you want to jump right into gravity training as soon as you leave your room." Lu Sheng ignored what Cao Yong had just said, focusing only on selecting his training program. "I didn't expect eating meals would cost so many accumulation points. Let's start with 3 hours for now." No sooner thought than done, Lu Sheng immediately selected the level 2 gravity training for 3 hours. A notification immediately sounded, informing Lu Sheng that accumulation points had been deducted. Now Lu Sheng finally paid attention to Cao Yong, his face full of challenge, turning his head to look at him while saying, "It's been over a month, hasn't it? Perfect timing for me to test how much my strength has increased." As the door of the room was slowly closing, Cao Yong quickly reached out to stop it, shouting at Lu Sheng, "You've been sleeping in your room all day, and you still claim to have increased your strength. What kind of joke is this?" The system, indifferent to what was happening, impassively announced the startup, beginning the countdown of time. With only 5 seconds left before the door closed completely, Cao Yong hurriedly said to Lu Sheng, "Hey, you're entering the gravity training room without warming. Up first, when suddenly the system's voice sounded, instructing Lu Sheng, "Due to the effects of gravity, please use the physical buttons." The door closed, displaying Lu Sheng's user information and the Level 2 training program. Not just Cao Yong, everyone who witnessed the entire incident was utterly astonished, speechless. Cao Yong crossed his arms, carefully explaining to everyone, "The gravity training room is no joke. If you don't follow the proper procedure of warming up beforehand, the sudden external pressure can cause internal organs to rupture and bleed. You won't be able to move then." Cao Yong leaned his hands on the glass, his lips curling into a smirk. Whether he's ignorant or arrogant, he's about to meet his doom. The countdown ended. After a moment of waiting, nothing happened. The scene Cao Yong described didn't occur. Everyone standing outside looked at Lu Sheng inside the room with puzzled expressions. The gravity system should have started by now, right? Why isn't he showing any reaction at all? Inside the gravity room, Lu Sheng stood tall and straight, as if the person currently training in that room wasn't him at all. Then Lu Sheng, who was standing still, suddenly threw a powerful punch. That punch even produced a sound that caused a shock, affecting those standing outside. Some even trembled. Cao Yong, witnessing this, was also surprised, his face contorting. Hee hee! Those present were all shocked by Lu Sheng, mouths agape. Huh, isn't that Lu Sheng? Hey everyone, look quickly. At the center of attention, Lu Sheng remained oblivious, still seriously training, sometimes jumping up to deliver a kick, sometimes throwing powerful punches with lightning-fast speed. Outside, some people rushed to the glass, cheering and supporting Lu Sheng. Others were still unsure, carefully confirming, can Lu Sheng really break the sound barrier in a gravity environment, fake or real? What the hell is going on here? Lu Sheng remained oblivious, focused on feeling the gravity around him. This new sensation. Then, Lu Sheng went to the gravity control panel inside the room. He wanted to switch to a different training exercise. Press this one, right? Cao Yong stood outside, his face looking unpleasant, pressing against the glass, one hand tightly gripping the towel hanging on his shoulder. Is he unable to bear it anymore and wants to stop? Lu Sheng, after careful examination, pressed one of the physical buttons. Then, a piercing alarm bell rang out. Only Cao Yong knew what that sound meant, so he was stunned. Everyone else quickly covered their ears, hoping the sound would diminish. As the shock from the alarm subsided, a puzzled voice rang out. "What's going on?" Cao Yong, surprised by Lu Sheng, couldn't close his mouth. This is the display panel of the room showing the training Lu Sheng just selected. Everyone who read those words was overwhelmed, initiating gravity level 4. After the training began, Lu Sheng closed his eyes tightly, feeling everything better while pondering. So this is the feeling after increasing gravity. Good, let me try it out. Then, one of Lu Sheng's knees buckled, his hand also pressing against the ground. Seeing this, everyone thought that at this level, it had exceeded Lu Sheng's endurance. Cao Yong stood outside, slightly confused, looking at Lu Sheng's actions. A voice rang out, mockingly, "Lu Sheng doesn't know his own limits. Haha." Lu Sheng's hand pressing on the ground slightly applied force. There was a sound like the ground cracking. The person speaking, upon seeing this scene, involuntarily lowered their voice. Gradually can't take it anymore. Cao Yong was shocked by Lu Sheng, unable to close his mouth. His whole face was drenched in sweat. Lu Sheng's force-exerting hand was now folded, with only 2 fingers left. Just then, Xialin happened to pass by, feeling lethargic after training, so tired. The instructor is too strict. Suddenly, a sound came from the right, catching Xialin's attention. She turned to look curiously. Why are there so many people? Xialin approached. Before her was a crowd of people with mouths agape looking at the gravity training room. Xialin moved closer. Someone asked about the situation. "What are you looking at? Is it that interesting?" Before finishing, Xialin looked towards the room and exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh." Seeing clearly the scene inside, Xialin also joined the shocked crowd. Most people when entering the gravity room find it very difficult even to stand. However, our Lu Sheng is not an ordinary person. He could do a handstand using only 2 fingers right there. Several cracks appeared on the ground. Xialin's mouth trembled slightly, forcing a smile, her finger pointing at Lu Sheng, unable to speak. "Ha! Lu Sheng." A loud crashing sound rang out. It turned out that Cao Yong was so shocked by Lu Sheng's actions that he could no longer stand steady. He stumbled backwards, hitting the wall hard and sliding down, sitting flat on the ground. Cao Yong clenched his fists, eyes wide open, staring in disbelief. Why? Why is he so strong? Cao Yong's eyes bulged, his teeth grinding so hard they almost made a sound. His hands clenched tighter, trembling slightly. Hasn't he been asleep for 2 whole months? Cao Yong had thought that by working diligently like the tortoise in the story, he would be able to catch up to Lu Sheng. But he never expected that no matter how hard he tried to move forward, he would still be at the bottom of the abyss, while Lu Sheng was leisurely at the top. Cao Yong couldn't accept the truth, shouting, "I should have surpassed him by now." Everything happening outside didn't affect Lu Sheng at all. Inside, he focused on his handstand while thinking, "At gravity level 4, I can still feel quite comfortable." Lu Sheng then used his hands to push himself up, flipped once, and stood straight. Lu Sheng walked to the control panel and pressed a button. The pressed button turned red. Then a piercing sound rang out. Everyone there was bewildered. Level 5. Oh my goodness. Quick, call everyone over here. Hurry. Lu Sheng, in an environment with gravity at level 5, had no problem at all. His mouth slowly opened. Natural breathing method. Switch groups of people from everywhere were continuously rushing towards the room where Lu Sheng was training. People moved while talking to each other. Different voices rang out incessantly. "Hey, have you heard? What? Let's hurry." In the gravity room inside, among the crowd, Lin Xiaoyu was gritting his teeth with an envious expression. Ignoring those around him, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly rushed past, quickly moving forward. One of them was a bit skeptical. Is it true or false? Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Despite the noisy atmosphere, everyone could hear clearly. "That man, he's back." Yang Ren also joined the crowd, running quickly to the training room. Upon arrival, she confusedly confirmed, it can't be real, right?" Around the room where Lu Sheng was training, it was already packed with people. Everyone was astonished. Even Yang Ren couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "Is it really him?" Cao Yong stood outside, hands on the glass, his left hand slightly clenched into a fist, his face showing confusion. Suddenly a sound echoed. The one making the noise was Lu Sheng. For gravity at level 5, it's certainly unbearable for normal people, but for Lu Sheng, it was extremely easy. He tried to jump up. Then Lu Sheng reached out his hand, carefully feeling around. Level 5 gravity also suits my current training state, so I might barely be able to perform the movements in the refined body technique. A bit more should be enough. Lu Sheng, lost in thought, suddenly remembered his goal, his open hand clenched tightly. Not enough. It can't be enough. The more he thought, the more determined Lu Sheng became. This was easily visible on his face. Lu Sheng's heart was full of determination. "I need even more pressure to push myself to my absolute limit." Thinking and acting, Lu Sheng went to the gravity control panel. People standing outside saw Lu Sheng's action and felt confused, trembling as they said, "What does he want to do? Sure enough, he can't handle it. Is he preparing to turn off the gravity effect?" As soon as they finished, someone else chimed in. "Level 5 gravity, maintaining it for so long, is already impressive. If it were me, I might not even last a second." Lu Sheng on this side had reached the control panel, raising his hand to repeatedly press the gravity increase button. Everyone who saw this scene was frozen in shock. Confusion appeared on everyone's faces, their eyes widening as if about to pop out. The crowd shouted in unison, "What?" In the monitoring room, where Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshe was working, behind her, Major Qin Xiaojun was approaching. Dong Qingshe's voice rang out, "2 more people today." Dong Qingshe rested her hand on her temple, her face showing fatigue. She continued, "It's only been a few days, and already so many students have dropped out." Qin Xiaojun, holding a cold glass of orange juice, handed it to Dong Qingshe while saying, "It's all because they're spoiled by their families. Golden children, silver children, who can't bear the hardships here. It's only natural." After receiving the glass, Dong Qingshui, hearing Qin Xiaojun's words, became a bit displeased. While drinking, she replied with some difficulty, "They can't even handle this much hardship. Is it really that unbearable? If they were to face real combat in the future, exchanging gunfire or fighting strange beasts with knives, how long could they possibly endure?" Qin Xiaojun went to the chair next to Dong Qingshe and sat down, facing her, not paying attention to her. He replied with a gesture, "You're working too hard. Actually, the quality of students this term is considered decent. I estimate that up to 80% can endure until the training camp closes." Qin Xiaojun looked at the monitoring screen, saying to Dong Qingshe, "Look at the gravity room and the agility room. There are already people breaking records." Looking at the data on the monitoring screen, Qin Xiaojun's eyes widened in surprise. Carefully examining again, "Has someone already broken the gravity room record?" Dong Qingshe, who was drinking, heard this and asked, "Is the record holder Cao Yong? I remember he was just about to reach level 4 gravity." When he saw the name of the new record holder, Qin Xiaojun's face was full of astonishment. He said to Dong Qingshe, "Ha! It's not him. It's someone you'd never expect." Lu Sheng in the training room has now increased the gravity to level 8. Lu Sheng has dropped to one knee, fist pressed against the ground, struggling to endure. Hearing this, Dong Qingshe's hand clenched tightly. She unconsciously used such force that she crushed the glass. Dong Qingshe suddenly stood up, her hand still in the position of holding the glass, surprise showing on her beautiful face. "What did you say?" "The person you're talking about is Lu Sheng." Qin Xiaozhen's face was full of astonishment. He struggled to speak. What level is this kid actually at now? Dong Qingshe maintained her standing posture from earlier, hesitantly opening her mouth. "I don't know either." But Dong Qingshe looked at Lu Sheng's image on the screen, declaring confidently, "The person we've been looking for has finally been found." The gravity inside the room weighed heavily on Lu Sheng. He was almost unable to endure anymore. Beads of sweat raced down his face, breathing out with great difficulty. Lu Sheng persevered while thinking, "Level 8 gravity with my current blood energy is still unbearable. I'm reaching my limit." Lu Sheng closed his eyes, silently deciding, "Then let's try the new technique." Lu Sheng attempted to use the new training method. Streams of purple light appeared, the light enveloped around his heart, creating a protective layer, while also giving Lu Sheng additional strength. Lu Sheng suddenly fell back, tilting his head and letting out a roar. Then, Lu Sheng gradually stabilized his breathing. He looked at his hand, carefully feeling each stream of power surging through his body. Phew, just by setting up the cardiovascular part, the blood energy can increase by another portion. This is the Divine Illumination King Sutra. Knowing the effectiveness of this method, Lu Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile. His hand clenched, thinking to himself, "Good, then let's see what my true limit is." The onlookers were still in shock when they saw Lu Sheng walk towards the control panel. Seeing this action, everyone didn't know how to react, staring in disbelief at Lu Sheng's back. What is he going to do now? It's already at level 8 gravity. Could he still? Lu Sheng, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, increased the level of gravity again. Now, even the glass surrounding the room couldn't withstand it. Immediately, long cracks appeared. Seeing this, everyone panicked. "Oh, damn it! What's going on?" Outside the gravity room, how can there be such strong gravity? The gravity inside the room seeped through the cracks, escaping outside. One by one, everyone felt the immense pressure weighing down on them. Some people couldn't even stand straight. Even Cao Yong, standing right outside, was almost about to collapse. Veins popped out on his face. Cao Yong looked at Lu Sheng, and despite having no strength left, he shouted loudly, "Lu Sheng, what on earth are you doing?" It turned out the gravity had increased to level 10. Even Lu Sheng was shocked by this terrifying pressure. The problem was he couldn't lift himself up at all. Lu Sheng's entire body was strongly pulled to the ground. Soon after, cracks appeared all around the floor. Lu Sheng was stuck to the ground. The pain throughout his body transmitted to his brain, making him extremely shocked. Too heavy. It felt like his bones were crying out, and his blood seemed to be coagulating. Lu Sheng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, unable to move even a bit, let alone actually move around. Just maintaining consciousness and exerting all his strength was enough. This was level 10 gravity. Originally, he shouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Lu Sheng, in this situation, had no intention of giving up. Instead, his eyes lit up with determination. Speaking of determined people, Lu Sheng must be mentioned. No matter what situation he's in, his will cannot be shaken. Lu Sheng braced himself, struggling to stand up straight, constantly reminding himself, who can change the future and reverse the destructive outcome? Is it someone who practices advanced cultivation techniques? Is it someone with supreme talent? Or is it someone with endless resources? Lu Sheng, under extreme pressure, slowly stood up straight. He understood clearly, only one person could save the world. It's the one who can break through their own limits. The straighter Lu Sheng stood, the greater the pressure he had to endure. The already damaged ground cracked even more. Lu Sheng's powerful aura seeped through the cracks and escaped, combined with the gravitational pull, making it impossible for anyone to stand. Everyone fell to their knees. Yang Yang was no exception. Even so, she still tried to look at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng stood up straight, raised his head, and shouted. Lu Sheng's aura exploded violently. Faint purple light swirled around him. After a while, Lu Sheng returned to normal. His face, covered in sweat and dirt, showed exhaustion. Seeing Lu Sheng like this, Yang Yan knew that Lu Sheng had come back. The training room door opened. After the dust settled, Lu Sheng's figure gradually appeared under the hundreds of attentive gazes. Lu Sheng, without a single wound on his body, walked out confidently, his face drenched in sweat. As Lu Sheng was raising his hand to wipe off the sweat, suddenly a girl's voice rang out. "Lu Sheng, classmate," someone called out. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Sheng turned his head, slightly surprised. As he looked, he saw a neatly folded handkerchief being offered to him. A girl with a cute face, holding the handkerchief, shyly offered it to Lu Sheng. Behind her were admiring, sparkling eyes, also directed at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was a bit surprised by this scene. His eyes widened, looking at everyone with a puzzled expression. Then, Lu Sheng reached out to take the handkerchief, responding in a slightly embarrassed tone. Thank you. The girl was overjoyed to see Lu Sheng take and use her handkerchief. Her eyes widened with happiness. Even her cheeks turned pink. Afterwards, she ran off, high-fiving her friends in celebration. After receiving the handkerchief, Lu Sheng used one hand to wipe his sweat, while the other took out his phone to check, thinking, damn, if I had known it would only take this long, I wouldn't have deducted 3 hours of accumulated points. Thinking about this, Lu Sheng felt very regretful about his earlier decision, such a waste. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. Lu Sheng saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, breaking the record, and even rewarded with accumulated points." Then, Lu Sheng tapped on it to open and view. A ding sound immediately followed, announcing the receipt of the accumulated reward for breaking the record. Lu Sheng wiped his sweat while looking at the newly updated ranking board. Another notification sounded. After careful calculation, it reported the remaining accumulated points, 335 points. Hearing this number, everyone was bewildered, shouting loudly, "What? A 4-digit accumulated point score." Someone opened to check their own points and felt dejected. All of us combined don't even equal half of his. Another person, after looking at their own accumulated points, felt extremely sorrowful. Boo-hoo, it's been 3 days since I've had meat. After carefully checking his accumulated points thoroughly, Lu Sheng started to leave, thinking to himself, over 4,000 is enough for me to eat to my heart's content. Next, the people gathered there, seeing Lu Sheng approaching, instinctively hurried to move aside. Oh, he's coming this way. As one person moved, others followed suit. Then everyone parted to both sides, actively making way, creating an unobstructed path for Lu Sheng. The people behind watched Lu Sheng's proud back, could only follow him with their eyes, their hearts filled with admiration and respect. When Lu Sheng had gone far, everyone started to follow him, running and talking to each other. Lu Sheng is indeed still the same Lu Sheng. Where is he going? Yang Yan watched Lu Sheng walk away, not daring to run up to greet him. She felt utterly astonished, her eyes wide with surprise. How does Lu Sheng have such a dominating presence, such a strong existence? The people around kept taking turns praising Lu Sheng. 10 times gravity, he's indeed not human. It's too terrifying. Watching Lu Sheng walk ahead, with hundreds of people constantly chasing behind, Yang Yan felt that this figure was like a tiger on the move, with hundreds of beasts following. That scene in her eyes was like a powerful tiger with superior strength, walking alone in front, while behind were other beasts constantly striving to catch up. Yang Yan's friend, seeing Lu Sheng like this, kept raising her hand to rub her head, exclaiming, "Lu Sheng is naturally gifted with energy. He has broken the defense record in the gravity room. This is really..." Yang Yan stood still, her eyes following Lu Sheng, not responding to her friend. After thinking carefully, she wondered, could it be that his blood energy value has already broken through to level 4? Yang Yan suddenly realized. She suddenly knew where Lu Sheng was heading. Yang Yan was once again surprised by Lu Sheng. Her eyes that had just returned to normal now widened again, her mouth agape. The direction he's heading is the Divine Technique Room. Inside a room, on the ceiling, dangerous red light beams kept appearing. Meng Jinna was trying his best to weave, avoiding them. Sometimes, he was just a hair's breadth away from touching those light beams. Suddenly, a light beam flashed, hitting Meng Jinna, and he then landed on the ground. The training session also ended here. A voice announced, "Training completed." The training result this time has completed 87% of Phase 2. Meng Jinna, having landed, let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Congratulations to trainee number RU284363. Your body technique has surpassed 52% of trainees. After the announcement ended, Meng Jinha raised one hand to brush his hair, a confident smile on his face. In the body technique training room, every time the results are sent to the final point of the Martial Arts Alliance. At any time, one can secure a position in the World Body Technique ranking. Looking at the results he had achieved, Meng Jinha was overjoyed, thinking he had surpassed more than half of the people in the world. This half must be about several 100 million, right? Meng Jinha proudly turned around, walking out of the room, eyes closed, a smile on his lips, thinking to himself, indeed, there's a gap between people, awakening talent and speed, and being personally tutored by instructor Qin. The distance between myself and others is now immeasurable. The more he thought, the more outstanding he felt. Meng Jinna's face gradually showed a look of arrogance. As for others, just watching me train should be considered beneficial, right? As Meng Jinna was walking out very proudly, expecting admiring glances, praise from those who watched him train, outside the room there was no one in sight. It was completely empty. Meng Jinna was very confused, seeing a crowd gathered in the opposite direction. Meng Jinna couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Why did everyone run over there? Meng Jinna looked carefully and saw both Dong Qingshui and Qin Xiaojun were over there. They were both very serious as they looked at the training room. Instructor Dong and Instructor Qin were there too. What are they watching? Is an instructor personally demonstrating? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Meng Jinna hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed someone from the crowd and asked, "Hey, what's going on? What are you all standing here watching?" The person who was grabbed was very unhappy and then proceeded to educate the ignorant. Meng Jinna, well, of course we're watching Lu Sheng. Who else would we be watching? Hearing this, Meng Jinna couldn't help but laugh out loud, replying, Lu Sheng, that sleepyhead from Baihe City. The more he talked about Lu Sheng, the more Meng Jinna couldn't control himself and laughed even louder, mocking without any restraint. Don't tell me you all think that sleepyhead can break my record. Are you crazy? The person who was engaged hearing Meng Jinha's arrogance couldn't help but frown, and showing annoyance, replied, Huh, who do you think you are? While the two were arguing, suddenly a terrifying sound rang out, interrupting their unfinished conversation. The other person, upon hearing such a sound, was extremely startled and hurriedly shouted, Oh shit, what's happening? Just like Cao Yong, Meng Jinha knew well what that sound signified. Meng Jinha's face showed clear terror, unable to believe what had just happened. No way. Has the entire generator been turned on at full power? All the generators equipped inside the room had been activated, and the person standing straight with great resilience was none other than our protagonist, Lu Sheng. After seeing all the generators light up simultaneously, preparing to shoot out red beams, Lu Sheng observed and understood the training method. Oh, so that's how it works. Just need to avoid the lasers, right? Lu Sheng carefully examined each generator and came to a conclusion. It's impossible to predict which direction the lasers will be fired from. This is the most challenging part of the body technique training room, but this difficulty, for me, Lu Sheng then used his power. His eyes lit up, with a purple glow appearing around them. Thanks to this, Lu Sheng could easily tell when and from which direction the generators would fire. Now, this training exercise could no longer challenge our Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng felt the same way. As easy as eating candy, in an instant, multiple generators fired simultaneously from all directions at a dizzying speed. The beams fired were so numerous that they could illuminate the entire room. For an ordinary person, they would certainly be at a loss, not knowing what to do or how to dodge, but the person inside this room was none other than Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng showed no fear or hesitation whatsoever, extremely agile, dodging everything without a single beam touching him. The onlookers witnessing this scene were surprised, caught off guard. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape. Even Meng Jinha, seeing this, couldn't believe it, his whole body trembling. He hurriedly exclaimed, How is this possible? How is this possible? Some people, seeing Lu Sheng dodge all the beams, exclaimed in amazement. There are over 1,000 laser probes in the training room. No one knows what will happen in the next second. With this density and frequency, how is it possible? Meng Jinha hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed the collar of the person who just spoke, lifted him up, and demanded, Are you sure this is his first time in the body technique training room? Treated so roughly by Meng Jinha, the person was terrified and answered trembling, That's right! We all followed him here. Hearing this answer, Meng Jinha's eyes bulged. Even the blood vessels inside began to appear one by one. Seeing Meng Jinha like this, the person fearfully continued. Before coming here, he already broke the record in the gravity room. 10 times gravity, you know. Upon hearing this, Meng Jinha collapsed, his knees hitting the ground hard, but he didn't feel any pain. Lu Sheng, isn't he supposed to have strength-type talent? Didn't he sleep for a whole month? When Meng Jinha learned of Lu Sheng's recent achievements, he felt like he was about to transcend reality. How could there be such a big difference? Seeing Meng Jinha like this, the other person became very worried and asked, Jinha, on this side. Dong Qingshui and Qin Xiaojun watched Lu Sheng train and thought to themselves, Lu Sheng, is it really his first time in the body technique training room? The more Dong Qingshui watched Lu Sheng nimbly dodge everything, the stranger she found it. This isn't right. Even after hundreds of attempts, no one could do what he's doing. His movements, or rather his reactions, are as if he knows in advance. After Lu Sheng jumped up, as he landed, another laser beam was fired. Instead of dodging with his whole body as before, this time Lu Sheng only needed to slightly tilt his head to avoid it. Dong Qingshui, seeing everything clearly, was also amazed. Could it be that he is? Inside the room, Lu Sheng continued to dodge the laser beams. Lu Sheng skillfully avoided each laser beam. Dong Qingshui concentrated qi in her hands while pondering. Nearby, Qin Shaojun reached out to the mirror asking, "What are you trying to do?" Dong Qingshe rubbed her hands gently, stammering, "It's nothing." Qingshe frowned, thinking to herself, "Strange, didn't I probe him last time and he showed no reaction to mental force at all? Wanting to try again, am I stupid?" The screen displayed Body Technique 2 with a completion rate of 62%. Lu Sheng swiftly passed through each laser beam, thinking, "This training is fantastic. I feel I can move even faster." The system announced, "Lu Sheng has passed Body Technique Level 2 training." Seeing this, the people around started discussing, "Wow, it's only been a few minutes and he's already finished Stage 2. That's right, it feels like Lu Sheng passed Stage 2 too easily. Why does this Stage 2 feel different from the one I saw before?" Qin Shaojun turned his face and said, "What do you mean by too easy? It's just that Lu Sheng passed it so effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. His body technique has reached a perfect level." Dong Qingshe observed and said, "On the contrary, I want to see how far he can go." Qin Shaojun chuckled. "Haha, Qingshui, I'm afraid this is the first time we've had the same thought." The system announced, "Beginning Body Technique Training Stage 3. Immediately after, a series of bombs flew swiftly towards where Lu Sheng was standing. Everyone around was surprised by what had just happened. "Wow, is this Stage 3? It's so difficult." Although the bombs came at a rapid speed, Lu Sheng was still able to avoid them. The difficulty level increased, and a series of laser beams appeared. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "It's getting harder now. This time, they've even started using laser beams to block all my escape routes. Well then, alright, I'll show them what I'm really capable of." The bombs kept falling continuously. Lu Sheng swiftly and skillfully evaded them. "I'm 22 years old, just broke through to the micro-realm." Hearing this, Dong Qingshe sighed and said, "I'm 25 years old." Qin Shaojun exclaimed, "It's not the same. I'm a martial artist, gifted in speed." Speed? I was born with this natural talent. But this kid, how old is he this year? 18 years old, damn. On the screen, it showed the current completion progress was 15%. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the difficulty is starting to increase. Relying solely on mental force is getting a bit tough. Qin Shaojun observed and said, Lu Sheng has started to lose his composure from before. A series of laser beams kept appearing. Nop. Lu Sheng shouted, "Change." Then he used the howling wind technique to evade the laser beams. Lu Sheng dodged the laser beams at lightning speed. The system announced, current completion progress is 62%. The audience stood up in confusion. Where's Lu Sheng? The completion progress had reached 81%. Qin Shaojun was surprised. This kid's speed is too fast. It can't be seen with the naked eye, which is why he seemed to disappear just now. The screen displayed, completed body technique level 3. Lu Sheng stood still, waving his arms and legs. Qin Shaojun smiled and said to Dong Qingshe, "The young are indeed to be feared. The young are to be feared." Today, he's stolen the entire spotlight. Gravity level 10 and body technique stage 3, he looks completely exhausted now. Let's go back. Dong Qingshe frowned and replied, "No, it seems Lu Sheng wants to continue." Hearing this, Qin Shaojun turned his face back. The system announced, starting body technique 4. Qin Shaojun said in shock, "No way. Even I have just started stage 4. Today, can he really break through a whole series?" Dong Qingshe closely observed Lu Sheng inside. Lu Sheng was starting the 4th stage. Suddenly, something flew up from below, then formed a spherical laser beam intertwining with each other. The people around exclaimed in shock, "Damn, what the hell is this thing? Is it really possible to dodge it?" The system announced, current completion progress is 30%. Qin Shaojun said nervously, "It's finally reached this level. Let's see how Lu Sheng handles it." Lu Sheng was surrounded by thousands of laser beams. He thought, the current upgrade has pushed the breath of wind to its limit. So then, Divine Illumination Sutra. Around Lu Sheng's body, a green energy enveloped him. Immediately after, he created a black sphere. This feeling of time slowing down, if I remember correctly, using the professional terminology of spirit masters, to describe it, it's probably called time perception. Lu Sheng moved so fast that he created afterimages. This is a manifestation when spirit force reaches a kind of qualitative change, and this type of change only appears in level 3 spirit masters. It's also right now, I've finally stepped onto the path of a level 3 spirit master, Lu Sheng thought. Suddenly, a powerful force surged, breaking through the observation screen. Dong Qingshe saw this and smiled with interest. "Indeed, you are the spirit master Lu Sheng." Suddenly, Dong Che released a powerful spirit force, condensing it into the form of a young girl, surprising Qin Shaojun and those nearby. Qin Shaojun immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Qingshe immediately replied, "I want to test him further." Then she projected her spirit force into the body technique room. While Lu Sheng was dodging all the laser beams emitted from the black spheres, he suddenly noticed Dong Qingshe's spirit force about to attack him. Immediately after, he smiled gently, waving his hand to disperse that force, causing Qingshe to suffer internal injuries. She could only acknowledge in a low voice, Lu Sheng is indeed a spirit master. Moreover, his spirit force is no less than mine. Her words left Qin Shaojun standing beside her in a state of shock, speechless. On the other side, Lu Sheng was dodging laser beams while feeling annoyed about Dong Qingshe's interference in his affairs. He thought to himself, watching is fine, but touching is going too far. However, I'm also reaching my limit. I didn't expect that using time perception just now would consume so much spirit force. On top of that, someone's interfering with me. Right after that, Lu Sheng chose to give up, allowing the laser beams to penetrate his body. Because the progress of stage 4 was only halfway through, and using the breath of wind and the blood chi of the Divine Illumination King Sutra to increase amplitude, this was temporarily the best he could do. So after Lu Sheng gave up, the body technique system immediately announced, training completed. The results of this training session, the completion rate of the stage is 56%. At the same time, it congratulated the martial artist with registration number RU285632 and said that Lu Sheng's body technique had surpassed 97% of practitioners. As soon as they heard the system's announcement, everyone present there burst out, "My goodness, is this really a student's achievement?" Lu Sheng's body technique alone has already surpassed hundreds of millions of people. Meanwhile, Meng Jin stood aside, lamenting sorrowfully, "I'm only ahead of 52% of people, yet he's 45% higher than me. He's still a force to be reckoned with." As for Lu Sheng, when he heard that 97% figure, he seemed a bit unsatisfied, thinking to himself, so there's still 3% of people with stronger body techniques than me. 3% of the world's population is still around a few hundred million people, isn't it? I'm still very weak. I must work hard to cultivate. A moment later, Dong Qingshe and Qin Shaojun came over to congratulate Lu Sheng. Congratulations, Lu Sheng. You just broke the record for Gravity 7, and now you've also broken the record for Body Technique 7. Then she gently asked further, "Next, where do you plan to go? The combat training room or the spirit force training room?" Hearing Dong Qingshe's question, Lu Sheng thought for a moment and then replied, "I'm not going anywhere. It's almost mealtime. I'm planning to go to the canteen." His witty answer made Dong Qingshe's face drop. Qin Shaojun on the other side laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Indeed, it's still this kid. Haha. 3 hours later, after Lu Sheng finished his meal, he went to Dong Qingshe's room as she had summoned him. Lu Sheng softly greeted Instructor Qin Shaojun, and agreed to take their strength test. Dong Qingshe said, "Every dormitory has prepared blood-drawing syringes to measure blood qi like this." Then, she asked Lu Sheng if he had recently checked his blood qi himself. Hearing this, Lu Sheng replied with a straight face, "I didn't check because the blood-drawing needles in the dorm can't pierce my skin." Qin Shaojun, upon hearing this, suddenly grinned mischievously and shared his opinion. "I've said for a long time that this kid must have reached level 3 already, and if his body hadn't reached that level, how could he break the record in the gravity room?" Then, he asked Qingshe to take out the golden needle to check Lu Sheng's blood qi. Dong Qingshe complied, taking out a golden syringe from her jacket's inner pocket, explaining, "This is a blood-drawing needle for level 5 martial artists. It should be sufficient for you." Then, Dongqi inserted the needle into his finger, drawing blood for testing. Immediately, the system from the needle displayed the result. Blood chi value 24.65, belonging to the rank of a level 3 martial artist. Seeing the result, both of them were surprised. Qin Shaojun exclaimed, "This kid is impressive. In nearly 10 years, I haven't met anyone so young who's already a level 3 martial artist." Next, Qin Shaojun led Lu Sheng to the arena, saying, "Now, let's see what your combat ability is like." Lu Sheng thought to himself, "If they want to measure, then I might as well go all out to see what my ultimate limit really is." Immediately after, Lu Sheng switched his technique to the breath of fire, causing a burst of flames to erupt around his body. Lu Sheng used the perfect realm fist technique, Hengxing level 8 force, punching straight at the measurement robot. Immediately, the robot's system displayed the combat index, 271920, evaluating Lu Sheng's strength as equivalent to a level 4 martial artist. After seeing that figure, Qin Shaojun shuddered, thinking to himself, a level 3 martial artist with combat power close to a level 5 martial artist. This kid is truly a perfect monster. Qin Shaojun ran over to Lu Sheng, patted his shoulder, and said, all right, you can graduate from this training camp now. From here on, you can do whatever you want. Next is to file a report to upgrade the rank of martial artists registered with the association. Hearing this, Lu Sheng coldly thanked him. Thank you for your help, Instructor Qin. Suddenly, Dong Qingshe stood up and said, Wait a moment, Lu Sheng, there's still one more test. Then, Dong Qingshe took out the Nengxing, an exotic crystal discovered in the Astra Gorge in the Land of Lions, saying, This is a stone with very strong spiritual force absorption properties. After being developed, it's specifically used to test the strength of spiritual force of spiritual geomancers. Dong Qingshe touched the stone while explaining, You just need to touch it with your hand to let the stone absorb your spiritual force. Then it can measure how strong your spiritual force is. Immediately after, the stone displayed Qingshui's spiritual force level and index, causing Xiaojun to exclaim, Hey, has your strength increased? Even the purity of your spiritual force has increased quite a bit. I remember last time, you were just over 3 points. Hearing his words, Dong Qingshe suddenly spoke sarcastically. Do you think I'm like you, spending all day just eating and waiting to die? Seeing her mock him like that, Qin Xiaojun bristled. Hey Dong Qingshe, you can insult me, but you can't insult my way of life. On the other side, Lu Sheng touched the stone, channeling his spiritual force into it. Qin Xiaojun stood beside him, commenting quietly, If you say Lu Sheng's strength is half of yours, I'll believe it. If it's not weaker than you, I just can't accept that. Seeing him talk so much, Dong Qingshe frowned and shouted, Xiaojun, don't be a nuisance. Suddenly, the light accumulating on Lu Sheng's body flared up, emitting a dazzling light, spreading throughout the room, causing Qingshe to exclaim in surprise. How is this possible? The stone displayed Lu Sheng's stats. Spiritual force strength is 113.56, and purity level is 20.3. Dong Qingshe seemed unable to believe her eyes. She thought to herself, spiritual force purity of 20.3, 5 times higher than mine for a spiritual force user. Each point of refinement is extremely difficult. It's like folding a face towel into multiple layers, then compressing it repeatedly until it becomes as small as a coin, let alone 5 times that. At this level, Qingshe broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of her 2 years of grueling training just to raise it by 1 point. While Lu Sheng is only 18 this year, this level of strength is truly outrageous. Even genius isn't enough to describe Lu Sheng anymore. As Dong Qingshe was thinking about which word to use to describe Lu Sheng, suddenly, Qin Xiaojun let out a strange exclamation, causing Dong Qingshe's face to darken. So cool, super cool. Dong Qingshe swung her fist, hitting Qin Xiaojun straight on the head, then probed Lu Sheng with questions. Have you had a teacher before, or have you learned any spiritual force cultivation techniques before? Seeing Dong Qingshe ask this, Lu Sheng answered truthfully, Yes, I can teach. My teacher once taught me a special set of techniques for cultivating spiritual force, as well as skills and methods for using spiritual force. After hearing Lu Sheng's answer, Dong Qingshe breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, having a teacher makes sense. If Lu Sheng didn't have a teacher and had reached this level entirely on his own, I really couldn't accept it. Dong Qingshe said to Lu Sheng, Even with a teacher, this is enough to prove how talented you are. By the way, Dong Qingshe also asked another question. Your talent must have awakened not long ago, right? Lu Sheng immediately replied, Yes, less than 3 months. This simple and straightforward answer from Lu Sheng left both Dong Qingshe and Qin Xiaojun shocked into silence. After a while, they both seemed to regain their composure. Dong Qingshe cleared her throat and said, Phew, awakened for 3 months and your spiritual force has already reached level 3, with such a high purity level 2. Even after several years in the Spirit Master Association, it's hard to find a monster like you. Hearing this, Lu Sheng surprisingly asked back, Spirit Masters have an association too. Seeing this, Dong Qingshe explained, Yes, they're not in the same system as the Martial Arts Association, because when Spirit Masters awaken, it's quite extraordinary. Moreover, Dong Qingshe added, Although our Long Kingdom has a huge population base, the awakened and talented Spirit Masters account for less than 1% of the total. After saying this, Dong Qingshe suddenly raised her hand to her neck to take off her necklace, while saying, Your teacher probably intentionally didn't tell you, fearing it would affect your cultivation. After all, the more you know, the more distracting thoughts you'll have, which is why the purity of spiritual force would decrease. But for a genius like you, I hope you can join the association. The association will provide sufficient resources to help you cultivate. Then, Dong Qingshe held the necklace in front of Lu Sheng and said, This is my token. Take it to the association, and they will provide assistance commensurate with it. Lu Sheng took it. After a moment, Lu Sheng said, Actually, I've never seen my master before. Every time I'm taught by the master, the teaching method is very mysterious. Hearing Lu Sheng's revelation, Dong Qingshe also expressed admiration. Your teacher must be a very skilled person. Dong Qingshe thought to herself, talented people like Lu Sheng are usually treasured once discovered. Yet the teacher he mentions lets him develop on his own and doesn't even want to show his face. Only those at a very high level would do this. Indeed, in this world, no genius appears without reason. As for Lu Sheng, he was deep in thought. Now, if I keep saying I'm a genius, it'll be hard to explain. Well then, I'll just frankly admit about my master. He's from somewhere, 10,000 years in the future, with strength at level 11. His name is Duan Yifeng. While Lu Sheng was pondering, Qin Shaojun cleared his throat and interjected, although you two are having an engaging conversation, I'd like to interrupt for a moment. We invited you here today to discuss a few matters with you. Hearing Qin Shaojun's words, Lu Sheng listened attentively. Please go ahead, sir. Then, Qin Shaojun took out a card and handed it to Lu Sheng, saying, there's 5 million in here. Although the training camp hasn't ended yet, you're certain to be the top performer in this training camp. This is the reward for your outstanding performance. Dong Qingshe added from the side, don't be dissatisfied. This is the largest amount we could request. Due to the Eastern Military Zone's consistently tight military budget, most of the prize money for this training camp is used to provide 3 meals a day for the students like you. Right after that, Qin Shaojun patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder, revealing, you're the biggest eater. Including the cost of Lu Sheng's meals these days, it adds up to about 7 or 8 million. Lu Sheng was shocked to hear this, countless thoughts racing through his mind. So that food was so expensive. Does this mean I can't eat anymore in the future? Seeing Lu Sheng's mood, Dong Qingshe immediately placed her hand on her chest and gently expressed the second point to Lu Sheng. Although this amount is a bit small, it's enough to demonstrate the sincerity of our Eastern Military Zone. After hearing Qingshui's words, Lu Sheng held up the card, looking at it pensively. After a while, he asked, Eastern Military Zone, is this what you call a salute? Hearing Lu Sheng's question, Qin Shaojun immediately snapped his fingers, nodding in approval of Lu Sheng's intelligence. Very smart, you can understand it that way. Beside them, Dong Qingshe seriously explained to Lu Sheng, you must understand that martial arts prodigies like you, regardless of what happens in the future, will have to go to the battlefield to fight, using powerful techniques, wielding weapons like blood iron cast swords to kill enemies and appease lost souls, because the safe zone cannot nurture true dragon martial saints. Qin Shaojun, standing to the side, added, the nation and the Martial Arts Alliance have given martial artists many benefits and assistance, but it's not for free. Sooner or later, you'll have to walk that path. At the same time, Qin Shaojun expressed hope that, when it comes time for Lu Sheng to choose a military zone, he might consider choosing their Eastern Military Zone. Moreover, Qin Shaojun ran over to pat his shoulder, whispering, plus, our Eastern Military Zone has an advantage, which is that our female soldiers are the most beautiful in the country. Their looks and body proportions, all with big chests and long legs. Dong Qingshe, hearing Qin Shaojun's whisper, unconsciously blushed with embarrassment. She immediately controlled her spirit force, throwing a chair at Qin Shaojun's face, sending him flying to the side. Then she spoke up. The last thing is that we've decided you will represent the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp in the Eastern Province's selection competition for Haiming generals. Lu Sheng, learning of Dong Qingshe's decision, was extremely surprised. Seeing his expression, Dong Qingyi explained further. She clarified, all provinces in this eastern region every year organize genius training camps. The main purpose is to select true geniuses, with the potential to become star generals, from among many people. Moreover, star generals represent master level, with existence of authority and many benefits. Right after, Qin Shaojun stepped forward to add, Haiming star generals are future masters, reserve star generals. Such people each year in this entire eastern region, there's only one, and these people are selected from those with talent, so you should think about it on the other side. After hearing these words, Lu Sheng unconsciously cursed under his breath. Lu Sheng thought to himself, if one lives in this era, then there are things that cannot be avoided. When I use my strength to change the fate of all humanity, I must be able to turn the situation around, spreading across all space. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun put his hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, expressing Qin Shaojun's confidence and that of the Eastern region's chief instructor in him. Moreover, Shaojun added, if even you don't make it, then I believe Dongning Province won't have anyone else this time. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the prize for this selection competition will be awarded by the Eastern Military Zone. It's many times more than what this small training camp of ours can afford. At this moment, Lu Sheng realized only by demonstrating more talent can one gain more resources. Then, Dong Qingsha approached and informed Lu Sheng, "From now until the Kaiming Star General Selection Competition begins, there are still a few months left. Wait until all the training camps finish their training, then it will officially start. When the time comes, I'll notify you. In any case, it won't interfere with your college entrance exam." Immediately, Qin Shaojun interjected, "With your current ability, whether you participate in the final exam or not, it's not an issue. Among all the universities in the eastern region, you can choose whichever you like." Hearing this, Lu Sheng asked, "So, do I need to stay in the training camp anymore?" Shaojun shrugged and said, "It's up to you. Didn't I say you can do whatever you want? If you don't want to stay here, you can leave anytime." Lu Sheng pondered for a while, then finally gave his answer. "Then I'll stay here for a bit longer. If there's nothing else, I'll go now." After that, Lu Sheng turned and left quickly, leaving only Dong Qingsha and Qin Shaojun in the room. Seeing this, Shaojun suddenly chuckled. "Ha! I bet this kid is staying just for the food." Dong Qingsha beside him said ruefully, "I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be envious of someone else for their innate talent." This made Qin Shaojun nod in agreement. However, Qin Shaojun added, "But this kid is different from us. He's already been designated. He's not an ordinary person anymore. I'm certain Lu Sheng will bring about changes to this era that will shake heaven and earth." Lu Sheng took the documents and headed to the Martial Arts Association in Baihei City. On the way to Chairman Xiao's office on the 6th floor, Lu Sheng was observing the surroundings when suddenly a few loud shouts rang out. "Enough! Enough! Old Ha, you came here on purpose to annoy me, didn't you?" This caught Lu Sheng's attention. Then, the chairman's secretary came out to greet Lu Sheng. "You're here." As Lu Sheng simply pointed at the person sitting in the room, asking the secretary who that was, she opened the door, telling Lu Sheng to go in first, then they'd talk. After Lu Sheng entered, the guest stood up, excitedly walked up to Lu Sheng, then turned to ask the chairman, "Old Xiao, is this the unrivaled genius of Baihei City you've always been telling me about?" Then, he exclaimed, "Not bad, truly a talented youth indeed," sarcastically addressing Chairman Xiao. "Listen, Old Xiao, don't be too angry. Think more broadly. Not everyone can be as excellent as my precious granddaughter. You know, how many people are far behind my Xiaolin? She's not inferior in any way to this boy from Baihei City." "Ah, Lu Sheng." Immediately the guest took out his phone to show pictures of his granddaughter, asserting confidently, "She's not inferior in any way." Chairman Xiao, hearing those words, became red with anger, cracking the teacup beside him. Suddenly, Xiao Yuha turned to Lu Sheng and said, "What? Training's not over and you're back already? Explain this to me." Lu Sheng, seeing Chairman Xiao ask this, honestly replied that it was nothing special. "This is the document that Chief Instructor Dong Qingsha from the training camp told me to give you. I hope you can confirm it." Through that guest, seeing Lu Sheng's document, pointed and gestured, asking disdainfully, "So you're Dong's person. How come you still need to submit documents for approval to the chairman of this small martial arts association in Baihei City?" Then, he cunningly glanced at Lu Sheng and asked slyly, "Kid, did you cause any trouble at the training camp, so they're making old Xiao here, who recommended you, take the blame? This is no joking matter." Seeing this, Chairman Xiao went over, took the document, and frowned as he opened it. After reading for a while, suddenly, Xiao Yuha's eyes widened to the fullest, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The guest beside him, seeing Xiao Yuha's expression, spoke sarcastically, "Old Xiao, don't get so angry that you faint." Suddenly, Chairman Xiao shouted at Lu Sheng, "Since when did you break through to level 3? This shocked the guest, who could only utter 2 words, "What?" with a face full of surprise. Lu Sheng, hearing Xiao Yuha's question, replied, "Over a month ago, Chief Instructor Dong personally tested me. She said that the military district has the authority to certify martial artists' strength. I just need you to stamp it later." Chairman Xiao, hearing Lu Sheng's answer, smiled as brightly as a flower, repeatedly agreeing, "Qualified. Of course you're qualified. More than qualified, I'd say. Your instructor represents the entire Western military district. I'll stamp it for you right away." Seeing the situation, that guest's face darkened, saying, "Give it to me." Then he snatched the document from Chairman Xiao's hands to verify its authenticity. He looked at Lu Sheng while rapidly reading through the documents. Level 3 martial artist, 18 years old, combat power 270,000. Finally, he arbitrarily declared, "Could this be a forged document?" Chairman Xiao, seeing his expression, was extremely pleased, saying, "Give it here." Then he held up the paper, speaking while slowly pointing at the Eastern Military District's seal prominently stamped on the document. "Can't you see this?" The The guest, embarrassed and angry, pointed directly at Chairman Xiao's face and said, "I don't believe it." He claimed Lu Sheng was just a kid who was previously rejected by the training camp, so how could he possibly have a combat power of 270,000? Hearing this, Lu Sheng could only sigh, calmly saying to the guest, "All along, I've never said I was rejected by the training camp. It's just that Mr. Ha here always assumed so." "Oh, that's right. Chairman Xiao, the chief instructor, asked you to call her. She's worried you might not believe this document, so she wants to verify it with you." Chairman Xiao laughed out loud, glancing at Mr. Ha while saying, "Haha, I don't disbelieve it at all. I'm not someone who's so suspicious. Right, old Ha." Then, Chairman Xiao quickly went to the desk, grabbing the remote to call Dong Qingshui, while glancing at a certain guest, saying, "However, this call should still be made. I've heard that Chief Instructor Dong Qingshui is a famous prodigy from the Western Military District. As it happens, I've admired her for a long time, so let's make it a video call." A moment later, the video connected. Chief Instructor Qingshui's image appeared. Dong Qingshui gently asked, "Lu Sheng, have you arrived home already? Is this Chairman Xiao Yuhei of Baihei City?" Hearing this, Chairman Xiao responded, "Yes, it's me. Hello, Chief Instructor Dong." Seeing Dong Qingshui's clear image, that guest could only tremble, sweating profusely, saying, "It's really Chief Instructor Dong." Suddenly, Halin, the granddaughter of that guest, ran over to Dong Qingshui after hearing her grandfather's voice. Halin asked, "Grandpa, where are you? Why are you video calling Chief Instructor Dong?" Dong Qingshui, seeing Halin sneaking over, immediately scolded her. "Halin, the goal I set for you, have you achieved it yet? How do you have the energy to be distracted like this?" Today's training is increased tenfold, causing Halin to cover her ears, sobbing and saying, "Yes, Instructor Dong." On the other side, both Chairman Xiao and Lu Sheng turned to look at the guest, making him so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. After a while, Chairman Xiao pushed Mr. Ha out, politely saying, "All right, we're discussing official business. You two can talk privately among yourselves." Then, he turned to Dong Qingshui and said, "Chief Instructor Dong, the document you asked Lu Sheng to give me, I've reviewed it. The matter will be resolved quickly." Hearing this, Dong Qingshui replied, "Good, don't miss the main point. 1 month should do it." Anyway, Lu Sheng represents the entire genius training camp of Dongning Province to participate in the Eastern Region Kaiming Star General Selection Competition. He is the best talent from this training session. He no longer needs to continue training. After hearing Dong Qingshui's words, both Chairman Xiao and Mr. Ha were so shocked they couldn't speak. Then Xiao Yuhei smiled brightly, eyes sparkling with joy, exclaiming, "Kaiming Star General, the best talent." Meanwhile, the other guest was sweating profusely, trembling non-stop, only able to utter 2 words, "Is that so?" While Halin was being sternly criticized by the chief instructor. "Halin, climb up for me. You can't handle even this level. Do you still want to defeat Lu Sheng?" "Boo-hoo, Instructor Dong. I don't want to anymore. I can't beat Lu Sheng. I'll just run away when I see him in the future." Then he suddenly remembered that his granddaughter had called before to complain, saying that the monster in the training camp turned out to be this Lu Sheng. On the other side, Chairman Xiao excitedly said to Dong Qingshui, "I understand, Instructor Dong. I won't bother you anymore then." Afterwards, Xiao Yue thought to himself, "Old Ha, so you've also come to this day." However, Dong Qingshui stopped Chairman Xiao from hanging up, saying she wanted to take the opportunity to inform Lu Sheng of something. Dong Qingshui said, "Lu Sheng, regarding your request for me to find spirit masters specializing in weapon material creation, all those who could be found have been found. Moreover," Dong Qingshui added about the list and prices, "she'll make a table and send it to you. If you need her to buy anything, just say the word. The last thing is you should quickly pass the Spirit Master qualification test. That way you'll be qualified to log into the websites to make purchases yourself." Then after saying this, Dong Qingshui hung up. At this moment, Chairman Xiao burst out, grabbing Lu Sheng's shoulders to ask, "What did Instructor Dong just say?" "She wants you to take the Spirit Master test." Right after that, Lu Sheng explained that while in the training camp, he was tested and found to have innate spiritual power, so Instructor Dong wrote a letter of recommendation, telling him that if he had time, he should take the Spirit Master qualification test. That's it. Hearing Lu Sheng's answer, Chairman Xiao couldn't stop smiling. Xiao Yuhei kept praising. "Lu Sheng, well done, excellent. Lu Sheng, indeed I wasn't wrong about you. You are truly the once-in-a-century genius of our Baihei city." On the other side, Mr. Ha was trembling non-stop, his mind spinning, repeating the words Spirit Master and the number 27,000. Afterwards, Chairman Xiao saw Lu Sheng off at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. Xiao Yuhei wanted to call a car to take him home, but Lu Sheng politely declined, saying he wanted to go somewhere else. Moreover, Chairman Xiao Yuhei kept inviting Lu Sheng. When you're free, come to my house for a meal. I'll introduce you to some young friends. I'll personally cook a few dishes for you to try. You're all about the same age. You should have things in common. A moment later, the taxi arrived. Lu Sheng got in, saying goodbye to Chairman Xiao. Holding on to the door frame, he said, "I'll come," while thinking to himself, indeed in the martial arts world, the strong are honored and crowned as kings. On the way, the driver asked Lu Sheng, "Kid, what's your relationship with Chairman Xiao? I saw him being so polite to you." Hearing the driver's question, he thought to himself that even the driver could see how good the chairman's mood was. It seems Chairman Xiao has finally opened up. Then, Lu Sheng replied, "We're not related at all, just acquaintances." Chairman Xiao has always been this polite. Suddenly, a signboard flew out of nowhere, landing right on the hood of the taxi, startling the driver, who exclaimed in shock, "Oh, what's that?" Lu Sheng immediately opened the car door, looking confused and wondering. It's the signboard of Hongchuan Martial Arts School. What's going on? At Hongchuan Martial Arts School, Lin Tieshan and his gang had come to cause trouble. Lin Tieshan's group said to the school owner Ni Hongchuan, "I'm not here today to discuss business. Today, Lin Yishan, I've come here specifically to ask for guidance from your Hongchuan Martial Arts School." Ni Xiang, the daughter of the school owner Ni Hongchuan, angrily cursed Lin Tieshan to his face. "You're a disgrace to level 4 martial artists. Taking advantage of my father's injury, you come here to cause destruction. Lin Tieshan, you're a shameless bastard." A moment later, the owner of Hongchuan Martial Arts School slowly stood up. He said, "Lin Tieshan, our school has already agreed not to accept students for a year. What more do you want?" Hearing this, Lin Tieshan laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha! So what? If your Hongchuan Martial Arts School dares to hang up a sign, then you should always be prepared for someone to come and wreck it." After hearing Lin Tieshan's words, Ni Hongchuan stood up from the ground and said, "You're right. If we hang up a sign, we must have the ability to protect it. 25 years ago, I, Ni Hongchuan, came to this Baihei city alone, building my career with just these 2 hands." Then Ni Hongchuan took a fighting stance, emanating an aura around his body, and declared boldly to Lin Yishan, "What I could do then, I can still do now." Hearing her father speak like this, Ni Yang worriedly ran over, calling, "Dad." Ni Hongchuan reassured his child in a deep voice, "It's all right." On the other side, Lin Tieshan sneered, "Ha ha," and mocked, "If you don't have the skills, don't boast like that. Look at the state you're in now. If you end up crippled today, it's all your own doing." Moreover, Lin Tieshan emitted a martial aura, boldly asking further, "That 28-year-old level 2 martial arts kid, was he taught by you, Ni Hongchuan?" Hearing Lin Tieshan's question, Nie Yang waved her hand to correct him. "I've already said, Lu Sheng is not my father's student. Lu Sheng is just a member here." After hearing this, Lin Tieshan frowned, stomped his foot on the ground, using his martial artist's strength to shatter the earth and rocks. Lin Tieshan shouted, "I don't care. All I know is you're using that brat, Lu Sheng's name, to steal more than half of the students from our martial arts schools." Then, Lin Tieshan raised his hand, making a throat-slitting gesture as a threat. "If you dare to reach into our pockets, don't blame us for being ruthless." Ni Yang, seeing the situation worsen, stepped forward to shield her father. Ni Yang said sternly, "It's your students who chose to come here on their own. How can you blame us for that?" Hearing this, Lin Tieshan sneered. He spread his arms wide and declared, "I know that. That's why today, we've come here to destroy your martial arts school. Once your school is gone and students have nowhere to go, won't they become our students again?" Immediately, Ni Shuang frowned, showing displeasure, sweat pouring like a stream on her pretty face, and uttered one word, "You." Then, Ni Shuang raised both hands, taking a fighting stance, and challenged Lin Tieshan. "I'll fight you." Seeing this, Lin Tieshan showed a contemptuous expression, saying, "I won't hold back against a pretty flower." Ni Hongchuan, seeing the situation deteriorate, immediately stepped in to advise, "Daughter, you're no match for him. You don't stand a chance. Lin Tieshan practices hard techniques, and he's a level 4 martial artist. If I weren't injured, at best I could only exchange a few moves with him, let alone you." Ni Shuang turned back and replied, "Dad, I'm at level 3 now too. If it's just that level 4 Lin Tieshan, if we go together, we might not lose to him." On the other side, Lin Tieshan waved his hand, signaling to start the fight. He said, "How long do you people want to discuss?" Let's begin. Any more delay, and even the association will close down. So just accept your fate quickly, so he won't have to beat you father and child again tomorrow." Hearing this, Nishuang's blood boiled. She retorted, "Wait a bit. After I beat you to the ground, I'll make you carry the Hongchuan Martial Arts School's sign and parade it through the streets." Lin Tieshan, seeing Nishuang's arrogant response, felt his anger surge. As he exuded killing intent throughout his body, he cursed at Nishuang, calling her an insolent brat, truly detestable. Suddenly, Lin Tieshan lunged forward like lightning, throwing a punch aimed at Nishuang. Seeing his daughter in danger, Ni Hongchuan immediately shouted, "Nishuang." Then, he rushed forward to block Lin Tieshan's punch for her. Consequently, Ni Hongchuan was thrown back, crashing straight into the martial arts school's door. Seeing this, Lin Tieshan mocked, "You're really washed up. You couldn't even block one move." After taking that hit, Ni Hongchuan coughed up blood and asked in disbelief, "Lin Tieshan, have you broken through to level 5? Hearing Ni Hongchuan's question, Lin Tieshan laughed heartily and replied, "Surprised, aren't you? Ni Hongchuan, you've been hiding in this rundown martial arts school, teaching your daughter. It's been a long time since you faced a strong opponent like me." Then, Lin Tieshan challenged them, asking if anyone else wanted to fight him now. Ni Hongchuan knew he had no way out and had to accept defeat. Ni Hongchuan said, "Isn't it that you want my Hongchuan Martial Arts School to close? Fine. Now I'll go to the Martial Arts Association to cancel the school's registration." Seeing her father about to give up the martial arts school that he had worked so hard to build for many years, Nishuang tearfully cried in pain. Nishuang wanted to stop her father, but she couldn't do anything. On the other side, Lin Tieshan laughed despicably and said, "I've always believed in the character of Ni Hongchuan, the martial arts school owner. If that's the case, I'll be leaving now." Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the doorway. It was Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng calmly spoke, "Wait, such a good martial arts school, closing just like that. Where will I go to practice in the future?" Seeing Lu Sheng, Nishuang unconsciously asked to confirm if it was really Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw this and raised his hand to greet Nishuang. "Long time no see, Sister Nishuang." On the other side, Lin Tieshan's followers whispered about Lu Sheng. They said that it was Lu Sheng who had caused all their students to leave. He was the one who put them in a situation of lacking students. Suddenly, Lin Tieshan ordered his followers to shut up, then walked up to Lu Sheng. Lin Tieshan patted Lu Sheng's shoulder, praising, "Lu Sheng indeed has an impressive aura, a rare talent." Then, Lin Tieshan invited, "Little brother Lu, you're worried that after Hongchuan Martial Arts School closes, you'll have nowhere to practice. There's no need to worry. My Taishan Martial Arts School always welcomes you." After saying this, Lin Tieshan turned back to mock Ni Hongchuan. "You've seen it yourself. Hongchuan Martial Arts School is full of useless people. They couldn't even block one of my moves. What hope is there that this kind of school can teach you anything? So come to my Taishan Martial Arts School. I'll personally teach you the secret techniques of our school, absolutely without holding anything back." After hearing this, Lu Sheng, pretending to be naive, asked, "Taishan, secret techniques?" Lin Tieshan thought he had taken the bait and eagerly explained, "That's right. The Taishan secret technique is a method not taught outside of our Taishan Martial Arts School. Once mastered, you'll be invincible." Then, Lin Tieshan opened his shirt to show off his body, hardened like steel by the technique, to prove it to Lu Sheng. "I'm not bragging. Among those at my level, how many can break through my defense? Ni Hongchuan couldn't do it, and others can't do it either." Those words touched the pride of the school owner, causing the Ni Hongchuan to become sad, unable to look straight, only lowering his face to the ground. Lu Sheng probed, "Such a powerful technique, and you're willing to teach me." Seeing this, Lin Tieshan's smile couldn't help but become increasingly inhuman. He replied, "Of course I agree. As long as you join my martial arts school, take me, Lin Tieshan, as your master. I'll teach you everything." Seeing this, Lu Sheng cleverly asked, "So how do you plan to teach me?" This left Lin Tieshan speechless. Lin Tieshan silently cursed Lu Sheng for being so inquisitive, then slowly answered, "If you come, I will." However, before Lin Tieshan could finish his answer, he suddenly felt an extreme fear, as if a monster was coiling around his body. Lin Tieshan instinctively raised his hand to the forehead of the person standing in front of him and was pushed back a bit by the momentum. After landing one punch, Lu Sheng looked satisfied and said, "Impressive. It really is hard." Then, Lu Sheng punched Lin Tieshan again, sending him flying backwards through several walls, finally collapsing to his knees, unable to withstand it. Seeing this, Lu Sheng pretended to be displeased and said, "Hey, you said you'd teach me, but how can you teach me kneeling like that?" Lin Tieshan was thrown into the wall, cracking it. Lin Tieshan has been defeated. After just one punch from Lu Sheng, he was unconscious and collapsed. Lin Chen's two followers behind were stunned, one of them sweating profusely, his tongue sticking out of his mouth. Panicking, asked, You told me he was a level 2 martial artist, 28 years old, right? The other one angrily replied, What are you standing there for? Quick, let's carry Master away. As they carried Lin Tieshan away, they looked back and cursed, Kid, you just wait. Lu Sheng, you better watch your back on the streets. Ni Shuang looked worriedly at her father. Ni Hongchuan seemed to be in great pain from the earlier hit. Lu Sheng approached and held out his hand in front of Ni Shuang, asking, Are you all right? Ni Shuang placed her hand on Lu Sheng's, her face flushed, clearly moved by the gesture. Ni Shuang stammered in response, we're fine. Nie Yang helped his father stand up. Lu Sheng reached out and said to Ni Hongchuan, Don't close down the martial arts school, otherwise I'll have to find somewhere else near home, which would be troublesome. Ni Hongchuan affectionately grasped Lu Sheng's hand with both of his and replied, Certainly. Thank you so much this time. If you need anything, just say it. I'll definitely do whatever I can. Lu Sheng placed his other hand on top, smiling as he said, No need to be so formal. This incident started because of me anyway, but it's just this one time. In the future, if something like this happens again, you'll have to rely on your own strength. You know, in this world, might makes right. After saying this, Lu Sheng turned and walked away. Ni Hongchuan and his daughter watched Lu Sheng's retreating figure. Ni Hongchuan wondered aloud, a level 5 martial artist with half-body iron skin, yet he was taken down by Lu Sheng in one move. It's terrifying. To be able to defeat Lin Tieshan in an instant like that, he must be at the peak of level 5 to accomplish such a feat. Ni Shuang replied to her father, 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was only at level 2. Who knows how strong he is now? The sky had darkened. Lu Sheng entered the house, saying, I'm home. Lu Sheng's mother greeted him. You're back. You're home. Xiao Sheng. Then she asked, Why so late? Didn't you say you'd be back in the afternoon? Lu Sheng took her hand, answering, On the way back, I saw a group of people bullying some weak and sick individuals, so I stepped in to help. That's why I'm late. Lu Sheng's mother, hearing this, became alarmed and asked frantically, What? A fight? Are you hurt? His father, sitting nearby holding a glass of wine, looked at the mother and son, then said, Hey son, you're now an official martial artist. Surely you're not hurt at all. Lu Sheng's mother anxiously felt his face, shedding a few tears of worry. She asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Here. How about here? Lu Daihai sipped his wine, smiling happily as he said, That's how martial arts should be. When encountering injustice, one must step in to help, assist the weak. That's what makes a real man. My son, Lu Daihai's son, will go to the battlefield in the future, kill monsters, and protect our country. Lu Sheng's younger sister whispered to him, What kind of meat did you send back? After eating it, Dad felt much better, and my blood energy has risen to 1.1. That meat is even more effective than tonics. Did you steal it from the training camp? Hearing this, Lu Sheng pinched his sister's cheek and replied, Hey, how could you think of your brother like that? Don't worry, your brother obtained all those things legitimately. Shengni pushed her brother away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Sheng's mother brought out a mountain-high bowl of rice, as if it were for 10 people. She worriedly advised him, Xiao Sheng, is it very tough at the training camp? You shouldn't push yourself too hard. Safety is the most important thing. Shengni looked at Lu Sheng with annoyance, while Lu Sheng happily eyed the bowl of rice. Lu Daihai teased his wife. Hey, what do you know? He patted his chest, laughing as he said, Shengni, I can see it. Since you were little, you've always had that quality in you. You'll definitely become someone great and achieve great things. Even if you fail, our family will always be your solid support. Shengni replied, Yes, I understand, father. The whole family gathered together to have dinner. Lu Sheng smiled, thinking to himself, That's right. To make these ordinary warm days last forever, I need to become even stronger, continuously growing stronger, strong enough to prevent all disasters, enough to protect everything. That night, Lu Sheng was training. A zombie with sharp teeth approached Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng only needed one hit to take it down. Lu Sheng said, Phew, now even zombies of level 6 martial artists I can handle with just one punch. Lu Sheng looked towards the dazzling light above, observing it and wondering, this must be the center of the site, right? Then, he pondered worriedly. Last time I encountered a terrifyingly strong zombie right in this spot. I wonder if I'm a match for it now. Let's go in and scout the situation. There's a zombie standing up there. It jumped down, scattering rocks everywhere. Lu Sheng almost lost his balance from this force. He looked up at a zombie with long white hair. Lu Sheng was a bit frightened, his mouth agape. Lu Sheng thought, blood energy as thick as mercury mud, body like cultivated steel. Even a level 6 martial artist can't compare to this oppressive feeling right now. Master level realm. His face turned serious. In one breath, he absorbed too many combat memories. In his heart, destructive desires kept emerging. Just by shifting his thoughts about the crystal crown, he could eliminate these emotions. But right now, he didn't want to lose the courage to fight it. Let's fight. Lu Sheng stepped back, regaining his composure, rushed towards the zombie in front, using the breath of wind, 6 times constant star force. Lu Sheng was shocked when he saw that the zombie was unaffected by his attack. Lu Sheng retreated, worriedly wondering to himself, what? Although just now it wasn't considered using all my strength, I did use 6 times the normal force. Plus the perfect retreat attack technique like that, the combat power value should be over 100,000. Yet even its arms didn't budge at all. This is truly a master. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, changing once again. This time, it's the breath of fire. Lu Sheng, with fingers that looked very sharp and eyes like those of an eagle, advanced forward once more. 10 times constant star force. Lu Sheng's move was very powerful, but it was blocked by something. Lu Sheng was confused. What? There's a barrier like a transparent ball covering this person. Lu Sheng stopped his attack, looked at the thing in front of him, and thought to himself, that's rumored to be the invisible field that martial arts masters naturally possess. Even bullets can't penetrate it. That's the master's field. Lu Sheng fearfully retreated, thinking the other would chase after him, but actually it didn't. Lu Sheng looked at the person, wondering, it's not chasing. No intention to attack. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, sighed, and said, phew, I can't beat it. He sat down on the ground, realizing that using all his strength, he could only hit that thin layer, which already took 99% of his power. Yet it didn't make the other budge even a bit. Is this the field that remains outside the body when a master dies? Fortunately, this silver-grade zombie master almost doesn't consider me as its opponent. Even when attacked by me, it only shook a little, but didn't counterattack. Otherwise, I would have been killed on the spot long ago. Finally understood why level 6 and level 7 are only slightly different, but their status is so far apart. Level 7 is called a master, while level 6 is just called a martial artist. Indeed, the gap between them is too large. Now, even forcing a blood reduction, a one-to-one exchange, I can't do it. What should I do? Give up? No, there must be a way. Lu Sheng frowned. He no longer thought about how strong that guy was, but now what he thought was, if I can just kill it, I can access the master's memories. Lu Sheng approached that zombie, throwing a flurry of punches at the golden light protecting it. After a while, Lu Sheng gathered his strength and clenched his fist to deliver a powerful punch. Lu Sheng jumped down. Indeed, that punch still couldn't break that solid thing. Lu Sheng panted, thinking, just now I felt it. The master's field isn't invincible. The field has weakened a tiny bit, although just a tiny bit, almost negligible, but it has definitely weakened. If I grind it bit by bit, or if there's a chance, but I guess I'd have to attack millions of times to completely wear down this field, and my physical strength is almost completely exhausted. If it weren't for constantly using breathing techniques to recover, if it were another level 3 martial artist, they would have collapsed from exhaustion countless times by now. Lu Sheng turned around, looking at the pile of zombies he had defeated earlier, worriedly said, what now? Maybe I should retreat for now. Wait until my physical strength is stronger, then come back to deal with this reinforced concrete. But after my mental power reached level 3, hunting zombies level 6 and below is like mowing grass. One sweep, and they fall like dominoes. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if realizing something. Wait, mental power. I haven't tried directly using mental power to attack yet, because I've never trained in the combat skills of a mental cultivator. So until now, I've always treated mental power as a supporting skill, using it as fuel for the Divine Illumination Sutra to increase blood chi. Lu Sheng raised both hands, then clenched them tightly. Then, putting one hand in front of his face, he closed his eyes, thinking, I almost forgot that I'm also a level 3 mental cultivator. Compared to martial arts prowess, my strength in the mental cultivation realm is even greater. He opened his eyes. His hands had created a condensed blue stone. Lu Sheng looked at this thing and thought he still couldn't condense mental power into swords, spears, or clubs, but this was enough. Lu Sheng jumped up. Holding that stone, he smashed it directly into the zombie's shield. Indeed, it still couldn't break this thing. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. It was effective, but still not enough. Lu Sheng leaped high, unleashing his strongest power, condensing. Then, Lu Sheng kicked it down. The zombie, unfortunately, could only dodge the outer part. Lu Sheng frowned. Still not enough. Lu Sheng threw another huge block down once more. Lu Sheng gathered strength. Breath. Ah! Still can't penetrate inside. Lu Sheng used all his strength to push. Lu Sheng asked in confusion, this still doesn't work. Then Lu Sheng stood up. He closed his eyes to concentrate. Breath of fire. mental power multiplied by 10 planets, perfect force-releasing fist technique. Lu Sheng gathered strength. He shouted loudly, "Break for me immediately." Then Lu Sheng launched his attack. His strike came from above towards the zombie. This time it was effective. That hard thing had broken in half. Lu Sheng quickly stood on the remaining half, looking at the zombie. Lu Sheng concentrated power into his hand and said, "Immortal spirit, let me inherit your will." As he finished speaking, Lu Sheng punched the other's chest hard with his right hand. But surprisingly, this white-haired old man smiled with a purple-black aura around him. Lu Sheng stopped in panic. "What?" Lu Sheng recalled the previous events. "Mr. Shi Shengning congratulates you on your breakthrough. Starting from today, you are a grandmaster." Then the situation got worse and worse. Although the spirit realm masters were always busy everywhere, bases were still continuously occupied. The previous base, number 100, located at the center of the martial world. That place was the safest in the whole world. "I have arranged the spaceship. You should depart this afternoon. Father, can you come with us?" Father, as a grandmaster, must stay at the front line, sacrificing for humanity until the last drop of blood. Lu Sheng suddenly realized it was a level 9 beast. "I'm a grandmaster, with iron will, fearless, a dragon with a very hideous face." Lu Sheng was afraid, thinking he had just looked from afar, and immediately his heart raced. Legs trembled. "Why do I still feel scared? Why did the East China extreme evil Yang Lord Wang?" He casually strike out a palm. "It's really too powerful. With powerful existences like Lord Wang He in the human race, there's certainly still hope." The people below saw this huge thing and raised their hands in excitement. Lu Sheng raised his fists, thinking to himself, "Success! Ha ha ha! From Lord Wang He's strike, I've comprehended a completely new martial skill. In this life, reaching the level 8 Grandmaster realm is not impossible." A zombie was lying with a bloody stomach. He touched his stomach and thought, "So cold, is this the feeling when death approaches? I heard the martial world has initiated the ignition plan, intending to gather all human forces to cultivate an unprecedented level 12 powerhouse. Does humanity still have hope? But it's a pity that I won't be able to see it anymore." Lu Sheng panted, looking very tired and exhausted. Lu Sheng sat on the broken rocks, scratching his head and wondering, is this the life of this martial arts grandmaster? Vaster than any amount of memories absorbed before. What a legendary and extraordinary life. Named Grandmaster Shi Shengning, when alive he cultivated fist techniques. His fist skills encompassed fist arts, combat experience. Now it's all integrated into my body. Lu Sheng stood up, focused, one hand extended forward, clenched. Lu Sheng knew his fist technique level was now rapidly increasing. Lu Sheng looked up. He opened his mouth wide, tensed up, as if entering the spirit realm, high-level spirit realm, peak spirit realm. Then Lu Sheng looked at his glowing hand, thinking, palm control realm, the realm of palm control. Lu Sheng looked at his palm with delight. Lu Sheng thought, this is the lifelong learning of martial arts grandmaster Shi Shengning. Lu Sheng turned to look at the old zombie, who was slumped over, and said, Wang He. In Shi Shengning's memories, besides his family, this is the name he mentioned the most. And it was the two of them who created the constant star body refining technique, named Wang He. Lu Sheng thought to himself, in the martial world 10,000 years ago, obviously Wang He was also a top-tier figure. His title was Eastern Extreme Evil Son. Even Shi Shengning, a level 7 grandmaster, was his fan. But it seems that Shi Shengning once saw Wang He in action and was inspired, creating an extremely powerful martial art. Lu Sheng searched back and forth but couldn't find it. He was puzzled. Why can't I find it in his memories? In the deeper memories, he searched for a while, suddenly saw something like a gem. It was shining with a golden light. He sat down. This is it. Touching that strange object, suddenly, Lu Sheng was sucked inside again. Lu Sheng walked with difficulty. He frowned and asked, is this the enemy that Shi Shengning once faced? Lu Sheng, I've stepped into semi-grandmaster. I shouldn't be afraid. Why am I still so scared? What are those things in the darkness hiding? That silhouette, Shi Shengning. Shi Shengning stood in the dazzling sun, surrounded by thick smoke. From where Shi Shengning stood, strange rays of light suddenly shone out. They pierced through the huge bones above and shattered them. Lu Sheng felt uncomfortable in front of these beams of light, covering his eyes. It's too bright. He opened his eyes. Wow. In ancient mythology, the son of the heavenly emperor is the golden crow. The golden crow is responsible for the sun's duty. Each golden crow represents one sun. When 10 suns appear in the sky simultaneously, rivers dry up, the earth cracks. Endless light and heat will burn everything. No spirit can survive under 10 suns. This is the learning that martial arts grandmaster Shi Shengning devoted his heart and soul to, spent his whole life on, and even intended to use it to glimpse at the supreme grandmaster skill of the level 8 grandmaster realm, named 10 Suns Sharing the Sky. Now Lu Sheng emitted a surging, killing intent around him. He swung his arm, punched forward, and said loudly, "It's mine now." Lu Sheng looked very imposing and fierce right now. The next morning, Lu Sheng sat on the wooden bed next to the window where sunlight was shining through. Lu Sheng looked at his hand. He thought his spiritual power seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. He raised his hand, thinking. Lu Sheng suddenly looked up at the shimmering thing in front of him. It actually worked. I can sense that the total amount of my spiritual power now hasn't changed much compared to before, but in terms of quality, it's worlds apart from before. If Shilin's spiritual power is like air, then Dong Qingshui's spiritual power is like water, and my spiritual power is like a steel ball made of pure steel. Lu Sheng looked at his hand, delightedly smirked, and praised himself. Although still in the old form, the quality and hardness have increased by who knows how many times. Such great progress. When Lu Sheng released his spiritual power, he accidentally hit a high-rise building. Through the window, he lifted his finger, and that building was also lifted into the air. Lu Sheng saw this and was confused. How is this possible? The building was covered in purple from Lu Sheng's spiritual power. People inside panicked when encountering this strange event, shouting in unison, "Ah! What's happening? We're flying! Eek!" Lu Sheng was still dumbfounded, looking at the building he had just lifted from afar. He was puzzled. I only used the simplest spiritual power. A light touch could lift such a heavy object. The grasping power of spiritual force is dozens of times stronger, even more than before. But how to use it still needs more practice. I must quickly and quietly put the building down. Then Lu Sheng spread his spiritual power throughout his body, raising his hand towards the window. He thought that ordinary martial artists could never imagine this feeling. I can sense it now. In a sense, I have completely entered the level of a superhuman body. I'm sure that just with the pressure of spiritual power, I could easily crush a level 3 martial artist, or even a level 4. Not only that, I've also attained the stance of a grandmaster. Lu Sheng's entire body was covered in a layer of golden color. However, it was only an extremely thin layer, but just by increasing the spiritual power output, it would become much stronger. Even so, even if maximized right now, its thickness wouldn't equal 1% of the former Grandmaster level zombie. If we compare Lu Sheng to Shi Shengning, Lu Sheng is just a tender chicken egg, while Shi Shengning is a seasoned ostrich egg. Lu Sheng stepped out of the door, looking at his glowing hand. He reassured himself. Having this stance is equivalent to having the initial form of a Grandmaster's will. Although it's just a seed right now, sooner or later, it will grow into a towering tree that covers the sky. From there, transforming into a true Grandmaster level martial will is within reach. As for me, Lu Sheng was in the restaurant, sitting on a chair and using his phone to urge the Tianshang Haichen Shengyan room. The other person sent a picture, showing a cat, apologizing, and replying, "I'm coming soon." Lu Sheng put his phone aside, turned towards the door, and thought now that he's left the training camp without daily exotic beast meat supply, he desperately needs supplements to aid his cultivation. Then it's time to contact the people from Xingshan Tang. Ha Susu approached, probably tired from running. She leaned on the door, panting heavily. Ha Susu looked up and saw Lu Sheng sitting at the table. Ha Lingsu thought to herself, the person who came is just a student. This should be easy to handle. Ha Susu raised her hand to stroke her hair with a sly expression. She's probably plotting something unpleasant. As Ha Susu entered, Lu Sheng politely said, "Please have a seat." He opened the menu, flipping through the pages, and said to Ha Susu, "I heard the steak here is delicious. I hope you don't mind me having lunch while we talk." Ha Lingsu smiled and replied, "Of course not." A restaurant staff approached to take Ha Lingsu's coat and hang it. "Yes, I'll help you hang your coat, ma'am." Ha Susu wondered to herself how she should start the conversation. Lu Sheng turned to the side, raised a finger, and called, "Waiter, bring me the restaurant's finest steak first. 49%, 50%. Yes, yes, sir." The waitress cheerfully wrote down 40 portions on the paper. Ha Susu's discomfort was clearly visible on her face, thinking to herself, what, is he a pig, eating 40 portions in one go? Lu Sheng is a martial arts student, so having a cow's stomach is normal, I guess. One portion of steak costs 1,280 yuan. 40 portions would be 51,200. Ha Susu's face froze when she realized how expensive it was. He's eating so much by himself, surely he wouldn't be shameless enough to ask me to pay, right? Lu Sheng looked up at her and asked, "Would you like to eat?" Hasusu replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lu, but I've already eaten." Before Hasusu could finish her sentence, Lu Sheng said loudly, "She's not eating. Bring the food now. I'm hungry." Hasusu cursed internally. He really is a pig spirit. Hasusu smiled and said, "The reason I came here today is..." Lu Sheng interrupted Hasusu again. He threw a magazine with her picture on the table and said, "Hasusu, 22 years old, originally from District 8, Xing'an Province, Guanglin City." Hasusu picked up that magazine. Lu Sheng continued rattling off. Great-great-great-great-grandfather, great-grandfather. Ha Jiming was originally just an apprentice at the Jian medicine shop. Over a decade or so, when martial arts first flourished, relying on good martial arts aptitude and superior medicine-making skills, he became a level 5 medicine maker and also founded Xingshentang. Hasusu frowned, showing she didn't want to hear these words. Lu Sheng continued. Branches spread across over 20 counties in Dongning Province, with a total of 213 shops. Although Xingshentang a few years ago was considered quite successful, Ha Lingsu was uncomfortable. Lu Sheng smiled sarcastically, but due to poor management by later generations, by your father Ha Heji's time, it immediately began to decline. Hasusu didn't stay quiet and asked, "Mr. Lu, you've memorized a lot of information which can be found all over the internet. What are you trying to express? Your contemptuous memory." Just then, the waitress brought out a cart of food. It was the 40 portions of steak that Lu Sheng had ordered. He picked up the fork and knife, ready to eat. Lu Sheng ate each piece deliciously, while answering, "Hasusu, I also know that Chen Lan, your mother, due to family reasons hasn't returned to Dongning Province for about 25 years, never meeting her daughter, you, once. And the reason why Xingshantang collapsed so quickly in your hands, besides outdated concepts and poor business skills." Those two statements directly made Hasusu more irritated. Lu Sheng explained, "The most important reason is that actually for many years, your mother and the entire Chen family have been secretly suppressing your Xingshantang." Hasusu became angry, slammed her hand on the table, knocking over a glass of water, and shouted, "What, Mr. Lu? Do you have any evidence for what you just said? You can't just speak nonsense." Lu Sheng continued eating his steak while replying to her, "Whether it's true or false, go home and ask your father, Ha Heji. He'll understand clearly." Lu Sheng silently praised the steak. The meat quality is top-notch, truly high in nutritional value, providing quite good energy for himself. Hasusu tilted her head slightly to one side, thinking to herself, "Mother left me and father when I was 2 years old and hasn't visited us even once in all these years. Extremely heartless." Hasusu bit her lip, thinking indeed, the Ha family's Xingshantang began to decline from the time mother left and father took over. At that time, the Ha family closed shops almost every day, lasting for several months. Even if father wasn't good at business, it shouldn't have been that bad. Lu Sheng spoke up and asked, "Was it that every time a contract negotiation was going well, it would somehow suddenly get cancelled?" Hasusu looked at him in surprise. Lu Sheng chewed a piece of steak and continued, "Miss Ha, don't blame me for digging too deep, too detailed." Hasusu pondered in her heart, shops closing, contracts always being terminated. The strange occurrences didn't stop there. If it's really as Lu Sheng said, that her mother's side was sabotaging, Hasusu's expression changed. She held out her palm and said to Lu Sheng, "I will personally verify Mr. Lu's words. Now let's discuss the cooperation." Lu Sheng, sitting next to the pile of steak plates, said, "So I'm responsible for providing the formulas and corresponding technical guidance. Xingshantang on your side is responsible for production and sales. For the final profit, I want 90%. Hasusu slammed the table, stood up, one hand on her body, shouting, 90%. "Why don't you just take it all?" Lu Sheng smiled, interlocking his hands, and said, "I would like to, but I'm afraid you wouldn't agree." Hasusu was no longer aggressive. She lowered her face slightly, raised one finger, and replied to him, 90% is too much, at most 70% for you." Lu Sheng smiled, raised 2 fingers, and answered her, "The 2 parts I want are essential. 10% is to ensure long-term cooperation in the future. The other 10% is an additional fee for me to help Miss Ha deal with some troubles." Hasusu asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng said, "The Ha family has been blocked by the Chen family from the capital for so many years. Surely Miss Ha must have had some thoughts about it. For example, getting even, taking back everything that belongs to you." Hasusu was perplexed by Lu Sheng. He could make water from the glass float in the air. He said, "Miss Ha, look at this. You should understand what this represents, right?" The water droplets in the glass were gathered by Lu Sheng into a puddle, then thrown at her. Hasusu stood up in panic, asking loudly, You're a spirit thought master. Hasusu was confused, thinking to herself. A level 2 martial artist, only 18 years old, with unparalleled martial talent in Baihe City, a legendary innate spirit thought master. Although I'm not a martial arts practitioner, I know well the significance of this quality. Hasusu took the glass and gathered everything back in, staring at Lu Sheng. Walking past him, Hasusu said, "Just now, Miss Ha also mentioned the words, you all. It seems Miss Ha also doesn't believe this formula was developed by me alone." Hasusu looked into the glass and said, "Could it be that behind you is?" Lu Sheng looked at Hasusu and replied, "Smart, so that 10% buys you me and the support of the force behind me. There's no better deal in the world than this, Miss Ha." Hasusu was sweating profusely. Hasusu gripped the glass tightly and thought, if everything is as Lu Sheng says, then facing the Chen family's people is just a matter of time. Even if I harbor no resentment or desire for revenge for 25 years, there's no guarantee the other side will spare me. The formula I'm collaborating on with Lu Sheng is the perfect excuse for them to make a move. The one holding the jade is at fault. Heavens, this exceptional talent. Hasusu turned to look at Lu Sheng and said, "All right, I agree to give you 90% of the profits." Hasusu thought to herself, adding to the intelligence, cunning, and scheming that Lu Sheng was currently displaying. Lu Sheng smiled, held up a lighter, and said to her, "This contains the formula for Gangling Ji Zhuang Shui." Hasusu walked over, took it and smiled, somewhat artificially, replying, "I hope everything Mr. Lu has promised can be fulfilled." Lu Sheng answered confidently, "It will certainly be accomplished." Hasusu wondered to herself, after some time, how much further will Lu Sheng develop? Lu Sheng raised his hand, smiled, and said to Hasusu, "You should quickly go to the Pharmacists Association to register the patent. During the drug manufacturing process, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me anytime. As for the rest, I won't be involved anymore. I believe in your abilities, and by the way, I want to borrow your drug preparation room these days. Please arrange the time. I'm full now. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Happy cooperation." Lu Sheng quickly went to the door and slammed it shut. Hasusu sat down in her chair. She sighed, saying to herself, "I thought Lu Sheng was just a student, that we could negotiate in just 2 or 3 sentences. As it turns out, it wasn't like dealing with a high school student of 18, but with some big shot, some high-ranking figure. In the end, he even changed from calling me Miss Ha to just you." The waiter approached Hasusu and said, "Hello, valued guest. May I ask if you're ready to settle the bill?" At first, Hasusu was a bit surprised, letting him eat everything and not paying. But then Hasusu decided to pay and asked the waiter, "All right, how much is my bill?" The waitress printed a receipt from the machine and replied, 90 portions, totaling 112,200 yuan, not counting the 200 change for you. The total is 115,000 yuan. Hasusu was shocked by the bill in front of her and the amount she had to pay. Hasusu, annoyed, pointed at the pile of plates Lu Sheng had just eaten from and said, "What? That can't be 90 portions. Clearly you only served 40 portions." The waitress held up the receipt and cheerfully replied, "The guest who just left ate 40 portions here, then ordered 50 more portions to take home, saying he wanted his family to try it. Cash or card, ma'am?" Hasusu helplessly looked at the receipt. She was speechless about Lu Sheng. She trembled as she took out her gold card, her face full of anguish. "Lu Sheng," the waitress cheerfully replied, "Thank you, valued guest." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng brought home 50 portions of steak. His mother's jaw dropped in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my, what's this?" Lu Sheng replied, "These are all premium steaks. I don't need to cook rice anymore. Let's eat this." His mother took it and asked in astonishment, "Hai Tian Shengyan, that's a super expensive restaurant. How much is this?" "All steaks." "Ah, if you wanted steak, you should have told me." "All right, buying from restaurants is not only expensive, but you get so little meat. How much did this pile cost?" Lu Sheng smiled lightly and explained, "It didn't cost me anything. A rich second-generation friend was treating guests. She's very wealthy. I said I didn't need it, but she insisted on giving it to me." Hasusu sneezed while paying the bill, obviously because Lu Sheng had just mentioned her. His mother said reassuringly, "Bring it in," and added, "That's good, but don't do this again in the future. Even though they insisted on giving it to you, it's not good to accept things for free like that. Oh, by the way, Teacher Zhang from your school has come to our house several times, asking about your situation. This teacher is really nice." Lu Sheng silently pondered. Teacher Zhang indeed hadn't been to school for a long time. He decided to go there tomorrow. The next morning at Bai No. 3 High School, in Teacher Zhang's office, there was a knock on the door. The teacher said, "Come in. Who is it?" When he saw Lu Sheng enter, he was surprised. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was holding a potted plant and replied, "Teacher Zhang, it's been a while since I've seen you." Lu Sheng smiled, brought it to Teacher Zhang and said, I remember breaking your potted plant last time, so I specially bought a new one. Teacher Zhang accepted it, quite surprised and embarrassed, saying, "Oh my, that's very thoughtful of you." Teacher Zhang said to Lu Sheng, "But it's really surprising. In such a short time, the impression you give people has completely changed." The teacher led Lu Sheng inside, gestured and said, "Come in, sit down first." Then he said. Lu Sheng obediently replied, "Yes, teacher." Teacher Zhang lit a cigarette and spoke, "The school is about to end the term. Perhaps in the future, I'll only be able to see you on TV. Oh, right. What are your plans for the future?" Lu Sheng answered without hesitation. I'm preparing to participate in the Kaiming Star General Selection, then go to the Spirit Association to take the exam." Hearing this, Teacher Zhang's jaw dropped as he looked at Lu Sheng in astonishment. He stood up and exclaimed, "What did you say? You mentioned Kaiming Star General and Spirit Master." Lu Sheng calmly replied, "Yes, the coach at the training camp recommended me, and they also discovered my Spirit Master talent at the training camp." Teacher Zhang put his hand on his forehead and said, "It's true indeed." Then he turned to Lu Sheng and said with a joyful tone, "Good, that's great. I have nothing left to teach you anymore. Go and do what you want. Venture into your own sky. I'll be cheering for you." Lu Sheng put his hand on the teacher's shoulder and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." Lu Sheng walked out, leaving. They waved goodbye to each other. Teacher Zhang stood thinking, "I've misjudged him. This kid is not just the pride of number 3 high school, the pride of Baihei, but could become the pride of all humanity." In a classroom somewhere in the school, a teacher was passionately lecturing, stubborn, self-challenging, authentic, humble, irrational, mysterious, dynamic, static, overlap. Isn't it only emptiness that is the true transmission? The teacher pushed up his glasses, gripped the book tightly, and said loudly, "Wake up! Wake up! Get your spirits up now." He tapped on the blackboard and said in one breath, "Let me tell you this. Don't underestimate cultural achievements. I know many of you have registered for martial arts universities, but don't forget that cultural scores also count towards your results. It's possible that just 1 point less, and you'll miss the opportunity with the martial arts arena you've been longing for. This 1 point, if converted to blood energy value, might cost you weeks or months of training. But for cultural subjects, it's just a matter of a few questions." Chu Tingge sat in class, feeling very sleepy. He yawned and asked, "When can we finish class? This is so boring." Chute turned to Kaiming and said, "Hey Kaiming, wanna play some games after class? I'm almost at platinum rank." Kaiming replied, "Nah, you guys go ahead. I've signed up for an intensive martial arts class. I have to go for extra training after school." Hearing this, Chutinga said in bewilderment, "What's gotten into you lately? Trying so hard, it's not like you." At the front, the teacher, emanating a murderous aura, said, "Chutinga, Liu Kaiming, what are you babbling about? Stand up, both of you." They were startled and quickly stood up. The teacher continued, "Very well. You two, you've been ignoring everything I say." Suddenly, a voice came from the classroom door. "Teacher Hong, I'm back." Everyone in the class was stunned when they heard that voice at the door. Lu Sheng smiled and waved, saying, "Hey everyone, long time no see." The class erupted in chatter. "It's Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is back to study. Wow, I thought we'd never see him again." I heard Lu Sheng was accepted as a true disciple by the head of the Martial Arts Association, and he trains every day on the top floor of the Martial Arts Association building, preparing to break through to the master realm. I also heard the mayor wanted to marry his daughter to Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng declined, saying he wanted to focus on martial arts. Get his autograph. It's so rare to see Lu Sheng. We must get him to sign something. Then we can laminate it and hang it on the wall. Liu Kaiming was shocked to hear everyone talking like this. Teacher Hong hurried over to Lu Sheng. Student, Lu Sheng, you're here too. Lu Sheng, tell me, do you want to attend the last cultural class?" Teacher Hong heard this and smiled, saying, "Of course, that's fine." He addressed the whole class. "All right, students, please open your books." Teacher Hong excitedly announced, "Let's begin the lesson." Lu Sheng walked to his seat and opened his book. Chutinga excitedly said to Kaiming, "Is this for real? I can study with Lu Sheng again. The atmosphere is so intense. Is he really in the same grade as us? I heard he's already a level 2 martial artist." Liu Kaiming thought in bewilderment. Lu Sheng has really changed a lot. Ding, ding, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Teacher Hong sighed, closed his book, and said, "All right, class dismissed." Lu Sheng stood up and said to those around him, "Goodbye, everyone. I won't forget you all." Then Lu Sheng turned his head towards Liu Kaiming. Everyone started discussing, feeling for the first time how honorable it was to be classmates with someone like him. "I must get into a martial arts university." "That's right. I'm thinking the same thing. He's so handsome. We can't let down the pride of being in the same class as Lu Sheng." Liu Kaiming stared blankly at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng put his arm around Liu Kaiming's shoulder and said, "Keep it up, Kaiming. If you're free, let's rank up together. Hearing this, Ming tearfully said to Lu Sheng, "Oh, even if I have to work myself to death, I must get into a martial arts university for sure." Lu Sheng sat in front of a computer, typing and thinking. "I've told Halingsu to buy all the ingredients for the Lingji blood-strengthening soup and marrow-nourishing pills. These two supplements are especially effective for training tendons and bones, and the ratio of effectiveness to cost is the highest. If there's enough, it should last me until level 4 at least." Next is the story of weapons for the Spirit Master. Before officially taking the Spirit Master test, it's impossible to log into the 6 networks to buy weapons. Before selecting Kaiming Shangxing, find time to complete the Spirit Master test. Otherwise, bothering Dong Qingshe every time might reveal my secret. Let me check the price list. Lu Sheng was surprised by what appeared. Wujin Dao Lun and Yingkong Fei Tuo. These prices are ridiculously unreasonable. The screen displayed a sharp blade, emitting a blue aura. This is the Wujian Dao Lun, priced at $37,500. Lu Sheng thought, "I thought the 5 million reward was modest, but it turns out it really is little." Next to it was a sharp flying weapon with a glowing gem in the center. This is the Yingkong Fei Tuo, priced at $29,500. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, folded his arms, and pondered. Just the metal needed for Daolun and Fei Tuo is already 9,000 grams. A single Daolun piece would need at least half a pound, so that's already over 5 million, not counting other auxiliary materials. I can't just make one Daolun piece, and given that my spirit power quality surpasses normal people, ordinary dense iron, Daolun won't be sufficient. Higher quality dense iron is needed to craft weapons, but the cost will be higher. Even if it's 10 times more expensive, the money in my pocket can't even make one component. Lu Sheng put his hand on his mouth, pondering deeply. There's no other way. I can only start mining myself. Lu Sheng opened the drawer. Inside was a medal and a piece of paper folded up. Lu Sheng picked up the paper and thought, luckily I found the map of strategic martial arts resource distribution from 300 years ago in the warehouse. The fire-type resources are now proving useful. Lu Sheng opened the map. Inside was the route to the dense metal mine. The unexploited silver dense metal mine is right here, Oxhead Mountain. Lu Sheng thought, I'll go dig out the unexploited silver dense metal tunnel. That way I can get materials, then find a weapon craftsman to make them. Also, if I find enough silver or iron dense metal, I can sell it for money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After visiting Ha Lingqi and making enough marrow-nourishing pills, I can set off to Oxhead Mountain to find materials. A week later, at Xingshan Hall, Ha Susu paced back and forth in the room, then took out her phone and said angrily, "Why hasn't this Lu Sheng arrived yet? It's been hours." Just then, Lu Sheng picked up a blue coat and said to Ha Susu, "Sorry, I've kept you waiting for a long time." Ha Susu angrily said, "This guy finally knows how to show up." Lu Sheng put on the blue coat and said, "I had some business, so I was delayed. Have you prepared the necessary ingredients?" Ha Susu blushed and replied, "Yes, everything's prepared as you said." Lu Sheng put on gloves. In front of him was a table full of various ingredients. Lu Sheng asked Ha Susu, "How much did these ingredients cost?" Ha Susu replied, "About over 200,000. Lu Sheng picked up an herb and said, The quality is good. Note it down first. We'll deduct it from the profits later." Lu Sheng put on a mask and continued, "Well, I'm about to start. Could I ask Miss Ha to step outside first?" Ha Susu was surprised to hear Lu Sheng say this. Ha Susu replied with an angry tone, "Fine." Ha Susu walked out while turning her head to look at Lu Sheng. She thought about the Lingqi blood tonic being introduced to the market for consumption. It hasn't even started yet, and not a penny has been earned. Just the money advanced for Lu Sheng to buy ingredients is now nearly 1 million. Ha Susu thought as she closed the door. Luckily, Lu Sheng's materials were very complete. I was able to smoothly produce the perfect Lingqi blood tonic. Is he researching to create a new formula? This week, Lu Sheng came to the preparation room every day. How many more secrets does he still hide? 3 hours later, Ha Susu was sitting with her hands folded when she heard, "It's done. Miss Ha, the preparation is complete." Lu Sheng said, "I need to go on a trip for 2 days. Don't worry. In a short while, I'll calculate the initial finances for launching the Lingqi blood tonic in the market." Ha Susu turned her face away, then replied, "Oh." Seeing this, Lu Sheng smiled and teased Ha Susu. Such a hard-to-please girl. Ha Susu watched Lu Sheng leave, then she lifted the curtain and ran into Xingshan Hall. Got it. In front of Susu were test tubes of various colors. Ha Susu picked up a blue blue test tube and thought, it really is a new medicine. That guy, I've checked and measured the effectiveness of this medicine. It's extremely potent. After use, it can directly temper bones. Bone-tempering tonics on the market cost at least millions, level 4 or 5 tonics, but Lu Sheng only used a few ingredients worth a few $100,000 to prepare this. How much profit would this make? Hasusu frowned, thinking that in his backpack there must be many more new medicines, so full it's about to burst. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair ran in. Miss Ha, I did as you instructed, the young man continued, but I stared at the surveillance camera the whole time and couldn't see anything at all. The surveillance camera seemed to be broken. Only after Lu Sheng left did it return to normal. Hasusu put her hand on her face, frowning as she said, yeah, I knew it would be like this. Against a spirit manifestation master, this attempt was truly asking for humiliation. Hasusu stared intently at the test tube in her hand, then threw it in the trash and said, forget it, let's just focus on following his lead. No matter what, right now he's the hope for the Ha family to rise again. In Kunming City, a place with many majestic hills, on a trail along the foot of a mountain, a bus was moving along. The tour guide said to everyone on the bus, dear tourists, our destination is Xianlin Village, deep in the Tuzhou Mountain. The scenery is beautiful, far from residential areas, and it's one of the 5 grade A scenic spots in Dongning Province. You can experience the warmth and simplicity of Xianlin Village people, enjoy traditional delicacies unique to Xianlin Village, appreciate the magnificent, beautiful, and serene scenery of Tuzhou Mountain, and even have the chance to buy traditional handicrafts and artworks, exquisite and mysterious, from Xianlin Village. A woman wearing a red shirt said, traditional handicrafts, aren't they just forcing us to buy? An elderly lady said, oh my, hidden in such a mountain corner. Where will we stay at night? Won't the mountain be full of mosquitoes? The tour guide replied, sister, we are a well-known official tourism agency. We absolutely won't force you to buy anything. Don't worry. At night, we'll stay in homestays in Xianlin Village. The conditions are good. With air conditioning and TV, everything's provided. Lu Sheng sat in a corner, looking out the window, thinking, this week I've made a total of 93 marrow-nourishing pills, enough for me to use for a short while. But this place is indeed remote. I guess the secret silver tunnel here hasn't been discovered by anyone yet. There's a chance to have it all to myself. While he was thinking, suddenly, a yellow ball rolled over, interrupting Lu Sheng's thoughts. A little girl with light brown hair ran over to pick up the ball and said to Lu Sheng, Mister, will you play with me? Right after, a beautiful young woman hugged the girl and said, don't be naughty, don't bother others. All right, sit properly now. Then the woman turned to Lu Sheng and said, I'm sorry. Lu Sheng nodded and replied, it's fine. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widened and said to Lu Sheng, Mister, will you play with me? Right after, a beautiful young woman hugged the girl and said, don't be naughty, don't bother others. All right, sit properly now. Then, the woman turned to Lu Sheng and said, I'm sorry. Lu Sheng nodded and replied, it's fine. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Lu Sheng saw a young man wearing glasses sitting next to the mother and daughter, laughing around them. He was surrounded by a purple aura. Lu Sheng smiled with interest, his whole body emanating a green power. Interesting. This trip turns out not to have just me, as a spirit manifestation master, on the Tuzhou Mountain tour bus. Zheng Dandan was constantly fanning herself, trying to create some wind to cool herself down. Wop! This is so boring, and it's hot as hell. Zheng Dandan was already wearing short clothes, but it still didn't reduce the heat at all. Zheng Dandan was enduring her internal discomfort while constantly complaining, which of my nerves short-circuited to follow you to this god-forsaken place for relaxation? 3 more days and 2 nights. How am I supposed to bear this? Lin Zishan, sitting next to Zheng Dandan, was the complete opposite. Despite the heat, she wasn't affected at all, showing no signs of discomfort. Lin Zishan held a fan in her hand and replied to Zheng Dandan, it's not like I tied you up and brought you here. You were the one who insisted on coming. Hearing these words, Zheng Dandan became irritated and shouted. She reached out and snatched Lin Zishan's fan. Isn't it because you, Lin Zishan, got dumped? I was afraid you'd come to this deep forest to self-destruct, okay? The more Zheng Dandan spoke, the more she regretted following Lin Zishan to this place. Her good intentions were being seen as malicious. Seeing Zheng Dandan so angry, Lin Zishan quickly tried to reconcile. All right. I know you're my best friend. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. It's just that I haven't traveled in a long time, so I'm taking this chance to get out and clear my mind. Lin Zishan smiled as she said to Zheng Dandan, this tour group might be a bit subpar, but but the scenery of Tuzhou Mountain is still beautiful. Coming here once won't make you regret it. Hearing this, Zheng Dandan was very unhappy and replied perfunctorily, Fine, 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 no regrets. Suddenly, a child's cheerful laughter rang out from behind Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan's seats. Ha ha ha. The adorable little girl was playing very happily, reaching out to hit the ball with a pop sound and saying, Hey, catch my ball. Opposite was our main character, Lu Sheng. He caught the ball with both hands in front of his chest, praising the little girl. Nice ball. Then, a very beautiful smile appeared on Lu Sheng's face. Seeing this scene, Zheng Dandan turned her head, looking completely mesmerized. Her eyes were full of light as she gazed at Lu Sheng. Lin Zishan, sitting beside her, noticed Zheng Dandan's reaction and wondered, Suddenly, the ball was hit off course. The little girl quickly shouted, That ball actually flew towards Zheng Dandan. She quickly reached out to catch it, surprised and nervous. She said to Lu Sheng, Hey, I'll pass the ball to you. Zheng Dandan raised her hand and threw the ball straight towards Lu Sheng. Receiving it, the ball flew close to Lu Sheng, and he easily caught it with one hand. Holding the ball in his hand, Lu Sheng looked towards Zheng Dandan, showing a sincere smile. Thank you. Zheng Dandan was captivated by Lu Sheng's handsomeness. Hearing him speak to her, Zheng Dandan's face suddenly turned red, and she shyly replied, No need to be polite. Hey. Lin Zishan saw Zheng Dandan's embarrassed expression and teased her. Hey, look at how boy crazy you are. After 2 hours on the bus, everyone finally arrived at their destination. Zheng Dandan looked around at the surrounding forest scenery, commenting, Isn't this just an ordinary mountain forest? Can it even be considered a fifth-rate scenic spot? Contrary to Zheng Dandan's criticism, Lin Zishan wasn't surprised, looking at the map while saying, It doesn't seem too bad. I heard there's also a big waterfall. We'll see when we go into the mountains tomorrow. Although Zheng Dandan didn't like it, as long as it could make Lin Zishan happy, she was happy too. If you like it, that's fine. While constantly observing everything, suddenly Zheng Dandan saw Lu Sheng and her whole face lit up. She said happily, He's here. Lu Sheng had just gotten off the bus when the little girl he played with earlier on the bus ran over, grabbed Lu Sheng's hand, wanting to invite him to play. Big brother, can we play together again tomorrow? Lu Sheng saw it was that little girl and squatted down, raised one hand to pat her head, saying, Sure, if I'm free tomorrow, I'll play with you. The little girl was overjoyed hearing this, smiling. Hey, that's awesome. Seeing them chatting so happily, Zheng Dandan approached and started a conversation. Little sister, can I play with you and big brother tomorrow too? Behind Zheng Dandan was Lin Zishan, carrying a bag in her hand, looking at her best friend Zheng Dandan with a disgusted expression. The little girl heard Zheng Dandan asking to join and didn't like it. She stepped forward, hugging Lu Sheng's arm, pulling down her lower eyelid and sticking out her tongue in refusal. Ugly sister, you always steal the ball from me. I don't want to play with ugly sister. I only want to play with big brother. Hearing those words, everyone was surprised. Suddenly a voice called out the little girl's name. Nine, come here quickly. We need to go to the camp. Nine looked towards her mother, still holding Lu Sheng's hand, and replied, Okay. Then, Nine held her mother's hand and left. As Nine left, she didn't forget to say goodbye to Lu Sheng. Goodbye, big brother. Lu Sheng also waved back, replying, Nine, goodbye. In the distance, where Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan were standing, Zheng Dandan, though extremely annoyed, had to smile and wave goodbye to Nine. Knowing the distance was far enough that she wouldn't be heard, Zheng Dandan then said, You little devil, I didn't want to play with you anyway. Lin Zishan, standing behind her, covered her mouth with one hand, laughing continuously. Lu Sheng, seeing Zheng Dandan so upset, spoke up. Kids don't mean any harm. Don't take it personally. When Zheng Dandan heard Lu Sheng talking to her, all her anger dissipated. How could I compete with little kids anyway? Then, Zheng Dandan shyly took out her phone and said to Lu Sheng, Oh, right, handsome guy, can we add each other as friends? Lu Sheng was a bit surprised by Zheng Dandan's request, thought for a moment, then smiled lightly and agreed. Sure. A ding sound was heard, followed by a friend request notification. All three, Lin Zishan, Zheng Dandan, and Lu Sheng, added each other's contact information to their phones. After successfully adding Lu Sheng as a friend, Zheng Dandan saw his name and complimented him. Lu Sheng, that's such a cool name. Though smitten, she didn't forget her main task of cheering up Lin Zishan, so Zheng Dandan quickly pulled her best friend away. She cheerfully looked at Lu Sheng and shouted, All right, handsome, we'll see you later. Zheng Dandan looked at her phone screen, grinning from ear to ear, and said, You also added that handsome guy as a friend. Hey, I thought this free and easy trip would be very boring, but it's starting to get interesting. Seeing Zheng Dandan so happy, Lin Zishan also felt cheerful and said, "I'm glad you're happy." Lu Sheng, watching their figures disappear in the distance, suddenly lost the friendly smile on his face. His entire expression now looked extremely frightening. Lu Sheng recalled the people on that bus and thought, interesting. On this trip, not only is there a rare level 2 spirit medium, but also 2 level 2 martial artists. Thinking of Ninie's father, Lu Sheng could be certain that the former spirit medium probably didn't discover his true identity. At most, he could only sense that Lu Sheng practiced martial arts. Lu Sheng looked at the energy swirling around him, suddenly pondering. After forming the will of a grandmaster, I can control my spiritual energy at will, either releasing or condensing it. As long as I don't actively release it, normally people won't be able to detect the truth that my spiritual energy is very strong. I just don't know if in this deep forest there are any stronger martial artists or not. Thinking about the people on the bus earlier, Lu Sheng decided to ignore whatever reasons others had for coming to this Oxhead Mountain, unless they interfered with his plans. Just then, Lu Sheng saw a strange beast appear unexpectedly before him. Without hesitation, he eliminated it, casually crushing it to death. Meanwhile, in another place, at the same time on a highway hundreds of kilometers away, a luxurious white car was speeding along at an extremely fast pace. Inside the car, a man named Wu Jijing held a glass of wine in his hand, looking at someone kneeling at his feet. To the right was a woman in a red cheongsam, sitting timidly. Wu Jijing swirled the wine glass in his hand and inquired, "So, you've found Tang Malin's whereabouts?" The man kneeling in front, upon hearing this, quickly raised his head and replied, "Yes, we've found him. He's at Oxhead Mountain in Kunming City. He's brought his wife and children, presumably to hide in the mountains." Hearing this, Wu Jijing looked out the window, frowning as he said, "Oh, Tang Malin does have some intelligence. If he keeps hiding deep in the mountains, I truly won't be able to catch him." The kneeling man, hearing Wu Jijing's words, hurriedly assured him, "Rest assured, sir, we've sent people to closely monitor him. Even if Tang Malin wants to become a mountain hermit, I guarantee we can pinpoint exactly which rat hole he's hiding in." Wu Jijing, hearing these words, laughed with great pleasure, exclaiming loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, good, well done. You just need to keep a close watch on him. You two level 4 martial artists, you're still no match for him." Wu Jijing wanted to deal with Tang Malin personally, not relying on anyone else. "When I get to Oxhead Mountain, I'll handle him myself." The man kneeling on the ground understood Wu Jijing's intention and replied, "Understood." Throughout this entire conversation, the only woman in the car hadn't moved or made a single sound, which was quite strange. Wu Jijing, thinking about the moment he would capture Tang Malin, felt elated and with one swift motion downed the entire glass in his hand, not minding the wine spilling over. "Tang Malin, don't blame me for being ruthless. You've offended me, and if I don't kill you, others will think that I, Wu Jijing, am easy to bully." After finishing the glass of wine in his hand, Wu Jijing's face revealed an extremely frightening and vicious expression. Thinking about it, even these stray dogs and cats dare to defecate on my head. Next, Wu Jijing extended the glass in his hand towards the girl who had been sitting silently until now. The girl finally moved, lifting her head. Immediately after, purple liquid identical to the wine Wu Jijing had just drunk poured out from the girl's eye sockets and mouth. More and more of this liquid flowed out, filling the glass in Wu Jijing's hand. After taking a sip, Wu Jijing commented, based on innocent love, the unique youthful essence of a 16-year-old, so intoxicatingly sweet and fragrant." The purple liquid continued to flow out, making the girl's beautiful face look terrifyingly grotesque. Looking at the photo in his hand, Wu Jijing said, "Tang Malin even brought his daughter along." The photo showed a scene of a small, happy family of 3 looking very content, a scene no one would want to disrupt. But Wu Jijing was different. "Haha, looks like I'll have another addition to my collection." Nie was led by her parents to a room. The little girl kept exclaiming in surprise, exploring every corner of the room. Seeing her daughter happily running around, her mother said, "Slow down, the floor here is uneven. Be careful not to fall." Ninie's father, Tang Malin, was examining the surroundings, quickly activating his ability. His power enveloped the room, then the entire building, and he said to his wife, "This room is very clean. No one has tampered with it." His wife replied, "You're being too cautious." That Wu Jing, even if he has greater influence in Baoding, he couldn't possibly reach as far as Nuto Mountain. Tang Malin frowned, showing concern. "A cautious ship sails 10,000 miles. Since I've brought you and Nie along, it's better to be extra careful. Don't forget we're currently on the run." Wu Jijing is a level 3 mental cultivation master, long established, narrow-minded, and vengeful. Everyone who has offended him is now dead. I just hope this time we can successfully escape from his pursuit. Your father has been hiding for a year and a half. Maybe it'll be fine. If he catches up to us, your father and I, 2 level 2s working together, might be able to match him in a fight. Tang Maolin's wife also looked worried. I hope so. It's been a while since we've seen my father. I wonder how his health is. Your father's martial arts skills are not weak. He's also a peak level 2 mental cultivation master. Maybe he's even reached level 3 by now. His body is strong, so he shouldn't have any illnesses. Don't worry, I will definitely not let them harm you and our daughter. He then embraced his wife. The couple's affectionate moment left Nini bewildered and confused, looking out the window. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng was also using an ability similar to Tang Malin's, checking the surrounding situation, quickly enveloping the city, including the people on the streets. Someone using binoculars to observe something. Apart from that person who's monitoring, there's nothing unusual, but he doesn't affect me, so I'll just ignore him. Lu Sheng reached into his pocket and took out a bottle, opened the lid, and removed a pill, then put it in his mouth. With the aid of this pill to enhance the progress of tendon and bone training, the immortal golden body technique was indeed much faster. At this rate, it would take about 2 months, and he would completely finish the first stage of cultivation of the immortal golden body, generating true inner strength, entering the ranks of level 4 martial artists. His phone rang in the family group chat. He happily checked the 2 messages. Be careful with what you eat when you're alone outside. Mind the weather. Don't eat too much cold food. It's easy to get a stomachache. Another voice message arrived. Reading the messages, Lu Sheng smiled. He wasn't a child anymore. Another message notification came in, this time from Lu Qingye. Out playing again, huh? Well, Senior Yang Yan also returned to school today. She even asked if I wanted to invite you out. Be honest, are you 2 dating? Accompanied by an image of an apple holding a gun, looking as threatening as possible. Lu Sheng, teased by his sister, replied to the message. The message reads full of love, but the damage is also immense. Focus on your martial arts. Stop meddling in others' affairs. Remember to take the tonic I left for you every day. If when I return your blood index hasn't broken through 1.3, don't blame me for giving you extra lessons. Along with a cat face emoji pointing straight ahead, he sat down on the bed, put down his phone to test the results of his recent cultivation. Lu Sheng lay down, closed his eyes, and entered the dream realm. Not bad. After comprehending the sect master's 10 suns piercing heaven skill, the zombies rushing towards him were quickly defeated by Lu Sheng, forming a basic sect master's will. Now he could be considered unstoppable. Lu Sheng delivered a devastating blow like a bomb exploding across an area, sending the zombie flying, charred black. Suddenly, sharp ice shards formed a pathway. Lu Sheng was curious about this. There seemed to be something inside, with an incredibly strong aura. A pair of feet stepped out, a person with curly hair on their head, wearing a wing and an iron mask. She swung her spear, surrounding everything with a blue icy color. Ice shards flew towards Lu Sheng. At a glance, Lu Sheng recognized this as a sect master level zombie robber. The ice shards hovered as the sect master zombie robber faded from his view. Suddenly his vision disappeared, and then the zombie was gone. His spiritual sense alerted him. Lu Sheng panicked. The female sect master zombie robber attacked from above. She held her spear and charged at Lu Sheng, her power enveloping the spear. Lu Sheng now realized it was her attack, a sect master level skill. An image of Lu Sheng appeared, but was sliced into 2 pieces. Her immense power struck down. Lu Sheng woke up with a start, his body drenched in sweat, his face filled with panic. It hurt so much. Lu Sheng clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. His body felt like it had been torn apart. So this is what it feels like to experience death in the dream realm, huh? Huff, huff. Lu Sheng sat up from his dream, his hand tightly gripping his chest that had just been torn open, face covered in sweat, breathing heavily. He reassured himself. Luckily, it was just a dream realm. It was all an illusion. He sighed deeply, relaxing. If not, his fate would have ended right there. He held his head, recalling the scene of being killed in one strike with a terrified expression. At that time, I used all my strength, employing spiritual power to resist, but couldn't withstand a single strike of her attack. It was so powerful that it couldn't be compared to anything I've encountered before, still probing me. Inside the dream realm space, everything was considered favorable. Even the few times I entered high-level map domains, I could rely on my wit to toy with those foolish high-level monsters in the palm of my hand. In the dream realm, it wasn't the 7 musicians as I thought. Lu Sheng relaxed, crossed his legs, preparing to meditate while pondering on the dead land. After civilization was destroyed, only blood and fire could nurture a true savior. So that female sect master, her strength was too powerful, her fighting instinct surpassed Shisheng and Ning, must be a sect master with even stronger abilities, perhaps even a level 8 Grand Sect Master. Just thinking about it made Lu Sheng break out in a cold sweat. He looked at his hand, his expression both fearful and somewhat excited. That shining river might represent the sect master's will of the female warrior goddess. If I could obtain it, then I dare not imagine. And if at that moment I had made the first move, under the condition of deploying my full state, relying on the fist technique of realm control and sect master skills, perhaps I could have matched her for a while. Maybe I should go back and try. Thinking this, Lu Sheng began to act immediately, straightening his back, meditating. Lu Sheng was about to enter the dream realm when suddenly he had a severe headache. He was shocked and held his head, now completely unable to enter the dream realm space. Could it be because I died in there? So now it's rest time. It seems tonight I won't be able to enter the dream realm space again. As Lu Sheng was rubbing his temples due to the headache, his phone suddenly vibrated. Lu Sheng picked up the phone to check, and it turned out to be messages from Zheng Dandan. The messages were full of flirtatious hints. Baby, have you arrived at your room yet? Baby, have you unpacked yet? Want to go on a trip together tomorrow? I'm a real martial artist. I can protect you. Baby, it's mealtime now. Do you want to have dinner together? Why aren't you replying to me? Baby, are you not checking your phone? Ugh. Lu Sheng felt annoyed, looking at the cheesy messages on his phone, slightly regretting becoming friends, but looking at his growling stomach, he decided to let it go and go get something to eat. In the dining room for overnight guests, Lu Sheng had just entered when Zheng Dandan waved at him. Lu Sheng, over here, honey. A little girl from earlier, not far from Zheng Dandan's table, also waved at him. Lu Sheng smiled and waved back. The little girl's father, seeing this, also nodded politely. Lu Sheng didn't pay much attention and went to another table where Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were sitting. As soon as he sat down, Zheng Sansan also ran to the table where he was sitting and sat down very casually, while Lin Zishan helplessly sighed behind her. Why didn't you sit with us? It's more lively to eat with more people. Lu Sheng smiled awkwardly. Haha, you two haven't eaten yet. Hearing his question, Zheng Dandan cheerfully replied, not yet. But at the same time, Lin Zishan answered in unison with Zheng Dandan, we have. This made Zheng Dandan turn around angrily, but she quickly turned back to Lu Sheng with a smile. Just now, it wasn't appetizing. Couldn't eat what we ordered, but now I'm hungry again. It's perfect to eat with you, so let's choose some dishes, shall we? Seeing this, Lin Zishan teased, the rice looks delicious when I see the beautiful scenery. Don't take it the wrong way. Another little girl, who wanted to eat with Lu Sheng earlier, looked at her father with sparkling eyes. Dad, can I go eat with that big brother? Seeing this, the girl's mother wiped her mouth with a napkin, comforting her. Sweetie, isn't eating here just the same? Ni, hearing her mother's words, looked at her with pleading eyes. But I want to eat with the big brother. Ne's father heard this and smiled gently at the girl, then allowed her to go. Haha, go ahead, but don't cause trouble for others, okay? Ne heard this and stood up, her eyes shining brightly, thanking her father sweetly, in contrast to her mother, who was looking at her husband in dismay. Nai left her seat, taking her utensils with her, then excitedly went over to Lu Sheng's table. Meanwhile, the girl's mother scolded her husband. Everything was fine. Why let her go to a stranger's table? Our current situation. The husband leisurely drank some soup, comforting his wife, and said, you're being too cautious. I think you're the one being overly careful. I've already used my spiritual energy to scan the surroundings. They're all tourists. There's no threat. That young man's character seems quite good. His eyes are very clear. He's not a bad person. As Nini approached Lu Sheng's table, she was warmly welcomed by him. Lu Sheng's pale face was also carefully observed by Nini's father. His steps were unsteady, his aura unstable. Even for a martial arts student, his strength seemed quite ordinary. Nini didn't forget to tease Zheng Dandan, who was annoyed but couldn't do anything. Nini's father added, moreover, those two girls are also students. At their age, they're already level 2 martial artists, very talented. He wiped his mouth and confidently said, within my field of vision, even a single thought would be fatal. Nothing will go wrong. His wife, hearing this, sighed with relief. I guess I was worrying too much. At Lu Sheng's table, the waitress brought out a table full of food along with a stack of steamed buns. Here are your dishes. Please enjoy. Ni Nie and Zheng Dandan gaped at the pile of food Lu Sheng had ordered, asking him in amazement, "Big brother, do you eat this much?" "Well, my stomach's been quite big lately," Lu Sheng replied casually while handing Ni Nie two pig-shaped buns. Ni Nie saw them and exclaimed excitedly, wow, so cute." Lu Sheng smiled and looked at Ni Nie. "Little sister, let's see who can finish eating first." "Okay." Hearing this, Ni Nie's face turned competitive. "All right, let the contest begin." When Ni Nie had just taken a bite of her bun, she turned to see Lu Sheng stuffing a whole tray into his mouth, leaving her stunned. Lin Zishan watched Lu Sheng eat so much and sighed. Only families with ordinary means, and those who haven't officially become martial artists, would eat so much in one meal. After becoming a martial artist, those who can afford it rely on supplements to replenish the energy consumed during cultivation. Those who can't afford it will choose some higher quality ingredients as substitutes when cooking, such as compressed synthetic jerky. The one Zheng Dandan and I brought, a martial artist only needs a few slices a day. If you keep eating so much food like that, you'd spend half the day in the bathroom. Lin Zishan looked on warily when suddenly she remembered her boy-crazy friend. Wow, such a generous eater, so handsome. Lin Zishan felt uneasy, so she leaned in and whispered to Zheng Dandan, "Zheng Dandan, you're not really falling for Lu Sheng, are you?" Zheng Dandan replied innocently, "Of course I am. Isn't it obvious enough?" At this moment, Ni Nie happened to pull Lu Sheng away. "Big brother, there's a self-service food area over there. Come with me." Lu Sheng indulged the little girl and followed her, leaving Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan alone together. Lin Zishan, hearing this, was shocked and hurriedly explained to Zheng Dandan, "But he's younger than us, and he's still in high school. You can see his aura is unstable. I guess his martial arts talent and family background aren't great. You're a talented student at East Ning Martial Arts University, a level 2 official martial artist." Zheng Dandan heard this and remained calm. 3-4 years difference is nothing. Age isn't an issue. The first love should be younger, and I believe this is fate. This time I brought you to Mount Tuzhou and met him. This is heaven's arrangement. Zheng Dandan replied excitedly. Lin Zishan still firmly advised her friend Zheng Dandan, "But if you two get together, how will you live together in the future? Long-distance love. Even if your feelings are deep enough to last a few years, with you at one end of the river and him at the other, he's not an official martial artist. After graduation, to make ends meet, he'd need a monthly salary of at least 6,000. What about a house? What about a car?" Seeing Dandan's lack of reaction, Lin Zishan continued to persuade her. "Dandan, love isn't just a momentary impulse. It's about daily life, firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Eventually, as your martial arts skills grow stronger, the gap between you two will only widen. Conflicts will accumulate over time, and one day, they'll eventually explode." Hearing this, Zheng Dandan gently explained to her friend, "The issues you mentioned aren't really problems. I'm a level 2 martial artist. I can guide Lu Sheng in martial arts. Even if he doesn't get into East Ning Martial Arts University, I can still take a bus to visit him every week. He doesn't have a car, doesn't have a house." At this point, Zheng Dandan clasped her hands and smiled brightly at Lin Zishan. "Even if Lu Sheng is just an ordinary person, at worst, I can be an ordinary person with him. If we can be ordinary people together, then we won't need to practice martial arts every day. How wonderful would that be? I feel like my calves have gotten bigger again lately." Zheng Dandan looked towards Lu Sheng, who was playing happily with Ni Nie, her face slightly flushed. "Besides, who says our Lu Sheng is just an ordinary person? In my heart, he'll always be dazzlingly handsome. I believe Lu Sheng's future will be much more than this." Lin Zishan was shocked to hear this and whispered into Zheng Dandan's ear, "You've really gone crazy. You actually want to give up the martial arts you've practiced for over a decade for a high school student." Lin Zishan pointed at Lu Sheng with a puzzled expression. "Look at how weak he appears. I don't understand what you see in him." Zheng Dandan looked at Lin Zishan sadly. "Aren't you worrying a bit too early? It's not even settled yet. Wait until I manage to win Lu Sheng's heart before we discuss this further." From afar, due to his abilities, Lu Sheng not only heard, but actually clearly understood their entire conversation. Lu Sheng rubbed his head and sighed. "This is really unusual." Ni Nie, hearing him, looked up and asked, "Brother, what does unusual mean?" Lu Sheng smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, just that the sisters are very beautiful." Ni Nie, hearing this, seemed to understand something, ran over to Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, then pointed at them. "Brother, these two sisters are very unusual, right?" Zheng Dandan and her friend looked confused, while Lu Sheng forced a smile. "Right, even though I don't understand." But Zheng Dandan still tried to smile, while Ni Nie continued to laugh innocently. Unusual sister, unusual sister. The next day, some guests were preparing to board the bus, complaining. The hotel beds were too hard, couldn't sleep at all. Never again, never coming to this awful place again. Too many mosquitoes here, last night I was bitten. Suddenly, an old man asked curiously, why don't we see that family of 3 today? The bus is about to leave. The tour guide looked confused too. Are they still in their room? Everyone, please help search for them. I can't reach them by phone. The old man then noticed that Lu Sheng wasn't there either and spoke up, and that young lad is nowhere to be seen either. The old ladies couldn't stop worrying. Everything was fine, and in just one evening, they've disappeared. It's strange. Everyone, please rest for now. I'll go find the rescue team. Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan overheard the conversation and were also confused. The family of 3 and Lu Sheng are missing. Lin Zishan was equally puzzled. We don't need to worry about that family of 3. The father isn't an ordinary person. Lu Sheng's disappearance is actually very strange. Zheng Dandan was a bit worried. I don't care if they're ordinary people or not, but tell me, with the guide busy searching for people, will the rest of the trip be cancelled? After saying this, Zheng Dandan raised her hand and volunteered. I want to go into the forest to find Lu Sheng. Lin Zishan slowly followed behind her, advising her friend, slow down a bit. Don't be in such a hurry. The two of them entered the forest like this, ignoring the crowd's buzzing discussions. Meanwhile, in the forest, a cute squirrel was looking left and right when someone running as fast as the wind passed by, startling it. It turned out to be Lu Sheng running. He thought to himself, after resting for a night, the pain of dying in the dream has decreased significantly. Reaching a high cliff, Lu Sheng, with a light jump, he was already at the top. Lu Sheng had no time to waste. He immediately knelt on one knee, using his mental power to probe. After a moment of searching, he finally found the ore he needed. Found it, he used his mental power to lift a large chunk of earth, and the ore fell along with the soil. He pointed at the falling ore, transforming those large pieces of ore into small ones like pebbles, floating above his hand. He asked himself, is this secret silver? He was a bit curious, so he poured his mental power into it. If mental power is poured in, it can indeed transform into any shape at will. The secret silver gradually changed from pebbles into a long string. Lu Sheng freely grabbed that string of secret silver, swung it in a circle, and thought to himself, this secret silver in hand is about 2 to 3 jin. If the value is the same as in the documents, it would be worth over 200 million. But this is just the first mining of the secret silver deposit. If we want to use it to manufacture weapons for spirit masters, we still need dozens of metal refinement processes. 2 to 3 jin of secret silver might only yield half a jin, which would be considered quite good. To check if the purity of this secret silver deposit is high, Lu Sheng glanced at the deposit and said disappointedly, calling this secret silver deposit small would be overestimating it, but calling it tiny might be a bit too much. It's already been mined for at least 70%. If we were to bring people to mine it, it would be completely harvested in less than a week. After saying this, he turned back to look at the raw secret silver. How should I transport this raw secret silver ore out? It's so big, it's very likely to attract attention. I originally wanted to mine a bit and carry it out, but once I started mining, I couldn't stop. It seems I'll have to find someone to help with transportation. First, let's put it back where it was. Thinking this, Lu Sheng tossed the secret silver back into the hole from earlier, covered it with soil, and stamped on it, then said to himself, perfect. Then he started thinking again. I remember there's a small village a few kilometers from here, with few people. I could go there to find help. The villagers are isolated from the world, honest and simple. With some compensation, there shouldn't be any big problems. But if money can really move people's hearts. Lu Sheng imagined a scenario where he asked the villagers to help with transportation and gave them compensation, but then they became greedy and robbed him of the money. Then he smiled a meaningful smile, grasping the evil secret silver, thinking that he could only casually squeeze them to death. Suddenly he realized, raised his hand to his head and scolded himself. Damn, my thoughts are becoming more violent and cruel now. This is a society ruled by law. A society ruled by law. He stood from a high vantage point, easily spotting that village. His hand clenched. Feeling a bit nervous, he told himself, I must talk properly, not use violence. I must win people over with virtue. On the other side, Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan were still searching for Lu Sheng. Zheng Dandan kept looking around with a worried expression. This place is so deserted. Will Lu Sheng really come here? Lin Zishan complained about the mosquitoes while saying, You said you wanted to search, but you've already lost patience after such a short time. Wait, suddenly, Lin Zishan discovered something, stopped Dandan, then pointed at something. What's wrong? Zheng Dandan curiously looked in the direction her friend was pointing. Look, what's that? It's the plastic ball that little devil always plays with. Zheng Dandan was surprised to discover Nini's plastic ball in the grass. Could they? Lin Zishan looked around, while Zheng Dandan unconsciously touched the ball. Suddenly, a swarm of black spiders and webs appeared, holding the two of them tightly. What's happening? I can't move anymore. In that village, a boy came running, shouting non-stop. Village chief. The village chief's eldest sister is back. Their whole family is back. An old man who was carving wood looked up before he could understand. Ni excitedly ran over. Grandpa, I missed you so much. As soon as the old man saw Nini, she had already crashed into him, causing the piece of wood to fall to the ground. Nini was still smiling happily as she asked her grandfather, Heh, are you well, Grandpa? Though not feeling well, he still patted her head. Cough, cough. I'm fine. At the same time, Nini's parents also arrived. Her mother, slightly worried, greeted her father. Father, we're back. The husband was more hesitant, saying briefly. Father-in-law saw the two anxiously greeting him. The old man solemnly looked at them. Two young men from inside also came out, greeting. Big brother, big sister, brother-in-law, why are you back? The old man's face darkened, but he still replied, to visit this old man. What else? You lot, go hunt some wild boars quickly. They must be big. Tonight the whole family will celebrate. Yes, the two young men heard the order. Seeing Nini excited, they lifted her onto their shoulders, smiling and saying to her, Nini, let's go catch some wild game together. Okay. Ni also happily replied, okay. For the meat, I want to drink baby bird soup, the kind I drank last time I was here. All right, that's settled. The two left the house, leaving the three behind. The old man lit a cigarette and asked, okay, you wouldn't come unexpectedly without a reason. What's the matter this time? Speak up. The wife looked worriedly at her husband, Mao Lin. Mao Lin heard his wife, then looked at his father-in-law. Seriously, father-in-law, we. After explaining for a while, the old man heard, choked on cigarette smoke, coughing and saying, cough, cough, level 3. You two provoked a level 3 spirit teacher. He angrily scolded. Mao Lin, I knew early on that you coming here would bring nothing good. Right from the start, when you barged into the camp, taking Manhwa away, I knew this day would come. Manhwa, seeing this, quickly spoke up for her husband. Father, please help Mao Lin. Consider it helping me. Mao Lin continued. Father-in-law, I remember you broke through to level 3 spirit teacher long ago. Now isn't it? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the old man. I failed, and I suffered internal injuries. My cultivation has greatly diminished. He took a drag on his cigarette, then said, if that level 3 spirit teacher comes to the village, I can only hold him off for a while. You should quickly take the child and flee. Go find someone else for help. The two were shocked to hear this news. Manhwa covered her mouth, speechless, while Mao Lin stood up abruptly, helping run out. But who else can we find to help? The old man glared, exhaling smoke as he shouted at them. Who to find? Of course, find the local authorities. Find the police. The other two gaped in confusion. He continued, this is a society ruled by law now. Even if he's a level 3 spirit teacher, can he really kill people in broad daylight? Mao Lin held his head. If reporting to the police would work, why would we have come here in the first place? Suddenly, a man from the village ran in, shouting, Village Chief, an outsider has barged in. Upon hearing this, the three thought it was that level 3 spirit teacher who had caught up and were extremely shocked. Outside the village, Lu Sheng was looking at a map while climbing the stairs. Seeing the wooden wall and people walking around, he wondered, is this the village marked on the map? It's quite remote, isn't it? Suddenly, a dart was thrown towards him, but he easily dodged it, letting it embed in the tree behind him. A young man holding darts looked at him warily, asking, Hey, who are you? How did you find this place? Lu Sheng said nothing, about to attack the man who threw the dart, when Nini ran out. Oh, big brother, you came to play with me at Grandpa's house, right? As she spoke, the little girl ran straight into Lu Sheng's arms, taking him by surprise. At the same time, Nini's parents, Mao Lin and Manhwa, along with the old man, came out, sighing in relief. So it's this young man, what a relief. The old man also looked at them in surprise. Huh, you all know each other. Mao Lin asked the young man, why did you come here? He quickly replied, I don't like traveling with tour groups. When I went up the mountain alone, I accidentally got lost. Somehow I ended up here. Brother, did you all also get lost and come here? Mao Lin cheerfully replied, Ha ha, this is my wife's hometown. Every year we come back to visit relatives. This time we just happened to come with a tour group. I see. Lu Sheng heard the answer and didn't question further. The old man looked at him, smiling with delight. This young man's eyes are very clear. I like that. Welcome to Xian. Xianlin village. The young man who was holding the darts earlier, intending to stop him, now knowing they were acquainted, patted his shoulder. "Oh, so you all know each other? Sorry about that. My reaction was a bit excessive. You came at the right time. You've met the family of Big A Pie who's back. Wait a bit, and I'll personally prepare some wild game meat. City folks like you probably haven't had it before." "Haha, all right, thank you, no worries." The young man, while inwardly marveling, this Xianlin village is not an ordinary village. Spirit teachers are rare, yet this village has 3 of them. That old man is even at level 2 peak. Lu Sheng shook his head, exasperated by Nini's puzzling behavior. Being spirit teachers, they must know the value of spirit silver. How should I bring this up? Perhaps I should reveal my true strength, making all those people fear and respect me. But that's not good either. Suddenly, Nini became sad. "Big brother, we can't play ball together anymore. I've lost my ball." Lu Sheng spoke gently to Nine. "Huh, you lost it." He hadn't finished speaking when he sensed something. "This aura belongs to Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan. Have they arrived too? No, it can't be." Seeming to sense something suspicious, he immediately channeled his spirit force into his eyes, instantly noticing someone approaching. "No, it's not just the 2 of them." Nini turned around, pointing. "Ah, the ball. That's my ball. Oh my goodness, to think it would roll to such a deep and desolate forest." Nini's ball rolled towards them, along with strange voices and spiderwebs behind it. Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, upon seeing Lu Sheng, were gagged, only able to make muffled sounds as if telling him to run. They were being carried by a muscular man, followed by a mysterious purple-haired person. "You've really caused me a lot of trouble, Mao Lin." He was Wu Jiqing, the one Mao Lin had offended. The old man broke into a sweat upon seeing him. "Is this trouble you two brought? This is bad. He's not just a level 3 spirit teacher, but a peak level 3 at that," he said while taking a fighting stance, instructing Mao Lin. "Mao Lin, take the child to the villagers." Dozens of darts under his control flew towards Wu Jiqing. Seeing this, he didn't even bother to look. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the darts midair. "A sneak attack, huh? Surely you have more tricks than this. Or is this old man your backup?" Mao Lin and the old man were dumbfounded. Such weak spirit force, truly a disgrace to the title of spirit teacher. He approached the 2, gathering his purple smoke. "Well, this time I'll crush all your hopes, let you taste true despair." Mao Lin knew he had no way out, so he decided to fight to the death. He tensed up, preparing for battle. "Wu Jiqing, I'll fight you to the death." Mao Lin exerted his mental power, moving iron cannonballs towards Wu Jiqing. Seeing so many iron cannonballs, Wu Jiqing didn't panic, but calmly waved his hand, the spiderwebs slicing the iron cannonballs into pieces. Mao Lin was shocked. This, my iron alloy cannonballs, had no effect at all. Wu Jiqing picked up a cannonball, smirking. "You dare to fight me with iron alloy weapons? You don't know your place." Wu Jiqing extended his hand, shooting out a series of threads, tying everyone up. Manhwa worried, trying to reach Nini, who fearfully called out, "Mom," but failed. Mao Lin shouted at Wu Jiqing, "If you've got something, aim it at me." Bullying women shows no skill at all. Wu Jiqing laughed excitedly. "Ha, on the brink of death and still talking tough." He pulled the threads, causing the ones wrapped around Mao Lin and the old man to tighten, causing them pain. He maliciously explained his plan. "I originally thought of killing those 2 female students, then framing you for it. Didn't expect this place to be so good, completely isolated from the world. Just perfect for me to take my time dealing with you." He licked his lips perversely. "Don't worry, your daughter's virgin blood, I'll save a bottle for you. Ha." Nane was terrified, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. Mao Lin realized his intention was dark magic, treating people as vessels for brewing wine. "You beast." Mao Lin was boiling with rage, straining as if to break free, but to no avail. Wu Jiqing laughed with glee. "Ha, that's exactly the expression I wanted. Ha. Lin Zishan witnessed everything and could only feel despair. "It's over. He's a peak level 3 spirit teacher. I'm afraid this time we'll really die on Mount Tuzhou. I shouldn't have come here to escape my sorrows." Zheng Dandan looked at Lu Sheng standing still in front, unwilling to accept. "Are we all going to die here this time? I can't accept it. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the next life." Wu Jiqing ordered the 2 burly men to go catch that little girl and bring her back. The 2 obeyed, ruthlessly dropping Zheng Dandan and the other, then advancing towards Ni. The little girl trembled helplessly as she watched the 2 bad men approach. At the most critical moment, Lu Sheng decided to act, with one move cutting all of Wu Jiqing's spider threads. He was startled. "My silver alloy threads have been cut." Lu Sheng continued using his spirit force to cut all of his threads. Ni could move again and ran to hug Lu Sheng's arm. "I can move now, big brother. Please save Mom and Dad quickly." The 2 burly men saw this and angrily rushed forward. "Hand her over to us." Lu Sheng smiled calmly, without fear, and punched each of them once. sending them flying. Wu Jiqing asked in surprise, Lu Sheng, are you a level 5 martial artist? But as soon as he asked, he immediately denied it upon seeing your weak appearance. No, that frail look, no visible internal energy in your muscles. Also no, it's impossible to be level 5. How did you manage to do that? Could it be that just now you were the one who cut my silver alloy spider threads? Tang Maolin, is this brat the real pillar you're relying on? Maolin also didn't understand what he meant and gasped. Without a protective energy field, you're ultimately just a brat with some strange power. Under my silver alloy spider threads, your weak body will be cut like butter. I can't wait any longer. I want to hear your agonizing screams now. Lu Sheng confidently picked up Nine. You can try. Then he comforted Nine. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. Wu Jiqing was boiling with rage and attacked without knowing his own limits. A giant spider flew straight towards Lu Sheng, but he only needed to raise his hand and absorbed all of Wu's spirit energy. Wu Jiqing was surprised. Master-level martial arts control. Lin Zishan heard this and was shocked. Master-level martial arts control. What kind of master control? Everything is under the control of one palm. Oh my god, I've only ever heard of this level. The person who looked no different from ordinary people suddenly became so godlike. Wu Jiqing frowned. How is this possible? How can this be? Before he finished speaking, before he could recover from his shock, you had already grabbed his threads and pulled him over. He was pulled along, utterly confused. How can he control even my silver alloy spider threads? I'm dying. Seeing no way out, he decided to self-detonate his spirit energy. If I die, I'll take you with me. He swelled up and flew closer to Lu Sheng. The old man noticed and shouted, It's dangerous. He's trying to self-detonate his spirit energy. Everyone here will suffer mental chaos and die. Zheng Dandan looked at Lu Sheng, tears welling up. Lu Sheng, what should we do? Facing the danger, Lu Sheng didn't move but just said disdainfully, I can't deny, your spirit energy is indeed weak. It's pitiful. Lu Sheng enlarged himself, used his hand to grab him, causing him to explode in his palm with a pop. Wu Jiqing was truly a pathetic name. Wu Jiqing's attempt to self-detonate his spirit energy failed, harming himself and falling down. Lu Sheng finished dealing with him, openly showing contempt. But this thing is not bad, a weapon made of silver alloy for spirit users. Lu Sheng controlled the threads, untying everyone, then gathered them towards his hand, examining them. This collection might be useful for now. Seeing this, Nine hugged Lu Sheng tightly. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Thank you for saving everyone. Lu Sheng looked at the little girl, then blushed slightly. In the distance, Mao Lin and the old man who were rescued panted heavily. The old man sat down, exhausted. Mao Lin held his arm, bewildered. The martial prowess Lu Sheng had shown earlier was already terrifying enough. His spirit energy was even more hair-raising. The old man just sighed. Oh my, I'm old. This kid is so young. He looks like he's only in 10th grade. At 17 to 18 years old, he already has level 5 martial arts cultivation, master level martial arts control. Quite a prodigy. His spirit energy effortlessly crushed Wu Jiqing, a level 3. Truly, every generation has its talents. Our country is about to have a dragon. Lin Zishan looked bewildered. How did Lu Sheng get such strong abilities? Wasn't he a useless glutton? Zheng Dandan looked at her friend and smiled awkwardly. Lu Sheng is too strong, too handsome. It turns out he was the real genius all along. And to think, ahaha, now how should I address him? Mao Lin approached Lu Sheng. Mr. Lu, this time it's truly. Seeing Mao Lin being so formal, Lu Sheng explained, Brother Tang just casually crushed an unreasonable pervert. No need to thank me. Actually, I still need everyone's help with something. Hearing this, Mao Lin bowed his head, eyes sharp. Rest assured, I'll do my utmost. 3 hours later, on the bus, Lu Sheng looked out the window, lost in thought. The main objectives for this trip to Tuzhou Mountain can be considered accomplished. The silver matter is handed over to Tang Mao Lin. He's a level 2 spirit master, officially certified. With his professional background, he can handle this silver matter properly. Next, I should register as a spirit master too. Then he looked down at Wu Jiqing's silver threads, feeling even more pleased. Moreover, I unexpectedly acquired a spirit master's silver grade weapon, at least 2 to 3 jin. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Lin Zishan looked at Lu Sheng with regret. I never expected Lu Sheng to be so powerful. If it weren't for him, we might have died on Tu Mountain. Suddenly, Zheng Dandan spoke up. Lu Sheng, where are you heading next? Lu Sheng answered honestly, Liang City, to the Spirit Masters Association. I have some business there. Liang City. What a coincidence. I'm also going to Liang City. Zheng Dandan moved closer to Lu Sheng, startling him and Lin Zishan. We can go together then. Lu Sheng smiled awkwardly. Aren't you 2 students at Dongning Martial Arts University? Why go to Liang City instead of returning to Dongning Province? Zheng Dandan was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond when Lin Zishan reluctantly answered for her friend. Actually, Dandan's home is in Liang City. City. Before going to Tojo Mountain, she told me she'd take this chance to visit home. Zhang Dandan, as if grasping at straws, quickly added, "Oh yes, yes, yes. I just want to go home." Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't complain further. "All right, let's go together then. I don't know much about Liang City, so I can ask you about it." Zhang Dandan grinned. "No problem. You can even stay at my place. Hehe." While Zhang Dandan was talking, Lu Sheng secretly sighed. Sigh. What am I doing? Do I really want to be in a relationship with her? No, I still have too many things to do. Once we reach Liang City, I'll leave. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he answered, "Hello." On the other end, Dong Qingshe replied, "Lu Sheng, it's Dong Qingshe." He recognized her voice. "Hello, Instructor Dong. What can I do for you?" Dong Qingshe frowned as she informed Lu Sheng, "The Kaiming constellation selection has been moved up. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away." Lu Sheng was a bit surprised, but answered decisively, "Moved up is fine. I'm about to arrive at the Liang City transport station." Hearing this, she agreed. "All right. I should be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me at the Liang City bus station." As the three were walking out, Lu Sheng announced to everyone, "I suddenly have something urgent. I won't be going to Liang City anymore. Let's say goodbye here." Zheng Dandan became sad. "Oh, where are you planning to go then? I can have someone take you there." Suddenly, people around gasped in amazement. "Holy crap, look at that. It's the latest Emperor's Heart model from Lion Country. Oh my god, it really is. That's a true big shot." A luxurious car stopped in front of where Zheng Dandan was standing. A girl ran up and hugged Dandan affectionately. "Dandan, you're home." Seeing the girl in front of her, Zheng Dandan was a bit surprised. "Wenhui, you all came so quickly." A blonde guy driving the car greeted. "Hey Dandan, long time no see. You seem to be getting prettier. Are these your friends? Aren't you going to introduce us? Why are you here?" Zheng Dandan looked a bit uncomfortable seeing him, but reluctantly introduced. "This is Lin Zishan, my close friend from Dongning Martial Arts University, a level 2 martial artist." Lin Zishan nodded slightly in response. After introducing Lin Zishan, Zheng Dandan then turned to Lu Sheng. "This is Lu Sheng, a good friend I just met during the trip to Tojo Mountain." She thought to herself, Lu Sheng has too many secrets. Even if I said more, I still wouldn't understand much about him. The blonde guy looked at Zheng Dandan and Lu Sheng, seeming a bit jealous. Hearing the introductions, Wenhui went to shake hands with Lin Zishan. "Wow, a level 2 martial artist is amazing. Nice to meet you. I'm also Dandan's friend. My name is Wenhui." Lin Zishan replied, "Nice to meet you." Seeing this, the blonde guy also chimed in. "My name is Cao Mingliang. Since you're Dandan's friend, you're our friend now too. You must be tired from the journey. Get in the car. I'll take you all to Liang City, then show you around town later." Zheng Dandan quickly intervened. "Wait, your car only has 4 seats. We should just call our own ride." Lu Sheng hurriedly said, "No need. My friend will be here soon. It's fine." Wenhui tried to persuade Zheng Dandan. "What's wrong, Dandan? He's just some traveler you met on the trip. Why take him so seriously? We're your real friends. Don't tell me you've set your sights on this guy. In our circle, there are plenty of handsome guys with good looks, you know." Cao Mingliang took out his wallet and said, My bad. I didn't think it through. Since you're friends with Dandan, we can't treat you poorly either." He took out a wad of cash. "Is this enough? You can take this money and get your own ride." Zheng Dan got angry. "What are you two doing?" Seeing her anger, Lu Sheng patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's all right, no worries. I just said my ride is here." From the sky, a helicopter slowly descended, shocking everyone. "What the hell?" Dong Qingshe stood at the door and said coldly, "Hurry up. We can't land in the city area." Lu Sheng heard this and jumped up high, grabbing onto the rope ladder. The other two gaped. "That's an Eastern Military Region aircraft. He just flew up." Lu Sheng turned back and waved to the others. "Everyone, see you next time." The blonde girl exclaimed, "Holy crap, son of a gun, this is what you call a true urban legend. Incredible." The other young man was sweating profusely, feeling like he just witnessed a middle-aged aunt riding a bicycle into a sales office and buying an entire apartment complex in one go. The blonde guy was also dumbfounded. "Dandan, who is your friend?" Dandan turned around, looking angry. Then she grabbed Zisan's arm and pulled her away. "Zisan, let's catch a ride back to Liang City." Dandan walked away, fuming. The other two were left speechless. The military helicopter moved very quickly, with dense structures visible below. Sitting in the helicopter, Lu Sheng looked down. "This is my first time in a helicopter. The view below looks like a miniature town made of Lego blocks. Do you like it? If you do, then in the future you can join our Eastern Military Region." The young Lu Sheng, for some reason, asked a naive question. "I thought you were going to give me one of these." "You think you're dreaming. I meant you could ride in one every day. If you eventually reach the Grandmaster level, become a Major General in the Eastern Military Region, they'll automatically prepare a personal helicopter for you." The girl thought to herself, "This kid seems to have gotten even stronger. I really can't see through him at all now." All right, let's talk about the main issue. 3 days ago, all training camps in the eastern provinces announced their completion, and the selected candidates have been decided. I've carefully reviewed the documents, and this batch of candidates is stronger than all previous ones. Heh, if it weren't for you, I'd really have to go into battle. Over 80% are gifted martial artists, including one gifted martial artist with elemental control abilities. Moreover, there's one person who passed the level 2 mental cultivation test, and over 20 geniuses with level 3 strength or above. Finally, there's even a prodigy with level 4 strength. Young Lu Sheng just let out an "oh." The girl gave a bitter smile and asked, "Lu Sheng, hearing about their strength, don't you feel anything?" "Well, it's very impressive. I'm absolutely shocked." "Hey kid, you look so fake. I knew for a monster like you, no matter how amazing others are, you probably wouldn't feel anything at all. Tell him about the rewards quickly." Hearing the word rewards, young Lu Sheng's eyes lit up brightly, his spirit greatly invigorated. "I knew you'd be interested in this. This year's selection is very special. All Eastern region leaders will come to watch. Also, this selection won't be a random draw competition anymore, but we'll use a different method, which is fighting against strange beasts." The young man became very focused upon hearing this. Strange beasts, the current world's strongest enemy, appearing from cracks in the ground and sky. Powerful, endless, boundless, incomparable strange beasts. Even though every year countless human experts venture onto the battlefield, they still can't prevent human living space from being gradually seized bit by bit. Unexpectedly, the military region is letting students encounter strange beasts so early. It seems the current battlefield situation isn't very optimistic. Correct. All the country's powerful experts are trying to break the deadlock, so the higher-ups have decided that for future geniuses, like you, who have the highest success rates, they won't apply the gradual, gentle policy as before, but will let you experience the pressure firsthand and turn that into motivation on your martial arts path. As some important figure said, only in blood and fire can truly top-tier martial arts experts be forged. Don't think the selection has just become harder. The rewards have become more abundant because of it. Oh, tell me about it. As long as you make it to the top 10, you can receive a portion of strange blood. The top 3 can directly enter the strange blood pool, and if you're first, Kai Ming Shang Xing will be allowed into the strange marrow pool. Hearing this, young Lu Sheng was a bit stunned. Strange blood, strange marrow. That's incredible. It's the enormous energy extracted from the bodies of strange beasts, much better than the strange beast meat you ate in the training camp, which was just the simplest processing method. Strange blood is extracted from strange beast cell fluid. Strange marrow is the spinal fluid of strange beasts. The rewards this time are all from level 4 and above strange beasts in the eastern region. This is unprecedented. Those in the top 10 can receive a portion of strange blood, probably a few hundred milliliters, but the top 3 can enter the pool, which is basically a whole nourishment warehouse. It's almost unlimited supply. I know you have a big appetite, kid. This time you can absorb as much as you want. A portion of a level 4 strange beast at the lowest market price is already 50 million yuan. A pool of strange marrow would be at least 1 billion, no matter how you calculate it. Such valuable things are in unlimited supply. Hung's cultivation of the indestructible golden body, the refined body technique, requires a lot of energy supply. If only using nourishing pills, bone and spirit strengthening blood decoction, who knows how long it would take to complete the first stage. If I could get the massive energy from strange blood or strange marrow, it would definitely shorten the cultivation time tremendously. This is an extremely good opportunity. I understand. We've arrived at the Eastern School. This is the Eastern Region Military District. Well, impressive, isn't it? Lu Sheng thought to himself, impressive. What's so impressive about it? The martial arts base of the future, 10,000 years from now, is much larger than this place, yet it was still casually destroyed by strange beasts. Perhaps that's what's truly impressive. The helicopter landed on a rooftop landing pad. Young Lu Sheng got out of the helicopter and was walking down. After walking a short distance, he heard the Eastern instructor call out, "Lu Sheng, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. If you need anything, just use the device on the wall. Someone will bring it to you. Get a good rest today." The young man heard but didn't know how to respond, so he just remained silent. Soon after, Lu Sheng returned to his room to rest. Just as he lay down for a bit, the young man entered a training scenario, facing off against a girl on a snow-covered mountain. A pink-haired girl, fierce, with a spear in her hand, just standing there looking at her, made me feel afraid inside. No, I will challenge her again. The young man activated blood chi enhancement, followed by the exchange of fire breath. Fire erupted, creating a vortex around Lu Sheng. The young man's eyes shone brightly. The Ming Wang divine mirror reflected a powerful young man, muscles rippling. Heng's spiritual power multiplied by 11. A giant fist was thrown. Level 10 Master, sun copper sky, flames blazing. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt a sharp pain. He ultimately failed, but in a situation where he was fully prepared, there was still hope for resistance. This battle made his martial arts even more refined. Over 10 martial arts reached the perfect realm. The 10 complete martial arts, progressing even further. The most important thing is that he had overcome the fear of death. His mental state became more resolute and pure. As the young man was lost in thought, someone was approaching outside the door. Eastern Instructor. Instructor Chin, how is Lu Sheng resting? Well, it's okay, just that the room feels a bit stuffy. It's getting quite hot in here. The location of the Eastern Military District, a few hundred kilometers straight ahead, is the first battle line against strange beasts. Many strange beasts emit poisonous gases, so the base takes air protection very seriously. But you, the girl kept staring at Lu Sheng. Huh, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, it's just that you seem a bit different today compared to yesterday. Hearing this response also surprised Lu Sheng. Then the young man just let out an "oh," seemingly making others feel he was different. That's right, I have that feeling too. Yesterday, he was like a jade stone covered in mud and sand. But today, that layer of mud and sand has been washed clean. Now he's like a piece of jade that has been polished. Faced with the confusion of the two female instructors, the young man Lu Sheng struck a pose and confidently replied, "Perhaps I've become even more handsome, huh? At this age of puberty, development is very rapid. Feeling that my features are sharper is quite normal. Ha ha ha. Good one. Well done. Shameless. That's just your style. I appreciate it." Then the three of them left. Hey, tell me honestly, how sure are you about getting the top spot this time? Well, not very. What are you saying? At this moment, someone approached. Who's there? Isn't it Instructor Dong Qingshui? What a coincidence. It's been a long time. I remember the last time we met was just like before. Instructor Dong calmly replied, "Shangguan Lang, you're still as annoying as ever, huh?" The two of them don't seem to be confrontational, but, haha, Qin Shaojun, look at yourself. Being useless alone is one thing, but it seems your eye for talent isn't much either. Is this the kind of person you found? Are you trying to embarrass our Dongning province? Instructor Qin pinched his nose and waved his hand a few times. It stinks. It stinks. Shangguan Lang, brush your teeth early in the morning before you speak. Going around blowing bad breath like this, it's not doing any good. Could it be that your Dongyi province has a genius? Oh ho, that's not much either. Your names aren't marked with stars on the files, huh? Oh, interesting. How about this? Let's make a bet for one fifth-grade Marrow to see whose representative in the selection will receive a higher title. Instructor Dong immediately responded, aiming to provoke Shangguan Lang. Ah, one part for us three people. You only putting up one part. Where's the fun in that? As soon as she finished speaking, the three left. Instructor Qin even raised his middle finger to challenge Shangguan Lang. Ah, you've got nothing. Don't act so boastful. It's embarrassing, Instructor Qin. Shangguan Lang can't handle this bet. Let's go. After walking a few steps, Shangguan Lang spoke up. Hey, wait. All right, 3 parts it is. We'll bet 3 fifth-grade Marrows. Whoever loses will. Act like a dog. How about that? Dong Qingshui, don't tell me you're scared. Or did you raise the stakes so high just as a way to avoid the bet? Now who can't handle it? Dong Che, angry, gritted her teeth. Fine, I accept. Shangguan Lang smiled smugly. Very well. He patted the shoulder of the person next to him. Did you see that? This is what you call having guts. 3 fifth-grade Marrows, enough for your fire control talent to increase by another level. Hurry up and thank Instructor Dong Shui. Ha ha ha. Of course, Zhao Li here thanks Instructor Dong Qingshui in advance. Instructor Qin was startled and shouted, "What did you say? A martial artist with elemental control talent. Damn it, Shangguan Lang, you dare to deceive us. Ha, who said everything had to be written clearly on the file? It's your own stupidity. Remember to prepare in advance those 3 fifth-grade Marrows." Ha ha ha! Instructor Qin looked furious, but seemed unable to do anything, while Lu Sheng remained completely calm, and Instructor Dong appeared uninterested. Right after, Instructor Qin composed himself. Ahem. So, how was it? Did you think my acting was intense? Did it feel like I was acting? Instructor Dong turned around, muttering, everyone hides a part of their strength. On the files, only a fool like Shangguan Lang would think he's the only one who knows about it. Elemental control is impressive indeed. I wonder how it compares to level 3 spirit manipulation. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng said to Instructor Qin, "It wasn't good at all. Your expressions were exaggerated, your movements were stiff, your acting wasn't convincing at all. Instructor Qin, Shangguan, and the Dongqin families have never confronted each other before. That guy is known for his foul mouth. Every time we meet, he always has to make a few jabs before he's satisfied. Besides, our area has never had any geniuses, so we've always been suppressed and unable to raise our heads. So this time, all our hopes are placed on you. About the bet, don't worry about it. I agreed to it myself. If we lose, I'll pay all 3 parts, and if we win, my share will also go to you. Instructor Qin also cheerfully said, "Hey, I'll give you my share too. This is it. We can only see you off this far. Next, someone will explain the selection rules to you." "All right, thank you, instructors." As the elevator door was about to close, Instructor Dong stopped it. "Wait a moment. Lu Sheng, are you really confident about this selection process? I mean the enlightened star, you know." The young man continued to pose as if thinking, a little, but not much. Upon hearing this, Instructor Dong let go of the elevator door. "Is that so? How much is not much?" Both instructors were extremely worried and felt like there was no chance. Suddenly, the young man Lu Sheng said, "Not much at all. I'm afraid saying it might make everyone sadder, about 99%. The remaining 1% is if I suddenly get disqualified from the selection right now, then of course I won't be able to get the top spot." Inside the conference room, as soon as the old man entered, everyone stood up, raising their hands in salute. "Master Du." He gestured with his hand. "Sit down." This old man was the 7th grade Brigadier General, Du Fei. As he sat down at the table, he asked, "Have all the provincial genius representatives gathered?" Instructor Dong quickly reported, "They have all gathered. The selection using strange beasts has also been checked. Each candidate will enter their own test path. The candidate who defeats all the arranged strange beasts and reaches the finish line first will be the winner. The strange beasts arranged on each path include level 2 beasts, 3 level 3 beasts, and 1 level 4 beast. The most important checkpoint, they will face a quasi-level 5 strange beast, the golden demon ape. A quasi-level 5 strange beast, and it's the golden demon ape, the strongest among all level 5 strange beasts. Even for field-grade officers, we need 2 people to fight against it. For a group of students who are only about 18 years old, isn't this level of difficulty too high? This quasi-level 5 golden demon ape is not required to be defeated alone, but they will face it together. The enlightened star is the leader of the army. When facing powerful enemies, gathering all strength is the path to victory. Even competitors are no exception. The Eastern Military Region guards the entire Long Kingdom. It's the 2nd most important and also the 2nd most dangerous front line, but it has consistently ranked last in the National Military Region competition for the past few years. If gathering the strength of a group of top martial arts geniuses from the entire Eastern region still can't withstand a mere quasi-level 5 strange beast, then our Eastern region, no, the Long Kingdom, basically has no future. The group of instructors could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. Let's start and see what talents we have this time. Yes, one accelerated and ran very fast. This selection is the most special one in years. I am the hope of the entire Haithang province, qualified to become the enlightened star. It's me. Just as he finished speaking, he encountered a giant strange beast. That guy was startled and panicked. The strange beast quickly rushed towards him. That guy was quickly crushed. "Damn beast. Motherfer, who do you think I am? I am the strongest genius. No way. This young man is unlikely to pass the test." The strange beast has transformed and gained the upper hand. In the observation room, General Du Fei observed through the screen and instructed, "The enlightened star is humanity's brightest new star. The chosen one is the hope of the country. Just standing out is not enough. The person we need will surpass the ordinary. Tell the instructors in charge of safety to pay attention. They are all the future of our country. Don't let them get hurt." Zoom in on the screen. The notable candidates are marked with stars. Let's see how the genius among geniuses performs. Yes, switch to the genius representative from Dongtrach province. Kong Xing, 17 years and 8 months old, a martial artist with elemental control talent. Kong Xing specializes in controlling the electric element. Current control ability level is 1. The second person, genius representative from Jiangzhou province, Jia Haoran, 18 years and 3 months old, level 3 martial artist, with mental type talent, has passed the level 2 mental thought master assessment. The third person, genius representative from Shilin province, Xingji, 18 years and 9 months old, level 4 martial artist, with defensive type talent. Current talent level is level 3 enhancement. He's very confident in his defensive abilities. Even the strange beasts are reluctant to attack him. One punch from him blows everything up, Not bad, really impressive. These young people are indeed talented, able to easily face level 2 strange beasts and even kill level 3 beasts with one hit. This kind of talent would stand out in any selection process. It seems that, just as the old generals were speaking, the screen zoomed in on a fire element controller. This one's not bad either. Why isn't he marked with a star? An instructor stood up and reported, "Sir, Jolly's ability awakened not long ago, so we didn't have time to update the documents. Sorry, it's all right. Let actions speak louder than words. You've done well, nurturing such a promising talent." "Yes, it's just what I should do, sir." As that instructor sat down, another person spoke up. Deliberately hiding strength, then getting highly praised. That kind of trick, who doesn't know about it? Just for show. Another instructor came out to hide something. Old General Dufay watched with satisfaction. Good, very good. Breaking through the first stage so quickly. He was about to continue speaking when he was startled by discovering something else. What? This path, this progress. What the hell is this? Old General Dufay's voice rang out again. What's going on with this path? Why aren't there any red dots for monsters? Old General Dufay, with extreme curiosity, hurriedly pointed. Quickly bring up the monitoring system. The instructors operated the monitoring system while responding. All right, the monitoring system is now connected. On the surveillance camera screen, they only saw monsters lying scattered on the ground. Just 3 minutes in, not only were all monsters eliminated, but it was faster than the speed of the 4 elite seeds in this assessment round. What on earth is happening here? Use the monitoring system to replay immediately. Tell me who that person is. The instructors were also shocked as they looked. There, on the monitoring system, appeared the image of a familiar young man. This is Lu Sheng's racetrack. Then, the monitoring system was rewound to 3 minutes earlier. Lu Sheng entered his challenge path. As soon as he entered, the young man had quite good luck encountering a giant monster. The monster was shattered, pieces of its body scattered around. The young man spoke. This is supposed to be tough. Are there any stronger ones? At that moment, 2 other monsters emerged from a door, preparing to charge. Seeing their companions shattered, the 2 remaining monsters went berserk and rushed to avenge. As one approached, the young man squeezed it hard with his hand, making it howl in agony. The other one was smashed flat by the young man's downward punch. Interesting. The young man, Lu Sheng, now sensed the power within his body. This ability was somewhat similar to the martial arts control realm, but at a higher, more comprehensive level. The control realm concentrates power, unleashing it at the right moment, knowing exactly where the weaknesses are, seemingly reaching a state of omniscience and omnipotence. Nothing unknown, nothing impossible. That is the perfect martial arts. Just then, a leg of another strange beast appeared, followed by its full form behind Lu Sheng. As the young man walked, there was a small rock under his shoe, and with his next step, the rock flew backward, hitting the strange beast that was lurking to pounce. Old General Dufay, observing through the camera, also found it quite strange. This candidate's speed was incredibly fast. He had already reached the final stage. The instructors agreed. That's right, he looks ordinary, but the power of his punches is terrifying. All strange beasts are taken down with just one punch, no need for a second. Do we have this candidate's profile? Read it out. I want to hear it. Genius representative from Dongning Province, Lu Sheng, 18 years and 5 months old, level 3, martial artist with innate strength talent. The instructor Shangguan Ling, who had bet earlier, thought to himself, could she have also hidden the candidate's abilities? Everyone buzzed with discussion. There's really nothing outstanding in his combat, and he doesn't show any special abilities either. He seems to be slightly stronger than a normal level 3 martial artist in all aspects, but clearly hasn't reached level 4. Old General Dufay then spoke up. Don't you all see it? This young man has definitely mastered at least 4 types of martial arts at perfect realm or above. Among them, his body techniques and fist techniques have reached perfection, which is why his combat power is so excellent. 4 types at perfect realm, and among them, even 2 are at the subtle realm, and he's only 18 years old. Even if one practiced martial arts from conception, it wouldn't be possible to achieve this. It's been a long time since we've seen such a pure martial arts genius. Only in the past 100 years, when martial arts flourished, were there many pure martial arts geniuses like this. Now then, old General Dufay was mid-sentence when he suddenly jolted. What? There's a strange beast clinging to the wall behind Lu Sheng. The young man seemed to have sensed the danger lurking around. Immediately after, the beast's clones charged very quickly, surrounding the young man. Simultaneously, several clones of the strange beast lunged, intending to kill Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy formed a vortex around Lu Sheng's body. At this moment, the young man once again sensed the mastery of martial arts. It seemed that the potential of the perfect martial arts far exceeded his imagination. With one hand, he grabbed the neck of one, then the young man grasped the monster, jumped high, preparing to land. Lu Sheng slammed the strange beast down hard, then the young man coldly walked away. The strange beast writhed, then met its maker. Old General Dufei couldn't believe his eyes and stood up. Bai Lin Jie, a level 4 leopard, yet it was. At this moment, old General Dufei corrected himself. I was wrong. This young man's fist technique isn't at the subtle realm, but at the control realm. Instructor Qin stroked his chin, smiling as he recalled Lu Sheng's 99% statement. So that's what he meant by 99%. This level of confidence is justified. Ha! The instructor Shang Guanling, who had bet earlier, was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Instructor Qin raised his finger provocatively with a look that said, I told you so. You damn fool. The monster just now was the last one in the race course. It seems the limits of the perfect martial arts in its first form have been tested. I can sense the aura of a very powerful monster ahead. Entering the next stage, there was a giant gorilla confined in an iron cage. So it's you. If this is nearing the end, I don't need to hold back anymore. The giant gorilla opened its mouth wide, roaring fiercely. It looked terrifying. The young man raised his fist, striking a cool pose. It's time to make those watching the screen tremble because of me. In front of Lu Sheng now was a standard level 5 strange beast, the giant golden child demon ape. Old General Dufei put his hands on his chin, silently observing the screen. Camera. Instructor Dong continued to explain. The final strange beast has not yet been released, waiting for the end time, and for all the talented representatives to arrive in full before unlocking the confinement of that demon ape. Dong Qingshe thought to herself, Lu Sheng has really given me too many surprises. I knew he was very strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Kaiming Shangxing never thought the dream that could only be longed for before would be realized in Lu Sheng. The two male instructors discussed. With Lu Sheng's actual strength, as long as the other talented representatives arrive, it should be enough to destroy this level 5 standard demon ape. Oh, no. Perhaps we don't even need that many people. Just a few people supporting him would give us a chance. The total score is based on the speed of execution and final contribution to eliminating the demon ape. It seems that Lu Sheng is the Kaiming Shangxing in this exam. While discussing, suddenly, the instructors were extremely shocked. They all couldn't believe their eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat. The young man Lu Sheng had opened the iron cage that confined the giant ape. Even the ape itself was surprised. Then, the young man approached the ape. The size difference was enormous. Lu Sheng was tiny compared to the giant ape, but that didn't stop the young man's recklessness. Lu Sheng raised his hand provocatively. Ape, come on. Let me see what difference exists between a standard level 5 strange beast and a level 5 martial artist. Hurry up. Don't let others interrupt our battle. The instructor's eyes and mouths formed perfect O's. What? This kid even dares to think about facing this golden demon ape alone. He's insane. Another reckless youth. This isn't confidence. It's simply arrogance. Wait, don't forget. Based on his actual strength, he's demonstrated before. His body techniques are near miraculous, various martial arts at perfect realm. The golden demon ape relies on brute force. If he avoids direct confrontation, he might have a chance. Right after, the giant ape broke its iron chains. It opened its mouth wide, roaring. Its eyes rolled back as if going berserk. It rose up to break the remaining chains, then glared again, screaming fiercely to reveal 2 fangs large and long. Lu Sheng began to gather his energy, then prepared to face the giant ape head-on. Boom. A loud sound erupted. The two sides had exchanged blows with a punch. The two instructors stared in disbelief. Did he really confront it directly? Lu Sheng's hand was tiny compared to the ape's. The young man was resisting a giant fist of the ape. The ground began to show many cracks. The young man used one hand to resist, the other in a defensive stance. Very soon after, the giant ape prepared to launch its second giant fist. Instructor Shang Guanlang smiled smugly. Ha ha! The arrogant and foolish youth facing directly the powerful attack of the golden demon ape. Boom. Even with 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. Dong Qingshe showed concern. Lu Sheng was now beneath a cloud of dust. The giant ape was throwing its second punch, a massive fist coming down from above. The powerful fist quickly pierced through the white smoke. Lu Sheng below was also exerting himself to resist. Lu Sheng's punch counterattacked. Boom. Another loud explosion. The dust became even thicker. Then the giant ape was seen falling backward. Even the old General Dufei had to exclaim, "Not bad, kid." By now, fire had erupted around. Lu Sheng looked at the ape and said, "Not bad. You withstood my punch with 10 times the strength without dying. You're qualified to be my dinner tonight." Shang Guanlang's jaw dropped in disbelief. A huge sea of fire emanated around the young man. Lu Sheng coldly punched. "Here, I wish you a peaceful death." Boom. A punch was thrown. A dazzling light made it impossible for anyone to see anything. Old General Dufay watched the screen intently. Dong instructor worried. Episode 2. Then, the ape was seen howling in pain. Lu Sheng was throwing all his punches. The giant ape was flung far away. A sea of fire was burning it. Old General Dufay couldn't believe his eyes. This is the will of a grandmaster. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Very good. Unexpected to witness someone at this age who has condensed the will of a grandmaster. The path to level 7 has been opened. Given time, our Eastern District will surely have another grandmaster. Old General Dufay was overjoyed. Young Grandmaster Lu Sheng is now even stronger than me. Chin instructor sighed in relief. This damned kid really wanted to scare people to death. Yeah, no longer sensing the aura of the strange beast. It seems this is the final stage that has ended. Ah, still a bit boring. Suddenly, the young man discovered something. Since it's too boring now, can I find my own fun, What is Lu Sheng doing? He's already defeated the final boss alone, but hasn't left. This kid is, I see. Just let him be. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, he can play however he wants. Oh my. The talent selection for the entire Eastern District now seems unimportant in Master Dufay's eyes. It seems not important at all. What he cares about now is just one person. That's Lu Sheng. What does it mean by not killing everyone? It means crippling 1 or 2 people is fine. Dare not think further. The Kai Ming Star General selection has ended, killing the final challenge boss. Lu Sheng, level 3 martial artist, level 3 elementalist. Now it's Lu Sheng's playtime. Channel guaranteeing the fastest scripted commentary videos. Everyone, please give this little sister a like, comment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to watch fastest on YouTube. While Lu Sheng was waiting, other contestants were passing previous stages to enter the final stage. Scene changes to young Xingji, representing Shilin Province, with defensive talent. Now at his feet is the corpse of a 100-scale fierce leopard. He's shivering, frowning, feeling a dull ache throughout his body. The level 4 beast earlier, 100-scale fierce leopard, was very strong, causing me great pain, even with iron skin protection. Then he clenched his fist with determination. Perhaps, if nothing unexpected happens, I've passed the stage. Xingji continues to open the door, entering the final stage. A vast space, but completely silent. Not a sound. No noise ahead. Seems I'm the first to reach this stage. That's the Golden Bronze Demon Ape. The Golden Bronze Demon Ape is huge, truly a level 5 overlord. Xingji sees the Golden Bronze Demon Ape with a massive hole in its hand. It's a young man sitting motionless. Xingji wonders, who is he? At this moment, Xingji starts sweating profusely, feeling anxious. Who could punch away a level 5 overlord with just one hit? Could it be him? Xingji cautiously bows and asks, hello, what's the situation now? Have I passed this selection round? At this time, Lu Sheng remains motionless on the hand of the giant ape. While Xingji is anxious and impatient, he only receives. Wait, Xingji startles, looks up and asks, At this moment, the other 2 doors also open. The girl Kongxing from Dongzhe Province with elemental control talent and the long-haired Jia Haoxian from Jiangzhou Province with mental talent enter. These 2 are extremely confident. The girl Kongxing remains calm, blowing elemental bubbles, while the long-haired Jia Haoxian, with one hand in his pocket, strikes a cool pose. After observing for a moment, Jia Haoxian speaks up. You're Xingji from Shilin Province, right? I've met you before. Jia Haoxian points and asks curiously, is this the final stage? And what's that huge statue-like thing? Kongxing observes carefully and seems to have discovered something. Kongxing then speaks. That's the Golden Bronze Demon Ape, a standard level 5 beast. All 3 frowned with concern, but Xingji retorted, that corpse is certainly just to scare us. No one can defeat the level 5 standard Golden Copper Demon Ape beast. Sensing something off, Jia Haoxian immediately asked, then why is he sitting on that specimen? Xingji quickly pondered and exclaimed, I understand now. This person is probably the supervisor for the final round of the selection test. Xingji raised his hand high, showing confidence in his deduction. If we pass his challenge, we can clear the stage. Xingji's words made Kongxing and Jia Haoxian startle. Both asked in unison. Xingji crossed his arms, putting on a cool face like a gourd. The young man smirked slightly. You guys didn't expect that, huh? Suddenly, the young man Lu Sheng stood up. Lu Sheng replied, you're very smart. Lu Sheng with a radiant face, his eyes emitting a green light as if starting a cunning trick. Now, I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. In 5 minutes, the challenge begins. I will fight with me, defeat me so I can see what kind of recruits we have this year. Xingji put his hands on his hips, laughing. Ha ha ha! I knew it. Jia Haoxian pointed and said, yeah, it seems in the final round we don't need to face beasts anymore. We just need to defeat him. This is much simpler than fighting beasts. Seeing Lu Sheng's slender, scholarly appearance, Kongxing said, looking at him, He doesn't seem to have any aura. He's probably not very strong. Hearing Kong Xing say this, Jia Haoxian agreed. Indeed, I can't sense any aura. The people in the Eastern Military Zone must be looking down on us. The three talented youths appear very confident. 5 minutes should be enough to recover our strength. At this moment, Jia Haoxian uses his mental powers to sense something. Then he mutters, but my intuition tells me his strength is not simple. What exactly is going on? Xingji continues to argue. No matter how strong, there's a limit. The three of us represent the peak fighting power under 18 years old in the entire eastern region, so why fear him alone? At this moment, the young man Lu Sheng smiles smugly, wondering if his acting is a bit better than Qin Zhao Quan's. Through the camera, observing the group of examiners exclaim, "This kid, oh my god, does he want to torture all the candidates?" The veteran Du Fei Yao laughs gleefully. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. This Lu Sheng seems to have prepared quite a show for us to watch. Suddenly, the voice of an examiner rings out. Master Du, I propose to stop the selection immediately. We can't continue like this. Other examiners also raise their hands in agreement. Me too, I agree. The genius representative from Dongning province is too strong compared to the other candidates. He could potentially cause irreparable physical and mental damage to the remaining candidates. Qin Shaojun thinks to himself, Dongzhe province, Jiangzhou province, Shilin province, so they have a common instructor behind them. Haha, they're starting to feel sympathy for their provincial geniuses being ruined by this monster Lu Sheng. How amusing. Dong Qingxue also thinks to herself, before when the level 5 beast appeared, no one had any objections, but now that it's replaced by Lu Sheng, it's different. This also proves how dangerous Lu Sheng is right now in everyone's eyes. To what extent? The veteran Du Fei Yi maintains his stance. Then the supervisors should increase their vigilance, ready to intervene and protect the candidates. Don't let Lu Sheng seriously injure the other candidates. Dong Qingxue immediately accepts the order. Yes. Shang Guanling is now completely drained of energy. He falls backward, eyes wide open in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. How could the kid brought by Dong Qingxue be so powerful? It's so embarrassing. And I still have to hand over 3 high-grade beast cores. I'm dead. I'm dead. The scene shifts to inside the final barrier, where Xingji's body is now engulfed in flames. He stretches his limbs, making cracking sounds, then confidently says, I'm fine now, recovered 90%. Kong Xing follows up, I've recovered 80%, more than enough to deal with him. Jia Haoxian has recovered 90%. He confidently says, even if the golden demon ape beast, a near level 5 creature, came back to life, I'd dare to fight it. Lu Sheng's entire body emanates a mysterious blue energy. The young man points at the 3 remaining candidates. Not bad. Now this is starting to look like something. Come at me together. Defeat me. You are the new generation of rising star generals. Hearing this, Xingji shows contempt. Together. That's not necessary. I alone am enough. As soon as he finishes speaking, he leaps high. Kong Xing expresses regret. Damn it. He's charging in first again. Jia Haoxian remains calmer. It's fine. If he wants to charge in first, let him. This is a good opportunity to gauge the Guardian's true strength. However, to be honest, this Xingji's strength is truly terrifying. Certainly the strongest among the 3 of us. Xingji, his body engulfed in flames, muscles rippling, clenches his fists tightly, then charges quickly towards Lu Sheng. He immediately uses his defensive innate ability, the steel skin technique. Seeing this overwhelming power, Kong Xing's eyes widen as he exclaims, Whoa, this strength. He's a level 4 martial artist. As Xingji is charging forward, the young man Lu Sheng calmly stands and observes. Xingji's eyes burn red, his heart full of determination. If you're so good, try to defeat me. While Xingji charges with all his might, the young man Lu Sheng blocks with just 1 finger. The young man even yawns, showing his boredom. Xingji, seeing the Guardian block with just 1 finger, is startled and exclaims, how is this possible? Immediately after, the young man Lu Sheng utters a soft curse, and Xingji is sent flying backward, flipping in the air. Boom. A loud sound echoes. The wall behind cracks in many places, dust and smoke billowing. Seeing Xingji's miserable landing, Kong Xing and Jia Haoxian are extremely shocked, their eyes bulging, mouths agape. Dust spreads everywhere, rocks and debris flying, still unable to clearly see Xingji's current condition. The young man Lu Sheng shows a disdainful attitude, saying, Hey, you two, are you really not going to join in? The young man Lu Sheng still stands on the hand of the giant demon ape, waiting. Meanwhile, Xingji still lies motionless in the rubble, dust still thick in the air. When Lu Sheng provoked them to attack together, Kong Xing and Jia Haoxian still stood frozen, not daring to charge forward. Both were still wary of Lu Sheng's strength, who had quickly and cleanly defeated Xingji. While Xingji was the strongest among the 3, seeing Lu Sheng jump down from the demon ape, startled them both, making them step back, their faces covered in cold sweat. Kongxing wondered, what is he planning to do? This guy, taking down Xingji with one blow, he looks very young and has a slim, small build. How can he possess such terrifying strength? With his limited knowledge, Jia Haoxian explained, I've heard that some young martial artists, due to greed, consume all sorts of supplements recklessly, causing hormonal imbalances, leading to early stunted growth. So even at 34, 35 years old, they still look like young men. This guy must be one of those. At this point, Kongxing's eyes widened in confusion. Huh, there are people like that. What kind of freakish thing is this? Kongxing still couldn't believe it, pointing at Lu Sheng to confirm. You mean he looks like 17, 18, but could actually be old enough to be our parent? Despite asking multiple times, Kongxing was still sweating profusely, unable to believe what he was seeing and hearing. What the hell? This young-looking old man, the commander-in-chief, is too cunning. Just to make us underestimate him, they set up this trick. Jia Haoxian immediately agreed with Kongxing's thoughts. That's right. After all, this is the Eastern region's selection round. They're using every trick in the book. But I didn't expect the final round to be this crazy. They even found this kind of drug. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Hearing the conversation between Kongxing and Jia Haoxian, Lu Sheng thought to himself, these two must have had their brains damaged by monsters. Can they be any less insane? Just spouting nonsense, talking rubbish. After waiting for a while, Lu Sheng grew impatient and spoke up. Are you two done talking? This question startled them both, leaving them frozen. Seeing this, Lu Sheng continued, all right, let's change our approach. If you can make me take one step back or block one of my attacks, I'll consider you as having passed the round. How about that? Does this work? Hearing this made Kongxing and Jia Haoxian question everything. Immediately after, Kongxing seemed about to go berserk, her entire body emitting powerful blue light, eyes turning white blue. She opened her mouth wide and shouted at the young man, don't underestimate others too much. Jia Haoxian also gritted his teeth, his body surrounded by a purple energy, causing a series of purple iron nails with sharp points to appear. Jia Haoxian threw out a palm strike, sending the purple iron nails flying quickly towards Lu Sheng. Seeing the opponents take the initiative to attack, Lu Sheng showed great pleasure as he welcomed it. Heh, now that's more like it. In Jia Haoxian's mind, he thought, heh, fool. I don't care if you're an inexperienced youth or a senile old man. No matter how strong you are, underestimating a level 2 spirit master, you'll surely regret it. Let's see how you dodge these iron nails. Lu Sheng extended his hand forward, releasing a powerful energy from within, taking a defensive stance to block Jia Haoxian's iron nails, which were completely ineffective against Lu Sheng. Immediately after, many of Jia Haoxian's iron nails were controlled by Lu Sheng, who gathered them into a pile and dropped them below. Seeing this, Jia Haoxian broke out in a cold sweat, his face frozen like an idiot. How is this possible? Then he lost his balance and fell backward. I threw those nails with all my might, yet he caught them with his bare hands. His hands are harder than steel. What is this? A monster. A monster. Damn it all. The young Lu Sheng, ignoring Jia Haoxian's nonsensical words, turned to Kongxing. Next up is you, Pikachu. The girl with the ability to discharge 10,000 volts and two-horned hairstyle had been nicknamed Pikachu by the young man. Provoked, Kongxing went berserk and charged forward. The young Lu Sheng calmly stood with his hands on his hips, waiting. Kongxing was startled. What? He dares to call me a cartoon Pikachu? How before she could react, Kongxing's wrist was grabbed by Lu Sheng. This isn't right. Something's off. Lu Sheng reminded her, don't lose focus during a fight. Didn't your instructor teach you that? Kongxing was extremely curious and puzzled. How could he grab me? Why isn't he electrocuted by my electricity? What kind of speed and reflexes are these? All right, now, discharge your electricity. Kongxing heard but didn't understand. Huh, don't understand. Use your electricity to attack me. Use that 10 million volts of yours. If the intensity satisfies me, I might consider letting you pass the round. Kongxing gritted her teeth. You told me not to underestimate you. A massive electrical discharge was released by Kongxing. Not bad. That's more like it. Feeling the electric current running through his body and applying the natural breathing method, he transformed the lightning's power into his own. Boom. A loud explosion. The shockwave rippled through everything. Lu Sheng's voice echoed, finished. Huh, I didn't do anything. Level 4 natural breathing method, thunder breath. Thanks to the high voltage current Kongxing discharged, the young man had upgraded his natural breathing method. Sheng turned to Kongxing and said, not bad. Then, the young man went to pinch the girl's cheek. He truly is the opportunist of the year. Very good. You've passed the selection round. Kongxing's eyes and mouth formed O's in confusion. What did he say? What? I passed. Oh my goodness. You pervert. Kongxing's cheeks turned red. She clenched her fists, I've passed the Kai Ming General Star selection. Just me. Am I a Kai Ming General Star? Hey, hey! Representing all forces under 18, the strongest in the East, the highest martial arts talent, the ultimate title. I've done it. Kongxing joyfully stood and saluted the young Lu Sheng. Thank you, coach. Thank you for your recognition, coach. Coach called me Pikachu, so I'll use that nickname from now on. No need to thank me. You were excellent enough to earn my recognition. Keep up the good work, little Pikachu. At this moment, Shu Haoshan stood with arms spread, confused. It's over. What kind of bizarre passing standard is this? It's finished. All my efforts were in vain. As Lu Sheng was about to leave, suddenly an instructor entered. Just kidding. Lu Sheng, Dong Ningdu. Shi Zuo told you to go prepare for the Kai Ming General Star inauguration ceremony already. Sigh. How can there be a monster as strong as you? The talented others are really unlucky. Kongxing was startled. What do you mean? Telling him to go receive the Kai Ming General Star inauguration. Isn't the Kai Ming General Star supposed to be me? Both Jia Haoshan and Xingji couldn't believe what they heard. He wasn't the final round keeper. No way. He just now. The new instructor pointed and explained. You've all misunderstood. He's just like you. All candidates participating in the selection. He just arrived 20 minutes before you. In the end, there wasn't anyone keeping the round. Here, this Xingxing Mayanjin Tong, quasi-level 5, was the final boss. He killed it with one punch. And just now, that was just his momentary whim. What? Killed a level 5 boss in one hit. Hearing this, Kongxing nearly fainted on the spot. The instructor was also startled. Hey, Dongzhe province candidate, where are the medics? Come help quickly. Little sister has a younger sister who's a Bigo idol. Everyone please give her channel a subscription. Little sister will put the link in the comments. Extremely grateful to everyone. The scene changes to Zhao Li, the man of instructor Shangguan Lang, who is the last in the race. He's jumping to catch a beast. Got you. After a long struggle with the beast, he finally caught it. Damn beast. Try running again if you dare. The beast growled, its eyes glowing red, opening its mouth to reveal 4 large, sharp fangs. Zhao Li was a fire element controller, so flames quickly burst forth. The beast howled in terror, but Zhao Li held on tight, intending to roast it. Damn it. This level 4 monster is too tough. After a while, the beast was charred black. The young man kicked the black heap repeatedly to check it. Then Zhao Li collapsed on the ground, panting, his face covered in sweat. I almost died here. At this point, his limbs were very tired. His strength and energy were depleted. Though exhausted, he still smiled smugly. But so what? I just successfully killed a level 4 monster for the first time. He kept smiling and answered himself. It's level 4, you know. Not level 3 or 2, but level 4. He ran his hand through his hair, tilting his head arrogantly. I can hardly believe that I could achieve such a glorious feat. Surely the instructors monitoring the selection are all overwhelmed by my talent and strength by now. Definitely. Suddenly, an instructor jumped down from above. Zhao Li, from Dong Province, right? At this moment, Zhao Li was still posing coolly with a happy expression. Oh, you startled me. Yes, that's me. The instructor is here to announce the champion, right? No need to rush. Take your time. It's not too late. I'm flattered, really flattered. The instructor looked at the information displayed on the tablet. Candidate Zhao Li, your score is being updated. After a moment, extracting Zhao Li's information, the instructor announced, like pouring a bucket of cold water on Zhao Li's face. Don't go any further. The selection is over. Clean up and prepare to leave with me. At this point, Zhao Li looked shocked, his eyes widening and mouth agape as he asked, because he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The selection is already over. Instructor, what's my score? Zhao Li, hands on his chest as if pointing to himself, asked, Instructor, am I at the top? Am I this year's Enlightened Star General? The instructor, hearing this, froze for 3 seconds. What are you saying? Are you dreaming? Wake up, please. The Enlightened Star General was chosen half an hour ago already. Hearing the instructor's response, Zhao Li stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe it. The instructor continued. The reason the selection lasted until now is mainly because the instructor was about to say this was just a joke by the Six Saints. But the instructor reconsidered and couldn't be bothered to say never mind. Telling you these things is pointless. I estimate your score will be outside the top 5. Let's go quickly. Zhao Li now felt like he was falling into an abyss because he had climbed so high before. The fall was quite painful. His whole body darkened, unable to believe what he heard. I'm outside the top 5. There must be a mistake. I'm Zhao Li, a pro VIP level. He seemed to go mad and shouted frantically. Zhao Li, single-handedly killed a level 4 monster for the first time. That's Zhao Li. The instructor, seeing this lunatic, was at a loss for words, unable to continue speaking to him, and could only watch him go crazy. On the screen was an image of Kong Xing. The veteran general Du Feiyi said to Dong Qingshui, "Give this girl from Dongzhe province a spot to participate in the blood pool. This girl has worked hard too." Below, Kong Xing's instructor immediately stood up. "Thank you, Du Feiyi. Thank you, Master Du, for the reward. Only the top 3 qualify for the blood pool. Lu Sheng deserves to be at the top. Xingji's second place is also fine, but for the third place, Jia Haoshan and Kong Xing are still neck and neck. However, Jia Haoshan is after all a rarer spirit master." Faced with this result, Kong Xing's instructor was a bit regretful and tears streamed down his face. "I didn't expect it to turn out like this now. Kong Xing, your contributions are still valuable. Hold on tight and keep going, okay?" The scene changes to young Lu Sheng, who just entered a room. The young man pondered. Out of the selection race now, told to return immediately, told to rest. Good. I thought I'd immediately go to some award ceremony. It's a bit different from what I imagined. On the table now were 4 cans, like soda cans, but they weren't carbonated soft drinks. Instead, they were recovery potions. Young Lu Sheng approached, picked up a can with a human head design, turned it over and pondered. "They say these are recovery potions prepared for me. Can the potions of this era still have an effect on me or not?" Thinking it wouldn't work, the young man still popped the lid, downed in one go a can of spirit recovery potion. What a sly young man indeed. The feeling when drinking was similar to high-end functional drinks. Both have nerve-stimulating effects. Not much use, really. Opening another can, the young man waved his hand, showing discomfort at the smell from the open potion can. "This health recovery potion is even worse. Well, I'll have to give up on it. It's terrible. I'm not drinking this. Not at all comparable to the potions I make myself." At this point, whether the young man felt the effects of the potion or not, he lay down and pondered. "I wonder how Hasusu has progressed with the Lingji Zhuang Shui potion. It's been a while since I contacted her. Well, I might as well use this free time to try and sense the new technique instead." The young man quickly sensed electrical currents running through his body. This thunder chi combines the advantages of fire chi and wind chi, faster speed, stronger burst power, but not reaching the extremes of either. Overall, it's a highly balanced type of qigong. There, the young man put his hand on his forehead, thinking with a headache. Sigh, have I been pushing myself too hard? Isn't this how everyone lives? What does the future development in 10,000 years have to do with me? Anyway, by then, I'll be dead already. Perhaps even my descendants won't be found. I don't know if I'll live a full life or not. Just living happily for this lifetime is enough. Suddenly, the young man shouted, "No." Then he clenched his fist. Having witnessed it, how can I pretend I've never seen it? Having made a choice, how can I easily give up what I must strive for with all my might, gritting my teeth to endure and accomplish? Not everyone can have this. As for me, I see myself burning and shining for it. It must be my choice. After this emotional moment, I'll continue to try my best. The young man quickly looked up historical information. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan from June of martial year 297 to August of martial year 432. Martial prowess, level 7 warrior. Life biography, became a level 2 warrior at 18, shocking the entire Baihei city. Later, under the recommendation of the Martial Arts Association of Baihei City, he joined the talent training camp of Dongning Province, topped the training camp, participated in the Kai Ming Xiangxing of Long Kingdom's Eastern Division. That year, he achieved the title of Kai Ming Xiangxing. The information wasn't much different from the previous encounter, just a slightly more impressive background. The realm was still level 7 master, but the character rating increased by half a star, reaching 3.5 stars. Perhaps related to my joining the Eastern Division military, but also due to the major campaign against monsters leading to an early death at 25. If I hadn't died, would there have been a chance to advance to level 8 Grand Master or not? Suddenly, the young man was startled by the family information. Ah! The young man broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide open when he saw his wife's name. Damn it, my wife is Dong Qingshui. Seeing the wedding photo of himself and instructor Dong Qingshui, the young man's face was almost drained of blood. This can't be. Dong Qingshui is almost 30 years older than me. Oh no, this time, I've got a pilot's license to fly even heavy fighter jets. Due to cultivation, people in the martial world look younger than their actual age, so Dong Qingshui looks like an 18-year-old girl. Why did I marry her? Turns out I've become the young grass eaten by the old cow. Too bizarre. Wait a minute. Thinking carefully, in the future I'll join the Eastern Division military, become a Kai Ming Xiang Xing. Surely I'll meet her often. Feelings will gradually develop, and this is just a hypothetical scenario. The previous relationship plus gradually developing feelings. It seems truly not impossible. Damn it. Dong Qing the instructor, will become my wife in the future. I can't look Dong Qing in the face anymore. Elsewhere, Dong Qing kept sneezing continuously. This won't do. I need to find someone to vent it all out. The young man now walked unsteadily, his movements stiff, sweat kept pouring out. Calm down. Calm down. The young man's eyes looked into the distance. I remember the warrior goddess over there. People had started gathering to wait for the awards. Du Feiyi and the instructors had prepared the prizes. The four main characters, of course, couldn't be absent. A very crowded and lively atmosphere. The old General Du Feiyi then said, "If everyone is here, then let's begin. Lu Sheng, come up here." A gold badge, 4,999s, was personally pinned by old General Du Feiyi on Lu Sheng's chest. The young man now looked very alert and handsome, quite cool. Below, several young ladies seemed about to swoon. Just as he pinned the badge on Lu Sheng's chest, the old man said, "The material of this and the Swordmaster badge are exactly the same, only the design style is different. I hope one day you can wear the real Swordmaster badge." Looking straight into old General Du Feiyi's eyes, Lu Sheng quickly replied, "It will come." Then, the young man cupped his hands before his chest, full of confidence. Moreover, that day is not far off. It will come soon. How can it be difficult for me? It's simple. Haha. The old man chuckled. Great story, huh? If everyone agrees, please like. Let's talk about enthusiasm. This sister is grateful. New clip coming soon. Old General Du Feiyi cheerfully encouraged. Good then. I'll wait for that day. Instructor Qin, hearing these words and seeing the old general's friendly actions, said, "Only Lu Sheng would dare to say such words. It doesn't make anyone feel it's arrogant, because it seems like he's saying something very natural. Every year, the Eastern Division has Kai Ming Xiang Xing, but to receive such friendly treatment from Master Du like this, Lu Sheng is the first." Next is the announcement. The top 10 will receive a strange blood reward. The top 10 contestants were extremely excited to receive this very special prize. Old Master Du pointed and said, "Lu Sheng, Jiahao Xian, Kong Xing, Xingji, you follow me." The rest dismissed. Xingji was extremely excited. "It's here. We're going to the strange blood and strange marrow pools." Kong Xing was equally excited. This is an unprecedented reward for Kai Ming Xiang Xing this year. Originally, only the top 3 were qualified to enter the strange blood pool, but because of Lu Sheng, that monster, Master Du made an exception for all 3 of us to enter the strange blood pool. It's so wonderful. The strange blood pool, Gao Yang with tears streaming down. It's unfair. I only received 1 tube of strange blood. My instructor even bet 3 more tubes of strange blood. Then he pondered and said, "Perhaps I'll have to compensate for this strange blood tube, so this time I've lost both the bait and the hook. I have an instructor guiding me, truly the cream of the crop." A moment later, at the entrance of the strange blood pool, also called the strange blood lid, old General Du Feiyi asked the gatekeeper, "Is everything ready?" He immediately replied, "Everything is ready. You can enter at any time." "Good. Everyone, go in." As soon as they stepped inside, the group saw a huge bull's head above and broke out in cold sweat. The old general walked a bit further and stopped. This is the place. He went to the 3 strange blood supply machines and told the 3, "Change your clothes, prepare to enter the cultivation chamber." Jiahao Shan, Kongxing, and Xingji were as happy as if they'd won the lottery. "Yes, sir." But Kongxing was a bit startled. "Ah, we're changing clothes here." But she quickly took off her clothes as the attraction of the reward was too great. Wow, this is level 5 strange blood. Kongxing was only wearing a bikini, revealing her hot figure. She seemed to ignore everything, no longer shy as she exclaimed, "A whole reservoir for me to absorb, much stronger than that tube." Then immediately after, she lay down in the strange blood supply chamber. Nearby, the old general said to the young man, "Lu Sheng, follow me. I'll take you to the strange marrow pool." Hearing this, Lu Sheng excitedly replied, "Yes, sir." The old general and Dong Qing led the young man to the strange marrow pool. As the young man entered, he looked around curiously, then asked puzzled, "Is this the strange marrow pool? Why is it only half full? Why isn't it filled completely?" The young man's greed surfaced again, muttering, "I'm the Kai Ming Xiang Xing. You can't be so stingy. Truly the most shameless young man on earth." Seeing the young man's confusion, his future wife replied, "Half. Do you know how much this total amount of strange marrow costs? Over 1.5 billion. That's just the cost price. If sold, it would be at least 10 times more. The young man was startled and asked, 1.5 billion. So that's it. What if this amount isn't enough for me to absorb? Can it be supplemented? Absorb all of this first. Until now, no one has been able to absorb all of this. Hurry in. Absorbing this amount of strange marrow is not a simple matter. The young man quickly took off his shirt. All right, let's begin then. The young man quickly entered the strange marrow pool. Lu Sheng revealed his strong physique, muscles rippling. His future wife, also known as the heavy aircraft, Dong Qingzhe, while pressing the start button, thought, this kid's body is quite good. Looks like he's really been working hard on training. At this moment, the young man was absorbing inside the strange marrow pool, as if entering a different space, seemingly under the strong influence of the strange marrow. The young man gritted his teeth. This is it. The strange marrow's power is terrifying, like living creatures rushing into my entire body. So that's how it is. No wonder Instructor Dong said it couldn't be fully absorbed. My entire body has to bear such a great burden. Just right for me to use it all up. At this moment, the young man's eyes turned bluish-white. Even if it's the power of strange beasts, I must make use of it. Around Lu Sheng at this moment, a blue dragon appeared. The scene shifts to Kongxing's strange blood machine, Jia Haoxian and Xing Ji. Jia Haoxian was straining to absorb. A moment later, he panted. This is indeed level 5 strange blood. Looking at the report screen on the cabin, the instructor informed the absorption efficiency was not bad. You've nearly drained an entire tank of strange blood, as expected of a level 2 spirit master. He wiped his hair with one hand, clenched the other, gritting his teeth. This strange blood has truly brought me enormous benefits. It's just a pity that I can't absorb any more right now. Not seeing the others anywhere, he asked the instructor, what about the others? They haven't come out yet. You're the first one out. The instructor said so, but fearing Jia Haoxian might feel discouraged, he consoled. But don't be disappointed. Your strength lies in mental abilities. Your martial prowess is naturally a bit weaker, not on the same path as them. Hearing this, Jia Haoxian smiled. Yes, indeed. The scene shifts to Kongxing's cabin, her whole body drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Then, she looked at her palm and felt, this is truly amazing. After absorbing this strange blood, I can feel I'm about to break through to level 4, right away. My innate talent has also improved a level. It's really wonderful. The instructor showed admiration. Absorbing a whole tank of strange blood, your ability is truly impressive. Moving on to Xing Shi, who was extremely pleased. Very good. His whole body was radiating heat. This strange blood is truly a treasure. With a bit of training, I can directly break through to level 5. Ha ha ha. You truly are a genuine genius, the real deal. In just 1 year, you've gone from level 4 to level 5. Back in my day, it took me 15 years to break through. The new wave truly surpasses the old. The instructor then said to Xingji, did you buy your clothes from a street vendor? They're all torn. Just go back like this. Jia Haoxian ran over, pointing at Xingji. You couldn't even absorb 1 tank of strange blood. Are you about to break through? Hearing Jia Haoxian's question, Xingji froze for a moment. The instructor then replied, Jia Haoxian, regarding Xingji, he has already absorbed an entire tank. That was the second supplementary tank of strange blood. Hearing this, Jia Haoxian was shocked. His eyes widened, mouth agape. The second tank. So that means in about the same time as us, the strange blood Xingji absorbed was 2/3 more than us. Kongxing, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. Ha! I was already not as strong as Xingji. Now I'm afraid the gap is even bigger. The distance is getting further and further. Kongxing also exclaimed, alas, our strengths are not on the same level. Even among geniuses, there are differences. While Jia Haoxian and Kongxing were admiring him, at the same time, Xingji suddenly jolted when he saw something. This was when Xingji saw the scene at the strange marrow pool. How is this possible? How can his absorption rate be like this? Unbelievable. He's truly a monster. Damn it all. While everyone else had finished absorbing the strange blood, in the strange marrow room, the young man Lu Sheng was still absorbing. Everyone was highly focused on observing the situation and ready to assist if anything happened. Although everything was progressing smoothly and on schedule, his future wife, Dong Qingxue, never took her eyes off him. Through the observation screen, the old General Du Fei stood at a distance, hands behind his back, and asked, how is it? Still going smoothly. Hearing the old general's question, Dong Qingxue replied, very smoothly, sir. It's just that the strange marrow is being consumed rather quickly, already a quarter gone. Seeing Lu Sheng's excellent absorption ability, the old general ordered, although his performance is better than his peers, he's still just a child. Quickly pour in all the reserved strange marrow fluid. Try to achieve the best effect possible. Suddenly, the machine operator reported in panic. Not good. Not good at all. Something big has happened, sir. The strange marrow fluid in the reserve chamber has already been completely poured in. What's in the chamber now is the last of it, sir. The strange marrow in the chamber is rapidly decreasing. The old general was also very surprised. What? When I broke through to Grandmaster, I only absorbed half a chamber. Immediately, the old general pointed, "Hurry up, quickly go search the warehouse." At this, Dong Qingshe responded, "Yes, sir," and sent people to search for strange marrow in the warehouse. The old general moved closer to the chamber, looking at young Lu Sheng through the chamber's glass, and thought to himself, "I want to see just how big of a surprise this child will give me." Very quickly, the strange marrow was replenished in the tank. Inside, the young man continued to absorb. A golden aura quickly enveloped Lu Sheng's entire body. Taking advantage of absorbing strange marrow and practicing body refinement in the strange marrow chamber, the golden light emitted from the strange marrow rapidly diminished, and the strange marrow was continuously replenished. Large tanks of strange marrow were poured into the storage tank, and in the chamber, the strange marrow kept depleting. Of course, it was all quickly absorbed by Lu Sheng. Everyone was extremely shocked by the unrestrained depletion of strange marrow. "It's all gone as soon as we pour it in." Someone immediately reported, "Master Du, should we continue, sir?" The old general was resolute and decisive. "Continue. Let the kid eat. Let him eat to his heart's content. I don't believe he can absorb all the marrow fluid of this entire vast military district. Quickly pour everything into the tank for me." Enormous tanks of strange marrow were continuously poured into the storage tank. It's unbelievable. The tremendous energy this marrow fluid brings can finally help me complete the stage of the immortal golden body. And this is just level 4 strange marrow, yet it's already this terrifying. If it were level 5, 6, or even 7, it's unimaginable. The operator asked again, Should we continue getting more strange marrow, Master Du?" The old general now collapsed in disbelief. "I might have a stroke at this rate." However, he remained firm in his decision. More. Pour until he can't absorb anymore. At this point, the old man was covered in cold sweat, his limbs trembling. "Damn it. If this kid doesn't join my Eastern Military District after this, I'll skin him alive. One bottle costs $1 billion. I've already spent $10 billion, and that's at cost price." Inside the chamber, Lu Sheng clearly felt the changes in his body. He felt as if there were several volcanoes erupting in his body, his blood heating up like lava. The bones throughout his body had turned a bright yellow, dazzling to the eye. This is internal energy. I've officially crossed level 3, advancing to the rank of level 4 martial artist. My process of upgrading from level 3 to level 4 martial artist is completely different from others. They merely generate internal energy. But I not only have internal energy, I've also successfully cultivated the first stage of the immortal golden body. This physique of mine represents an enormously significant breakthrough. The combat power of my entire body has received a terrifying improvement that I've never experienced before. Golden light flashed throughout the chamber. The operators of the strange marrow area were extremely shocked. He, Lu Sheng, has absorbed all the level 4 strange marrow again. The reserves of the entire military district are not enough for him to absorb alone. Old General Du Fei saw this scene and could barely stand. As for his future wife, Dong Qingshe, she was pulling her hair in frustration. This has never happened in the past. Oh my god, there's a black hole hidden in this kid's body. What kind of monster is he after all? The old general had high hopes for the young man's outburst, while his future wife could only remain silent as the young man kept absorbing so powerfully. How can he be so strong? It's over. I can't handle him anymore. At this moment, the mist had become thick. Suddenly, the young man Lu Sheng sat up, golden light illuminating the entire room. Then, the young man quickly put on his clothes, feeling as if he had grown taller. Kongxing, Xingji, and Jia Haoshan stood outside observing, trembling, unable to believe it. Xingji gritted his teeth. How can he be so strong that I basically have no hope of catching up? No, it should be said that he's strong to a degree that I can't even imagine. Why? Even Xingji couldn't imagine it, so Kongxing and Jia Haoshan were nothing. The two were dejected and speechless. Seeing this, his future wife Dong Qingshe also had to sigh. Lu Sheng, you've already surpassed me. In less than 2 months, it's truly astonishing. Suddenly, the old general shouted, Lu Sheng. The young man was completely bewildered. Du Fei's voice rang out again, saying, I have one move. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The old general's strength was not small. Streams of blue energy radiated from his body. Dong Qingshe shouted in great concern, Master. The young Lu Sheng was extremely confident at this moment, his whole body emanating fire. The young man quickly clenched his fists, then immediately took a defensive stance. Flames erupted fiercely. Well done, kid. You have some of that person's spirit from back then. The two techniques clashed. Boom, boom, boom. The operators of the strange marrow room fled in chaos. Shockwaves spread out powerfully. Whoa, is this a duel between two masters? The young Lu Sheng was pushed back, sliding a long distance, his whole body staggering. Then the young man looked up and said, Master Du, the force you used was too great. I've only just broken through to level 4. The old man landed at this moment and asked puzzled, Level 4, ha ha ha, golden bones and jade muscles, the image of a master. Your combat power is not less than 500,000. Kid, you still say you've just reached level 4. The young man shrugged and replied, but I really am level 4. I don't care, whether you're level 4 or not. You absorbed nearly 15 billion of my strange marrow fluid. Hitting you once is still light. Want me to give you another punch, huh? At this moment, the strange marrow room was in chaos. Young Lu Sheng was sweating profusely. Qin Zhao Guan, seeing the scene of Lu Sheng blocking Master Du's punch, had to hold his head, eyes wide open, mouth agape, exclaiming, oh my, is this a mistake? Master Du is a real level 7 master. The combat power of a head-on attack is at least 1,000,000 points, but Lu Sheng still blocked and completely nullified it. At this time, Kong Xing and his group, Jia Haoxian and Xing Ji were also sweating profusely. Kong Xing's eyes turned white. All three of their mouths gaped in disbelief. Jia Haoxian was trembling as he pointed. He seemed to be laughing through tears. Ha 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 ha. Before this, we were taking the exam with someone like this. Never heard of a Kaiming Xiangxing being this abnormal. Qin Zhaoguan continued to marvel, while Dong Zhaoguan glanced over, looking at Lu Sheng while listening to Zhaoguan Qin. This kid Lu Sheng is now stronger than me. Moreover, he's only 18 years old this year. He hasn't even taken the comprehensive exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Zhaoguan seemed to remember something and jolted, exclaiming, wait, the comprehensive exam. Dong Qingshe heard this and also pondered for a moment. Then Dong Qingshe was very satisfied with a very confident expression and gaze. Donglong, this time it's definitely Lu Sheng. Xing Ji still had some lingering concerns. Although I knew I wasn't as good as him, but still didn't think the gap would be this big. Over 50,000 combat points at level 4 and already has peak level 6 combat power. And what about when he reaches level 5 then? What about level 6? Estimated combat power will directly exceed 1,000,000. Not a master, but still surpassing masters. Moreover, he has already demonstrated his master's will. His path to becoming a master has been forged. At this point, Xingji could no longer stand and sat down, continuing to mutter, even the amount of strange marrow absorbed is much more than mine. This time, the distance between us and him is so far again. Nearby, Lu Sheng was feeling embarrassed towards the old general Du Shizuo. The young man scratched his head and said, I absorbed 15 billion strange marrow. Then, the young man forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Master Du is indeed amazing. Very interesting. Ha ha ha. Du Shizuo immediately replied, all right then, no need to thank me. When you get to the battlefield, just kill a few more strange beasts. That way it won't waste the strange marrow fluid of our eastern military zone. At this moment, the young man clasped his hands, confident and showing clear resolve, replied, that's a given. Going to the battlefield to defeat enemies is the mission of every warrior. Moreover, I've obtained so many resources. Of course, I must contribute and dedicate even more strength in return. The old general laughed, then kept staring at Lu Sheng. His virtuous actions are second to none, but there's also a hint of a marshal's demeanor. Then the old general Dufei turned and left in a very cheerful mood. Next time I see you, you'll probably be a master. I just hope that day comes a bit sooner. The future wife Dong Qingshe showed concern, approached Lu Sheng and said, Lu Sheng, the Kaiming Star competition is now over. Lu Sheng heard this, not yet understanding Dong Qingshe's meaning, when she continued, now you should focus all your efforts on the comprehensive exam. Dong Qingshe asked with concern, have you thought carefully about which university to enter? The young man, Lu Sheng, also respected Dong Zhaoguan and asked back, does Dong Zhaoguan have any good advice? Dong Qingshe, with a radiant face, very adorably gave advice to Lu Sheng. With your current strength, any martial arts university within the Long Kingdom's borders can be chosen at will. In the eastern region, the best school is Dongning Martial University. You're originally from Dongning Province. After entering, you'll receive great benefits and privileges in all aspects. The young man put his hand on his chin, eyes wide in thought. Dongning Martial University, that's Dong Qingshe's old school. And Dong Qingshe continued, if it were a month ago, I would definitely advise you to go to Dongning Martial University. Dong Qingshe raised one finger, very confidently. But now I only advise you to go to the capital, because the capital has 7 holy martial universities. It's the origin and prosperity of the Long Kingdom's martial arts. All the essence of the Long Kingdom's martial arts is concentrated there. Truly, your future will go further than everyone else, perhaps not even inferior to the martial saints. Hearing this, the young man broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect Dong Qingxue to think so highly of him. Martial Saint level 9. I possess 3 supreme cultivation methods of level 11. My future achievements will certainly surpass the title of Martial Saint. Qin Zhouguan, standing nearby, overhearing the conversation between the two, pondered, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Currently, Lu Sheng is only at level 4, yet they're saying he won't be inferior to a level 9 Martial Saint. No, perhaps my vision is limited. The talent displayed by him is unprecedented. Maybe it's really not certain. Dong Qingxue continued, in the entire Long Kingdom military region, the highest rank of Grand Marshal only reaches level 8 Grand Master, and there's not a single level 9 Martial Saint. Lu Sheng asked curiously, why aren't there any? Isn't it just one level difference? Mobilizing all the military region's forces, they still can't break through. At this point, Qin Zhaoguan stepped closer and added, it's not as simple as you think. To create a level 8 Grand Master already requires mobilizing all the top-tier resources of the entire military region. We have no idea how many resources level 9 would consume. Between level 8 and level 9, there exists an unimaginable gap. Dong Qingxue solemnly continued, having a level 9 Martial Saint is our aspiration, and the aspiration of the entire military region. Therefore, as a lieutenant colonel of the Eastern Military Zone, I should advise you to stay here. This way, you'll have a higher chance of joining the military region in the future. However, our dreams shouldn't become shackles binding you. Your path should be decided by you alone. Hearing these words from Dong Qingxue, the young man, Lu Sheng, remembered his wedding photo with Dong Qingxue. At this moment, the young man broke out in sweat, lowered his head, and grunted. Then, he clenched his fist confidently and thanked Dong Zhaoguan. Thank you for your concern, Zhaoguan. As I promised Du Shizuo, going to the battlefield to protect our homeland is our duty. The support and care that the Eastern Military Region has given me, I will never forget. Hearing these words, Dong Qingxue felt very happy. She then blushed, looking incredibly cute. That's good. Qin Zhaoguan saw the two facing each other with faces as red as tomatoes and was quite puzzled. Qin Zhaoguan, with O-shaped eyes and a hand covering his mouth, exclaimed, "Oh my, what's going on here?" The future wife, the heavy B-52 bomber that the young man was about to pilot, turned and said, "Does everyone see how this little sister's wordplay is very brain-teasing? Give this little sister a like for this comedic performance." Lu Sheng, the selection process is over, and the exam is in a few days. During this time, the young man Lu Sheng rested his chin on his hand and listened attentively. Lu Sheng must be thinking, putting my wife on a pedestal is the key to immortality. Haha. The girl Dong Qingxue even kindly gave more advice to the young Lu Sheng. During this time, make sure to visit the Spirit Technique Association and pass their test. This will bring you many advantages in the future. When your future wife speaks, you must listen. The young Lu Sheng nodded repeatedly and replied, "All right, I'll make arrangements and set off right away." Seeing Lu Sheng turn to leave, Dong Qing hesitated a bit. She seemed to be reluctant about something and didn't want to be apart from him, just staring intently at Lu Sheng's back as he left. Qin Zhaoguan appeared out of nowhere and giggled. Hey, you fool. Qin Zhaoguan sensed something unusual between Dong Qingxue and Lu Sheng. It was strange, very strange indeed. So Qin Zhaoguan teased, "We've known each other for so many years. I've never seen you make a face like that before. Do you have feelings for Lu Sheng?" Dong Qingxue blushed. Pretending to tap on her tablet, she replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not what you think. It would be strange if it wasn't. Life is fun, you know. Life is strange, you know. Hehe." At this moment, you could only see a mushroom growing tall on Qin Zhaoguan's head. Dong Qingxue stormed off in anger. She ran quickly to a wall and hid. Then, her face turned red like a tomato, and in her mind, she thought of the two words Lu Sheng. Oh my goodness. They say when a girl says no, she means yes. The next day, in some part of the sky over Dongning province, a helicopter was hovering at a low altitude. The engine noise echoed throughout the area. On board were Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng, and Qin Zhaoguan. The helicopter door was open, and the wind was blowing in strongly. The whooshing of the wind combined with the roar of the engine greatly affected their conversation. Dong Qingxue, standing behind, shouted, "Lu Sheng, are you sure you want to jump here?" The young Lu Sheng, already standing at the door, replied, "That's right, here it is. This place has fewer people." Dong Qingxue felt worried for her young Lu Sheng and made a suggestion. "Then let's lower the helicopter a bit more. I'll drop a rope ladder." The young Lu Sheng didn't understand the girl's intentions, so he quickly replied, "No need." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned back, waving his hand. "Goodbye, Zhao Guangdong. Goodbye." Oh yeah, the young man on the helicopter also had Qin Zhouguan, but he only said goodbye to his future wife, Dong Qingshe. Seeing Lu Sheng drop down below, Dong Qingshe was extremely worried and, disregarding the danger, stood at the helicopter door, looking down below. From high above, young Lu Sheng looked tiny in the middle of a vast forest. Very quickly, Lu Sheng was about to touch the ground. Qin Zhouguan, seeing this dangerous stunt, this thrill-seeking act, or more seriously, Lu Sheng's life-risking performance, broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god, this kid doesn't want to live anymore. This place is at least more than 200 meters from the ground. He doesn't even have a parachute. Dong Qingshe reassured Zhao Guanqin while also reassuring herself, while internally extremely worried about Lu Sheng. It's okay, he definitely won't die from the impact. Don't forget, his strength far surpasses mine. Hearing these words from Dong Qingshe, Qin Zhaoguan felt a bit less worried. That's true, but he's really crazy and reckless. Lu Sheng plunged down bravely from above, his whole body enveloped in a layer of brilliant golden light. Below in the forest, a boy and a young man were moving. The boy had caught sight of this scene and pointed upwards, mumbling. The young man beside him used his hand to shield his eyes, looking up to see what it was. The boy showed a terrified expression and tugged at the young man's hand beside him, asking, "Hey, is that the Golden Superman?" Lu Sheng was now plummeting rapidly, his aura growing increasingly powerful. Slightly surprised, looking carefully once more, the man in orange replied, "No, that's a martial artist. A very powerful martial artist, at least level 6, maybe even a martial arts grandmaster." Lu Sheng flew while sensing his entire body. Skin, muscles, bones, even internal organs were undergoing an enormous transformation, far surpassing the ordinary level 4, even beyond level 5 or 6. He had very high defensive capabilities. A water droplet falling from high up would shatter, but what about a rock? It wouldn't break, just damage the ground. Boom. A loud noise. The ground shook. Dust billowed everywhere. This was the moment Lu Sheng landed. The young man enveloped and protected by a layer of brilliant light, and the dust was thick. It appeared after the smoke dissipated, revealing the scene of young Lu Sheng standing tall. Behind him was the large crater that had been created. Looking into the distance, there was Dongning City. Internal energy begins to generate after level 4, spreading throughout the body. Although the internal energy is still continuously growing, it might take a month to fully develop. But it's strange, my internal energy is golden in color. Usually, martial artists' internal energy is colorless, just as Wen Feidi said before. The Golden Bone Jade Body Grandmaster shows the indestructible strength of the imperishable golden body. It's just that every time they strike, they emit a brilliant golden light, which is truly magnificent. Full of class, ahead was Dongning Province. Quickly go to the Spirit Technique Association and pass the test. I heard if the test results are really good, you can even get extra points for future exams. As soon as he thought this, Lu Sheng sped off rapidly. The orange-clad man and the kid happened to see this scene again. Both couldn't believe their eyes, mouths agape, their bodies breaking out in cold sweat. Too young, really too young. This is completely impossible. He must have used some high-tech method to land safely. Just as he thought this, young Lu Sheng had run out of sight. The orange-clad man was stunned because he couldn't believe what he saw. So this time, the orange-clad man told the kid in a different way to make it more reasonable. There's no Superman. It's just filming. Oh, very quickly after that, young Lu Sheng arrived at the Spirit Association. Besides the guy standing next to Lu Sheng, there were also 2 girls and a bald old man doing the test. Seeing the bald old man playing with a purple ball and a stream of energy, Lu Sheng pondered in his mind. Is this the test? The ball now turned pink and kept swaying back and forth between the palms of that bald old man. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Just a little more. Don't touch it anymore. The ball hit the blue wall on one side, causing it to crack. Then the ball turned purple again and rolled on the ground. The bald old man held his head and cried out, "Failed again." The blue-haired girl was holding a pen, recording the results. The old man's eyes turned pale white, his face showing utter disappointment. "I've taken the test for the 6th time now." Then, the blue-haired girl turned and said to the bald man, "You're already at this age. It's very difficult to have a new breakthrough. You should go home. Don't come back in the future. You're over the age limit now." Then, the blue-haired girl immediately announced to the blonde girl, "It's your turn now. This is your 3rd attempt, right?" Seeing that the blue-haired examiner seemed to think she had failed too many times, the blonde girl immediately spoke up. "Don't worry about me. At 20, I was already a level 1 spirit technician. Now I'm only 25 and trying for level 2. Failing a few times is normal, isn't it?" Then, she further explained, he's almost 50 years old. I'm still young, so it should be different. All right, you can start. After turning around, the female examiner was startled when she saw Lu Sheng. Huh, who is this young man? The guy next to her introduced, he's from the Eastern Military District, recommended by instructor Dong Qingshe. Please treat him well. The blonde girl looked over and saw Lu Sheng. She also exclaimed, so young. Is he also a spirit technician? Indeed, handsome guys attract attention wherever they go. Handsome brothers and beautiful sisters, if you find this clip interesting, please give this little sister a channel subscription, a comment, and a motivational like. I'm extremely grateful. This channel guarantees scripted videos with the fastest narration on YouTube. Everyone, please give this little sister a like, comment to motivate faster releases of upcoming videos. Remember to subscribe and hit the bell to watch the fastest. The blonde girl named Fifi, seeing the young Lu Sheng, immediately started batting her eyes. She raised one hand to support her chin, gazing at Lu Sheng with infatuated eyes for a long time without blinking. In her mind, she thought, so young and already a divine engineer, or called by another name, a spirit master. But this young man is quite handsome too, a real catch. Then she leaned in with an affectionate look, starting a conversation. Hello, little brother. I'm Fei Fei. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect someone so young to already be a spirit master. Right after the greeting and small talk, Fei Fei enthusiastically asked further, first time? Ah, no. First time coming here for inspection? Then, she whispered sweetly, a beauty is always a beauty, so the first time is naturally difficult. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'll guide you. Lu Sheng quickly turned and politely replied, thank you, sister. This is my first time. Oh my. I mean, it's indeed my first time coming here for inspection. May I ask, was that just now the inspection content? Yes. As a young man who knows how to joke, it must be half joking, half serious, give and take to please each other, right? Hearing the response that was somewhat humorous and interesting from young Lu Sheng, Fei Fei enthusiastically explained the inspection content again. She stood pointing like an ungraduated kindergarten teacher. That's right. The inspection has 3 parts in total. First, use a machine to measure the intensity and purity of the spirit master. Then there's the practical test within a specified time limit, controlling a number of magnetic steel balls. Specifically, for each level of spirit technician, you must guide the steel balls through holes in glass panels without letting the balls touch the glass. The number of glass layers is also determined by the spirit technician's level. Fei Fei continued, the difficulty isn't the ball itself, but the glass layers. That glass is very fragile. Even a slight touch from the steel ball will shatter it. The person just now was testing for level 1. They only need to pass through 1 layer. I'm level 2, so I have to pass through 5 layers. She clicked her tongue and continued, level 1 for you is still manageable, but level 2 for me is really tough. At this moment, she clasped her hands as if in prayer. Oh heavens, I hope I can pass smoothly this time. I don't want to attempt a 4th time. The blue-haired girl called out loudly, Fifi, it's your turn now, come on. Fifi replied, wait a moment, I'm coming. Walking to the test area, Fifi reached her hand towards the stone, emitting a golden glow for the test. The screen quickly displayed the results. The blue-haired girl announced, 2 indicators, spirit intensity 11.33, spirit purity 1.02. Hearing this, Fifi was delighted, her face beaming. Phew, I've met the standard. The blue-haired girl then said, not bad. Your spirit basics meet the standard. Next is just the controllability test. The blue-haired girl led Fifi to the next step. She pointed at the balls and glass layers in front of them and said, according to the rules, control 15 steel balls through those 5 glass layers. Young Lu Sheng stood observing attentively and listening with extreme focus. The blue-haired girl took out a stopwatch and announced the time limit is 20 seconds. Fifi closed her eyes, showing determination, and replied, let's begin. Fifi's eyes glowed brightly, her whole body emanating a pink energy. She started controlling the balls to pass through the glass layers. Lu Sheng stood nearby, observing and understood the nature of the test, controlling 15 steel balls simultaneously, which for a level 2 spirit technician was already a significant burden. At the same time, one must contain their spirit energy as much as possible. Otherwise, even a slight fluctuation of the steel balls would shatter the glass. While still having to focus on controlling 15 balls, the operation must be extremely precise, not as simple as it might appear. At this moment, Fifi was highly focused and determined. She was controlling the steel balls approaching the glass layers. Her pink energy had enveloped the balls. As the balls began to get very close to the first glass layer, Fifi was already covered in sweat. The balls slowly passed through the first layer of glass. Fifi was overjoyed. Good. Successfully passed the first layer. She focused again with determination determination and charged towards the second layer, passing through successfully. Fifi adjusted the position of the balls, and the third layer was now passed. After smoothly passing through 3 layers of glass, Fifi thought excitedly to herself, "Almost at the 4th layer now, I can do this. I will definitely succeed. I'll pass through." As a level 2 spirit technician, at the peak of excitement, her spirits soaring high, the blue-haired girl threw a metaphorical bucket of cold water on Fifi when she announced, "Time's up." First test attempt failed. The steel balls fell to the ground one by one. Fifi sat there panting, feeling both regretful and bitter. Damn it. But immediately after, Fifi regained her composure. It's okay. Let's consider that a warm-up, a draft. Now let's try again. Fifi continued to control the balls. Lu Sheng stood behind observing the situation for a while. Then the young man muttered, "This is quite interesting." The blue-haired girl asked, "Fifi, are you ready?" For the second test attempt, Fifi was already in position and replied, "Begin." The familiar glass layers appeared before her eyes again. Fifi concentrated intensely to control the balls. The first layer passed. She clenched her fists. Good. Keep going like this and pass through them all. Then she quickly guided the balls through the second layer. The third layer, the fourth layer passed. 12 seconds left. There's hope this time. Fifi carefully controlled the balls. All 15 quickly approached the glass layer. They were passing through the round holes in the glass. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Cracks immediately appeared on the glass layer. Fifi cried out in panic, her eyes devoid of emotion, mouth agape. She could no longer stand steady and slumped to the ground. The balls also fell to the ground one by one in a state of utter disappointment. She muttered, "Failed again." The blue-clad girl asked, "Do you want to try again?" At this point, Fifi no longer had the patience or energy to continue, so she replied, "No, let's stop here. I'm far from ready. I absolutely can't pass it." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's voice came from behind. "No, you can pass it." Then, the young man explained fluently, "You already have the ability to pass. It's just that your method is incorrect. Think more, and don't just focus on what's right in front of you. Look further ahead." Hearing this, Fifi turned to Lu Sheng with great curiosity and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng then explained and analyzed in detail for his newly acquainted sister. Being foolish for girls is an age-old story. If not foolish, how can one court girls right? Hey brothers, if you agree, give this little sister a like to motivate me to make longer videos. Back to the story. Today, Lu Sheng continued to analyze your method from earlier. You adjusted each ball in front of the glass panel, then passed it through, then adjusted the ball again to match the hole in the next panel. This method isn't wrong at all, but it takes a very long time, requiring high mental endurance. This test, besides assessing ability, also tests the calculation skills of spirit technicians. From the start, you need to determine which holes each steel ball will pass through, then treat each hole as a point connecting point to point, forming a continuous line. Your task is to control 15 balls to complete 15 different lines. Hearing this, Fifi was utterly amazed. Lu Sheng approached, bent down to hold Fifi's hand and asked, "Isn't this simpler?" What an opportunistic young man. Fifi was completely surprised by Lu Sheng's action, stammering, "It seems so." The blue-haired girl standing nearby, hearing Lu Sheng's very logical analysis, had to exclaim, "You're very smart. Theory often seems simple, almost like a joke, but practice is not simple at all. In a short time, not many people can determine 15 paths and calculate the distance between holes and passing speed." The young Lu Sheng immediately rebutted, "You're mistaken. For ordinary people, that amount of calculation might be very large, but for spirit technicians, it's insignificant." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man demonstrated on the spot. Watch carefully. This statement from Lu Sheng made Fifi freeze in astonishment. Lu Sheng then took all the steel balls from the box, saying, "Watch closely. I'll only do this once." Seeing all the steel balls in the box being controlled by Lu Sheng and flying up, the blue-haired girl was startled. "What's this? He's controlling all the steel balls at once." The young Lu Sheng raised 2 fingers, his eyes glowing as he chanted, "Let's go, abracadabra." Stay tuned for the next part. After Lu Sheng's chant, the balls began to rise high and gather into a cube shape. Then the balls lined up in rows, pressing close to the glass layers below. The balls passed through the round holes in the glass one by one. In an instant, all the balls had passed through the first layer. Lu Sheng continued to control the balls. A dazzling blue energy source radiated strongly from the young man's palm. Thousands of steel balls were about to pass through, not just one layer of glass, nor just 10 layers, but over 50 layers of glass at once. At this moment, the blue-haired girl and the blue-haired young man were standing opposite the final layer, observing very quickly. Then, all the steel balls passed through over 50 layers of glass, as effortlessly as if it were child's play. Lu Sheng's control of thousands of steel balls passing through so many layers of glass left everyone stunned. The blue-clad young man even held his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening here? It's the first time I've seen someone control so many steel balls, passing through so many layers of glass. It's insane. And right after that, the young man struck a pose with the balls surrounding him, glancing at the blonde girl Fuffy, his face beaming as he said, "The idea is very simple. Just control the steel balls to follow the order." At this moment, the blonde girl Fifi was still stunned and couldn't believe it. The young Lu Sheng turned his head to the blue-haired girl. "Judge, may I ask how many seconds?" She stammered. 11. She seemed to be trembling. After composing herself, she answered, "Exactly 10 seconds. Lu Sheng, with his hand on his hip, replied, "For a first attempt at this control, it's not bad." The words "first attempt" from Lu Sheng made the blonde girl Fifi jump and exclaim, "First attempt." Her heart was pounding. She couldn't bear it, so she had to place her hand on her chest. Lu Sheng turned around, staring intently at the girl, and asked, "Well, have you seen it clearly?" Her eyes wide, about to break out in a cold sweat. In her mind, she pondered in awe and admiration. Such divine technique. Then she smiled brightly and replied, "I've seen it clearly. But how did you do that? I really can't understand it. It's like a magician performing magic right before my eyes. Although I can see clearly each of your movements, I still don't understand how it can be so miraculous. It's truly magical." The blue-haired girl broke out in a sweat, analyzing in astonishment and confusion. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, he could control thousands of steel balls through dozens of glass layers with thousands of small holes. The positions of the holes weren't even aligned, but randomly placed on the glass layers. The amount of calculation required must be enormous and complex. I don't know how it's even possible to do it, yet he did it so effortlessly. The blue-haired girl turned to tell the young man beside her, "Hurry up. Quickly call President Zhang here. This is a big deal." The young man quickly responded, "Yes." The scene changes to the president's office, where the bald old man surnamed Zhang was chatting with someone on the computer. "You're so good at cards. Playing with you is really unlucky for me." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. Even with level 4 divine power, I can't become a card master." The young man ran to the president's office. He didn't even knock, but directly pushed the door open and rushed in. He shouted in panic, "President, there's an emergency. President, please quickly check the data on the computer." He quickly responded, panicked, "What's going on?" As he clicked to view the computer, he also gasped in surprise. "Ah!" Then the young man whispered in his ear, "It's like this. This is what happened. That's how it ended." He didn't seem to understand a damn thing, but replied, "Really?" The young man held up the screen and continued, "Why would I lie to you? The young man named Lu Sheng is about to start testing his mental power value. Look here." Through the computer screen, old Zhang the president saw Lu Sheng reaching his hand towards the yellow stone for testing. A beam of light from Lu Sheng's palm radiated strongly, dazzling the entire area. The two girls could only cover their eyes due to the intense light. Old Zhang bit his nails and wondered, "What's with this sparkling light?" At this moment, the results appeared on the screen. Mental power intensity, 435.58. Purity, 126.2. The result made our two girls question with exclamation marks, their eyes wide with astonishment. Faye even pointed at the machine in disbelief. Is the measuring device broken or something? These numbers are too incredible. The blue-haired girl broke out in a cold sweat and pondered. The association's purity standard for level 2 mental mages is 1. Even the level 4 standard is only 10. Our president is only a level 4 mental mage. This young man who looks like a high school student, his purity is 12 times higher than a level 4 mental mage. What does this mean? Is this even possible? It's too unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Old President Zhang at this moment ran from the office to the testing room, calling out loudly from afar, "Xiao Li." Upon arrival, he panted, pointing at the machine. "Xiao Li, check if the measuring device is broken. Fix it." The blue-haired girl Xiao Li quickly responded to the president. "This measuring device isn't broken. It was measuring accurately just now. If you two don't believe it, you can try it yourself." Lu Sheng crossed his arms and asked naively, "Is there a problem with this number?" Old Jiang now raised both hands as if nothing was wrong. In fact, he was still shocked and trembling inside. "Ah, Mr. Liu, we don't mean anything by it. It's just that your result is too astounding, hard to believe. May I ask if you're a disciple of a level 7 or 8 mental mage? The young Lu Sheng answered honestly. I don't have such a strong background. I'm just an ordinary kid from a very ordinary family. You're President Jiang, right? Let's proceed with the final test right away. Old Jiang now had to use a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Liu, with your level, is it still necessary to do the final test? Isn't it too troublesome? The young Lu Sheng quickly replied, full of confidence. It's no trouble at all. It's just a small test. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man began to control the iron balls. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl quickly started the timer, saying, starting time measurement. The time now is 1 second and 88 ticks. The balls quickly followed each other, moving along the path set by the test. It looked very winding and twisting. They passed through the glass layers very quickly, forming a shape like a powerful blue dragon. The time now is 2 seconds and 2 ticks. The young Lu Sheng was determined that he could go even faster. The balls continued to pass through the holes in the glass with ease. The time now was 4 seconds. Very quickly, all the balls had passed through. The young Lu Sheng looked on, full of confidence. The second attempt felt more familiar. The time should be less than 5 seconds, right? With the watch on her wrist, the blue-haired girl replied, 4.5 seconds. Indeed, less than 5 seconds. The blonde girl, Fei Fei, continued to tremble and mumbled. The difficulty of this operation is at least twice that of the previous one, but the time has been reduced, and the reason is simply because the second attempt was a bit more familiar. Haha, look at how relaxed and easy his operation is. Clearly, his ability goes much further. This is not Lu Sheng's limit. President Jiang's mouth gaped open. At least it's a level of mental control close to the Grand Master level. It feels like being hit in the face by 100 king cards. I don't know how to describe it anymore. Alas, the new wave pushes the old wave dies on the sand. It's too humiliating. Old Jiang somewhat timidly said to Lu Sheng, Mr. Liu, your ability has been recognized by our association. In a moment, I will personally write a certificate and award you a medal. But the highest level we can award here is level 4 mental mage. To be recognized above level 4, you need to go to the high-level association in the capital, okay? Lu Sheng scratched his head and replied, That's fine, President Jiang. I'm just a student about to take the high school graduation exam. Don't be so tense. The old man hearing this almost had psychological trauma. The blonde girl broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, Little Mr. Liu, may I ask how old you are this year? The young man quickly replied, Just 18. How old did you think I was? Did you think I was some ancient monster who's lived for who knows how long? Though I look young like a high school student, right? The young man jumped up excitedly. No, I'm only 18 years old. Fei Fei blushed and asked, How did you know what I was thinking? The young man pointed and replied, Just read fewer fantasy novels. I'll be taking my graduation exam in 2 months. If it weren't for the mental mage certificate helping me get extra points on the exam, I wouldn't have bothered coming to the city for the test. Fei Fei glanced at Lu Sheng. Fei Fei's expression was now incredibly cute. Lu Sheng, I have one more chance to take the test. Should I try again? If you have a chance, of course you should try. There's still a possibility of passing. Just relax. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man hugged the girl. He really is an opportunistic youth. This action made Fei Fei blush and feel shy. Though embarrassed, she let it be. The young Lu Sheng, with one hand on her waist and the other holding her hand, patiently guided her. Here, first, feel the iron ball like this. Seeing Lu Sheng's hand-holding gesture, Fei Fei thought to herself, so young yet already so formidable. After Lu Sheng's caressing and massaging, her arm seemed to have more spirit to control the balls. A moment later, Fei Fei saw all the iron balls had passed through many layers of glass and became extremely excited. Wonderful, I've finally passed successfully. Fei Fei was happy, smiling brightly, and turned to look at Lu Sheng. The young man also felt happy and replied, See, it wasn't actually that difficult. It's because of your great teaching method, holding hands so enthusiastically. How could it not be effective after all that time? Old Jiang also shared in the joy and announced, Congratulations! You both have successfully passed the test. Let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate. The East Ning Province Spirit Mage Association has produced its second level 4 Spirit Warrior. The young Lu Sheng stepped forward to shake Old Jiang's hand and thanked him for the invitation, but said dinner wasn't necessary. Then seeing the sincere enthusiasm and hospitality expressed through 2 pairs of sparkling eyes, well, at this point, the young Lu Sheng had to reconsider. The young man reluctantly agreed to Old Jiang's invitation. All right then, I'll come. Both Old Jiang and Fei Fei cheered happily upon receiving the young Lu Sheng's acceptance. Then, Old Jiang added, "For this VIP guest, Mr. Liu, our association has a special reception hotel. You can go back and rest. We'll pick you up in the evening." Fei Fei enthusiastically declared, "I have a car. Let me pick up Lu Sheng, okay?" In her heart, she thought, hey, a chance to pick up a young man. After reaching the parking lot, Fei Fei even opened the door and invited Lu Sheng to sit. Being handsome really does get you preferential treatment and absolute attentiveness. The young Lu Sheng also said okay and got into the car. "Thank you." Old Jiang waved outside. "See you tonight then." From inside the car, the young man also waved back to Old Jiang. "Yes, goodbye, President Jiang." The car quickly drove away, while Old Jiang was still standing there, waving his hand. The car sped along the road, zipping past other vehicles. Fei Fei was driving while blushing, her face red as she sneaked glances at Lu Sheng through the mirror. She thought to herself, he looks like an ordinary young man on the outside. Who would have thought he's actually a level 4 spirit mage genius? Even the president of the East Ning Province Spirit Mage Association has to respect him. Young and handsome, great physique, and such incredible talent. After staring at the young man for a while, she held her head with one hand when thinking about how the usual self-proclaimed elites of the second generation are just trash. While thinking about Lu Sheng, Fei Fei suddenly noticed something. She glanced over at Lu Sheng, while her face was covered in sweat. It turned out the charming young man was also intently looking at her with a strange gaze. Oh. Fei Fei startled, her eyes wide open, mouth agape, thinking, Lu Sheng, what's going on? What does it mean when he looks at me like that? Could it be? No, it can't be. I've only just met him a little while ago. Wait, but most teenage boys like the older sister type of girl, right? She thought about her own alluring, sexy figure. I'm pretty, not too bad, with a good body, and I'm like a proud young lady too. There's no problem at all. The seductive older sister and young pilot is a classic couple. We match. It could work. While daydreaming about flirting with the young man, suddenly, Fei Fei thought of something else. She stomped her foot hard. That's right, you have to seize this opportunity. Lu Sheng sat there bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and had to exclaim, Fei Fei, you're not giving up on love, and on the road you're taking on everyone. Whoosh, the car sped off, wind rushing, screech. Fei Fei suddenly braked hard again. This is truly expert driving indeed. Her face flushed red, her head seeming to smoke from overthinking. She stammered, We've arrived, Lu Sheng. The young man, not understanding women's psychology at all, turned his face, wanting to get out of the car quickly. Thank you, Fei Fei. You've worked hard. Fei Fei, still stammering, continued. So next, not knowing if the young man understood the hidden meaning, he quickly replied, All right, you should drive away quickly. Fei Fei was startled, her eyes wide as she turned to Lu Sheng and asked, Drive away? Why should I drive away? The young man quickly explained, You were just speeding over the limit, and you also ran red lights 5 times in a row. Lu Sheng's hand pointed behind them. There are 2 police cars chasing us back there. Hearing this, Fei Fei panicked, her eyes turning pale. I just wanted to flirt with a boy. Why is it so difficult? Lu Sheng continued to say, even though you're a spirit mage, you should still drive safely, okay? Fei Fei stomped on the gas pedal and sped off. Fei Fei's voice echoed from inside the car. Lu Sheng, I'll come back to pick you up tonight, okay? The scene changes to a hotel room where Halinto's image is on the TV screen. The young man muttered to himself, So Halinto is quite tough too, huh? From today, the Benevolent Path pharmaceutical industry of Baihe City officially changes its name to Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Company and simultaneously launches a new medicine called Lingjijuang Shui. It's a medicine that will change the era, redefining the existence of tonics. The world's martial arts process will enter a completely new phase. Through the TV, Lu Sheng heard the new announcements from Halinto. The young man clicked his tongue, changing the name and launching a new medicine without telling me a word. After all, I'm the largest shareholder, owning 90% of the shares, the young man said while scrolling through his phone. In the phone were many messages sent by Halinto. He hadn't checked them as he was busy flirting. All right, my fault. Then, the young man lay down on the bed after a long, tiring day. Well, tomorrow, I'll return to Baihe City to enter the dream world to find out how Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Company will develop. Quickly, a lot of information appeared. Wow, Halinto does have some ability. Just based on one Lingjizuang Shui, she developed it into a company worth over 100 billion, with a market transfer value still as the leading pharmaceutical group. Impressive. At this moment, the young man had a very different look about Halinto. Strong, and it seemed the young man had also seen something unusual. Continuing to Halinto's personal information, wife of the Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military Region. Lu Sheng's character experience inherited from his father. The young man read this and was shocked, falling back. What's this situation? What the hell is going on here? So Lu Sheng called out to his AI, quickly display my personal information. Yes, right away, master. The young man saw his information, shocked again, his mouth agape. Spouse of Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military Region, Dong Tin Tuyet, chairman of the board of directors of Ling Sheng Company, Ha Lin To, highest military rank Lieutenant General. The young man mumbled, Dong Tin Tuyet and Ha Lin To, 2 wives. How lucky can I be? The young man seemed to want to bow to the system, or more accurately, to bow to his own life. What kind of person am I in the future anyway? Why is the spouse section full of one surprise after another like this? Will a third wife pop up after a while? A moment later, the young man patted his chest to calm down. Yeah, calm down. It's a future illusion. Anything can happen. It will quickly continue to change. That's right. AI, search for Ling Zhuangshui. Your access rights are insufficient, cannot access medicine formulas of level 5 and above. Indeed, my thinking was feasible. In 300 years of martial arts, I published the Ling Zhuangshui formula. After 10,000 years of development, it directly transformed from an obscure tonic into a rare medicine of level 5 and above. So if I continuously publish things from 10,000 years later into this era, humanity will have an additional 10,000 years of development time. For research on that product, it can definitely be pushed to a new height. So has the future destruction changed or not? AI, retrieve the actual world history changes. The moment of destruction has been delayed by more than 15 compared to the first inquiry. This means that just one Ling Ji Zhuang Shui formula, after 10,000 years of development, has helped the entire human civilization extend its existence by more than 15 time units. So what about those 3 supreme level 11 cultivation methods? If I publish them, could it change the fate of humanity's destruction or not? No. Not to mention whether publishing these methods in the 300 years of martial arts could save human civilization in the future or not. Once published, it would certainly cause a tsunami in the world. The current order would be immediately broken. Society would definitely fall into chaos, and my family and I would instantly become the center of all storms. Heaven knows what the outcome would be. Moreover, if it still can't save humanity's future, then the last flame of martial arts preserved within me would also be completely extinguished. The future of humanity would have no hope left. The best way is still to wait until I have a certain power, can control the entire situation, then gradually release these cultivation methods. Humanity is fragile. In the 300 years of martial arts, it needs a proper leader. That leader can only be me, Lu Sheng. Extremely confident, he told himself, because he had a date tonight with a girl. So young Lu Sheng also dressed very meticulously, wearing an extremely elegant and luxurious suit. The young man was incredibly handsome, probably making all the ladies swoon. Here, while adjusting his outfit, the young man thought to himself, that's right, I haven't replied to Ha Lin To's message yet. Tomorrow when I return, I must tell her to prepare some herbs. The young man didn't forget to take a few selfies. It's rare to have a chance to dress up nicely. Soon, he'll be on the battlefield wearing only military uniforms. Right after that, the young man texted Ha Lin To, I'm coming back tomorrow. Prepare the herbs for the 3rd prescription. Ha Lin To only replied with a lazy cat icon. At this moment, Ha Lin To was crying loudly and thinking, you finally replied to my message, and all you say is to prepare herbs. Don't you have anything else decent to say? I don't even know if you're really a man, not even bothering to ask how I am. So Ha Lin To composed a series of messages like skinflint, dark, stingy, eyes only for money, lair of grinning people, full of evil schemes, mind only on making money, greedy pig, deceiver, evil greedy name without limit, only knows how to eat stupid things. Then she pressed send. She sent the message while still feeling upset and thinking, completely indifferent to the company and me. Do you know how hard I've been working? Upon receiving Ha Lin To's message, the young man immediately questioned, unable to understand what was happening. Girls are really too complicated. We only see young Lu Sheng reply with a question mark. Ha Lin To also ran out of words. Ahem, couldn't do anything more. Who told her to meet this greedy devil? Ha Lin To, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. What a heartless young man. But suddenly, at this moment, there was a doorbell sound outside Lu Sheng's room. Ding dong. The young man went to open the door, and his eyes fell upon an extremely beautiful girl, seductive and elegant like a noble young lady. Fifi raised her hand with a radiant smile. Mr. Lu, I'm here to pick you up. The party is ready. A sharp gaze, a shiny blonde hair, and a voluptuous figure seemed to captivate the young pilot. The young man Lu Sheng, also elegant and extremely handsome, stepped forward. "Just call me Lu Sheng. Mister sounds a bit uncomfortable. Let's go." Fifi saw Lu Sheng and immediately fell for him, her heart pierced as if by an arrow. So handsome. Then both of them went to the party. A large congratulatory banner in the middle of the hall. "Congratulations to Dongning Province's frontier city for gaining another spirit master." Glancing around at the girls and seeing the hall was very crowded, Lu Sheng asked, "Fifi, it's just dinner. Why are there so many people?" Fifi replied with a radiant face, "Don't judge by appearances. Old Jiang looks like a fat old man, but actually in the frontier city, he's one of the big shots. This is already a small party that Mr. Jiang tried to keep simple." The young man quickly grabbed a drink and replied, "All right, if the old man wants to be lively, let him enjoy one night. Anyway, I'm leaving the frontier city tomorrow." At this moment, the bald old Jiang was laughing and chatting happily among the ladies. Not sure what he said about Lu Sheng, but the girls laughed with eyes crinkled and wondered, "Really, Mr. Jiang, you're being too mysterious." He immediately replied, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. It's truly the country's talent, different in each era. As old bamboo withers, new shoots grow." And at this moment, more girls appeared in the hall from afar. Two girls were approaching. The purple-haired girl took a sip of champagne and said, "Tonight's party isn't simple. Look over there. The mayor of the frontier city, the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, almost everyone with status in the frontier city, even from the entire Dongning province, is here. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have been able to get in. We're not high school students anymore. Anyway, I'm too lazy to look after you." The purple-haired girl turned to leave and didn't forget to take another sip of her drink. "I've been talking so much, I'm nearly dying of thirst. And my friend still doesn't get it. Must be something wrong with her brain. Since parting with Lu Sheng, last time I stayed in the frontier city because Lu Sheng said he'd come here. I kept texting him, but Lu Sheng didn't reply at all. In fact, all the messages are still unread. Could it be that I'm not in his heart at all? Dan, what should I say now?" Dan replied, "You're my best friend. That's why I'm confiding in you." The purple-haired girl leaned into Dan's ear and whispered a secret. "The purpose of tonight's party is to celebrate the discovery of a level 4 spirit master, the same level as Mr. Jiang." Then the purple-haired girl explained, comparing it for Dan to understand. "Such a big shot just needs to move a foot, and the whole Dongning province would tremble 3 times. Think about it. If we had the chance to catch the attention of such a big shot, wouldn't we and our families behind us instantly rise to prominence?" Dan's mind was full of Lu Sheng, so she thought that person was Lu Sheng and asked, "Is that level 4 spirit master very young?" "I don't know, but Mr. Jiang is only level 4 at his age. I think he's neither too old nor too young. Look, there are many women here tonight, some even in their 40s. The scene now was full of women, with only 1 or 2 men here and there, and many middle-aged women in their 40s. Looking around, Dan saw her friend's words made sense and replied, "You're right, it might not be him." Dan, why are you still thinking about that high school boy? Forget about him. Tonight we must seize this opportunity. Except for you and me, the others in our group aren't qualified to be here." Dan was captivated by Lu Sheng, so her body was here, but her mind was with Lu Sheng. Seeing her friend frozen, the purple-haired girl called out, Dan, I'm talking to you." Suddenly, Dan saw something. Wait, that's Lu Sheng. A familiar image of someone diligently eating like a machine appeared before Dan's eyes. The young man was eating like an excavator, making the nearby waitress uneasy, but with one difference. Today, Lu Sheng looked more handsome than usual. The young man was also eating a bit more slowly. After a while, the young man turned and waved hello to Dan. She immediately confirmed it was really Lu Sheng. Seeing the young man, Dan brushed off her best friend Tanyuan. "You go ahead and look around. I see a friend here." Dan, where are you going?" Her friend kept calling out, but Dan ignored her and ran towards Lu Sheng. Tanyuan called out loudly, Dan, if we're friends, let's be friends forever. Don't be like a river, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep." Zheng Dan, infatuated with the boy, replied, "Let the river be shallow or deep. Handsome boy first, friendship later." Seeing the young man holding a plate of appetizers in front of him, Dan excitedly stopped and called out, "Lu." Before she could finish saying Sheng, suddenly, Fifi appeared out of nowhere, wrapped her arm around Lu Sheng's, and gave a flirtatious glance. Seeing the intimate scene between the blonde Fifi and Lu Sheng, Dan was stunned. Her emotions did a complete 180. She stood still in place, looking at the 2 main characters and wondering, who is that woman? Why is she so intimate with Lu Sheng? Zheng Dan saw Fifi being intimate with Lu Sheng and was extremely shocked and curious. Who is she? Could she be Lu Sheng's girlfriend? Just thinking about this made Dan break out in a cold sweat, fearing she had lost her chance, but she still couldn't give up. Zhang Dan waved from afar with a smiling face greeting Lu Sheng. Long time no see. She must have been thinking to herself, even if the flower has an owner, I'll still try to steal it. A handsome young man like that, how could I give up so easily? When called by the girl, the young man quickly turned around, raised his hand in greeting. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to still be in the city. Seeing the girl, the young man's face lit up like a flower, his whole body full of energy. Zhang Dan approached Lu Sheng. She stared at the young man, thinking to herself, just being away from Lu Sheng for a short time, I feel like he's become even more unfathomable. It's as if there's 1,000 miles between us now, unreachable. Seeing a girl come to greet him enthusiastically, Fifi was also curious and asked, who is this? The young man Lu Sheng quickly introduced, this is Zhang Dan, a friend I met while traveling at Mount Tuchu last month. After the introduction, Fifi also greeted warmly. Oh, so you're Miss Zhang. Hello, miss. At that moment, Tan Yuan, Zhang Dan's friend, approached holding a glass of wine. Dan, who's this? You have a friend and didn't introduce us. That's not cool, keeping him all to yourself. When there's a young man, you should share with your sisters, you know. Zhang Dan immediately introduced. Lu Sheng, this is Tan Yuan, my close friend. And this is Lu Sheng, whom I mentioned before. Tan Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Before her was a young man very different from what she had imagined. Oh, so he's Lu Sheng. He's even more handsome than I thought. No wonder Zhang Dan is so infatuated with him. Tan Yuan quickly noticed the elegant young lady beside Lu Sheng. The person next to him is Fifi from the Xie family. Seeing this scene in Tan Yuan's mind, contemptuous thoughts about Lu Sheng appeared. So that's how it is. No wonder a high school student can get in here. He's just a pretty boy relying on his looks, using women to climb up the social ladder. Turns out he's just a pretty face, using his looks to cling to women for success. How disgusting. After these shallow thoughts, Tan Yuan uttered some insincere social pleasantries. So you're Mr. Lu. I've always heard Dan mention you. Meeting you today, you're truly a dragon among men. The young man Lu Sheng heard these words and felt confused. His eyebrows furrowed, eyes cold. The young man uttered a greeting. Hello, Miss Tan Yuan. Just after taking a sip of her wine, Tan Yuan asked, pardon my boldness, but may I ask where Mr. Lu is from? Lu Sheng quickly replied, I'm from Baihe City. When asked about his home, the young man Lu Sheng became very blunt, as his family was quite poor, so the young man seemed a bit self-conscious. Looking straight at Tan Yuan, Lu Sheng thought to himself, next, she'll probably ask about my parents, trying to learn more about my family background, to figure out how I got into this venue tonight. Then the blunt young man replied, as you might think, I'm just a student from an ordinary family, not at all in the same social class as you ladies. I'm only here at tonight's party by chance. With a wave of his hand, the young man turned to leave. All right, let's stop this cliché script. If you're free, continue your conversation. I'll be going now. After walking a few steps, the young Lu Sheng sighed and thought, it's really unpleasant to deal with situations like this. To others, this reaction might seem overly sensitive, but this family is the most precious thing in my life. I cherish it deeply. No matter what insult or hurt, I'm determined, absolutely not to allow it. Seeing Lu Sheng's strange reaction, Zhang Dan stood speechless. The two beautiful women's eyes widened, mouths agape. Fifi called out in shock. Lu Sheng looked at Lu Sheng with confusion. Why is Lu Sheng reacting so strongly today? This is so strange, very different from his gentle enthusiasm the other day. Then, rushing after Lu Sheng, wait for me. As for Zhang Dan, she stammered, wait. Seeing her close friend following Lu Sheng, Tan Yuan angrily gritted her teeth. Forget it, Dan. That kind of person isn't worth your affection at all. He's just a young man clinging to women's skirts. There's nothing for you to regret. Then, she transformed into a psychologist and analyzed. I haven't even said anything yet, but his reaction was already so intense. What does this indicate? It shows that in his heart, he's extremely concerned about the points he just mentioned. No real abilities, but sky-high self-esteem. To put it nicely, it's pride. Negatively, it's insecurity. I've met many people like this. He's completely unsuitable for you. You should have noticed the girl next to him by now. Her name is Shui Fei from the Shui family, I'm sure you know. I heard she passed the level 2 mental chant master test among the second generation in Lengcheng City. She's absolutely a top figure. Look how close they are. This Lu Sheng must have used his looks or some other tactics to cling to Shui Fei and get the chance to attend tonight's party. Then, Tan Yuan shouted at Zhang Dan. Wake up, Dan. He's just a freeloader. Open your eyes and see his true face clearly. Zhang Dan didn't think so. Tan Yuan, what? What are you saying? Lu Sheng, this can't be possible. Tired from shouting and talking too much, Tan Yuan took a few breaths and continued. Alas, sometimes the truth is too cruel, but it's something everyone must face. I'll stop here. You should think carefully about the rest. No matter what others say, Dan's heart remains as steady as a tripod. In Dan's mind, Lu Sheng was always important. It's not like that. Lu Sheng, he is who he is, radiating brilliance, dazzling like the sun. The person who saved me, he's a hero. Right after that, Dan slapped her own face, pinching it to wake up. I'm really going crazy. I actually doubted Lu Sheng was a freeloader for a moment. Then, Dan confidently called out to her best friend Tan Yuan. Lu Sheng, he's absolutely not the person you described. Having talked until her mouth was dry but still unable to change her best friend's mind, Tan Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, confused. Dan, what's wrong with you? Just then, someone in the hall shouted, "Look, Chairman Zhang is coming out." Turning around to see old Zhang, Tan Yuan switched modes, her face blooming like a flower as she said to Dan, "Stop thinking about that freeloader. The chairman is probably about to introduce the level 4 mental chant master. You should get ready too." From afar, old Zhang had already spotted Lu Sheng and Fei Fei. Then old Zhang walked up to Lu Sheng and even took the initiative to extend his hand. Seeing this, Tan Yuan's jaw dropped. Why is Chairman Zhang looking for that freeloader? Could it be that Mr. Lu? I'm so sorry. I didn't know you don't like such crowded atmospheres. It's fine, Chairman Zhang said. With such a great responsibility, I should do what little I can to help. Thank you for your support. Hearing Lu Sheng's polite words, old Zhang lowered his head and let out a sigh. Then, he stood among the crowd and announced, "Everyone focus their attention on Chairman Zhang. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen. I have a few words to say." He pointed towards Lu Sheng and boldly announced, "This is the new talent of our Mental Chant Masters Association in Dongning Province, a level 4 mental chant master, Mr. Lu Sheng. This year, Mr. Lu is only 18 years old, making an old bag of bones like me feel utterly embarrassed. Haha!" The young women in the hall, seeing such a handsome young man who was also a level 4 mental chant master, exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my goodness, only 18 years old. That's incredible. He hasn't even taken his graduation exams yet. A dragon among men. He's absolutely a dragon among men." Tan Yuan, witnessing this scene, could no longer stand steady. She collapsed to the floor, her mouth agape with utter surprise, stammering, he. Dan then spoke up. "Tan Yuan, you see now. A figure who stands above the masses, shining as brightly as the sun. That's who he really is. That's the real Lu Sheng." Upon learning that Lu Sheng was a level 4 mental chant master, Tan Yuan felt dizzy and slumped to the floor, her wide eyes filled with confusion and shock. She couldn't believe what she had heard and seen with her own eyes. After a while, when she had calmed down a bit, she thought to herself, "How can it be him? No, it can't be. I need to regain some face from earlier." Then, she struggled to stand up, patting her best friend's shoulder. Dan, you have to help me. Can you introduce me to Lu Sheng? I want to." Dan replied with a sad expression. "Look at that crowd over there." With necks stretched out, wanting to give business cards to Lu Sheng, he's completely ignoring them. He doesn't care about any of that at all. So he's rejecting everyone with a wave of his hand. Even those with power and influence are being rejected right from the start. "Do you think you have a chance?" With a dejected expression, Dan continued, "Even I only think I'm close to him. He's too far out of our league." This feeling ended before it even began. A moment later, the young Lu Sheng left the party and got into a taxi, feeling that the atmosphere now was less stifling than at that party. The young man, with a cheerful face, said to the driver, "I want to go to Bai His City." With a slight headache, the young man pondered, "I really don't like that upper-class world. Showing my face once to give Mr. Zhang face is enough. It's time to go home. Life with family and martial arts is what I truly desire. Home is where one returns to. Now I just want to get home quickly." The young man humbly thought further. "It seems I'm still just a high school student, from an ordinary family after all." The driver must have had racing blood in him as he kept flooring the accelerator, the car speeding along the road at 180 kilometers per hour. They quickly arrived in Bai He City, the familiar city of young Lu Sheng. As soon as he got home, his mother joyfully opened the door to greet her son. "You're back. You've been gone for so long. We all missed you. Your father and sister are waiting for you, too. I've prepared a table full of food." Lu Sheng's mother happily pointed and told her beloved son, "Come to the table. I'll get you chopsticks and a bowl. What does my dear son want to eat? Tell me. We have everything. Just say it, okay? I'll indulge you, you know. My dear son, eat to your heart's content." Over 18 years old but still my baby, his stubborn little sister Lu Qinghua with wide eyes asked, "When did you get back, brother?" His father smiled with squinted eyes. Finally, little Sheng is back. Then his sister Lu Qinghua ran over to measure her brother in utter amazement, her mouth agape. "You've grown so much taller after just one trip." The young man, being quite witty, humorously struck a pose and replied to his sister, "I've only grown a bit. You've just gotten shorter." Ha ha ha! The young man's response left Lu Qinghua speechless. To the young man, it always seemed like after hearing this, his sister shrank a bit more. Then, the young man smiled and continued, "Your school's on break recently, right? Wait a bit, I'll test your skills. Don't forget the message I sent you before. If you haven't improved." The young man clenched his fist and raised it. Hey, the martial arts medicine from brother Lu Sheng isn't easy to swallow, you know. One good turn deserves another, right? Lu Sheng's mother brought the young man a huge bowl of steamed buns. "Son, sit down and eat." The young man's eyes lit up at the sight of food. "Yes, Mom." Grabbing a bun and devouring it, the young man called out, "Dad, the meat and medicine I put in the fridge before, did you eat them?" His father cheerfully replied, "Of course I did. Speaking of which, what kind of tonics were those things you put in the fridge?" "I've been drinking them daily and feel my health has improved tremendously, like I've become 20 years younger. They must be very expensive." By now, the young man had already finished half a bun. He hastily replied, "They're not expensive. My friend, who owns a pharmacy, gave them to me. She specializes in research for middle-aged people like you, Dad. Dad and Mom, remember to take them. Don't dilute them anymore. Just drink them straight. There's plenty more." Ha ha ha. His parents had no idea that in the future, they'd have a daughter-in-law making medicine, and they'd be drowning in it no matter how much they drank. Hearing the young man's words, his mother replied, "All right, you're about to graduate soon, so you probably won't have to go far away anymore, right?" The young man, with a happy expression, handed an empty bowl to his mother and answered, "I won't go out anymore. I'll stay home and wait for graduation." Then came the familiar food-grabbing actions between the young man and his sister, just like before. His hands kept scooping food while his mouth chewed and spoke. "One more bowl. Your hands are slow. Blame yourself." His mother said, "Eat slowly. There's more, plenty more." His father laughed. "Ha ha!" And his sister Lu Qinghua stood watching her brother take all the food helplessly. "Brother, why are you taking my food?" No matter what anyone said, the young man kept eating until the bowl was empty. Then, the young man exclaimed, "It's perfect that everyone's free today. This house is too small. Let's go look at a new house." The young man's words made the three remaining family members jump in unison, exclaiming, "What?" The young man was a man of action. After eating his fill, he immediately led the family to see the new house. Stepping into the new house, the whole family exclaimed, "Wow, it's so luxurious." The young man, hands on his hips, said with a beaming face, "This is my new house. Many people want to buy it. What do you all think?" His father, worried about the cost, said, "The old house is fine. This house looks very expensive. We can't afford it." The young man confidently replied, "It's fine. Over the past few months, I've been involved in many activities outside, like training and competing, and I've earned quite a lot of prize money. This is just a part of it. There's also over 1 million in my account." The young man forgot to mention the heavy aircraft piloting job, which must have paid a lot in tips. Ha ha. His mother, hearing the enormous sum, felt dizzy and exclaimed, "What? How much money? Did I hear that right?" His father's face showed complete disbelief. "Xiaosheng, stop joking around." His sister, even more humorously, asked, "What did you say? You really made that much money in 2 months? Don't tell me you robbed a bank. Don't do anything stupid that could implicate the whole family." "Just kidding. Don't get too excited." The older brother, the young man, patted his sister's head and said, "I didn't rob a bank. I just robbed an armored truck." Ha ha ha. "Just kidding. I really did earn a lot of money." Continuing to pat his little sister's head. "All right, this new house now belongs to us. Mom and Dad, just choose when you want to move in." His parents were so happy they were moved to tears. "That's wonderful. Kanni has truly brought honor to our ancestors. We are so blessed." The young man kept patting his sister's head and said, "Kanhua, come with me. There's a training area in the back. I want to see your current skill level." His sister, hearing about warming up, excitedly replied, "Yes, brother." Not waiting to reach the training area, the young man grabbed his sister's head and dragged her along, quite humorously. Unable to do anything, Luke Kanhua's older brother could only struggle. "Ouch! Ouch! Stop pulling me." Arriving at the training area, Luke Kanhua looked quite impressive because previously all of Luke Kanhua's stats far exceeded Luke Then's. Her aura seemed powerful. The young man calmly said, "Stop pretending. Come at me quickly." Hearing her brother say this, Luke Kanhua focused power into her legs, jumping high, and delivered a powerful kick from above. Meanwhile, the young man was casually picking his nose. As Luke Kanhua's foot approached, the young man used one hand to control his sister. Restrained in a split position, she quickly hugged her leg, her face scrunched up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother, the young man criticized. Come on, stand up for me. Is Lukthan's sister this weak? Then she fell flat on the floor, saying angrily, You're holding my leg. How can I stand up? What level am I at? And what level are you at? I'm not even officially a martial artist yet. Luke-Kanhua, with tears in her eyes, complained. You just like bullying me. I'm not useless, you know. The young man then became serious and said, Stand up. I'll teach you a few things, some very useful secrets that I came up with myself. Hearing this, her crocodile tears disappeared, and Luke Kanhua's eyes lit up. Really? Are they martial arts secrets? The young man, seeing his sister's 180-degree turn, thought, She's not crying anymore. It's like she's turned into a different sister. Then, he replied to his new sister, You can consider them martial arts secrets. Just do exactly as I teach you, but absolutely do not reveal this to anyone else. Luke Kanhua was as happy as if the harvest had been bountiful. She smiled with squinted eyes. Yes, brother. The young man then began to guide his sister and instructed, Remember this flow of energy carefully. Meanwhile, Luke Kanhua kept staring at her brother, lost in thought. Everyone was curious and suspicious about her brother, who had suddenly risen in just a few months. If she hadn't witnessed over the past months her brother transform from an ordinary high school student into someone radiating such brilliance as he is now, she wouldn't have believed it. Then, the stubborn girl thought to herself, believing her brother was just lucky. Although everyone thought he had suddenly unlocked his potential, she always felt that he must be hiding some secret. Her martial arts talent might even be better than his if she could grasp that secret. With Luke Kanhua's intelligence, she thought surpassing him in the future would be no big deal. Ha ha ha. Seeing his sister lost in thought, not focusing on practice, the young man gave her head a light smack, a loving tap, but it still made Luke Kanhua exclaim, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hit on the head again, I'm gonna get shorter. The young man Luke Then was now demonstrating some martial arts moves to his sister, Luke Kanhua. She practiced very diligently, to the point of being drenched in sweat. A moment later, she stopped to catch her breath. As soon as she stopped, Luke Kanhua had to open her mouth wide to breathe as the exercise seemed too intense. The young man Luke Than stood with his arms crossed, watching his sister gasping for air with an amused expression. Luke Kanhua could no longer stand, and she had fallen sprawled out on the ground. The young man asked with a pleased smile, Well, can you feel the effect? Luke Kanhua, though exhausted, perked up at the question, her eyes brightening. Clenching her fists, she sat up excitedly and exclaimed, You're amazing, brother. What was that move you taught me? The effect is really excellent. I feel like practicing once is as effective as 10 times compared to before. The young man Luke Than thought to himself, I need to say something to make sure my silly sister doesn't spread this information around. After a moment of pondering, worried about the secret that outsiders mustn't know, the young man seemed to have found a solution. With a nonchalant expression, he waved his hand dismissively and said, It's just like usual. You're just practicing the latest version. Luke Kanhua was a bit surprised. Huh, what do you mean by the latest version? The young man Luke Than continued to explain. It's like phones, computers you're using. They seem quite advanced at version 2.0 or 3.0, civilian phones or military satellite radios. But actually, companies have long developed version 9.0, even 10.0. 2.0 is just for civilians. This set of movements is still in the testing phase. It's far from being ready for official release, so don't tell anyone about it. Luke Kanhua was startled upon hearing this, her eyes flashing. Oh, so you're treating me like a lab rat. In her mind, she thought, Luke Than has become too mischievous. So she muttered, What a god-awful brother, always deceiving his own family. The young man saw his sister's expression was a bit extreme, so he pinched her cheek, lifted her up, and slowly said, For such a good thing, ordinary people would want to be lab rats but wouldn't qualify. This body training method just hasn't been popularized yet, but its content is quite refined already. Luke Kanhua covered her face, seeming to be in pain, then worriedly asked, But there's still a risk, right? What if I'm not careful and end up disabled? The young man Luke Tan seemed helpless in the face of his sister's constant worries and questions, and said stubbornly, I'm your brother, born from the same parents, with similar physique. I've been practicing for so long. If anyone were to become disabled, it would be me before you. Luke Kanhua didn't stop and continued to think further. If that's the case, our family is doomed, with 2 disabled people who will take care of our aging parents. She muttered, Why haven't you become disabled first? Then I could take care of you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this from his sister, Luke then couldn't bear it. His face darkened, and his eyes turned red. The young man quickly chased after his sister. You little troublemaker. Come here. I'll teach you a lesson. Luke Kanhua ran while giggling, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I'm scared. Why are you so fierce? If you get too angry, you'll become disabled yourself. After running for a while, Luke Kanhua lay face down on the floor, almost about to reveal the secret. Then, she continued to question, Brother, why is this body training method so good? Where did you get it from? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Confess quickly. Luke Tan answered seriously, Of course not. Your brother doesn't do anything illegal. Luke Tan played mischievously, sitting on top of his stubborn sister on the floor, and even drawing on her feet. Hearing his answer and actions, she felt frustrated and angrily slapped the floor, shouting, Then let me go quickly. You're about to kill your sister, yet you say you're not breaking the law. You're such a slippery character. 5 minutes later, Luke Tan finally let go because he couldn't stand his sister, Luke Kanhua's terrifying struggles and screams anymore. She raised her head again and asked, Such a secret body training method, will there be any trouble if you teach it to me? The young man put on a serious face, answering and scaring his unfortunate sister. Well, the person who taught me this training method said, I'm absolutely not allowed to teach it to anyone else. If I do, it's not just me. Our whole family will be in big trouble. Hearing this, Luke Kanhua jumped and exclaimed, What? You've already taught me this training method, so. Before she could finish, Luke Tan, pretending to be the most caring brother, replied, There's no other way. Who told you to be my sister? Luke Tan's answer made Luke Kanhua's face turn red, and she looked at him with a different expression, one of surprise and great suspicion. Luke Kanhua exclaimed, You're such a loser. As long as I keep this secret, not letting anyone find out, you'll be fine. The young man continued to scare her. Remember carefully, that means anyone, teachers, friends, even your future husband can't know. This concerns your life and mine, even our whole families. Hearing about the danger to the whole family, Luke Kanhua very seriously replied, I definitely won't let anyone find out. He knew he had successfully fooled his silly sister, so the young man said gleefully, All right, I'll teach you a few more times until you're proficient, then you can practice in your room. Luke Kanhua glanced at him, then thought, So that's what he's been doing in his room all this time. Then she clenched her fists, excitedly daydreaming. Ha ha, your talent far surpasses mine. It's not impossible for you to surpass me in the future. The young man was also pleased, thinking to himself, Yeah, my acting skills should win the Best Actor award for sure. This afternoon, I have to go out. You stay home and practice well. When I return, I'll teach you practical combat. Okay, bye, brother, but remember to come back early. An hour later, at the Hai Tian Lamien restaurant, the young man Luke Tan arrived at the meeting point and said to his future wife, who was waiting, Sorry to keep you waiting. Halin To was very considerate, having prepared many plates of beef for the young man. I know you like steak, so I've already ordered quite a lot. Ah, how thoughtful. Thank you. The young man was cutting the meat while staring intently at his future second wife. How's the company doing lately? The second wife, a money-making expert, Halin To replied, The initial retail price of Thangling Ko Trangwiet is 49,888. This price isn't too high, but it's not something ordinary people can afford either. I've positioned it as a product for upper middle class customers with certain financial capabilities. Sales are going very well. In less than a week, we've sold out the first batch of 20,000 Thangling Ko Trang Huyet. She clenched her fist, smiling confidently as she added, and the repurchase rate is also very high. I believe that after some time of circulation, it will definitely become a hot product in the martial arts supplement industry, even throughout Dongnin province. The young man, while devouring the beef in his mouth, praised, Well done. I'm very reassured leaving it to you. So, is the financial situation sufficient? Luke Tan, you can rest assured we can still manage the cash flow for now, but to expand the sales territory in the future, we'll definitely need to open branches. At that time, we'll need to borrow from the bank. I don't have much money left. After eating, the young man continued drinking, but he didn't forget to take the opportunity to impress his future wife. In the coming period, I'll provide you with additional initial capital, so don't worry too much. So you'll take care of it for me then. Right. You have your graduation exam coming up soon, don't you? Yeah, that's right. So during this time, I won't go out anymore. I'll focus on studying for the graduation exam. The sales work will be entirely up to you. Oh, right. I'll be moving house in a few days. I'll send you the new address then. Facing Luke Tan, Halin To was sweating profusely, utterly confused. I've almost forgotten. The young man exudes pressure through every gesture before me. He's actually still a student, hasn't graduated yet. The more I look at him, the more puzzling he becomes. Half a year ago, I would have bet my life that I'd never entrust the fate of the Ha family to him. But given the current situation, my decision wasn't wrong. Ha ha ha! That's right. Entrusting my future to my future husband can't possibly be wrong. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. All right, bye then. Before leaving, Halinto suddenly remembered, oh, that's right, I've made Mafi the store manager. At the store, Mafi's face was now full of pride. I've made it too, you know. The young man, fully trusting his wife's decision, said, whatever you decide is fine. Ha ha ha. If my wife says it's chicken, how dare I say it's duck? Okay, I'll be going then. Luke Than. The young man Luke Than had finished eating by now, watching Halinto's back as she left. He thought to himself, Halinto's company is the most important place for me to make money, and at the same time, it's a secret location where future drugs can be produced. As for whether Halinto will betray me once she's grown her wings, I'm not worried about that. Currently, the Ha family seems calm and peaceful, but in reality, troubles are surrounding them. Sooner or later, they'll have to come begging to me. Even without external pressures, whatever I, Luke Than, give away, I can naturally take back. And the most important thing right now is still to enhance my own strength. Just as he finished thinking, the young man called the beautiful waitress. Give me 50 portions of steak to take away. The young man clenched his fist, determined. Spiritual weapons, blade forging, the void method of body tempering, the indestructible golden body need to be further broken through. With these things, the next time I face the martial arts goddess, it won't just be about finding a way to retreat without getting hurt, but about defeating her. The young man Luke Thing was extremely determined that next time he would defeat the martial arts goddess in his dream. The young man Luke Thing pointed at the new villa, thinking to himself, after the selection ended, the Star of Destiny awakened, passing the mental level test of the Thought Master. I returned home, using the prize money and side income to buy a new house for the family. Let me tell you, the side income I mentioned is actually money from flying planes. Don't be surprised, flying is very easy, and the money is really good. Anyone want to try? Well, it's really enjoyable, unforgettable for a lifetime. Haha, aha. While the people from the martial arts school were helping to move things into the new house, and all family members were chatting and laughing happily, the young man was pondering about the reason with a question mark. I wonder how the people from Hongshuyan Martial Arts School got the information to proactively come and help with the move. A few hours later, everything was done. Finally, we had moved into the new house. Hoa Fu, Luke Kenhua's younger sister, and her friend saw that the new house had many spots for check-in photos and were grinning from ear to ear. A moment later, for some reason, Luke Kanhua's younger sister was teasing the young man, and Luke Than kept bowing his head. She, the young man's new neighbor, was a beautiful girl. She saw the young man bullying his sister and thought this young man was quite strange. As he walked, Luke Than thought, tomorrow I will take the graduation exam. Just as he entered the training room, Luke Kanhua excitedly stretched with satisfaction. Finally, I have my own martial arts training room now. Ha ha ha. Luke Kanhua, I will quickly surpass that stupid brother of mine. Then we'll see who bullies whom. Just you wait, brother Luke Thang. Luke Thang's parents were very thoughtful. As soon as they moved into the new house, they prepared some gifts for the neighbors to get acquainted. Especially seeing that the house next door belonged to a beautiful girl, they had to get acquainted to introduce their son, Luke Than, in the future. We've just moved in. Let's go greet the neighbors. Learning that the neighbor was a beautiful girl, the young man Luke Than suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, "Let me go with you, Mom and Dad." The thoughtful father, fearing his son might go over to look at the girl and then refuse to come back, which would affect his exam tomorrow, quickly said, "No need. Go rest quickly. You have the martial arts exam tomorrow. Rest well and conserve your energy." The father patted Luke Than's shoulder and continued, "If you rank first in the martial arts exam, our family will truly bring glory to our ancestors. Your mother and I will be very happy." The young man heeded his father's words and went to his room to rest. He could get acquainted with the girl another day. Then, the scene shifts to Luke Than's bedroom. As soon as the young man lay down, he quickly fell into a martial arts dream. Now, with power surging through his body, he stood at the peak of level 4, fully ready to step into level 5. In fact, he could have reached level 5 long ago, but he had hesitated until now due to continuous strength training. The initially pale yellow power had now turned amber, circulating through his body. Strong amber auras radiated powerfully around Luke Than. The young man clenched his fist, determined that the third training cycle was about to complete. His strength would increase many times over. The power surged strongly, enveloping the entire space. In an instant, Luke Than's amber power spread out into the cold, snowy space. At one point, it was blocked by a layer of cold ice. Sharp ice peaks grew more numerous. The martial arts goddess with her long spear appeared again and spoke. "You've arrived." On her chest appeared an extremely sharp point. Very quickly, the two streams of power, Luke Than's fire and the martial arts goddess's ice, clashed. Luke Than shouted loudly, "Let today's practice duel begin. Now I can do it with 20 times the power, like the strength of a planet." Luke Than charged forward, throwing a punch, aimed at the martial arts goddess's face. But she was no pushover either, spinning around and countering Luke Than with a strike from her long spear. Boom, boom, boom. The goddess's powerful attacks were directed at Luke Than, who was now completely surrounded by fire. The 4 special breathing techniques, fire breathing, I've also mastered to level 2. Besides spitting out fireballs, I can also unleash a terrifyingly powerful blast. Luke Than launched a fire palm towards the martial arts goddess, but she responded with a mischievous smile. Then a giant ice pillar came rushing in, and we only saw the young man, Luke Than, swiftly glide around the huge ice pillar to dodge it, unable to directly counter. Recently, I've been seeking out the martial arts goddess to practice fighting almost every day. Now I can last up to 5 minutes against her without dying. Compared to the first encounter when I was killed instantly, it's a world of difference. The 10 perfect martial arts have integrated into my body. If all my martial arts break through to the miraculous level, could the 10 perfect martial arts advance even further? Luke Than threw a punch, looking straight at the martial arts goddess. But a moment later, the young man stepped back and muttered, "All right, I can't beat you yet. After the graduation exam, my level will certainly surpass level 4. When I obtain the level 11 techniques of the 3 major martial arts, further enhance my strength, transform power into fierce energy, and step into level 5, perhaps I'll be able to defeat you." The more I fight with the martial arts goddess, the more I crave that ice-formed spear of hers. I'm becoming increasingly eager to possess it. However, now I have my own weapon. This is the weapon that cost me a total of 2.7 billion. That's 2.7 billion, mind you. All 20 kilograms of silver refined from the silver mine in New Dao Park went into this item. From the huge raw silver mine, it was refined to become smaller and smaller. The young man shed tears of regret. After struggling, I'm left with only a few 100 million. No wonder the spirit Nancy profession is so valuable. There's nothing else to be done. This profession is truly a bottomless money pit. Fortunately, after obtaining this weapon, only one word can describe it: worth it. Even in the 10,000-year martial arts world, the spirit Nancy profession is still always in top demand. It's completely justified. Over the past few months, I've only mastered one move of the 5-level killing technique in Wujian Daolun. The Flame's description of this killing technique's knowledge is just 4 short words: absolutely overpowered. The young Luke Than broke into a sweat, continuing to think. Level 5 can kill a grandmaster, so level 6 or even level 7 must have spiritny combat skills stronger than Wujian Daolun. Only thing is, the martial arts goddess's combat awareness is too strong, completely incomparable to ordinary grandmasters, still can't penetrate within 3 range. Young Luke Than felt frustrated, equally uncomfortable with the martial arts goddess's power. The normal techniques of Wujian Daolun are completely ineffective against her. Right after that, the young man imagined if he were to use all his strength with Wujian Daolun, launching a deadly fatal strike, he might severely injure the martial arts goddess, but his divine power would be completely depleted, instantly becoming a cripple. The next second, the martial arts goddess would use one spear strike to blast him into ashes. Meanwhile, with the blessing of indestructible golden body, wind breathing, my speed is now on par with hers. As long as I don't actively charge in, she's also powerless against me. To put it more simply, in this situation, running is the best strategy. With my high speed, even if I can't attack her, the martial arts goddess can't do anything to me either. It's a pity there's no suitable opponent to test this on. The martial arts goddess is too strong, so I can't risk experimenting as mistakes could happen. Currently, forcing would only result in her injuring me, or worse, killing me. Without any concrete comparison, I don't know how strong I really am or where my limits are. At this point, the young man woke up from a rather long dream about the martial arts goddess. Tomorrow's graduation exam is the best opportunity to test myself. City martial arts valedictorian, provincial valedictorian, those are my goals. Not just that, but even beyond. It's not too secret. Lu Duan can reveal the crystal observation method, always passively exercising and improving my spirit. Luke Than's power loss is used for hypnosis when needed. The planetary body training method, cells like the sun. This method helps provide energy similar to a planet. The description in the secret manual is only for reference. If it doesn't match reality, the Grandmaster has the right to explain the final interpretation. Wounds on the indestructible golden body regenerate. Super good defense. Perfect physique can operate freely, even under extreme gravity. Perfect physical body, but currently still unable to become the ultimate being, even in space. Natural breathing method, according to needs, switching functions to cope with various situations. Please vote for the lowest usage rate below. Illuminating King's Spirit creates a second body inside to release double the power. 10 Sun Unification, inherited from the Grandmaster Eastern Extreme Evil Sun, lifelong ultimate skill. Terrifying killing technique. Please don't count the number of suns in the image. There must be a time when special senses are enhanced by divine power, can react synchronously to high-speed combat. Summer vacation passed too quickly, not due to this effect. That morning, in the kitchen, Luthan's mother prepared some steamed buns that the young man liked the most. Then, she encouraged him, wishing him good luck, praying for Luthan to do well in the exam. His younger sister, Manhwa, chimed in, "Brother, I'll go take the exam with you too. My skills are quite good now. I should be able to pass the rounds as well." The young man devoured a steamed bun, smiling as he replied, "That's good. Not a bad idea. Later, come with me so you can experience the exam atmosphere. It'll help you be less nervous when it's your turn." Hearing this, Manhwa wasn't pleased at all. "Humph. In that case, I won't go. You're so annoying." Luthan's mother smiled brightly and held his hand tightly, continuing to encourage. "Don't be nervous. Do your best in the exam. No matter the result, you're still our greatest pride, son." As the young man finished the plate of steamed buns, Luthan's father arrived with the car. "Son, let's get in the car." The young man waved to his father. "I'm coming right away. Let's go, Dad." At this moment, Manhwa stared at the young man with a hard-to-handle expression. She seemed a bit unhappy because her bowl of noodles was still untouched, and Luthan was already leaving and wouldn't let her take the exam. It was really frustrating. As the car started rolling away, Luthan's mother's voice echoed, "Son, do your best in the exam. Our Lu family's chance to have a martial arts first scholar depends entirely on you." In the car, Manhwa was whining, "Dad, what about me? Can't you wait for me to finish my noodles and take me to the exam too?" Her father laughed heartily. He said, "You're still too young to become a martial arts first scholar. You need to work much harder." Ha ha ha. They quickly arrived at the exam site's parking lot, a crowded square. Luthan slowly opened the car door and stepped. In front of him was a noisy crowd, moments of encouragement, care, and reminders from parents to their exam-taking children. First, Luthan heard an encouraging phrase. "Good boy, do your best in the exam. Remember not to be nervous. Try to perform to your fullest ability. Passing the prestigious martial arts school will bring honor to our ancestors." Then came a thoughtful inquiry. "Do you want some water? Are you hungry? Do you need to use the bathroom?" Next was a reminder. "Did you bring your ID card and exam admission ticket? Did you forget something so important at home? Taxi, taxi. Wait here while I go home to get your ID card." Then came a series of other questions. As the young man walked, he thought, it's been a long time since he returned to normal life. Now it's time to be like everyone else taking the graduation exam. Over the past months, Luthan's father walked beside him, speaking to ease the young man's worries. "I also took the martial arts exam here back then. Sadly, my talent was lacking. Nutrition couldn't keep up, I barely passed, and then was eliminated." The father patted the young man's shoulder, smiling brightly, encouraging, "You're 100 times stronger than I am. I won't say much more, just one thing. Do your very best." These words jolted the young man to attention. Then the young man gently replied, "I understand, Dad. Well, I'm going in now." Manhwa also gripped his hand tightly, encouraging her brother. "Do your best, brother. Dad and I will wait for you outside." The young man waved an okay sign and continued walking. The annual major martial arts exam finally began. Many participants had already lined up neatly, waiting for their turn in order. The examiner announced and instructed the new candidates. Enter the exam rooms in order. The first room measures blood energy. The second room measures combat index. Numbers from 036 to 0242. Now enter the exam room. Candidates with the called numbers enter one by one. Suddenly, an examiner saw something that startled him. "Ah!" The blue aura emanating from Luthan made other candidates lose their balance. The line was no longer straight, and the examiner's voice rang out. "What are you all doing? Why are the front and back rows crowding together while there's such a big gap in the middle? Quickly, stand in a straight line." A fat guy, trembling all over, stammered in response, "Examiner, sir. It's not that I don't want to move forward, but as soon as I get near him, I feel panicked, shaking all over. I just can't do it." Other nearby candidates were also trembling. The examiner angrily shouted, "What's wrong with you all? The exam's about to start, and you're talking nonsense. How can there be such strange occurrences? Let me see." Then the examiner immediately approached Luthan. He instantly sensed the terrifying aura from Luthan. Then he broke out in a cold sweat. Such a powerful aura. He gritted his teeth to endure it. This is the natural effect of a martial artist's aura when it reaches a certain level. Ordinary people who approach will feel like they're approaching a wild beast. The body's self-defense mechanism will instinctively want to avoid danger. The examiner looked at Luthan carefully, his mind full of questions. What kind of monster is he after all? In the examiner's eyes, Luthan's eyes were as cold as a beast's. With no other choice, and to avoid losing face in front of the candidates, the examiner cleared his throat and said, "You there, Luthan, go to the private examination room first. Go measure your blood energy. The others will follow you one by one." When the group of candidates heard this, they turned around in surprise, buzzing with discussion. Then some candidates, extremely frightened, ran away in droves. Too scary. Stay away from Luthan, who finally escaped. The young Luthan reluctantly sighed and replied to the examiner, "Yes." Right after that, the young Luthan entered the room to check his blood energy. Noises erupted from inside the blood energy measurement room. "I didn't use any banned substances. I didn't. Hearing these words, young Luthan pondered something. Then, that voice rang out again. "I only drank some of my uncle's nourishing chicken bone soup. He said it was good for exams." Just then, the owner of that voice was dragged out. An examiner called out, "I warned you beforehand. During these days, if you eat or drink anything against regulations, you must report it. Cheating is forbidden. There's no other way. Your eligibility to take the exam is revoked for the next 3 years. Go home. The rules are clear. If you lose, that's it. You have to face the consequences." The guy being dragged away kept struggling and shouting, "I didn't cheat. I don't accept this. I don't accept this." A nearby examiner sighed, lamenting, "These candidates have no self-respect. The rule says 3 years, but in reality, it's a lifetime ban. Then no martial arts school will accept a student who has cheated before." Then the examiner pointed at Luthan. "You're next. Yes, you. Come here quickly." Luthan slowly approached, his aura extremely powerful. The two examiners' eyes nearly popped out. This aura is too strong. Young Luthan walked past as the two examiners trembled. "We're both level 5 examiners, yet we instinctively backed away." After a while, regaining composure, one examiner asked, "Are you ready? First, we'll measure your blood energy." The blood-drawing needle in young Luthan's hand now looked like a thread. The young man coldly said, "I have completed my body training. Please use a different needle. This one won't be able to pierce my skin." Seeing the needle, a special type used to draw blood energy from martial artists, being bent like a limp noodle by the young man, the two examiners jumped in shock, mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. "What?" After a moment, one examiner brought out a tray of needles. "I brought a set of blood-drawing needles for high-level martial artists. Using these to draw blood shouldn't be a problem." As soon as the examiner finished speaking, young Luthan reached out and grabbed a handful of large, long needles, saying using them one by one would take too much time. "Let's use a handful at once to save time. Doing it directly like this will be quicker." With one hand gripping tightly, the young man lightly tapped with his other hand. Then, the bundle of needles was seen flattened like a bunch of grass in the hand of one of the examiners. Both of them now trembled, breaking out in sweat. "This is unbelievable. How thick is his skin? There's no other way. I have to consult with the higher-ups." One of them then pointed in a direction and said, "Student, please go to the combat index testing room first." Young Luthan coldly replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." Luthan went to the combat power index measurement room. Inside the room, at that moment, another male student was taking the test, clenching his fist. He glared, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Ha! Die for me." He threw an extremely powerful punch at the combat power index meter, the dummy. His whole body emitted a green aura that seemed very strong. Then, seeing his own combat power index, he exclaimed, "Combat power exceeds 100. There's hope for the martial arts team captain position of East Ning's 7 provinces." An examiner sitting in a chair saw another examiner leading Luthan in and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh!" He stood up and asked, "That examiner wearing glasses, Old Zhang, why are you here already? The blood energy results for the next candidate aren't even in yet." Then, the one surnamed Zhang approached, whispering into his ear. He jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "What? Is there such a thing?" The surnamed one hadn't seen the power index meter nearby and kept staring, then anxiously asked, "How's your equipment? Switch to something more advanced. Don't embarrass us again. We can't lose face this time. You can't step into the same river twice." The other pointed, smirking, then confidently said, "Hey, you can be 100% assured. This machine is the most advanced model, imported from Japan. The measurement limit of this machine goes up to 990,000. Even a level 6 martial artist wouldn't be a problem. Don't tell me that kid is a grandmaster. Goodness, what am I saying? It's just a male student. It's a piece of cake. Everything will be under control. Don't worry. Ha, 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 ha. Then he chuckled and called out loudly, "Kid named Luthan. Right, come in. It's your turn." Young Luthan heard his name and entered. From afar, the other examiner felt something strange and asked, When Luthan came before him, a black and red aura emanated, seeming incredibly powerful. The young man's eyes lit up. Redness covered his face, darkening like a monster. This scene terrified the examiner. On the other side, the young man smiled brightly and said, "Examiner, I'm the candidate with registration number 0056 from Bai-He City, named Luthan." The examiner trembled all over, trying to force a smile, his mouth stammering. "Ah!" Then he pointed. "Luthan, please come to the combat index measuring machine and begin the test." The young man walked up to the measuring machine and looked at it. The examiner then asked, "Luthan, are you ready?" Young Luthan unhurriedly replied, "Examiner, just a moment, please." The examiner broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening at what he saw. Luthan was channeling his energy, his whole body emanating an aura 100 times stronger. The aura shifted from purple to a fiery red. A series of strange sounds came from Luthan's body. Then came a dazzling golden light. The two examiners had to shield their eyes from the intense radiance. The other examiner, his eyes rolling back, one hand on his head, the other gripping the chair, yelled in terror, "Ah! What's that sound? You told me this was a student taking an exam." Luthan was now thinking to himself, compress power, focus, explode, penetrate weaknesses, full limb, full power, first form of the perfect martial arts. The young man's eyes blazed, 20 times Star Force activated. Seeing this skill, the examiner seemed to turn to stone, his mouth agape, his eyes unable to believe what he was seeing. This is a grandmaster skill. Luthan prepared to launch his punch at this moment with determined eyes. "This is the first time I've unified all states. I also want to know what my current strength really is." Then Luthan channeled all his power into his punch. Nothing could be seen except for the dazzling golden light emitted. Boom! A thunderous sound. 5 minutes earlier, at the graduation exam building, someone was sitting playing chess. A checkmate move. Outside the room came a call. "Chairman Shu, Director Liu, the person before you is Shu Dongju, head of the graduation exam committee in Bai-He City and chairman of the Martial Artists Association in Ruihai City. To prevent cheating, the organizing committee invited chairmen from other cities to be committee heads." After some thought, the head of education in Bai-He City scratched his head and said, "I lost again. Chairman Shu, you're too good at chess. I've lost 7 games in a row. I'm done. No more." Mr. Shu stroked his chin and laughed. "Ha ha ha. I'm just a martial artist. How could I be good at chess? You flatter me. You flatter me." At that moment, a blonde girl rushed in, looking very urgent. "Chairman Shu, there's an important matter to report." The man was still focused on the chess game, not even bothering to look back. He barked, "What's all the fuss about? Can't you see I'm with a guest? Speak up." The blonde girl stammered. It's hard to explain, but basically, a candidate from Bai-He City has destroyed an entire box of blood-drawing needles. The examiner in charge requests higher-grade needles." He calmly replied, "Each exam room was given a box of high-grade needles already. Such a small matter, and you need to consult me." The blonde girl quickly responded, The destroyed needles were the high-grade ones." Upon hearing this, the old man broke into a cold sweat. What? The specialized high-grade needles were broken. Has body tempering succeeded? Then he pointed, "Quickly, get the highest-grade special needles from the control room immediately. Also, bring me the candidate's personal file for me to see." The blonde girl presented Luthan's file. "I've prepared it already. Please take a look." Old Shu and Old Liu quickly examined the file. After looking, Old Shu lowered his face, pondering for a moment. Then he turned to Director Liu and congratulated him. "Director Liu, congratulations." Old Liu clasped his hands and replied, "Oh, it's just luck, just luck. Well, this time I'm just benefiting from Chairman Shu's help. I didn't expect Chairman Shu to bring such great fortune." Old Shu looked at Old Liu and calmly asked, Director Liu, you don't seem surprised at all." With a slight smile, Old Liu replied, "Oh my, how could I not be surprised? But deep down, I had some confidence. Chairman Shu must know about the Eastern Military Region. They hold the Kai Ming Star General selection every year. This kid named Luthan is the Kai Ming Star General of this cohort. Not only that, this genius is also a martial arts star famous throughout Bai-He City." Hearing this, Old Shu was a bit surprised and understood the situation. So that's it. Then he thought to himself, excellent. With this ability, not only is he qualified to compete for provincial champion, this kid has truly secured his place on the champion's throne. Old Liu, let's go. Let's go see this genius. It would be a shame not to meet such a talent. Suddenly at that moment, there was an enormous tremor. The ground shook violently. What on earth is happening? Old Shu staggered, while Old Liu had to brace himself against the ground. Old Liu exclaimed, "Huh, an earthquake." Old Shu then said, "It doesn't seem much like an earthquake. I can sense the source of the tremor is nearby. That direction is the exam room for measuring combat power." In that exam room, what on earth has happened? Currently inside the combat power test room, Lu Tan was seen standing amidst a cloud of dust. One examiner had fallen to the ground. The measuring device had been sent flying, sliding far, creating a long, deep groove in the room, looking like a scene of devastation. Two examiners stared with wide eyes, mouths agape. What? The machine capable of measuring combat power of high-level martial artists up to level 6 has been shattered by a single punch. His punch exceeded 990,000 combat power points. Young Luthan looked at his result, or rather at the aftermath he had left behind, seeming satisfied with his recent test performance. The young man's face was extremely naive. I didn't do anything. Someone else destroyed the room, not me. I just took the test. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Okay, don't blame me. All right. Old Shu and Old Liu rushed quickly to the scene, only to see a scene of complete destruction. The room had been totally demolished. Old Shu hurriedly asked loudly, "What on earth happened here?" An examiner rushed over on his knees, crying like a child out of sheer terror. Chairman Shu, you're finally here." The other examiner pointed at Luthan, who was slowly approaching. He's a grandmaster. Young Luthan heard this and was extremely surprised, pointing at himself. He asked, wait, are you talking about me?" After hearing the panicked examiner call Luthan a grandmaster, Old Shu immediately pointed and ordered, "Other candidates, please step outside first, and have the candidates outside wait for a moment." Then immediately arranged to bring a grandmaster-level power measuring device here, quickly. The two examiners broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." The old man looked around the scene and thought to himself, the power of that punch could shatter rocks. Today's event will surely become legendary. This is truly a young hero with great talent. Old Liu approached Lu Sheng. Below, the ground was punctured with a deep hole. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lu Sheng. No one blames you. You shouldn't feel any psychological burden." He didn't forget to instruct, "Prepare carefully, then cooperate with us to do the test again." When he was close, Lu Sheng sensed that, just by approaching, one could feel the aura of a martial artist tempered 1,000 times. Without seeing it with their own eyes, who could believe there was an 18-year-old martial artist like this? An hour later, everything had been prepared as requested. The examiner pointed and called out, "Chairman Shu, all the high-end equipment has been brought in. We can start preparing for the test immediately." He took out a large yellow syringe made of some unknown material that looked very high quality. The old man said, "First, let's check the blood of Lu Sheng. Cooperate quickly and give me your arm so I can draw blood." He jabbed the needle hard into Lu Sheng's arm. After 21 attempts, he finally succeeded. The old man drew a full syringe of blood, then dropped a few drops to test. But Lu Sheng's blood was strange, red with an additional amber glow. Old Liu looked at the blood drop and broke out in a sweat. After a moment, he pointed and exclaimed, "Thick as if it won't dissolve, viscous like mercury. Ah, it's the blood of a grandmaster." At this point, the old man interjected, "No, it's still a bit short. I've seen real grandmaster blood before." A grandmaster's blood truly coagulates like pearls, both in terms of coagulation and condensation. It's slightly higher. Old Liu continued, "But this blood, considering his age, is already astonishing." Immediately after, Old Shu inserted the blood vial into the blood chi testing machine. Click. In a short time, the results were displayed. Blood chi value 1234.56, martial artist level 6. Old Liu looked at the results and scratched his head in disbelief. Blood chi value over 1200. Level 6 martial artist in the entire Baihe city. No, even in the history of graduation exams in Dongning province. This result has never appeared before. Old Shu happily approached Luthan, saying, "Very good, excellent. Luthan, you've broken the blood chi value record of Dongning province." Young Luthan coldly uttered just 2 words, "It's okay." The examiner, hearing this, almost fell over. "This is just okay to you. Too terrifying, too incredible. I can't take it anymore." After nearly a minute and 30 seconds of composing himself, the examiner went to the Grandmaster-level combat power measuring machine and said, "Chairman Shu, the testing machine has been adjusted." Old Shu then gestured to Luthan, "Strike while the iron is hot. Quickly come and measure your combat power. Young Luthan walked up to face the measuring machine. Meanwhile, Old Shu glanced at the machine and thought to himself, this Grandmaster-level combat power measuring machine is almost brand new because in the entire Baihe city, very few people can use this machine. Today, we're letting a young man use it. The young man concentrated his power into his fist. Golden light emanated strongly with Grandmaster's will. Then, young Luthan threw an extremely powerful punch. Boom. A loud noise, the entire room shook. Light exploded, a dazzling brilliance. Old Shu and Old Liu had to use their hands to shield their eyes from the terrifying power of young Luthan. Old Shu, witnessing this punch firsthand, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This is definitely a Grandmaster's will. No doubt. What I've been yearning for all these years now appears in an 18-year-old youth. How can it not leave people stunned?" Old Liu was also sweating profusely, mouth agape. It's clear that the path to level 7 Grandmaster has been completely opened. At this rate, in a short time, he'll be a young Grandmaster. Luthan's punch sank deep into the steel of the measuring machine. Looking at the mark he left behind the thick black smoke, Luthan seemed quite satisfied. The result immediately appeared, combat power 1,260,000. Seeing this result, Old Liu couldn't hide his joy and laughed. The combat power has also met the standard. Although still a bit short, it's worthy of a soon-to-be Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Old Shu was biting his nails, feeling something strange. Something's not right. Luthan, you have Grandmaster-level strength. Why didn't you use Chi Force? Hearing Old Shu say this, Old Liu also suddenly remembered. He approached Luthan and asked, "That's right, where's your Chi Force?" In the palm of Luthan's hand, a golden light emanated, and the young man immediately replied, "I haven't reached level 5 Chi Force yet. It hasn't taken form." Luthan's too honest answer made Old Shu and Old Liu jump in surprise. What? Old Liu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh my god, not yet at level 5, but already able to punch with Grandmaster-level power." Old Shu turned to Old Liu. "Congratulations. The future of Baihe City. You're about to have a great Grandmaster. It's truly like a divine dragon descending to earth." Old Liu, hearing Old Shu say this, was overjoyed. He clenched both hands. "Divine dragon, divine dragon. Haha, our city is about to have a divine dragon emerge." Then Old Liu turned to point at the white-shirted man with glasses, quickly informed Chairman Jiang and the Eastern Military Region. Luthan left the examination room, returning to the parking lot. The young man raised his hand and called out, "Dad." Luthan's father, seeing the young man return, asked, "Than, how was the exam? Did you give it your all?" Lu Kanhua widened her eyes and asked, "Tell us quickly, brother. Dad and I are dying to know." The young man calmly replied, "A bit better than expected. If I go to the capital, there shouldn't be any problem." Lu Kanhua raised both hands in joy. "You mean you might be the top scholar?" "Ha! I have a top scholar brother now." Then she grinned from ear to ear. The three of them took some selfies as mementos of Luthan's graduation exam. After some time, the young man checked his system for his information. Name, Luthan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 297 to 477. Martial arts, level 8 martial arts ability. Became a level 2 martial artist at 8 years old. Shocking Baihe City. Later recommended by Baihe City's Martial Arts Association to participate in Dongning Province's talent training camp, achieving top honors. Participated in the Eastern Region's Qi Ming Xiangxing selection that year, earning the title of Qi Ming Xiangxing. In the same year, graduated with the top score nationwide, admitted to the 7th Martial Arts University in the capital province. After 2 years of study, joined the Eastern Military Region, promoted to major at 32 years old, became a Grandmaster at 54, Great Grandmaster at 60 years old, becoming one of the 4 great generals of the Eastern Military Region. A lifetime of battles, glorious achievements, died in April 477. Martial arts lifespan of 181 years. Historical figure rating, 4.5 stars. Level 4 access to the flame of knowledge. Even had 5 wives, alas, not my intention. The young man said it wasn't his intention, but still grinned widely, inwardly delighted and thinking only of girls. I bet you can't guess the names of the 5 girls. Leave a comment below if you can. After thinking about girls and feeling refreshed, the young man clenched his fist and concluded, "Finally, in this life, I've reached level 8 Great Grandmaster and even have 5 wives. Ha ha ha." Level 4 access can obtain the next techniques of 3 level 11 martial arts. Crystal Meditation Sutra Part 3, Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Hung Xing Body Tempering Art, Step 2 of Golden Body Cultivation, Indestructible Golden Body, Level 4 Body Cultivation Technique, including all training stages from level 4 to 6, equivalent to directly pointing the path to becoming a grandmaster. This technique section not only provides training methods for Stage 2 of Indestructible Golden Body, but also includes a special method. Fortunately, Shi Shengning is Wang He's disciple. The two can be considered of the same lineage. I can easily continue from there. My grandmaster's will has taken shape. I just need to gradually increase my blood energy to become a grandmaster. But Shi Shengning, the creator of Desuzi Tian, Wang He, the famous great martial ancestor, is the eastern extreme evil son in the future 10,000 years. Are the grandmaster paths of these two people at the same level? Certainly not. They're completely different. That's their path, not mine. The grandmaster path I want to take should be based on Wang He, but surpass Wang He. The baby's coming soon. We must organize a proper celebration. Not far away, in a neighboring house, the husband asked his wife, "Dear, are the new neighbors hanging lanterns and firecrackers? Seems like they're celebrating something." The wife, feeling annoyed, replied, "Celebrating? As if, since they arrived, there's been nothing to celebrate." She showed a contemptuous attitude, waved her hand, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Houses here are too cheap. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry with a bit of money can buy and move in. Looking at their poor faces makes me sick. Oh my, they're so country. It's unbearable. They've just moved in and are already causing a ruckus. This morning I ran into them at the gate. They dropped tangerines all over the road, blocking the way for half an hour. I don't even know if tangerine juice splashed on my car. Just thinking about it disgusts me." The husband, seeing his wife's irritation, said, "Dear, don't be so crude when you speak. After all, we're all neighbors here." The wife turned her head and snapped, "What? You're my husband, and you're taking their side." Suddenly, 9 loud car honks startled the wife, making her gasp and open her mouth. She quickly covered her ears. "Ah! Who's honking like that? Are they crazy? It must be that poor neighbor getting revenge on me. They're really trying to drive me mad, just because I stepped on a few of their tangerines. I'll call a truck to fill their yard with dirt." The wife had a temper as hot as cream and was as fierce as Simla, while the husband seemed calmer. He slowly looked at the license plate. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait, this license plate is Dongdi 001. This is the provincial governor's car Namnyan." He further explained, "The governor is visiting." The car horn sounded 9 times. "Congratulations on the martial arts prodigy. The governor is here. Must be for the martial arts champion." What? This year's martial arts champion is from Baihe, and right in our small apartment complex. What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be a martial arts champion in our small apartment complex? And even if there was, it certainly wouldn't be that country bumpkin neighbor who just moved in. The woman looked out to confirm, and indeed, it was the governor's car. She exclaimed, "It's truly like our ancestors' graves are spewing green smoke. We must get acquainted right away." From inside the house, Lu Sheng's father and sister looked out, also confused by the motorcade and the 9 horn blasts. "Oh, Kanhua, why is there such an impressive motorcade stopping in front of our house like this? Do you know who's coming?" "Oh my, I don't know either." "Why are you asking me, Dad? To be honest with you, I can't tell even with my eyes open. How would I know if I closed them?" Seeing the luxurious motorcade parked in front of their house, Lu Sheng's parents and Lu Kanhua came out. The bodyguards got out of the car and opened the door, inviting the person inside to come out. As soon as the door opened, a man's voice was heard. "I apologize for the sudden visit to the parents and sister of the young man." Lu Sheng froze at the greeting, as it was the first time he had met someone so elegant and powerful. The man continued, "May I ask, is this the residence of Lu Sheng, the martial arts champion? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ha Bin Nam, the governor of Dongnin province, with the martial arts rank of Grandmaster." Hearing that the visitor was the governor, and that the governor called his son a martial arts champion, Lu Sheng's father couldn't believe what he was hearing and seeing. It's like a dragon visiting a shrimp's house. What champion? How could Sheng be a martial arts champion? A champion ascending to dragonhood? Both Lu Sheng's mother and sister couldn't hide their joy, especially his sister Lu Kanhua, whose eyes widened and mouth gaped open. The neighboring girl who was eavesdropping, upon hearing this information, seemed to turn to stone. What? The champion ascending to dragonhood is the son of these country bumpkins. Immediately after, she tore at her hair, showing great regret. It's all ruined. Completely ruined. What have I done? Why couldn't I see it before? This time it's over. I've lost the chance to make connections. The scene shifts to the young man, Lu Sheng. The young man was sitting in his room practicing. His entire body seemed to have been transformed after receiving the second stage of the technique Golden Body Invincibility. My physique, which had stopped developing before, has started to grow stronger again. Then, the young man used a towel to wipe the sweat from his hands. Suddenly, a phone ringtone sounded, indicating a new message. Lu Sheng quickly checked his phone. It was a message from Manhwa. His sister wrote, "Hey, my useless big brother. You've become #1 in the country, a champion ascending to dragonhood. Can you believe it?" She didn't forget to add a funny icon. "Bro, there are many guests at home. Why aren't you up yet? Sleeping like a pig. Get up quickly." She excitedly added, "Even the governor, a grandmaster, is here to see you. How can you keep a grandmaster waiting for you to wake up?" The young man read the message with great surprise. "The governor is at our house. Let me see." Right then, the young man used his spiritual force to sense. His whole body emitted a strong purple spiritual force, quickly enveloping the entire house. This aura feels like Chairman Tuong's. The young man immediately sensed in detail how many guests were in the house and the aura of each person. Besides Chairman Tuong, there was another person with comparable energy, also a grandmaster approaching level 6. And this one, whose body's energy was like a furnace, making even level 6 martial artists seem like ashes and dust next to a blazing fire. This powerful aura belonged to a grandmaster. Downstairs in the living room, everyone was chatting happily when they heard a sound from the stairs. The governor spoke. It seems our martial arts champion has woken up." Lu Sheng slowly came down the stairs. The young man politely spoke first. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The elders, seeing Lu Sheng, thought to themselves, "Very good. So young, yet containing such great power and presence. Like the first light of dawn breaking through the night, it's hard not to feel emotional. The new wave pushes the old." Lu Sheng's father spoke up to introduce. "Sheng is finally awake. This is the governor of our Dongnim province, Ha Bin Nam. This is Tuong Ngok Ha, mayor of Bakha City. You should know him already." The young man Lu Sheng extended his hand to greet Governor Ha. Lu Sheng, very good. This impromptu visit is mainly to congratulate Lu Sheng on achieving the top score nationwide, becoming the champion in this year's graduation exam. At this moment, the young man still asked in confusion. The graduation exam results are out already. They've basically finished tabulating, just missing the final rankings, but Lu Sheng's first place is already certain. Moreover, that's the result without counting cultural scores and bonus points. When all bonus points are added, it's very likely to break the best graduation exam record in history. This mind-blowing information caused Lu Sheng's entire family to turn to stone once again. The expression of his sister, who wanted to surpass her brother, looked very funny and helpless. The governor continued, "I just received the news and came immediately. I wanted to meet Lu Sheng as soon as possible, and also on behalf of Dongnin province, present some rewards worthy of our champion. Here's 5 million in prize money. Though not much, it represents the province's appreciation for Lu Sheng. And this is the deed to an apartment over 400 square in downtown Dongning capital. Though smaller than Lu Sheng's house, it's in a prime location, surrounded by many professional support facilities of the Martial Artists Association, very suitable for martial artists to train and live." The governor then asked Lu Sheng about his school choice. Currently, Lu Sheng's strength is already at level 6. You can freely choose any martial arts school in the country. Have you thought carefully about which school to choose? Hearing the information about being a level 6 martial artist, Lu Kanhua seemed ready to log out, her whole body feeling light and floating. The young man Lu Sheng quickly replied, "I've thought it through. The 7th Sacred Martial Arts University in the capital." The governor, while receiving a stack of letters, said, "Yes, I thought so too. As it happens, the Sacred Martial Arts Hall also asked me to deliver recommendation letters to you from all 7 schools in the Sacred Martial Arts Hall. I won't show favoritism. I won't say anything more. I'll let you choose for yourself." The governor laid out 7 letters in front of Lu Sheng to choose from. Lu Kanhua's jaw dropped, unable to believe it. The Sacred Martial Arts Hall that so many martial arts students in the country aspire to, and he gets to freely choose. Is this a comic book plot or a novel? The young Lu Sheng looked over the 7 letters. After a moment, he gathered all the letters and decisively made his decision. "Then I'll choose this one, the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University in the capital." The young man held the letter from his chosen school with a very determined look in his eyes. The governor pondered. "Initially, I thought Lu Sheng would consider carefully. I didn't expect his decision-making method to be so unique. The 7 sacred martial arts universities were all built based on the legacy of the martial saints. The 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, though, with a slightly thinner foundation, has a teaching staff no less competent than the other schools. The credit system at sacred martial arts universities is even more rigorous. You'll need a top-tier cold weapon. When Lu Sheng has chosen his cold weapon specialty, just give me a call. For cold weapons below level 6, 6, I'll personally select and gift you one. Consider it a congratulatory gift for Lu Sheng becoming the top scholar. The governor handed Lu Sheng a card. The young man took the card, thinking, even the cheapest level 6 cold weapon isn't cheap, but refusing the kindness of a governor who is also a very powerful master-level martial artist would certainly be an extremely impolite action. Thank you very much, Governor Ha. After everything was done, everyone stood up and started to leave. All right, I apologize for the sudden visit today. I won't trouble you any further. Mainly because Bin Nam heard that a genius dragon child appeared in my Dongnin province and was truly very excited, difficult to contain himself. I hope everyone can be more understanding. Lu Sheng's father waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. No trouble at all. Right after that, Lu Sheng and his father saw Governor Ha off. Lu Sheng's father couldn't hide the joy in his heart, clenching his fists in celebration. Lu Sheng's father shouted, "Ha ha ha ha! This is truly the glory of our ancestors. The glory of our ancestors. Our Lu family finally has this day." Then the father told his wife to quickly go buy more meat, more vegetables. Tonight we'll have a grand celebration. Somewhere else, someone was looking at Lu Sheng's file. Quite interesting. In a dimly lit place, a man replied, "Oh, to have caught your attention like this, truly impressive. Perhaps this year will be a bit different." Mingyu Marshall's Saint Dam Trungok. The channel guarantees the fastest subtitled script on YouTube, trying to release earlier than apps or websites. Everyone, please support with a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel to motivate me to release new chapters quickly. In the comments below or in the playlist, there are many more great long stories. Please watch and support me. I'm very grateful. A few days later, Lu Sheng celebrated with his classmates the graduation exam results, bidding farewell to each other. His friends cried profusely, looking no different from children. The next day, at the airport, before departing, the young man hugged his family goodbye to embark on a new journey to a new land with many new experiences waiting ahead. After saying goodbye to his family, the young man boarded the plane and stored his carry-on luggage in the overhead compartment. While storing his luggage, the young man, Lu Sheng, thought about the 7th St. Martial Arts University, the school he was about to enroll in. The reason it stands out is mainly because the 7th school has a complete martial saint inheritance system. Additionally, it has a unique martial saint tower. The school I chose is the 7th St. Martial Arts University, established 57 years ago. The founder is one of the 3 remaining martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom, Dam Trungok. Dam Trungok became a martial saint less than 65 years ago and is currently just over 100 years old. The 7th St. Martial Arts University broke a new record. The young man continued to imagine the image of a very old turtle holding a sword, then pondered. It's said that the lifespan of powerful martial artists at the saint level easily exceeds 300 years, completely beyond the realm of normal humans. Among all the saint-level martial artists in the world, he's considered young, like the immortals in legends. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, a total of 9 martial saints have appeared. Unfortunately, over 100 years ago, many saint-level martial artists died in battle during the war with monster beasts, and some died in wars between nations. The schemes and plots against each other caused both sides to lose several martial saints, the cream of the crop. The martial arts of humanity gradually died due to civil war. The Dragon Kingdom and the Lion Kingdom fought for the position of the world's #1 martial arts hegemon. It was terrifying. As for the result, let's not mention it. The Martial Saint Tower built after the war was the Dragon Kingdom's perfect recreation, based on the different states of each martial saint. The Martial Saint Tower represents the highest level of integration between martial arts and science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom, allowing people to enter and face challenges of varying difficulty. Once a certain number of floors are cleared, there's a chance to meet a martial saint and even be accepted as a disciple. Although I'm not interested in becoming a disciple of a martial saint, after all, I still have many legacies from level 10 and 11 masters. I haven't even finished practicing those, let alone the legacy of just one level 9 martial saint. The young man immediately thought of the credit requirements, which must be greater than or equal to 160 and less than or equal to 200, plus 9 additional mandatory requirements. If it weren't for the government's rigid regulations, key martial arts talents in training must complete the corresponding credits at universities before they can go to the battlefield. I wanted to directly report my mission to Wenfei Di, but it's fine. At that time, I'll take on some additional course assignments to quickly earn enough credits to graduate. Perhaps in less than a year, I'll be able to graduate from the St. Martial Arts University. While the young man was pondering, a girl with a perfect figure behind him was also storing her luggage. The girl quickly recognized the young man and called out twice, "Lu Sheng," a beautiful girl with full, round breasts. She continued, "What a coincidence. You're also flying to the capital today." Earlier, there was a message from the little sister Lu Qinghuo sent to that girl. "My brother is flying at noon tomorrow. Don't worry, Sister Yang Wan, be brave. You left East University for my brother to transfer to Capital University. Don't be shy now. Go for it, future sister-in-law." The young man, approached by the girl first, smiled happily with his eyes. What a coincidence. Afterwards, both were too embarrassed to say anything more. The young man sat sweating profusely while thinking to himself, "Why is she here?" Meanwhile, the girl Yang Wan kept staring intently at the young man Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng sweated, pretending to think, "No, I can't add another person. I already have 5 wives in my future. Adding one more would make it 6. Then would there be a 7th to make it a full week? I'd be exhausted trying to keep up then." In reality, his eyes and mouth betrayed a look of excitement, drooling slightly. 2 hours later, Lu Sheng and Yang Wan had landed at the capital's airport. Seeing the crowded people and the skyscrapers, he even saw the image of a girl wearing headphones while exercising. The young man Lu Sheng pondered, "Worthy of being called the bustling capital, it can be described as prosperous. Perhaps in the dream, the magnificent, imposing base 1359 before its collapse also looked like this." The young man looked into the distance at people cleaning windows on skyscrapers and pondered. Even the task of cleaning building windows is a complex operation with many moving parts. The scene shifts to Jingha University, where the young man Lu Sheng and Yang Wan are moving. Lu Sheng looks at her and says, "We've arrived at Jing University. I'll take you into the school first, then I'll go to the Martial Arts University to register." Yang Wan blushes and shyly replies, "Okay." In that moment, there's a sense of romance in the air. In her mind, she thinks, this looks like a couple enrolling in school together. If only I could be in the same school as Lu Sheng, that would be great. At the same time, 2 lecherous young men nearby see Yang Wan and exclaim, "Aha, a junior schoolmate." Seeing that Yang Wan is extremely beautiful, the two can't help but blurt out, "Damn, this girl is amazing, top tier." The blonde one with heart-shaped eyes warns his friend beside him, "Don't you dare steal her. This junior schoolmate is mine." The friend next to him with tanned skin isn't so easily swayed. "Get lost. Stop daydreaming. She's mine." After saying this, the two quickly run to Yang Wan's side. The tanned one speaks up, "Hello, Junior. Are you enrolling at Jingha University? I'll guide you through the registration process." The blonde one also shows enthusiasm. "Here, let me carry your luggage for you." Hearing the words, "carry your luggage for you," the clever young man Lu Sheng hands 2 large and heavy suitcases to the blonde. "Then please trouble yourselves to carry these." The blonde struggles to hold the 2 suitcases, his face contorting. "Junior, are you also a new student at Jingha?" The young man Lu Sheng crossed his arms, coolly pondering. "During this time, I've learned to conceal the excess blood energy inside. It seems that ordinary martial artists can no longer sense it." So the young man politely replied, "No, we're just friends. I'm just escorting her to the school for registration." Hearing Lu Sheng's answer, the 2 guys grinned mischievously, delighted looking at her face. "Seems she likes you. So what? Luckily, you're not in the same school. Far from home, it'll fade away eventually. This is a great opportunity." For us, Jiayin pointed and introduced, "Our school, though only a second-tier university, all conditions meet the standards of first-tier universities. The school has all the training rooms, close to the martial artists district. There are 3 entries to the Martial Saint Tower each month. Coming to Jingha University, you won't regret it." Lu Sheng, hearing the introduction, asked, "Can ordinary universities also enter the Martial Saint Tower?" Of course. The Martial Saint Tower is a treasure of the entire Dragon Kingdom. How could it be exclusive to students from Martial Saint universities? Not only ordinary universities like ours, but even martial artists from outside can enter the Martial Saint Tower. They just need to apply for permission at the Martial Artists Association. It's just a bit more complicated procedure. Students from Martial Saint universities are just slightly more convenient. They don't need permission. They can enter the Martial Saint Tower anytime. The blonde guy then smiled lecherously and moved closer to Yang Wan. "Junior, let me tell you the #1 rule when coming to our East University district. You can anger anyone in the school. Someone will stand up for you. Just that much is enough to start a fight, but you absolutely must not anger people from the Martial Saint University. First, hearing his school mentioned, the young man asked, why? Seeing Lu Sheng keep interrupting, preventing him from approaching the beauty, the blonde guy gritted his teeth, barely able to contain his anger. He thought to himself, this kid, don't stop me from talking to the junior sister. Then, he explained, because students from Martial Saint Universities are all crazy. As soon as they enroll, they face the task of exterminating monsters. From freshman year, they're exposed to bloodshed, fighting. They could kill or cripple you. Moreover, each of them has terrifying strength. After explaining, the blonde guy pointed at Lu Sheng arrogantly. Now do you understand, Junior? He had no idea that the person standing before him was actually a student from the 7th Martial Saint University. Lu Sheng smiled and replied, I understand. A moment later, they arrived at a huge sign indicating the enrollment office. It's this way. Lu Sheng had brought Yang Wan to the registration place, so he signaled, well, I'll just escort you this far. If you need anything, just contact me by phone anytime. Hearing Lu Sheng say this, Yang Wan was delighted. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, okay. The two guys saw Yang Wan being affectionate with Lu Sheng, and then intently watching Lu Sheng leave. Jia Yin then said, looks like there's no hope for us anymore. The blonde guy said, just keep tempting her. Be persistent. You know, constant dripping wears away the stone. Jia Yin remembered Lu Sheng and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, that kid is so arrogant and full of himself. The blonde guy was even more bitter. What's with that? If you need anything, just find me. Who does he think he is? Right after that, the blonde guy smiled brightly and approached Yang Wan. Hey, junior sister, that junior of yours, which school does he go to that makes him so arrogant? The girl Yang Wan showed no interest in the blonde guy and coldly replied, the 7th Martial Saint University. The two hearing 7th Martial Saint University had their eyes wide open, mouths agape, both extremely shocked and exclaimed in unison, what? Yang Wan continued, that's right, he's from Baihei City. His name is Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, the two guys seemed to turn to stone, standing there frozen as if struck by lightning when they heard the name Lu Sheng. The expressions of both were extremely comical. Lu Sheng went one way, while Yang Wan went the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the two young men's shrill cries echoed, he's this year's Denglong champion. After dragging his suitcase for a while, the young man Lu Sheng finally arrived at his destination. The young man exclaimed joyfully, I've arrived. It seemed Lu Sheng had seen something. This was an enormous sign appearing above the massive gate, the gate coveted by countless martial artists, the 7th Martial Saint University. The young man stood gazing at the sign in wooden tower for a long time, then muttered, the 7th Martial Saint University. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the 7th Martial Saint University is amazing. The calligraphy of the Martial Saint, the giant wooden tower, the imposing atmosphere hits you right in the face. In the heart of a grandmaster are mountains and rivers. In the heart of a martial saint is the universe. Even if it's just to broaden one's horizons, accumulate experience, this trip to the university is not in vain. Then the young man entered the gate. After walking a short distance, he encountered a sign with 4 characters, New Student Reception. Next to it was a tent. Underneath were a girl and a guy holding a large sword waiting. Lu Sheng approached, took out his letter, and asked the seated girl, excuse me, is this the reception area for new students? I'm here to register. The blonde girl lying on the chair heard the voice of the new male student and sat up quickly. She took the letter from Lu Sheng's hand. Ah, new student, give me your admission letter. I'll check it for you. The girl sitting in the chair next to her also chimed in. Oh, what's this? It's always the same, all dolled up when you see a handsome guy. The blonde girl opened the letter and was startled. She was extremely surprised, her big round eyes staring at the letter intently. This is this year's Denglong champion. After careful inspection, the girl exclaimed, it's real. How rare. Our 7th Martial Saint University has recruited a Denglong champion for the first time, and he's a handsome guy too. This is truly rare. As for the other young man, he lifted his enormous sword, then turned his head, furrowed his brows, glanced, and let out an "oh." In a flash, he disappeared, leaving only a bright golden glow. The sound he made caught the attention of both girls and Lu Sheng. With a loud thud, the guy's shoes landed on the table in front of Lu Sheng. He spoke, so it's you, Lu Sheng. At this moment, an extremely powerful orange aura emanated from his body. The young Lu Sheng was not to be outdone with his familiar blue aura. Young Lu Sheng smiled and replied, that's right, My name is as shown in the documents. May I ask? Before Lu Sheng could finish his sentence, the other guy's face darkened. His eyes turned cold, and he swung his massive sword from behind with tremendous force. The aura emitted from the sword was powerful, but that bright white sword was blocked by Lu Sheng's aura. The sword wielder felt a bit hesitant. He glanced once, with fluctuations appearing in his heart. He pointed towards the direction behind Lu Sheng. Go straight in that direction. Follow the signs. You'll find the student dormitories. Young Lu Sheng, unfazed by the enormous sword, turned to leave. All right, thank you very much. Meanwhile, the blonde girl was very disappointed, unable to strike up a conversation before he left. She sighed. Oh, that calm, confident demeanor and aura are truly extraordinary. If only he could be on my team, that would be great. Seeing the potential future wife of Lu Sheng somewhere around, the sword wielder asked, do you know his test results? Let me check. The girl with glasses looked up the information. After checking for a while, the bespectacled girl said, no, can't find it. Then she continued, however, I heard his blood essence value has exceeded level 6 and broke many records. He could very well be the strongest Dunglong valedictorian in history. Hearing this information, the orange-haired guy grunted. Really? Then there should be an interesting show to watch later. A formidable opponent. Here, as he arrived at the dormitory area, young Lu Sheng observed his surroundings and thought, to have such a large area in the capital, it truly is a prestigious university. It's just a bit quiet. Where are all the students? Then suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, you there in front. Lu Sheng turned around to see a chubby guy huffing and puffing as he ran over. The chubby guy beamed with a radiant face. Ha ha, finally met someone. The chubby guy then asked Lu Sheng, are you also here for your first day of registration? My name is Lin Zhe. I'm also a new student. Lin Zhe scratched his head and said, could you guide me to the student dormitories? I'm directionally challenged. Been lost for half a day already. Young Lu Sheng thought it would be nice to have company. He'd been walking alone all this time, only meeting one person, so he quickly agreed. After all, having someone to walk with would be more enjoyable. I know the way. This place is really vast. Let's go together. After a while, they both arrived at the dormitory area. The chubby guy rejoiced. Woo, walking so far was tiring. Finally found where we'll be staying. This place is huge. Why are there so many people gathered at the entrance? What's going on? In front, several male students were staring at something, gritting their teeth, their bodies covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a male student was falling from above. The group of male students in front shouted, Hey, danger! Everyone get out of the way. Chubby Lin Zhe saw this scene and jumped in shock. The falling guy landed on his back and immediately started coughing. The group of male students panicked and backed away. Then he was helped to sit up by two male students in front. At the same time, a tall guy with yellow clothes and blonde hair stepped out from inside. He said, Not bad, Shua Xiaoming. This year's valedictorian from Nanjiang province, right? Very strong. You managed to withstand 2 of my moves. Among the new students, you're the first to do so. Try a little harder, okay? He pointed behind the door and said, keep putting in effort and try to break through a bit more. Then you'll be able to stay here. Right at the door, another blonde guy was standing, drinking bubble tea and watching the show. At this moment, the purple-haired guy asked the one next to him, Hudong, what do you think? Are you confident you can face him? A quick response came, not very confident. This guy was Hudong, the 5th-ranked candidate nationwide. The provincial valedictorian Hudong continued, I've just reached level 5, while this guy has probably reached the peak of level 5. Plus, with his minor accomplishment aura, I'm afraid I couldn't withstand 3 of his moves. The outcome would be the same as Shua Xiaoming's. Hudong continued, if my ability to control elements could break through to level 3, I might have a chance. But right now, hearing Hudong speak, it doesn't seem feasible. The purple-haired guy asked again, What? Even you can't do it. How about we join forces to clear a path for you? If we can just drain his energy, you will definitely have a chance. It won't be very effective. A level 5 martial artist at their peak has a blood energy value close to 1,000, and their aura supporting physical strength is as powerful as an ox. Moreover, I can sense that the guy stirring for pearls over there is even more dangerous, probably already at level 6, approaching the strength of a grandmaster. The guys were startled upon hearing this, eyes wide open, mouths agape. What? Level 6. Still a student, but already at level 6. Usually the chairman of martial arts associations in cities are only at level 6. Isn't this bullying? One of them said loudly, you guys still don't know where you've come to, do you? It's actually very easy to get into the dormitory. The rule is simple. He held up 3 fingers and said, withstand 3 of my moves and you can enter. Withstand 5 moves, you can bring your luggage in too. The guy spread his arms and said loudly, I know you're all martial arts geniuses, naturally gifted, the best among your peers, but here all those glories and honors you were once proud of are worthless. He gave a mischievous smile. Everything you want, you must earn with your own strength and ability. Those without real strength will have nothing, can only live like ordinary people, or even live like dogs, pitiful bastards. The new male students felt goosebumps hearing this, their faces scrunched up. The guy continued lecturing. This is the first lesson that I, as a senior student, your respected upperclassman, am teaching you as your first lesson upon enrollment. The male students gritted their teeth, frustrated because they couldn't do anything to the guy. During this time, Lu Sheng kept staring and thinking, how can there be this type too? So boring. Why do these insects keep popping up everywhere, talking endlessly about life lessons and the law of the jungle, while their actual strength is pathetically weak? How thick-skinned can they be? The fat red-haired Lindsay shuddered, then said, "Very good." He exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent. This is what I like the most." Stepping on these self-important seniors, enjoying their terrified and fearful looks. This is truly a classic enrollment scene. The guy used his hand to push Lu Sheng aside. Withstand 3 or 5 moves. Grandpa will teach him a lesson. Then, the fat Lindsay arrogantly pointed at his own face, saying to Lu Sheng, "New friend, I forgot to tell you, I'm the martial arts champion of Sichuan province, and ranked 19th nationally this year." As soon as he finished speaking, the fat guy charged forward. "What rubbish rules about moving in? Stop babbling. Watch Grandpa teach you a lesson." Right after that came a loud smack, followed by a thud. The fat guy was knocked back to his original spot. Oh damn. The group of male students in Lu Sheng all focused their eyes on the fat guy, speechless. Lu Sheng approached, kneeling down to ask, "Are you okay?" The fat Lindsay seemed to be in pain as he rubbed his head, then coughed. "I made a huge mistake. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He even has an aura." Then, Lindsay held his head and grimaced. The young man Lin Tan comforted him. Hey, it's all right. You did very well already. It's my turn next." As he finished speaking, the young Lu Sheng stepped forward, to Lindsay's surprise. As the young Lu Sheng stepped forward, he thought, I should have figured this out earlier. When facing trouble, just solve the problem. The young man lightly flexed his wrist, his whole body emanating an aura. Then he thought, when encountering flies that keep buzzing around annoyingly, just swat them away and it's done. Young Lu Sheng clenched his fist, stepped forward, glanced at the blonde guy and said, "Make your move." The blonde guy waved his hand. "Slow down. Wait, no rush. You think you can withstand my 3 moves just like that?" Young Lu Sheng quickly understood what that meant. Then Lu Sheng slowly put his backpack on the ground, not forgetting to make the 1-inch punch gesture, provoking the other guy and said, "Is this okay now?" Seeing this scene, the bystanders gaped, their bodies breaking out in cold sweat. The red-haired guy opened his mouth and said, "This kid really doesn't know his place. That's a martial artist with true chi, yet he dares to look down on him." The purple-haired guy also chimed in. "Did this kid eat a tiger's guts and bear's gallbladder? He dares to provoke them. Does he want to go home with injuries? Indeed, youth without life experience. Little brother, you're on your own." The blonde guy's eyes lit up. He licked his lips greedily. Seeing the foolish prey before him, he shouted, "I'll show you what real cruelty is." His body emitted a strong yellow chi in front of Lu Sheng. Now enveloped by the other guy's strong yellow chi, the guy threw a kick. The onlookers saw the enveloping chi and were terrified, exclaiming, "This power!" The purple-haired guy was so scared he shouted, "Ah!" It seemed he had seen something extremely dangerous. It turned out that the blonde guy's chi had reached Lu Sheng's face, but it had no effect on Lu Sheng at all, as the young man neutralized it very easily. Young Lu Sheng had remained calm, observing. The moment had come. Lu Sheng's blue chi also radiated powerfully. Lu Sheng rushed quickly towards the other guy. Seeing his chi completely nullified by his opponent, and the opponent rushing towards him, he froze in place. This happened very fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng's arm was already gripping the blonde guy's neck. He cried out in pain, "You, let go of me quickly." Bam! He was slammed hard against a nearby wall by Lu Sheng. The nearby students were terrified, unable to believe what they had just seen. Their faces were covered in sweat. The red-haired guy exclaimed in utter shock, "What the fuck? What's going on here?" A peak level 5 martial artist with small success chi was neutralized so easily. The purple-haired guy's eyes went white. How? How could he be taken down in just 1 move? Right after that was the image of the blonde guy sprawled out, head planted in the ground, dust and smoke everywhere. The fat guy, Linza, stared wide-eyed. Can chi also be crushed by bare hands? It seems like the person inside is about to make a move. Young Lu Sheng turned to look at the remaining guy who was drinking bubble tea. He was angrily squeezing the bubble tea cup. Lu Sheng walked over and asked, "Can I go now?" The other guy was burning with rage but couldn't do anything. He could only crush the bubble tea cup and reply, Fine. So Lu Sheng flung open the door and strode in confidently. As he walked, he didn't forget to put his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose. Approaching the place to get the room card, young Lu Sheng thought to himself, these guys were intentionally blocking him from getting the room card. Thinking of Lindsay, might as well help him get a card too. From inside, Lu Sheng tossed out a card. Hey fatty, come on in. Lindsay quickly reached out to catch it. The chubby Lindsay, holding the room card in his hand, was overjoyed. Oh, it's here. Thank you. The others nearby jealously exclaimed, oh, I want to follow you too. The fat guy picked up Lu Sheng's backpack with a face beaming like a flower. Heh, let me carry this for you. Seeing Lu Sheng and the fat guy pass through so easily, the others continued to discuss. They got through so easily. That long-haired guy didn't even make a move. How? Could it be that he felt he couldn't match up to him? Lu Sheng and fat Lindsay walked away. At this moment, the remaining blonde guy immediately made a phone call. Hey, Chen Xiong, this year it looks like there'll be someone tough to deal with. The scene changes to the dormitory area. Young Lu Sheng looked at a newly built tall building and exclaimed, this is the right place. The dorm is even better than I imagined. Turns out I've been assigned a separate house. This house isn't smaller than the new one back home. The important thing is it's all free. For me, that's awesome. Using free stuff is still the best. Ha ha ha. The fat guy, seeing the spacious, luxurious house, was utterly shocked, pointing around. That's the house of the top scholar Deng Long. My friend, aren't you actually Lu Sheng? The fat guy's eyes turned into stars as he shouted, oh my god. Lu Sheng, seeing the fat guy's extreme surprise, asked back, what? Don't I look like it? Fat Lindsay grinned from ear to ear. The chubby young man flattered. Hey, you do. You look exactly like it. Earlier when I was wandering lost, I already thought you weren't ordinary. I didn't expect you to be this amazing. At this moment, Fat Lindsay looked like he was about to cry, then let out a sigh and confessed. At first, I thought that I, being the top scholar of a province, who knew I'd meet you right away. To avoid encountering monsters like you, I specifically enrolled in the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, also known as the 7 Sacred Martial Ways. The fat guy tugged at his hair and continued, I thought you guys would go to the top martial arts universities. I never expected the strongest person like you would also enter the 7 Sacred Martial Ways. After hearing this long confession from Lindsay, young Lu Sheng asked with a bit of doubt, what's wrong? Is the 7 Sacred Martial Ways very weak? Receiving this question from Lu Sheng, Lindsay explained, that's what I heard at home. Otherwise, why would it be called the 7th? The top scholars of Deng Long in recent years all went to the leading sacred martial arts universities. I looked up the results of the annual National College Martial Arts Competition, and the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University often ranks last. This is considered the weakest, right? Young Lu Sheng chuckled lightly, then said, whether weak or strong, it's still martial arts passed down from the martial saint, enough for you to cultivate. Anyway, I have things to do. We'll talk later. Young Lu Sheng entered the house, closing the door. Then from outside, Lin Zay's voice echoed in, hey, can I have your WeChat? Stepping inside, young Lu Sheng leaned back on the sofa and thought, the interior is well equipped too. Even the sofa is made of monster beast leather. It has everything necessary. A country boy in the city for the first time, seeing a fancy remote on the table, the young man asked, not knowing, what's this? The young man pressed a button, and a series of guides immediately appeared on the screen. Secret tips to pass the 13th floor of the Martial Saint Tower. Fierce, southern hunter. Tearing apart level 5 monster beasts with bare hands. Those with weak hearts should consider before watching. Notable figures on the ranking board of this sacred tower warning. High energy. The young man saw the rankings and got curious. Oh, the top ranker. So the young man clicked to watch a channel with ID 1145. Exclusive information. Watch live the classic battle of Chen Yehuan versus future contender for first place in the senior year student rankings of the 7 Sacred Martial Ways University. The school website also has quite a lot of information. Looking at the comments, these two people seem to be the strongest senior year students in the school, not yet graduated. Let's see what their level is like. Lu Sheng focused on the screen, which was showing 2 senior year students preparing to fight for first place ranking. One wielding a sword, the other a saber. It was the classic immortal battle of the big shots. Suddenly, while watching, a notification popped up, ruining the mood. 15-second trial period has ended. Please register for a paid account using points to continue watching. Young Lu Sheng then grimaced and exclaimed, indeed, all video websites in the world are the same. Right now, I don't even know my student ID number, so I can't register at all. Well, I'll figure it out later. So while I have nothing to do, I'll practice the Great Sun Perfection method a bit. That outdoor space isn't bad. The young man took out a bag full of medicine. Before coming here, he had prepared 30 bottles of golden dragon water, which should be enough. The young man quickly drank a bottle. Its effect was truly extraordinary. Let me practice. Energy spread throughout his body. Young Lusheng was practicing when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door outside. Young Lusheng turned and asked, "Who's there?" There was no answer from outside, just continuous loud banging sounds echoing in. At this point, Lusheng realized it wasn't knocking anymore, but the sound of someone kicking the door with increasing intensity. Cracks had started to appear on the door. Young Lusheng opened the door and stepped out. Footprints were still visible on the door. Lusheng asked irritably, "Who is it?" "A red-haired guy with a fierce face and blazing red eyes. It's me. You're the one, that guy." Before he could finish, Lusheng threw a punch at him. The guy flew back, crashing loudly. Dust filled the air. Dozens of meters away, two lackeys who came with him saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat, their hands gripping their pants in fear. Energy radiating from his body, young Lusheng said loudly, "Go back and learn how to knock politely before you come find me. Right now I'm in a bad mood, and my martial arts are high. Don't provoke me. Disrespect, and you'll eat porridge." The two lackeys saw their boss get kicked away and were terrified. The boss lay in a heap under the thick cloud of dust, accompanied by a few groans. "Oh, it hurts like hell." A close-up of the boss showed he had no teeth left. This time eating porridge would be a reality. His face was contorted in pain. In his mind, he thought, Lusheng just started school. How can he be so strong already? Lusheng spoke up and asked, "So what's your purpose here? Or is this just your usual troublemaking? Who's next?" Hearing Lusheng's question, the two lackeys startled and turned back with extremely frightened eyes. Both looked like their hearts might jump out. The one in blue quickly changed his expression, forced a smile, and handed Lusheng a student ID. No, it's not like that. It's not what you think. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. We're from the student management office. This is your student ID. It's linked to your villa room card. Here, there's also a welcome gift of daily necessities for new students. With this card, you can use all facilities on campus of the 7 Sacred Martial Arts University. Every month, you can also receive a bottle of level 4 strange blood. The one in orange also put on a big grin, holding a box of personal items and strange blood to give to Lusheng. Holding the student ID in his hand, young Lusheng pondered over what the guy had said. Each month, he could receive a portion of level 4 strange blood. Indeed, the benefits of 7 Sacred Martial Arts University were extraordinary. Young Lusheng looked at the orange-haired boss who was grinding his teeth and thought further. However, saying they came to deliver the student ID and offer warm encouragement and greetings, I don't believe it. Such a heavy aura of hatred must be another show of force towards new students by the school staff. Seeing them still standing there not leaving, young Lusheng's face darkened, his aura radiating extremely powerfully. What now? Waiting for me to apologize. No need. We're leaving right away. Bam. Young Lusheng slammed the door shut. The young man's voice echoed from inside. "I've received the items. Thank you. You came all this way. Take your time leaving. No need to see you off." The guys, seeing Lusheng had gone inside, sighed in relief. The two quickly ran to support their boss. The boss angrily said, "Motherfucker, I'm so pissed off I could die. As a senior student, to be beaten up like this by a freshman. What now? Want revenge? I'm not playing that foolish game with you." The orange-haired guy sighed and said, "Revenge my ass. Last time I went on a mission to fight a level 6 blood beast, I wasn't even injured this badly. But this matter can't end like this. Next time." The orange-haired guy was speaking halfway when a cold gaze from the slightly open door looked out. "Oh, still haven't left." This sentence made them jump in fright, their whole bodies trembling. Young Lusheng, with a murderous look in his eyes, continued, "Forgot something." Senior brothers, all three seeing Lusheng's eyes, were terrified to the extreme, their faces distorted, cold sweat pouring like rain. The one in blue quickly said, Nothing. Then the boss in the middle added, "Ah, right, forgot to fix the broken door." The one in yellow quickly made a phone call. "Hello, facilities department, we have an urgent situation. Quickly send someone to repair the door for top scholar Dang Long. It's a matter of life and death. Hurry up, please." After the three of them left, the young man went inside and turned on the TV. Lusheng muttered, "With this multifunction card, I can watch videos now, right? Yeah, it works." The young man saw a guy holding a sword and wondered, is this the current top-ranked student at the Sacred 7 Martial Arts University? Fighting while wearing a suit and tie, Looks pretty cool. Next is a guy holding a big blade. This one is Shaolan. These two people represent the highest level of martial arts talent at the peak of Long Kingdom's martial arts. I wonder how strong they really are. Next is a scene where the blade wielder launches a powerful strike from above. The sword wielder quickly steps back to dodge and then counterattacks. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks and debris fly everywhere. Then follows a series of back and forth attacks executed by both of them. After over 300 rounds with no clear winner, knowing he can't defeat his opponent with speed and technique, the blade wielder decides to use his strength advantage. He closes in on his opponent with the blade, using brute force to end the fight. Watching the intense battle between the two, young Lu Sheng concludes, "They're very powerful." Then, the young man counts on his fingers and analyzes. "If I didn't have the will of a master, perhaps I'd need to use 6/10 of my strength to defeat them." In the video, the blade wielder lost the match. Looking at the result of the fight, young Lu Sheng ponders further. That's already quite impressive. Currently, with my small achievement in vital energy, my combat power with just one casual hit should be over 2 million. 5 parts of my strength would definitely exceed 1 million. In other words, these two haven't reached the master level yet, but already possess master level combat power. This is the Sacred 7 Martial Arts University too, not even the Sacred 7 ranking anymore. It means there are still many geniuses in the world. I need to work even harder. Suddenly, the young man sees a video featuring himself and the fat guy Lin Zhe at the dormitory. Lu Sheng exclaims in surprise, Is this a secretly recorded scene from earlier at the dorm?" The video shows a close-up of young Lu Sheng punching the blonde guy. Watching the replay of that guy's head being slammed hard into the ground, the young man can't help but exclaim, "Oh boy, that seems a bit too violent." Following that, the video adds scenes of an MC narrating for more appeal. The MC raises a hand to the camera and announces, "Everyone focus on this extremely hot scene. This is the moment of the vile demon." Slow motion of young Lu Sheng punching that guy. A flood of viewer comments fills the screen. "This punch is terrifying. About 2.33 million. Laughing to death. Always. Senior students bullying new students, and the result is the senior getting beaten badly. This freshman is way too strong. Is there a god helping him? Such abnormal strength." Young Lu Sheng watches the video and reads the comments, then jumps in surprise. "What? This was just an accident. I didn't mean to. It's his fault for being so aggressive." The young man feels uneasy for the blonde guy who got hit. It seems that guy won't dare to raise his head at school for a long time. In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Sheng's stomach suddenly growls, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Let's see what the food at Sacred Martial School is like." Young Lu Sheng goes down to the cafeteria and finds it packed. A moment later, Lin is carrying a stack of food higher than his head, grinning. "Saint bro, don't laugh at me. I really like these dishes, so even though I practice martial arts, I'm still this fat." He walks and laughs, speaking cheerfully. When he gets closer, he looks again and sees young Lu Sheng eating 16 sandwiches. Fat Lin Trake's eyes nearly pop out. He shouts, "Holy cow, eating even more than me. Give me 16 hamburgers. That's crazy. I'm still not old enough." After that, Fat Lin Trake no longer dares to be proud of his eating ability. The fat guy approaches, bows his head, and timidly says, "You're amazing, Saint Bro. You're still the best." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng is still puffing his cheeks to swallow the hamburgers into his stomach. At a nearby table, 2 girls are chatting. The blonde girl blushes, glances at Lu Sheng, and says, "Huh, that's Lu Sheng, the strongest freshman. He looks quite handsome, doesn't he?" The other girl replies, "But don't let looks deceive you. He may be handsome, but he's very brutal when he fights. But I really like that. Hehe." At another table, 2 guys are watching Lu Sheng slurp soup with dark faces, saying, "Damn it, that kid broke his bones. He's almost at level 6. Huh, it was just a fluke due to overconfidence. I also want to test the strength of this top dragon ascension scholar. Heh, me too." Fat Lin Trake looks around and says to Lu Sheng, "Saint Bro, oh my god. Saint Bro, can you hear it? Everyone is talking about you. It's only the first day of school, and you've already become the main character of the school. I wish I were as strong as you." Young Lu Sheng replies, "It's not necessarily a good thing." Just as Lu Sheng finishes speaking, there are some knocks on the table. "Excuse me." 4 guys approach Lu Sheng's table. The one wearing a red shirt speaks. "You're Lu Sheng, right? Nice to meet you." He smiles, extends his hand, and says, "My name is Wu Fan, this year's top scholar from Yuhang province, ranked 17th nationwide." Oh, young Lu Sheng is a food lover, so he hates anyone who disturbs him while eating. So the young man coldly says, "So what? Did you come here specifically to brag about your graduation exam results to me?" The bald guy rushes forward aggressively. "You," but Wu Fan raises his hand to stop him. Then he continues, "Lu Sheng, I know you're very strong. I might not be a match for you, but this is a school. Social interaction is the most important thing here. So Wu Fan is cut off mid-sentence by Lu Sheng. If you're not a match for me, then why do you still come to provoke me? Young Lu Sheng is about to eat 2 more steamed buns when the other guy continues. Knowing there are things you shouldn't do, people you shouldn't anger, but still being stubborn, wouldn't you say you're not very smart? As soon as he finishes, Lu Sheng stands up, face darkened, and slams both hands on the table, causing Wu Fan to startle a bit, stepping back. Question mark. He breaks out in a cold sweat, staring intently at Lu Sheng. Knowing that words won't be enough to subdue Lu Sheng, he grits his teeth, throwing a punch towards Lu Sheng. Surprisingly, he feels a very large hand coming towards his face. In a flash, Lu Sheng's hand has grabbed Wu Fan's face. He's terrified, thinking, damn it, this scene seems familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. Ah, that's right, it was in that video. Just as he finishes thinking, Lu Sheng slams his head onto the floor. Boom, the floor shakes. Food flies everywhere. Lu Sheng's hand is still gripping his face tightly. Meanwhile, the floor cracks, sinking into a deep hole. His lackeys are extremely frightened, eyes wide open, standing and watching, not daring to make a sound. Young Lu Sheng shouts loudly, I've told you, I have a hot temper and I get angry easily. Don't come looking for trouble or bother me. The fat guy Lindsay has starry eyes and is full of admiration. So cool, Saint Bro. Meanwhile, other students have their mouths wide open. The Demon King has become real. Some are even using their phones to record it for adding music later, to post on search. After Lu Sheng's action, we see the other guy lying flat on the floor, food plates shattered. Young Lu Sheng is calmly standing and wiping his hands. Food from the table is dripping onto the face of that cocky guy, looking very disgusting. While wiping his hands, young Lu Sheng warns. Meanwhile, the guy who was beaten senseless is still lying unconscious, his face covered with a layer of liquid from leftover food, vegetables, all over his face. Lu Sheng's voice echoes, there are 2 things in life that I really hate. You could say I despise them with a passion. Lu Sheng stands pointing at himself. At this moment, his whole body exudes a very strong aura. First is when I'm cultivating and get disturbed. Right after that, Lu Sheng's hand points down at the guy on the ground. Second is seeing flies buzzing around while I'm eating. So remember, don't choose these 2 times to bother me. The 2 lackeys of that guy hear this and tremble. Lu Sheng even points directly at their faces. Do you understand? They feel extremely small in front of a towering Lu Sheng with his determined eyes. They shake uncontrollably, barely able to stand. So both immediately bow their heads, kowtowing repeatedly. We understand. We understand. We'll never appear before you again. Before leaving, Lu Sheng adds a bonus sentence. Very good. Very good. When he wakes up, remember to tell him to pay for the table. Right then, young Lu Sheng turns his head and tells Lindsay, let's go. Yes, boss Lu Sheng. The students behind are buzzing with excited discussions. A moment later, Lindsay recalls the earlier scene and exclaims, oh my god, Brother Saint was just too awesome earlier. That's how a man should be. If you don't accept defeat, you fight. As Lu Sheng left, the students all had red eyes, staring at Lu Sheng as if thirsting for blood. Some were even eager to try. Their eyes constantly followed him like tigers stalking prey. Young Lu Sheng walked while thinking. The martial way is inherently a path of domination, especially here at St. Seven University. Martial arts gathers the essence of martial arts, the top martial arts geniuses of the country. What's not lacking are stubborn fools like the one just now, like annoying flies, constantly appearing, mainly because they're not scared enough yet. Young Lu Sheng glanced at the eager students and pondered to himself, if they were facing a master, would they dare to act like this? No. So what I need to do is make them scared enough. Those hateful flies will naturally disappear. I must find an opportunity to beat them until they're terrified, their bones turn to jelly. Young Lu Sheng imagined himself as a great, mighty demon. Those cocky guys like flies trembling in fear at his feet. They must revere Lu Sheng like a demon, respect Lu Sheng like a god. The young man continued to imagine himself as a deity with a halo of dazzling light. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud voice called out, Lu Sheng. An imposing figure approached. Lu Sheng quickly sensed that this person was very strong. The aura of this person was extremely powerful, the pressure even stronger than his own. The person cordially approached and said, Are you Lu Sheng? I'm Vice Principal Zhao Taikong. I'm looking for you about something. Tomorrow, you need to give a speech on stage as the representative of the new students. Hearing the vice principal speak, the young man startled. Give a speech on stage. The vice principal saw that Lu Sheng was a bit nervous, so he said, Actually, you just need to say a few words. Nothing special. Lu Sheng quickly replied, All right, vice principal, I'll prepare. Meanwhile, the fat guy Lindsay exclaimed, That's awesome. So excellent. This is a chance to show off in front of all the new students. Brother Sheng must perform well in front of all the new students. You're right. Indeed, I need to perform well. Soon, the second day arrived at the auditorium for the opening ceremony of the 57th batch of St. Seven University Martial Arts. In the auditorium, voices shouted, "Lu Sheng is here. Is he the one who knocked Wu Fan unconscious yesterday?" All the students turned around to look. At this moment, Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe were led into the auditorium by a girl. Seeing Lu Sheng enter the auditorium, the gray-haired guy said that we should stay as far away from this person as possible. Lu Sheng, with a cold gaze, was looking around the auditorium. The vice principal's voice echoed, "Welcome to St. Seven University of Martial Arts." Then followed a long-winded speech in the golden autumn. Students came from all over. The students below were dozing off, listening to it. Young Lu Sheng even covered both ears, thinking to himself, no matter which world, leaders' speeches are all the same. After a long while, the vice principal finally made a big announcement. Next, we invite this year's new student representative, the top scholar Denglong Lu Sheng, to come on stage and give a speech. Everyone, please give him a warm welcome. The curly-haired guy and his followers shouted in protest. A series of provocative whistles rang out. Lu Sheng glanced at those who were shouting, thinking to himself, "So you guys want to get beaten up? Just wait, I'll give you the opportunity." The vice principal then asked the students to be quiet. "Lu Sheng, are you ready?" The young man replied with great confidence, "I've been preparing all day, so there shouldn't be any problem." The vice principal was startled by Lu Sheng's answer. Prepared all day. The vice principal thought to himself, I didn't expect Lu Sheng to care so much about such a small matter. He really respects me. It seems he's not the arrogant, talented type, only focused on martial arts. Young Lu Sheng prepared to speak, a familiar, mischievous smile on his face. The young follower of the curly-haired guy wondered, what does this kid want to say? The curly-haired guy said, no matter what he says, we'll all shout and disrupt, not letting him get off the stage, embarrassing him, giving him a memorable start at school. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Sheng spoke. I am Lu Sheng. I know many of you are unwilling to lose to me like this. Today I'll give you a chance. The crowd below buzzed. What the hell? A chance? Young Lu Sheng shouted loudly. Right now, challenge me immediately. The young man even spread his arms, stirring up excitement. I specially allow all of you to come up together. Next was a provocative action. Don't keep me waiting long. You flies, the curly-haired guy and his follower gritted their teeth, angry. The vice principal seemed to turn to stone. What is going on? Hearing young Lu Sheng's words, the vice principal was startled, his mouth agape. What? He had to push up his glasses to look again because he couldn't believe what he was hearing and seeing. The teacher thought to himself, is this the speech he prepared for a whole day? That's it, just these 4 sentences. In the end, it's still about fighting. Meanwhile, young Lu Sheng still stood with his arms raised, proud and without hesitation before the crowd of wide-eyed students staring at him. Fat Lin Zhe and the guy behind him also had their eyes wide open, mouths agape. Fat Lindsay exclaimed, that's my saint. So cool. He didn't forget to give Lu Sheng a like with his trembling hand. Young Lu Sheng now looked extremely cold and confident, asking, what's wrong? Don't dare to come up together. Are you all trash? All the students inside the auditorium hearing Lu Sheng's words were frozen, their faces contorted, with a big question mark appearing in their minds. Where on earth did this brat come from? Zijendong's follower stared with eyes wide open. Suddenly, a fist slammed down hard, startling him as well, his face covered in cold sweat. Damn it, you're too arrogant. You like to live dangerously, huh? Lu Sheng wants to make a name for himself on opening day. That was the curly-haired Zijendong. His whole body seemed to turn to stone. He patted his chest with a wicked smile. Let me, Zijendong, teach you a lesson. Today, if I don't give you a lesson you'll never forget. I, Zijendong, swear I'm not human. He lifted his face, smug, and quickly started warming up. The surrounding crowd also gritted their teeth. A girl's voice rang out. Does he really think he's invincible? That's right. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak such contemptuous words to my face like that. Let's see how long this kid can last. A girl stood up with one hand on her hip and continued. I also want to see how capable the top scholar Deng Long really is. The redhead Huodong thought to himself, damn it, this atmosphere, my instincts tell me this isn't a wise choice. But if I don't go up now, everyone will think I, Huodong, am afraid of Lu Sheng. Thinking this, Huodong also spoke up. Then please, top scholar Deng Long, enlighten us. Behind him, Huodong also had 2 guys warming up, preparing to join him. All eyes were focused on young Lu Sheng. Space and time seemed to stand still at this very moment. Suddenly, a powerful aura was created by someone, as strong as a fire dragon, accompanied by a loud shout. Please enlighten me." Seeing this scene, a worried teacher exclaimed, What is this? What's going on?" "Vice principal." The vice principal immediately gestured with his hand. The vice principal stood watching very calmly. "Don't rush. Let's watch first." Fat Lindsay saw many students rushing towards preparing to hit Lu Sheng and became visibly angry, shouting, "Damn it, you bastards, how can you gang up on him like that? This is too unreasonable, let's go." In his mind, the fat guy thought, "It's fine, if we fight, we fight. At worst, we'll just get punched. It's not like we'll die or anything. No matter how strong Lu Sheng is, he can't defeat so many people. We can't let Lu Sheng lose face." A powerful aura was created, directed towards Fat Lindsay and Lu Sheng. Young Lu Sheng took another step forward, coldly saying, "So trash only becomes a bit threatening when piled up together." Lu Sheng was trying to use derogatory words to provoke them, luring the students to use their full power. At this moment, Lu Sheng's face darkened, his eyes turned red, exuding a murderous aura, his energy appearing extremely powerful. "Very well. I also want to see what you pieces of trash are ultimately relying on to qualify sitting with me." At this moment, Lu Sheng seemed incredibly small in front of the various terrifying pressures created by the other students. But immediately after, the young man's aura also spread out very strongly. Young Lu Sheng clenched his fist, throwing a punch towards the curly-haired guy. He was the first to take a punch to the chest. He only managed to cough once, then was immediately punched, flying several dozen meters by Lu Sheng. Just then, another guy rushed in, launching a kick. Young Lu Sheng quickly blocked it. The young man even taunted, "Some people are weak, yet stubborn and hard-headed." Then, the young man grabbed the other's leg and slammed him hard to the ground. Just as he floored one, from behind, a pressure like burning fire rushed towards him. Someone was unleashing a palm strike, creating a sea of fire. The others standing nearby couldn't withstand this enormous pressure, having to defend with all their might. A girl couldn't bear it and fell to the floor. The one unleashing the fire palm laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! Lu Sheng, no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand this flame." Just as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. From behind his flames, a few fingers appeared. Immediately after, a hand shot out, grabbing and squeezing his head. He was utterly terrified. That hand belonged to none other than the familiar hand of Lu Sheng. The young man replied, "That guy is quite strong indeed. The sea of fire completely engulfed me. My clothes are already singed, but that's not enough. Go back and train some more." Suddenly, Lu Sheng turned his head as if he saw something. A powerful beam of blue light. It quickly rushed towards Lu Sheng to rescue that guy from the young man's palm. It was the power of the girl from earlier. As she rushed in, she thought to herself, "Great strength, strong defense. Then I'll use speed to slowly cut your flesh, gradually causing you pain." Before she could finish her thought, young Lu Sheng had already shifted the wind's breath. In a flash, he had rushed over, grabbing the girl's leg. She was startled, letting out a gasp. The young man swung his arm to catch the pretty girl, but her speed was not to be underestimated. In a blink, she had flown far beyond the young man's reach. At this moment, Lu Sheng was dealing with another opponent. Her entire body emitted an extremely powerful purple energy. She shouted, I'm about to lose control of my power." The climax of her shout was a sentence. "Don't blame me, okay?" That purple mental force energy transformed into the shape of a dart, shooting towards young Lu Sheng. Too fast, too dangerous. Lu Sheng couldn't react in time and was hit directly, his clothes riddled with holes, the sleeves torn to shreds. The girl exclaimed joyfully, "Success! It's a success! I've defeated him. I've taken him down." Those darts managed to penetrate Lu Sheng's clothes, but couldn't pierce through the young man's skin. Lu Sheng gathered the darts and humorously said, "Who gave you permission to scratch my itch?" Young Lu Sheng then used his mental force to control those darts, preparing to counterattack. The girl saw that the created darts were longer and sharper than her own. She exclaimed in utter surprise, "Impossible! You're also a mental force user." Immediately, she was pinned around her body by the darts and held firmly against the wall. The girl was terrified, her face drained of blood, eyes wide, mouth agape, only managing to utter, "Ouch!" The remaining students, led by Huo Dong, some holding spears, others wielding sabers, some brandishing swords, and the rest using their fists. Damn it! Everyone, attack together! They all simultaneously launched their weapons, rushing towards Lu Sheng. The young man turned back, casting a glance. His eyes were cold and sharp, emitting a strange blue light, his whole body radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Lu Sheng unleashed a thunderous palm strike, the brilliant light illuminating the entire area. The group of students was blown away. As the dust cloud slowly dissipated, Lu Sheng stepped forward slowly. Indeed, trash will always be trash. Even when gathered together, it's still just garbage. I expected too much from you all. Lu Sheng's entire being at this moment still exuded an incredibly powerful aura. The surrounding nature looked like a scene of ruins and devastation. reaction. The teacher, seeing this scene, could only exclaim, "This is truly unbelievable." The vice principal stared intently at the young man, Lu Sheng. Then the vice principal broke into a pleased smile. "This is truly worth looking forward to. Tomorrow, when people from the other 6 martial arts universities see Lu Sheng, it will be very interesting, and there will be much more to see." After the vice principal felt excited about young Lu Sheng, it was now the turn of the orange-haired guy and the one behind him to be dealt with by Lu Sheng. Their eyes were wide with shock, their bodies covered in sweat as they couldn't believe their eyes. Young Lu Sheng muttered, "How can this be? I was still considering whether to make a move or not, and it's already over." Lu Sheng stepped on one guy's head with his foot. He felt immense pressure, dizziness, his head spinning. The other one also fell into a dazed state, his mouth straining to form words. The battle of the warriors has failed. Young Lu Sheng now looked incredibly cool with his cold, sharp gaze. The world is about to welcome a dark and long-lasting era under the rule of the Demon King. In the other guy's eyes, Lu Sheng appeared as a headless Demon King with an enormously huge sword. He was stunned. Lu Sheng stepped in front of him, waving his hand a few times, but he remained stiff, standing frozen there. Lu Sheng even called out, "Hey you!" In Lu Sheng's mind, he thought, why is he so petrified? Do we need to add another familiar line from anime? Lu Sheng's voice echoed in his ears. "So you're up now." Meanwhile, the orange-haired guy's face looked like he was trying to poop while having hemorrhoids. Then, he shook his head vigorously, indicating no. Suddenly, when he turned around, he discovered a chair behind him. A thought flashed through his mind. He quickly sat down, then hastily replied, "I didn't. Absolutely not. I'm still sitting here." Meanwhile, he was extremely tense, hurriedly sitting down quickly before it was too late. Otherwise, he'd get a few more punches from Lu Sheng. Young Lu Sheng put on an extremely friendly face, muttering, "Well, never mind. We're not missing someone like you." But his hand slapped the other guy's head. The guy could only take the full slap as there was no way to dodge it. Then, the young man continued with an ice-cold face and, turning back, he said, "I've already given you guys a chance." The students behind were terrified and remained silent. The young man's voice continued, "What a pity. This is because you didn't seize the opportunity." Then, Lu Sheng pointed to the ground, saying loudly, "When these guys wake up, tell them next time not to run up to me, jumping around randomly anymore. Do you understand?" The students behind quickly nodded, stammering, "Understood. We understand." Then the young man gave a mischievous smile, turning to call the vice principal. "My speech as the new student representative has ended. What do you think, sir? Was it all right?" The teacher was very excited about this debut of Lu Sheng and exclaimed, "Good, good, very good." The vice principal's face couldn't hide this excitement. The vice principal smiled brightly, then ordered, "Keep a few students behind to clean up the hall. Those who need to go to the infirmary, take them there. The rest are dismissed quickly." Afterwards, Lu Sheng's video was posted online. The entrance ceremony of the 7th Holy Martial Arts School for the 57th class has ended perfectly, dominating the new student rankings with 1 against hundreds of students. The filmmakers and video editors couldn't help but exclaim, "Extremely cool filmmaking. The strongest freshman in history." Young Lu Sheng was edited in the video like a demon before the old and new students, revealing the full power of Lu Sheng. The top student of the 7th Holy Martial Arts School, on the second day of enrollment, criticized the old student rankings. "If you're still lazy, you should try harder. Level 6 martial artist plus level 3 spirit chanting, comprehensive analysis of the top scholar's strength. Danglong Lu Sheng with stats of 999, and the rest are unknown mysteries." All of Lu Sheng's stats were even graphed, for everyone to easily see the significant power difference. A huge question mark was raised. This is the brightest star of the 7th Holy Martial Arts School. The actions of Lu Sheng were like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating continuous waves. The young man had just returned to the dormitory and watched his own video with a frown and gaping mouth. Lu Sheng muttered, "These clickbait titles describe me like a high-level boss lost in a newbie village." Then, Lu Sheng seriously raised his head, wondering if he was really that kind of person. "However, I've indeed become more violent lately. It seems I've gotten used to solving everything with force. Could it be because my power increased too quickly? Perhaps that's part of the reason, but the main reason is still that those students are too weak, yet like to show off. When fighting with those new students, there was absolutely no pressure. It felt like playing with cheats enabled. The young man even imagined himself as a lawnmower, and those students as grass. They were terrified of being cut down smoothly without being able to offer any resistance. Being weak isn't a crime, but being weak and unaware of it is a great sin. In the young man's mind, Lu Sheng recalled the scene of those students, one group screaming in fear, another cheering as if meeting an idol. Weakness is troublesome, and even worse than violence. While it can't solve every problem, it can solve most problems. The young man clenched his fist, thinking of the martial arts techniques he had originally planned to use, Shan Sheng, to quickly increase access to the resource bank. Fireseed, it was time to shine. Perhaps because he had thought everything through, the great sun in his mind suddenly showed signs of change. His martial will was about to break through. Now it's time to send someone on their way. The young man rushed off at extreme speed, then quickly approached the person Lu Sheng mentioned. It was the martial arts queen, also known by another name, the Ice Queen. She had already prepared a shield and a long, sharp spear, waiting for Lu Sheng to charge. As soon as Lu Sheng flew close, she used her sharp spear to thrust repeatedly with very fast movements. Lu Sheng dodged, avoiding everything, then concentrated all his strength into his fist, unleashing a thunderous punch. She used her shield to block it, then very quickly, she counter-attacked with her sharp spear tip. The young man quickly shifted his wind breath, instantly gliding and circling to the back. He then used the observation method of the crystal water god Illumination King Sutra, increasing his mental strength tenfold. Mental energy gathered in his palm, then radiated out with immense power. A dazzling purple light illuminated the entire area. Immediately, that beam of light shot straight and severed one of the Ice Queen's arms. Lu Sheng exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, a hit." But right where the arm was cut off, sharp ice shards began to grow. On her chest, a sharp ice shard was also growing rapidly. The ice shard grew larger and larger. The Ice Queen let out a scream that shook the entire space. Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, his face scrunched up like a monkey's. Oh, for heaven's sake, goodness, how is this even possible? But right after that, the young man looked again and saw that the ice shard had transformed into a giant robotic arm. She used that enormous robotic arm to grip tightly. All the ice, snow, and earth below shattered as she lifted the giant arm. A large block of ice was also lifted with ease. A deep hole quickly appeared. The Ice Queen shouted 2 words, "Merge." Immediately after, in front of the young Lu Sheng appeared a tall, sharp, massive ice block, incredibly solid. The young man could only gasp in utter astonishment. He felt shocked to his core. Damn it, this is big trouble. I've never seen her use this move before. Could this be the final move in its transformed state after her blood drops to a certain threshold? The scene became even more terrifying as an ice phoenix appeared. The Ice Queen looked down from above at young Lu Sheng, determined, all or nothing. She quickly raised her hand to recite the master's will, activating the blade wheel. Flames erupted around her, the cycle of rebirth. The young man threw flying daggers towards the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen also rushed forward quickly. This would be a fierce battle between ice and fire. Face to face, they looked at each other, the Ice Queen with a bewitching smile, while young Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, determined. After facing the Ice Queen, the scene showed young Lu Sheng with his head bowed to the ground, his body covered in jagged ice. Then, the young man raised his frozen hands in regret. I lost again, and even more times. This is martial arts sorcery. This is true martial arts sorcery. Lu Sheng was kneeling before the ice martial arts queen, who was pointing a sharp spear at him. The young man lowered his face, accepting the truth. Yes, in the end, I still couldn't defeat you. The martial arts queen remained silent, saying nothing. The marks on her face showed signs of cracking. When Lu Sheng looked up, he was extremely surprised. The Ice Queen slowly began to dissolve, starting from her head, then her arms. After the Ice Queen's entire body had dissolved, a 5-colored light suddenly appeared, intertwining with a purple aura. It was flying into young Lu Sheng's head. The young man was shocked. These are her memories, the Ice Queen's memories. Immediately, a scene appeared. The scene began to show a small, pretty little girl with the hand and voice of a man speaking. Master has brought her here. Her name is Zhao Lingshui. An old man was holding a knife, doing something. The old man grunted, then turned to look and continued. Not bad potential. From now on, you are officially my disciple. After some time, for unknown reasons, Lingshui sat crying under a waterfall. The surrounding water had been frozen by Lingshui. The master approached and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to learn?" Lingshui now had several icy streaks on her body. She honestly answered her master's question. "Master, I want to learn your spear techniques, because you're best at the way of the spear. You're the only one who has grasped the fifth realm of spear arts in base 1359. Hearing these words, the old man laughed heartily. Sometime later, Ling Shui stood high above, with people cheering below. Master Zhao Ling Shui has surpassed the master realm. A 17-year-old master, she might reach level 10 in her lifetime. We have another martial arts genius at the master level in base 1359. Ling Shui turned her head and called, "Master." The master lowered his face and said, "You still have a long way to go. Your ice bird soul hasn't yet escaped the glacier." Sometime later, Ling Shui was practicing in her room when suddenly the door opened. A hand reached in. Ling Shui, startled, turned and asked, "Who's there?" A man with blood still dripping from his mouth, clothes tattered. He said, "Zhao Ling Shui, the residential area of the base has been destroyed. You're still training here. Is your heart, your blood, all made of ice?" Hearing these words from the man, Ling Shui was shocked. "What? Master is dead." Master was also a madman. Before leaving, the master told them not to disturb you. Is that so? Ling Shui's eyes turned cold. She muttered, "Master is dead. Then I shall die with him." Alas, I didn't get to tell Master that my icebird's soul had just escaped the glacier. Emerging from Ling Shui's memories, Lu Sheng now clutched his head in pain, his face covered in sweat. The young man couldn't bear the pain and cried out several times, followed by heavy breathing. Lu Sheng muttered, spear techniques, the way of the spear. Never absorbed such pure memories before, mostly memories related to the spear. Then Lu Sheng clenched his fist, determined, Zhao Ling Shui's martial arts treasure is truly beneficial for my progress. My spear techniques were already at the entry flight realm, but after absorbing these pure martial arts memories like an ice stream, I've surpassed the control realm, reaching a new, higher realm, the fourth realm of spear arts. In front of Lu Sheng now appeared images of Zhao Ling Shui. The young man continued to ponder. There are differences even among masters. If Shi Qingning's memories were a clay ball full of impurities, then her memories are like a clear ice crystal. Although Zhao Ling Shui only reached level 7 when she died, she was undoubtedly a true martial arts genius, even capable of fighting on par with level 8, much stronger than Shi Qingning. After pondering, Lu Sheng suddenly thought of something and turned his head to one side, muttering, even Shi Qingning had remnants of a master's key skills. Zhao Ling Shui was 10 times stronger than Shi Qingning. Her martial will was also 10 times stronger. She must have left behind some key skills of a master. After a long period of thinking and searching, an ice sphere appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng exclaimed joyfully, "Found it." This is the core of Zhao Ling Shui's memories, the trace of a master's will. Lu Sheng reached out for the sphere, which suddenly shattered. Then, a strong beam of light radiated and flew towards Lu Sheng's body. The young man stared intently. I understand now. So this is Zhao Ling Shui's icebird's soul, isn't it? Zhao Ling Shui's spear suddenly appeared. Lu Sheng immediately grasped the spear. An icebird with 2 brightly glowing eyes appeared. This spear technique is called Cold Strike Prison Spear. This spear can cut through a Grand Master. Wherever the icebird flies, the ground below freezes. In the dream the next day, Lu Sheng saw some extremely important information. Shi Ji Hong, level 10, martial artist who mastered the profound spearway, created the Cold Strike Prison Spear, died in battle during the destruction of base 1359. Zhao Ling Shui, level 7, martial artist, spear technique genius, disciple of Shi Ji Hong, died in battle during the destruction of base 1359. At this moment, Lu Sheng finally understood everything. So that old man was actually a level 10 expert. The Cold Strike Prison Spear is so powerful, yet wasn't included in the Fire Seed plan. Then how powerful must the spear techniques be that were included in the Fire Seed plan? After a moment of excitement, Lu Sheng felt something was off. The young man closed his eyes, concentrating. No, this isn't right. Cultivating 3 level 11 skills simultaneously, my energy has almost reached its limit. How? My martial talent basically isn't this strong. It's all thanks to 10,000 years of accumulation to reach the current level. Of course, one must experience it step by step, but martial skills don't need to be like that. The dream space is an endless treasure trove for me. What I need to do is to hunt and kill these extraordinarily strong individuals to perfectly inherit their skills, just like with Zhao Ling Shui. Next target, hunting Shi Ji Hong, shouldn't be too difficult. Although his martial memory is almost the strongest existence, Shi Ji Hong's position is right in the center of the base. I can sense countless terrifying auras there that make me shudder. It's too dangerous. I still have a long way to go. Suddenly, the young man's body felt hot on one side and cold on the other. The young man clutched his chest in pain, crying out, "Ah, ah, this is my master's will, conflicting within me." The young man gritted his teeth, trying to endure. What's happening? The crystal visualization method inside Lu Sheng now had two conflicting powers, one stream of fire power and one stream of ice power. The young Lu Sheng quickly recognized Zhao Lingshui's master's will. Her will was ice, while Shi Jingning's master's will was fire. Ice and fire cannot coexist. If not handled well, my body will collapse. What should I do now? Just as he was racking his brain, surprisingly, those two streams of power were being absorbed into Lu Sheng's head. A moment later, they were completely absorbed. This is the stone form of the crystal visualization method, so it can absorb the master's will, truly life-saving. If I fully build a person according to the crystal stone, then in the body, how many master wills can it contain? Perhaps the more, the better. At this moment, Lu Sheng was imagining many badges of master wills. The young man clenched his fist, excited. Wait, so my master will, isn't it the supreme will, merged from many experts already? The perfect martial arts layer upon layer, step by step to achieve perfection. I will be invincible. Scene changes to the next day. The fat guy Lindsay, walking with Lu Sheng, said, "Brother Sheng, you're really famous now. Even the alumni have proposed to include you in the alumni rankings." Young Lu Sheng walked with his hands in his pockets, casually replied, "It's just a small dispute, just a matter of wrestling. It's nothing. Don't pay too much attention to it." The fat Lindsay heard Lu Sheng's answer and smiled widely. Brother Sheng is so modest, truly admirable. For you, this is nothing, right? Hey. Besides, today we have to choose our cold weapon specialty. Brother Sheng, what weapon are you planning to choose? I want to choose the same as you when the time comes. Young Lu Sheng was walking. Hearing this question from Fat Lindsay, he stopped. The space suddenly fell silent as if time had stopped. For Lu Sheng, young Lu Sheng put his hand on his chin, thought for a while and said, "I'll probably choose the spear." The fat guy was very eager, waiting for Lu Sheng's answer. Hearing the answer, he was as happy as if he'd won the lottery. Really, the spear is also my first choice. Swords and sabers feel too light. The spear still has the strongest power. Cool enough. Lu Sheng continued walking and said, "You really want to follow me? That's fine, but you probably won't be able to see me often, though." Hearing this, Fat Lindsay was startled. "Huh, what do you mean?" Lu Sheng didn't answer and kept walking. The fat guy didn't dare to ask further. He just hurried to follow behind Lu Sheng. The scene changes to the martial arts classroom. This was the first lesson, so the students had arrived very early and were already seated neatly. At this moment, the young man with his hands in his pockets, looking extremely cool, entered. All the students in the classroom focused their eyes on Lu Sheng. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Then came a buzz of discussion. "That's the monster. Don't anyone be foolish enough to mess with him." Huodong sat with his head down, his whole body trembling, thinking. Ever since that day, the feeling of helplessness and despair when unable to resist even a bit has caused me for several nights to dream of being in a water tank. The water keeps rising on all sides, unable to do anything, only to be submerged by the cold and despair bit by bit. Then I wake up with a start. Over and over again. Is the top scholar really that terrifying? No, the truly terrifying one isn't the title of top scholar at all, but him, Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a jingling sound echoed from outside the classroom. A teacher with long blonde hair and a curvaceous figure entered. "I am Professor Z, who specializes in researching various strange beasts." This teacher's name was Zi Xuanhe. The clop-clop sound of footsteps made by the teacher's red clogs grew louder, with her short skirt and long, slender legs captivating the male student's attention. The teacher continued, "Before you begin your martial arts training, which will last throughout your 4 years of college, today's first lesson will be taught by me. First, I need to explain something. Why we need to practice martial arts and choose cold weapons, instead of using hot weapon technologies that humans have had for a long time." Clack. The teacher tapped her stick on the display screen. "Please look at this." The image shown was humans using various hot weapons, machine guns continuously firing at the strange beasts. But it seemed the bullets couldn't penetrate their thick skin. The teacher continued to explain, "Because humans' original hot weapons have no effect on strange beasts, their efficiency is extremely low." The image showed that the bullets were flattened upon contact with the extremely tough skin of the strange beasts. The curious students exclaimed in unison, "Why is that, Professor?" At this moment, the chubby encyclopedia Lindsay spoke up. "Since childhood, my father taught me that only learning martial arts can resist strange beasts. He never mentioned this. Why is it like this?" Lu Sheng, hearing this question from Fat Lindsay, His eyes turned cold, thinking to himself, because of the rules. Just as young Lu Sheng finished thinking to himself, the teacher's voice rang out, because of the rules. Humans have been confronting and fighting strange beasts for over 300 years, and to this day, we have never stopped exploring and researching the origins of these creatures. Although we don't have an answer yet, one thing is certain, and that is these strange beasts come from another world. The teacher tapped her chest with the stick and confidently continued. So it's not that we choose martial arts, but martial arts choose us to survive the invasion of strange beasts. We can only rely on the power of martial arts. Suddenly, a female student raised her hand to speak. Professor Z, if our hot weapons are affected by the rules of another world, how come strange beasts entering our world are still so powerful? Are they not affected at all? The teacher took a few steps forward. That's an excellent question, but unfortunately, I don't have an answer to your query. I would also like to know the answer, or perhaps the answer is right in front of us. We just don't want to face it. The female student's voice rang out again. What do you mean? What you said is so confusing. Could you explain it a bit more simply? Lu Sheng spoke up at this moment, while the guy next to him stared in disbelief, wondering how this young man was so knowledgeable, seeming to know everything. Because those strange beasts have already been affected by the rules, they were originally much stronger. The teacher, hearing Lu Sheng's answer, was stunned for 3 seconds. Then, she even adjusted her glasses to see clearly which male student had such a good foundation of knowledge. The teacher looked towards Lu Sheng and praised, "This student, you figured it out too. Well done." However, I'm only speculating. The male students below, hearing the teacher's response, started discussing noisily. That can't be possible. That's so unfair. Indeed, it is truly unfair. But in this world, there are many things that are not fair at all. This is the lesson I wanted to teach you today. Thank you for paying attention. Class is now dismissed, the teacher said as she turned to leave. The male students were very disappointed, partly due to the unanswered question from that female student, but mostly disappointed about the teacher's departing backside. The chubby Lindsay held his head, unable to believe the original strength of the strange beasts, and exclaimed, "What the hell? These strange beasts have been weakened and they're still so incredibly strong. So isn't the future of our human race doomed?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng pondered. In the future, 10,000 years from now, humanity is indeed extinct. Even with my fire insect resource vault, simply put, a fire resource repository, I can't deal with these strange beasts using the martial arts of the current 300 years. The path ahead can be said to be hopeless. What I can do is to continuously improve myself to find hope for survival, step by step. After class ended, as Lu Sheng and Lindsay were leaving the classroom, a teacher carrying a stack of papers approached them. The teacher handed Lu Sheng and Lindsay each a sheet and said, "Submit the unified inventory in 3 days. Now, you can go to different cold weapon training classes according to your preferences." Then young Lu Sheng turned to Lindsay and said, "Let's go. We'll head to the spear technique class." The chubby guy clenched his fist excitedly. "Yes, boss, we'll go to the spear technique class." Right after, a male student pointed and said loudly, "I heard it with my own ears. Spear technique." Lu Sheng chose spear technique. Attention, attention. Absolutely don't choose spear technique as your major. Definitely don't choose it. Those who heard this broke out in cold sweat, trembling all over. Damn it. I need to change my weapon class right away. I don't want to face Lu Sheng in the same arena. The scene shifts to the spear technique class. Seeing Lu Sheng and Lindsay enter, the male students discussed excitedly, "It's Lu Sheng. I can't believe he chose spear technique." Some naive ones asked, "Who's Lu Sheng? Haven't you read the article on the school's page? Are you living under a rock?" Lu Sheng is this year's top scholar, the strongest freshman. On the arena, a female teacher holding a spear said, "All right, you can now dismiss the class. Anyone who wants to stay and practice more can do so." Suddenly, the teacher's eyes scanned around, and she was startled. Only 2 male students came to the new class. The teacher pointed at Lu Sheng, saying, "Both of you, come up here. My name is Liu Rukong. I'm the head teacher for spear technique theory and practice from 1st to 3rd year. Today, only the 2 of you came. Well, that's fine. You 2 take turns attacking me with the spear, so I can see your temperament and aptitude." Lu Sheng looked at the teacher, thinking to himself, this female teacher is brimming with vital energy, still at the peak of level 6 in martial arts. The teacher also looked at Lu Sheng and thought, this kid who's been causing a stir lately is Lu Sheng. She immediately thrust her spear downward with force. Young Lu Sheng quickly grabbed it. Then he used his strength to twist and snatch the spear from the teacher's hand. The teacher put her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Not bad." Lu Sheng then calmly replied, "Then I won't hold back. Be careful." The teacher took another spear, thinking to herself, "He's telling me to be careful. Although I haven't reached the master level, I've studied spear techniques for 15 years. Even when facing a master, I wouldn't be inferior. A kid who's just started learning for a few days is telling me to be careful." Before the teacher could finish her thoughts, suddenly, Lu Sheng's massive spear tip came from afar. The teacher was stunned, frozen in front of Lu Sheng's enormous and incredibly powerful spear tip. This feeling is like death. Lu Sheng's spear thrusting skills were continuously unleashed. Before Teacher Lu's eyes now were the flashing images of the sharp spear tip. It's really powerful. Teacher Lu had to spin her spear to block, but she was pushed back 2 meters by Lu Sheng's strength. Many of Lu Sheng's sharp spear tips thrust forward. Teacher Lu began to break out in a cold sweat, gritting her teeth and straining to defend. How can there be such a formidable spear technique? Lu Sheng continued to thrust his spear lightly. Teacher Lu's spear was knocked out of her hand, spinning many times in the air before falling down. The surrounding students witnessing this scene all had furrowed brows, sweat rolling down their cheeks. None of them could believe what they were seeing. One of them exclaimed, "This, Teacher Lu was defeated so easily." The one behind added, "So powerful." The girl next to them said, "Did you record the video?" Next came the scene of Lu Sheng's sharp, gleaming spear tip pointed at Teacher Lu's throat. She swallowed hard, then had to stand still, cold sweat starting to pour out. Many eyes stared intently at the new male student, Lu Sheng. The words, "I'm sorry," rang out. It was Lu Sheng's voice. The young man quickly withdrew his spear, seeing Lu Sheng holding the spear in one hand, standing tall, with an incredibly powerful aura emanating from him. In Teacher Lu's mind, she thought, could it be the entry-level realm? His spear technique is already at the entry-level realm. I couldn't even withstand 3 moves before being disarmed. Looking at the way he uses the spear so effortlessly and skillfully, it's certainly not just at the entry-level realm. He must have reached a higher level. After being stunned and thinking for a while, Teacher Lu let out a sigh of relief, then reached out her hand, smiling brightly and said, "I didn't expect you to be so proficient with the spear. At this age, to have such ability in this cold weapons training department, you could already graduate." The students behind buzzed with chatter. Some even held their heads in disbelief. A loud "huh" was uttered by someone. Then came the voices of students speaking over each other. Graduating on the first day of class. I'm speechless. I mean, completely at a loss for words. So dominating. I've recorded the scene just now. Posting it online will surely stun a lot of people. Someone held their head in disbelief. Even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I can't accept this nonsense. Are you kidding me? Teacher Lu pointed and continued with a bright smile. Your spear technique is already perfected. You're only lacking in actual combat experience. I can smell that there's no scent of blood on you. So, here's what you do. Go to the mission center and accept a mission. There's also the Marshal Saint Tower and cold weapons training room. You can go there too. The young Lu Sheng lightly planted his spear into the ground, immediately cracking the floor as it stood straight up. Lu Sheng clasped his hands and bowed, thanking Teacher Lu for her guidance. Teacher Lu glanced sideways, then continued looking at Lu Sheng, saying, "Besides that, I have nothing else to say." Teacher Lu thought to herself, on the first day of class, he can already be declared graduated from the subject. In all my years as a spear technique instructor, I've never encountered a case like this. More accurately, I should say in all these years, I've never met such a powerful monster. At this moment, Teacher Lu felt so small compared to him. I feel like I've wasted half my life, truly witnessing it from beginning to end. The chubby Lindsay was full of admiration. His eyes lit up, hands raised, and with a grinning mouth. "Brother Sheng, so when you said we wouldn't see each other often, this is what you meant. Now I can understand what you said earlier, Brother Sheng. So awesome. Brother Sheng is truly the cream of the crop." Lu Sheng turned and patted Lindsay's shoulder. "Then I'll head to the mission center first. You stay here and train hard." "Okay, keep at it. Constant effort turns iron into steel. When I'm free, I'll come check on you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng turned and left. Behind Lu Sheng were gazes that kept following the young man's back, and of course, including the eyes of Teacher Lu and the chubby Lindsay. Everyone thought to themselves, this is simply a character as powerful as a god. At the mission center, students' voices buzzed. A-rank mission 4 stars, B-rank mission 1 star. At this moment, a male student said to the pretty female student next to him. Bandages, hemostatic drugs, wound medicine, and dry food need to be prepared more. We'll need to use them, the female student replied. No need. We're not going into the wilderness this time. The male student then pressed. What if that guy randomly finds a forest deep in some mountain to hide? Then what? Don't complain about being hungry then. The young Lu Sheng also arrived at the mission center not long after. Great. Let me see what interesting missions there are. The young man looked up at a board with many missions on it. A-rank mission. Capture a level 5 wanted fugitive. Has committed murder. Bring necessary weapons. Elimination allowed. Mission requirements level 5 martial artist or above. Rich combat experience. Excellent cold weapon training points. Recommended team of 2 or more. Mission reward. 10 million in cash, 50 study points. Mission rank B. Capture a level 4 wanted fugitive. Has accomplices. Has committed murder. Elimination allowed if necessary. Mission requirements level 4 martial artist or above. Certain combat experience. Mission reward. 2 million in cash, 20 study points, based on the number of eliminated targets. C-rank mission. Capture a level 3 wanted fugitive. Has committed murder. Elimination allowed if necessary. Mission requires martial artists with considerable combat experience. Reward. Cash. 5 study points. The young Lu Sheng looked at the mission board with slight disappointment, his face blank. The young man wondered, why are they all fugitive capture missions? Where are the strange beast offspring? Someone nearby noticed the young man's confusion and spoke up. First time here. Morning is all fugitive hunts. Strange beast missions are issued in the afternoon and the rest in the evening. He then asked, first-year student who just enrolled. The young man, now understanding the situation, said, I see, then I'll take this one. The young man pointed. A. Spiritual force showing immense strength. A mission paper was pulled out, flying into the hand of the young man Lu Sheng. The other guy was startled, exclaiming, a purple mission slip. This is a double A-rank mission. Are you sure? While waiting for Lu Sheng's answer, the guy doubted Lu Sheng's ability, then smirked, thinking, does he understand how difficult this mission is? If he's smart, he'll quickly apologize and say it was a mistake. Lu Sheng kept looking at the purple mission slip, then quickly replied, yeah, perhaps this mission isn't quite suitable for me. The other guy, hearing this, let out a sigh of relief, thinking his assumption was correct. How could he possibly be capable of such a difficult mission? Suddenly, a series of purple mission slips were pulled down by Lu Sheng. The other guy was extremely surprised and full of disbelief. The young Lu Sheng quickly scanned through them, then slapped the table. The purple mission slips flew back up. Lu Sheng asked seriously, are there no missions higher than double A rank? Who knows where this clueless idiot came from, causing trouble? The other guy felt extremely uncomfortable, then angrily shouted, listen, classmate, I'm warning you. If you came here intentionally to mess with me, I have the right to report you to the school, and you'll lose points. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng kept looking at the mission board, showing dissatisfaction with the missions displayed, muttering, why isn't this the place to accept missions? Why am I only looking for higher-level missions? The other guy, agitated, pointed and yelled, A-rank missions and above require sufficient points in cold weapons and strong combat ability. You're a newly enrolled student. Can you meet these requirements? Huh. The young Lu Sheng flicked out a 6-star badge, which hit the table and bounced up. The other guy was startled, quickly reaching out to catch it. Holding the badge in his hands, he was shocked and terrified. This is a level 6 martial artist badge. Then he shuddered, his face covered in sweat, hands trembling as he held the level 6 martial artist badge and asked, is this really yours? The young man's eyes turned cold, raising his fist and saying, or should I throw a punch to see if it's real or not? The other guy became frightened, unable to look straight, and stammered. Providing mission information also requires maximum points in cold weapons course. Lu Sheng coldly pointed and said, just an hour ago, in the spear technique class, my spear instructor, Teacher Liu, just certified my graduation. I believe the points will be added soon. She's still there. You can go ask her. The other guy, seeing Lu Sheng's strong attitude, became extremely fearful, not daring to open his eyes to look. He held out both hands and said, oh, then please show me your student ID. I'll record it, as I need to do some paperwork. The young Lu Sheng immediately tossed out his student ID. The other guy, in a state of anxiety, messed up, thinking frantically, one punch from him and I'm done for. So he continued, A-rank missions and above still need approval from school leadership. You can't just take them as you please. Looking at Lu Sheng's student ID in his hand, the other guy was once again shocked. Seven Saints Martial Arts University. He fell off his chair, his face drained of color. You are Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, with cold, sharp eyes, emanated a powerful aura. The young man leaned down and said coldly, "How much longer are you going to delay? Believe me, I'll file a complaint about you directly." The other guy, face pale, thought to himself, how can he have such a powerful presence? Then he carefully and cautiously replied, "Once the assessment is complete, I'll notify you immediately." Holding the student ID and badge with both hands, he bowed his head and handed them to Lu Sheng in a state of extreme panic. Please take your student ID and badge." As Lu Sheng turned to leave, he was still flustered, waving his hand, saying, "Looking forward to your next visit." Actually, in his heart, he thought once was scary enough, seen enough already. Next time, no way in hell, best if he doesn't come back. Lu Sheng walked away, thinking, it's almost lunchtime. I'll check out the Martial Saints Tower this afternoon. Meanwhile, in the sword training room, after Hudong's quite skillful sword dance, the male teacher applauded and praised. Not bad. Someone who's never practiced sword techniques, but in just 2 hours has mastered the basic movements. Huodong replied, "Thank you for your praise, teacher." Nearby, 2 guys were whispering to each other. One said, "He must have trained before, must have a family tradition of practice." The other guy disagreed. Whether he's practiced or not, wouldn't the teacher know? Huodong's hands show no signs of friction. He's truly talented, absolutely top-notch. Huodong, holding the sword, felt smug. These people probably don't know my elemental control talent is metal, naturally close to cold weapons. Every metal-controlling martial artist is a genius in the field of cold weapons. No exceptions. I can even feel the sword breathing in my hand. Lu Sheng is nothing. He's not even here anymore. I don't believe he can surpass me in everything. When it comes to cold weapons, I'm definitely the best. Lu Sheng, come here and I'll beat you to a pulp. Ha ha ha! At this moment, some guys looking at their phones exclaimed in panic, "Oh my god, is this believable? It's extraordinary." Guys, quick, look at the information on the school forum 6. Lu Sheng, this guy is just not human anymore. The record of the strongest monster in history, 20 minutes to graduate, setting 7 new records. Defeated the cold weapons training teacher, Mr. Liu, in 3 moves. How strong is Lu Sheng's spear technique ultimately? Spear technique at the level of entering flight, spear technique at the level of control, comprehensive analysis of Lu Sheng's strength version 2.0. Hearing this information, Huodong fainted, falling backwards with his eyes rolled back. The teacher called out in panic, "Huodong, what's wrong?" After a while, Huodong coughed a few times, struggling to squeeze out a few words. "Teacher, I want to change my major, transfer to another place." Where a young man was engrossed in sword practice, his determined eyes reflecting a deep passion. As he performed powerful and skillful sword movements, boom, a loud explosion sounded. His sword thrust forward. The stone platform shattered into pieces before his cold expression. At that moment, a blonde girl's voice rang out, followed by enthusiastic applause. "Excellent. Yishuan, your clear autumn strike this time was even more destructive than before." The girl's eyes were focused and full of admiration as she looked at him. "If Xiaolan challenges you again, surely within 100 moves, you'd defeat him." The girl had prepared water and a towel for Yishuan. He took a sip of water, then said, "Xiaolan is just a defeated subordinate, long out of my consideration. My goal is those in the top 10 of the Saint 7 rankings. Only they are worthy to be my opponents." The girl, hearing this, asked further, "With your current strength, you're already at the level of the top 10 in Saint 7, right?" He raised his sword, looking with extremely determined eyes. "No way. If I can't gather some will of martial arts that's uniquely mine, I won't have a chance." The blonde girl then added, "The gap from level 6 to level 7 has hindered countless people. Even top martial arts geniuses have to spend considerable time here to clarify their minds, search for their true selves. Becoming masters of martial arts isn't easy. It's not just about talent, but also depends on luck." You have a point. Perhaps the opportunity hasn't come yet. While Yi Yuan was using a towel to wipe the sweat drops after concentrating his strength into those sword moves earlier, at the same time, the blonde girl took out her phone and said, "Oh, speaking of today, I found an interesting new student for you to see." Yishuan, hearing about an interesting new student, immediately took the phone to look. The blonde girl provided more information. "It's him, Lu Sheng, a new student who just started a few days ago. I heard he's this year's top scholar. In his first cold weapons class, he directly defeated Master Liu. Master Liu was too careless." Yishuan's eyes focused intently, unable to look away from the phone, his face showing beads of sweat from tension. Master Liu's spear technique technique has reached the B-level flight realm. Among the weapon training teachers, his strength is quite formidable. Even if he wasn't careless, the result wouldn't have changed at all. After analyzing for a while, Yixuan concluded with a statement. This new student named Lu Sheng is very strong. His spear technique has at least reached the advanced flight realm, perhaps even the peak flight realm, and it's possible that he's touched the threshold of the long-range control realm. The blonde girl, seeing Yixuan staring intently at the phone, decided to tease him. Hey, you're the top student among the older students. When you see such a strong junior, do you feel a sense of crisis and urgency? Hearing this question, Yixuan tossed the phone back to her, then turned his head coldly and said, You think I've been at Seven Saints Martial Arts University for 4 years just to be useless? Realm is realm. Actual combat is actual combat. Not everyone has the qualifications to become Chen Yixuan's opponent. However, this Lu Sheng is indeed a bit unusual. Perhaps I'll meet him soon. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng, who now has his hands in his pockets, striking a handsome pose as he walks, when suddenly there's a voice calling, Are you Lu Sheng? We're from Governor Ha Bin Nam, sent to congratulate you. Please sign to confirm. They were carrying a large box that seemed long and very heavy. I am indeed Lu Sheng. You've worked hard, the young man Lu Sheng said, while using his spirit force to lift that enormous box. This is Ha Bin Nam's gift for the top scholar. Suddenly, sparks burst out from inside the box, then it erupted into intense flames, forming a large blaze. In the middle of that fire, the shape of a spear gradually appeared. The young man quickly grasped the spear, a very special gift. The spear's body is made with a lot of secret silver, secret iron, and even mixed with extremely rare secret gold. The other person continued. The spearhead is made from fire crystal, using a special steel alloy, blended with large amounts of secret iron and silver, along with a bit of secret gold, forming a master-level cold weapon, a spear nearly reaching level 7, called the Red Star Dragon Pattern Spear. After this analysis, and the very detailed information from the other person, young Lu Sheng held the spear with bright eyes. The visual effect is really eye-catching, like a +12 weapon, with all attributes enhanced. Governor Ha Bin Nam's congratulatory gift is truly generous. Please convey my thanks. I really like it. The other person nodded and replied, Certainly, I'll pass on your message. Well, we'll take our leave now. The truck quickly drove away. Afterwards, young Lu Sheng remained fascinated, gripping the spear tightly, observing it. With this Red Star Dragon Pattern Spear, my combat power will increase by at least 30%. Combined with the natural element control skills from the natural breathing method, I'm confident I can face the next Voidmaster. The next step is to quickly familiarize myself with the Red Star Dragon Pattern Spear. According to memory, Zhao Shui built a connection between person and spear, developing a spear with a soul. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is hundreds of times stronger than ordinary cold weapons. The training method is also very simple. Practice a lot and open the blade with blood. Not ordinary blood, but blood from strong enemies, only obtained in real life or death battles. Using blood, soul, and will of others as nourishment is the only way to cultivate the power of a divine weapon. Too focused on the spear, the young man suddenly forgot about his task for today. At this moment, he startled, his eyes wide open with a dazed expression. Late for the queue. Damn it. Meanwhile, in front of the Marshal Saint Tower, many students had already lined up earlier. Young Lu Sheng arrived way too late. A male student's voice asked curiously, Do we need to register and queue to enter the Marshal Saint Tower? As young Lu Sheng stepped inside, a girl painting her nails said, Of course. Do you know how many people register to enter the Marshal Saint Tower daily? At least tens of thousands. She continued while painting. The Marshal Saint Tower has 30 rooms in total, allowing only 30 people to enter at a time. As a student of St. Seven University, you're already given priority. Martial artists from outside must register at the Martial Arts Association, then come to queue and wait. Getting in once a year is already lucky. So how long do I have to wait before I can enter? It depends on how long those inside can endure. There are over 200 students ahead of you. If it's quick, 3 to 5 days should be enough. Hearing this, young Lu Sheng sighed. Oh, I see. Then please notify me when it's my turn. The girl waved her hand, saying, You're so handsome, I'll notify you early. However, it's best to arrive within 10 minutes of receiving the notification. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for another 3 to 5 people before your turn. The young man carried his spear case, thinking as he walked. It's understandable why so many people come here. The martial will inside the Marshal Saint Tower is indeed completely different. I can sense an unprecedented, enormous source of power. power. The will is as strong and solid as a sword piercing the sky. The master's will in my mind compared to this will is like a firefly compared to the full moon, the light incomparable. Is the gap between a level 7 master and a level 9 martial saint really that big? Oh well, I can't rush it overnight anyway. The more people need a rare resource, the more intense the competition. It's normal. So today, I'll go to the cold weapons training room to familiarize myself with the new weapon. Just as the young man arrived at the cold weapons training room, a beautiful girl spoke up. Sorry, all the rooms are fully booked. The young man, who was very excited and eager to get acquainted with the new weapon, upon hearing this, felt like he'd been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and by a pretty girl no less. This is truly Murphy's Law. The young man couldn't stand steady and fell to the ground. Such bad luck. So unlucky that even drinking cold water would get his teeth stuck. Since when did St. Seven University have so many students? Wasn't the average area supposed to be 100 acres per person or something? Seeing the young man fall back, the girl startled and called out, "Hey you, are you okay?" Lu Sheng turned to leave, muttering, "All right, seems like I shouldn't go out today." The girl said, "Next time, remember to come early at 7 a.m., okay?" Suddenly, that beautiful girl ran from behind, grabbed Lu Sheng's hand and held out a card. "Wait, Lu Sheng, someone just left. I quickly got you in. Hurry over there." The young man was very surprised. "You know me," the girl grinned. "Hey, who doesn't know you now? Your video on the school's internal forum is very popular." A pretty girl being so enthusiastic made the young man seem quite flustered. The young man took the card and stammered, Anyway, thank you for your help." The beautiful girl raised both hands, gesturing, "It's nothing, just a small matter. Hurry up, do your best. Good luck to you." Training room number 8. Go inside to the left, 4th door. The beautiful girl watched Lu Sheng's back and thought to herself. Online, they said Lu Sheng was as fierce as a demon king. He looks polite, but I'm not sure. I wonder if his strength is really as formidable as they say. I'm curious. I wonder how well he'll do on his first time in the training room. As soon as he entered the training room, the young man opened the case containing his high-quality spear, connecting each section together. Very quickly, the young man held in his hand the spear with an incredibly powerful aura emanating from it. Indeed, quality items are different. Lu Sheng carried the case containing the spear parts, walking to the training room. Upon arrival, the young man looked up and around. Training room number 8. This is it, right? Opening the door, stepping in quickly, Lu Sheng took a quick look around. It looked like a physical training room at the Mental Force Training Center. By the looks of it, the training would be similar. Around Lu Sheng now were walls full of holes. In front of Lu Sheng was a place to enter information, password, and select training mode. The young man entered his information and quickly selected a training mode. A notification immediately appeared. Cold weapon training, the first phase of the training session, is about to begin. Please prepare. So Lu Sheng opened his case and assembled the sections of the spear. In Lu Sheng's hand now was a complete spear with an incredibly powerful fire aura emanating from it. Lu Sheng was ready for the training exercise ahead. The young man had also activated his mental force, ready, just like before at the Mental Force Training Center, to prepare to move the iron balls. It began. Through the holes and controlling them, the iron balls rushed quickly towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng remained extremely calm, standing and waiting. The young man cast a sharp glance. Lu Sheng used his mental force to arrange the balls in neat rows. Then the young man continuously wielded his spear, making basic movements to cut through the balls. Clang, clang. The iron balls were cut in half, falling to the ground like rain. After just 1 minute and 30 seconds, all the iron balls had been sliced by the young man. Lu Sheng looked up, puzzled. Is it that simple? The system then displayed a notification. Training has ended. Result: completion of the first phase of training, 20%. After reading the notification, the young man jumped. What? Lu Sheng pondered. Only 20%. It seems I've failed. What happened? Clearly, I had sliced through all the iron balls. How could I have failed? What strange thing is happening here? It really is a virtual training room. Again, the notification board appeared. During the training, it is forbidden to use any means other than one's own physical strength, including mental force, power, and elements. After reading this information, Lu Sheng finally understood the issue. So that's it. Immediately after, the young man clicked his tongue and pondered. It makes sense. If one could use mental force combined with cold weapons, it would sweep through a vast area, completely losing the purpose of training to hone skills. Of course, one can only use physical strength. Lu Sheng became determined, shouting, "Let's try again." Another round of iron balls came rushing in. This time, Lu Sheng didn't use mental force, but instead used his sharp spear, slowly cutting each ball one by one. The young man jumped up to slash left, then right, above, and then below. After a long while, he finally managed to slice through all the iron balls. This time it took much more time and energy than the first attempt. Lu Sheng was covered in sweat. The young man muttered, "I didn't expect to sweat this much just using physical strength. It seems the first phase has ended. Life isn't like a dream." Just as the young man finished speaking, a series of iron balls flew out again. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, still the same as before. The young man continued to use his spear, preparing to attack suddenly. The young man then noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "That's not right." Observing carefully, Lu Sheng quickly realized these weren't the same iron balls as before. Even a gentle breeze was enough to blow them away, and their flying speed was slower than wooden balls. Indeed, the cold weapon training room was training the skills of martial artists. The challenge was to use and master weapons iron turned to wood. It seemed to reduce damage and speed, but in reality, it was the opposite. The lighter the ball fired, the more easily it was affected by air currents. Before stabbing or slashing, they could be blown away by the wind. Sword wind, spear wind, blade wind, even if unaffected, their movement trajectory would be completely unpredictable. Their paths of movement became difficult to anticipate. Now it resembled descriptions from old martial arts novels: catching flying flowers, leaves drawing blades, cutting water. What would come next? Plastic balls, popcorn kernels. The young man quickly practiced some spear techniques with those strange materials. After a while, another strange thing happened. This time, there were no plastic balls nor popcorn kernels, but feathers instead. The young man Lu Sheng asked in great surprise. Period. This time, it's even feathers. Lu Sheng visualized a solution in his mind. After a moment, the young man exclaimed with a sharp gaze, "I understand now." Lu Sheng thrust his spear forward forcefully and quickly to create an air impact, making the feathers fly up. Then he performed a series of spear thrusting motions to generate wind, repeating this continuously to keep the feathers from falling to the ground, buying time for the young man to deal with them. So after a while of concentration, Lu Sheng had managed to handle those feathers. The young man landed on the ground, standing in thought. The aura emanating from Lu Sheng was still incredibly strong. It seemed Lu Sheng had realized something. In the few short hours of training in the cold weapon room, the resonance between himself and the red star dragon patterned spear had increased dramatically. At this rate, he would soon fully develop a feel for the spear, smoothly entering the next stage of soul nurturing with ease. This training room had truly broadened his horizons. From the initial iron balls to wooden balls, plastic balls, water balls, popcorn, soap bubbles, and even feathers, it was truly amazing. It's no longer simply about controlling cold weapons. Not only must one avoid revealing any martial power, but also precisely control physical strength in all aspects. It's impossible without decades of hard training. The young man clenched his fist, determined, even for someone like him who possessed fourth-level spear techniques, inheriting memories of two great martial arts masters. During practice, there were a few near failures. This training session was equivalent to solidifying the unstable parts within his body. The more solid the martial arts foundation, the more refined the perception. The barriers began to loosen. The second form of comprehensive martial arts was beckoning him. The young man Lu Sheng stood pondering and waited for a long time, but didn't see the next stage, so he was surprised and let out a sound. Why hasn't the next training phase started yet? The system then displayed a large notification. This training room has completed all 5 stages of training. The young man who had been standing with aching legs nearly to death only now received the completion notice, so he angrily shouted, This damn thing. I've been played by this training room." After 30 seconds of calming down, well, it can only end here. The young man Lu Sheng disassembled his spear and put it into the suitcase. The young man carried the suitcase out of the training room, which he had turned into a pile of ruins. As he walked, the young man muttered, "From now on, I'll come here to train once a day until it no longer has any effect on me. Then I'll figure out what's next." The room seemed to whimper, filled with smoke and dust. "Damn it, you come once and I'm turned into a chaotic mess. You still want to come back." Outside, there was a girl with a sword on her shoulder, questioning the training room manager. "Full for 3 consecutive days. I've come here and it's always full. Are you kidding me?" The manager calmly replied, "Even if you yell at me, it's useless. There are only a few training rooms in total. Why don't you go meet with the school leadership and proposed building a few more rooms. The girl looked extremely disappointed at not being able to enter the training room and let out a huff when hearing the manager's suggestion. I have that ability. Why would I need to come here to find you? Suddenly, the girl exclaimed when she saw Lu Sheng coming out of the training room. Hey, someone's coming out. The receptionist waved and said, You're so lucky. Someone just left. You can go in. Yes, training room number 8, please. The girl clenched her fists, extremely excited. All right, so she skipped happily to training room number 8. So happy. Lucky to find an open spot. Ha ha ha. She quickly opened the door and entered with a look of utter shock. She uttered 2 words. Oh my God. The room was like a chaotic mess. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. What? Is this a garbage dump? After a moment, the girl was still in shock as she carefully observed once more everything inside the cold weapons training room. She exclaimed, Oh my God, how is this different from a garbage dump? That guy looked clean and neat on the outside. Who knew he was the king of trash? Suddenly, there was a noise nearby that made her pause for a moment. Looking over, she saw a self-cleaning robot running in. It raised its vacuum hose high, accompanied by a sound, cleaning program initiating. After a moment, the robot began vacuuming and cleaning. This red-haired girl, still with an exasperated expression on her face, sighed. Tsk, it must have been difficult for him to create so much trash in such a small training room. At this moment, some feathers were floating in the room. The girl startled and asked, What is this? Popcorn and even feathers. As the red-haired girl was facing the mess in the room, she imagined the scene of Lu Sheng camping out, barbecuing in the room, which is why there was so much trash. What is this supposed to be? Camping and watching movies. And even having a barbecue too, right? Suddenly, in her mind, she started to think of something when recalling the beep from the information machine on the wall earlier. Wait, how could he create so much trash in just a few hours? In the training room, it's completely forbidden to bring anything other than cold weapons. Not even water is allowed. Trash is only generated during the training process. Could it be that? She quickly went to the information machine to check the system display of the recent training progress. After looking at the screen, she exclaimed in shock, What? 5th stage. The detailed information was fully displayed. Cold Weapons Training Room number 8. Training progress. Name Lu Sheng, first-year student. Training level 5th stage. Training progress 100% complete. Still completed everything. How is that possible? At this moment, the girl was no longer wide-eyed, but her eyes turned pale, mouth agape as if frozen, thinking to herself, in all the largest martial arts schools over the years, the highest achievers only reached the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage was already a realm that required supreme mastery to reach. The 5th stage should be for grandmasters or even higher, right? It seemed that she still couldn't believe what she saw. No, that's not right. I must be thinking nonsense. Based on his age, he looks even younger than me. How could he reach the level of Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster? Let me check again. Suddenly, the display screen switched to a disconnected mode. The girl exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, no! Damn it, the machine is completely broken. After the girl spent some time in shock and checking Lu Sheng's information, her training session had come to an end. She had to leave the room. As she left, she still muttered in disbelief. Was I just daydreaming earlier? At this time, the training room had been cleaned thoroughly by the robot, spotless and pristine. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng. At this moment, the young man was preparing a vial of medicine. Unexpectedly, after finishing training, drinking another vial of Golden Dragon Essence, the body's absorption ability is even better than before. The aura around Lu Sheng began to emanate again. The young man continued throwing punches, performing some forms, practicing the eternal refinement technique. After a while of circulating energy and practicing fists to cultivate the immortal, golden body, the young man let out a cold snort and stopped. His aura now appeared extremely powerful. The young man looked at the aura emanating from his palm and pondered, It's truly amazing. This time, the cultivation effect of the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body is twice as effective as usual. I can clearly feel that many parts of my body that weren't previously refined during cultivation have now been activated and awakened to participate. At this rate, completing the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body might be half as fast as I had predicted. Perhaps it will be completed before I officially advance to Grandmaster. The following days were simple and disciplined. Every morning, practice the eternal refinement technique following the Grandmaster's Great Sun visualization method. Then attend classes, mainly studying about strange beasts with the beautiful female lecturer. At noon, after eating, check the progress of the Martial Saint Tower rankings, then head straight to the Cold Weapons training room and practice all 5 stages of training from start to finish. In the evening, practice the eternal refinement technique again, the natural breathing method, along with the crystal wall waterfall visualization method. When tired from training, enter the virtual dream space to fight. A week later, cold weapons training for all 5 stages was completed. At this point, Lu Sheng thought with great confidence, "Within a week, my blood energy value during these days has tripled. A casual strike can now produce combat power more than 5 times greater than before. Only in subtle details can one see clearly. If it weren't for the cold weapons training room giving me inspiration, I wouldn't even have known that my martial arts foundation had so many gaps, loopholes, and weaknesses. Although these small things are tiny and negligible, they become more apparent later on. If I wait until I reach the 7th or 8th level, it will be impossible to go back and supplement them then." As the young man left the cold weapons training room, the red-haired girl was hiding behind, spying on him. Then, she called out to 3 others who were hiding to come out. "He's gone. Quick, follow me." Entering Lu Sheng's cold weapons training room, the red-haired girl was extremely pleased that her guess was right. "I told you I wasn't lying. See for yourselves." Meanwhile, the other 3 had their mouths agape, question marks appearing in their minds as they saw what was before their eyes. "Oh my goodness, what is this?" Looking at the notice board, they all gasped in shock. Cold Weapons Training Stage 5 has been completed in full. A male student clutched his head and cried, "Oh my God, is it really 5 stages?" The brown-shirted male student and the yellow-shirted female student checked the information machine again in disbelief, exclaiming once more, "It's unbelievable. The 5th training stage, Cold Weapons Training, even has a 5th stage." At this moment, the blue-shirted male student couldn't stand steady and fell to his knees. Then, the young man picked up some popcorn and a feather and asked with a puzzled look, "What are these? Can these things actually hit targets? Come on, quickly take pictures and post them on the school's website. It will surely cause a level 15 sensation." The red-haired girl was no longer surprised, as this was the 2nd time she had seen this scene. She held out her hand and said, "It's useless. I've already posted it. Everyone said it was a photoshopped image, edited just to get likes. I argued a bit more, and then my account got locked. I told you so." Lu Sheng has completed 5 stages of training in the cold weapons room. You still don't believe it, and not just once. He passes a level every day. The guy in blue picked up a feather, held it up with a sweaty face, and asked, "What do you think? Has Lu Sheng's strength surpassed Chen Yixuan, the top-ranked senior student?" The red-haired girl laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha! You completely don't understand what Stage 5 in the cold weapons training room means. Lu Sheng's understanding of cold weapons has probably reached the master level already. Lower-level challenges are simple for him, like eating and drinking. Defeating opponents at his level is child's play. With cold weapons training at the 5th stage completed, perhaps the term unrivaled at his level applies to him. Forget about the top 10 in the senior student rankings. Even the top 10 in the Saint 7 rankings might not be his match." Hearing the red-haired girl say this, the other students held their heads, grimacing and exclaiming, "Oh my God. So what should we do now? Was this trip for nothing? What's the point of knowing this? Ah, it's so frustrating. The feeling of discovering an earth-shattering secret but not being able to tell anyone, it's really frustrating." But who knows what the red-haired girl was thinking as she frowned for a moment and then said, "Well, let's just pretend we don't know anything." With Lu Sheng's usual style of action, his true strength certainly can't be hidden for long. Suddenly, she flashed a very mischievous smile. "I have a feeling he's preparing something big." At the same time, the young Lu Sheng was sweating profusely while waiting for a notification on his phone. Phew, after waiting for a week, it's finally his turn. A message from the Marshall Saint Tower arrived on his phone. "Your turn to enter the Marshall Saint Tower has been scheduled. Please arrive within 10 minutes, otherwise your slot will be forfeited." 10 minutes is enough time for me to go home, shower, and change clothes before going. Suddenly, the young man saw a mission notification from earlier, and his heart sank. "Student Lu Sheng, your AA level mission has been approved. As the mission is quite urgent, please come to the mission center immediately." Why do they all come at once when I'm not ready? Since both the mission and cold weapons training are happening at the same time, the young man could only choose one of the two. After pondering for a moment, Lu Sheng could only come up with a plan that left him no other choice. The Marshall Saint Tower has a privilege for students of the Marshall Saint University, allowing them to queue up within a week, unlike AA-level credit missions. These aren't available every day. If the approval process is changed, it would be slow and uncertain if it would be approved. Thinking this through, the young man disassembled his spear and put it in his suitcase. This time, I should still choose the mission and go to the mission center. 7 Marshall Saint Universities. Each owns a Marshall Saint Tower. Students of each Marshall Saint University, using their school's Marshall Saint Tower, can enjoy many privileges. This is the privilege and pride of Marshall Saint Universities. However, students from other Marshall Saint Universities can also challenge the Marshall Saint Towers of other schools. If the challenger surpasses the highest floor record, the losing side will lose the right to use the Marshall Saint Tower for a year. At this moment, someone entered the Marshall Saint Tower. A girl immediately asked, "Scheduling for the Marshall Saint Tower. Please bring the registration form here." The girl read the registration form and was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. 4th Marshall Saint University, Mu Ren Xiong. At this moment, the registrant's eyes were blazing red. His muscular body looked like a demon king, extremely powerful and mysterious. He laughed out loud. "That's right, I am Mu Ren Xiong, ranked 6th on the 7 Saints ranking. I'm here to challenge the Marshall Saint Tower." At a restaurant by the river, it was the familiar sight of young Lu Sheng devouring a giant hamburger in no time. The young man mumbled with his mouth full, "Before setting off, I must have a simple meal first. The most important thing is to have a full stomach. They say you can't cultivate on an empty stomach. It's true." Right after that, Lu Sheng took out the envelope to check. At this moment, Lu Sheng recalled what the envelope bearer said. The envelope contains information related to this mission. After reading, remember to destroy it. Finally, remember to return safely. The mission can fail, but each person has only one life. Good luck and be safe. It's the evil, noisy gangsters, a group of brutal criminals who have committed many serious crimes, with total criminal proceeds reaching 2 billion. They have massacred over 50 lives, including more than 30 police officers. They are truly a group of brutal and extreme individuals. Capturing or eliminating one robber rewards 10 million in cash, 10 course credits. Leader Ma Guayun, reward is 10 times higher. After reviewing the information that the mission is to fight a brutal gang and the reward is quite high in cash, Lu Sheng mumbled, "If I complete a few missions like this consecutively, course credits will be quickly completed." Suddenly, the young man seemed to see some information in the card and startled. "Ah, so there are teammates. All right then." The envelope contained information on 2 new teammates. Si Meng Miao, 4th-year student, 3rd Marshall Saint University, level 6 martial artist, proficient in cold weapons, dual swords, mission completion rate 67%. Meng Jianfei, 4th-year student, 3rd Marshall Saint University, level 6 martial artist, proficient in cold weapons, long spear, mission completion rate 70%. Lu Sheng stared at the information sheets in the envelope without any joy upon seeing the information of his 2 new teammates. Instead, Lu Sheng worried, "I hope they won't slow me down in this mission." Right after that, all documents in the envelope were burned by Lu Sheng. The scene changes to the meeting place of the team before the mission. A voice rang out. "When will that person finally arrive?" Si Meng Miao looked at her watch, clicking her tongue. "It's already time, and still no sign of them. Must be another clueless airhead with no sense of time. I wish we didn't get stuck with a deadweight." Si Meng Miao seemed to smell something that made her very uncomfortable. Meng Jianfei stubbed out his cigarette on the ground, then stared at his phone. It's almost the scheduled time. He should be here soon. Suddenly, Chi Meng Miao seemed about to lose it. She flew over and grabbed Meng Jianfei's collar. "Can you smoke less? The smoke is suffocating me." In her mind, she wanted to say, "For crying out loud, can't you see I'm choking here?" Meng Jianfei broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, calm down. Let's talk this through. Look, I was just bored from waiting so long, and besides, as a level 6 martial artist, my lungs can handle 1 cigarette. It's fine, I won't smoke anymore." After releasing Meng Jianfei, Xi Meng Miao crossed her arms, looked into the distance, and sighed. "Let's just go ahead without him. After all, that guy won't be of any help anyway. Sitting here waiting is just a waste of time." Meng Jianfei, seeing this, showed some understanding and said, "That's not right. He's our teammate after all. He's come from far away. We can't let him make a wasted trip like that." Si Meng Miao showed signs of exhaustion from waiting, pacing back and forth, then exclaimed, "Teammate, I'd say he's more of a burden. Didn't you read the documents? He's just a first-year student with a 0% mission completion rate. Obviously, it's his first time on a mission, a greenhorn who's never seen blood. I really don't understand what the people at the 7th Martial Dao University are thinking anymore. How could they accept his mission application? Are they deliberately sending him here to sabotage us?" Meng Jianfei seemed more optimistic and said, "He's still a level 6 martial artist after all. I've heard about him. Lu Sheng, the Soaring Dragon Valedictorian, at his age to have such strength already is truly a terrifying talent." Si Meng Miao showed little interest in the so-called soaring dragon valedictorian. She intended to leave first. No wonder. Turns out he's here to polish his reputation. The people from the 7th Martial Dao University are really interesting. If they want to take their genius kid on a mission, why don't they do it themselves? Instead, they dump him on us. I don't have time to babysit a kid. This mission could be life-threatening. Let's go. Leave that child at home to drink milk. Meng Jianfei called from behind. Wait, look, isn't he here already? The image of Lu Sheng's shiny suitcase appeared. Lu Sheng coldly said, "Good evening." Si Meng Miao drove a car quickly, taking all three away, while the young man was sitting silently, lost in thought. Si Meng Miao's voice rang out, "Have you prepared your weapons?" The young man ah-ed, then patted his suitcase. Si Meng Miao was a bit puzzled. Are you going on a mission or on vacation with such a big suitcase? All right, let's get to the main point. Now the three of us are temporary teammates. The plan is roughly this. According to reliable sources, the suspect Ma Guayun is hiding there. He himself is a peak level 6 martial artist. The situation with his subordinates is still unclear. Our main objective today is to scout their strength. If possible, today will be their death anniversary. Approaching a building, Si Meng Miao stopped the car and said, "We've arrived. I'm telling you seriously, this is a gang elimination mission. It's really not like the family games you've played before. This is a mission where you could die. It's not too late to back out now. Later, if you cause any trouble by doing something stupid, don't blame me for being harsh with you." Lu Sheng, with a slightly fearful look at this fierce sister, replied, "I understand clearly." Si Meng Miao emphasized once more, "I hope you really do understand." Soon after, the three of them disguised the car. That should do it. We'll leave the car here. Let's move out. The three quickly moved to approach the target. The speed of the other two was also very fast, but Lu Sheng was still in the lead. Then, all three hid to observe. Suddenly, three figures appeared on top of a building. Meng Jianfei immediately warned, "Careful, up there." Up high, the purple-haired one was saying something to the other two. Manfei whispered to Shimamao, "They're too far, can't detect their real strength. We'll have to get a bit closer." Nomao turned to call Lu Sheng. "Did you hear that?" Meanwhile, the mental force emanating from Lu Sheng was incredibly strong. Lu Sheng was activating his mental force to sense the number of people inside the building. It turned out there were over 10 more people inside. Need to investigate further. The young man was concentrating on using his mental force, so he froze in place. Eyes rolled back, mouth twisted. Si Meng Miao called Lu Sheng. "No good," then patted his shoulder. "What the hell are you doing? Wake up. What are you daydreaming about?" Lu Sheng was startled when called, letting out an sound. The young man helplessly said to Si Meng Miao, "Damn it, I was using my mental force to sense and you interrupted me." Lu Sheng said irritably, "You guys go ahead." In his mind, Lu Sheng thought, "I should do this mission alone. It's so troublesome. Oh well, it's fine." If it had been a moment longer, Si Meng Miao, affected by Lu Sheng's mental force, didn't understand what was happening, so she wondered to herself, "What's wrong? I suddenly felt panicked just now. Maybe it's because this is my first AA rank mission, and I have to bring along a rookie, so my nerves are a bit too tense." Si Meng Miao felt that bringing this rookie along was just slowing them down and not helping at all, so she said to Meng Jianfei, "Let's go. We're in enemy territory." Meng Jianfei didn't dare to object. "Ah, okay." Lu Sheng glanced at Si Meng Miao and Meng Jianfei once. At this moment, both were trying to climb up the high wall. Si Meng Miao muttered, sneaking closer, "We can detect their strength." Suddenly, when she saw Meng Jianfei climbing the wall above, he froze. Si Meng Miao asked, "What's wrong?" "What happened?" Meng Jianfei broke out in a cold sweat, not believing his eyes. There are many martial artists inside. At the same time, a group of masked people were inside. One of them was holding a knife close to a pink-haired person lying on the ground. Suddenly, a blonde-haired person shouted, "Damn you, Ma Guayun. What the hell are you trying to do? Many people work for you, so why are you alone hogging 30%? Is it because you're a peak level 6 martial artist, or because those mercenaries of yours aren't afraid to die?" Ma Guayun was about to take a sip of coffee when he spoke up. "In the earlier stage, I was the one who made the plans, and I also provided the equipment. You guys just had to kill a few scumbags. Do you think I don't deserve 30%? The blonde-haired man stepped closer to where Ma Guayun was sitting. "That 30% rate is already too high, 20% at most. The rest should be split evenly among us. Otherwise, we'll disband right now." The people behind started clamoring. That's right, that's right. If we weren't working our asses off, what would you be counting on? Don't be too greedy." Si Meng Miao trembled as she looked inside. There are at least 8 level 6 people here, and a bunch of level 4 and 5 people too. We basically can't defeat them. The tension is like drawing a sword or knocking an arrow. Perhaps this mission has already reached S rank. We need to go back and report immediately. Somewhere else, a convoy was transporting a large amount of goods. As Si Meng Miao and Meng Jianfei were hiding behind a wall, about to return and report, they overheard the whispered conversation of three men approaching. These bastards. One man, puffing on a cigarette, angrily said to the bald one, "The boss gave them a chance to participate, and each one wants to eat the bigger share. Why don't we just kill them?" Another man, tossing a grenade in his hand, said, "Haha, calm down a bit. They'll only be jumping around for a few days, because they won't survive much longer." The bald man, gripping the gun and grenade in his hands tightly, said with determination, "Once we hijack this strategic shipment, the boss will advance to master level. At that point, no matter how much they've eaten, they'll have to vomit it all back up." Ha ha ha, well said. At this moment, Shi Meng Miao and Meng Jianfei, hearing this, were terrified, their faces breaking out in cold sweat. They looked at each other, silently signaling their next move. Retreat quickly. Both of them quickly fled. Meng Jianfei gritted his teeth as he ran, saying, "These guys are crazy. It's unbelievable. Their target is actually the strategic transport vehicle." Si Meng Miao quickly replied, "Don't forget, they've gathered so many people. No wonder Manhwa Yun was so aggressive and not afraid of leaving traces. 8 level 6 people, plus the firearms they have, are enough to destroy this entire riverside city. An outlaw master. It's unimaginable." Thinking of this, Si Meng Miao frowned, sweating profusely from fear. "This is beyond our control. We must go back and report quickly." After running a fair distance, Chi Meng Miao and Meng Jianfei's faces contorted in panic. "Oh crap, we forgot to bring that kid along. We ran away and left him. Bringing along a burden is really troublesome. Quickly go back. Let's hope that kid is smart enough. Hopefully he'll hide well and not be discovered. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him." While Si Meng Miao and Meng Jianfei were praying for the young Lu Sheng to hide from danger, the young man was casually walking towards that group of people. The bald man saw a young boy approaching and exclaimed, "What kid is that?" The man next to him had just uttered these words. "Kid, where did you come from?" When Lu Sheng kicked him in the face, causing his mouth to spurt blood. Seeing Lu Sheng approach with a spear, the long-haired man with a braid started to move. "Oh ho, this kid wants a beating, huh?" The blue-haired man and the bald one wondered about the audacity of a lone snot-nosed kid charging into their tiger's den. They shouted, "What's going on here? You want to die, little brat." After saying this, the whole group surrounded Lu Sheng and charged with their weapons. With a cold gaze, a powerful aura emanated from Lu Sheng's body. The young man made a few basic moves, and before the others could act, Lu Sheng had knocked them down. The bald man was the last to fall. After a dazzling display by the young man Lu Sheng, he looked around and muttered, 8 level 6 martial artists, including 2 peak level 6 martial artists, shoulders of level 5 and level 4 martial artists. If I had known the AA mission was this easy, there was no need to hide all this time. I could have just charged in directly. At this moment, at Lu Sheng's feet, the bald man crawled over, grabbing his leg, his mouth stammering. The boss will help us." He meant that his boss would seek revenge, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Sheng stomped on his neck. Crack! A horrifying sound rang out. After stomping on that man, the young man added coldly, already dead, yet still spouting useless words. Lu Sheng looked around, corpses everywhere. The young man muttered, "Huh, is this murder?" At this moment, Lu Sheng thought to himself that the pent-up desire for destruction and devastation had decreased significantly. Moreover, there wasn't much psychological fluctuation. Was it because he had eliminated too many undead in the dream space? It could also be due to inheriting too many bloody memories, or perhaps because of the identities of those killed. They were all cruel thugs. Killing them didn't cause any remorse. It was just cleaning up cruel thugs. Justice may be delayed, but it will certainly not be absent. So, please accept the punishment from justice. 5 minutes ago, at that time, an angry, scarred-faced girl slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it, I already said, I've set the target at 20% already." The blonde guy laughed. "Ha ha." Facing the scarred-faced girl's anger, he said, "You think you can just demand? Who do you think you are?" The girl went berserk and shouted, "You really want to die, don't you?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Enough, you guys." The blonde guy was startled and terrified by this voice. Before he could compose himself, he was punched, immediately collapsing, holding his stomach. "What's going on?" Ma Guayun, the aura emanating from him, was extremely powerful. With a cold gaze, dusting off his clothes, Ma Guayun spoke. "I've said it before. I came up with a plan. I called you all here. My fist is the biggest. I say how much you get, and that's what you get. If anyone has objections, you can leave now. I won't stop you." Everyone's faces twisted, sweating profusely. Even if they wanted more, they didn't dare to make a sound. Suddenly, there was laughter. "Ha ha ha. Brother Ma is absolutely right." A man in an orange shirt stepped forward. "We're all here to make money. Why are we arguing over petty cash and ruining our brotherhood like this? Am I right, Brother Ma? Guayun, this guy's face looked very frightening. One of the group gritted his teeth and said, "Stinking ghost face. Hijacking a whole convoy of strategic transport isn't just petty cash." The ghost face continued, "For a level 6 martial artist, it's indeed not a small amount, but for a grandmaster, it's nothing." The whole group was startled upon hearing this. What? Is it time to level up to grandmaster already? At this point, everyone became as obedient as puppies, vying for favor. Ha ha! So Brother Ma gathered us to rob the strategic transport to break through to grandmaster level. Huh, why didn't you say so earlier? Then we have nothing to argue about. The majority should definitely be yours. Right. Brother Ma, distribute as you see fit. Even if there's no benefit, I, Old Third, am determined to participate this time. Among us bandits, we rarely see a grandmaster appear. Brother Ma is truly extraordinary, admirable, admirable. Ghostface stepped forward, patted Ma Guayun's shoulder, and offered him a cigarette. Ha ha! Well then, congratulations, Big Brother Ma, Brother Guayun, on your complete success, smoothly leveling up to Grandmaster. Thank you for the kind wishes. At this moment, Ghostface gave a sly smile and whispered, "However, you want to become a Grandmaster, so do I. Therefore, I also need 3 shares. Ma Guayun, with a cold gaze, uttered one word. Fine. He thought to himself, Ghostface Accountant is the only one here qualified to be on par with himself. Not just a peak level 6, but also someone possessing a rare talent in elemental control. It's said that initially, he was also an outstanding martial arts student, but a fire killed his entire family. Since then, his personality changed completely, embarking on the path of a brutal robber, fond of burning people alive. His cruelty is infamous even in the underworld. Hearing Guayun's agreement to split 3 ways, Ghostface struck a pose. Well then, thank you, Brother Guayun. Then suddenly a voice came from outside. Since no one has any objections, then I'll divide it simply. The whole group became alert. There's movement. Who's there? The purple-haired guy raised his hand. Don't panic. It's probably the police. Nothing major. Nothing to worry about. Let's send them all off. Then we'll find another place to continue our talk. Heh, well said. With so many level 6 martial artists here, are we afraid of a few cops? One guy was licking his broadsword, looking very bloodthirsty. A familiar foot appeared along with a teasing voice. Just in time. I've been holding back my anger. Today I'll relieve some stress. As soon as he finished, a powerful punch came flying. The guy with the broadsword was immediately punched across the crowd, crashing into the opposite wall. Boom. Dust everywhere. Lu Sheng's familiar spear tip stabbed into the ground. The young Lu Sheng slowly appeared from behind the dusty haze. The crowd buzzed with discussion. What's this? A kid whose facial hair hasn't even grown in properly. Has the police run out of people? Don't underestimate him. Perhaps they deliberately sent him out to make us lower our guard, then strike. Ghostface turned to look at Lu Sheng, completely dumbfounded. Young Lu Sheng calmly held up 2 fingers, then coldly said, 2 minutes. For those who want to escape, you can start running now. Then the scene continued to show the ruined entrance. Young Lu Sheng was surrounded by the brutal criminals. However, the young man showed no fear. Lu Sheng remained completely calm, holding up 2 fingers in provocation. All come at once to save time. Coming one by one is boring. Suddenly, someone's loud shout caught the young man's attention. What the hell are you? It was the voice of the scarred-faced girl with a large sword slung over her shoulder. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "You little brat, you're barely grown. Has the police run out of people? Why send this milk-breathed kid here? To pave the way. Little brat, I admire your courage, but today you'll be promoted posthumously and have incense burned at your altar." A subordinate next to her saw the big sister was very agitated and consoled. "Calm down a bit, big sis. Take it easy. Take it easy. This little guy doesn't need you to personally deal with him. Just leave it to me." At this moment, Ma Guayun stroked his chin, pondering. After all, he's just a foolish kid, probably can't do anything significant. Let those guys go first. I'll just stand back and enjoy the show. Before Ma Guayun could think further, the scarred-faced woman had already charged, swinging her sword. "Die, you brat." Young Lu Sheng gently ducked his head to avoid it, the large sword passing just inches above his head. After that, the young man coldly swung a spear behind him, right at the head of the big sister. Reckless. And so, the big sister was taken out by a single strike from Lu Sheng. The underlings witnessing this were terrified. A level 6 martial artist, yet taken down in one hit. In the blink of an eye, she was sent off by this kid. This kid isn't normal. He must have some scheme. At this moment, young Lu Sheng was still posing with his spear after the knockout. A level 6 martial artist, the young man's aura was radiating strongly. Ma Guayun started to get anxious. Not simple. Don't confront him directly. The weapon this kid is holding must be a master-level weapon. Send more people to charge, overwhelm him with numbers. The underlings, receiving their boss's order, stepped forward ferociously, mouths watering for blood. A master-level weapon, huh? So that's it. This kind of good stuff, if sold casually, would be worth hundreds of millions. Money coming to our doorstep, we'd be fools not to take it. Thinking of money, they immediately charged. One from the front, one from behind, and another attacking from above. Kid, feeling arrogant because of your good weapon. Let me teach you what martial arts really is. Relying only on fancy weapons is like teaching your grandmother to suck eggs. Today you'll pay for this stupidity. Young Lu Sheng cast a cold, sharp glance. Then Lu Sheng made a few basic moves, sending those guys flying. Still looking cool, posing with the spear, face darkened, eyes glowing red. Young Lu Sheng looked like a monster in the eyes of the criminals. The tough guys slowly fell to the ground, the rest with mouths agape. Monster. This kid is a monster. Too bizarre. A level 6 martial artist was instantly killed. This was unimaginable. We've never seen the police have such a monster before. Lu Sheng's body radiated a burning flame. In a cold voice, the young man spoke, "Is no one else going to charge? If you won't come, then I'll come to you." Lu Sheng used a natural breathing method, took a deep breath, and then charged forward with ferocious speed, taking down one after another. With such incredible speed, the others couldn't even react before Lu Sheng took them down. 1, then 2, then 3, 4, 10 of them. The demon-faced man saw this and exclaimed in fear, "Master, this kid's level is half-step to master." After realizing Lu Sheng's true strength, the demon-faced man panicked and fled. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. But how could he possibly escape? Lu Sheng swung his spear and gave chase. "Where do you think you're going?" The demon-faced man being chased glanced back quickly, then stopped. Then he showed a sinister smile. "Who's running away?" He. His entire body was now engulfed in flames. He arrogantly shouted, "Get lost, you little master brat, die for me." As he spoke, he unleashed a massive column of fire. The fire quickly spread around. Everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. The demon-faced man smugly laughed. "Not even ashes will remain. Everything will be incinerated by my flames. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's voice rang out from within the flames. "You call this fire?" The demon-faced man was startled. "What?" Lu Sheng's silhouette gradually emerged from the burning flames. The demon-faced man began to worry. The young man, Lu Sheng, snapped his fingers. "This is what you call fire." A purple energy stream flew into the demon-faced man. Then it burst into purple flames, incinerating him. Terrified screams echoed in the sea of fire. Ma Guayun, who was standing nearby, directly witnessed this scene and began to tremble in fear, his face covered in sweat. The young Lu Sheng then analyzed. Level 6 martial artists' bones are as hard as steel. Steel's boiling point is 2750 degrees. It seems my flames must be a bit stronger than his. When Ma Guayun heard this, sweat was already pouring down his face. While others were panicking, the young man flashed a bright smile, then asked a tricky question. "Are you ready to die yet?" The scene shifts to the outside, where Zhu Mengyao and Meng Jianfei were still hiding behind a wall. Zhu Mengyao whispered, "Be careful, don't let others discover us." Hearing the noises and terrified screams from inside, both of them curiously moved a bit closer. But the scene before them was full of corpses. The bodies of criminals scattered on the ground along with the debris left both of them very confused. "What's going on here?" Meng Jianfei squatted down to check, all killed with a single strike. "That kid's strength is not bad." Zhu Mengyao still showed a disdainful attitude. "They're just small fry. Anyone could do the same." Hearing Meng Jianfei's words, Zhu Mengyao had a startling thought. Could that kid really have charged in? "Let's go. We'll go inside and see." "All right." As they went, Zhu Mengyao instructed immediately, "Be ready to fight." Understood. Both of them had weapons ready in hand, but inside there were even more bodies than outside. All had been eliminated. This scene, as Meng Jianfei looked around, he felt like his heart was about to drop out. That Ma Guayun in a flash, Ma Guayun was split in half by Lu Sheng, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Sheng's image was like a demon. Zhu Mengyao directly witnessed this scene, her mouth agape. Ma Guayun was killed in one strike by that kid. Am I seeing things, or am I dreaming? The young Lu Sheng sheathed his sword and said casually, "You guys are here." Then, the young man turned to leave. "The mission is complete. I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm heading back first." At this point, Meng Jianfei could no longer stand and collapsed. Zhu Mengyao knelt down on the spot. Zhu Mengyao exclaimed with a twisted face, "He killed all these bandits by himself. All the criminals were wiped out by this kid, and that." Meng Jianfei laughed in astonishment. "Haha, this top scholar is truly formidable. This is no joke." This time, Seven Saints Martial Arts University has recruited a terrifying monster. Lu Sheng returned to the car and sat waiting. Suddenly, a message notification arrived. It was a message from Fatlin. "Brother Lu, not good. Where are you?" Someone is attacking and trying to rob the Martial Saint Tower of Seven Saints Martial Arts School. Lu Sheng immediately jumped out, thinking to himself, attacking and robbing the tower. Ah, who's so reckless? I'm back, just in time for some action. The taxi quickly brought Lu Sheng back. The driver announced, "We've arrived, Seven Saints Martial Arts University. Young man, take care now." Lu Sheng quickly got out of the car, thanking the driver. As he walked, the young man thought to himself, this mission has truly yielded a great harvest. Those fierce, strong-willed, cruel, and bloodthirsty individuals are perfect for unsealing the Long Wen spear. There couldn't be anything more suitable. I can almost hear the Long Wen setting breathing. The soul nurturing of the Long Wen spear setting has begun right now. Fat Lindsay eagerly ran over, raising his hand in greeting. "Saint Bro," Lindsay excitedly said. "Saint Bro, you're finally back. How was it? Was the mission difficult? Was it exciting?" Young Lu Sheng cheerfully replied, "It was fine. Nothing too difficult. Just dealing with some bandits." Hearing this, Fat Lindsay jumped in surprise. "What? Killing people? Saint Bro, did you kill people?" Young Lu Sheng saw Lindsay's reaction and broke out in a sweat. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although Lindsay's martial arts skills weren't bad, being a genius, no more no less, he was still just a 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Killing people might seem quite cruel to him. They were all heinous criminals. Lindsay let out a breath. "Wow, Saint Bro, you've actually killed people. Was it fun killing those guys? Is killing people exciting? Damn. Next time I also want to take on a criminal pursuit mission, kill a few to get the thrill." The young man heard these words and saw Lindsay's actions, leaving him speechless. This kid. Meanwhile, Fat Lin was thinking to himself, I've long wanted to be an enforcer of justice. I've wanted to be a messenger of righteousness. We are martial artists. We must eliminate evil and uphold justice, acting on heaven's behalf. Suddenly, there were shouts from some nearby students. Hey, we heard that Xiaolan failed to defend the tower. Oh no, this time, the Martial Saint Tower might really fall. A girl with a frown on her face said, hurry up. Let's go see what's happening. Lu Sheng asked with concern. Lindsay, what's this about attacking the tower? Why are so many people running towards the Martial Saint Tower? Oh, that's right. Saint Bro, something big happened while you were away. Ranked 6th on the Seven Saints list, Miu Renqiong, representing the 4th Martial Saint University, came to attack the tower. Lu Sheng asked curiously, Seven Saints list, what's that? Fat Lin promptly provided information. The Seven Saints list is an upgraded version of the old student ranking list. The old student ranking list included all currently enrolled students from 2nd to 4th year who haven't graduated yet. It can be said to be the most prestigious ranking among all Martial Saint universities. The 1st and 2nd places are Chen Yixuan and Xiaolan. The Seven Saints list, as the name suggests, includes the old student rankings from all 7 Martial Saint universities. After going through a selection process, it forms a single ranking, which is the most prestigious ranking. Anyone who makes it onto this list is considered exceptionally talented and rare, true geniuses leading the younger generation. However, the strength of our school, the 7th Martial Saint University, doesn't seem to be very good. We don't have anyone in the top 10 of the Seven Saints list. Chen Yixuan, who ranks 1st on our old student list, only ranks 13th on the Seven Saints list. We might not be able to defend the tower. If that's the case, this 7th Martial Saint University will become a big laughingstock. A year later, we won't even have the privilege to enter the Martial Saint Tower. We'll have to be like students from other schools and martial artists. First go through the registration process, then queue for half a year. Lindsay held his head in regret. Hearing Lindsay's words, Lu Sheng's face twisted. What did you say? Queue for at least half a year. In a flash, young Lu Sheng had already run inside, leaving only the echo of his voice. What a joke. Defend the tower. Leave it to me. Before Lu Sheng's incredible speed, Fat Lindsay only managed to let out an ah. At this moment, Fat Lindsay grinned happily. Saint Bro, what are you saying? Want to go defend the tower? This is a big deal. The scene shifts to the 7th Martial Saint Tower, where students are frowning, some gritting their teeth in worry. Could it be that we'll really be trampled under the 4th Martial Saint University? This humiliation is too great. In the future, do we really have to compete for positions with students from other schools? No way. Suddenly someone shouted, Hey, someone's coming out. A girl anxiously said, Chen Yixuan. Chen Yixuan has failed. Chen Yixuan was holding his head in pain and gritting his teeth, walking out bitterly. Some students cried out, it's over. Even Chen Yixuan, who ranks 1st on the old student list, has failed. Who else can fight against Miu Renqiong? If Miu Renqiong passes this level, breaking Chen Yixuan's record, then we've failed to defend the tower. The Martial Saint Tower's strength ranking for the 315th National Martial Arts Year. Top 50. Rank 1, Miu Renqiong, 21 floors, currently climbing the tower from the 4th Martial Arts University. Rank 2, Chen Yixuan, 20 floors finished climbing, 7th Martial Arts University. Rank 3, Xiaolan, 18 floors, finished climbing, 7th Martial Arts University. Rank 4, Yang Quan, 13 floors, finished climbing. Chen Yixuan gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn it, as a student of the 7th Martial Saint University, I should be the most familiar with the Martial Saint Tower right in front of our school for the past 4 years. Yet even so, I'm still not as good as Mu Renxiong from outside. Is the gap in our strength really that big? Even now, Chen Yixuan was still bitter. He couldn't bear it. He gritted his teeth so hard they might fall out. At this moment, some students from other schools laughed mockingly. The blonde one spoke up. Ha! This time, the 7th Martial Saint University can be said to have lost face completely. The redhead next to him crossed his arms and added arrogantly, seeing how the people at the 7th Martial Saint University usually brag when faced with someone stronger, this is all they amount to. Ha 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 ha! That's right, this is all they've got. Who pushed me? Suddenly, a tremendously powerful beam of light made the students stagger. Hey, what's happening? What's this? Is this spiritual power? Young Lu Sheng, carrying a suitcase, entered with an incredibly strong spiritual force radiating, making several students sway. The students immediately exclaimed, That's right. It's Lu Sheng, the top-ranked freshman this year, the Ascending Dragon Scholar of this year. On that opening day, he assaulted all the new students and even defeated the spear arts instructor. It's Lu Sheng. The spiritual force made several of them exclaim in fear. He's also a spiritual thought master. Tell me, what's he doing here? Could it be he wants to protect the tower? The blonde one sneered. Ha ha ha! Your 7th Martial Saint University is really laughable. If the old students are useless, now you're pinning your hopes on a freshman. It's hilarious. Ha ha! What nonsense. A first-year student challenging the top 6 of the 7 Saints ranking, with over 4 years more cultivation than your freshman. Trying to show off, is it worth it? He'll probably wet his pants and run away just at the sight of it. Ha ha ha. Young Lu Sheng, completely calm, approached the tower entrance to the girl at registration. The young man asked, Do I still need to queue to enter the tower now? That girl quickly recognized Lu Sheng from a few days ago and jumped in surprise. Ah, it's you again. I remember you're still a freshman. You've never entered the Martial Saint Tower before, right? Why are they letting you guard the tower? Seeing Lu Sheng's cold expression and that no one else was entering the tower now, the girl reluctantly agreed to register him. Well, all right, at least there's no need to queue now. Are others not coming anymore? Go out and call a few more people. That Mu Renxiong is about to break our record. Lu Sheng only turned his head and replied briefly, Don't worry, I alone am enough. He won't be able to break the record. The scene changes to another place. The red-haired girl from before was asking her friends to find Lu Sheng to guard the tower. The guys returned, panting heavily. She anxiously asked, Well, did you find him? I asked around. He's gone out to complete a double A-rank mission. Hearing this answer from her friend in yellow, the red-haired girl panicked. What? Why at this time? It's over. This time it's really over. She held her head, her mouth quivering. Without him, this time the 7th Martial Saint University is sure to lose. A blonde girl nearby curiously asked, Who exactly are you looking for? You consider him so formidable. Is he really that amazing? The girl sighed and replied, It doesn't matter anymore. That person isn't at school. There's no chance to prove it now. Sk. All this mystery. Now everyone's gone to guard the tower. Even Lu Sheng, a first year, has gone. Looks like we're really in dire straits. Hearing Lu Sheng first year, the red-haired girl was startled. She almost pounced on the girl who just spoke. What did you say? Lu Sheng, first year. He's already in the tower. Yes, he just went in. Look there. The blonde girl said while pointing at an electronic board displaying information. His name just appeared. On the information board, the last line showed Lu Sheng's name as being in the tower. The red-haired girl exclaimed joyfully, Oh my God, how strange. Then she jumped up and down. This is great. This is wonderful. Now we're sure to win. The blonde girl, seeing the red-haired girl's actions and expressions, made a twisted face, incredulous. Why are you so excited? Lu Sheng is just a first-year freshman who's a bit better than average. You don't understand. Perhaps this is some kind of pride of a true fan. The scene changes to young Lu Sheng, who just entered the tower. The young man looked around in amazement. Is this the Martial Saint Tower? Why is there a chair and a helmet like that? Lu Sheng read the instruction sheet in his pocket. Single-use blanket. Please replace yourself. Put on the helmet to enter the trial. Lu Sheng found it difficult when he first put on the helmet. 100 years of beauty is still beauty, so the first time being difficult is natural. After a long time of wearing the helmet and getting used to it, he finally finished. Young Lu Sheng was surprised to discover that he seemed to have entered a different space. This is so similar to the game Ready Player One, isn't it? Although there are some differences, this is exactly like the dream space. If so, then if I don't break the record of this Marshall Saint Tower, it would really be unworthy of all those zombies I've eliminated in the dream space over the past year. It's not about fighting zombies here, is it? That's right, there's only one opponent in the Marshall Saint Tower, the bright jade Marshall Saint Dam Trungok. Lu Sheng saw a very youthful figure appear in front of him and muttered to himself, "Is this the young image of Dam Trungok? How old is he here? He looks so childish. I wonder what his strength is like at this point. How exactly do I conquer this Marshall Saint Tower?" Suddenly, Lu Sheng seemed to have seen something that made him jump. Ah! That figure accelerated towards Lu Sheng and launched a direct palm strike at the young man. But surprisingly, that palm strike didn't have much effect on Lu Sheng. The young man stood there frozen, bewildered and surprised. Something's not right here. Is Dam Trungok really this weak? What happened next was even more surprising, as immediately after, Dam Trungok's figure was thrown backwards. The spiritual force emanating from Lu Sheng's body was incredibly powerful. It was then that Lu Sheng realized the issue. The strength of this figure might only be at level 2 martial artist. Seeing the figure being repelled by his force and sliding far back, the young man began to analyze further. "Your attack was unexpectedly repelled by my hard chi." Young Lu Sheng continued with a cocky statement. "I'm not one to hold grudges. Marshall Saint attacked me, so I must definitely strike back. Tit for tat makes us even. Now it's my turn." The young man eagerly threw his punch. An extremely powerful punch was executed by Lu Sheng. The young man's enormous and extremely strong aura rushed straight towards the figure, shattering it, with fragments flying everywhere and dust filling the air. The fragments of the figure slowly dissipated. The young man then saw something strange again and focused his gaze intently. This is unexpected. There appeared spiritual forces emanating around Lu Sheng that were suddenly drawn away and concentrated in one spot on the ground. Then, the spiritual force quickly condensed into some kind of form. It gradually rose up. Surprisingly, a new figure of Dam Trungok instantly appeared. Lu Sheng looked on in astonishment. It absorbed my spiritual energy and transformed into a new Dam Trungok. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that this figure looked different from the previous one, appearing slightly larger on the outside. I get it now. The difficulty is gradually increasing. While Lu Sheng was still standing there frozen, thinking, the figure had already circled behind him, preparing for a surprise attack. Lu Sheng glanced back quickly. The young man raised his hand to block the figure's punch. While blocking the punch, the young man said to the figure, "Thanks to Dam Trungok's figure, I now understand the basic principle of the Marshall Saint Tower." Lu Sheng immediately jumped back to dodge. Boom! That figure shattered again, fragments flying from the center where an incredibly strong light was emanating. Understanding the principle that a new Dam Trungok figure was about to appear, Lu Sheng widened his eyes and shouted, "Come out!" Lu Sheng's spiritual force was once again drawn away. A new Dam Trungok figure slowly appeared. "Hey!" Young Lu Sheng glanced at the figure and clicked his tongue. "Each time I defeat an opponent, not only is there no reward, but it continuously drains my spiritual energy. Before, I had considered that the challenge in the Marshall Saint Tower might be related to spirit and will, but I still didn't fully understand. The Marshall Saint Tower, accumulated over many years, provides spiritual challenges to many people. Even the Marshall Saints will must have been exhausted long ago. It turns out that through this fee collection, absorbing spiritual force, it maintains itself. Each level absorbs a little to trigger the Marshall Saint's will and generate opponents, even absorbing more than it generates, thus continuously strengthening the Marshall Saint's will, making opponents increasingly stronger. This time, Dam Trungok's figure appeared older in appearance than before, and naturally, its strength had also increased. Lu Sheng felt a bit more at ease. I now understand somewhat why the 7th Marshall Saint University recruits fewer students each year compared to the other schools. The Marshall Saint Towers of the other 6 schools have been built for a longer time than the 7th Marshall Saint University, so their Marshall Saint will has accumulated and grown stronger. Dam Trungok is the founder of the 7th Marshall Saint University, and also the only Marshall Way Saint still existing among the 7 Marshall Saint schools, leading and managing all affairs of the 7 Marshall Saint schools. Moreover, if one breaks the Marshall Saint Tower record, they have a chance to be summoned by him and receive his teachings. As he thought, the young man rushed to attack the figure. It was a basic punch technique. The young man delivered a jab to that figure, causing it to shatter. The young man continued to ponder. If my analysis of the Marshall Saint Tower is correct, then the origin of the dream illusion space might have a similar principle. The dream illusion space is very likely also based on the will of some powerful figure or perhaps multiple martial way masters. And the dream illusion space is far more sophisticated than the martial saint tower. In the future, 10,000 years from now, there will be many martial way masters shining like stars in the sky. Their combined will could directly create a world. Spiritual force might not be an impossibility either. The young man analyzed while fighting against Dam Trungok's figures that were destroyed and continuously reappearing. Looking at the spiritual force concentrating into a figure holding a saber, Lu Sheng continued to analyze and dissect the issue. Now it had started to practice with the saber. It seemed to be Dam Trungok in his early 20s entering university, with strength around level 5. The young man continued to punch through the figures. This time it was the small accomplishment in Saber Dao. This time it was breaking through to level 6. Each of Dam Trungok's figures under Lu Sheng's hand couldn't withstand a single strike. Continuing, Lu Sheng's spiritual force was again greatly consumed. It then concentrated again and formed a new figure. This was Dam Trungok in his 30s, at least at the peak of level 6, having achieved unity in one path. At that time, he was called the number 1 below the masters of the era. Good. The young man Lu Sheng was extremely curious. People often referred to Dam Trungok of the Martial Saint Tower as a late-blooming genius. Only when he was about to reach the realm of a master did he fully reveal the demeanor of a saint. Let me see, the one called number 1 below the masters, ultimately how strong he really is. The spiritual force radiated increasingly powerfully. The spiritual force of amber color spread all over the young man's body. At this moment, Lu Sheng very confidently said to Dam Trungok's figure, both at level 6, if I use a spear, I'd have too big an advantage, so I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. The 7 saints ranking appeared, rising rapidly. In first place was Miao Ren Xiong, 22nd floor state in progress. Next, in second place was Chen Yixuan, 20th floor state completed. Number 3 was Wei Lan, 18th floor completed. The 2 girls looked at the rankings and broke out in a cold sweat, their mouths agape. The red-haired girl stammered, he's already surpassed it. Miao Renxiang has surpassed 22 floors. We're dead meat. Our school's best historical record is 22 floors. If Miao Renxiang passes one more floor, we're done for. I pray to our ancestors that he doesn't go any further. Chen Yixuan was on the verge of going mad. It's humiliating. We've lost all face. I could only reach the 20th floor. This is the strength of the 7 saints. No wonder he was holding his head and screaming. How detestable. The blonde girl next to her consoled, don't worry, Miao Renxiang isn't that strong yet. 22 floors is already the threshold. Peak of level 6. Small accomplishment in Saber Dao, Dam Trungok. The martial saint isn't easily defeated. Though consoling Chen Yixuan, the girl was extremely confused and worried. Miao Renxiang can't do it. At this moment, Chen Yixuan was terrified. The martial saint tower is about to be lost. He trembled as he voiced his thoughts. Suppose Miao Renxiang luckily passes it, then what? Won't I become the sinner of the 7th Martial Saint University? Then, suddenly, there was a loud voice nearby. So fast. Lu Sheng's tower climbing speed is too fast. The rankings were continuously updated. Lu Sheng quickly passed through the towers, as well as the high positions on the ranking board. Everyone was focusing on the 7 Saints ranking board. The red-haired girl couldn't take her eyes off it. It's really fast. Now it's already floor 11, 12. Oh, in just a moment it's reached 15. As soon as 9 finished speaking, Lu Sheng clenched his fist and charged forward bravely. At the same time, Dam Trungok's figure also struck down with a sword. The young Lu Sheng froze in place upon seeing this scene. An extremely powerful, dazzling light struck down with a boom. The ground was immediately split in two. The crack raced towards Lu Sheng, dust billowing everywhere. Lu Sheng could only raise his arms to brace himself. The ground beneath Lu Sheng's feet had been split in two, forming a trench. It gradually widened, extending and deepening below. The young man looked at his hands and saw they seemed to be cut in half, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Sheng marveled. What a terrifying strike. His level 4 chi and flame control crumbled like tofu under a single hit, nearly splitting him in two in an instant. Right after, the young man felt excited by this power. This is exactly what I wanted. Such a strong opponent, it would be even more wonderful if I could crush them. How exhilarating. Under the stimulation of life and death pressure, it can make my martial arts progress even further. The distance to perfect martial arts, the second form, body control, the realm can advance even further. With faith and hope becoming stronger in the coming time, Lu Sheng bravely charged towards Dam Trung Ngok's figure. At this moment, the old man's figure was raising his sword high, preparing for the next strike. An iron-cutting strike was unleashed with the old man's cold eyes, as if wanting to slash everything to pieces. Immediately after came a series of slashes executed by Dam Trung Ngok's figure. The sword energy rushed towards Lu Sheng. The young Lu Sheng was no pushover either, his entire body engulfed in flames, as if wanting to incinerate that ancient figure. The secret body training technique, planetary immortal chi cultivation, focuses on a single point, as if holding a planet, concentrating chi at the fingertips, grasping the planet, holding the planet tightly. The scene changes to the vice principal's office. The vice principal is reading a report on the previous mission of the young Lu Sheng. The report details 8 level 6 martial artists, including 2 peak level 6 fighters, all gifted in elemental control, all of them talented experts. But they were all completely defeated by Lu Sheng single-handedly. Moreover, he utterly dominated and crushed the situation. 2 level 2A course assignments adjusted to 3A. A thank you letter of nearly 10,000 words, personally written by the police chief of Yuanhe City. After reviewing the report and reading the police chief's letter, the vice principal sighed. This kid, I initially thought he would lay low for a while before rising up. Unexpectedly, he's given me such a big surprise now. Unparalleled strategy, without rival. Like this, an invincible posture at the same level, similar to Lord Marshal Saint Grandmaster back then. Such talent and strength is enough to catch Lord Marshal Saint's attention. I must report this quickly. The vice principal was about to make a phone call to report to his superiors, when suddenly a female subordinate rushed in from outside, shouting, "Vice principal," she stammered urgently. "The Marshal Saint Tower has an emergency situation." The vice principal, who was thinking about reporting Lu Sheng's strength, wondered what could be more important than this at the moment. He waved his hand dismissively. What's there to panic about? It's about the Tower Guard results. Shiai. The competition for the Marshal Saint Tower is actually a rule to encourage competition set by the Marshal Saint. If we lose, just report to the 4th Martial Arts University. I won't show up. Don't call me anymore. I have more important matters than that big event. That big event, understand. Other issues can wait until later. The young woman didn't understand what the vice principal meant. She muttered, 4th Martial Arts University. She continued, it has nothing to do with the 4th University. It's Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng has broken the record for climbing the Marshal Saint Tower of our 7th University. He has already reached the 26th floor. Hearing the name Lu Sheng, the vice principal broke out in a cold sweat, and in a flash, whether it was ice or shattered glass, caused the young woman to scream in terror. Vice principal. When she looked back, the vice principal was nowhere to be seen. The scene changes to the outside. In the sky, 4 streams of 4-colored aura suddenly flew away very quickly. The students below were shocked. Damn it, what just flew by? The aura was terrifying. The pressure was horrifying. Those are grandmasters. The vice principals were flying quickly, rushing towards the Marshal Saint Tower. Immediately, the students below recognized them as the vice principals of the school. What's going on? The vice principal, extremely anxious, flew quickly to the Marshal Saint Tower, sweat rolling down his face. In his thoughts was only the name Lu Sheng. In a flash, the vice principals arrived. The vice principal immediately descended from above to the amazement and slight fear of the students. Frightened because the aura of the vice principals was too powerful, all the students emerged, saying, "Vice principal." The vice principal of the 7th Marshal Saint University struck a cool pose, his blue aura filling the sky. Then 3 more beams of light, red, yellow, and green, flashed in. 3 other vice principals appeared. The students were shocked once again. It wasn't just one vice principal, but all the other vice principals had arrived too. All 4 vice principals stood, each in a different pose, looking incredibly imposing, looking at the Marshal Saint Tower rankings, the top position. The rankings at this moment showed Lu Sheng at the 27th floor with the status in progress, meaning Lu Sheng was still continuing to climb the tower. The second position was Miao Renxiong at the 22nd floor with the status completed. The vice principals broke out in a cold sweat. This, the vice principal of the 7th school said to the other 3. I just heard that Lu Sheng had climbed to the 26th floor of the tower. I rushed here immediately, and in that short time, he has even surpassed another floor. The chubby vice principal with a bushy beard, sweating profusely, spoke up. The Martial Saint said students under 30 who can break through 23 floors can be summoned by the Martial Saint. The vice principal, wearing a green coat, breaking out in a cold sweat, continued. Students who can surpass 24 floors get 3 days of guidance. The remaining blonde vice principal, also drenched in sweat, added that students surpassing 25 floors can enter the lineage for inheritance. The handsome vice principal of the 7th Martial Saint School looked up at the tall tower with streams of spiritual energy being absorbed and incredibly powerful. He muttered, "This Lu Sheng has already reached the 27th floor." Then he concluded, as if voting with the other vice principals, "This matter is settled. Let's report it to the Martial Saint at Tianting." The other three responded in unison. Agreed. The students saw that Lu Sheng was on the 27th floor of the tower and at the top of the rankings, and their jaws dropped open. One of them exclaimed, "Damn it, this Lu Sheng can directly become the Martial Saint's disciple now." The one next to him added, "He's practically shattered the Martial Saint Tower record. In the future, even with 55 more years, I'm afraid no one will be able to match him. No one can keep up." The fat guy Lindsay, hearing these high praises, was also startled for a moment. The nearby students continued, "It's terrifying. Lu Sheng is probably the strongest student in the history of the 7th Martial Saint School." The students were imagining Lu Sheng as an unrivaled monster. Hearing these words, the fat Lindsay immediately objected, as it wasn't quite right. Lindsay raised a finger and said, "You guys are wrong. You should say Lu Sheng is the strongest first-year student." Then Lindsay looked at the tall tower and sighed. Holy Song. Holy Song can't be described as just super strong anymore. Then, the fat Lindsay, with eyes shining brightly, clenched his fists and admired. "Throughout my life, I can only look up to the Holy Song." Not far from there, a purple-haired guy gritted his teeth, then occasionally bit his nails, sighing. "This Lu Sheng is too abnormal." Without any signs at all, he suddenly appeared and immediately climbed to the top spot. Hearing this, the red-haired girl nearby took out her phone and showed it to him. "Look at this carefully." The content on the screen displayed articles and videos about Lu Sheng, the hottest videos on finance and technology, all trending topics. First was, Cold Weapon Training Room reaches 3 to 5 stages. Strongest first-year student Lu Sheng. How powerful is his true strength? The second article, Spear Technique Master Fuaiba evaluates Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's spear technique is not only exquisite, but also too domineering. Then came the third article, Shocking Level 3 Emission, unprecedented, completed solo by Lu Sheng. Teammates witnessed firsthand. While the guy was reading the articles and videos, he was shocked, in disbelief. His eyes nearly popped out because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The red-haired girl calmly said, I've posted about Lu Sheng's strength before. He set the stage 5 in the Cold Weapon Training Room, but no one believed it. People even thought I was posting for likes, living in a fantasy, and all sorts of nonsense. The guy watching the video had his jaw dropped, his face distorted, feeling he was too outdated. Alas. Clearly, information about Lu Sheng's powerful strength has always been available and could be looked up. He felt so small compared to Lu Sheng. I'm truly blind and deaf, not even knowing about such a powerful person. The scene shifts to inside the Martial Saint Tower. The young Lu Sheng muttered, "Martial arts competition, will collision. This is very good for my martial arts mastery. This is truly a precious training opportunity." At this moment, young Lu Sheng was being beaten badly by the shadow of Dam Trungok. One hand holding his shoulder, struggling to sit up, the young man was sweating profusely, looking at Dam Trungok's figure, saying, "You are very strong." Dam Trungok's figure, with cold steel eyes, stared intently at Lu Sheng. He still gripped his sword tightly, even though part of his figure had already dissipated. Young Lu Sheng raised his head and shouted, "But I am even stronger." Like a dazzling beam of light radiating from Lu Sheng's body, the loud shout and the powerful light emanating from Lu Sheng caused Dam Trungok's figure to quickly dissipate. Young Lu Sheng seized the opportunity, sitting to cultivate and recover. At this moment, a golden aura radiated throughout his body. After a period of recovery, the young man sighed in relief and regulated his chi, stopping his cultivation, looking at his palm with an extremely powerful aura emanating. Lu Sheng muttered, "The concept of my great sun view is about to reach perfection. Perhaps after one more life and death battle, it will be completely perfected. At that time, I can officially advance to the 7th level Master Realm." Suddenly, something changed. The spiritual forces still lingering on the ground and the tower's spiritual force were suddenly drawn upwards, startling young Lu Sheng. Looking up, All the spiritual forces had concentrated at one point, emitting a dazzling light. Dam Trungok's figure slowly appeared. This time it was officially the Grand Master Dam Trungok. Dam Trungok's figure with cold, sharp eyes, his aura much stronger than the previous figures. Young Lu Sheng stared intently at the figure, both sweating profusely and partly excited. This time, it even didn't absorb just his own spiritual force. It seems the Martial Saint Tower has been accumulating spiritual force, accumulating for this very moment. Young Lu Sheng also unleashed his maximum power, turning around, all fired up, gripping the spear tightly in his hand. The young man resolved, "Next is the time to test the true limits of my strength." Lu Sheng's eyes seemed to shoot out lightning. The young man was highly determined. "Hurry up, let's start the final feast." Very quickly, the Martial Saint Tower's ranking was updated. In a flash, number 27 disappeared and was replaced by number 28. The students' faces contorted, pointing at the ranking board and discussing excitedly. The vice principal was also sweating profusely, finding it hard to believe. He turned his head slightly, looking at the expressions of the other three vice principals, which were not much different. The other three were also stunned, in disbelief. The ranking board announced a new record. Top 1, Lu Sheng, 28 floors, status completed. The vice principal looked again carefully, wondering if he was dreaming. The students immediately called out to each other and ran to the tower's exit. Lu Sheng is about to come out. Hurry to witness this historic moment of the Martial Saint Tower record. After gathering at the entrance, the students' eyes shone brightly, everyone clenching their fists, full of hope, full of expectation for a figure to emerge from the Martial Saint Tower's door. But it was Miao Renxiong who came out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw many people gathered, filling the entire entrance. He thought to himself, "Damn, why are there so many people here?" Thinking everyone was welcoming and admiring him, Miao Renxiong smugly laughed. "Ha ha ha, they must all be stunned by my achievement or extremely envious. Ha ha ha." At this moment, suddenly a girl with a bunny bow stepped forward. "Big brother Miao, please befriend me." The male students behind, seeing this scene, applauded loudly. Miao Renxiong smirked. "Oh, no problem." Then Miao Renxiong flashed a sleazy smile, oozing charm. "We'll have a cool date, okay? Find a private place to chat intimately." The female students below couldn't stand the sight of this smile. His smile was very creepy. That's right, this guy's lecherous nature is terrifying. While Miao Renxiong was immersed in his delusions and his unbearable emotions, Lu Sheng walked out carrying his suitcase. "Excuse me for a moment." Lu Sheng walked past, just lightly bumping into Miao Renxiong. As he was standing in the way, he fell face first, now lying face down on the ground. He gritted his teeth, feeling bitter. Lu Sheng coldly walked away without looking back. "Sorry about that." Miao Renxiong glared and shouted, "You." Lu Sheng also coldly turned back. "Stop me." Lu Sheng hadn't finished his sentence, but the young man's words seemed full of hidden meaning. It probably meant, "Catch me if you can," or, "If you're so tough, stop me." Miao Renxiong raised his head to see Lu Sheng walking away and gesturing, saying, "Move aside, don't block the way." He asked, "That's it." Angry, he gritted his teeth. "Come on." He looked like he wanted to devour Lu Sheng right away. "I'll crush you." Rage had reached his brain. He immediately threw a punch, his mouth roaring like a wild beast. "I'll fucking stop you, you son of a bitch." Seeing Miao Renxiong acting so aggressively, Lu Sheng also got annoyed. "Damn it, do you know who you're talking to?" A thunderous clash erupted, the sound echoing through the sky. The surrounding students felt like they were about to be blown away by the shockwave, dust and smoke everywhere. After the smoke cleared, looking again, Miao Renxiong's feet were dangling off the ground. Lu Sheng's voice shouted loudly, "What's wrong? What do you want to do?" Miao Renxiong was now being held up by the collar with one hand by Lu Sheng, standing in the way and acting like a thug. "Huh. Besides, who are you?" Miao Renxiong, who was acting tough earlier, was now being choked by Lu Sheng, almost breathless. In a flash, Lu Sheng threw Miao Renxiong away. He fell head over heels, face down on the ground, his face scraping and sliding along the ground. Miao Renxiong's lackeys were terrified at this sight, their mouths agape. They frantically asked, "Boss, Big bro Miao. Boss, what's wrong? Boss, are you okay?" After a while, with no response from Miao Renxiong, his lackeys screamed, "Boss, please wake up. Oh my god." The nearby students were stunned, shocked to witness this scene firsthand. Are we witnessing the birth of a new legend here? At this moment, Lu Sheng looked incredibly cool as he walked away carrying his suitcase. The fat guy Lindsay laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the real strength of the saint." Next, the 7 saints of martial arts will welcome the era of Lu Sheng. The red red-haired girl and her friends nearby also cheered joyfully. That's right, Lu Sheng is the strongest in history. Awesome. The students cheered loudly. You are the savior of the seven saints of martial arts. The invincible Miao Ren Xiong of the seven saints ranking is nothing. Not good enough. Lu Sheng is unbeatable. So cool. One guy proudly said, I was once beaten by Lu Sheng too. I am just like Miao Ren Xiong. I was also beaten by Lu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone cheering for him, Lu Sheng pondered. Being recognized by everyone, perhaps it's also one of the motivations in martial arts. Chen Yixuan, ranked third in the Seven Saints ranking, also had to sigh and express admiration. What's all this about the senior student's Seven Saints ranking? I'm afraid it can't contain this great Buddha Lu Sheng. At the same time, the vice principal, seeing everyone cheering for Lu Sheng, muttered, elegant attire, youthful years, standing by a fine horse, admiring Chang'an's flowers. Let them enjoy this moment for now. Not far from there, another guy gaped, sweating profusely. Damn, I never expected to encounter such a big event on this trip. The record of the Seven Saints Martial Arts Tower, broken by a freshman first-year student. Junior sister Yang Yan, why don't we quickly go find your classmate? Let's meet them quickly, and then we'll head back. The people here seem like they're high on something.
It's too dangerous. We shouldn't stay long. Who knows, in a bit they might go crazy and give us a beating. Looking from afar, Yang Yan replied, no need, I've already found them. Then, she just remained silent, looking without saying anything. Next, the senior brother jumped in surprise. Huh, found them. Don't tell me you mean the person you're looking for is that Lu Sheng. Despite the senior brother's words,
Yang Yan just turned and left without answering, observing Lu Sheng being surrounded by many students asking for autographs and taking pictures. Like a dazzling star, that guy continued talking to Yang Yan. I'm not saying this, but I never expected you to have such a vain side. Ha ha. Hearing these somewhat excessive words, Yang Yan finally replied, you're not wrong. He is indeed too dazzling. I was too presumptuous. Then, Yang Yan turned and walked away. That guy grabbed Yang Yan's hand, saying, don't be angry, junior sister Yang Yan. I didn't mean it that way. I believe you. I believe you. Isn't that enough? Yang Yan angrily shook her hand free. Senior, I appreciate you bringing me here to find someone, but please mind your actions and words. That senior student heard this, but seemed to misunderstand completely, and smiled brightly. Huh, why are you saying that? At this moment, the big face of Fat Lindsay appeared from behind, whispering in his ear, are you deaf? She told you to let go, and you didn't hear. Then Lindsay grabbed the senior's ear. Where? Damn you, what are you doing? Lindsay gritted his teeth. Heh, you dare to lay hands even on the daughter of the holy singer. You have some nerve. What do you think I'm going to do? Lindsay pulled as if to tear off the guy's ear, making him grimace in pain. After not using violence for a long time, feeling a bit itchy, Lindsay took the opportunity to give that guy a beating. The guy could only beg, spare me, fat guy. I was wrong. After beating that guy to a pulp, lying flat on the ground, face swollen, sporting bumps like an ostrich, Lindsay examined his fist and wondered, strange, it's the same act of hitting someone. Why can't I create the same dominating effect as the holy singer? Then, Fat Lindsay turned to Yang Yan with a bright smile. Hey, slow down. Your classmate Yang Yan, right? The holy singer told me to come here and tell you. Wait a bit, we'll have dinner together later. You're Lu Sheng's friend. At this, Lindsay took the chance to brag and joke. The holy singer is my boss. He just noticed you. He's now, not easy to get away. I'll take the holy sister-in-law for a walk around first, okay? Yang Yan blushed at the words, holy sister-in-law, stammering, we don't have that kind of relationship. That senior student lying flat on the ground still tried to raise his head, slapping the ground angrily. What? Lu Sheng is really Yang Yan's classmate. I'm done for. This time I've lost both the flower and the pot. If it were someone else, I'd smash the pot and take back the flower. But it's Lu Sheng this time. How can I even fight back? The scene changes to the next day, in the vice principal's office. Surprisingly, student Lu Sheng, on your first entry into the Martial Saint Tower, you've broken its historical record. Truly a promising young man. This situation is very special. The specific rewards must wait for the Martial Saints arrangement. Moreover, after breaking the Martial Saint Tower's record, your course credit rewards will also be issued soon. Young Lu Sheng listened with some surprise. Conquering the tower also comes with course credits. You didn't know. Regardless of which school's Martial Saint Tower it is, as long as someone sets a new record, they will receive course credit rewards from that school. The vice principal suddenly realized as he was speaking, wait, don't tell me you want to. Young Lu Sheng replied with a cold expression, if possible, I want to graduate quickly. The vice principal was alarmed. Then he sighed, I understand. You can go back now. I'll notify you if there's any news. Yes, Thank you, Vice Principal. After Lu Sheng left, the Vice Principal immediately made a phone call. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's me. I think we should wait a bit longer. The voice on the other end was very curious and urgent. Why? The Vice Principal turned to look at Lu Sheng's departing footsteps. I feel that Lu Sheng's performance seems to have just begun. After returning from the Vice Principal's office, during his free time, young Lu Sheng took out his phone and browsed the school forum. The young man immediately came across a hot post. 7th Marshall Saint University. Hot news bulletin of the school. First post. The era of Lu Sheng is approaching. Get ready to feel. Experience the terror of Lu Sheng's domination. The post has over 1,600,000 heat. Second post. Super hot video and images of Lu Sheng. Third post. Freshman working as a martial arts gym instructor. Is it appropriate? Fourth post. Enrolling in the military district. Should I choose to use performance-enhancing drugs? Fifth post. In the south gym of the school, there's a spayed female cat with big breasts, good temperament, ready for petting and cuddling, looking for an owner. First come, first served. Next is a large image of Lu Sheng with the caption, the strongest first-year student in the history of the 7th Marshall Saint University. Glory to the 7th Marshall Saint University. Currently the number 1 on the 7 Saints ranking is Wen Jingxian. Is he strong enough for Lu Sheng to defeat with one hand? Let me see some comments from the heroes to spice things up a bit. This post was banned from the forum as soon as it was published. Following are more images of Lu Sheng with sensational headlines. Every moment of Lu Sheng in action. The super hot clip is mine. I will take all the power. It's never your right. Running away has never been my way of doing things. How far is Lu Sheng from becoming a grandmaster? The first moment in history, a grandmaster, while still a university student, may be born. Below Lu Sheng's posts are a series of reactions and comments from other students. A male student raises his hand to live stream and laughs gleefully. From today on, our 7th Saint University can finally be proud, hold our heads high, no need to feel inferior to students from other Marshall Saint Universities anymore. Lu Sheng is amazing, absolutely fantastic. Next is another male student sighing in disbelief at the current situation. It's a dream, too much of a dream. I will never forget today for the rest of my life. Another male student clenches his fist and boldly declares, brothers, the trumpet of counterattack has sounded. Tomorrow we'll go challenge the towers of other schools. A girl with eyes full of admiration. Does anyone have images or videos of Lu Sheng punching the hero with one hand? I'm begging you. Please give me that video or image. I plan to use it as my phone wallpaper. Another girl winks confidently and says, please friends, tell him for me. All the second-year female seniors, we all want to be the mothers who give birth to supreme geniuses like him. Young Lu Sheng sees these posts and the series of flattering comments about himself and jumps in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. A moment later, after taking a few sips of water to regain his composure, the young man starts muttering, worthy of being martial arts female students, their words and actions are brave. At this moment, the young man speaks to Yang Yan beside him, who had arrived earlier. Sorry for putting you in an awkward situation. Today, I didn't expect so many people to come. She immediately raises both hands, indicating it's no big deal, and replies, it's all right, you're very busy. Besides, your current achievements are truly brilliant, making people admire you. Then, after a moment, Yang Yan feels hesitant. She hesitates for a while before finally saying, can I still come to find you in the future? The young man, who is taking a sip of water, stops in confusion. What's wrong? Is there any problem? The young man mutters as he bids farewell to Yang Yan. These are actually just small matters. Moreover, a push without real resistance would be very boring. The young man looks into the distance and breaks into a very confident smile. The scene changes to the cafeteria of the 4th Marshall Saint University, where the cat-like hero, after being thoroughly thrashed by Lu Sheng, feels very hungry. He keeps pointing and choosing dishes. Yeah, I want this, and this. He points at so many dishes that the server becomes confused. After a struggle, the server finally manages to gather all the dishes for the cat-like hero. On the table is a large portion of food, including eggs, pork, chicken legs, beef, and so on and so forth. While the cat-like hero is chewing ravenously due to exhaustion, the students who see him start whispering to each other. That's the cat-like hero. I heard he's the one who went to the 7th Marshall Saint University, failed to challenge the tower, got exhausted and came back, returned in despair. A male student says with contempt, yeah, then he was beaten by a first-year student at the 7th Marshall Saint University, and I heard he was choked like a little chicken. The girl next to him sweats nervously, in disbelief.
Good grief, is that true? Is this news real or fake? Can a first-year student be that strong? The cat-like hero isn't ordinary either, but another guy chimes in. Yeah, who knows his real strength? Maybe it's all just hot air.
Evaporating before the fight, causing trouble without ability. Truly ridiculous. Liars get punched in the face. Most importantly, he got thrashed by a first-year student, embarrassing the 4th Marshall Saint University. It's all over now. The other guy continues to mock. Typical case of pretending to be injured, becoming a fool who doesn't dare to speak up. The cat-like hero, hearing these words, starts to feel a ringing in his ears. He tells himself, stay calm, must stay calm. Then he tenses up, grits his teeth, tries to keep calm, and continues eating. As he eats, he thinks to himself, I must endure. Can't let a few idiots affect my mood. Just focus on eating. Those guys continue laughing. A very enjoyable scene. Ha, ha, ha. There's more. The cat-like hero was so scared by that first-year student that he fainted and even wet himself. His pants were soaked, stinking. It's truly embarrassing. Ha, 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 ha. The blonde male student had only laughed 2 to 3 times when his food tray was knocked to the floor. He was grabbed by the collar by the cat-like hero. The cat-like hero, enraged, shouted close to his face, I didn't wet myself. I'll say it one more time. I didn't wet myself. Before, we hadn't seen the cat-like hero wet himself, but this time that blonde male student seemed to have a wet spot forming on his pants. He was so terrified by the cat-like hero's shout that his face drained of color, turning pale, sweating profusely along with tears. The nearby students started to break out in cold sweat, all of them frozen in place at the sight of this scene. Suddenly, a male student's voice shouted 3 words, cat-like hero. The cat-like hero, still fuming, didn't bother to turn around to see who it was. He shouted back, you dare to make more noise. Next, I'll smash your face in. Another shout, cat-like hero. The cat-like hero, with rage clouding his mind, threw a punch towards the sound coming from behind him. Good grief, who the hell is that? Go die. He had just thrown a massive, powerful punch, but it was caught by an equally large hand. Seeing that the opponent could block his full-force punch, the cat-like hero looked back, sweating profusely again, his mouth stammering. It's you. Who else could it be? It was the young man Luke Than, sitting at the table behind and blocking the punch with one hand. The young man glanced at the cat-like hero and said, Cat-like hero, have you never known what manners are? This is the 2nd time now. Then the young man stood up, patted the cat-like hero's shoulder. I'm here to challenge your school, or what you call tower climbing. Since I ran into you here, I'm letting you know. Do you have any objections? That can be considered polite enough. Right, cat-like hero. Hearing these words, the cat-like hero started whimpering like a puppy. He bared his teeth, forcing a smile and shaking his head frantically. Saint, I have no objections. No objections. No objections. That's good. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Than waved his hand, and the cat-like hero flew like a bird. Boom. The cat-like hero tumbled head over heels to the ground. After face-planting on landing, he sat holding his head, trembling, still haunted by the memory of being beaten to a pulp last time. The other male students from the 4th Marshall Saints University, also known as the 4th Marshall University, felt that something was off. One of them analyzed, while the others stood frozen, stunned. That's not right. The cat-like hero isn't weak at all. He's the top-ranked after all, and ranked 6th among the 7 saints in the senior rankings. Who on earth is that guy? He manhandled the cat-like hero like squeezing a chick. At this moment, the cat-like hero was still holding his head, shaking as he forced out each word. He is Luke Than. The students from the 4th Marshall University heard the 2 words Luke Than and their jaws dropped. What did you say? He is Luke Than. What? Cat-like hero. Hurry up. Quickly call everyone here. Luke Than from the 7th Marshall University has come to challenge the tower. Quickly call the top 10 people here. Hurry. A girl suggested, call my ass. Cat-like hero. He's about to faint. His whole body is limp. He has no strength left. He's like a quail now. He doesn't even dare to fart. Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind. The cat-like hero's mouse-sized courage has been shattered, but that doesn't mean we're the same. The voice belonged to a girl holding a long whip, accompanied by a man wielding a large sword, walking while swinging her whip. The girl declared boldly, I also want to witness what kind of monster this first-year student is to be able to smash the cat-like hero's brain. As she spoke, she licked her whip as if thirsting for blood. The students immediately recognized them as people from the rankings. Senior students number 2, Duong Kan San, number 3, Feng Mi Thong. Well said. The cat-like hero is the cat-like hero. He doesn't represent our 4th university. The students from the 4th university cheered. The fighting spirit of the 4th martial artists is immortal. We will defend the tower. Let's destroy Luke Than. Before they left, they were startled to see that the Seven Saints ranking had been updated. Ah, Luke Than is already at the top, with 28 floors. Our fourth university has been blown away. The scene changes to the Fifth Martial University's Student Association, where an emergency meeting was taking place. An image of Luke Than was projected. Everyone still didn't understand what was happening when Kandu said, "Friends, the first-year class of the 7th Martial University has a prodigy. He's a monster. I'm sure you all know. His name is Luke Than, this year's Kai Min Tuong Tin of the Eastern Province, and also the top scholar of Danglong. On the first day of school, he punched the top-ranked first-year student. Then, as Kandu was speaking, he was interrupted by a girl who couldn't wait any longer and said, 'Kandu, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us what we need to do right now.' Kandu looked helpless, pulling his hair. Sigh. What can I do? What do you think I can do? Luke Than has broken records in both towers in just half a day. The title of Demon King has spread across all 7 martial universities. The group was discussing and trying to find a way to respond when Luke Than would soon come to challenge their tower. Suddenly, they all jumped and exclaimed, 'It's not good.' Everyone froze, losing color. Luke Than has arrived. Young Luke Than, with spiritual force radiating from his body and an extremely cold gaze, confidently asked, 'What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me?' After Luke Than arrived at the 5th Martial University, the students wailed miserably. Some gritted their teeth, breaking out in cold sweat. Don't. No, why is this happening? Very quickly, young Luke Than had finished challenging the 5th Martial University's tower. The young man walked out amidst the screams and collapse of the students. It's over. No, our martial tower is gone. Meanwhile, Luke Than thought to himself, the 5th martial tower is done. Breaking 2 towers in 2 days can be considered a fairly rich harvest. Not only did I train the Grandmaster's will twice, but my spiritual force also increased greatly, surpassing level 6. At this moment, flames surrounded young Luke Than. The young man seemed to want to burn everything. Luke Than continued with a determined look and thought. Under the deliberately created pressure, even the 10 complete martial arts smoothly entered the second state. Concentrating spiritual force in his palm, a dazzling beam of power radiated. Young Luke Than continued to reflect on his martial arts. The 10 complete martial arts in its second state condensed power, pinpointing the burst location, understanding weaknesses, precise control, grasping subtleties, even anticipating attacks. This feeling of complete capability, flawless and worry-free, became increasingly clear. After entering the second form of the 10 complete martial arts, he even had the illusion of ascending to godhood. Although it was an illusion, if he continued on this path, there would be a day when he truly became the god of martial arts. Luke Than pondered internally, with a cold gaze. Amber-colored spiritual force continuously radiated extremely powerfully. At the gate of the 5th Martial University, the chubby Lamtrak was already waiting. Seeing Luke Than coolly walking out with one hand in his pocket, Lamtrak rejoiced, waving to greet Luke Than. Saint, over here, this way." The chubby Lamtrak broke into a very mischievous smile. "Congratulations, Saint, on conquering another tower. So, do you want to go to other martial arts schools now?" Young Luke Than gave Lamtrak a meaningful look and then replied, It's still early. Call a car for me. Let's go to the 6th Martial University." Hearing this, chubby Lamtrak became very excited, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "No problem." Chubby Lamtrak understood Luke Than's intentions well and had prepared everything in advance. "It's all arranged, Saint. Look at this." Young Luke Than was also surprised by Lamtrak's preparations. There were dozens of taxis that Lamtrak had booked and were waiting. Seeing the long line of taxis, young Luke Than had to ask, "Impressive. I don't know what else to say. This junior is truly outstanding." Chubby Lamtrak quickly pushed Luke Than into the car. "Saint, let's go quickly, before we miss the good hour." At this moment, Luke Than still looked bewildered, not understanding what on earth was happening. Other young students were also very excited, getting into taxis to follow Luke Than to challenge the tower. "The Saint is leaving. Hurry up, let's follow him. Quick, let's go. Driver, can you make the car go a bit faster?" Moving forward, the driver saw a series of taxis on the same route and was very surprised, asking, "Hey, young student, is your school organizing a group activity?" The male student excitedly replied, "We're about to witness the birth of a dynasty." The driver was completely baffled, not understanding what nonsense this young man was talking about. Scene changed to the front gate of the 6th Martial University. The students who had heard the news that Luke Than was going around challenging towers pointed and shouted in panic, "He's here! He's here! I see him! He's really here!" Luke Than stepped one foot out of the car. Luke Than has arrived. The young man slowly opened the car door with an extremely cool expression and stepped out. Luke Than walked in front, followed by the students from the 7th Martial School behind him. Seeing Luke Than's incredibly strong aura and the many students following to cheer him on, the students of the 6th Martial University frowned and grimaced. Oh no, this situation is truly like the Demon King going on a march. What should we do? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared confronting Luke Than. The students from the 6th Martial School immediately recognized him as Tram Kong, top 1 in the senior student rankings, and number 1 in the freshman rankings. Oh, Tram Kong. Thank goodness, Tram Kong has stepped out to confront Luke Than. Tram Kong stood with arms crossed, a stern face, and arrogantly asked loudly, Luke Than right, here to challenge the tower. The newcomer is 8 kilograms, the old-timer is 10 kilograms. The young Luke Than coldly replied, That's right, is there a problem? Hearing the 4 words, is there a problem? Tram Kong's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, let out a grunt, thinking it was something else. Then Tram Kong lowered his head, forced a smile in fear, and gestured invitingly. I'm here to guide you, actually. This way, please. This way, please. Tram Kong even carefully reminded, Our school is quite large. Be careful not to get lost. Seeing Tram Kong's sudden change in attitude, the young man was dumbfounded. What the hell? So Tram Kong is here to be a tour guide. Half an hour later, the students looked at the information board and shouted, It's broken. New record. New record. Luke Than has successfully challenged the tower. The tower information board of the 6th Martial University ranked first. Luke Than, 29 floors. Lam Troch's group and the 7th Martial University students kept cheering in joy. Congratulations, congratulations. Saint is invincible. In complete contrast to the joyful emotions, Tram Kong had tears streaming down his face. What else could I do? I had to let him challenge the tower. At least we're not the only school to lose face by surrendering. In just a short time, the tower information boards of 4 schools all bore Luke Than's name. Luke Than continued his tower challenging journey. The young Luke Than, advancing to the next tower, which was the tower of the 2nd Martial University. Just like at the 6th Martial Tower, many students followed Luke Than to cheer him on. It's him, the Demon King of the 7th Martial University. Luke Than suddenly felt a shock. Someone came crashing down from above, the shockwave threatening to blow everything away. A voice echoed through the misty smoke. Tell me, do you know where you are? Someone asked, but young Luke Than calmly replied, I'm here to challenge the tower. How could I not know? As the smoke dissipated, a sword-wielding figure gradually appeared. I am Bak Hwan Shuyan, ranked 2nd on the Saint 7 leaderboard. The founder of our 2nd Martial University was one of the first martial arts saints to emerge in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how rich in history, it can't compare to the martial arts universities established later. Bak Hwan Shuyan, with cold, sharp eyes, full of killing intent, loudly declared, You want to become famous overnight and shock the world. That's possible. But to do that, by stepping on the face of the 2nd Martial University, ranked 2nd, first you must ask if the sword in my hand agrees. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his sword into the ground. With the power of a master's will, the entire ground instantly froze. Luke Than was also shocked, as his legs were frozen up to his knees, unable to move. Bak Hwan Shuyan's voice continued to resound. I heard you topped the Danglong exam this year. How fortunate. The Danglong top scholar. I've achieved that too. Fat Lam Troch's group witnessed this scene firsthand and exclaimed with their mouths agape. That's the master's will of Bak Hwan Shuyan. He has even condensed a master's will already. A master's will, even just a bit, it truly represents completing one's own martial will. In 10 years, Bak Hwan Shuyan will certainly join the ranks of masters. Bak Hwan Shuyan pointed his blade at Luke Than. Now, do you understand the foundation of long-established martial universities yet? Young Luke Than replied, A master's will, is it? Then, young Luke Than brushed off his clothes and calmly said, In this era, at such a young age to have condensed your own master's will is indeed not bad. At this moment, Luke Than's eyes flashed with a gleam. The young man continued, But what does this amount to? A senior's admiration for a junior. Bak Hwan Shuyan, enraged, swung his blade. What are you pretending to be? I'll freeze you into an ice block soon. Let's see if you can still pretend then. Luke Than continued to ask Bak Hwan Shuyan, This is the star's ice martial will, right? The young man remembered the Ice Queen's power and shouted loudly, This power is too weak compared to hers. With a glare, Luke Than's spiritual force burst out immensely. The young man's body still bore the familiar image of fire. Luke Than's aura terrified all the students. Bak Hwan Shuyan was also drenched in cold sweat. At this point, he could no longer stand steady and had to thrust his sword into the ground for support. The amber-colored aura of young Luke Than emitted extremely powerful light and heat, causing Bak Hwan Shuyan's face to contort. He struggled to endure. What is this? It's too hot, too bright. The heat is like the sun. Ba Huanxuan was further shocked when he saw what he was most confident in. His ice domain had melted away completely. His trump card gone, Ba Huanxuan collapsed. Young Luke Than stepped past him, smiling lightly, and said, "This is no coincidence at all. If you were in the same class as me, you could only rank second." Suddenly, several dark figures appeared above, observing Luke Than. "This young man will become a master in 5 years, and will certainly have the appearance of a martial saint." The scene changes to the student association, where a young man puffing on a cigarette asked, "How did it go? Has Luke Than entered the tower of the first martial saint university yet?" A hot purple-haired girl replied, "He has." Ba Huanxuan didn't intervene. Oh, he did intervene, even fully displaying his martial will, but still couldn't stop that young man. He asked further. All the final trump cards were played, and still couldn't stop him. How many moves did it take Luke Than to defeat Ba Huanxuan? The purple-haired girl sweated and replied with regret, Half a move." The young man was shocked to hear this. Half a move. What do you mean? Luke Than only revealed a bit of his martial will. He hadn't even struck Ba Huanxuan, but it directly melted Ba Huanxuan's martial will. The young man, hearing this, could no longer stand steady and fell backwards, exclaiming, "Me melted." He thought hard, but couldn't imagine what a melting martial will would look like. The purple-haired girl curiously asked, "Qin Hian, do we still need to go stop him?" And Qin Hian hastily replied, "Stop him how? With what? My strength and Ba Huanxuan's are actually only slightly different. He's ranked first, I'm second. Luke Than defeated him without even using a technique. I'd just be food if I went, or you could say I'd be his plaything. Let's forget about this quickly." The girl, hearing Qin Hian say this, clenched her fist. Damn it. Initially, I also planned to follow the path of being number 1 under Martial Saint Dam Trungok to quickly rise to master level. Who knew this Luke Than devil would appear out of nowhere, immediately establishing his dominance? I'm just a few months away from graduating. I wish he had come a little later. Seeing the girl muttering, seemingly daydreaming, Qin Hian interrupted her. Stop dreaming. Right now, this Luke Than is all over the news outside talking about his tower climbing event. Quick, look at this. Big news. Wow, so powerful. Qin Hian held a flyer with Luke Than's picture, continuing, Luke Than might be the next martial saint of our long kingdom. The scene changes to young Luke Than, with images from his dream checking the system. In front of the young man is the system girl Ngai Wai, hot, knowing all future information about the young man. After looking at the information panels for a moment, young Luke Than told the girl, Ngai Wai, quickly open my biography file. While waiting for the information, the young man pondered whether he could become a saint in this lifetime. Fame in reality had no use. His days were just training, eating, sleeping, and posing. For some reason, young Luke Than scratched his head, then thought, not posing. Everything was forced. But they didn't understand at all. The process could crush a hated opponent, but being strong was truly exhilarating. Hey. The young man was self-satisfied for a moment. Joy followed by more joy as his information panel appeared. Looking at the information panel, the young man muttered, Level 9 martial artist. I've finally become a martial saint, although still far from the goal of level 12. Let me see the biography of the martial arts genius. Luke Than broke the record of the challenge tower of 7 martial saint universities in the capital, is the top standard master. In the same year, won first place at the National Student Martial Arts Competition, and in the competition, defeated a martial artist of the master realm from the Extreme Way Martial Hall, becoming famous throughout the capital. Young Luke Than reviewed his biography and was startled, exclaiming, I was able to kill someone back then, and the person killed was a master from the Extreme Way Martial Hall. That's someone protected by the martial saint. What was the reason that made me dare to risk my life, angering the martial saint to kill a master? The young man thought about this and broke into a cold sweat. Well, thinking too much is useless. I'll figure it out later. The young man continued to scroll through the system information. What else is there? At 19, studied under Martial Saint Dam Trungok, was the 3rd disciple under him. At 32, became a great master. At 70, ascended to Martial Saint, established the Saint Martial Hall, known as the 10 Perfect Martial Saint of Martial Arts. In the 457th year, died due to mental exhaustion, lived to 61 years old. Historical figure, rated 6 stars, access rights to level 6 Fire Seed resources. Young Luke Than was extremely excited upon seeing the information. Clapping his hands, the young man shouted, 10 Perfect Martial Saint, founder of the Saint Martial Hall. Haha. Quite a glorious achievement indeed. Lifespan slightly shorter than the previous life as a great master, probably due to mental exhaustion. 10 perfect martial arts is truly difficult. Keep trying, let's see what else there is. Marital status. The young man reached out to click on it, immediately thinking of several girls. Wife, very curious. But at the last second, the young man withdrew his hand. Ah, never mind. I won't look at this. It might affect my dedication to the path. Suddenly, the system warned, insufficient access rights. Well, not enough, huh? Then let's look into the origin of those monsters. To his great surprise, the young man could no longer stand and collapsed. Before him was a series of information panels. Heavens, there's so much. It seems this isn't something that can be summarized in a few sentences. I'll look at it later. Then the young man ordered Nai to query. Constant body refining technique. Natural breathing method. Main content of the master. Crystal observation method. So that's how it is. The third stage cultivation method of the immortal golden body. Currently, I haven't even completed stage 2 yet. However, if it's possible to be like last time in the Eastern Military Zone, providing unlimited mutant marrow, the young man then remembered old General Doofy Toa fearfully hugging the mutant marrow barrel. Don't come near me. Because the young man's ability to absorb mutant marrow was too overwhelming, even making the old general fed up. Forget it. Let's look at something else. The natural breathing method at master level. The content is truly mysterious, pursuing the unity of heaven and man, the connection between humans and the universe. After reading a few sentences, the young man felt a headache again. Abstract concepts, hard to understand. Currently, the benefits I get from the breathing method are rapid recovery, level increase, and improved cultivation efficiency. I can only hope for gradual progress later on. Next is the visualization method. The young man was surprised to see something. This is at the master level. One can use the will projection ability, using one's own mental power to simulate others. Is this the will of martial arts? A genius idea, or only madmen could create such a technique. Is it possible? The dream space I'm currently in, could it be created by the power of will projection? That's why in the dream, I can hunt those undead to perfectly inherit their will. I always feel like I've touched the edge of some truth, but there's still a thick fog that can't be dispersed or seen through. Forget it. Maybe I'm overthinking. I should go back now. After a long period of hesitation and deliberation, the young man ordered Naiwai to save and exit. She immediately closed the display screen, then saved all of Lukthan's biographical information. Everything was completed and finished. After asking the system girl about his information, Lukthan remembered the image of the Ice Queen in his dream. Lukthan tried to use his mental power to construct and simulate the Ice Queen. He strained with all his might, but still failed. The young man had to frown, grimace, and sigh, as the image of the Ice Queen was only reconstructed a tiny bit. The young man grumbled somewhat frustratedly. It's not working. I still can't use mental power to construct a projection. Could it be that there's no mental power feedback? Perhaps the crystal visualization method isn't as simple as imagined. To construct a will projection is indeed not that easy. Lukthan clenched his fist, continuing to ponder. Compared to the Martial Saint Tower, this place is more like a world, a complete world. Except for hunger and the need to excrete, everything is almost as perfect as possible. If comparing both to a game, the Martial Saint Tower is too rudimentary, still requiring players to participate in programming. Meanwhile, the dream space is like a top-tier game, making it hard for people to distinguish reality from fiction. Inside the dream space, currently, a zombie is recreated with extreme realism. It glares, opens its mouth wide, drooling as if wanting to devour Lukthan alive. At this moment, young Lukthan grips his spear tightly. Forget about that. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Tonight's goal is to harvest. Lukthan, with the spear in hand, then began to charge forward quickly. After many trials in the Martial Saint Tower, the progress of crystal visualization cultivation has advanced significantly. I can sense that it can now contain the will of the third master already. If I don't harvest a new wave with my current rate of strength growth, the master level martial might not even look at us anymore. I must have the will of a grand master, because now the goal is to become a grand master. Facing a grand master, when confronting a grand master with overwhelming combat power, up to 99999. I don't know currently what level Lukthan's combat power is at, but the young man quickly sensed that a Grand Master's combat power is truly extraordinary. Lukthan had to fall before the Grand Master, still needing to raise his strength a bit more. Then, after a while, young Lukthan found a zombie carrying a huge boulder on its back. Lukthan stopped and said loudly, "I've found you, the third will that I'm looking at." The zombie, with its massive body, muscles rippling. Young Lukthan seemed so fragile in front of this muscular zombie. With white eyes, the zombie stared intently at Lukthan, then exhaled a deadly smoke. Young Lukthan was no pushover either. Lukthan gritted his teeth with a cold gaze. full of determination. At this moment, Luk-Than's entire body emanated a great source of power. The young man gripped his blazing spear tightly and charged forward. Go! Luk-Than swung the tip of his spear forcefully towards that tall zombie. The spear tip shot forward with tremendous power. The zombie immediately used its palm to exert force, blocking Luk-Than's razor-sharp spear tip. A deadlock ensued, evenly matched. Suddenly, the zombie's hand grew larger to block and break, but immediately after it seemed to have been pierced by the spear tip. A huge hole was visible, and the zombie collapsed. Young Luk-Than muttered, "The resonance of two forces. The effect produced is truly terrifying." His defense was extremely strong. If he were in perfect condition, I'm afraid even a master of Dam Trungok's level couldn't break through his defense. Luk-Than closed his eyes, concentrated his mental energy, and said to that zombie, "Immortal spirit, let me inherit your master's way." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Luk-Than seemed to see through the past of that zombie. The scene that appeared was him kneeling before his master. The master pointed and shouted, "Thach Ngui, your talent is too poor. Always one step behind others. You are completely unsuitable for martial arts cultivation." Despite being scolded by his master, Thach Ngui remained determined, saying, "Master, then I will try to practice more. Everyone else one step. I'll be one step earlier. Is that all right?" The old master, seeing Thach Ngui's determination, was stunned, not knowing what else to say. Then, after some time, Thach Ngui approached a tall man carrying a huge sword on his shoulder to beg for something. He said to Thach Ngui, "Sorry, your qualities and abilities fall far short of our city guard team's requirements." He was afraid. He hesitated as the next sentence seemed difficult. Thach Ngui immediately replied, "I understand. I'll try my luck elsewhere then." After returning home, Thach Ngui's mother angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What? Are you crazy? You're joining the Hunters group. The Hunters group has to leave the base. Don't you know? Do you have a death wish?" Thach Ngui scratched his head at his mother's scolding, due to her concern. "Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely be able to survive." At this moment, Thach Ngui's mother angrily hit his chest a few times. Then the scene changed. Thach Ngui was lying on the ground, while three men in front of him were laughing and joking. "Ha! What an idiot. Already weak, yet trying to save others, just to compete for a few corpse pieces to bring back, nearly losing his own life in the process. Such indescribable stupidity. It can only make others laugh their heads off. Ha ha ha. Perhaps next time, the one dying in a monster's mouth will be him." Hearing these words, Thach Ngui angrily clenched his fists. Then came a conversation between two others. "What did you say?" The idiot Thach Ngui reached level 6. "Is that true, or are you messing with me?" The one next to him replied, "Every day in the wilderness, facing life and death, and then training like crazy after returning. How could he not level up quickly? But then again, the people in the Hunters group have died and been replaced several times already. How is that idiot Thach Ngui still alive and kicking? Who knows, maybe he looks stupid on the outside, but is actually very clever in reality." Thach Ngui, who was lifting weights nearby, overheard these words and said to himself, "I must become stronger, become even stronger, so that more people will have a chance to survive." With eyes full of determination, Thach Ngui firmly resolved the issue. After some time, Thach Ngui rushed to the hospital. Doctor, how is it?" The doctor pulled back the curtain and smiled. "Congratulations, it's a girl. Both mother and child are well, or in other words, they're both safe and sound." Thach Ngui was so moved he almost cried when he saw his wife and tiny daughter sleeping. Touching his daughter's tiny hand with his large finger, Thach Ngui thought to himself, "I must become stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone around me forever." Later, the idiot Thach Ngui became a grandmaster at the age of 72 in the martial year 5124. Base 1359 was attacked by a horde of strange beasts. Grandmaster Thach Ngui held Gate 27 until his death, never retreating back. Now, after seeing Thach Ngui's past, the young man Luk-Than seemed to understand the issue and muttered, "So this zombie is the idiot Thach Ngui. Compared to Dam Trungok, Thach Ngui is the true representative of a late bloomer. From childhood, labeled as an idiot, but after surpassing peak warrior level at 60, he could enter the Grandmaster realm at 70. Before his death, his strength had reached the threshold of Great Grandmaster, becoming a formidable expert. His master said that even he had the potential to reach level 9, Martial Saint. And according to Thach Nguyen's way, it was all about protection from beginning to end. In a sense, that's also my way. Since obtaining the dream space, everything I do is also to protect family, protect humanity's future, protect all that is precious." Back in the dream, young Luk-Than recalled Thach Ngui, then analyzed Thach Ngui's strengths in defensive techniques and fist techniques, which were all about control of the situation. 15 days of diligent research, considered like the purest aged wine. Young Luk-Than picked up a small yellow stone with light emanating from it. Suddenly, Luk-Than turned around as if he discovered something. everything. Everything around seemed to be drawn and converged in one place. The young man threw a powerful punch. Surprisingly, something very, very small collided with the young man's hand. The young man felt it. It was like a water bear. Luke Than was extremely excited about the stone emitting an incredibly strong golden light. Excellent martial arts. Even the tiniest things can be manipulated to this extent. So this tiny stone contains Thakengwi's martial arts essence. While excited, the young man suddenly panicked. Something unexpected happened. Luke then gaped, then stared wide-eyed. What is this? The stone glowed stronger and stronger. The power emanating grew larger and larger. Luke Than sensed an incredibly strong martial will, truly formidable. Like Thakwi, who could lift a giant boulder with one hand. All of Thashwi's strength was contained in this tiny stone. The techniques even penetrated his mind. Body like an immovable mountain, indestructibly solid. Nothing could shake it. Heart filled with great compassion. Nothing can distract it. Also possessing great wisdom. Difficult for anyone to comprehend. But when Ming Zun gets angry, heaven and earth change color, causing the troublesome demons to fear and stay away from living beings. Under the sole of the foot, as if there's infinite power, motionless like Ming Wang, moving also like Ming Wang. Such powerful potential. Even Dam Trungok, who reached the realm of master, couldn't manifest like this. Luke Than, incredibly incredulous at the stone's power, asked again, "This unremarkable tiny stone is Thakengwi's master-level will. It's truly simple to the extreme, yet as solid as a great mountain. The human-shaped Kimdu stone originally had a tendency for stability." Luke Than gripped the stone tightly in his palm. The golden light of the stone combined with the young man's fire attribute, creating a blazing flame. But with Thakengwi's master-level will added, it had reached its limit. Originally thought it could contain 2 more martial wills. Unexpectedly, after adding just one, it couldn't accommodate anymore. Although feeling that he could upgrade immediately to the master realm, he had a premonition that if he followed Hang Ting's body-refining techniques upgrade method, the internal balance would be instantly disrupted. It's very likely that wills other than Hang Ting's master-level will would be swallowed or expelled, but those wills are very important to me. It can't be like that. If they can't be fully integrated, I can only reach a maximum of level 11, unable to surpass level 12. What should I do? Before upgrading to master level, I need to find a solution or find my own true path to becoming a master. The next morning, young Luke Than, despite tossing and turning all night, couldn't come up with anything. So the young man decided to go out for a walk to clear his mind. Luke Than's entire body now emitted a strong green light, with power concentrated mostly in his feet. The young man glided swiftly like the wind while thinking, "I've never seriously taken a walk in Kyoto before." Luke Than passed by 2 old men playing chess. The sound of one moving a chess piece caught young Luke Than's attention, making him stop, approaching the 2 old men playing chess. Luke Than curiously observed the hat-wearing old man urging his opponent, "Old Lu, it's time to eat," while the other old man was racking his brain, unsure of how to make his next move. Looking at the chess pieces, the young man seemed to have an epiphany. The different colored chess pieces on the board attacking each other, just like the different master-level wills inside his body, difficult to harmonize. Wait, this round go board. Luke Than saw an old man using a rook to stack on top of each other, to capture the opponent's piece. Before removing that opponent's piece from the board, the old man cheerfully exclaimed, "Checkmate. Haha." Luke then looked at the 2 stacked chess pieces and pondered deeply, pretending to be perplexed but still couldn't figure it out. The young man mumbled, "It's so complicated. Absolutely no clues, not even the slightest hint. Thinking about it makes me hungry." At this point, the young man's stomach began to growl. So the young man went to a noodle shop and told the owner, "Give me a bowl of fried noodles." At the cooking counter, smoke was rising thickly. The shop owner smiled and said, right away. The noodles will be here soon." At the same time, in the middle of the noodle shop, a woman was telling 2 young kids, "Sit a bit further apart. Be careful not to poke your eyes with the chopsticks." While waiting for the noodles, Luke Than continued to think. After climbing the 7 Saints Tower, the learning process at Martial Saints University is almost over. That was fast. Should I go home for a visit? Just as the young man finished thinking, the shop owner brought over the bowl of fried noodles. "Here are your noodles." The young man saw the bowl of noodles with the strands coiled up, along with meat, eggs, and vegetables inside. The young man seemed to have figured out his difficult problem and muttered, "A circle. Now I understand." Although everyone's martial arts are different, each with their own strengths, my all-encompassing martial arts will capture the essence, integrating the best of everything without missing anything. Unexpectedly, walking around has yielded some results. This is good. So the young man quickly devoured the noodles, eating as if he had never eaten before. Although he he still hadn't figured out a solution to unify so many master-level wills. At least he had a direction now. Fill the stomach first, then think about it later. Owner, give me 5 more bowls of noodles. Seeing the young man order 5 more bowls, the owner curiously asked, "All right, young man, you're practicing martial arts, aren't you? You eat quite a lot." The owner was sweating profusely from the thick smoke, but still smiled and said, "Don't look at my small shop like this. We usually have quite a few customers. Many level 3 and 4 martial artists also specially come here to eat. They eat 10 to 20 bowls in one sitting." The young man turned to the owner and replied, "It's really delicious. I'll come back when I have time." The shop owner laughed as he brought 5 bowls of noodles. "Haha, all right, next time, remember to bring your girlfriend along. I'll give you a fried egg on the house." The 5 steaming bowls of noodles were ready to eat, the aroma wafting straight into Lukethan's nose, making the young man unable to wait any longer. Looking at the round fried egg in the noodle bowl, the young man muttered as he picked up his chopsticks, "The circular shape is wonderful. Although there are still unresolved issues, but eating a few more bowls might lead to a solution. Haha." As he was finishing the last bowl, suddenly a loud shout was heard nearby. It was the voices of the boy and girl from earlier. Special Ops Superhero Transform, Fire Rage Form. The boy clenched his fist, excitedly saying, "Monster Balabalamar, you're done for. The Fire Rage form of the Special Ops Superhero is the strongest." The girl immediately retorted, "Who says that? The Ice form of the Special Ops Superhero is the strongest." Lukethan heard these 2 sentences from the boy and girl and seemed to understand something. Fire Rage form, Ice form, Fire Rage, Ice, state transformation. How similar it is to my current situation. A moment later, at the noodle shop, a man held up 4 fingers and called out, "Owner, 4 bowls of noodles with soy sauce." He was accompanied by a girl with a bright smile on his face. He said to the girl, "Don't let the old look of this place fool you. The taste is really good. I've been here to eat several times." The girl, while tapping on her phone, replied, "Okay, got it." The man continued, "Since I advanced to level 2 martial artist, my energy consumption has increased, so I eat more too." Suddenly, the girl's eyes landed on Lukethan's nearby table, startling her. She pointed towards Lukethan's table and said, "Look, that person is eating more. I guess his martial arts skills must be quite good too. His martial prowess probably isn't inferior." At this moment, the young man Lukethan was biting into a chicken leg while continuously putting large chopstickfuls of noodles into his mouth and slurping them up. As he ate, the young man thought, "How can I further advance my all-encompassing martial arts? What should I do?" The sound from the TV was very loud, catching Lukethan's attention as he looked up. "Take this, my finishing move." The Special Ops Superhero in fire form created a ring of fire with immense power. The noodle bowl tilted. Lukethan was stunned, standing up abruptly, focusing his gaze on the skill just used by the Special Ops Superhero in fire rage form. It seemed the young man had an epiphany about his problem and exclaimed, "That's it, a circle, the most perfect shape. In physical terms, it's the shape of the all-encompassing martial arts. But what about color? What color could represent my martial arts? Ice and fire correspond to blue and red." Lukethan closed his eyes tightly, thinking and adding the yellow he had absorbed from Takngui, how to combine them. After 1 minute and 30 seconds of intense contemplation, finding a solution, Lukethan suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Gray, that's it. Gray represents the unknown mystery, as well as all possibilities. All-encompassing martial arts, unifying all paths, encompassing all forms. But unifying all paths doesn't mean it has to surpass all other martial arts. I'm only at level 6. Creating a greater form of martial arts isn't realistic. Finally, how should I combine them all?" Suddenly, a thought flashed in young Lukethan's mind. Standing in the middle of the noodle shop, the young man clenched his fists and shouted, "I've got it." That guy and the girl were startled by Lukethan's shout. He leaned towards the girl next to him and whispered, "This kid not only likes watching cartoons, but also enjoys startling people." The girl beside him nodded in agreement. "That's right." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Hey. The guy saw a photo of Lukethan with a caption, "Lukethan, the strongest freshman." The girl saw his face contort and asked, "What's wrong? What happened to you?" The person in the photo looks very similar to the guy he thought was making a scene. He broke out in a cold sweat, his limbs went weak, and he stammered, "So that person is actually the killing god, Lukethan." A loud scream echoed throughout the noodle shop and into the space outside. After returning, Lukethan hurriedly practiced his martial arts, mobilizing his spiritual force, physical energy, and blood essence, focusing everything into it. "I can feel intense heat spreading throughout my body, cold energy cleansing my flesh, blood, and bones, a gentle force molding the deeper parts within me. A large amount of impurities in my body are washed away. The indestructible golden body level 2 is about to be achieved. My spiritual force and blood essence become increasingly clear, brighter and brighter, and moreover, I can sense a deeper level of the state of enlightenment. I immerse myself in it, the free energy in the universe. Suddenly, young Lukathan felt as if he had fallen into a cold lake. It's clearly a consciousness space. Why does it feel like I'm actually choking on water like this? It's so cold. After a while, the young man realized the problem. The three martial wills couldn't harmonize. They were fighting each other fiercely. First, the Ice Queen, with her long spear, charged at Thakngui, ice blocks shattering into freezing water. Next came a surprise attack from Tithin Nin. The Ice Queen gritted her teeth, enduring as she had to block a fiery palm strike with intense heat unleashed by Tithin Nin. Right after that was an extremely powerful punch from Thashngui that pierced through Tithin Nin's body. Young Lukathan muttered in his mind, I have three different martial wills. Moreover, these three martial wills are fighting each other. No one would believe it if I said it out loud. Never mind. If this continues, the conflict will lead to mental disorder and death. If that's the case, I'll give it a try. Young Lukathan shouted loudly at the three enormous martial wills. Okay, brothers, focus on me now. All eyes on me. I, Lukathan, in my youth have founded the 10 perfect martial arts, aiming for level 12, a step that Vuongha couldn't take. I will take that step. What Vuongha couldn't do, I will do. Lukathan shouted loudly. Power, you can control, I can also control. Power you cannot control, I can also subdue. As usual, it can become the perfect and flawless foundation of the 10 perfect martial arts. This is your highest honor. Why won't you submit? What reason do you have not to obey? Come to me. The three streams of martial will with three colors were all gathered by Lukathan into one place. Boom! A loud explosion, dust and smoke everywhere. From within the smoke, Lukathan's voice echoed. I only needed a few childish slogans to intimidate such powerful master-level wills. It's a success. Haha! Seeing the three martial wills had been partially integrated into my martial arts circle, they now support each other instead of conflicting and fighting amongst themselves. The young man exclaimed joyfully, this truly belongs to my own martial will now. The Eternal Will shifted the scene to the Vice Principal's office. The Vice Principal was intensely focused on reading Lukathan's previous mission report file. Suddenly, he sensed as if someone's power was approaching him. The Vice Principal jumped up, shouting, 2. Hearing the Vice Principal's shout, the secretary rushed in from outside the door and asked, what's the matter? Vice Principal Trio stood frozen for a moment, then said, it's nothing. You can go out. Oh, that's right. Please call Lukathan to my office. I have something important to discuss with him. Yes, Vice Principal Trio. The secretary thought to herself, ever since Vice Principal Trio broke the window and flew out last time, he seems to be getting more sensitive. At the same time, Vice Principal Trio wondered, just now, for a moment, I sensed the power of a level 7 spirit master. Could it be an illusion? In his own room, young Lukathan's spiritual force spread out extremely powerfully. It enveloped everywhere in the 7th Martial Sacred University, including the Martial Sacred Tower. That's right. After condensing my master-level will, my spiritual power has reached such a level. Now I can only vaguely sense things outside. Now I can clearly observe everything my spiritual power can reach. It's terrifying. Surely I've surpassed level 6 and gone far beyond. I just don't know if I've reached level 7 or not. However, the most important thing is to test the effectiveness of the omnipotent method. First, I think. Then the young man clasped his hands together, focused his spirit, and continued to chant. In a flash, the young man leaped high, concentrating his spiritual force. Lukathan lifted a large boulder. Not stopping there, the young man gathered ice in his palm. Immediately after, he struck out at the lifted boulder with his palm. Instantly, the entire boulder was frozen. Lukathan was quite satisfied with this result. Icy breath. I can focus and compress my own power, like water solidifying into ice. It turns out I can even freeze the objects I hit. The icy breath is truly marvelous. Finally, it's the completely new master-level will. Quickly, Lukathan changed his state. Young Lukathan's eyes turned cold, his whole body ablaze. The truly complete eternal will, at least 10 times stronger than Thithingnin's master-level will. Now, I'll use the eternal punch once more, striking out 10 sun-piercing heavens. I wonder if it can defeat the Grand Master of the Martial Sacred Tower. Lukathan clenched his fist, unsure of what the result would be, but the young man really wanted to try using this fist to defeat the Master of the Martial Sacred Tower. This power is truly domineering and insane. In this state, I truly carry an aura of mockery. I guess those with some real strength won't be able to resist. They'll want to fight me. Suddenly, young Lukathan saw 2 guys at his front door. One urged the other, hurry up and knock. Don't just leave if you want to. This is the Demon Lord's building. As they were pushing each other to knock, young Luke Than jumped down from above, causing the two to freeze in place. Young Luke Than, with a stern face, coolly asked, "What's the matter? Do you have business with me?" Both gaped, sweating profusely. After composing themselves, the two stood straight. One raised his hand in a military-style salute, stuttering, Reporting, Demon Lord. Luke Than, the vice principal sent us here. The vice principal asked you to come over for a visit, saying it's important." "Oh, is that so? I understand." The two bowed deeply, almost to the ground. "All right, then we'll take our leave." As soon as they finished speaking, both ran for their lives. "Oh, too scary, too terrifying. The aura he emits is frightening, both hot and cold." The other one added, "I'm a level 5 martial artist after all, but in front of Luke Than, I didn't dare to breathe heavily. Next time, whoever wants to go can go. Even if they kill me, I won't go again." Facing the vice principal isn't even this terrifying. Luke Than, could he have? Later, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal poured a steaming cup of tea while telling Luke Than, "I called you here because I have 2 things to tell you. First, your credit reward for setting the record of clearing all 7 martial sacred towers has been reduced by a total of 75,000 points." They both fell silent for a long moment. Then, young Luke Than jumped in surprise. "What?" The vice principal immediately affirmed. 75,000 points are just enough for you to graduate 150 times. So what more do you want?" Young Luke Than frowned, breaking out in a cold sweat. "I don't need to graduate that many times." The young man was wondering in his heart, what about the heterogeneous marrow tonic? And what about cold weapons? After saying this, the teacher felt a headache, covering his face with one hand. Thinking again, "That's right, you've only been enrolled for over 2 months. You should check the school's website. Besides the credits needed for graduation, excess points can also be exchanged for items." Young Luke Than, hearing about items, immediately logged into the website to check. The young man was very excited when he saw the exchange rate for items and other things. This is really not bad. Level 4 blood only needs 5 points. Level 4 to 5 cold weapons only need 10 to 100 points. Master level teacher guidance only needs 10 points per week. Level 6 heterogeneous marrow, 1,000 points per portion is fine. Is there no level 7 heterogeneous marrow? Hearing this question from Luke Than, the teacher, who was drinking tea, spat it all out. The teacher stood up abruptly, asking loudly, "Level 7 heterogeneous marrow. You need to use level 7 heterogeneous marrow already. Are you preparing to advance to master level? Has your master level will completely formed?" The young man clenched his fist, confidently answering, "Yes, I'm just short of some blood essence value." The young man thought to himself, the blood essence of a master is vastly different from that of ordinary martial artists, because the blood essence of a level 7 master has been tempered by martial will. So, I have to wait until the immortal golden body phase 2 is completed, then use martial will to transform my physique and blood essence. The teacher, the vice principal, upon receiving Luke Than's answer, pondered, just lacking blood essence. A master can't be achieved just through resources. From level 6 to 7, this martial will barrier has stopped countless people, and he's only 18 years old, has his master level will already fully formed. Truly a young master. The teacher sighed and felt troubled, telling Luke Than, not just Martial Sacred University, even the military finds it very difficult to purchase level 7 heterogeneous marrow. The procedures are also extremely complex, and power needs to be verified. Luke then asked curiously, "Why is that?" The teacher explained further, because in the blood and flesh cells of level 7 heterogeneous beasts, there's a large amount of negative factors hidden, completely beyond the ability to thoroughly eliminate with current scientific levels. If consumed, those with weaker power will be directly invaded by the remaining martial will of the level 7 heterogeneous beast. Therefore, even masters rarely use level 7 heterogeneous marrow. It harms both the spirit and the body. Hearing the teacher say it's difficult, the young man nodded. "All right, level 6 it is then. We'll take it day by day. 74 tubes of level 6 heterogeneous marrow is a bit few." Hearing Luke Than say 74 tubes is a bit few, the teacher's face twisted thinking, this really makes one die of envy. When I became a master, I only used 10 tubes of level 6 heterogeneous marrow total. Continuing to hand Luke Than 2 envelopes, the vice principal said, "This is the second thing I wanted to say. Today, Martial Sacred Dam Trungok has understood your situation and has agreed to accept you as a disciple. As for whether you can become a true disciple of the Martial Saint or not, You still need to pass this challenge. The young man opened an envelope while mumbling, "Challenge. The requirement is to become the top performer at the National Student Martial Arts Competition." Seeing the simple requirement, young Luke Than asked again, "Top performer at the National Student Martial Arts Competition. This is called a challenge." The teacher felt at a loss for words, but still tried to explain. "I know what you're thinking. At Martial Sacred University, no one is your match. But this martial arts competition isn't like that. This national student competition, besides students from martial arts schools nationwide, also includes all martial arts disciples under 30 across the country, for example, from Extreme Path and Transcendence." Luke Than asked curiously, "Martial Saints' successors?" The teacher immediately replied, "That's right. In martial arts schools like Extreme Path and Transcendence, there are geniuses recruited by level 9 martial saints and prodigies who receive dedicated guidance from martial saints. They are much more formidable compared to the talents trained by educational martial arts at schools. The 30-year age range is not small, so if you want to claim the top position, it's very difficult. You could say extremely difficult." Young Luke Than recalled and pondered. So the mission to eliminate the Extreme Path Master was because of this competition. There's another letter. Yes, although there's only one challenge, you can choose one of the two to complete. One is enough. The young man opened the envelope to read the second letter. Complete an SSS rank mission, extremely high difficulty, extremely dangerous. Seeing the SSS rank mission, the young man raised a question mark. Young Luke Than was extremely surprised that this mission was ranked SSS. At this moment, the young man's mind was full of question marks. Having just completed a double AA rank mission the last time, now it's suddenly an SSS rank mission. Luke Than held the file and read it carefully, then sighed. This is an interesting mission. The details of young Luke Than's SSS rank mission were as follows. The file contained a photo of a green-haired man whose face alone showed he wasn't a good person. The requirement was to kill this Lin Da, a level 5 martial artist. He had committed armed crimes and had a cruel, vicious personality. This SSS rank mission was very strange, as it didn't state any mission requirements, and there were no mission rewards listed. No rewards at all. Seeing this, with his nature of liking rewards, Luke Than had to think, what the hell? No mission rewards. Luke Than concentrated on thinking further, but the target was only a level 5 martial artist. Killing him basically wouldn't be difficult. Luke Than pondered back and forth, feeling very confused. Why this mission was marked as SSS rank. Further below was a note. Results of the investigation into the target's family background are as follows. Luke Than read a bit more and seemed to understand the issue, exclaiming, "So that's it. Lin Da himself was brutal, immoral, and full of crimes. His father was Lin Tabak, one of the level 7 grandmasters under the Extreme Path Martial School. Lin Da was involved in many cases. He was not only cruel and vicious, but also very lustful. The special point was that his father was always directly or indirectly involved in Lin Da's cases. Moreover, Lin Da had a close relationship with Trio Kook, the founder of the Extreme Path Martial School. The two seemed to be drinking buddies with their drinking sessions and debaucherous all-night parties. With their brother-in-law relationship with Trio Kook, the two would often party until dawn and still refuse to go home. His younger sister's name was Lin To, one of the rarest beauties in the world, and also the 5th wife of the martial saint. The background of Lin Da made his position in the Extreme Path Martial School very high, almost equivalent to a Grand Master of the Extreme Path Martial School. Luke Than, after carefully reviewing the mission and noting the key points, then turned to ask the vice principal. The hardest part isn't killing him, but the consequences after killing him. Killing the brother-in-law of a martial saint, right? Luke Than flipped to the back of the document stack and said, "This person truly commits every evil deed possible." The back of the document lists more crimes. They don't even bother to hide them anymore. I'm sure everyone knows. Just these things alone are enough to sentence them to death dozens of times over. The vice principal adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "That's right. This is the first SSS rank mission since the establishment of the Great Seven Saints. The first reason is that there was an ordinary worker at a chemical plant whose 2 daughters were abused and brutally killed by Lin Da and his father. No one helped that worker, who knelt before our martial saint tower for a month. Finally, the martial saint couldn't bear it anymore and decided to put the mission to kill Lin Da in exchange for course credits in the Great Seven Saints mission list. However, to prevent students from mistakenly accepting the mission, it was ranked as SSS, and the mission rewards were cancelled. Hearing this, the young Luke Thon became very curious. So why doesn't the martial saint take action directly, or order the vice principals, who are all level 7 grandmasters, to act instead of turning it into a mission for students to earn course credits, which is no different from not intervening? The vice principal, hearing these words, frowned and reminded Luke Than, "Be careful with your words. You fundamentally don't understand how terrifying saint-level powerhouses are. If two saint-level powerhouses were to clash, it would cause immense upheaval in the country." The young Luke Than began to enter analysis mode. This mission had too many things related to it, even involving another martial saint. Just killing the target would certainly lead to retaliation, and the probability was almost 100% certain. Not only from a level 7 grandmaster, but also from the Extreme Path Martial School, and even angering a martial saint with no benefits whatsoever. The young Luke Than looked at the vice principal and pressed, "Tell me, what's your real purpose?" The teacher also recognized the quick-wittedness of young Luke Than and praised him, saying Luke Than was intelligent. Then the teacher continued, "Behind Lin Da and his father are the Extreme Path Martial School and the Extreme Path Martial Saint, but behind you are also the Great Seven Saints, Wu University, and Martial Saint, Dam Trung Ngok." The vice principal said this and then tapped his hand on the table and emphasized, "As long as you become a disciple, an heir of the martial saint, do you understand the meaning behind that?" Luke Than quickly understood the issue and replied, "A bright future, not just in resources, assets, guidance, even retaliation would make the opponent wary." After saying this, the young man stood up. "I understand now. Teacher, please give me the address of the chemical plant worker you mentioned who knelt for a month. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." The decisive actions and words of Luke Than left the vice principal stunned. All right, I'll have someone send it to your mailbox later." As Luke Than turned to leave, the vice principal held 2 mission envelopes and thought to himself, "Luke Than, this is just a test from the martial saint for you. Just keep it in mind. No need to rush to a decision. Your talent is excellent. Your abilities shown earlier have surpassed mine, let alone surpassing most of the powerful figures in the world. I hope you can understand what I'm saying." Hidden behind the wall, in Vice Principal Zhao's room, was a mysterious person. After confirming Luke Than had left, he spoke up. "Old Zhao, you've said too much today." Vice Principal Zhao hesitated. "I know, I just don't want to miss out on such a good seed." The masked man, wearing a black cloak from head to toe, stepped out and said, "Only those who can pass the real test of the martial saint are truly good seeds. If they can't pass, then even if they're a grandmaster-level youth, no matter how good their talent is, it's useless." As he left, young Luke Than analyzed silently. All that talk just now seemed to present 2 choices, but actually Vice Principal Zhao Kongtai was about to say it outright. Young Luke Than recalled Teacher Zhao's signal when holding the second mission envelope. Only choosing the second one is correct. Quickly choose the second one. The signal was so obvious, how could I not see it? The first choice, defeat all grandmasters under 30 in the entire country. Teacher Zhao Kangtai felt it was impossible with my current strength, but in fact, through the system that knows the future, I could definitely do it. While the second choice is extremely simple, just kill a level 5 martial artist, as easy as drinking water. Then, I could be forced to become Dam Trung Ngok's disciple, because once I kill Lin Da, it will certainly anger the martial saint Kuk Dao. The only way to avoid martial saint Kuk Dao's revenge is to need the protection of another martial saint, either become a hunting dog or quickly run away. After careful analysis and consideration, young Luke Than propped his hand, looked up and muttered, "This is clearly a deep strategy. I'm even starting to doubt, could Dam Trung Ngok see me? Could he see me twisting and turning the ghost of his will in the martial saint tower? Dam Trung Ngok has even arranged my future in advance. Although I don't want to be any kind of hero, Lin Da and his father deserve to die." Luke Than continued to seriously ponder about the future. "Even if I kill Lin Da and his father, I still won't join Dam Trung Ngok's faction. If I can't even face the threat of a martial saint on my own and need others' protection, how can I talk about surpassing Wang Ha? I won't just kill Lin Da and his father to avenge that worker, but also defeat all grandmasters in the country. 2 difficult problems. I'll break through both. I will defeat them all." The scene changes to the outskirts of Nam Bin City at an abandoned apartment complex. Now there are many police cars below. The entire large area has been cordoned off. At the scene, a female police officer is focusing on commanding her task force. "You guys move quickly, hurry, and seal off all surrounding areas. Everyone stay focused for me. Always be ready to escort escort Chairman Tian and everyone out safely. If not done well, we'll all be disciplined by superiors when we return. Even I won't be an exception. Come on, focus and hurry up. This female police officer is named Tiao Nyanyin, Deputy Director of Nambin City's Police Department. She uses a walkie-talkie to contact the snipers and tells them to quickly get into position. Hello, Eagle calling Swallow. Swallow, copy that. Responding. Swallow, can you probe specific situation inside or not? Report to me quickly. Just as Tu Nanyin finished speaking, a man came over and said, Deputy Director, no need to be so tense. The experts from the Capital Province Association who came are all peak level 6. There's even an expert ranked in the top 300 on the Hunter ranking list. Plus, Chairman Teen can handle even level 7 strange beasts easily. We just need to sit here, wait a bit longer for the mission to be completed, then go back to receive rewards and commendations. Maybe we'll even get promoted in rank. Tunan nodded, thinking this guy had a point. All right, you're right. Inside is just a level 6 strange beast. The condition to be in the top 300 of the Hunter rankings is to defeat 10 level 6 strange beasts alone, let alone there's only one strange beast inside. Perhaps I was overthinking it. If nothing unexpected happens before sunset, we should be able to successfully resolve this strange beast invasion incident. Just as Tianyan finished speaking, the sound of an approaching taxi caught her attention. She turned to look. Inside the car was none other than the young man Luke Thang. As the car approached the cordon line, careful, don't go in. The driver stopped and announced, "We're here, young man. Look ahead quickly." The driver was also sweating profusely. In this desolate place, why are there so many police cars? The young Luke Tan didn't seem to care much as he got out of the car. Thanks, driver. Remember to give me a discount next time. After getting out, Luke Tan immediately headed to the scene, but he hadn't taken more than a few steps when the female officer Tianyan spoke up. Stop. Don't go any further. The area ahead is cordoned off. Turn back now. The young Luke Than continued to move forward and prepared to take out his mission certificate from his pocket. The young man calmly replied to Tianyan, "I'm here for a mission. This is my mission certificate. You can take a look." Hearing the word mission, Tianyan was a bit surprised. After examining the certificate, Tianyan muttered, "So you're a student from the 7th Martial Sacred University, but why a first-year student?" Tianyan asked Luke Than, puzzled, "Are the Sacred Martial University's requirements for students so strict now? First-year students are already daring to take on missions like this." In a flash, the young man Luke Than had taken back the certificate and put it in his pocket. The young man put on a cool face and replied, "You've misunderstood. First-year students wouldn't have the ability to participate in dangerous missions like this. Coming here would be like sacrificing their lives. But I'm a special case, so I was given an exception." Tianyan saw Luke Than put the mission certificate in his pocket and suddenly remembered something. She broke out in a sweat, thinking, "I'm a level 4 martial artist after all, yet he took it back from my hand without me noticing. I didn't realize it at all. He's a special case from the 7th Sacred University. This person is not simple, but we already have enough people here. Why would we need a student?" Tianyan then said to Luke Than, "We might not need you anymore. People have already gone inside. 4 level 6 experts, all at the peak of level 6, and even one top 300 ranked hunter. If nothing unexpected happens, the strange beast inside will be dealt with soon." Luke Thang indifferently said, "Is that so? But what is this hunter ranking you're talking about? I've never heard of this ranking before." Seeing this, Tianyan had to explain further to the young man. It's an internal ranking in the martial arts world, specifically for bounty hunters who take on mission-level tasks. The higher the level and completion rate, the higher the ranking. I see. But it doesn't matter. To make this trip worthwhile, I should at least go in and take a look. Hearing Luke Than say this, Tianyan was puzzled. What the hell? I've explained it so clearly, and he still wants to go in. The police officer from earlier wasn't as lenient as Tianyan. He strode over aggressively and said with a stern face, "Hey kid, don't you understand? We've already said we don't need you." Just as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. A loud noise caused part of the building to shatter. The police officers below were completely surprised. This was beyond their expectations. Damn it. What the hell is going on here? Tianyan ordered, "Prepare all units. Stay alert. Eagle calling Sparrow. Fire as soon as the target is in sight." The scene above showed martial artists trying to escape. An unfortunate one was caught by the strange beast's long tentacle. He was terrified, while the others desperately jumped from the high building. The unlucky one screamed in horror. He raised his hand for help in desperation. "No, save me. Someone please save me. No, no." Tianyan and the police officer next to her saw this scene, and one gaped in shock, while the other gritted his teeth in frustration. The police officer ordered, Fire at will. Open fire. The police immediately used machine guns to continuously fire at the strange beast. Boom. One person fell from above right in front of Tianyan, startling her. "Are you all right?" she shouted loudly. Team 5, medics. "Come here quickly. Someone is severely injured. Hurry." The injured person reached out, grabbing Tianyan's clothes. He pulled her closer. Mustering his last bit of strength, he shouted, "What kind of intelligence do you people have? The monster inside is not level 6 at all. It's a solid level 7. Tianyan was stunned upon hearing this. What? A solid level 7? This is no longer an issue that the armed forces of a city can handle on their own. We need to contact the military immediately. She quickly used her radio to report to her superiors and request assistance. But before she could say anything, Luke Thon stepped forward, grabbed the radio, and stopped her. "No, there's no need to call for backup just yet. Let me try first. Remember, after it's done, help me adjust the mission rank. That's all." The young man added a bonus line. "You all should have a drink of water and rest a bit." Luke Than's words stunned everyone like a bolt from the blue. All eyes were focused on the young man Luke Than. He continued with another shocking statement. "Just give me 5 minutes." To prove his words, the young man's spiritual energy radiated incredibly strong. In a flash, he had leapt up to the tall building. Everyone was utterly amazed as only traces of spiritual energy remained in front of them. Seeing Luke Than standing on the tall building, they were all puzzled, their faces as bewildered as a golden deer. "Oh my God, it's like seeing a ghost. What kind of speed is this? How is this even possible?" He got up there in less than the blink of an eye. Who on earth is that guy? As Luke Thon entered the building, he immediately covered his nose as a foul stench hit him straight in the face. It stinks so bad, like cattle or goats that died and were left in the sun for 3 to 5 days. The young man recalled that when he chose Kai Min Tuong Tin, he also smelled it, but the stench wasn't as strong as it is now. It seems the monster inside has taken a bath. Luke Than continued to leap up the stairs to reach the next floor. He pushed the door open forcefully and entered. The scene before his eyes made the young man freeze for 3 seconds. The eyes of the unfortunate man, caught by the beast, were hoping for a miracle to appear to save him. The giant monster was about to swallow the remaining head of the unfortunate man. Luke Thon stepped forward with a cold gaze. "So it's you." The eye demon ginseng saw a juicy prey before it, with softer and more delicious skin and flesh. The monster immediately tossed the other guy aside. Thud. The man lay flat on the ground, his fate uncertain. Luke Thon reluctantly said with regret, "I'm sorry I arrived late." Then the young man resolved with high determination, "But I promise you all, I won't let it die that easily." Luke Than's face darkened. He clenched his fist and charged forward. His whole body emanated an extremely powerful aura. The young man's Demon King appearance instantly emerged. The atmosphere was now extremely tense. The martial artists and police outside were anxiously worried. If this monster escaped outside and attacked the inner city, it would be a huge disaster for all the people inside the abandoned building. Luke Than, with a determined look in his eyes, his whole body radiating a brilliant yellow aura full of power, facing a giant level 7 eye demon ginseng monster, a beast with an extremely bizarre body, blood-red eyes, sharp teeth, and a long tongue that was lashing back and forth. It growled as if wanting to devour Luke Than. But all of that was not enough to shake the fierce fighting spirit inside Luke Than. The yellow aura emanating from Luke Than formed a shield-like layer, both protecting himself and showing his fearless determination in the face of this dangerous and grotesque monster. Luke Than challenged, "Come on, bring it, if you dare." Taking advantage of the moment the monster was preparing to attack, Luke Than focused his gaze on the beast and muttered his analysis. This type of monster has medium strength ranging from level 5 to 6. Its appearance here is already unusual. Moreover, before this, it clearly reached the strength of level 7. The extremely powerful and large monster approached Luke Than. Although just a small figure, the young man showed no fear. On the contrary, he was incredibly resolute. Luke Than's eyes full of determination facing this very powerful level 7 eye demon ginseng. At that moment, Luke Than saw the monster begin to attack him. Luke Than frowned, preparing to counter. The massive forelimb with sharp claws of the eye demon ginseng swooped down from above as if to grab Luke Than. Clenching his fist, concentrating power into it, Luke Than launched an extremely powerful counterpunch as the monster's forelimb closed in on the young man. The eye demon ginseng howled fiercely, its forelimb now deformed and showing signs of tearing. Its blue bodily fluid and acid sprayed outward. The young man Luke Than stepped closer, dusting off his clothes as he walked, striking his familiar cool pose. "Oh my, what a noisy monster. You're gonna die anyway. What's the point of all this screaming?" The eye demon ginseng howled frantically. It raised its body high, then slammed its massive forelimb down where Luke Thang was standing. But the young man quickly dodged, leaving the floor shattered under the impact of that powerful strike. Debris and dust filled the air. The young man stood there calmly, posing before taunting. "Oh, can't you aim any better than that?" The eye demon Ginseng spewed a stream of toxic acid from its mouth, aimed at Luke Than's position. But the young man quickly moved, disappearing without a trace. The giant monster turned back and forth, searching for its target in vain, unable to detect where Luke Than was. Suddenly, from high above, Luke Than appeared like a lightning bolt, delivering a powerful punch to the head of the eye demon Ginseng, creating a forceful and decisive strike, combining the power of fire and ice. Just before that, the young man grimly uttered a chilling phrase. "Good, now you can start trembling." Outside, the policewoman Tianyan Yin and others were talking about Luke Than. The scarred martial artist exclaimed in great surprise, "What did you say? He's just a first-year student, and from the 7th Martial Saint University at that." Tianyan Yin, who had carefully examined Luke Than's student ID earlier, replied, "That's right. I've thoroughly checked every detail of his student certificate and mission confirmation document." The martial artist still couldn't believe it. With that speed, forget about a first-year student, even graduates would struggle to. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, that speed, even I, at the peak of level 6, couldn't detect any trace of movement. What's his background, after all? How can he possess such terrifyingly fast skills? Someone next to policewoman Tianyan Yin, seemingly her superior, spoke up. "First, we should report this to the Martial Arts Association and the military department. Although this kid is very strong, if the monster gets agitated and escapes, running into the city, its infiltration into the inner city is no laughing matter. Moreover, it can eat humans to become even stronger." Tianyan Yin immediately used her phone to call and report the current situation with worry, sweat rolling down her cheeks. "All right, I'll report right away." Suddenly, a terrifying tremor made everyone stagger. All eyes focused on that building. Questions reached a peak. What on earth is happening inside that building? Inside the building, the eye demon Ginseng, with its glowing red eyes and long, drooling tongue, let out a resounding roar before leaping high and diving towards Luke Than. But the young man, with his incredibly agile movements, once again dodged, causing it to miss its target and crash to the floor, panting heavily. Seizing the opportunity, the young man Luke Than quickly advanced, closing in on its claws. The young man, as if playing a children's game, stood calmly breaking each of the monster's long claws, causing it to scream in agony. Not stopping there, Luke Than continued to use his strength to deliver another punch to the head of the eye demon Ginseng, increasing its pain and asserting his overwhelming power. Seeing the eye demon Ginseng lying motionless, the young man Luke Than was very surprised. "Hey, it's dead already. That's too weak." With his superior strength, Luke Than concentrated all his power into his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the eye demon Ginseng. The punch was not only forceful, but also contained iron-willed determination, causing the giant monster to be knocked out of the building, high over the stone wall, with a resounding crash and flying straight into the air. The scene marked the humiliating defeat of the eye demon Ginseng against Demon King Luke Than, but was misunderstood by the people outside. In terror, the dangerous monster has escaped, everyone prepared to stop it at all costs. The body of the eye demon Ginseng fell from above with tremendous force, causing the ground to shake violently. Rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. The powerful sound of the impact echoed, creating a large crater at the point of impact, reflecting the devastating power of the final punch from Luke Than. This scene not only caused a great shock, but also spread terror in the hearts of everyone witnessing it. The martial artist couldn't believe his eyes. Is the eye demon Ginseng dead? And the policewoman Tianyan Yin also couldn't believe it. He's been in there for less than 5 minutes. This speed is too overpowered. At that moment, young Luke Than, with one hand in his pocket, coolly walked out. He pointed behind him. "It's done, little sister. Mission accomplished. Remember to adjust the mission difficulty for me." The danger had been dealt with. The older police officer immediately bowed his head in gratitude, to the young man's surprise. After the eye demon Ginseng's body is processed, the money from its sale will be transferred to your account immediately. Thank you for your help. In those seconds of bowing, he secretly marveled. It's incredible. Looking at his relaxed demeanor, dealing with such a powerful monster, as if he could defeat it with just a wave of his hand. It's too overpowered. Young Luke Than turned his head with a smiling face and replied, "No need. Give the money to the families of those who died. The money from a level 7 monster is enough for many families who lost their breadwinners to live well for the rest of their lives. This is really. Thank you very much." The young man turned to the female police officer, winked and said, "Can you call a car for me? I need to catch the next high-speed train because I have important business to attend to. Tunanyin smiled brightly, pointing to the police car, replied, "No problem. I'll personally take you there." Hearing that a girl would personally take him, the young man was delighted, never one to refuse a girl's offer. Luke Than beamed like a flower, replying, "Thank you. I'll trouble you then." The girl Tionyan, looking at Luke's handsome appearance, was immediately smitten. She secretly felt affection, thinking he was not only strong, but also very attractive. Then she daydreamed for a moment, imagining what she might do with Luke Than tonight. Wild cat. "Tonight, I want to be gentle with you." The girl blushed and covered her tomato-red face. "No, not there." The young Luke Than saw the strange actions and words of Tunanyin and broke into a sweat. What's wrong with this girl? Glancing at the monster's corpse behind him, the young man pondered. But it's strange. How could a level 7 monster escape from the frontline gap and run to a small city like Nam Bin? Although similar incidents have happened before, most of them weren't as strong as this one and would definitely be eliminated immediately when the Military Department and Martial Artists Association joined forces. This time, it appeared in Nam Bin almost without any warning signs. It's really very strange. Could there be some grand conspiracy behind this? The police car with its priority lights sped along the road, while Tunanyin concentrated on driving to get the young man to his destination quickly. Luke Than was checking the news on his phone. Luke Than sighed. Is it another story of internal conflict among humans? This is really too much. Inside the phone were several hot news items, questioning Sioux Kingdom spies illegally crossing the monster border dispute. The Sioux lineage has new leads. Why monsters are continuously invading. The monster invasion event, conspiracy theory, or the truth. Luke Than's mind flashed to thoughts of the future, thinking about 10,000 years later, when human martial arts would collapse. This is really equivalent to a group of pig teammates, trying every way to cause internal division in the Sioux Kingdom. When we're strong enough, we'll crush them directly. Seeing Luke Than glued to his phone with a very serious attitude, Tionyanyan noticed Luke Than's fierce, murderous gaze through the car mirror and curiously asked, "Luke Than, is something wrong?" Her question startled the young man. He quickly replied, "It's nothing, just some stupid stuff. I'll sort it all out sooner or later." A moment later, they arrived at Bakha School. "Thank you, Officer Teo, for dropping me off here." She waved her hand, bidding farewell to Luke Than. "I wish you a smooth and safe journey." The young man also cheerfully said goodbye. Tionyanyan blushed, thinking to herself, after this farewell, I feel a bit reluctant, like I don't want to leave him. I wonder when I'll see him again. Luke Tan at the gymnasium of Bakha High School. Inside were the sounds of intense fighting with continuous kicks. The owner of those kicks was none other than Luke Kinhwa. She launched a kick that sent her opponent flying. The male student opposing Luke Kinhwa had to tap out, surrendering. "I give up. Stop fighting." While her opponent surrendered, she still maintained her stance, ready to throw a few more punches. Only when the teacher's voice rang out did she finally stop. Luke Kinhwa claimed victory in the middle of a circle of surrounding students. The teacher praised, "Student Luke Kinhwa has a very high level of practical combat skills. If anyone has difficulties in practical combat, feel free to ask Luke Kinhwa for help." A moment later, 2 other female students approached Kinhwa with words of high praise. "Kinhwa, you're so strong. At this rate, you'll definitely be the top martial artist in the city. Kinhwa, you're amazing." But Kinhwa still didn't seem very happy. She just remained silent. Her friend excitedly moved closer to Kinhwa and asked, "You're so strong but seem sad. Is something wrong?" Kinhwa replied gloomily, "If you had a brother who's a national top-ranking scholar, compared to him, even just a little, you wouldn't be happy either." Hearing Kinhwa mention Luke Than, the 2 girls' eyes lit up, very excited and eager. Then they sighed. "Well, it is Luke Than after all. Hey, Kinhwa, when will your brother be free? He once said he'd treat us to a meal." The girl next to her chimed in. That's right. We could invite him too, as long as he shows up." Hearing her friends talk like this, Luke Kinhwa broke out in a cold sweat. "You two, don't tell me your crush is flaring up again." Luke Kinhwa felt helpless in front of her 2 friends. "I don't know. Stop asking me. Go and ask him out yourselves." The 2 girls still wouldn't let Luke Kinhwa go and continued to plead, "Oh, please help us. Just one date, that's all." Helpless against these 2 boy-crazy girls, Luke Kinhwa quickly ran away. Seeing Kinhwa run off, the 2 friends called after her. "Hey, Kinhwa, remember to set us up with your brother." Kinhwa ran very quickly outside, preoccupied with thoughts about her troublesome friends, so she didn't notice and bumped into Luke Than, who was coming in. Not caring who was in front of her, with her fierce nature, she cursed first and thought later, "Oh, who's the blind idiot bumping into me?" Looking closely, she was startled. Brother Luke Than. The young man, concerned about his sister, asked, Where are you running off to so carelessly? Are you all right? After quite a long time apart, Kinhwa did miss her brother a bit. She moved closer, touching her brother to make sure he was real and not a dream. Why are you back now? It's not even winter break yet. Could it be that you missed me? The young man calmly replied, I just finished a mission and took the chance to come back to see if my sister's studies are bearing any fruit. The mischievous Kinhwa ran around the young man looking for gifts. Seeing nothing except the backpack Lukthan was wearing, she pressed, Hey, did you bring any gifts for me? Oh, of course I did. Lukthan then opened his backpack. She was extremely excited and eager. Wow, what is it? I'm really looking forward to gifts from the big city. Could it be a branded lipstick, a Dior perfume, or a pair of Nike shoes? Lukthan, as if pouring cold water on her face, said, Ta-da, here's your gift. Top quality martial arts supplements. May your martial arts skills reach new heights. Seeing the bottles that Lukthan called gifts, Kinhwa was at a loss for words. She accepted the gifts with a gloomy face, utterly disappointed. Brother, I've realized you really don't understand girls at all. The young man could only helplessly grunt in agreement. Indeed, he didn't understand girls one bit. Suddenly, at that moment, a basketball came flying towards them. Kinhwa startled. Meanwhile, the young man calmly and effortlessly punched it away. Lukthan didn't forget to glance at the owner of that ball. Are you okay? I'm fine. These little tricks can't do anything to me. At this moment, the male student who owned the ball approached. Kinhwa, are you done with classes? This guy seemed to have bothered Kinhwa many times before, so she asked back with some annoyance. You again. Seeing the man next to Kinhwa, that guy seemed about to lose it. He gritted his teeth and arrogantly asked, Who's this guy? None of your business. Why are you asking? Kinhwa's response made his blood boil. Kinhwa then pulled Lukthan's hand. I don't want to explain. Let's go, brother. Meanwhile, the nosy Lukthan turned his head back to see what that guy would do. Next, the guy yelled angrily, Luke Kinhwa. He clenched his fist as if wanting to use his fists to talk. You don't like me, but you don't need to find an old tomato like that to humiliate yourself. Lukthan was at a loss for words hearing this, and Luke Kinhwa couldn't take it anymore either. What nonsense are you talking about? Lukthan thought he had misheard and pointed at his face, asking, Wait, you're calling me with this baby face of mine? An old man. Luke Kinhwa then rushed forward, delivering an upward kick. Tuvuang, go to hell. This kick was so painful it reached his brain. That guy felt like something was rushing to his head, and it hurt terribly. He gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. Seeing the kick land right on the sensitive spot, Lukthan felt sympathetic pain and exclaimed, Oh my God, are you okay? At this moment, that guy could only hold his stomach where it hurt, then stood frozen in place. It hurts. It hurts. Tuvong had tears streaming down his face and muttered curses. You bastard, how dare you hit me? He ran away while mumbling curses. Old man, just you wait. I'll find someone to teach you a lesson. That guy is pursuing you. Yes, he's always clinging to me. It's so annoying, the girl continued irritably. If he wants my attention, he should at least be able to defeat me. Do you think at Baihe High School there's any male student capable of that? Hearing his sister say this, Lukthan pondered for a moment. Don't say that. It's hard to predict the future. If you encounter someone who suddenly transfers to this school, and then there are many mysterious and puzzling things, you can't predict it. We can't know in advance what will happen. Suddenly, the young man seriously advised, Kinhwa, most importantly, the Lam, Tio, and Diep families, you must stay away from those surnames. Hearing this, the girl thought Lukthan had watched too many movies. You've watched too many movies. Did you accidentally run onto a movie set? This is a martial arts film. The girl suddenly became curious about Lukthan's affairs. How are things developing between you and Senior Duong Dien? The young man answered nervously. What do you mean? We're just normal friends. Really? Then what about holding hands and going to the movies? Lukthan pinched his sister's cheek. Are you crazy? Think normally for once. Why do you always think about such far-fetched things? Ouch, it hurts. It hurts. Can you let go? Oh, and one more thing. You have a friend named Lu Kai-min, right? No? The young man was curious when his sister mentioned his friend. Yeah, what about him? It seems he didn't pass the regular college entrance exam, so he joined the army. When he was about to leave, he wanted to say goodbye to you, but you had already gone to the capital. Is that so? The young man immediately took out his phone to check messages and discovered he had missed Lu Kai-min's message. The young man read the message with some surprise. Lu Kai-min has already joined the Eastern Military Region. At the Eastern Region's Military Recruit Training Center, Lu Kai-min was sitting, washing clothes and whistling, when suddenly another guy kicked away his wash basin, splashing water everywhere. Lu Kai-min also fell backward, while the other guy smiled maliciously and arrogantly. Well, fatty, he's acting too high and mighty. You're not doing your job properly. You still need to be told about the basics. He threw out a pair of socks that smelled like dead rats. It stinks so bad. He shouted, "Today it's your turn to wash my socks, isn't it? Not for you, useless Lu." Lu Kai-min was bullied and felt very bitter about this frustration. The young man gritted his teeth, telling himself to endure, must endure. Seeing Kai-min not saying anything, the other guy kicked him again, then laughed with satisfaction. "Did you hear clearly? What are you waiting for? Get to work now." At that moment, Kai-min's phone notified him of a new message. It was a message from Luke Then. "You're in the Eastern Military Region, right? I'll be there soon too. Wait for me." Luke Then didn't forget to add his favorite icon as a promise of certainty. Thus, surely Kai-min was overjoyed to receive Luke Tan's message. Than 2. The young man pressed the phone close to his face to satisfy his longing for his close friend who had been away for a long time. Meanwhile, the other guy continued arrogantly, "Oh, right, I prefer the scent of Hong Wet Luong detergent. Remember not to use the wrong one." Being so excited about receiving Luke Than's message, during that time, Lu Kai-min seemed to have forgotten about that ill-mannered guy. When he continued to hear him speak condescendingly, Kai-min's anger rose to his head and thought, "Damn it, he's getting too cocky. Anyway, Thain-tu will be here soon. Today I'm definitely not putting up with you anymore." Kai-min then threw a punch, shouting, "Get the hell out of here, you son of a bitch." The other guy jumped in surprise and made a ridiculous face. "I'm so scared of you." He quickly used both hands to cover his face defensively. Oh my, that punch was quite something, but still too weak and inexperienced. "You dare to fight back, huh? I've already given you face." He then threw a punch, a very strong one, right into Kai-min's face. With such a powerful punch, it sent Lu Kai-min flying backward, sliding across the floor. The other guy continued aggressively, sitting on top of Kai-min, shouting, "You damn fat pig. Want to rebel, huh?" He frantically punched Kai-min's face while yelling, "Let me see you act tough now. Come on. You're useless, not even a real martial artist, and you dare to fight back against me. I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Kai-min in the face once more. After a while, when his hand started to hurt, he finally stopped. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, "You made me break a sweat, you bastard. Listen carefully. From now on, I'll come beat you up every day."
Behind the wall, one of Kai-min's teammates was watching, but didn't dare to intervene. After the other guy left, he ran out to help Kai-min, calling loudly, "Kai-min, are you okay? Hey, why did you confront him?"
"He's been in the army for 2 years already. It's just a few pairs of socks, isn't it? You should have just let him have them." Kai-min's face after being punched had become unrecognizable. All the features on his face were distorted. His nose was flattened, his cheekbones swollen, protruding like large lumps, blood streaming from his nose. But the young man still grinned, shocking his teammate beside him. Has he gone crazy from being hit? Do we need to take him for a CT scan or to a mental hospital? Kai-min spoke up. "Mental hospital, my foot. You don't understand. My brother is a martial arts champion, top of the nation. He'll definitely become a general in the future. Today, if I had backed down, people would use this to mock him later. I can't embarrass him like that." In his mind, Kai-min thought, "Wait until Luke Than gets here. That bastard will be beaten 100, no, 10,000 times worse. Taking these punches today isn't in vain, you son of a bitch. Just you wait. When that day comes, I'll pay you back in full." His teammate broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This guy must have been hit so hard his brain's damaged, and now he's talking nonsense." The scene changes to Luke Than. The young man was using the system to view the future world. Luke Than ordered the attractive system girl, Ngai Y, search for the personal file of 300 years of martial arts, Bakha High School, Bakha City, 25th batch student, Lu Kai-min. The young man Luke Than was a bit surprised as the information this time was completely new. Indeed, it was totally different from what he had seen before. Because of him, Lu Kai-min's life trajectory had also changed. Previously, he had entered an ordinary liberal arts university, living an ordinary life. But now, Lu Kai-min had joined the military. This wasn't the peaceful era of the previous life. 2 years of military training and one could return, but the mortality rate was very high. Seeing the chaotic times, with beast invasions, Luke Than worried. Would meeting him put Kai-min in danger? Luke Than continued to read the information and felt relieved. Oh, this kid actually returned safely, even received a second-class medal for outstanding honor, or in more flowery terms, an honorable discharge. After returning, he opened a transport company. By age 50, His asset value exceeded 10 million. He had 2 daughters and 1 son. Although the latter half of his life had many difficulties, it could still be said to be a happy, warm family with many descendants. He died at 90. This future is very good, really very good. The young Luke Tan thought about his friend and reflected, now I should try to stay away from him, not affecting his future. That's the best thing for him. The next day, young Luke Tan visited the branch of Lingtan Pharmaceutical Company. Actually, he visited the pharmaceutical company less and visited Hatotu more. Hatotu led the young man on a tour around the branch office, then informed him that up to now, Hantianduong had opened over 500 branches in Dongnin province. Is that so? That seems like an inevitable outcome. The young man opened the envelope, took out the paper inside, and his face darkened, saying, however, if the Tron family in the capital truly has some power and status, then they should know clearly, teasing you is like teasing me, and angering me would be an extremely foolish action. Luke Than, enraged, crumpled the paper in his hand. Daring to anger the young man's woman is just digging one's own grave. Seeing Luke Than's apparent anger, Hatoto gently advised, please calm down, but the young man responded very firmly, as long as I exist, nothing will happen to you. Hearing this, Hatoto was startled and marveled. Just 2 months without meeting, Luke Than had completely changed from before. That absolute confidence was expressed through calmness and dominance, like a truly powerful figure. Not just saying 1 or 2, but being the sole authority. Luke then went to the drug preparation room and took out a bunch of necessary ingredients to make high-grade elixirs. The young man thought to himself, this time, not to mention the immortal golden body stage 2, even that sun, I can extinguish it easily. 2 days later at the International Hotel in Bakha City, Luke Than approached the reception desk and said, hello, please help me choose the best, most luxurious room. Remember, it must be very quiet, avoid disturbances. The receptionist replied attentively, certainly, sir. Please wait for a moment. The young man thought to himself, 120 bottles of Golden Dragon elixir are ready. I can now begin to break through to the perfect stage 2 of the immortal golden body. To avoid being disturbed by anyone at home, I decided to come to a hotel and rent a room. Suddenly, at that moment, a girl also approached and said to the receptionist, choose the most luxurious room for me. Certainly, please wait a moment. The young man, seeing a girl, quickly glanced at her. Luke Than was startled, a girl with an extremely elegant appearance. Her aura seemed equally powerful. Luke Than immediately sensed her blood chi like a furnace, her spirit force spreading like smoke. The young man concluded firmly, this is a master. As the blonde girl held out a black card and grinned, the receptionist confirmed, excuse me, miss, are you sure you want to book the noble classroom? Without thinking for another moment, the blonde girl replied, yes, I confirm. All right, here is your room key, miss. We will have staff escort you to your room and help you with your luggage, as well as arrange them. The girl took back her card and said, that's not necessary. I can carry it up myself. These little things are light. I can manage on my own. The young man, Luke Tan, watched the blonde girl's back as she left and thought, another master has come to Bakha City. However, her blood chi strength is slightly weaker than Trio Kong Tai and Ha Bin Nam, but she is a real expert. I wonder what she's here for. The young man kept focusing his gaze on the blonde girl, causing the female receptionist to misunderstand that he was girl crazy, so she smiled widely. Sir, here's your room key. After being called 2 or 3 times by the female receptionist, the young man finally turned back and completed the procedure to receive the room key. All right, thank you. While walking towards the elevator, Luke Tan kept staring from behind. The young man thought to himself, if I use my full power, I could easily crush her with one hand. But if she doesn't pose a significant threat, then there's no need to pay too much attention. That would only cause unnecessary trouble. The girl seemed to sense Luke Than's power as well, and knew the young man was focusing all his attention on her, so she turned her head to look at him once. Inside the elevator, she received a call from someone and reported. She enthusiastically replied, everything is going smoothly. I've arrived at the target location. But when checking in, I met a very interesting person. The person on the other end was very curious and asked, oh, who is it? The girl, while reapplying her lipstick to look pretty, slowly replied, I don't know, but I feel he's quite powerful. He could be from Dark Star, or maybe not. Never mind him. We'll find out sooner or later. After reapplying her lipstick, she used her hand to blend it evenly, then flashed a bright smile. Anyway, I came here for a vacation this time, and to complete a small mission on the side. If anyone wants to ruin my holiday and my fun, I'll just have to eat them alive. Hey, I, a small girl, but full of strength, will, and determination that are enormous. The young man Luke Thon reached the upper floor. As he opened the door and entered the room, he exclaimed in admiration, "Nice room." Seeing the huge bathtub in front, the young man couldn't help but get excited. The bathtub was large enough to hold all the silver dragon water, so the young man immediately stripped off all his clothes, revealing his strong, muscular physique, and poured all the yellow liquid called silver dragon into the bathtub. The high-grade medicine that the young man had concocted emitted a dazzling golden light. The young man jumped right in, immersing himself in it. White smoke billowed up, his acupoints opened, blood circulated throughout his body, meridians became clearly visible. It felt amazing. Next is the breakthrough. Meanwhile, that girl was also bathing while answering a phone call. She used a towel to gently wipe her fair feet while saying, "The little mouse with the golden beak seems to have discovered me. It's even trying to sneak away. Too bad. You can't escape from here. Let's begin. Let's begin. My vacation is going to be so exciting." After some time, the young man Luke Thon had also finished cultivating the immortal golden body stage 2 successfully. The young man then used his sharp spear to strike hard at one arm to test his defensive capabilities. There was only a clang sound, like a stainless steel needle. The young man's arm remained normal without any scratches. The young man was extremely excited and muttered as he looked at his arm completely unharmed. "Excellent. Even the highest level cold weapon masters cannot easily break through my defense." Quickly putting on a shirt to go out and explore. Tonight, the young man's entire body emanated an aura of immense power. The next realm is the blood energy realm of a grand master. The path I'm taking is completely different from the martial artists of this era, or perhaps in the future, it will also be different from the martial artists in dreams. This is a path that belongs only to me. The normal realm classification system is becoming less suitable for me. At this moment, I, Luke Thon, consider myself standing at the threshold of level 7 master. Just one step further, and I'll reach the 7th master realm. After a moment of deep thought, the young man came to a different conclusion. No, now is not the time. If I reach the master realm, the commotion will surely shake heaven and earth. Even grandmasters would be terrified, so it's not time yet. Otherwise, it would scare off the little mice. The young man Luke Thon observed from the high floor through the window, seemingly excited by something, and rushed out quickly. Let's go out in my favorite way and conveniently find a place with no people to test my new strength. At the same time, below, a man leading a little girl got into a taxi. As soon as they got in, the man urged with a very rushed demeanor, "Driver, please take me to the western part of the city." "All right, hold on tight. Fasten your seatbelts." The taxi sped off down the road. The man looked out, sweating profusely, worried about whether they could escape or not. At the same time, he stroked the girl's hair to comfort her. "Don't be afraid." Extremely nervous and anxious, as if sensing something unsettling, the man said, "Driver, stop here. I'll pay you triple." The man also remembered to instruct the driver, "If anyone asks if you've seen a man with a child, don't say anything." The driver replied, "Triple the fare, huh? Perhaps that's still not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to remove his mask. The man was shocked. "What? What do you mean?" The blonde woman removed her outer disguise and turned back with a dangerous look, saying, "Caught you, little mouse carrying yellow." The man looked closely and broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes turning white in disbelief. "It's really you, the 9th seal of the Honan Bashao Fu." At the same time, the young man Luke Thun flew swiftly through the wind and remarked, "This speed is too fast." The breakthrough speed to the extreme must have exceeded the tracking capability of military surveillance equipment. The young man slowly descended to this area. Previously a chemical plant, but later, due to environmental issues, it was forced to shut down. Very suitable for me to test my physical strength. If I don't cause too much commotion in the city, it would be troublesome. Before the young man could make a move, a series of loud noises erupted. The chemical plant's storage tanks were knocked over. Luke Thon immediately sensed a strong aura, too powerful for a master. How that man carrying the little girl fled, desperately with slash marks appearing on his back. The blonde woman slashed through all the chemical tanks blocking her way. The man ran while crying out desperately for help. "Help! Someone help me. Please, someone save me. Is anyone there? Run and see how far you can get." The young man Luke Thon, after looking in the direction of the cries for help, had already seen the owner of those cries. Raising his hand to stroke his chin, the young man wanted to intervene heroically. What a coincidence. A middle-aged man leading a child in the dead of night, in a desolate place, being hunted down. With my chivalrous nature, how could I not pay attention and just ignore it? Just when I wanted to test my strength, I stumbled upon this heaven-sent opportunity. The young man Luke Thon excitedly clenched his fist. The young man decisively threw a punch towards the blonde woman to stop the pursuit. She quickly dodged and turned to glance at the young man. The young man Lukathan pointed at himself and said, "For me, killing a master is nothing surprising. But if I don't use my master's will, don't use my inner energy, relying only on physical strength, I can still directly kill a level 7 master." At this moment in the chemical plant, it was already late at night. The crescent moon had risen, almost at its zenith. The assassin woman threw an extremely powerful punch. The brave father held his little daughter tightly, enduring the strong punch from behind that made him cough up blood. But even so, he still held tight and shielded his daughter completely to prevent her from suffering any harm. With the impact of the extremely strong punch, it caused both father and daughter to fall face first onto the ground. Behind their backs, rocks and dirt flew into the air. The entire space was engulfed in smoke and dust, hazy and unclear. Seeing her father coughing, little Thu worriedly called out, "Dad, Dad, are you okay, Dad?" The blonde woman, who had delivered the fiery punch, stood proudly behind them, while the father and daughter trembled in fear, lying face down on the ground before her. With a cold gaze, the assassin approached step by step. Then, without mercy, she stomped hard on the father's leg, her sharp heel digging deep into his flesh. The force of the stomp made the father unable to suppress a cry of pain. Beside him, the clear eyes of little Thu were brimming with tears as she witnessed this scene. Tears falling incessantly, little Thu turned to the assassin with an angry voice. "Don't hurt my dad." Meanwhile, the father, despite the pain, still worried for his little child and kept pleading, "Don't harm my child." Little Thu refused to stand by idly, clenched her fist and rushed towards the assassin, punching straight at her. A shout rang out full of anger. "You evil person! You evil person! Get away!" On the assassin's face, unexpectedly, a bewitching smile appeared, her hands skillfully grabbing little Thu's head. The small child began to scream in fear. No matter how much little Thu cried, she remained unfazed, continuing to lift little Thu high as if to threaten the father lying on the ground, whose leg was broken but still had his arms. "Let go. Once more. This time I'll give you 10 minutes. The assassin said in a cold tone, worried for his little daughter. The father, though exhausted, still tried to get up, pleading, "First, release my daughter." The father, with utter helplessness, shouted, "That thing is deeply engraved in my memory. No one knows it except me. Don't dream that you can make me confess. I have poison in my mouth. If pushed to the brink, I can commit suicide at any time." Hearing the father's threat, the assassin, without hesitation, rushed over and tried to open the father's mouth to search for the poison. She fumbled inside his mouth and finally found the tooth containing the poison. With a forceful gesture, the blonde woman crushed and pulled out that tooth. Blood splattered everywhere. The father screamed in pain, while the assassin stood there still, maintaining her unchanging smile. "You thought you had a chance to commit suicide." The woman, holding the poisoned tooth in one hand and squeezing little Thu's mouth with the other, intending to put it into the girl's mouth, then threatened, "Tell me obediently, or don't blame me for what happens." The father seemed to be in despair, his eyes filled with fear. Broken pleas echoed in the suffocating space. "Ah, I'll talk. Please spare my daughter." Suddenly, the appearance of Lu Sheng's foot, filled with powerful energy, marked a turning point. As if gliding like the wind, a mysterious force rescued the little girl from the assassin's arms, leaving her unable to react in time, standing there as if rooted to the spot. 3 seconds later, the assassin, drenched in sweat, turned her head and snapped, "I knew early on that someone like you must be very cunning." Meanwhile, little Thu, with eyes glistening with tears, her small hand clutching Lu Sheng's clothes as if finding a safe anchor. Lu Sheng held little Thu tightly and said coldly, "Even a tiny little girl like Thu you wouldn't spare. Are you worthy of being called a master?" His eyes flashed, cold, powerful, and full of authority. As Lu Sheng put little Thu down, the assassin, with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, asked, "Are you from the Dark Star?" She thought to herself, "This brat doesn't have the aura of a master. Moreover, at this age, he couldn't possibly amount to much." The young man, not understanding the question, Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly, "What Dark Star?" The young man responded with a confident and firm declaration, "I am the sun." The woman was startled by the young man's words. "What?" Before she could process her confusion, she saw a giant hand covered in flames from Lu Sheng appear right in front of her. Lu Sheng, with eyes blazing red, his body enormous like a demon king, the young man with boundless power, his aura like a storm, quickly rushed forward to grab the blonde woman's face. A sea of fire emanating from the young man was engulfing everything around, burning flames and wind surrounding them. him. The entire space seemed to freeze before this terrifying radiance. Lu Sheng continued to charge forward, while the assassins struggled to break free, violently colliding with surrounding objects. The excruciating pain left her with no strength to resist. Fresh blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Finally, Lu Sheng fiercely gripped her head and slammed it hard onto the ground. The ground under the powerful blow was torn and cracked, even forming a deep crater. The young man stood looking from above, gazing down at the newly formed pit. Lu Sheng seemed a bit startled, exclaiming, "I only hit her lightly." After the dust settled, the young Lu Sheng saw the blonde woman lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, eyes wide open, showing no signs of life. The surrounding rocks and earth were shattered, creating a rather frightening scene. The young man was surprised. Episode 2, Dead Already, 2 weeks. Lu Sheng turned to look at the little girl and her father. Little Thu timidly hid behind her father, frightened, while her father, with a swollen face, disfigured by the missing tooth, was covered in injuries. The father was terrified, his face drained of blood, and he voluntarily said, "I'll tell you, I'll reveal the location of everything right now. Please spare us. It's the exact coordinates of a secret gold mine. It's right." Before he could finish, the young Lu Sheng turned away and replied indifferently, "I'm not interested in anything you're saying." The man was startled. He was confused. A gold mine. Something everyone fights over, and you're not interested. Why did you save us and kill the Honan assassin? The young man coldly replied, "I was just passing by and decided to help. Now that it's resolved, I'm leaving." The young man thought to himself, "The Dream Space System has coordinates of all secret gold mines in the world. I don't need to search in such a troublesome way." Heh. The father stroked little Thu's hair. "That strange young man, though a bit odd, is a good person. We've been saved." Little Thu also replied happily, "Dad, that big brother is so amazing." Suddenly, Thu's father coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Little Thu cried out in worry, "Dad, Thu, I don't know how many of my ribs are broken. I probably can't walk anymore. You must run away. You must protect yourself." A cry of "Dad" echoed in the quiet night. Little Thu's expression touched Lu Sheng's heart. The young man turned back, grabbed Thu's father's hand, pulled him up, which surprised the man. Thu's father was astonished and gaped. "Oh, why did you?" Little Thu was delighted. "Big brother, you came back." The young man reluctantly said, "How troublesome. If I'm helping, I might as well see it through. If you escort the Buddha, take him all the way to the Western Heaven." So Lu Sheng took Little Thu and her father back to the hotel. Grateful for Lu Sheng's chivalrous act, the father thanked him profusely. "Thank you so much for your help." Seeing that Thu's father was badly injured, Lu Sheng gave him a bottle of medicine and said, "Drink this." "What is it?" "Don't think too much. Drink it and get some sleep. You should be fine by tomorrow." After receiving the medicine, the father turned to his daughter. "Little Thu, go to your room and sleep. I need to talk with this big brother for a while." Little Thu obediently replied, "Yes, Dad." The young Lu Sheng took out a ring and asked Thu's father. This belonged to the female assassin earlier. "What exactly is this Huanan organization? What's this secret gold ring and the dark star she mentioned? Can you explain it all to me?" Thu's father then explained, "Huanan and Dark Star are both mysterious international organizations with unclear objectives, but they have footprints in countries all over the world. Rumor has it that Huanan has reached the master level. Above that is the king level, and even a god level. As you know, this time they came for the secret gold mine." Lu Sheng wondered, if Huanan is already at the master level, then above that, wouldn't it be Grand Master, and then Martial Saint? Thu's father didn't know much more, so he replied, "I'm not clear about these secrets." The young man stroked his chin, muttering, "Later, I'll look it up in the system." In this era of extreme prosperity, the dark forces naturally won't be weak either. Martial arts nurture human ambition, so naturally there will be a group of people who want to oppose the world's orthodox forces. Lu Sheng asked Thu's father, "So what do you plan to do next?" "Take it one step at a time. You've already saved us. That's a great favor. I don't dare trouble you further." The young man stroked his chin, flashing a mischievous smile. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. The young man held up one finger and said to Thu's father, "But I have a way to solve everything at once." Hearing Lu Sheng say the words "solve everything at once," Thu's father became extremely curious. He stared at Lu Sheng, his heart racing with anticipation. Even as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, he hurriedly said, "Tell me. As long as there's a way to escape the pursuit, I'll agree to anything you say." While the man was extremely anxious, the young man remained calm. How? Lu Sheng closed his eyes, then slowly raised one finger, saying deliberately, "It's simple. First, you must tell me the exact location of that secret gold mine. Let's start with that. Then I'll gradually reveal the specific plan later. A very good and elaborate plan, so grand that I guarantee you won't even believe it." At this moment, beads of sweat on Thu's father's face began to flow more profusely due to worry. He wasn't sure if after revealing the location of the secret gold mine, the young man Lu Sheng would keep his promise. And even if Lu Sheng kept his word, could he alone protect him? Countless questions raced through Thu's father's mind, but he had no other choice. Danger was always lurking, so Thu's father had no better option. After a moment of hesitation and hair-pulling, he reluctantly pointed at the map on the phone that Lu Sheng provided. The location was. After zooming in on the map and searching carefully, Thu's father pinpointed the exact coordinates. "It's right here." After indicating the precise location of the secret gold mine, Thu's father anxiously focused his gaze. He kept staring at Lu Sheng's phone. Meanwhile, the young man was doing something on it, while flashing a mischievous smile and declaring confidently, "All right, from now on, no one will be hunting you anymore." Seeing no specific action taken and not hearing any detailed plan, only receiving a casual response, Thu's father startled. "Huh, why is that? Such a big matter has been resolved so quickly." Thu's father's heart was now filled with utmost curiosity. "What exactly did you do?" The young man smiled and held up his phone, answering with a cheeky tone, "Oh my, this is nothing difficult. On the contrary, it's as simple as child's play. I just needed to publish the location of the secret gold mine on social media, that's all." Lu Sheng's simple answer, which indeed seemed like a joke, hit Thu's father like a bolt of lightning, leaving him with his mouth agape and eyes wide open in shock. An incredulous expression appeared on Thu's father's face, as if experiencing psychological trauma. He exclaimed, "What?" He thought to himself, "That's $1 billion secret gold mine, and it's just casually published all over social media like that." At this point, Thu's father understood Lu Sheng's elaborate plan, which was so grand it seemed unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the Huanan organization, a man sitting in front of the monitoring system noticed a disconnection alert and muttered, "This is not good. The signal from the 9 rings has been interrupted. Something bad must have happened. Number 9 has lost its signal. There's no information left." He turned and said to the people behind him, "We must have been too complacent. After all, that person has information about the secret gold mine. With such valuable information, finding some assistance wouldn't be difficult." Suddenly, another person's voice rang out. "Wait a minute. News about the secret gold mine is starting to spread online." It was the young man Lu Sheng, with a humorous demeanor, clearly pointing out coordinates on a map. "The $1 billion secret gold mine is right here. Hurry and come." The people of the Huanan organization saw the information about the secret gold mine being disclosed. What they had spent so much time, effort, and lives to find was now freely available on social media. How could they not be furious? They gritted their teeth. "He dares to publish the location publicly. For this secret gold mine, we've lost so many people. What a waste and injustice." Clenching his fist, he angrily slammed it down. The owner of that fist slam was none other than the leader. He gritted his teeth. "Unbelievable. What a brilliant move. Now everyone knows the coordinates. That man is no longer of any value to us." He shouted in a rage. "Someone dares to deceive Honan. We must punish the one who leaked our secret." Then he ordered his subordinates, "Quickly investigate for me. Find the traitor who disclosed all the secrets of this secret gold mine." Meanwhile, on the young man's post titled, "The Truth About the $1 billion Secret Gold Mine Exposed," there were many comments from others. One of the top comments was, "Haha, I'm going to become a secret gold mine person." What? How can there be such good news? The young man Lu Sheng scrolled through the comments, laughing uncontrollably. Thu's father looked at the calm young man as if nothing had happened. After disclosing such confidential information, he was very confused. Thu's father had countless questions. Could it be that this young man doesn't know the value of the secret gold mine? Or is it not that he doesn't know, but that he doesn't care? Where did he come from? What's his background? Could he be from Mars? Or is there something wrong with his mind? Could he have come from a mental hospital? Good heavens. The young man Lu Sheng turned to Thu's father and said, "Tomorrow, after checking out, take your daughter to hide somewhere else for a few days. The gold mine storm will soon pass. Good luck. Goodbye." Little Thu was still awake, and when she heard Lu Sheng say goodbye, she opened her room door and peeked out, with teary eyes asking her brother, "Will we meet again in the future?" The young man approached, patted Xiao Thu's head, and comforted her. "Of course. We'll definitely meet again very soon." The next morning, the Honan organization's people arrived at the scene where the female assassin number 9 was knocked out. The man behind, seeing the horrific scene, said, "Is number 9 really that weak? Was she grabbed by the head and beaten to death?" The man in front front was terrified just by looking, sweat rolling down his cheeks. The person who killed her was too strong. Look at this scene. There's no sign of resistance at all. No, she was completely unable to resist. Seeing the deep hole created with his own eyes, the other man became more terrified. This deep hole looks like it was made by a pile driver, but who would have thought it was created by smashing someone's head down there? And it's the head of a level 7 master at that. It's truly too brutal, too violent. He grimaced, turned his head to look at his companion with a hesitant tone, due to fear. Do you think we should continue investigating? The other man glared and replied with a crude remark. Investigate my ass. Let's go back. Even a mutated martial artist enhanced by the organization like her had to die in such a miserable way. Moreover, the location of the secret gold mine has been exposed. This mission is both dangerous and pointless. If you want to investigate, go alone. I'm leaving first. Yeah, let's go. What's there to investigate? Just thinking about it makes me feel chills all over. Trembling, after comforting Xiaothu, young Lu Sheng used the system to check information on the dark forces, Huanan, Black Magic Society, and so on and so forth. Surprisingly, there are more than 10 large and small mysterious international organizations, with some even having traces of activities dating back 10,000 years. The martial arts world truly has martial saints at the top. The young man stroked his chin and thought, martial saints can't be casually cultivated. Not everyone can become a martial saint. Perhaps there's the shadow of state machinery behind it. The young man continued to check the information and discovered shocking news, exclaiming, the Huanan organization has always focused on research about mutated martial artists and caused many major events, shocking the international community, leading to joint hunts by various countries. Reading this, the young man was very curious. What are mutated martial artists? Why are they being hunted down by so many countries? The system then provided more information. Mutated martial artists use genes from strange beasts implanted into martial artists, stimulating the birth of martial artists with powerful abilities. If successful, they can be 10 times stronger than those of the same level. But there are pros and cons. After accepting the implantation of strange beast genes, both consciousness and body will be eroded and transformed, like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Young Lu Sheng read this and grimaced, thinking, no wonder yesterday when facing that woman, it felt so strange. Huanan has already started using this technology. There's a problem. Could it be that Huanan is related to the strange beast invasion from before? Even I can see this. The upper echelons of Long Kingdom can't be fools. They must have corresponding countermeasures. I won't interfere in others' affairs. Although he said that, the young man continued with a difficult expression. But if I encounter them, I'll help clean up a bit while I'm at it. After all, it's just a squeeze of the hand and it's done. If I don't encounter them, then so be it. But this path of mutated martial artists, although a bit deviant, isn't completely useless. I'll try it out if I have the chance later. Suddenly, young Lu Sheng remembered something else. Oh right, there's also the future of that father and his daughter, Xiao Chu. Let me check, it should be interesting. An image of a young woman appeared. The system information showed, name Gu Lu Yan, Chief of International Crime Investigation, Level 8 Grandmaster. Dedicated her life to hunting down organizations like Huanan, Dark Forces, and Black Demon Society. The number of terrorists she defeated and imprisoned totaled over 800 people. Young Lu Sheng looked at the information in disbelief, but he also had words of praise for her. That's terrifying. I didn't expect to accidentally save an international talent. Suddenly, the young man was startled. Marital status, one-sided love for Long Kingdom's martial saint, the perfect martial saint Lu Sheng, remained single for life without starting a family. The young man froze upon reading this for 3 seconds. Then he covered his face with one hand and waved away the system information with the other. Turn it off quickly. Turn it off quickly. It's unbelievable. I shouldn't look at this trivial information anymore. It ruins my cultivation mindset. I definitely won't look next time. After a moment of amazement at the incredibly detailed information, the young man sighed. All right, that's enough for now. The young man smiled slyly, with cold, sharp eyes, saying, now I have to go deal with that scumbag. Quickly, Lu Sheng arrived at Workers' Quarter number 213, Pingjiang Road, in the west of Fengzhe City. The young man knocked on the door. He muttered to himself, Fu Jianming once harmed that person's entire family. Here, after a moment, a woman opened the door and asked, Lu Sheng, who are you looking for? The young man replied, I'm looking for Fu Jianming. The woman quickly tried to close the door. I don't know him. You've got the wrong place. But the master's foot wedged in the doorway, so how could the woman possibly close it? Seeing that she was helpless and unable to close the door, the woman insisted, What do you want? The young man pointed and firmly said, I'm not at the wrong address. please think again. There must have been someone by that name living here before. The woman stammered. He doesn't live here anymore. The apartment is mine now. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. At the apartment building, young Lu Sheng said to the woman, I don't care about your house. Just tell me where he is now. The woman let out a frightened gasp and tremblingly replied, He's at the garbage dump in the neighborhood. He's just a madman now. His entire family died, which drove him insane. I didn't steal his house. He's gone mad. After getting the necessary information, Lu Sheng coldly said, Thank you. Then with hands in his pockets, he turned and walked away. The woman watched Lu Sheng's back as he left, thinking to herself, it's strange that someone would look for that crazy old man. At least it wasn't about taking the house. Lu Sheng then followed the woman's directions, heading to the apartment complex's garbage dump. A stray cat was perched on top of the wall, staring intently at the young man. Finally, Lu Sheng had found the target of his trip. Next to the garbage pile in front of the residential area, there was a thin, hunched figure, leaning over the edge of a trash can, intently searching for something. Lu Sheng took out a photo and looked at it for a moment. He approached and calmly called out the name of his target, Fu Jianming. The old man turned around, instinctively eyeing Lu Sheng with caution, looking very much like a wandering old beggar. The old man asked in a loud voice, his eyes fierce and intimidating, Who are you? What do you want from me? Lu Sheng stared at the photo. Then his eyes swept over the snow-white hair and the dark, wrinkled face of the old man. He clearly remembered from the target's file that he should be no more than 50 years old this year. Lu Sheng fell silent. After calling out the man's name, he suddenly realized that he didn't really know why he had come here. In his mind, Lu Sheng quickly recalled the information about the old man before him. Fu Jianming, a worker at the Blue Sky chemical plant in Fengzhou City, father of 2 daughters. The younger daughter, named Fu Shay, in her junior year of high school, on her way home from school, was kidnapped by Lian Ji of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. The elder daughter, Fu Ying, after learning the news, went to the Extreme Way Martial Arts School to demand her sister's return. She also never came back. A week later, the bodies of the 2 sisters were found by a river outside Fengzhou City. The circumstances of their deaths were extremely tragic. Fu Jianming's wife, unable to bear the shock, committed suicide. Until today, only this 46-year-old, white-haired old man remains as the sole survivor of the family. The old man clutched a large sack tightly, and with bullet-like eyes asked Lu Sheng, Are you trying to rob me of my things? Lu Sheng thought for a moment, then said, I'm Fu Ying's classmate. I've come specially to visit you today. Upon hearing the name Fu Ying, a light immediately appeared in the old man's cloudy eyes. He moved closer to Lu Sheng, and with his mouth agape, said, Are you really little Ying's classmate? Lu Sheng nodded and replied, Yes, I'm here to help you. The old man's lips trembled, as if somewhat surprised, but in a very short time, his demeanor changed, and with a fierce expression, he shouted, You're lying. Little Ying, from childhood to adulthood, I've met all her classmates and friends. I remember each one of them very clearly. You're definitely not one of them. You think I've gone senile, don't you? Dream on. I'm very lucid. Every single face of everyone, I remember very clearly. The old man spoke with such agitation that his words became somewhat jumbled. He stepped forward, grabbed Lu Sheng's collar, and shouted furiously, You're deceiving me. Are you trying to rob me or not? Are you? The old man repeated emphatically, Every single one, I remember very clearly. You're definitely not one of them. Ha 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 ha. Don't think you can fool me. They all say they haven't seen little Ying. At this point, the old man became extremely agitated and cried out, Haven't seen her. Haven't seen her. Ha ha. How can they not have seen her? How is that possible? Lu Sheng patted the old man's shoulder, saying, I'm sorry, I lied. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, calmed himself, and continued speaking to the old man. Although I lied about my identity, I'm not deceiving you. I came here to help you. The old man mumbled, Help me. Suddenly, a hint of confusion appeared on the old man's face. His eyes fell upon Lu Sheng, as if discovering something. He asked, Are you a martial artist? His 2 bony hands like chicken feet gripped Lu Sheng's arm tightly, his 10 fingers almost sinking into Lu Sheng's flesh. With eyes full of hope, he asked, You're a martial artist, aren't you? Are you a very powerful martial artist? Lu Sheng found it hard to imagine how such a frail body could exert such tremendous strength. Lu Sheng replied, That's right. Upon receiving Lu Sheng's affirmative answer, the old man trembled with excitement, his eyes radiating intense anticipation. Ha ha! I knew it. The old man turned around, retrieving something while saying, I've met many martial artists before, so I can recognize one at a glance. You must be a martial artist. It must be so. Wait. Now the old man hugged a pile of bottles and jars, then said with a joyful expression, Help me kill Lian Ye and Lian Ji Bei. All this money will be yours. I'll give you all this money and valuable items. Lu Sheng saw the a pile of bottles and cans of beer and soda, with flies buzzing around them, which the old man considered precious, and didn't know what else to say. Lu Sheng remained silent for a long time. The old man then felt dejected and let go, the bottles and cans falling to the ground with a clatter. Seeing Lu Sheng's silence, he became anxious. "Why aren't you answering me? It's not enough, is it? I know this isn't enough. It's very little, but I can get more." The old man looked around, stepping on a plastic bottle, making a crunching sound. These are all money. I just haven't had time to exchange them yet. Money. It's all money." The old man sincerely pleaded in anxious unease. "Help me, please. If it's still not enough, then you can take my life too. You can do whatever you want." Lu Sheng calmly watched the old man anxiously fidgeting before him. His face showed no emotional fluctuation. The old man suddenly calmed down, then squatted on the ground, his head drooping. At this moment, his heart was full of self-mockery and despair. "Forget it. I know you won't help me. You're here to mock me, aren't you? You're from the Wuguan Jidao sect. You came to see if I'm dead yet, right? Ha ha ha." The old man suddenly began to laugh loudly, but his laughter turned into tears. "Now, do you see clearly? I'm still living very well. As long as Lian Ye and his son don't die, I won't die either. I will live until." The old man's eyes were filled with resentment. The old man glared with two streams of tears flowing, looking at Lu Sheng. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will still live until I see with my own eyes those father and son go to hell." Lu Sheng knelt down, picked up a photo from the ground, looked at the photo. It was Fu Jianming with 3 women. From left to right, with increasing age, there was Fu She, Fu Ying, and Fu Jianming's wife, Wang Hongyu. Lu Sheng calmly looked at these 3 photos, as if he was facing them in person. Lu Sheng said to the old man kneeling behind him, as if making a firm assertion, "You will see that scene." "What did you say?" The old man was stunned for a moment, his tears flowing even more. He choked up and replied, Thank you. Even if you're deceiving me, thank you." Lu Sheng didn't speak again, but turned and walked straight out. His steps were neither fast nor slow, but each step was very steady, firm, and resolute. The old man watched with a bewildered gaze until his figure completely disappeared. Fu Lu Cheng slowly exhaled a breath, feeling a bit better. His inner strength was powerful, his will harder than steel. Even with a sword at his throat, he remained as composed as a spring breeze. His eyelids wouldn't even twitch, but just now he had felt a sense of being under thick, dark clouds, an indescribable pressure. While lost in thought, Lu Sheng's attention was caught by a comment. It's been a while since someone came to see the crazy old man. It was the voice of a chubby young man, wearing a white tank top, red and blue shorts, and on his feet a pair of flip-flops, who was looking at him. Lu Sheng asked curiously, "So before, many people came to see him?" The chubby young man twitched the corner of his mouth, saying disdainfully, "They were all coming to scam money from him. In the first few years, after the old madman's whole family died, he was like a lunatic, going everywhere looking for someone to help him get revenge. As long as someone with some martial arts skills came, he would pay them. But who would actually help him? Everyone knew that those who harmed him were extremely powerful. It was the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall. And in the end, the old madman's fortune was completely spent. He became truly insane. His house was taken away. Now he can only live in the garbage dump. You didn't take money from the old madman, so you're considered a good person. That's why I came out to chat with you for a bit. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother to look." After saying this, the chubby young man used a kind of gaze that was somewhat appreciative to look at Lu Sheng. The chubby young man suddenly asked, "Oh, right. What do you do for a living? Why did you come to see the old madman? You look like you're quite capable. Don't tell me you want to get involved in other people's business." Lu Sheng glared for a moment, then firmly replied, "Yes, that's right. The Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall. I'm going to kill them." Hearing Lu Sheng say he was going to kill the people of the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall, the fat guy broke out in a sweat, watching Lu Sheng's back as he left, thinking, who exactly is he? At the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, in the office of the Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai, and a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance were sitting on the sofa on the coffee table. In front of them was a bubbling teapot, emitting a faint, fragrant aroma. The middle-aged man picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup, then also conveniently poured one for Zhao Kangtai and said, "Lu Sheng has returned." Zhao Kangtai nodded and replied, "I know." The middle-aged man, holding his teacup, looked at Zhao Kangtai and hinted, "He didn't go to Ming City, did you know that?" Kangtai replied, "I know. He accepted 2 missions this time, one AA rank and one AAA rank, both around the capital." The middle-aged man paused before continuing. "Lian Ye, is in Ming City. Obviously, Lu Sheng could have gone to Ming City first, but he specifically went to the more distant non-Ping city. Lu Sheng's intention is very clear. He's deliberately avoiding Lian Ye, avoiding the second option given to him by the martial saint, which is the test to become a true disciple of the martial saint. Seeking the good and avoiding the bad is human nature. Zhao Kongtai's expression remained unchanged. He calmly said, "It's too early to draw such a conclusion now, because there's still some time before the National Student Martial Arts Competition." The middle-aged man slowly finished his tea, sighing, "It's only a few days away. Once the National Student Martial Arts Competition begins, if Lu Sheng still hasn't made a move, then the result will be that he failed the test, and the martial saint doesn't have a habit of giving people a second chance, nor does he like waiting long." Zhao Kongtai said nothing more, just drank his tea. His eyes looked at a certain spot on the office wall. Zhao Kongtai thought to himself without speaking, "Lu Sheng, don't disappoint me, and don't disappoint the martial saint." At the 7th Sacred Martial Arts, a group of male students pointed at the big screen and discussed excitedly, "I heard he accepted an AA rank mission. Didn't expect him to return so quickly. It's been less than half a week, and he's already back." In the hall, the students instinctively stared at the large screen. The image appeared, showing a young man about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black tank top paired with camouflage pants. His diamond-shaped hair stood straight up as he walked in. On this young man's shoulder was an uncleaned alloy battle blade he was carrying. With a cold expression, the students couldn't stop exclaiming, "Wow, he's emanating such a powerful aura. I'm afraid his strength has improved again." That's Xiaolan. Xiaolan has returned. He once completed a double A-rank mission, piece of cake. Xiaolan is getting more and more terrifying. No wonder why as soon as I saw him, my heart skipped a beat. In the back, Chen Yixuan was also focused, unable to take his eyes off. The blonde female student walked up to Chen Yixuan and gently said, "Xiaolan has returned. It seems he's also aiming for the National Student Martial Arts Competition by coming back. This is an opportunity to compete with top martial artists from across the country that only happens once every 2 years. So a battle-hungry person like Xiaolan wouldn't miss it." The female student sighed softly. "All the top 10 senior students want to participate. I wonder how it will turn out this time. I hope our 7th Sacred Martial Arts won't be at the bottom again." Chen Yixuan didn't care much about that Xiaolan and waved his hand saying, "For this National Student Martial Arts Competition, our school already has the great Demon King Lu Sheng to hold the fort. We might even be able to challenge for the top spot. Everyone else is just background. One good point is that with his strength, our 7th Sacred Martial Arts won't be at the bottom this time." The female student shook her head and replied, "Lu Sheng might not participate at all." The handsome young man was stunned, mouth agape, and instinctively asked, "Why not? Our 7th Sacred Martial Arts has finally produced a once-in-a-century Lu Sheng, and yet they won't let him participate. What's wrong with the school leaders? Have they lost their minds?" The girl continued to say something that left Chen Yixuan stunned. "I just heard it from my father." The female student explained further, "I heard from my father that the martial saint's test for Lu Sheng is that he cannot participate in the National Student Martial Arts Competition. If Lu Sheng participates, he'll be considered to have failed the test. He can only challenge his SSS rank mission instead. This is considered a test." Chen Yixuan's jaw dropped, sweat rolling down his cheeks. With a confused expression, he said, "This is deliberately suppressing Lu Sheng's potential, isn't it? There's no need to do this. If they want to suppress Lu Sheng's potential, they don't have to go this far." The blonde girl continued, "We can't fathom the thoughts of the martial saint. If he has decided to do this, he must have his profound reasons." Chen Yixuan, angry, punched the wall, then sighed. With a regretful expression said, "It's really a pity. 2 years ago, the Gemini from the Extreme Way Martial Academy swept through all 7 Sacred Martial University campuses, defeating all the Sacred Martial University students participating in the martial arts competition, leaving them humiliated. I heard that in the past 2 years, the Supreme Martial Academy has also produced a famous holy prodigy who is one of a kind." Chen Yixuan gritted his teeth with an irritated mood. "I originally thought we could rely on Lu Sheng's fighting strength this time to regain our reputation. Now it's great. We're all about to graduate, and yet we have to be humiliated once again." The female student gently stroked Chen Yixuan's cheek, consoling softly, "Don't worry too much. It'll be fine. Chen Yixuan heard this and felt a little relieved. The blonde girl raised a finger, then slowly said, "You'll get used to being bullied and killed eventually." This fatal remark made Chen Yixuan spit out fresh blood. At the same time, in the school dormitory, the young Lu Sheng still had his old habit, hands in pockets, returning with a cool demeanor. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Lu Sheng looked and saw that the mobile phone screen showed an email from the school that had just arrived. The email informed him that 3 days later at 8 a.m., he should go to the school gate to assemble for the National Student Martial Arts Competition. If he was late or didn't show up, then it would be considered as voluntarily giving up his right to participate in this martial arts competition. Lu Sheng strongly suspected that the last sentence was deliberately written for him to see. Lu Sheng glanced into the distance, then thought to himself, "Moreover, since I returned, they've appeared. I guess they were sent by the school." The young Lu Sheng clearly saw that outside his dormitory courtyard, there were several figures skulking around. Those guys were dressed neatly, wearing dark glasses, looking quite professional. Every now and then, they would turn to look at Lu Sheng to monitor him. Rather than saying they were monitoring Lu Sheng, it would be more accurate to say they were watching, to see if he would go out to carry out a mission to kill someone or not. Lu Sheng, with a very confident expression, curled his lip and muttered, "You don't want me to go, do you? But the path that I, Lu Sheng, want to take, how can it be controlled by others? Neither the Holy Martial University nor the Martial Saints can stop me." Lu Sheng looked at the majestic, immovable Martial Saint Tower, silently standing there for a long time. 3 days later, at the main gate of Holy Martial University, on Saturday, several buses were stopping. 3 days later, at the main gate of Holy Martial University, on Saturday, several buses were waiting. Many students were gathering to prepare to board. The National Student Martial Arts Competition was about to begin. Today was the day of departure, and Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai would personally lead the team. At this moment, Zhao Kangtai was looking around, seemingly searching for someone. Everyone was a bit excited because they knew very well that Holy Martial University's 7th batch had produced a figure who could shake heaven and earth. The guy with a backpack in front excitedly said, "The great Demon King is going to war." In this National Student Martial Arts Competition, our Holy Martial University's 7th batch will thoroughly wash away our past humiliation. Zhen Xiongfang, the guy next to him, clenched his fist in agreement. Yes. I really can't think of a reason for us to lose. I can't wait to see Lu Sheng crush the disciples from other martial academies. Ha ha ha. The guy with the backpack, after searching for a while without seeing Lu Sheng, wondered, "Oh, by the way, where's Lu Sheng? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Hearing the students discussing around him, Chen Yixuan stood among the crowd, secretly smiling bitterly, because these students obviously didn't know that Lu Sheng wouldn't come at all. Compared to the National Student Martial Arts Competition, held every 2 years, the inheritance of the Martial Saint would certainly be much more important. Even a fool would know which to choose. Chen Yixuan thought to himself, "If it were me, I would also be willing to skip the martial arts competition. After all, going there would just mean getting beaten up." He specifically glanced at Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai, who was leading the team. Zhao Kangtai wore a very normal expression. On his face, there was basically no sign of any worry. Although occasionally Zhao Kangtai would lower his head to check his watch, Chen Yixuan felt that Zhao Kangtai seemed more like he was eager to depart. Chen Yixuan silently asked the vice principal, "Zhao, you think so too, don't you?" Zhao Kangtai looked at his watch and sweated, thinking, "It's almost 8 o'clock, he really won't come." Before the vice principal could finish his thought, something unexpected happened. The teacher's eyes seemed to have caught sight of something Zhao Kangtai didn't want to see at all. From above, the young Lu Sheng was descending. The teacher's jaw dropped. "It's Lu." The teacher hadn't even finished saying Sheng when a thunderous boom resounded, a landing that couldn't have been cooler or more resounding. The students erupted in waves of excitement, mixed with cheers. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is here. Besides Lu Sheng, who else could make such a dramatic entrance? Zhao Kangtai, who had just been wearing a relaxed expression, immediately had a complex look on his face after seeing Lu Sheng appear. The vice principal was stunned. "Lu Sheng, you." The young man approached with a cool demeanor. The resounding cheers from the students only added to his peak coolness. Zhao Kangtai took a light breath, then stepped closer to Lu Sheng, saying, "Lu Sheng, you need to think this through carefully. The National Student Martial Arts Competition has just begun. You still have time to change your mind." Lu Sheng, with cold, sharp eyes, calmly replied to the vice principal, "I've followed my heart, as you told me to do." Zhao Kangtai's mouth gaped open, as if wanting to say something more, but in the end he didn't speak, only glumly announced in a low voice, "Students, get on the bus." 7th Holy Martial University. Certain victory. Great Demon King triumphant. Finally, we can hold our heads high. The surrounding students burst into enthusiastic cheers, loudly encouraging Team 5 representing the 7th Holy Martial University to set out. Amidst all this excitement, Zhao Kongtai's expression seemed somewhat dazed. Shortly after, several buses revved up their engines and sped off at 200 kilometers per hour. Inside the bus, the teacher leading the group stood up and said, "You are all top talents of the 7th Holy Martial University this time. You represent the 7th Holy Martial University, also known as the 7th Holy Martial Way, as you set out to participate in the National Student Martial Arts Competition. According to the rules, you should wear uniforms, so please everyone, change your clothes. If the size doesn't fit, you can come to me for a replacement." Students sitting here, some have participated in the martial arts competition before, while for others, it's their first time. So I'll go over the rules again. Those who haven't heard them before, please listen carefully, and those who have, please refresh your memory. This team leader had a gentle personality. Everything was good, except he talked too much. Lu Sheng's eyes looked out the window, watching the scenery speed by from slow to fast. In his mind, he thought about his own situation. Level 7 Master has blood energy like a furnace, forming martial will and force field. So what about Level 8 Grandmaster? According to the system's records, if blood energy condenses into a pill, then the blood energy value can easily reach over 100,000. Blood energy as vast as rivers, as hot as magma, capable of melting even iron and steel. A single strike would have 10 million damage power. From Master to Grandmaster is another qualitative leap, especially in terms of physical constitution. Blood energy will transform from liquid state to condensed state, similar to the golden elixir of Taoism described in ancient mystical texts. It will continuously provide physical potential, stimulate cell activity, constantly cleansing and eliminating impurities in the body. Reaching level 8 Grandmaster, the lifespan of a martial artist will also increase dramatically, becoming a longevity figure in the eyes of ordinary people. Lu Sheng didn't care much about this point, because after perfecting stage 2 of the immortal golden body, he was just one step away from level 8 Grandmaster and blood condensation into a pill. He was only one step away and could enter that realm at any time. However, after a Grandmaster condenses blood into a pill, their physique will be continuously cleansed by the blood pill day and night, becoming increasingly stronger. Therefore, the longer one remains in the Grandmaster realm, the stronger their physique becomes. This is also an advantage. After becoming a Grandmaster, blood energy will hardly weaken over time, unless due to death or special circumstances. Otherwise, bodily functions will always be maintained at their peak state, with a chance to break through to level 9 Martial Saint. What Lu Sheng cared about more was the martial will of a Grandmaster. When would he obtain the will of a Grandmaster? Although he had acquired quite a few Grandmaster wills in the dream space, Lu Sheng only saw their light as it faded and never had the chance to see their light at full strength. A Grandmaster's physique, combined with their martial will, exerts a power that isn't simply a matter of 1 + 1. Until now, Lu Sheng had never truly experienced the strength of a real Grandmaster firsthand. The zombie Grandmasters in the dream space were not representative enough. Although Lu Sheng could now kill masters as easily as chickens, the gap between level 7 and level 8 was much greater than that between level 6 and level 7. If there's a chance, I must experience it firsthand. After a while, when the car reached a large mountain, Zhao Taikang announced, "We've arrived at Tichvan Mountain. Everyone can get off now." The students quickly disembarked. Nearby, there were murmurs from the surrounding people. Wow, students from the 7th Martial Saint University must be here for the competition. Every year, the National Martial Arts Competition is held at Tichvan Mountain. Good luck. A young man nearby asked, "So can we go watch the competition live?" The girl next to him replied, "Keep dreaming. You can only watch from the mountaintop. Ordinary people can only watch online." At this moment, Zhao Kang saw that everyone had arrived, so he spoke up. "All right, next we'll head up the mountain. Pay attention and follow my steps closely." The students enthusiastically nodded and responded, "Yes." Suddenly, the vice principal was startled when he noticed someone had moved from their position. "Huh, who's that fast?" the young man thought as he ran. From now on, it's likely unavoidable to face martial saints, so I must start preparing early. Although I haven't reached the master realm yet, if martial saints don't act personally, then the remaining riffraff certainly won't be able to take me down easily. The young man with cold, sharp eyes confidently said, "I can only use them to continue cultivating and leveling up. Sooner or later, I'll become stronger and even twist martial saints' necks like kicking a ball. Zhao Kang Thai, leading the team this time, stopped talking. His figure flashed once, and he ran up the mountain stairs. The students hurriedly chased after him. All of them had level 6 martial artist strength. At this moment, everyone unleashed their full speed. The group turned into streaks of white light rushing up the mountain. The ordinary tourists climbing the mountain only felt dizzy. They could only see the white backs gradually getting smaller. In the eyes of ordinary people, this scene was no different from images in movies. They kept exclaiming and marveling continuously. Lu Sheng was also one of those white figures, but he was walking very casually. However, his speed was still frighteningly fast. In fact, he felt that everyone else was too slow. Lu Sheng decided not to follow the crowd, but to go ahead on his own. After running for several dozen minutes, Zhao Kang Tai, leading the team, stopped, turned around to count if anyone had fallen behind. "Let's stop here and take attendance first," he pointed, squinting his eyes to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. It seems everyone has kept up. Suddenly, Zhao Kang Tai was startled. "Where's Lu Sheng? Where did our school's Lu Sheng go? Could it be that he couldn't keep up with us?" A student who was panting heavily quickly wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead, then said in surprise, "Lu Sheng ran past us 20 minutes ago. Didn't you see him, sir?" Ah, Zhao Kang Tai was extremely surprised. He raised his head looking at the stairs stretching straight up the mountain and exclaimed, "Impossible." At the same time, 2 other siblings were also climbing the mountain. The senior brother in front suddenly said, "Xiaoyun, stop for a moment." On the stone steps without a soul in sight, 2 figures quickly climbed up. Previously, these 2 moved like monkeys. Each step could cover at least 7 or 8 meters. It's worth noting that this wasn't flat ground, but stone steps with a considerable incline. A step stretching nearly 10 meters is not something a martial artist without strong abilities could possibly achieve. The female student wore a white martial arts uniform, tall and slender in build, with a well-proportioned figure, long hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, revealing a fair, beautiful face. Due to climbing the mountain, she had broken out in quite a sweat. Her beautiful fair face was slightly flushed, revealing even more her smooth skin like high-quality rose quartz covered in morning dew. Hearing the call, the female student was a bit surprised. "Rest for a bit, then we'll continue up." The one who called out, the female student's companion, was a fair-skinned man, also wearing a martial arts uniform like the female student, with a face of angular features. The female student, not understanding, while adjusting her breathing, inquired. As her head was full of question marks, "Senior brother, I still have energy left. Why don't we rush up in one go?" The fair-skinned man smiled and said, "This is your first time at Martial Saint Mountain, so you're a bit unfamiliar with the rules. I'll take this opportunity to explain them to you." The female student's face showed surprise as she looked down at her feet. Rules? What rules? Are there even rules for climbing a mountain? By now, they had reached nearly 1/3 of the mountain's peak. Tourists were prohibited from entering all 4 sides, with misty clouds swirling around and stone steps rising straight up to the sky. Even without the prohibition, it wasn't something ordinary people or even average martial artists could climb. From where we're going up, to reach the mountain peak, there are a total of 5 stone terraces. The mature man swept his eyes around, pointing at the vast mist, saying, "As they're covered by clouds, you can't see them." These 5 stone terraces are called the Stairway to Heaven, meaning to ascend to heaven in one step. Over 200 years ago, our Long Kingdom's level 9 martial saint Chu Fu Hai created this for future generations' ascension path. It's unprecedented in history. The ponytailed female student couldn't help but raise a finger and interrupt the mature man. "Senior brother, can you please get to the point when you speak? I already know all of this. Do you know what my father usually says about you? He says you're good at everything, but you talk too much, work too slowly, not like a man at all." Hearing this, the man scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "I wanted to give you more time to recover your strength, but you accuse me of being long-winded. All right, I'll get straight to the point. In the past, the ancestor Chu Fu Hai came here to temper his body with heavenly fire, forge his physique with celestial thunder, and use his spirit to perceive heaven and earth, thus breaking through to become a martial saint. So this entire martial saint mountain still retains the martial saint's energy." The man continued, spreading his arms, speaking with satisfaction. "Any martial artist under 30 years old who comes here, if their talent is strong enough, their vitality abundant enough, and their luck good enough, can climb the stairway to heaven in one go and will be able to trigger the energy left behind by ancestor Chu Fu Hai, forming an extremely rare and extraordinary phenomenon." The beautiful eyes of the ponytailed girl lit up. She quickly asked, What kind of phenomenon? What's it like? As the mature man was thinking about how to describe it, at that moment, a long whistle suddenly came from the mountain peak, piercing through rocks and clouds. The girl asked curiously, confused, "What's happening?" With this whistle, a layer of mist surrounding the mountain peak was guided by some kind of energy and began to curl up, revealing a phenomenon like evening waves starting to rise. Not only that, these two people even faintly heard a rushing sound, like huge waves crashing against underwater rocks. This scene was somewhat strange and shocking. The ponytailed girl was immediately stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "This is exactly the phenomenon," the fair-skinned man asserted, "mist rolling, great waves crashing against rocks. Those who can trigger such a phenomenon have a 9-10 chance of advancing to Grandmaster in the future." Before the mature man finished speaking, another long whistle sounded. The mist on the mountain peak rolled even deeper. The sound of evening waves grew even louder. Those two long whistles seemed to ignite what followed. Even longer whistles, sounding one after another. It became almost impossible to distinguish which whistle had triggered which phenomenon. These two people could only see the mist rolling endlessly, each wave of sound louder than the last. At this moment, they seemed to be not among the clouds, but standing on the eastern seashore, watching great waves roll in from atop a rock. The young man, witnessing this scene, gaped and exclaimed, "Oh my God." The fair-skinned man's pupils contracted as he said, "Junior sister, you're in for a treat this time." The ponytailed girl hadn't yet understood the fair-skinned man's meaning when, in the next moment, within the rolling waves of clouds, three enormous white whales, majestic and entirely formed from mist, slowly emerged. The three massive white whales appeared on three sides of the mountain peak, slightly opening their huge mouths, blowing out white ripples. With the naked eye, one could see the three white whales continuously emitting long cries, their heads and tails flickering, forming a tripod stance, competing with each other. The fair-skinned man kept marveling, making clicking sounds. Great waves crash on rocks. White whales sing long songs. This highest-grade phenomenon appeared 3 times in one breath. "Junior sister, we may be witnessing history." The ponytailed girl, with a mix of awe and curiosity on her face, asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean by highest-grade phenomenon?" Since the appearance of Marshall Saint Mountain, the number of people who could trigger the white whale's long song phenomenon hasn't exceeded 100. Among them, over 20 were level 8 Grandmaster powerhouses, and 4 were level 9 Marshall Saints. The mature man explained, pointing towards the mountain peak, his expression serious as he asked, "What do you think this means?" "This means that on the mountain peak there will be at least 3 individuals who in the future could become level 9 Marshall Saint powerhouses, true heavenly geniuses." "Ah." The ponytailed girl took a deep breath and asked in astonishment, "Senior brother, do you mean this martial arts gathering might produce 3 Marshall Saints?" The mature man pondered. "I didn't say that exactly. They only have the potential of a Marshall Saint. It doesn't mean they'll definitely become one. But this is already impressive, not even 30 years old. Still, it's incredibly shocking because they're under 30 and can already see hope of breaking through to the Marshall Saint realm, while others can't even see a glimmer of such hope." "Ah." The ponytailed girl startled, then her face lit up with excitement. "Senior brother, you're so long-winded. I want to try too. Who knows? Maybe I can summon a white whale as well. Haha." Suddenly, a sharp wind sound rang in their ears, like an arrow whistling across the sky. This sound came from the foot of the mountain, getting closer. The ponytailed girl and the fair-skinned man instinctively looked back. They had barely glanced when their pupils immediately contracted. On the stone steps they had just climbed, a figure was rapidly ascending the mountain. The speed of this figure was incredibly fast, so fast that the two of them couldn't make out the person's specific features, only seeing the mist on the stone steps continuously parting to both sides, revealing a path of vacuum. This scene was like a sharp pair of scissors, quickly cutting through a snow-white cloth. Whoosh! As if caught in a whirlwind, the two felt dizzy and sensed something brush past them. When they turned to look on the ascension path, that figure had already stormed in like a tempest, moving at an unimaginable speed. The ponytailed girl widened her eyes, her expression shocked, muttering, "Senior brother, this person's speed is too fast." Before she could finish speaking, that figure had already reached the mountain peak. The mist on the peak immediately dispersed outward, a huge ring of white clouds flowing in all directions. Then, a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl shot straight up into the sky. Invisible sound waves spread out, and under these sound waves, the vast sea of clouds rumbled and surged, with mist flowing and gathering together. After a brief moment, an unimaginable spectacle quietly appeared. disappeared. When the ponytailed girl and the fair-skinned man saw this scene, their minds buzzed, falling into a state of emptiness. A massive, fiery golden dragon rushed towards those three whales. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. That's a divine dragon. It's the divine dragon that devours all things. So that legend is true. It's really true. A true dragon has appeared in the world. At first, Lu Sheng's speed wasn't particularly fast. He was just casually climbing the mountain. But after he left everyone behind and the noise faded away, the stone steps were shrouded in thick mist, obscuring any figures. He looked around. The valley was quiet, not a bird in sight. Looking up, he could only see the outline of the massive mountain through the swirling vast mist. An inexplicable feeling arose from the depths of his heart. At this moment, it seemed as if Lu Sheng was the only one left in the entire world, the sole existence. The natural breathing technique activated spontaneously. Lu Sheng seemed to grasp something and became lost in thought, his steps gradually quickening. He didn't use the wind-breathing technique, nor did he employ the fourth-level body technique. He simply used the most basic method, running with his feet. The natural breathing technique was now flowing smoothly through Lu Sheng, becoming more natural, and his speed increased. In the end, Lu Sheng's entire being entered a wondrous state, as if he wasn't actively using the natural breathing technique, but rather the technique was propelling him upward like a kite catching the wind. Lu Sheng felt his breathing becoming longer and longer, and increasingly strange. At this moment, his mental energy naturally extended, vaguely merging with everything around him. Surrounding the young man, Lu Sheng, was a sea of clouds surging with great winds and waves, tides rolling endlessly, and there was a giant dragon catching those three whales. The young man was very curious. What was that? Just now 3 whales, and now a dragon. This is a welcoming ceremony. After seeing the huge dragon in front of him looking at him, Lu Sheng wondered. Volume 2. The young man quickly sensed that it was deeply impressing upon his martial will. When truly powerful, at the same time on the mountaintop, people were discussing intensely. He could induce the phenomenon of 100 whales crying out. Even the twin prodigies of the extreme Wei martial hall and the holy sprout of the transcendent martial hall were no match for him. The crowd looked at Lu Sheng without taking their eyes off him, all sharing the same question in their hearts. Where did this unparalleled genius come from? Celestial waves gathered, divine dragons soared, all things submitted. The young Lu Sheng walked proudly. Beneath him, the golden dragon coiled and flew above his head. An old man stroked his beard and sighed. Celestial waves gather. 100 whales cry out in unison. Since when has Accumulating Clouds Mountain ever witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon? I've been on Accumulating Clouds Mountain for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen it. This is a legendary phenomenon. Discussing, the old man then ordered his disciples to quickly investigate who he really is. A disciple bowed his head, clasped his hands, and replied, "Yes," in one word. As the young Lu Sheng strode proudly, all eyes were focused on them, discussing enthusiastically and debating intensely. Defying heaven. It's truly defying heaven. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought this was a martial saint himself coming. One person in the crowd looked at Lu Sheng, seemingly noticing something odd. The clothes he's wearing are actually. Immediately that person exclaimed with a twisted face, "He's wearing martial arts attire with the emblem of the 7th Martial University. But since when did the 7th Martial University produce such a monster? It's hard to believe. Could it be the martial saint himself?" The young Lu Sheng, who was walking, hearing these words, suddenly stopped. Lu Sheng glanced slightly. The young man's murderous gaze made the disciples of various martial halls show terrified expressions, their eyes not leaving Lu Sheng. For a moment, while discussing, they scrambled to inquire about Lu Sheng's identity. On Lu Sheng's clothes, there were 2 characters, the 7th on the back, a nearby orange-haired person in disbelief. What? That 7th University, the 10,000-year trash heap, could actually have this kind of monster? The girl next to him continued. Even the martial saints who climbed Accumulating Clouds Mountain in their youth only induced the phenomenon of 1 or 2 whales. But that kid, what talent does he have to surpass 100 times the martial saints? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. A nearby blue-haired female disciple looked at Lu Sheng with familiarity. I recognize this young man. He's the unparalleled prodigy sent by the 7th Martial University. He's only 18 years old this year and has already broken the records of all 7 martial saint towers of the martial universities. A while back, he caused quite a stir throughout the entire capital. Ignoring the crowd's discussions, the young Lu Sheng continued walking, with cold eyes, calculating something in his mind. Now, on the peak of accumulating clouds mountain, the crowd buzzed with discussion. I've also heard that Marshal St. Dam is considering taking him as a disciple. So he's the student that Marshal St. Dam values. No wonder. Ah, that male disciple looked at Lu Sheng, breaking out in a cold sweat, and exclaimed, "But this level of talent is simply too exaggerated, isn't it? His strength already has the air of a martial saint, and he's even more likely to surpass martial saints in the future." Two people behind, hearing this, jumped in surprise, their mouths agape in disbelief at what they heard. There's an existence stronger than martial saints. What kind of power is that? The old man then spoke up. Martial arts talent isn't measured like that. This old man is the great Master Qi. Seeing the old man speak, those few male and female disciples with powerful auras immediately fell silent, their faces vaguely showing respect as they listened. There were several others who were martial arts masters, but compared to this old man, they were far inferior because he was a great master. In terms of both strength and status, he far surpassed them. The old great Master Qi furrowed his brows and continued, 1 degree Celsius lower, and water can freeze. 1 degree Celsius higher, and water can also vaporize. Sometimes, the effects may seem worlds apart, but in fact, their essence isn't that different. The old great Master Qi and the disciples looked towards Lu Sheng, who was walking coolly with his hands in his pockets, and continued analyzing. This young fellow named Lu Sheng does have very strong talent, but it hasn't reached the exaggerated level that you imagine. Moreover, the anomaly of Martial Saint Mountain isn't specifically designed to test martial arts talent. Perhaps he just happened to be extremely compatible with the martial energy of Martial Saint Zhou from years ago. Therefore, he was able to trigger more anomalous energy phenomena. Compared to others, it's more likely that the previous person had already drawn out much of the energy. This youngster happened to encounter and fully activate the remaining energy of Martial Saint Mountain, ultimately causing the heart-stirring scene we just witnessed. The old great Master Qi raised his head high, asserting firmly, "If not as you think, could there be an existence stronger than a martial saint? Martial saints are the geniuses of this world. How could you say such a thing?" The old man's speculation sounded very plausible. The others listened with their eyes shining, feeling as if a bright and open world had unfolded before them. One of them clapped his hands. "That's right. Great Master Qi's words make sense. Something stronger than a martial saint cannot exist. Indeed, the great master is not wrong. Perhaps that young Lu Sheng is just like the story of the last straw that broke the camel's back, or feeling full isn't due to the last bite of rice, but because of all the bites that came before." The girl then spoke up. However, judging from the aura just now, Lu Sheng's talent and strength have indeed far surpassed those of his generation, standing out among his peers. This point is undeniable. The old man nodded in agreement, his face showing undisguised appreciation. No wonder why he's valued by Marshal St. Tan. He's truly outstanding, and with such an impressive stature too. The girl then cast an admiring glance at Lu Sheng and said, "This young Lu Sheng has just arrived and already caused such a big commotion. I guess the people from the two great martial schools, Extreme Path and Transcendence, must be quite flustered right now." That night at the hotel on the mountain, suddenly, a tightly clenched fist slammed down hard. "Damn it! What the hell?" The head instructor of the Extreme Path Martial School was surrounded by more than a dozen young people wearing martial arts uniforms, bearing the emblem of the Extreme Path School, gathered in the center of the room. He glared, shouting angrily, "Well, isn't it just triggering a few anomalies? Look at yourselves. You're all scared out of your wits. It's truly embarrassing." He continued to rage, his head almost smoking, pounding the table repeatedly while pointing and yelling. "That kid isn't even a master. At most, he just has slightly better talent, while each one of you is a core elite of the Extreme Path School. We are the future pillars of our school, yet we're afraid of a mere martial arts college graduate." Suddenly, a guy with blonde hair spoke up. "That's right. Chao Jian, one of the Extreme Path's twin stars, with one hand on his hip and the other brushing his clothes, continued smugly. "This Lu Sheng kid isn't a master either. Even if his talent is good, it only represents his future achievements, not his current ability. If I use my secret technique at full power, I might not be inferior to him." Another one named Chao Qing, the other of Extreme Path's twin stars, also stepped forward and spoke. "That's right. Martial arts prowess isn't measured by these flashy illusions." He arrogantly raised his fist and declared with certainty, "If that brat stands before me, I'll definitely crush him." Lian Jibei clenched both fists and laughed heartily. "Good. This is the spirit that the twin stars of Extreme Path Martial School should have." He grinned wickedly with bloodshot eyes and gestured. "If that's the case, I'll arrange a little game for you. Whoever encounters this Lu Sheng and manages manages to kill him in the castle will receive a reward from the St. Martial University. You don't need to worry, I'll naturally help you deal with the aftermath. In a restroom for martial school members, that girl kept holding her phone and staring at Lu Sheng's photo, muttering to herself. Lu Sheng, huh? Her senior brother saw this and asked, "You seem very interested in Lu Sheng." The girl was concentrating when her senior brother's voice startled her. "Ah, senior brother." The senior brother continued, "Don't worry, his force field isn't visible, probably hasn't even reached martial will yet. He won't be a match for you. Your targets are still the twin stars of Extreme Path Martial School. These two years ago, had already condensed their master's will. After 2 years, it's likely they've refined more than half of their blood energy, already entering the master realm." The female student in martial arts uniform replied, "I understand." The senior brother saw her holding Lu Sheng's photo, staring at it while saying she understood, which left him very confused. Understand what? Geez, I wonder if she really understands what I said, or if her mind is still on that Lu Sheng guy. The senior brother continued to encourage, "Don't be blinded by that strange phenomenon. The Martial Saint Mountain left behind a martial saint's energy capable of measuring martial arts talent. That's true, but nothing is absolute. This Lu Sheng kid's talent may be strong, but it might not compare to yours. As for strength, that's even harder to say." The senior brother kept talking, but the girl kept staring at Lu Sheng's photo on her phone. After a while, though the cute female student nodded sincerely, there was still a trace of worry in her eyes and an inexplicable excitement. She thought to herself, "I was born with a special talent, able to see ghosts and spirits since childhood, which could be called super strong intuition." Now, when she saw Lu Sheng's strange phenomenon earlier, she could always see from his body dense clusters of black mist. They looked like patches of darkness spreading from his body to the surroundings, gradually covering the peak of accumulating clouds mountain. Could it just be her imagination? At the same time, in the hotel lobby outside, students from other martial arts universities were also intensely discussing topics related to Lu Sheng. That is, the strength of Demon King Lu Sheng. He caused an unprecedented phenomenon in history. Incredible. This time Lu Sheng will definitely win. It's truly amazing. Haha. The students from the martial arts universities were extremely shocked and admired Lu Sheng. There was even a hint of pride on their faces. While discussing, they deliberately emphasized the words martial arts university and Lu Sheng loudly and clearly, as if afraid outsiders couldn't hear clearly. One guy, sweating nervously, sighed. "Luckily, I didn't rashly challenge Lu Sheng to a fight earlier. Otherwise, I believe the martial arts I've cultivated over 4 years in university would have been crushed on the spot." Another guy, also sweating cold, added, "I'm a living example. I wonder how much blood energy is needed to maintain such a heavenly phenomenon. Plus, his martial will is already formed. If I continued to confront and fight with him, it would be no different from last time. Forget it, I can't beat him anyway." Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. "Don't be too hard on yourself." That hand belonged to the principal of the 4th university. He encouraged him, "Whether you're strong or he's strong, just focus on your own path." The guy was startled. "Principal, you're here." The principal of the 4th school smiled, clasped his hands behind his back, chest slightly straightened, and said, "Awaken the spirit of the students from all 7 universities. We are one entity. There's no need to see Lu Sheng as an opponent." The old principal was right. With Lu Sheng here, this martial arts tournament will be very exciting. There will be many things for us to see. This is the first time our martial arts universities have hoped to advance deep into the martial arts tournament and take the highest position. The old principal occasionally glanced at Lu Sheng and sighed. "Excellent. This young man will surely soar like a dragon in the future." Meanwhile, young Lu Sheng still had his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose, creating his own brand as he walked back and forth in the hotel lobby. On the contrary, Zhao Kongtai, as the master leading the 7th Martial Arts University team, had a rather complex expression, hard to describe. The more impressive talent and ability Lu Sheng displayed, the more regretful Zhao Kongtai became, for he was the one conveying the will of Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, so he clearly understood the Martial Saint's thoughts. Compared to martial talent, Tan Zhongyu valued Lu Sheng's character and decisiveness even more. Therefore, he gave Lu Sheng 2 choices as a test. Zhao Kongtai's eyes lingered on Lu Sheng, who was walking beside him. Several times, he opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, it all turned into sighs, and he swallowed his words. "Lu Sheng, I've already hinted at it, yet you still don't understand. You just need to kill Lian Ye. Regardless of how the extreme Dao Martial Hall reacts, the Martial Saint will naturally handle everything on your behalf. He will ensure your safety and that of your family without any issues. The martial saint is only observing your attitude. Zhao Kongtai's eyes kept following Lu Sheng, but he was sighing continuously in his heart. You've chosen this path, but in the end, it's the wrong one. Lu Sheng, when you look back one day, you'll surely regret it. Suddenly, as Lu Sheng was walking, the young man's body emitted a strong golden aura that was incredibly powerful. The young man sensed something very different within himself. Oh, the energy that just entered my body not only greatly increased my strength, but also, what is this? Lu Sheng's attention was mostly focused on the gray compass in his mind, representing his complete martial arts. At the center of the gray compass, there was now an image of a whale riding white waves, looking like a pattern printed on a disc. It blended with the wills of masters and grandmasters, mixing together, compatible yet conflicting. The addition of the giant whale image must have been from what he just absorbed. Lu Sheng tried to mobilize the power of that whale image in his mind. Suddenly, there was a loud whale cry. Then in his limbs appeared a vast force, like huge waves and strong winds. Although he hadn't made a move, Lu Sheng could assess that this power was 25 times stronger than his constant star force, and even more magnificent and terrifying. This is divine strength, or it could be called the power of martial arts incarnation. This is the power of martial arts incarnation. It felt as if just a wave of his sleeve could stir the forces of heaven and earth. In Lu Sheng's eyes flashed a brilliant light like diamonds, truly a miraculous gain. After obtaining this incarnation divine strength, if I were to face a grand master, I would have a much better chance of victory. Lu Sheng continued walking in the hotel lobby. Suddenly, Lu Sheng saw what he had been looking for. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw the words Wu Guanji Dao. Then his gaze stopped on a middle-aged man leading the Wu Guanji Dao team. Both strange and familiar. Strange because Lu Sheng was seeing this person face-to-face for the first time, but familiar because Lu Sheng had already seen this person many times in Guangnao's files. This murderous aura belongs to Lian Jibei. Lu Sheng turned his head and muttered, "It's indeed him. The team leader, a level 8 grandmaster. If I were to fight him, how much chance of winning would I have?" Lu Sheng calculated in his mind. The result was at most only 30%, and that's only within 1 minute under the martial god state. Otherwise, as time passes, it would be very difficult. However, if I break through to master level, condense my blood essence, and form the power of a senior master, then enter the martial god state, this level 8 grandmaster Lian Jibei would probably be killed by me in less than 20 seconds. Thinking this, the young man smiled mischievously when he discovered an issue. Haha, it seems quite a few people are watching me. The young man continued to turn, walking calmly, thinking, I'll quietly wait for the events of the script I've grasped to unfold step by step. If anyone doesn't want to cooperate, then I'll crush them all. A man wearing a t-shirt and shorts, holding a video camera, walked up to Lu Sheng. He moved hurriedly and reminded, "Please make way." Lu Sheng cheerfully stood up and stepped aside. Thank you, thank you." The man with the camera repeatedly expressed his gratitude, exhaling a white mist, his face covered in sweat. At the square on the mountaintop, everyone was a martial arts expert with abundant blood essence, emitting powerful auras. An ordinary person like this man among them was like someone who had wandered into a primeval forest, surrounded by fierce beasts. Every step was filled with trepidation. Fortunately, though Lu Sheng appeared cold, he was still very polite, even stepping aside and turning to chat with the man. "Is the whole process being live-streamed?" The cameraman replied, "That's right. There's not much equipment left to set up. I guess soon the martial arts convention will officially begin." Saying this, the man's face showed some regret. "We came up too late. Just earlier at the foot of the mountain, we could still witness a spectacle here. Clouds forming a whale. It was truly magnificent." Chatting with Lu Sheng seemed quite enjoyable. The man, smiling, further added, "It's a pity we couldn't catch up." After coming up, there was nothing left, only a few images captured on mobile phones. Luckily, the competition usually lasts 2 or 3 days, so there might be another chance to capture it. After saying this, the man proactively took out his mobile phone to show Lu Sheng. On the screen was a view from the foot of the mountain, clouds like waves, a whale bellowing. The scene was extremely shocking and grand. Lu Sheng said nothing. He glanced over the square on the mountaintop. Since he came up, people had been continuously arriving, including the group of old students from the 7th Holy Martial University he had left behind. Now, the square had gathered a number of people twice as many as before. With so many people, is it possible to compete in just 1 day? Lu Sheng casually asked the man in the dragon robe. Having finished setting up the camera, he replied, "1 day definitely isn't enough for all competitions. It'll probably take 2 to 3 days. But on the mountaintop, everything is available. You guys are in good condition. so there's no need to worry. At worst, you can go down the mountain to rest. After all, you move very quickly. It's only tough for us." As the two were casually chatting, suddenly they heard a powerful voice from the front. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment." On the mountaintop, despite the howling wind, this voice was still extremely clear, reaching everyone's ears. In such a large square, one could sense the speaker's powerful strength. After the voice rang out, everyone stood up and slowly gathered towards the arena in the square. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on the person who had just spoken. It was the level 8 Grandmaster from the Martial Artists Association headquarters that he had noticed earlier. This old one is named Kwong Ha. This time, I'm fortunate to be the General Supervisor of the National Student Martial Arts Convention, representing the Martial Saint Dam Trungok to preside over this martial arts convention. The red-faced old man gave a brief introduction, then announced, "Next, I hereby declare the National Student Martial Arts Convention officially open." He held up several lots in his hand, raising them high, and continued, "All contestants participating in this martial arts convention, please quickly line up to draw lots. After drawing, you'll be grouped for competition." The crowd on the terrace became bustling. Students from the holy martial universities were arranged to stand together. Lu Sheng was also in the group. This martial arts convention had a total of over 600 participants. The holy martial universities would have about 10 competition slots each, but regular martial universities would have fewer slots, at most only 2 or 3, and martial schools were even more restricted. Except for the 2 top-tier martial schools like Surpassing and Ultimate Way, ordinary martial schools would only have 1 competition slot. Better ones might have 2. The martial schools, of course, would send their most outstanding disciples. The old man reminded again, "Quickly line up to draw lots in order." The twin stars from Ultimate Way held their lots smugly, sneering. That female student looked a bit worried. Lean to held his lot, with a strange look in his eyes, continuously emitting an evil black aura. The young Lu Sheng remained calm, holding his lot tightly. The young man thought to himself, "Wonder which unlucky fellow will be my first opponent." Lu Sheng suddenly heard the old students from the 6th Holy Martial University chattering. One held his lot, clutching his head with the other hand, crying out, "Damn it! Why is it Wang Hen?" The one next to him, face twisted with worry, added, "How come the contestant from Hailong Martial School is the same as our senior Wang Hen from just the previous batch?" "What do you mean, the same? It is him. Wang Hen just graduated and immediately joined the Hailong Martial School, don't you know? He was a senior from a few batches ago at our school, ranked 2nd in the alumni rankings. Damn it. If we encounter him, wouldn't it be like fellow disciples fighting each other?" The one holding the lot replied, "You're overthinking it. Now the disciples of Hailong Martial School are his fellow disciples, while we can only be considered his former classmates. Or to put it more harshly, if he chooses to forget, we'd just be strangers to him." Lu Sheng drew number 01, 3 years. This number was somewhat similar to base number 1359. Lu Sheng was quite satisfied. The young man thought to himself, "Who will I face now?" While he was thinking, suddenly someone behind him gently called, "Lu Sheng, excuse me, are you Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng turned around and saw a young man a few years older than him, with a gentle face. "Who are you?" He was sure he didn't know this person. The other person nervously scratched his head, then smiled to ease the atmosphere, replying, I'm a student from Dongning Martial University. My name is Lu Ming." The young man asked, "Oh," then nodded slightly. "Hello, Dongning Martial University is in Dongning Province." So Lu Sheng and the young man surnamed Lu before him could be considered fellow townsmen. The other person turned back, smiled brightly, and then with a tone full of respect said, "I've long heard of your great name, Junior Lu Sheng. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary." Lu Ming had heard about Lu Sheng's miraculous feats before. Today, when Lu Sheng reached the peak, let out a long cry, causing strange phenomena and 100 energies to arise. He was also present. This kind of heroic spirit that overwhelms all others, with only me standing supreme, left an extremely deep impression on him. It should be known that Lu Ming was the strongest student representing Dongning Martial University in this martial arts competition. But forget about shouting to compete. He didn't even have the courage to open his mouth and breathe out. This time at the competition, there were truly too many experts, so many that Lu Ming felt insignificant, almost wanting to hide in the dust. Now, standing before Lu Sheng and being quietly observed by Lu Sheng's eyes, calm as a deep lake, Lu Ming had the illusion that he was like a little white rabbit, trembling in fear while standing before a fierce tiger. The gap was too great, so great that Lu Ming's martial spirit was shaken to the point of almost shattering. to pieces. Sorry for the disturbance. I really apologize. Lu Ming spoke a few words expressing his respect and admiration for Lu Sheng. Then he got to the main point, which was, among the martial universities in the East, 2 of us who came here say they know you. They specifically asked me to come and greet you. The young Lu Sheng, seeing familiar faces, thought to himself, so it's those Pikachu from before. Then, the young man waved his hand in greeting. It was a tall, strong male student and a female student with a pure, cute face. These 2 were also looking at Lu Sheng, their expressions a bit nervous. Xingji and Kong Jing. These were the 2 who had previously participated with Lu Sheng in the Kai Ming General Selection in the Eastern Military Region and had been given military training by him. Lu Sheng still clearly remembered how badly he had teased Kong Jing back then. In the end, when it came time to receive the reward, her face had turned completely blank. Kong Jing excitedly waved her hand to greet the familiar face. It really is him. I thought I had mistaken someone else. Seeing Lu Sheng's nodding gesture, Xingji, standing in the Eastern Martial University's Team 5, was a bit incredulous, clenching his fist. I didn't expect he'd have grown to such heights now. Kong Jing's situation wasn't much different from Xingji's. At this moment, her heart was racing, biting her lower lip, not saying a word. Who knows what she was thinking as she muttered, "He's very strong, extraordinarily strong. In front of him, I even find it difficult to breathe. The pressure is too great." Xingji let out a heavy sigh, his expression complex. Since the end of the Kai Ming General Selection, he hadn't seen Lu Sheng again. Later, he had only heard news of Lu Sheng once on television. Lu Sheng had become the top martial arts scholar, achieving national fame. Xingji still clearly remembered how he was stunned for a long time when he saw that news. In all his life, it was the first time he had felt such admiration for a peer, like an insurmountable mountain. The people nearby, seeing that Kong Jing and Xingji knew Lu Sheng, enviously exclaimed, "You 2 really know Lu Sheng, studied in the same class, what great luck. Maintain this relationship well, wait for 15-25 years, who knows how greatly beneficial it might be." Hearing these words, Xingji turned and said, "Maintain? How to maintain? This is no longer just a gap, it's an abyss." About 10 minutes later, old Kwang Hei took the mic and announced, because 3 contestants from the martial arts school didn't arrive on time, they've been disqualified. The contestants who were to compete with the disqualified ones will advance to the next round. Old Kwang Hei read out some numbers, 0384048301, 3 years. Number 01, 3 years, belonged to Lu Sheng. The young man was coincidentally among them. Indeed, this was a lucky number, as he could skip the first round without having to compete. The young Lu Sheng thought to himself, unexpectedly, being idle is also good, avoiding the trouble of having to go on stage to compete. Then, I'll take this opportunity to see what the level of this year's contestants is like. The contestants were grouped and went to their respective competition areas. The large martial arts square was divided into hundreds of competition fields. Those not competing were moved to the edge of the square. Only cameramen and referees were allowed to move freely in the arena. The first round contestants had started fighting, bruising, and bleeding on the platforms. The arena in front of him was only about 20 square meters. For martial artists participating in the competition of average level, beyond level 5, it was indeed a bit small. The rules were simple. Just being pushed out of the 20 square arena or surrendering meant defeat. Outside the arena, some young men and women cheered excitedly. Senior brother, go for it." This resounding cheer caught Lu Sheng's attention. Oh, that person's strength is not bad. A few seconds earlier, the referee from the Martial Artists Association had given the signal. The contestant from Sichuan province immediately rushed towards his opponent on the arena. That senior brother, Hao Mu Dai, faced his opponent bare-handed against dual swords, both their expressions unchanged. The 2 quickly engaged in combat, white energy tearing through the air, emitting crisp explosive sounds. Senior brother Hu Mu Dai, with a cold gaze, threw an extremely powerful punch, breaking his opponent's sword. After a brief few minutes, the contestant from Sichuan was knocked out of the arena by a decisive punch from the martial arts school disciple. The referee announced loudly, "Homude from Bo Wutang wins." Cheers immediately erupted from outside the arena. Several young men and women, slightly younger in age, quickly approached the young man from the martial arts school, their faces beaming. As expected of our senior brother is too powerful. This year, our Bo Wutang can aim for the top 100. Hao Mu was in a good mood too. laughing heartily, following his fellow disciples to the rest area. The defeated Sichuan student wore a dejected expression, very unwilling to accept the loss. The referee consoled him. It's all right. These martial arts school disciples are already the best of their university years. After graduation, they've improved even more at the martial arts school. Whether in talent or time spent training, it's hard for us to compare. Losing is normal. The young man sighed. If I were the same age as him, he definitely wouldn't be my match. That's only natural. Lu Sheng extended his spiritual force to eavesdrop on this conversation. Understanding better, he shook his head slightly. Many defeated contestants who came from martial arts universities always use the excuse of having less time to practice martial arts than the martial arts school disciples. Everyone says if they were the same age, they'd definitely be stronger. But the problem is, in a life or death battle, would the opponent care about these things? Would the opponent go easy on you because you have a cold, diarrhea, heartbreak, a cheating wife, or stayed up all night gaming? Would they choose to strike more gently? A loss is a loss. True martial artists never make excuses for their failures, and for the truly strong, the word failure doesn't exist in their dictionary. Lu Sheng calmly thought, martial arts school disciples always have an age advantage, but university students have superior martial arts training conditions compared to martial arts school disciples in many ways. Martial arts school disciples, during normal training, don't have conditions as good as university students. Every penny must be earned by their own hands, while university students have all kinds of resources and subsidies. That's why this martial arts tournament has an age limit set at 30 years old. Lu Sheng pondered this. The first round of matches ended very quickly. A portion of the weakest contestants were eliminated. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, Old Man Qiang He's voice rang out again. The first round is over. Number 01 3 years Lu Sheng and number 02 47 Xiang Yuan. Please proceed to arena number 3 for your match. Xiang Yuan, upon hearing Lu Sheng's name, immediately broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and regretfully said, I surrender. I won't fight. I admit defeat. The young Lu Sheng asked in surprise, period. The referee was also dumbfounded. Old Man Kwong Ha jumped, shouting, What the hell? What bizarre thing is happening here? Then, he composed himself and announced, Number 02, 7 Tuongwin forfeits. Number 01, 3 years, Luke Than advances to the next round. When seeing the opponent wearing the St. Martial University uniform, Luke Than immediately understood. Luke Than said nothing and turned to leave. Behind Luke Than, faintly came the trembling voice of the young man Tuong Win. Too crazy. They want me to compete with the great Demon King. Even Bak Huansuyan was so scared by his one punch that his martial spirit almost collapsed completely. I don't want to die. The young Luke Tan clenched his fists, feeling quite frustrated, unable to fight again. It was really annoying. Seeing the people around trembling with fear as he passed by, young Luke Tan disappointedly lowered his head and walked past each other. Not far away, Lin Te smirked, his eyes scrutinizing Luke Tan. Is he the one who accepted that mission? Offering his life willingly. The second round of matches ended without much excitement. In fact, confrontations between martial artists are usually very quick, with winners decided rapidly. This is due to various factors like speed, strength, martial skills, inner energy, and combat experience combined. Unless the overall strengths are extremely similar, it usually takes only a few moves to 10 moves to see the result. As the third round of matches was about to begin, the square gradually became lively. By now, over 3/4 of the contestants had been eliminated, and these people naturally became spectators. The arena in the square became increasingly spacious. As the strength of both sides in the competition increased, the intensity and entertainment value of the matches also greatly improved. Many contestants with powerful abilities had a large number of fans. During matches, the arena was surrounded by spectators, and Old Man Kwong Ha's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the third round of selection is about to begin. Above are 4 fighting platforms arranged in clockwise order, from platform number 1 to number 4. Number 01, third year Luke Thang. 04, second year Tuong Long. Please proceed to platform number 4. Young Luke Than had been sitting for quite a while, observing the previous matches, and felt his limbs going numb and his bottom aching. The young man stood up, stretched his limbs and body, muttering to himself, "Oh heavens, can I finally go on stage to compete?" For the young man, this was just an opportunity to show off some basic martial arts moves. Luke Than didn't care who his opponent was. His steps were leisurely, his expression calm, as he walked towards his assigned arena. The young man saw the crowd in front of him standing packed together very tightly and thought, "Oh boy, how can I get to the fighting platform?" With a cold gaze, the young man cleverly thought of a trick to clear the way. "If that's how it is, don't blame me." Luke Than released his aura, his enormous spiritual force like a whirlwind, casually pushing those blocking his path to both sides. During this process, it was inevitable that some chaos ensued. Some people cried out softly, some grumbled in complaint, and others directly cursed in anger. "Damn it, who did that? Whose spiritual force is this?" A burly man with green hair and an imposing figure, with a fierce demeanor, shouted loudly, "Damn it, what are you pushing for? Do you want to die? Hey kid, are you looking for death?" He then threw a punch towards Luck Than's face. Young Luck Than, hearing the shout, was a bit startled and exclaimed, "Someone dares to act so boldly." Dense white energy enveloped the green-haired man's fist, tearing through the air, accompanied by small gusts of wind. The momentum was terrifying, as the green-haired man's powerful punch came rushing in, but young Luke Than merely tilted his body slightly and easily dodged it. Immediately after, young Luke Than didn't forget to give him a kick, using his leg's energy, shattering the green-haired man's defenses like glass. His whole body flew backwards, like a cannonball, directly flying over 20 meters away, with a loud crash. The entire body of the green-haired man slammed into the steps behind, causing them to crumble. He didn't have time to say anything before passing out. The surrounding crowd cried out in alarm, while Luke Than's face remained calm as he turned to look at the people around him. Wherever his gaze swept, people quickly parted to both sides, making way for him to pass through. Luke Than stepped into the competition arena. He wasn't originally that angry, mainly because the green-haired man attacked first, giving him face, yet dared to use hard energy. This was clearly an attempt to harm others. Thinking this, Luke Than couldn't help but use a bit more force, teaching him a lesson he'd never forget. It was also a preemptive strike against other reckless individuals. Seeing the empty competition arena before him, Luke Than asked the referee, "Why hasn't the person arrived yet?" Old Kwong Ha also grumbled, "That's right, why hasn't he shown up yet? Where's Tuong Long? If you don't come to the arena, you'll be considered defeated." After Old Kwong Ha and the referee called out a few times with no response, someone in the crowd pointed towards the person lying flat on the ground, saying in a weak voice, "Just now, the one Luke Than knocked flying was Tuong Long." Someone else quietly chimed in, "That's right, he didn't even make it to the arena," before losing to Luke Than. Old Kwong Ha seemed to want to say something to young Luke Than. "All right, you all should try to be a bit more patient anyway." Luke Than shook his head, the feeling of guilt in his heart dissipating, as that guy wasn't really unfairly defeated. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, but this was indeed quite unexpected. "All right then, there's no need for further competition." Luke Than moves on. Very soon, the 3 rounds of matches were completed, and the contestants qualified to continue were reduced to less than 100 people. The contestants who made it this far were considered among the top 100 experts nationwide, and they would soon be allocated spots for the true finals. Luke Than patiently fought match after match, crushing masters as if they were chickens, so these competing contestants with strength generally below level 6 really couldn't even serve as a warm-up for him. The onlookers watched in fear, constantly marveling at the sight. The spectacular matches in Luke Than's eyes were just like child's play. Luke Than dispatched his opponents with just one move, absolutely not needing a second one, and basically no one could even make him use a second move. This was like a leisurely stroll for Luke Than, each match ending in less than a minute, and this minute even included introducing the contestants. On both sides, the referee calling for preparation and announcing the official start of the match. The referee declared Luke Than's victory in the 4th round. Luke Than found this very normal, but in the eyes of others, it was utterly shocking. A middle-aged man, wearing the martial arts uniform of Hailong Dojo, exclaimed, "Luke Than from the 7th Than Vo Dai is truly too strong." Another person added, "Such terrifying strength." A girl in front seemed to be swooning. "He's so handsome." The middle-aged man, wearing the Hailong Dojo uniform, sitting in the spectator seats, said to a young man with a calm aura sitting next to him, "Even those ranked in the top 20 of the same level can't withstand a single move from him. If you were to fight him, your chances of winning wouldn't be high." The young man was silent for a moment, slowly picking up the long sword in his hand, saying softly, "I'll try my best and see. If it really doesn't work, then." The young man paused, then continued, "I'll use that trump card." The middle-aged man nodded. "Possible, although that move was invented by Master Doni specifically for you, designed to counter the Gemini of Kuk Dao and the Holy Cat of Xiao Viet. But Luke Than from the 7th Than Vo Dai has shown strength that seems to far surpass theirs. Using it on him wouldn't be a waste. You still have a chance to make it to the top 4. The young man just grunted in response and said nothing more. He kept staring at Lukethan while breaking out in a cold sweat. Not far away, Lin Taebak and the 2 Gemini were also staring intently at Lukethan. Among the group from Kukdao Dojo, Lin Taebak narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, "It seems this kid Lukethan has something special." Lin Taebak smirked, with his reddish eyes continuing, "But that's good. Soviet Dojo only has Truong Jack. The pressure from this martial arts tournament was already a bit small for you guys. Now with Lukethan, it's just right. This kid is a top-notch whetstone. Perhaps you can use him to ascend to master level faster." Beside Lin Taebak, the eyes of the 2 Gemini from Kukdao Dojo turned back to Lukethan and the cute girl from Soviet Dojo. Both of their faces showed cruel smiles, their eyes flashing with sparks, full of fighting spirit, their mouths drooling with desire. This guy will be the stepping stone. As for that girl, we'll share her. The cute-looking girl, with ear-length short hair, stared at Lukethan, her smiling face showing a bit of tension, muttering, "He's very scary." The man next to her felt surprised. It can't be that bad. Although this Lukethan kid is indeed very strong, at most, he's only at the level of the 2 Gemini from Kukdao Dojo, perhaps even slightly weaker. Don't you have confidence? The cute girl shook her head, not knowing how to explain properly, because the world in her eyes was different from normal people's. Now in her eyes, though the sun hadn't set yet, more than half of the sky over the vast square was already covered by thick black mist, dense fog. The black mist, like smoke and fire, couldn't be dispersed by the mountain wind. Sunlight couldn't penetrate it either. In midair, it transformed into various frightening shapes, like ghostly shadows covering half the square. And the source of this black mist all came from the young man, Lukethan. Although Lukethan's face was full of calmness, she could sense that within his body lurked something extremely terrifying that had not yet awakened. Heaven knows, when the black mist completely fills the sky in darkness, what great horror might emerge. She exclaimed, "No, that's just the scene in normal people's eyes. In my eyes, he's like a demon." The cute girl let out a long sigh, turning her face away, not daring to look at Lukethan anymore. Then, in her heart, she silently said, "I wish I could meet him at the end of the day." If she said it like that, even if she actively admitted defeat, it wouldn't look too bad. 4 hours later, old Kwong Ha announced the start of the 7th round of martial arts competition. The crowd in the square burst into waves of excitement. Reaching the 7th round, only a dozen people remained. Whoever could win would be in the national top 10. Besides the rich rewards, there was also fame and honor to be gained. For the spectators, the upcoming matches were the main focus and extremely exciting because the competitors who made it to this round were all truly outstanding young martial artists. At this moment, Lukethan remained emotionally unmoved. He scanned the students from various martial arts universities. Besides himself, only 2 students made it to the 7th round. On Kin Ngon from the 1st Martial Arts University and the 5th ranked from the 3rd Martial Arts University's 7 Saints ranking. Ba Hunshuyan, ranked 2nd in the 7 Saints ranking, had bad luck. In the previous round, he encountered one of the Gemini from the Extreme Way Martial School, so he was eliminated early. The dozen or so people quickly finished drawing lots. Lukethan looked at his opponent. It was Vuong Ham, disciple of the Sea Dragon Martial School's Grandmaster. Lukethan's mental power overheard some people discussing. He unexpectedly learned that Vuong Ham had actually graduated from a martial arts university. Although Vuong Ham wasn't a senior from the same school as Lukethan, he could still be considered Lukethan's schoolmate in a way. As Lukethan walked onto the arena, he thought to himself, "Should I go easy on him later?" The great demon king Lukethan of the 7th Martial Arts University. As soon as this news spread, the disciples of the Sea Dragon Martial School all wore very unpleasant expressions. Judging from Lukethan's previous performance, the title of Great Demon King was no exaggeration. Many people had already placed Lukethan on par with the Gemini of the Extreme Way Martial School and the Holy Cat of the Transcendent Martial School. Although Vuong Ham was strong, his strength and reputation were still slightly inferior to theirs. Now that he was facing Lukethan, the situation immediately became less optimistic. Vuong Ham tried to maintain a calm expression and thought, Lukethan really met his match. Reputation comes from actual battles. Without fighting, how can one know who's stronger? Soon after, Vuong Ham and Lukethan both stood firmly in the arena. The referee announced the start of the match. Neither Lukethan nor Vuong Ham made a move. Lukethan glanced at the long sword in Vuong Ham's hand. The competition allowed the use of weapons, but he felt it unnecessary. Lukethan said to Vuong Ham, You make the first move. Consider this a gesture of respect from Lukthang to a senior from the martial arts university. By letting Vuong Ham attack first, he would save some face on television. Vuong Ham squinted at Lukthang and calmly said, "Before I graduated, I held the top position in the Seven Saints ranking for 2 years." Young Lukthang gave a thumbs up. "Is that so? Then you're truly amazing. Remember to use your full strength." Vuong Ham was choked by Lukthang's casual remark. Feeling uncomfortable, it was truly irritating, and anger flashed in Vuong Ham's eyes. His body moved with the long sword. In one long stride, he crossed over 10 meters, approaching Lukthang, then fiercely swung down his sword. Spectacular Vuong Ham didn't know why, but every word Lukthang said made him feel very uncomfortable. If uncomfortable, then fight. Go on Vuong Ham's long sword. Brilliant golden energy shot out, fierce like a tidal wave, so intense it almost became tangible. The sword energy extended several meters, but before the sword energy arrived, the sharp sword aura had already filled the entire arena. Many people standing behind Lukthang, facing this strike from Vuong Ham, felt their faces burning and couldn't help but retreat in disorder. This single strike proved that Vuong Ham's strength far surpassed that of a peak level 6 martial artist. Normally, compared to a fully accomplished master, Vuong Ham possessed such formidable power. Lin Te, watching this scene, had to admire. He must have used some kind of secret technique to temporarily boost his strength to be able to display such power. After this match, he surely won't be able to continue. A Gemini Star member also smirked smugly, saying, "Heh, this explosion is equivalent to our full strength, Lukthang. Now let's see how you handle this." Vuong Ham paid no attention to anything else and almost instinctively surged his blood energy. Triple Frenzy Blade, a certain secret skill, was instantly activated by Vuong Ham. All the power in his body skyrocketed by a large margin. The hard energy originated from blood energy, so the energy on Vuong Ham's long sword also increased dramatically. Moreover, it followed an ultra-fast vibration frequency, a certain characteristic that triggered extremely fierce sword energy. This was a secret sword technique that the master of Vuong Ham, a level 8 Grand Master, the owner of the Sea Dragon Martial Arts School, personally tailored and created for Vuong Ham. This secret sword technique could instantly boost Vuong Ham's strength by several levels. Although for a month afterward, I won't be able to exert force again, using it on you, Lukthang, is well worth it. Blood Energy Frenzy Blade Triple Strike. This was a move Vuong Ham specially prepared for the Gemini Stars of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School and the Holy Cat of the Transcendent Martial Arts School. And it was also his trump card to help him challenge for the top 3 in the martial arts tournament. Now, Vuong Ham had been forced to use this move on Lukthang, but this was not a problem. The referee, seeing this ultimate move unleashed, became panicked and shouted, "Stop! Something terrible is about to happen. Stop immediately." Vuong Ham roared, "Take this." The young Lukthang stood calmly observing. As Vuong Ham's blade was about to strike his head, Lukthang raised his right hand, slightly using 2 fingers to control the blade. Vuong Ham couldn't believe what he was seeing. His ultimate move was not only easily blocked by Lukthang, but with just 2 fingers. He exclaimed, "What? How is this possible?" Lukthang frowned, quickly rushed forward, stared at Vuong Ham, and with some dissatisfaction coldly stated, "Didn't I tell you to use your full strength?" And in the next moment, Lukthang's fist struck out. Lukthang's fist shattered the dense blade energy, heavily hitting Vuong Ham's chest, sending both Vuong Ham and his blade flying over 20 meters away. After executing the punch, Lukthang's powerful aura continued to emanate from his body. The young man shook his head and said sternly, "Even eagles and rabbits use their full strength. You, a graduate of St. Martial University, don't even understand this simple principle. Never mind, I'll give you one more chance. If you have any potential unleashing secret techniques or powerful ultimate moves, use them all." Far away, Vuong Ham had just barely managed to struggle to his feet. When he heard these words, a mouthful of blood immediately surged in his chest. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought, "Damn it, when did I not use my full strength? Which eye of yours saw that I wasn't using my full strength? I've even used my ultimate secret technique. Damn it, damn this cursed fate." Vuong Ham finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell unconscious. The referee declared Lukthang the winner. Seeing Vuong Ham lying motionless on the floor, the young Lukthang broke out in a cold sweat, staring at him and thinking, "He's unconscious. The young man asked in confusion. Is it over? Impossible. Could it be that my punch just now was too heavy-handed? That can't be right. Clearly, I only used 100 million battle points, and I didn't even use my stellar magic power, let alone my divine avatar's strength. Luk Than was at a loss for words. Looking at the unconscious Vuong Ham, Luk Than shook his head and sighed. Well, I did warn him beforehand. I've already held back as much as I could. It's his own fault for hiding his true strength and losing so miserably. I can't be blamed for this. Anyway, the outcome wouldn't have changed. In the stands, the master instructor of the Hailong Martial Arts School suddenly stood up abruptly from his seat. His face and those of the Hailong school members were filled with disbelief, all of them gaping, thinking, how could this be possible? The Hailong Martial Arts School had placed extremely high hopes on Vuong Ham, intending for him to face off against Song Tu Tin Kuk Dao and Tan Myo Seo Viet, but in the end, he lost. The master instructor of the Hailong school continued to mutter, although Vuong Ham lost, it's not entirely unacceptable, because in the martial arts world, there's always someone stronger. No one dares to claim they're the strongest. He clenched his fists, barely able to contain his bitterness. However, the problem is Vuong Ham couldn't even withstand a single punch from Luk Than. Moreover, Vuong Ham had used his full power, even employing the secret martial arts technique that the Hailong school's master, a level 8 grandmaster, had personally taught him, yet he still was knocked out by Luk Than's single punch. This was far too extraordinary. How powerful must Luk Than of the 7th Thanvo Dai be to achieve such an effect? The master instructor of the Hailong school wore a bewildered expression, muttering under his breath. Furthermore, was that Luk Than kid mocking us with those last two sentences? While everyone was still bitter, the young Luk Than turned to the referee and said nonchalantly, "Can you announce the result now?" The referee jumped. "Oh, right, I forgot." Not just the referee, even the martial artists watching around were confused, taking a while to react. They never imagined that Luk Than could defeat Vuong Ham with just one casual punch. This casual action was like casually swatting a fly, truly shocking the audience psychologically. The referee, reminded by Luk Than, snapped out of his daze, hurriedly announcing, "Luk Than, number 01, wins all 3 rounds." After his announcement, the referee grimaced, thinking to himself, "Heavens, I was just about to intervene, but this Luk Than hit his opponent like swatting a fly, defeating Vuong Ham so easily. What kind of monsters are appearing in this tournament?" The referee's announcement brought back the souls of the stunned spectators. The arena floor immediately became noisy, with many people emotionally excited, showing expressions of fear and endless amazement. The former students of the Thanvo universities had extremely joyful expressions, their spirits soaring to the point of almost jumping up on the spot. "See that? That's our guy, Luk Than the Demon King from the 7th University. Ha ha ha! The great Demon King Luk Than is mighty." Nearby students waved their arms shouting Luk Than's nickname from the 7th Thanvo University. Former students from other Thanvo universities also got excited and immediately joined in, shouting loudly, "Great Demon King! Great Demon King!" Some young martial artists, impressed by Luk Than's power and demeanor, were also swept up in the fervent atmosphere and chanted along, "Great Demon King! Great Demon King! Great Demon King!" This world respects the strong. Admiring the powerful is a kind of trend, just like ordinary people following movie stars. Therefore, worshipping a young, powerful youth as handsome as Luk Than was not at all embarrassing. Although martial artists usually determined victory in just a few moves, those who remained in the tournament until now were all very powerful. To defeat an opponent in just a few moves was not a simple matter. Demon King Luk Than defeating Vuong Ham in one move made the match end at an incredibly fast pace. Moreover, the noisy scene of many people shouting "Great Demon King" caught the attention of many spectators watching other matches, making them look over curiously. Luk Than said nothing and quickly stepped down from the arena. The young man went to rest in a corner of the stands. Those nearby looked at Luk Than and timidly moved aside. They whispered very quietly to each other, "The Demon King has returned." The girls looking at Luk Than were all swooning and praising him endlessly. Demon King. Even when sitting and resting, he's so incredibly handsome. "Oh, that's right, he's so handsome. I want to marry him." "Me too." The young man broke out in a cold sweat, sighing and muttering a few words to be honest. This method of support by shouting slogans he found a bit off-putting. Moreover, he didn't particularly like the nickname Great Demon King, to be honest. "Ah, you guys, instead of calling me Great Demon King, you might as well call me Holy Celestial Emperor, Northern Mystic Immortal, Demon Human Great Sage. These titles have more class, don't they? Perhaps using these nicknames now is still a bit premature." Luk Than pondered this issue very seriously. On second thought, having a nickname now, is it too early or not? At the same time, at the highest point in the competition square, several masters from the Martial Artists Association headquarters were also looking towards Lukethan. They uttered various sounds of awe. This Lukethan kid's fist technique must be at the control realm or higher. His physical body is also extremely powerful. He didn't even use any hard energy and was able to knock out Vuong Ham of the Hailong Martial Arts School with one punch. Lukethan's foundation is truly too solid. Vuong Ham of the Hailong Martial Arts School was considered a top 3 prospect in this martial arts tournament, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even withstand a casual punch from Lukethan. This is truly shocking. I've heard that Lukethan's strongest skill is still his spear technique. Lukethan hasn't even used his spear yet. It seems that Song Tu Ting Kuk Dao may not necessarily be a match for Lukethan. The champion of this martial arts tournament is basically going to be Lukethan. Old man Kwong Ha, the chief organizer of the National Student Martial Arts Tournament, just sat quietly stroking his beard, deep in thought. The masters continued their discussion. It's still too early to say that. Song Tu Ting Kuk Dao are not ordinary geniuses either. 2 years have passed. Heaven knows to what level they have grown by now. Chairman of the organizing committee, Huang Ha, stroked his beard and spoke up. Stop discussing. You don't need to argue about these meaningless things. Just keep watching, and you'll see. The masters respectfully nodded and said no more. Kwong Ha's face also showed a look of approval. Lukethan's solid foundation and exceptional talent are truly worthy of being called the Martial Saint's disciple. Lukethan is indeed a seedling that could catch the eye of Martial Saint Dam Trungok. He's truly an existence that defies common sense. At this moment, Song Tu Ting Kuk Dao had just finished their fight. They successively sat down in the spectator seats of the Kuk Dao Martial Arts School and began to discuss animatedly. One punch to knock out Vuong Ham. Both members of Song Tu Ting Kuk Dao were a bit stunned, but their expressions quickly returned to calm. Vuong Ham didn't use his full strength. No wonder. The one next to him said, "How tiresome. I was paying a bit of attention to this Vuong Ham earlier. Didn't expect him to be such a fool." The other one laughed and said, "But this is good. The stronger Lukethan of the 7th Saint Martial University appears to be. After we defeat him, the glory on us will shine even brighter. The benefits in martial arts will also be greater." This orange-haired Song Tu Tin was extremely arrogant and smug, crushing the water bottle in his hand, clearly showing his attitude. Elsewhere, the adorable girl Truong Jak from the Transcendent Martial Arts School peeked from a corner, quietly observing Lukethan, then withdrew her gaze, her face showing a bit of worry and tension. That dark shadow has spread even further. The masters continued their discussion. On Kin Gon's narrow victory has the St. Martial University side as excited as if it were New Year's celebration. This time, St. Martial University has 2 people in the top 10, which in the history of St. Martial University is an extremely good achievement. With Lukethan here, we might be able to challenge for the top 3, or even the top spot. We might even make history. An old student of St. Martial University laughed heartily. Other alumni were also very happy, except for Bak Hun Shuyen, who was eliminated early. This guy, since being defeated by Lukethan, has had very poor martial arts fortune, his glory showing a trend of gradual dimming. At this time, the masters leading the teams from various St. Martial universities were also in good spirits, gathering together to discuss whether they should have some peanuts and drink a few cups of tea in the evening. As for Lukethan, he only now realized that today's competition had ended. No wonder why earlier that cameraman had said the entire martial arts tournament would last for 2 or 3 days. Today is one day, tomorrow is the final match, another day, and then there's an award ceremony day or something. It's not just 2 or 3 days, it might even last up to 5 days, because this year's martial arts tournament will see a master die. Then there will be all sorts of earth-shaking scenes, so it will drag on for quite some time. Lukethan thought casually. He sat in place waiting a bit longer for the 7th round of matches to completely end. By now, the sun had set in the west, and the mountain organizing committee also announced that today's competition had come to an end. It will continue at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Actually, they could fight with lights on at night, but at the mountaintop, the temperature was already very low. At night, it drops even further, to the point where water freezes. Even with the physique of a level 6 martial artist, in such cold weather, their strength would still be affected, not to mention the ordinary people. If they filmed live at night, they would freeze to death. After the matches ended, people dispersed in all directions. The winners of the 7th round, along with their backing forces, had the right to stay overnight at the mountaintop, while others didn't have this privilege. Those who didn't want to freeze all night obediently went down the mountain, finding their own accommodation. Tomorrow, if they want to continue watching, they'll have to come up early. The alumni of St. Martial University were extremely excited because they had many times at the martial arts tournament not been able to stay overnight at the mountaintop. In the past, students of St. Martial University would finish competing on the first day and then directly go down the mountain, not even bothering to watch the next day's matches, spending all night returning to school. Luke Than was assigned to a private room. The conditions weren't bad. All kinds of equipment were available. Everything, even Wi-Fi, was provided. The young man muttered, "Today's competition ended too quickly. I didn't even get a chance to warm up. Tomorrow is the final." Young Luke Than thought with cold eyes, "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Killing a Grand Master. I wonder how it will feel." Just then, a phone message notification came in. Luke Than turned his head to look at the phone beside him. Luke Than opened the message list. The first one was a message from Luke Kinhwa. "Kwa Chao Big Brother is on TV again. Make sure to grab the #1 spot nationwide. The National Student Martial Arts Tournament. Every time it's held, the TV station will broadcast it live. Just like in his previous life with Olympic game programs, there are still many viewers, especially martial artists." Luke Than smiled. He was about to casually reply to her with a couple of sentences when he suddenly remembered something and quickly messaged, "That's right, for tomorrow's match. Don't let our parents watch it live on TV." Luke Kinhwa, puzzled, quickly replied, "Why?" Luke Than immediately responded, "Don't ask too much anyway. Just don't let mom and dad watch it live. Use whatever means necessary to prevent them, if you truly hope for our parents' well-being." The seriousness in Luke Than's words made Luke Kinhwa a bit frightened, but she still wouldn't let it go. If Luke Than didn't explain clearly, if not, she wouldn't think of ways to keep their parents from watching TV. Luke Kinhwa pressed on and continued to ask, "Why?" Luke Than, annoyed by Luke Kinhwa's pestering, couldn't stand it anymore, thought for a moment, and decided to answer directly, "Because I don't want mom and dad to see me kill someone." Young Luke Than sighed, because this little sister was so talkative, constantly asking questions. After what Luke Than said, Luke Kinhwa didn't reply for a while. Luke Than's eyes flickered a bit, and he messaged again, "I'm just kidding, but tomorrow's final is a high-level fight. There will definitely be blood. I don't want to scare mom and dad or make them worry about me, and it's not good for you to see it either. It might even leave psychological trauma." Luke Than rarely typed so much because he didn't usually explain his words and actions, and he joked even less. When these 3 points all come together, it usually means something isn't quite right. It's unclear if Luke Kinhwa noticed this or not. After this message was sent, Luke Kinhwa finally replied, "Big brother, you scared me half to death. Don't joke around like this in the future, okay? You made me think you were going to become a criminal and kill someone. All right. I'll try to convince mom and dad not to watch the live broadcast tomorrow, but they'll definitely watch it anyway. Also, don't say I didn't warn you. This action of yours is just unnecessary trouble." Luke Than didn't reply because he knew he was causing unnecessary trouble. So when he had just replied to the message, he thought of a better solution. "I can't stop others from watching, but can't I prevent the broadcast itself?" The live broadcast cameras were positioned on the mountaintop. Luke Than knew at a glance, because with his immense level 7 spiritual power, disrupting a small live broadcast was an easy task. Just wait until tomorrow. Luke Than scrolled through his recent chat history and noticed many more unread messages than before, with over half of them from just today. The National Student Martial Arts Tournament was still a competition highly respected in the young martial artists circle, so many people were watching it. After seeing Luke Than appear on TV, they were extremely excited. Some even took screenshots and posted them in friend groups to show off. "He was my high school classmate, sat 2 desks away from me. He's the national martial arts champion from this year's graduation exam. Now he's made it to the finals of the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. He's like a godlike figure. So incredible." This was a post from Luke Than's old classmate from Baihei City. Luke Than smiled and liked the post. Instantly, dozens of comments exploded. Luke Than read them in amazement. A girl sent the young man a rose emoji. "Good luck, Luke Than. Although I know you can't hear this and can't see these words of mine, and I don't dare ask for too much. I just wish to be under the same sky as you, occasionally able to hear news related to you. That would be enough to satisfy me." Another message with a very mischievous smile said, "Ah, I knew you'd remember, kid. Come back soon. Someone misses you very, very much. Suddenly, the young man saw a message from a very familiar girl. It was Dong Qing. She encouraged Luke Thon to do his best. The young man immediately recalled the wedding scene with Dong Qing from the future predicting system and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking about his future wife. Luke Thon temporarily lost interest, entered the dream space to cultivate, as he didn't want to go to sleep early. Seeing the bright and full moon outside, Luke Thane decided it's a beautiful night. Let's go for a walk. Luke Thane casually put on a jacket and left the room. On top of Tichvan Mountain, the night wind was cold. The square was covered with a thin layer of frost and snow. A small, adorable figure was exhaling white breath. She, as the sacred cat of the martial arts school, surpassed the cultivation path of martial arts that had long been planned for martial saints. Every night, Truong-jak would practice the secret breath-blowing technique for half an hour, not daring to skip a single day. This breathing method, the closer to nature, the better the effect. This was also the main reason why Truong-jak, well past midnight, ran up the mountain to catch the cold wind. Truong-jak rubbed her small, slightly frozen hands, whispering, "Nearly -20 degrees is still a bit cold outside. -10-something degrees Celsius, plus the cold wind blowing on the body for over half an hour." Even though she was a level 6 martial artist, Truong-jak's porcelain doll-like face was also struggling a bit, having turned red from the cold. She looked up at the night sky above the mountain peak. It was very clear. Each beautiful star could be seen. Truong-jak stared for a while and was somewhat reluctant to leave. Suddenly at this moment, she heard soft footsteps near her ears crunching, the sound of someone treading on snow, moving slowly. She jumped with a start, her face frozen in fear as if turning to stone. Truong-jak was terrified inside. Her body immediately tensed up, fear rising like a tide. Truong-jak almost instinctively lowered her head, quickly stepping towards another direction, and ran away as fast as she could. Luke Than watched the quickly disappearing back and didn't understand why, then wondered, "Am I that scary?" Although the weather was very cold, the young man broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, clearly the names in the spouse section of his personal file were increasing, but why did his affinity with the opposite sex still seem so poor? Luke Than really didn't understand. Truong-jak hid behind a large rock, then secretly observed Luke Theng. Truong-jak discovered that the night sky above her head was no longer clear. Large patches of darkness, only she could see. Spreading from Luke Than's direction, each star was covered by darkness. The moon lost its light. The night grew deeper. Truong-jak seemed to see a tall figure standing silently several dozen meters away. This tall figure completely merged with the darkness rising from behind him. Witnessing this scene, Truong-jak was extremely shocked. The black mist of this guy unexpectedly obscured even the sun, moon, and stars. Luke Than, what kind of monster is he after all? The next morning, Luke Than followed the students of St. Martial University to the canteen for breakfast. When he reached the food counter, the young man pointed at all the dishes, making the server almost fall over. "All of these, please take everything. I'm very hungry." The server had to silently exclaim, "Haven't eaten for a month, huh?" Suddenly, the young man's eyes caught sight of something, and he gasped. The young Luke Than broke out in a cold sweat when he realized the Saint Cat girl from the Superior Martial Arts School was hiding and following him. Luke Than pondered, what does this girl want after all? Just then nearby, Bak Huan Shuyen was carrying food to the table when he was surrounded and blocked by several guys. "Hey, what do you mean by this? Please let me through." One of the Gemini from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, named Ma Kuk Tin Trio Tiem, over 2 meters tall, built like a tower, stepped forward to block him, sneered arrogantly, and shouted, "You'd better pray that in today's match you don't face me." Bak Huan Suyen wore an unpleasant expression, but said nothing, while the students from St. Martial University were angry but dared not speak up. Bak Huan Shuyen, though sweating profusely, still glanced at him with sharp blue eyes, then thought to himself, according to rumors, anyone who faces him gets seriously injured, some even nearly died. Makuk Tintru team continued to close in, then uttered a threat. "I won't go easy on you." Bak Huan Shuyen somewhat guessed his intentions, so deliberately asked, "What do you want after all?" Trio Tiem clenched his fist, intending to use violence to intimidate Bak Huan Shuyen before the match. At that moment, young Luke Than was carrying a pile of food almost as tall as his head, walking over. Luke Than's mouth was holding a chicken leg as he shouted, "Move aside, don't block the way." Then the young man just walked straight ahead. Makuktin Triotium, as if hit by a steamroller, was spun around several times, feeling dizzy. He angrily shouted, "Who's the blind fool?" Luke Than glared at him, and after a closer look, Triotium recognized Luke Than. Makuktin Triotium became more interested, fixing his gaze on Luke Than. His eyes showed a hint of cruelty, and he smirked. Then, he raised his hand to his neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. "You little brat, you can't escape either. Now's your chance to apologize." Before Trio TM finished speaking, suddenly a gust of wind unexpectedly swept past his face. His heart felt as if gripped by a large invisible hand, violently contracting, a sense of mortal danger, causing the warning bells in Trio TM's mind to ring loudly. His scalp instantly went numb, and his hair stood on end. Then, a figure appeared in front of Trio TM as if teleporting. Trio TM, coldly staring at him and reaching out to grab his neck. Trio TM reacted instinctively, his entire body's energy beginning to stir. His iron tower-like body, over 2 meters tall, suddenly expanded, emitting a white energy wave around him, visible to the naked eye. But all of Trio TM's defenses before that figure were like a weak dam in front of a tsunami, offering only slight resistance before crumbling completely. A large hand tore through Trio TM's defenses and gripped his neck tightly, 5 fingers sinking deep into his flesh and lifting his entire body up. Trio TM was choked by Luke Than's grip, red fluid oozing out while he couldn't offer any resistance. "Try waving your hands in front of me again." Luke Than, as if grabbing a chick, choked Trio TM, pulled him close, calmly enunciating each word. Trio TM's pupils contracted violently, his eyes bulging out bit by bit due to the choking, tears, snot, and saliva pouring out like rain. Trio TM could clearly hear the sound from his neck of his throat being compressed and deformed. An unprecedented feeling of fear and despair spread from the depths of Trio TM's heart. He felt he was about to die instantly. A loud shout echoed, "Stop!" A figure stepped quickly forward, surrounded by surging energy, like a furnace. The energy at the top of his head like warning smoke shooting straight into the sky. This person was originally very far away, but in an instant had come close. A powerful aura belonging to a master fiercely pressed down towards Luke Than. The students of St. Martial University, in front of the canteen, hurriedly backed away. He wore a martial arts robe with the words Wu Guanji Dao printed on it, had very thick eyebrows, and long, narrow eyes. Wu Guanji Dao leaned back. He frowned and shouted, "Let go immediately." Lean Tabak's face was cold as ice. He crossed his arms and glared at Luke Than. "Warning, the martial arts tournament hasn't even begun. If you want to be disqualified, then go ahead and try something." Meanwhile, Trio TM looked like he was about to pass out, Luke Than still gripping his neck with one hand. Around him, a void appeared in an instant. The atmosphere became stagnant, the master's pressure bearing down. Luke Than was like a submerged rock amidst rough waves, standing unmoved. He narrowed his eyes at Lean Tabak, the killing intent in his heart surging like a tide wanting to burst out. Luke Than was certain he could kill Lean Tabak within 3 breaths, but the consequences. Just half a day more, and I can openly strangle him. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Luke Than's heart quickly dissipated. His eyes once again became calm, the hand choking. Trio TM also loosened a bit. The young man flashed a mischievous smile and said, "Hey, it was just a joke." The young Luke Than let go. Trio TM fell to the ground with a thud. He clutched his neck, rubbing it repeatedly, coughing. "You brat, you while I'm in so much pain." Young Luke Than patted his shoulder, then smirked and said, "Your neck is very beautiful." The young man leaned in and whispered to Trio TM, "Hurry home to your mother." Trio TM's face turned bright red, unclear if it was from Luke Than choking him or from anger born of embarrassment. Lean Tabak then said, "Come on, stop embarrassing yourself." Lean Tabak coldly uttered these words, then turned to leave. Trio TM immediately ran after him. "Teacher, please let me explain." In front of the canteen, the crowd of onlookers watched Lean Tabak and Trio TM's receding figures, still immersed in the shock they had just experienced. A few seconds later, intense discussions erupted. Holy crap! Luke Than actually defeated Ma Kuk Tin Chu Tem of the Song Tu Tin Kuk Dao in one move. Ma Kuk Tin Chu Tem couldn't even put up the slightest resistance against Luke Thang. How strong is Luke Thang really? Could he have already ascended to master level? This time for the national top spot, Luke Than will definitely get it. Luke Than thought to himself while biting into a chicken leg. Killing a master in front of everyone would probably make Luke Than immediately become a wanted criminal. Not to mention what would happen to him afterwards. Even his family members might be implicated. Stay calm. I must stay calm at all costs. I've endured for so long, success is within reach. I can't let it fail now. In the rest area of the Voquan Kuk Dao group, Lean Tabak's voice rang out. "What exactly happened to you?" Trio TM bowed, lowering his head, sincerely apologizing. "I didn't expect him to suddenly attack. I couldn't react in time." The person next to him, after hearing the gist of the story, opened his mouth and said, "Trio TM, you really are useless." Hearing this, Trio TM gritted his teeth, turned his head angrily and shouted, "You son of a bitch. Try saying that again." Trio TM stood up, grabbing the other's collar. Bastard, I'll take my anger out on you first. The other person showed no fear. He kept his hands in his pockets, confidently saying loudly, "You are useless. How come you get beaten up outside, then come back to take it out on your teammates?" The chest of Trio Tiem heaved rapidly, a low growl coming from his mouth. His whole body was hot like an erupting volcano. At this moment, both were interrupted by Lean Tabak's voice. Enough! Lean Tabak's ice-cold gaze swept over the two of them, finally landing on Trio Tiem. "You have brought shame to Vokwang Kuk Dao. Find a way to redeem yourself." Trio Tiem bowed his head, but his whole body was burning with anger. Lean Tabak, rest assured, I won't make the same mistake twice. After Lean Tabak and the Vokwang Kuk Dao group left, Trio Tiem remained standing as punishment. He gritted his teeth in resentment. Trio Tiem angrily stomped on the thick tile floor beneath his feet, leaving a deep footprint, cracks spreading, flipping up pieces of tile. "Luke Then, I don't care. Whether I meet you on the arena or not, I want you dead." An hour later, at the competition arena, news of Luke Tan from Thainvo Dai defeating Ma Kuk Ting Trio Team, one of the Songtu Ting Kuk Dao, in one move spread like wildfire through the crowd. On the mountaintop, the martial arts tournament hadn't yet begun, so among the crowd, it caused quite a commotion. In a short time, Luke Tan had unexpectedly become the biggest candidate for the champion title of this martial arts tournament. The vice principals of Thanvo Dai were so excited that their faces were about to bloom with flowers. But even though they were very happy, they still gave Luke Tan some words of wisdom and advice. Triu Kong Thai reminded, Songtu Ting Kuk Dao has dominated the national martial arts tournament so many times, which proves that their strength cannot be underestimated. Although you had the upper hand before, when it comes to the actual competition, you must never let your guard down. Luke Tan replied, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan turned and left. The eyes of the vice principals remained fixed on Luke Tan's back. All of Thanvo Dai's hopes this time were placed on the young man. The three vice principals cheerfully said, This kid is too calm and confident. He surely won't make any mistakes. Old friend, this time we'll win the championship. Haha. Meanwhile, Trio Kong Thai stood motionless, lowering his head and sighing. Let's hope so. Trio Tiem from Kuk Dao Vo Quan. As soon as the draw result was announced, the crowd below immediately erupted into a commotion. The blonde-haired guy spoke up. Damn, is this intentional by the organizers or just a coincidence? The purple-robed one also joined in the excitement. What a fated encounter. A narrow alley indeed. Right in the first match of round 8, they clash. The green-haired one enthusiastically said, I heard Luke Then only used one move to defeat Trio Team. Looks like Luke Then will surely win this match. The remaining one had a different opinion. It's not necessarily so. In that morning match, no one could have predicted Luke Tan would make a move, so Trio Tiem was caught off guard, leading to his defeat. Below the stage, discussions were lively. Luke Tan, on the other hand, found it quite interesting. Luke Tan slowly raised his head to look in a certain direction, facing a pair of eyes full of anger and resentment. The two gazes met in the air, as if sparks were flying. Trio Team flexed his limbs, gritting his teeth bitterly. Kid, prepare to die. Luke Thon even mimicked Trio Team's morning gesture, placing his right hand across his neck, then making a throat-slitting motion towards Trio Team. Afterwards, the young man didn't forget to strike a mocking pose. Luke Than continued by raising his hand again, then smirking. Trio Team's eyes seemed to shoot fire, gnashing his teeth. I want to kill you. Old Kwang Ha continued to announce, those who are not involved, please leave now. The first match is between Vodai Bahon Suen and Tien Kuk Ting Te. Viet, the principal, encouraged, Bakwon Xuyen, don't worry about the result. Just fight with all your might. Bakwon Xuyen replied, I understand. As Bakwon Xuyen stepped onto the arena, he thought to himself, this guy isn't easy to deal with. It seems it'll be a fierce battle. Just then, Luke Tan walked by and cheered. Go for it. Don't be afraid. Bakwon Xuyen. Bakwon Xuyen was startled. Ah! Luke Than, are you showing concern for me? The young man Luke Than gave a slight smile, then continued with a very difficult-to-handle statement. If you get beaten to death, I'll avenge you. Hearing Luke Than say he would avenge him, this expression on Bak Hon Xuyen's face immediately froze as he let out a gasp. He reluctantly turned towards Luke Tan, forced a slight smile, then waved his hand, saying, Well, I really do thank you. Luke Than casually waved back, replying with a magnanimous expression. We're all students of St. Martial University, so you don't need to be formal with me. Good luck. Bak Hwan Shuyan said nothing more and went straight to the arena. He cast a cold gaze at his opponent, then let out a sigh. As this was an extremely tense match, and he was the underdog, the atmosphere in the stands was also heating up. Some people even stood up in anticipation of the result as the referee announced the official start of the match. Thien Kuk Tin Te Viet looked towards Bachuan Suyen, smirked smugly, then arrogantly said, "Kid, I won't give you a chance to surrender." Bachuan Suyen, without a word, immediately drew his sword, rushing quickly towards Thienkuktin Teviet. "You can try and see." Teviet calmly stood still, observing. Swoosh swoosh, several sword slashes came across, but Teviet quickly leaned back to dodge. He even showed disdain for Bachuan Shuyan. "Oh my, are you performing martial arts for a traveling theater troupe?" Bachuan Shuyan, gripping his sword tightly with both hands, then jumped high, bringing down a chopping strike. Then came a series of chaotic slashes executed by Bachuan Shuyan, but Teviet didn't even use his hands. With his extremely high body technique, he simply used his 2 feet to move lightly to the left, then lean to the right, successively avoiding all those slashes with ease. After a while of exhausting slashing, Bachuan Shuyan stopped, thinking to himself, all attacks were completely evaded by him. How is this possible? The spectators in the stands who witnessed this scene firsthand exclaimed in awe, "Wow, Teviet has trained his body technique to this level." Only those approaching the control realm can demonstrate this level of skill. It's terrifying, absolutely frightening. Bachuan Shuyan was panting heavily, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. If you know how to dodge and run, then try this. Channeling all his strength into the sword, Bachuan Shuyan executed his ultimate move, Extreme Ice Storm. The sword plunged into the ground. Sharp ice spikes quickly sprouted from beneath, growing taller. They spread across the surrounding area, with a powerful martial will emanating. Seeing a dark figure trapped by the ice mist, Bachuan Shuyan rejoiced inwardly. Success. But in the blink of an eye, that dark figure had vanished without a trace. Bachuan Shuyan, startled, panicked. It's gone. That was a clone. At this moment, a series of Teviet's clones appeared with short blades in hand, continuously slashing at Bachuan Shuyan. His strength was immense, his speed was incredibly fast, so fast that even the live recording cameras could hardly capture it. He arrogantly said, "You've been fooled, kid. Is this all the ability you have?" "Ha ha ha." Bachuan Shuyan screamed in pain. Teviet flashed a wicked smile. Then he charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Bachuan Shuyan's stomach. Propelled by the extremely strong kick, Bachuan Shuyan was sent flying off the arena nearly 20 meters. With such a powerful impact, the ground behind him shattered. The match ended very quickly, mainly due to the vast difference in strength between the two. Although Bachuan Shuyan tried his best, even revealing his martial will, which he had transformed, in the end, he was still defeated in just a few moves. People behind quickly rushed to support Bachuan Shuyan. "Are you all right?" Someone nearby added an ignorant question. "Can't you see he's lying motionless? He must be seriously injured." A person in St. Martial uniform supported Bachuan Shuyan, then checked his injuries and exclaimed, "Damn it, he's severely wounded. 4 ribs are broken, both arm and leg bones are fractured. Perhaps it's because this morning Makukting Chio Tiem was at a disadvantage against Lukthang, so Vokwang Kuk Dao wanted to prove something." Thienkuk Tin Teviet stood in the center of the arena, with a smiling face, his eyes challenging as he looked at the St. Martial group. At Bachuan Shuyan's place, he arrogantly said, "What a useless piece of trash." And Teviet smirked, then looked at Lukhthan. "Next, it's your turn, Lukhthan." Lukhthan maintained a calm expression, carefully counting the wounds on Bachuan Shuyan's body one by one, then said to Bachuan Shuyan, "You've worked hard. What a pity. If only you could have been injured more severely, then I'd have a reason to kill him on the stage." The aura around Lukhthan intensified powerfully. Bachuan Shuyan, startled. "Ah! What was that feeling from Lukhthan just now? It's like a monster ready to devour Teviet." The next match, Truongjak, nicknamed Truong Ngok from Super Martial School, versus Ban Hong from Flame Dragon Martial School. The girl calmly closed her eyes and focused her mental energy. Ban Hong, seeing Truong Ngok's gentle demeanor as a female student, thought to himself, "I didn't expect such a gentle and refined girl to actually possess destructive power." Before he could finish his thought, Truong Ngok's entire body emitted mental energy of immense strength. A powerful move was unleashed. At that moment, several large arms extended towards Ban Hong. He was extremely surprised and wondered, is this mental energy manipulation? He clenched his fist tightly. "All right, then I'll show you my iron-like body." Ban Hong threw a counterpunch, but the punch he thought was extremely powerful had no effect on the giant hand created by Truong Ngok's mental energy. He was startled. It's not working. Before he could understand the situation, he was caught and squeezed tightly by those hands. He screamed in pain. Argh, it hurts so much. My body is about to be crushed." In an instant, he couldn't bear it and shouted, "Let go! Let me go! I surrender." The referee was also sweating profusely, witnessing the power of mental energy manipulation firsthand, so powerful. The referee announced, "Truong Ngok from Super Martial School wins." At this moment, Chuangok was also panting from exhaustion. The spectators discussed excitedly. This holy cat from Super Martial School is impressive. That mental energy just now was at least level 4. The difference is too great. Ban Hong's steel-forged body was almost twisted into a pretzel. Luke Than thought to himself, oh, truly not bad. Mental energy equal to twice my level. Suddenly, Chuangok sensed Luke Than looking at her and startled. Then, she quickly ran away for her life. Young Luke Than was confused, not understanding anything. She ran away again. Luke Than watched her back as she left. For some reason, he remembered someone from before at the Genius training camp, and that was Kong Ding. The skin of the two girls was somewhat similar. Moreover, they had one big thing in common, which was whenever they saw Luke Than, their first reaction was to run away. Could it be that my appearance to cute female students is very frightening? The young man broke out in a cold sweat, then imagined catching the two girls to question them thoroughly. The next match, the referee from the organizing committee looked down at the 2 spots below the stage, slowly announced, Luke Than from St. Martial University versus Trio TM from Extreme Way Martial School. The 12 contestants ascended the stage. Trio TM was blocked by the crowd in front, so he pushed his way through. Someone in the crowd said, "Who's pushing so hard? It's killing me." Trio Team angrily shouted, "Get out of the way. Let me tell you I'm Trio Team from Extreme Way Martial School." So everyone trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Young Luke Tan with cold eyes. "Ah! Ha! The opportunity has come." The crowd watching below the arena immediately buzzed, everyone's eyes scanning back and forth. Luke Thun and Trio Team. Trio Team versus Luke Thun has finally arrived. One person excitedly clenched his fist. Awesome. This match will definitely be great. The previous matches ended too quickly, not satisfying to watch at all. Luke Thun eagerly leapt onto the stage, thinking, "Here you are, little one." Luke Thun and Trio Team ascended the stage simultaneously, their eyes locked, as if ready to slap each other to death. Trio TM exhaled heavily, his voice filled with suppressed anger. In the rules of the National Student Martial Arts Tournament, Article 32 states that during the competition, if one accidentally kills their opponent under reasonable circumstances, they won't bear any responsibility. You understand my meaning, right? Trio Team's eyes locked onto Luke Thon, enunciating each word. "I'll be hitting very hard soon, extremely hard. I hope you've prepared yourself mentally." Luke Than smiled at Trio Team, as if looking at something extremely interesting. "I'm looking forward to it. Let's begin." The referee nearby sensed the thick killing intent on the stage and hurriedly stepped aside. He didn't forget to remind them, "Ah, right, stand a bit further from me. Don't get me injured. All right, I declare the match to begin." Young Luke Thon casually stretched his limbs and joked, "I know you're not convinced. I'll give you time to transform." Luke Thon touched his sturdy neck, smiling as he said, "You'd better seize this opportunity, because my patience isn't unlimited." At this moment, Trio TM's eyes quickly turned cold as ice. He took a deep breath, and visible air currents appeared in the arena. "You will regret this." The air in the large space was almost completely sucked in by Trio TM. His chest expanded, his entire body resembling an inflated balloon, yet it didn't give the observers any sense of fragility. Trio TM's skin changed from dark to a deep red, each muscle bulging bright red, looking like burning iron lumps. Above the muscles, blue veins protruded like small snakes. Trio Team shouted, "Demon Extreme State." A visible black energy wave radiated from him in all directions. Luke Than flinched slightly. "Huh." The spectators showed looks of astonishment, all mouths agape, faces drenched in sweat. What is this? What's about to happen?" Trio TM shouted loudly. "That's not all. Demon Extreme State, second level." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones colliding made people's teeth itch. After expanding to its limit, Trio TM's body began to contract. His skin changed from deep red to black, but unlike before, this black carried a terrifying gloom. If Trio TM before was like a freshly heated iron block, then now the impurities in this iron had been expelled. Trio TM now had steel-hard sinews. His entire body seemed forged from pure iron, giving people an extremely intense visual impact. This was a strength that could be perceived with the naked eye. Surging waves of energy radiated from Trio Team's body. He breathed slowly, each exhale condensing into white mist in the air. A terrifying pressure emanated from Trio Team, spreading in all directions. The surrounding air seemed to distort. Outside the arena, gasps of shock were heard continuously. Even the masters were startled. The spectators were once again shocked. What kind of physique is this? Even a master's body isn't superior to this. It feels even stronger than a master. The pressure is terrifying. Trio Team has unlocked a new Demon Extreme state. It's truly Demon Extreme essence. Someone couldn't help but mutter. Last time when Trio TM activated the first level of Demon Extreme state, he was able to dominate the martial arts tournament and was hailed as the top power below master level. Now his Demon Extreme state has reached the second level. How terrifying will he be? Before the match, Luke Than was highly regarded by everyone, but after Trio TM revealed his second level Demon Extreme state, the tide immediately turned. Compared to Trio TM's demonic aura, Luke Than seemed ordinary. Truongyak, looking at the opponent she had prepared to face this time, broke out in a cold sweat. Too strong. Truongyak sensed something unusual, but strangely, why did it feel like this power source wasn't coming from Trio TM himself, but as if something was emanating from inside his body? This feeling was similar to a beast. Trio Kong Thai and the three vice principals changed color, their expressions immediately becoming tense. Trio Kong Thai anxiously shouted, "How is this possible? He can emit an aura similar to a master's. This is bad. Luke Than is in danger." Luke Than, looking at Trio Team emitting such powerful energy, thought to himself, "Oh, he's quite strong. This strength surpasses that of an ordinary master. His power has increased at least fourfold, but his aura is very strange. Could it be?" After some thought, Luke Than seemed to understand the issue. With a sharp gaze, the young man predicted a high possibility that this was a mutated martial artist. Trio Team, with his rippling muscles, emitted an eerie black aura that filled the sky. He laughed triumphantly in front of Luke Than, while on the Extreme Path Dojo's side, everyone's faces showed smiles. Did you really think the title Twin Star Extreme Path was just for show? Lean Tabak leaned back in his chair, displaying an extremely relaxed posture. When Trio Tiem successfully revealed his second-level Demon Extreme state, the outcome seemed already decided in everyone's minds. Lean Tabak proudly declared, "What is Extreme Path? You'll see for yourselves soon enough." At this moment, Heavenly Extreme Star Te Viet stood aside, constantly glancing at Chuang-ok from the Transcendent Dojo nearby. One for each, he licked his lips, his eyes showing cruelty. "I can't let myself lose face. Luke Than is yours. Chuang-ok is mine. Haha." Trio Tim forcefully raised his head, revealing twisted dark blue veins on his neck. On his chest, several red lightning-like streaks continuously emitted enormous power. He clenched his hand with 5 long claws. "You'd better not think about surrendering." Trio Team's voice had changed, becoming hoarse and rough, like 2 pieces of iron grinding against each other. "Because if you do, I'll be very angry." He bared his teeth at Luke Than in a grin, a twisted smile containing cruelty, like a fierce beast that has spotted its coveted prey and begins to lick its fangs and claws. True Team moved his elephant-like heavy legs, stomping on the cracks of the solid arena floor. His speed increased rapidly, his aura compressed to the extreme, finally erupting from his body with a roar. True Team shouted, "Martial Demon Extreme." Terrifying dual energies burst outward, layers of frightening aura like a volcanic eruption. With the naked eye, one could see white energy waves frantically expanding, creating a whirlwind sweeping across the flat ground. Martial will combined with his terrifying physique, unleashing a full power punch. At this moment, Trio TM finally fully unleashed his Demon Extreme Star title. Luke Than's expression remained calm, merely gazing steadily at Trio TM. Outside the arena, many people's expressions changed. Trio TM's strength was such that old Kwang Ha, seeing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately instructed the security staff, with sweat rolling down his cheeks. "Be ready. Avoid casualties at any moment." "Understood," concentrating all strength into his hand, preparing to launch a fatal blow. Trio TM flashed a sinister smile. "Luke Than, I want you dead." Trio Team's fist was like a nuclear warhead violently exploding, bombarding forward. Terrifying white dual energies spread with a roaring sound. At this moment, the hearts of many people here also followed this sound and violently shook. This was truly a super punch, shocking with its terrifying power. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide open, trying to see the result of this punch. If the spectators were so shocked, then what would be the outcome for Luke Than facing this punch? On the Extreme Path Martial Arts School side, the smile on Lean Tabak's lips grew wider. Haha. Finally, Luke Than is surely dead. He was extremely pleased with this outcome. Soon after, the energy waves and dust dispersed. 2 figures slowly appeared before everyone. When people clearly saw the scene in the arena, they were all terrified, stunned in place. Their minds seemed to be grabbed by some invisible giant hand and violently thrown out. In their heads, only an empty sound remained. "This is impossible." Lean Tebak, who was still sitting relaxed in his chair, suddenly stood up and shouted. His eyes widened, staring at the arena, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Sky Extreme Star Teviet sitting beside him also stood up, his face filled with terror. Many people had similar expressions to theirs, including some grandmasters. At the center of the arena, Triotium continued. Having launched his attack and still maintaining his punching posture, his thick arm, muscles bulging with black veins, was imprinted on Lukethan's chest. But it seemed to be blocked by a layer of amber-colored hard energy. Is that all? Lukethan raised his left hand, gently deflecting Triotium's fist, and asked, "Do you have any third-level demon extreme state or stronger martial arts technique?" Triotium wore a bewildered, flustered expression, his mouth panting then stammering. "Huh." Lukethan slowly stepped in front of Triotium, asking again, "Judging by your face, you don't have anything else, do you?" A sound like cracking ice emanated from his body, with a terrifying aura gradually radiating from within him. Lukethan dusted off his shoulders. The young man glanced at Triotium. "You're the Demon Extreme Star, one of the twin stars of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, so take this punch from me." Hearing this, Demon Extreme Star Triotium stepped back, his muscular body starting to tremble. "You." Lukethan clenched his right fist, his figure suddenly becoming enormous, as if a giant dark shadow behind him rapidly rose up. Lukethan took a deep breath, looking down from above, calmly speaking. "This punch is called the Exploding Star Fist." As soon as Lukethan uttered the last word, an aura far more terrifying than Triotium's earlier erupted with a rumble, its invisible might soaring like a kite in the wind, stirring up surging waves of energy. Then, like a landslide or tsunami, it poured down on Triotium. "Go to hell," Lukethan shouted as he threw the punch. Dust and smoke filled the area. Witnessing this scene directly for the first time, Lin Tabak and Teviet, mouths agape, cried out, "Triotium." The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Triotium kneeling at Lukethan's feet. He was bitter, gritting his teeth, but what could he do? Lin Tabak, enraged, flew from his seat, his figure like an arrow. He clenched his fist, diving down towards Lukethan. "You!" Lukethan not only had Lin Tabak rushing out, many other figures also didn't sit idle, their blood boiling like a furnace, energy rising like smoke, alerting others. All were at the Grandmaster level 4. A series of figures rushed forward, including Trio Kong Thai and 3 other vice principals. They joined forces to block Lin Tabak's attack. Boom. The clash of Grandmasters unleashed a terrifying shockwave, like 2 massive bombs violently colliding. After the impact, combatants on both sides were pushed back. Trio Kang Thai shielded Lukethan, his expression unchanged, silently removing his gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, Trio Kang Thai's scholarly appearance had vanished, revealing the iron-blooded and imposing face of a Grandmaster. Even Lukethan was somewhat surprised. Trio Kang Thai demanded, "Lin Tabak, what do you want?" Old Kwong Ha raised his hand to intervene. "Stop. You're all Grandmasters. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed for fighting now?" Lin Tabak's eyes fixed intently on Lukethan, his face not hiding his killing intent. "This brat deliberately killed someone, and it's our Extreme Path Martial Arts School's rising star, our future hope, so he deserves to die." Lin Tabak was stunned, turning to look at Triotium. At this moment, Triotium lay motionless with a large dent in his chest. His body had returned to its original form, but became loose and deflated, like a brick that had been smashed. "Someone, quickly take him down for treatment." 2 medical staff quickly brought a stretcher. Trio Kang Thai coldly shouted, "Lin Tabak, if your Extreme Path Martial Arts School's disciple is not dead, then let's consider this matter settled. Don't push your luck." The young Lukethan at this moment pretended to hide behind Trio Kang Thai. "Vice Principal, please help me." Lin Tabak was bitter, unable to accept but could do nothing else. "You all remember this." A moment later, Old Kwong Ha announced the result. "I declare that in this battle, Lukethan of St. Martial has won a great victory." At this moment, the spectators who were shocked by Lin Tabak's actions and terrified finally came to their senses. So powerful, too strong. Lukethan is truly too powerful. Triotium unleashed his full 2nd-level demon extreme state, yet still couldn't block a single punch from him. Is Lukethan really not a Grandmaster? Another person wondered, if Lukethan is a Grandmaster, then when facing the Grandmaster from Extreme Path Martial Arts School, why did he hide behind the Vice Principal? He just used hard chi to block Triotium. He doesn't have the will of a Grandmaster yet. The spectators followed Lukethan's every step with amazement. Even the Demon Extreme Star Triotium couldn't withstand a single punch from Lukethan. It seems the top position in this national martial arts competition has basically been confirmed. The following matches will just be like a casual walk in the arena. I heard Luke Than is only 18 years old this year. He's truly a monstrous existence. Luke Than's strength is indeed super powerful, surpassing ordinary half-step grandmasters, infinitely close to the limit below grandmaster. In fact, in some aspects, Luke Than might not be inferior to Grandmaster Great Demon King. Indeed, the Great Demon King, Luke Than's nickname wasn't given wrongly. From now on, Great Demon King Luke Than will dominate the national martial arts competition many times. The era of the Extreme Path Gemini has ended. Ha ha ha. Luke Than heard the crowd's praise, but his face showed no reaction. He walked with a cool pose, stepping down from the arena. Seeing Luke Than not saying a word, Trio Kang Tai thought Luke Than was still pondering about Lien Tabak's recent actions, so he called out loudly to comfort him. Luke Than, don't think too much about it. Even if you really killed someone, as long as it wasn't intentional, it wouldn't be considered your fault. In martial arts competitions, bloodshed is inevitable. If someone dies, they can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. If the Extreme Path Martial Arts School puts pressure on us, the school will naturally help you stand firm. In this world, it's not just Extreme Path Martial Saint who is at level 9. The last sentence of Trio Kang Tai revealed a bit of his mettle. On Luke Than's face, a relaxed expression immediately appeared, and he nodded in response. Then I can rest assured. Trio Kang Thai's gaze at Luke Than was somewhat complex. He now somewhat understood why Luke Than had given up the second choice in the Martial Saints test, because just now, on the competition stage, Luke Than had stepped back when faced with Lien Tabak, and now the expression of lingering fear on Luke Than's face was all seen by him. It's understandable. After all, Lien Tabak is a grandmaster. When facing a true level 7 grandmaster, how many people wouldn't be afraid? The number of people who know about grandmasters and are not afraid of their power is truly 1 in 10,000. Luke Than's martial arts talent is already 1 in 10,000. If I also want to have the courage to face a grandmaster's power, that demand might be too high. You could say that Luke Than, only stepping back once, is already considered extremely outstanding. It's a pity that to become a disciple of the martial saint, being outstanding is still not enough. Trio Kang Tai sighed inwardly. The more Luke Than demonstrated his exceptional strength and talent, the more Trio Kang Tai felt regret for him. But my regret for Luke Than is futile, because as the national martial arts competition has progressed to this point, Luke Than has long lost his chance with the martial saint. Master, Dam Trung Ngok, Trio Kang Tai let out a sigh. Meanwhile, the young Luke Than couldn't help but smile gleefully, praising himself. I'm too strong. Of course, not in terms of actual strength, as his strength was already formidable. He was currently marveling at his own acting skills. That step back I just took was truly a stroke of genius, containing artistic value, at least several levels high. Luke Than felt admiration for himself. The potential of the human body is limitless. Before this, he had no idea he possessed such excellent acting talent. Luke Than sensed Lien Tabak's gaze still fixed on him. He gently turned his head, then patted his fist, casually thinking about the final plan ahead. Then, Lien Bak can die at the hands of someone as excellent as me. He should smile contentedly, even in his coffin. Indeed. Meanwhile, Lien Tabak saw Trio TM lying motionless on a stretcher being carried past, and he could barely contain his anger. He seemed to want to rush over and crush Luke Than. The 8th round of matches ended. The 9th round will be equivalent to the semifinals. Only 4 people remained on the field, including Luke Than, Tien Kuk Tin, Teviet, Saint Cat Truong Gak, or with the cuter name Truong Ngok. There was also a 30-year-old young man from Tien Dia Martial Arts School named Dang Due. Dang Due was the oldest among the 4 people, exactly 30 years old this year. He had participated in 4 martial arts competitions, and his strength was still formidable. Dang Due, even without condensing his martial will, had managed to advance all the way to this round. He, besides relying on his own solid martial arts foundation, which was extremely stable, combat experience, and rich competition experience, also had unparalleled luck. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Who will be my next opponent? 30 seconds later, his attitude completely changed. His face twisted and froze, clearly showing fear in his heart, thinking to himself, actually, I only got here because of luck. I absolutely cannot defeat any of them. I pray to heaven not to face them. He trembled thinking about Teviet and Luke Than. Tien Kuk Tin Teviet was a freak. Luke Than was the scariest and most incomprehensible. The title of Great Demon King wasn't a joke. Luke Than was the most brutal person in this national martial arts competition. Up until now, Luke Than had crippled many renowned masters, such as Vuong Ham from Hailong Martial Arts School, Ma Kuk Tin Chio Tiem from Kuk Dao Martial Arts School. Thinking about Truong Ngok, he felt a bit more comforted. Only Truong Ngok was a normal person. Meeting Truong Ngok would be good. Not only beautiful and cute, her personality was also good. She fought with restraint and was very polite after fighting. If an accident happens by mistake, she would even send someone to apologize afterwards. Truly a perfect little martial arts angel. Thinking of this, he coughed a few times, then tried to appear calm, adjusting his clothes and his cool expression. Dang Du was hoping to draw Truong Ngok's name. While Tien Kuk Tin Te Viet was drawing lots, Dang Due continued to marvel at his previous thoughts. How touching. Although I can't beat the Demon King and the Freak, I have my wisdom and luck. Good, lucky me, haha. Tien Kuk Tin Te Viet drew a lot and asked, period. His face looked extremely unpleasant. Seeing Te Viet's expression, Luke Than couldn't help himself. He took the initiative to step forward, patted his shoulder, then leaned close to his ear, softly comforting. It's nothing. Right now, you should quickly go buy accidental insurance. There's still time. Luke Than continued coldly. Do you know anyone in the insurance company? If not, I can ask 2 people to help you. Both are reputable in the insurance industry with very good reputations. I have a friend who died just 2 days ago, and the insurance money has already reached his family. Te Viet looked up, his handsome face extremely pale, his shoulders slightly trembling. He then threw the lot on the ground and turned to look at Luke Than, who stood proudly in front of Te Viet with a smile. What are you nervous about? I'm just joking. If I were to kill you, wouldn't Grandmaster Lin Te Bak of your Kuk Dao martial arts school kill me in return? Though Te Viet was sweating profusely, he forced a smile and said, it's good that you know that. Moreover, do you think I'm the same as that useless Triotium? Luke Than shook his head and replied with a smile, certainly not the same. Then, the young man coldly darkened his face and added, I feel you're much more useless than Triotium. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man turned to leave the arena, not forgetting to wave his hand a few times. See you later. Hearing this, Te Viet's face immediately froze, then became extremely unpleasant, inwardly fuming. Luke Than, you just wait. Luke Than's match was scheduled for the second round. He sat back in his chair, eyes fixed on the arena with a casual demeanor, his face calm, his mental energy radiating throughout the venue. Luke Than could clearly see that at the Kuk Dao Martial Arts School on the other side, Tien Kuk Tin Te Viet was bowing his head next to Lien Te Bak, saying something. While talking, the eyes of both never left Luke Than. The cold light in Lien Te Bak's eyes continuously revealed a look of intense desire to kill Luke Than. Lien Te Bak muttered, Luke Than, sooner or later I will make you pay. As Luke Than walked, he pondered, although he had just said many words to that trash. Fortunately, the effect was not bad. His attitude of wanting to kill me but not daring to do anything shows that the fish has taken the bait. Luke Than turned to look at Lien Te Bak, who was emanating dark auras, and continued to think about his plan. To kill Lien Te Bak, he must definitely play a trick moreover. This trick must be reasonable, so that everyone can see and feel that it should naturally be so. This way, the subsequent events will seem logical and natural. Even Lien Te Bak will be very anxious. At this moment, the young man thought about the martial saint. After all, it's because my strength is not enough. Because my strength is insufficient, I have to worry about this and that. I must act within the rules set by others. If I were strong enough now to completely disregard the Kuk Dao Martial Arts School, as well as various pressures from the state like the government, Martial Artists Association influencing me, then not to mention Lien Te Bak, who deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Even if he were innocent and I killed him, others would have no objections. A true strong person is one who breaks rules and makes rules, not one who follows rules and exploits them like I'm doing now. Anyway, to save humanity's martial arts disaster, one cannot follow rules set by others. Luke Than exhaled, thinking to himself, so I'm not strong enough yet. I need to keep trying even harder. Just then, in round 9, the first semi-final match, Truong Ngok fought against Dang Du. The match between Truong Ngok and Dang Du was quite spectacular, with a very high performance element. The two fought for over 10 minutes before deciding the winner. The referee declared Truong Ngok the victor. After the match ended, Dang Du sighed with relief. It's finally over. While wiping the sweat pouring like rain on his face, Dang Du felt satisfied. Being able to save face in front of these monsters, that's already a victory. Ha ha ha. Old Kwangha, after observing the match, was also quite satisfied. This match was evenly matched and very professional. Thinking about Luke Than's next match, the old man became a bit worried. The next match might cause trouble again. Then, it will be the match between Luke Than and Tiankuk Ting Teviet. The atmosphere in and around the arena immediately changed. Just moments ago, it was full of friendliness, harmony, and martial arts academic exchange, but now the atmosphere has become tense. The spectators discussed animatedly. This match was interesting but not too intense. Next, the match between Luke Than and Teviet will be the highlight. I heard Trieu Tiem almost had his spine broken by Luke Than. Luckily, he was rescued in time. The person next to him thought that Trieu Tiem's outcome was well-deserved. Song Tu Tingkuk Dao has never been a group of good people. In the past, during competitions, they've beaten people into half paralysis, completely ending their martial arts path. It's just that Vo Kwang Kuk Dao has great influence, so they forcefully suppressed it. There's a saying, evil people will be dealt with by other evil people. Just now, Lin Te Bak threatened Luke Than. I guess with Luke Than's temperament, he'll be even more vicious in this match. Teviet is about to have bad luck. What do you think? Will Teviet need help going to the bathroom from now on? Ha ha ha! Who knows? Even if he's crippled by Luke Than, he'll still be a genius, just with a different title. Thien Tan Tin sounds pretty good too. Ah, that's hilarious. Ha ha ha! Waves of whispered discussions reached Teviet's ears. Teviet's face turned from green to white, looking extremely unpleasant. After taking a deep breath, Teviet no longer paid attention to those sounds. He tried to calm his emotions. During this process, Teviet couldn't help but feel somewhat sad and confused. He, as one of the Song Tu Ting Kuk Dao, except for those above master level, had never considered anyone worthy of his attention. Until now, he had only made others fear him, but never before had he faced an opponent of the same age and level that made him feel as afraid as he did now. For a moment, Teviet had an extremely unreal feeling, as if everything before his eyes was fake. When he asked himself if all of this was real, a familiar voice of Luke Than urged, pulling Teviet back from his trance, "Hey, wake up! Get ready to come up and take your beating." Then Luke Than, very calm when facing Teviet, just like when he faced Trieu Tiem earlier. Teviet gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose heart now. Teviet turned his head and said, "Changing the subject, there's still time to go get cold weapons now. Then don't say I'm bullying you." Luke Than was slightly surprised, then looked at Teviet as if he were looking at an idiot. "Do you have a death wish?" Teviet's face twisted upon hearing this. He jumped and let out a gasp. He felt a bit scared and bitter inside. He angrily turned back and replied, just showing off. Let's start the match. I don't believe you're that strong." Seeing this, the referee quickly raised his hand and announced, Luke Than versus Teviet. Then the referee quickly ran to the back, otherwise he might accidentally catch a punch or kick and get his face smashed. The match officially began. Luke Than remained unfazed, his expression still calm, casually standing in place. Chiyue saw Lu Sheng standing still and thought, how will he attack? Chiyue's entire body emitted a lot of dark energy around him. He smugly thought, no matter how he attacks, I have ways to dodge. After a moment of tensing up to dodge, but seeing Lu Sheng still not moving, Chiyue was confused. Strange, why isn't he making a move yet? But seeing Lu Sheng's blue energy radiating strongly, Chiyue hesitated a bit. But how? Just by standing there, the surrounding air seemed to spread something terrifying. He had no openings at all. What to do now? Glancing at Lu Sheng, Chiyue made a decision. Forget it. If he won't take the initiative, then I'll attack first. I won't lose. Don't underestimate me. Chiyue raised his dagger, gritted his teeth, and chose to attack proactively. His figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was less than 2 meters from Lu Sheng. This speed was too fast. Most spectators in the arena couldn't see it. They could only feel their vision blur. Then, Chiyue had crossed nearly 20 meters, appearing in front of Lu Sheng in an instant. That was the effect of the Heavenly Extreme Speed technique Chiyue used. At this moment, the alloy dagger in Chiyue's hand had already thrust forward. The dagger's tip pierced the air, creating small white airwaves, with a faint sharp sound like forcefully tearing silk fabric. This was due to the speed breaking the sound barrier. This move was spectacularly brilliant, displaying Chiyue's strength with extreme fluidity. The dagger's tip was now in front of Lu Sheng. Many spectators, after seeing this move, instinctively touched their own necks. It struck fear into people's hearts, sending chills down their spines with its dazzling light. Zhao Kongtai and several vice principals also had to exclaim, "What an impressive move." Old Kwang, he seemed to have noticed something and was startled. Through the hazy smoke, one could only see Chiyue thrusting his dagger at Lu Sheng, but then Lu Sheng was nowhere to be seen. Chiyue was shocked. What's going on? Where's Lu Sheng? Looking at his own dagger, Qi Yue was in disbelief. Is my dagger cracked? The young Lu Sheng appeared to one side, saying, Sorry, I broke your dagger, but you're also too slow. Qi Yue turned his head and asked, What? But Lu Sheng was gone again. Next, Lu Sheng kept moving from all angles, his speed getting faster and faster, so fast that it left visible afterimages in the air that could be seen with the naked eye. White energy connected each piece. Lu Sheng kept teasing Qi Yue as he continuously turned around, trying to find Lu Sheng. Too slow, still too slow. After spinning for a while, Qi Yue was completely disoriented, thinking, How is this possible? I seem to. Qi Yue felt like collapsing. It seemed that even seeing him was something I couldn't do. How? Faintly in Qi Yue's ears at this moment were Lu Sheng's teasing words constantly ringing out. Too slow, slow as a turtle. Qi Yue, after a while of not being able to see Lu Sheng anywhere, and on top of that, being spun around by Lu Sheng until he was dizzy and disoriented. He was almost helpless, with his eyes rolled back and a dumbfounded expression. He asked himself, What should I do now? Lu Sheng suddenly made his move. All the afterimages stopped at once. Lu Sheng grabbed Qi Yue's collar with one hand, then lifted him up high. The young Lu Sheng calmly asked, Did you come to the arena to perform comedy? Meanwhile, Qi Yue was so startled he almost wet himself. After a long period of intense focus, Lu Sheng seemed like a ghost, appearing and disappearing terrifyingly. Lu Sheng continued to press him with a question, giving up so quickly. Qi Yue's face turned red, veins popping on his forehead, his limbs struggling frantically. He strained his neck and shouted, Release the extreme wind for me. The white energy turned blue, and a fierce wind arose on the arena. At this moment, Qi Yue seemed to become the center of the whirlwind, wanting to indiscriminately slaughter everything. The young Lu Sheng stood there calmly, holding Qi Yue's collar with one hand. For the young man, this wind was too ordinary. Qi Yue gritted his teeth, smugly shouting, Taste the wind blade. Lu Sheng stood at the center of the whirlwind, only his clothes fluttering. The young man remained unmoved, his body as steady as a mountain. Lu Sheng spoke sternly. You call this wind? Lu Sheng released Qi Yue's collar. Qi Yue, after using his ultimate move, was still criticized by Lu Sheng, so he cursed bitterly. Damn it, this is bullshit. Lu Sheng calmly said, I'll show you what real wind is. The next second, the whirlwind around Lu Sheng dissipated. To be precise, it wasn't that the wind stopped blowing, but rather, Lu Sheng seemed to have completely merged with the wind. The energy and innate talent controlling the wind element of Qi Yu earlier, although unable to move Lu Sheng's body, at least could flutter Lu Sheng's clothes and hair. But now, Lu Sheng had disappeared somewhere again. Qi Yue was immediately stunned, his expression full of shock, wondering, where did Lu Sheng go? Suddenly, Qi Yue was hit on the head by Lu Sheng. After a breath, Lu Sheng's voice came from behind Qi Yu. Behind you. Lu Sheng's afterimages were so fast that they formed a circle surrounding Qi Yu. He kept looking back, but couldn't identify which was the real Lu Sheng. The onlookers were also extremely shocked, not understanding what exactly was happening. These can't be just afterimages, right? How fast does one need to be to achieve this? The young Lu Sheng continued to tease Qi Yue by constantly moving and circling around him. The spectators now wore expressions of astonishment and let out gasps of surprise. It seemed as if there were many Lu Shengs before them. In reality, it was because Lu Sheng moved too fast. Lu Sheng was so fast that his body left afterimages identical to the original. Now, there wasn't just one or two Lu Shengs anymore. The spectators kept wondering, how fast does one need to be to achieve this? No one knew, because a third Lu Sheng had appeared. Lu Sheng's voice rang out, If you can find me. The second Lu Sheng in front of Qi Yu was still moving, while the third Lu Sheng was approaching from another side of the arena. Lu Sheng's voice rang out again, and if you can touch me. A fourth Lu Sheng appeared, followed by a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh Lu Sheng. With each step Lu Sheng took, one more step and another, Lu Sheng would appear on the arena in a different position, calmly walking forward. It looked as if many Lu Shengs were coming from all directions towards Qi Yue, who was at the center. They all simultaneously uttered the final condition. In short, if you can find me and touch me, then you win. By now, the spectators were watching in a daze. Even some of the masters suddenly sprang from their seats and took 2 steps forward intensely. Everyone's eyes were fixed on all the approaching Lu Shengs. Their faces showed expressions of shock, disbelief. Zhao Kongtai and several vice principals were no exception. The young Lu Sheng's teacher was startled. This was Zhao Kongtai. He pondered, when speed reaches a certain level, afterimages are left in the air. For example, at the start of the match, Tianji Xing Qi Yue had already achieved this. But in fact, The nature of afterimages is visual persistence, because the visual memory can't clear fast enough due to the high speed, resulting in the creation of afterimages. The stronger the martial arts skills, the faster the visual nerves can capture images. Creating afterimages becomes increasingly difficult. To create an afterimage effect in the eyes of ordinary people, many people here could do it. But to create afterimages for a group of level 5-6 martial artists, or even level 7 masters, is extremely difficult. It's an incredibly challenging feat. But if Qi Yue's speed was considered astonishing to people, then Lu Sheng's displayed speed was absolutely shocking. Lu Sheng's battle was becoming increasingly terrifying, making it impossible to fathom the extent of Lu Sheng's formidable power. All of Lu Sheng's afterimages in the arena had converged in front of Qi Yue. Qi Yue, as if gone mad, frantically swung the sword in his hand, slashing wildly. Fake. They're all fake. Only one is real. I can find it, Qi Yue thought. He wove his sword into a net, creating a dark blue energy shield around himself. Qi Yue slashed horizontally and vertically, shouting in a fit of rage, "I will definitely succeed. Watch my new moon divine wind technique." Before he could accomplish anything, before the technique could even begin, suddenly Lu Sheng's hands appeared behind his head in a flash, closing in. Lu Sheng twisted slightly, and a series of bone-breaking sounds rang out. Qi Yue lay on the ground, limp as mud, his mouth full of blood. He screamed in agony. Lu Sheng took a step forward, and all the remaining afterimages slowly dissipated. Behind him, it was clear that only he had acted, yet Qi Yue appeared as if he had been beaten by 8 people. Lu Sheng turned his back, coldly saying to Qi Yue, who was trembling on the ground, "I've broken your 4 limbs, plus 8 ribs. Now we're even for the white horizontal pierce." After saying this, Lu Sheng raised his head to look at the Jidao Martial Arts School and then turned away. The referee's announcement came late. Lu Sheng of Shengwu University wins. As Lu Sheng descended from the arena, the eyes of the spectators were filled with awe. The audience in the stands couldn't stop marveling. The members of the surpassing martial arts school broke out in cold sweat and whispered to each other, "Lu Sheng is too strong. Who could possibly match him?" The orange-haired young man turned to look at Zhang Yu, thinking that Zhang Yu would be next to fight. He wondered if it was even possible. Lu Sheng was too intimidating. After a brief rest period, the final match of this National Martial Arts Championship had finally arrived. Old Kang He announced, Lu Sheng of Shengwu University versus Zhang Jue of Surpassing Martial Arts School to compete for the top spot. Suddenly, the small, delicate arm of Zhang Yu raised up. "I forfeit. I admit defeat. I can't win. I can't compare to Lu Sheng. Let's end this quickly." The young men from Surpassing Martial Arts School sitting nearby heard Zhang Yu's words and were dumbfounded. What's going on? The fight hasn't even started. Below the arena, Lu Sheng glanced at Zhang Yu, making her jump in fright. Her heart pounded in her chest, already exceeding 200 beats per minute. Immediately after, she continued to run away without looking back even once. Lu Sheng felt confused, wondering what was wrong with this girl. What was this situation? In Zhang Yu's eyes, Lu Sheng was the source of that black mist. Lu Sheng was a terrifying monster hibernating in the darkness and slowly awakening. "You guys made me fight such a monster like that. Are you crazy?" From the stands, Bai Hingchuan spoke. "This martial arts tournament has ended." Indeed, a bit hastily. The principal next to him agreed. "That's right. But what can we do?" No one could match Lu Sheng. In the end, the 7 saints of martial arts won. Finally, our 7 saints of martial arts can stand tall and proud. After half an hour, old Kwang Ha coughed a few times and continued to announce, "This National College Martial Arts Championship has concluded perfectly. Every athlete who participated has demonstrated their competitive spirit and sportsmanship. In fact, those watching live on TV were just as excited as the audience at the arena." In Jingdu Province, at Jingga Martial Arts Academy, several female students gathered together, watching the tall, handsome figure on the big TV screen. Their eyes were filled with stars. One female student exclaimed admiringly, using a tone full of adoration, as she said to another female student, "Yang Yan, your boyfriend is really handsome. He even won the martial arts championship this time." Hearing this, Yang Yan's face turned red, and she replied shyly, "What boyfriend? He's just my classmate." But the joy and excitement in her eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. While the 2 girls in front continued to watch TV, she was grinning from ear to ear with joy. At Lu Sheng's newly bought villa in Baihe City, Lu Qingye had jumped right off the sofa. Her face was beaming with light. Big Brother got first place. Big Brother is now the champion of the National Martial Arts Competition. Ha ha ha. Lu Sheng's mother excitedly turned to his father and said, "Quickly, book a restaurant and invite our relatives and friends to celebrate. His father couldn't hide the joy on his face either and immediately took out his phone. Yes, all right, I'll call right away. Lu Qinghe stared at her parents, then pointed at the TV screen. Mom, Dad, don't rush to set up the drinks. They haven't given out the awards yet. Wait until the award ceremony. That will be Big Brother's moment of glory. Right. We almost forgot. The Lu Dahai couple, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly sat back down in front of the TV to continue watching. At East Ning Martial Arts University, in some coffee shop, Zheng Dandan looked at the familiar yet strange figure on the computer screen in front of her. Her face showed a complex expression. Lin Zishan beside her spoke up. Dandan, Lu Sheng has finally reached such heights. Zheng Dandan shook her head, turned to Lin Zishan with a slight smile and said softly, I think it's very good like this now, because I can often see him, and I can even send him messages. Although Zheng Dandan's voice suddenly became quieter, he won't look at them and never replies. At the Eastern Military Region, Qin Shaojun stood up straight forcefully. Red wine spilled all over him, but he didn't care at all. Damn, that little peanut Lu Sheng is really amazing. Qin Shaojun plopped down in his chair, grinning. Ha ha ha! Du Shizuo must be thrilled to death. He invested so much strange marrow before, it really wasn't in vain. Beside him, Dong Che shook her head. Not necessarily. Qin Shaojun was stunned and asked, What do you mean? Wasn't it already arranged for Lu Sheng, right after graduating from university, to immediately join our Eastern Military Region? Wasn't that the plan? He's not the type to be ungrateful or disloyal, a white-eyed wolf. His future wife, Dong Qingshe, replied with a hint of sadness. Lu Sheng isn't one to go back on his word, but if he really can't come, then there's nothing we can do about it. Don't forget who's behind the Martial Arts University. Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu has long had his eye on Lu Sheng since the National Martial Arts Competition. This time, he might officially announce taking Lu Sheng as his disciple. Du Shizuo may have a big reputation, but how can he compare to the martial saint? Qin Shaojun nodded, his expression a mix of disappointment and happiness for Lu Sheng. Then Qin Shaojun held his head and cried out, It's like this again. What a pity. I thought that after waiting a bit longer, I could go to the battlefield together with this little Lu Sheng. Dong Qingshe replied, That day will come. Even as a disciple of the martial saint, he won't just wait behind high walls. Dong Qingshe casually comforted him, then said seriously, You should prepare yourself well. In Combat Zone 85, they've just discovered a new cave fissure. Probably in 2 days, we'll be sent on a mission. Qin Shaojun sighed, frowning with a pained expression. We've only rested for a few days, and we have to go to the battlefield again. Suddenly, Dong Qingshe exclaimed, Lu Sheng on the TV screen is pointing confidently and saying loudly, The Gemini Extreme Way is not worth using, so I want to challenge Extreme Way Grandmaster Lian Jibei. Qin Shaojun was utterly confused and shocked. What is Lu Sheng trying to do? While everyone watching the live broadcast on TV was stunned like a bewildered golden deer, not understanding what Lu Sheng was trying to do, just a minute earlier, Old Man Kwong Ha announced, The champion of this year's competition, on behalf of the National Martial Arts Association, I declare the champion of this National Student Martial Arts Competition is. Old Man Kwong Ha's words were still unfinished when suddenly the voice of young Lu Sheng interrupted. Wait. The old man turned and saw the young man bowing. Chairman Kwong Ha, I have an unusual request. I hope you can accept it. The old man saw that the young man was an outstanding talent who had just won the student martial arts competition, so he was very open to the young man's request. Oh, go ahead. Young Lu Sheng's face darkened. Then he resolutely said, At this martial arts competition, I came with the intention of learning from the talents to cultivate my martial arts. Lu Sheng slowly opened his mouth to speak, his voice neither fast nor slow. Everyone listened in silence. The young man pointed at the participating students, then declared boldly, However, until now I feel very disappointed because I didn't feel any pressure during the martial arts competition. I found it too boring, not interesting at all. Old man Kwong Ha broke out in a cold sweat and froze, his eyes wide. Oh, what does Lu Sheng mean by these words? Does he mean that they are all useless? Lu Sheng's voice continued, You didn't make me feel any pressure throughout this competition. It was really boring and meaningless. Although this was indeed the truth, saying it like this in front of everyone and during a live broadcast was really quite offensive. A portion of those who previously worshipped Lu Sheng fervently now began to change their attitude. The Shengwu University side looked at each other. The female vice principal, a grandmaster, softly said, "What is Lu Sheng trying to do? Does he want to become a target for all martial arts schools and everyone's criticism?" Zhao Kongtai showed a serious expression, adjusted his glasses and shook his head, saying, "I don't know. From what I understand about Lu Sheng, he's not the type to disregard others or be so arrogant." As the eyes of the crowd below looked at Lu Sheng gradually becoming unfriendly, Lu Sheng suddenly turned his face towards another direction. The young man began to raise his hand, then pointed directly at the Extreme Way Martial Arts School, especially the Extreme Way School of Lianji Bei. The disciples, when called out and pointed at directly, all glared at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng calmly continued, "Before coming here, I thought the Extreme Way School was very powerful, but unexpectedly, they're all a bunch of useless people seeking fame and profit. Of course, I'm not saying the entire Extreme Way School is useless. I'm talking about the Gemini Extreme Way. You are truly too inferior. Basically, not even a bit of the Extreme Way School's heritage has been learned. When you can't learn properly, you're just like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The Extreme Way School, once again, I see that you're all just a bunch of frauds and charlatans." Lianji Bei, with eyes burning red, was boiling with rage. A figure with smoke rising from his head, his blood like a furnace, was sitting at the Extreme Way School's place, slamming his fist on the chair, with a gloomy face, glaring at Lu Sheng. He shouted, "Kid, what exactly are you trying to do?" As soon as Lu Sheng saw this person, a smile appeared on his face. He stood proudly on the arena, looking towards the Extreme Way School group, then used a solemn tone to say loudly, "I just want to borrow the strength of the Extreme Way School to temper my martial will and break through to Grandmaster level. But your Gemini Extreme Way couldn't handle it. Truly not worth using." At this point, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly turned blue, his aura bursting out intensely. "So I want to challenge the Extreme Way Grandmaster Lianji Bei. I hope Chairman Kwang will allow it." As soon as Lu Sheng uttered these words, it was as if a nuclear warhead had been thrown into the crowd. In an instant, the entire venue was shocked. Just a few seconds later, the whole place completely erupted. Everyone's jaws dropped, eyes wide open. Holy, holy, holy. Lu Sheng wants to challenge a grandmaster. Has he gone mad? Everyone immediately became excited. Those watching on TV also jumped up from their seats. Lu Sheng had just gloriously won the top spot in the National Martial Arts Student Competition, but right after that, he actually said he wanted to challenge a level 7 grandmaster. This was even more explosive than other hot news, and Lu Sheng's acquaintances were exclaiming non-stop. Lu Qinghua covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Unbelievable. "Big brother, are you really challenging a grandmaster?" While Qin Jiaoguo jumped with a gasp, the future wives were thunderstruck and stunned. This kid truly has the guts of a lion. Qin Shaojun, emotionally stirred, directly crushed the glass of red wine in his hand. Even if he had unparalleled talent, challenging those above his level, he was still too reckless. Lu Sheng's future first wife, Dongqing Shui, didn't even bother to look at Qin Shaojun. In her eyes appeared strange gleams of light. She said word by word, "I can roughly guess Lu Sheng's thoughts. He wants to use the Extreme Way Grandmaster as a means to break through the final barrier and achieve level 7 Grandmaster during the battle." Sitting below, having restrained himself for long, Lianji Bei couldn't hold back anymore and leapt onto the arena. "Kid, then let it be as you wish." Dongshe continued to observe the TV, not taking her eyes off it, and thought that he would then be the only martial artist under 20 years old to reach level 7 in Long Kingdom. "We have never had a true teenage grandmaster before," Lianji Bei said proudly, "but don't blame me for not warning you that fists and kicks have no eyes. If you're not careful and get killed by me later, you can only blame yourself." Before Lianji Bei's terrifying words, young Lu Sheng still had his hands in his pockets, looking cool, confidently replying, "On this life and death arena, let fate decide. Grandmaster Leon, feel free to use your full strength. I'm mentally prepared for anything." A vice principal grandmaster of St. Martial University, with an excited mood, exclaimed, "No matter what, Lu Sheng doesn't need to challenge Lianji Bei." In the previous competition, Lu Sheng had already severely injured 2 Gemini Extreme Way masters, and then spoke rudely, causing the Extreme Way Martial Arts School to lose face. And Lianji Bei is known for being petty, so he's been wanting to confront Lu Sheng for a while. Lu Sheng challenging him, isn't he just walking into the tiger's mouth? Lu Sheng wants to use a grandmaster's pressure to break through his bottleneck, but any of us could train with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng could fight however he wants with us. Zhao Kangtai had a different thought. That's not it. Lian Jibei is a peak-level grandmaster, plus he wants revenge for the Gemini Extreme Way Masters. Jibei will certainly strike with deadly force. It's very reasonable for Lu Sheng to seek him out for a breakthrough. Normal training won't give Lu Sheng the pressure he desires, Zhao Kongtai speculated. But for some reason, as he watched Lu Sheng standing in the arena with his fighting spirit boiling, battle intent blazing, he had a strange feeling he couldn't describe. In Zhao Kongtai's memory, Lu Sheng was the type of person who, even if he wanted to flip the sky in his heart, would absolutely not show a ripple of emotion on his face. However, now Lu Sheng's behavior seemed a bit too arrogant. Even without a grandmaster creating pressure for training, Lu Sheng could still gradually break through to level 7 grandmaster. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongtai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that something was truly strange. Lu Sheng doesn't want to break through to grandmaster level in such a simple way. Old Kwang He also sensed something was off. Lian Jibei could create pressure for Lu Sheng to break through. Moreover, it would be life and death pressure. Given Lian Jibei's temperament, if he had such an opportunity, he would absolutely strike Lu Sheng with killing intent to regain face for the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. Old Kwang He kept staring at Lu Sheng, then continued stroking his beard, pondering. Lu Sheng reaching such heights at his age is truly commendable. Even knowing the great danger, he dares to actively move forward. This mindset and courage are extraordinary, 1 in 10,000. If so, then let's support him. The old man then instructed his 2 subordinate grandmasters. During the fight later, remember to pay attention. Don't let Lu Sheng get seriously injured. This young man is truly rare. One replied, on that point you can be absolutely at ease. The Grandmasters of St. Martial University will protect Lu Sheng like a national treasure. They won't stand by idly. Ha ha ha. Lian Jibei's eyes were fixed on Lu Sheng. He thought bitterly, no matter how strong this brat is, he's still only at level 6. I've been a grandmaster for over 25 years. He dares to challenge me. Later, I'll use my special ability and kill this mongrel with 1 punch. Old Kwang He spoke up. If both parties have no issues, then I can't interfere. You two can start the competition at any time. Just be mindful of your actions. Hearing these words, Lu Sheng let out a long sigh. After exhaling this breath, Lu Sheng's fighting spirit rose fiercely, with passionate desire, his blood surging. In an instant, all of Lu Sheng's expressions disappeared without a trace. His entire being returned once again to a state of calmness. Lu Sheng turned his head to look at Lian Jibei, his gaze becoming peculiar, like a hunter seeing prey that had fallen into the trap he had meticulously set. Finally, the wait is over. I've been holding back for too long. All that talk about using Lian Jibei's strength to break through to Grandmaster level 7, using life and death pressure to temper his martial will, it was all bullshit that Lu Sheng had made up. Lu Sheng had only one pure simple desire, which was to kill Lian Jibei. Kid, are you ready yet? Lian Jibei's face revealed an ice-cold killing intent, grinning as he asked and walked step by step towards Lu Sheng. Are you prepared to feel the pressure of a grandmaster? Lu Sheng seemed not to notice the aura and intense killing intent emanating from Lian Jibei. He remained like a spring breeze, even smiling as he asked in return, "May I ask, is Grandmaster Lian ready?" Lian Jibei slowly stretched his muscles and bones, his eyes sharp as knives, replied, "Of course I'm ready, for I can no longer wait." Before Lian Jibei finished speaking, he heard Lu Sheng softly say, "That's good then." Lian Jibei immediately used his transformation, his entire body emanating a deadly blue energy. Lu Sheng stood calmly observing. Right after that, a sound came from within Lu Sheng's body, as if something had been shattered. A visible double aura, with Lu Sheng at its center, spread in all directions. An enormous invisible force field violently erupted, his body distorting the air around it, a terrifying aura like a volcano, simultaneously erupting and shooting straight into the sky, endless light and heat rising from behind Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng charged forward, feeling this terrifying power. Lian Jibei was startled. What? This surge of power, how is it possible? When face to face with Lian Jibei, Lu Sheng whispered in his ear, "I have a punch that invites Grandmaster Lian to die." Lu Sheng activated a series of skills: Divine Illumination King Sutra, Blood Essence Enhancement, Perfection, Martial Waveform 2, Planetary Force, Grandmaster Technique, Planetary Fist, Divine Nerve Dharma Body Power. An unparalleled, domineering aura swept across the arena. Countless people hurriedly retreated. Lu Sheng's every movement now radiated brilliant golden light. He resembled a proud sun, like a descending monarch. Lian Jibei had no time to make any reaction at all. His expression only had time to change slightly. His pupils contracted, his mouth stammering. What is this? The next second, Lian Jibei saw a portion of a golden sun fiercely imprinted on his forehead. Boom! The force compressed to its limit released terrifying shockwaves, spreading in all directions. The dazzling golden light blinded everyone present. The battle's development was too fast, so fast that no one had time to react. Jiang He, standing on the chairman's platform, noticed the anomaly too late. This is bad. I must stop it. Old Jiang He immediately flew onto the arena. A deafening explosion tore the air into shreds. Nearby, the fading silhouette of Lian Jibei could be vaguely seen. In the distance, only a thick white haze of dust. As the dust gradually settled, Lu Sheng slowly emerged. In front of Lu Sheng was Lian Jibei's body, everything above the knees completely gone, resembling a scarecrow with its upper half burned away. Old Jiang He arrived too late. Witnessing this scene, the old man couldn't believe it. Lu Sheng curiously asked, "What's the matter, Grandmaster?" Lu Sheng, with bright eyes, the young man gritted his teeth. "Grandmaster, do you also want to fight me?" A terrifying fighting spirit, unprecedented, rose from Lu Sheng's body. Jiang He's expression froze. For a moment, he didn't even know how to react. This youngster just killed a level 7 Grandmaster, and now he wants to challenge even a level 8 Grandmaster like me. Jiang He was a bit dazed, and at this moment, all the spectators felt shocked. The Grandmasters of the Martial Artists Association were also confused. The students of St. Martial University, along with Zhao Kong Tai and the Vice-Chancellor Grandmasters, also observed from afar. Zhao Kong Tai muttered, "Lian Jibei is dead. Level 7 Grandmaster Lian Jibei is actually dead. He was killed instantly by Lu Sheng's punch to the head, not even leaving an intact corpse behind." Zhao Kong Tai had initially thought that Lu Sheng wanted to use Lian Jibei's pressure to break through the level 6 bottleneck and advance to level 7. But Zhao Kong Tai never imagined that Lu Sheng, not yet a Grandmaster, would kill Lian Jibei in one move. At this moment, Zhao Kong Tai finally realized something was wrong. Lu Sheng wasn't trying to use this opportunity to break through. It was clear that from the beginning he intended to kill, and the victim was a Grandmaster. The most confused were the disciples of the Extreme Way Martial Hall, who had been expecting a grand battle, but everything turned out differently from what they imagined. The spectators were stunned. Even if paid extra, they wouldn't believe what they had just witnessed. He really is only level 6. At this moment, the way people looked at Lu Sheng had completely changed. They now saw him as if he were a supernatural being. Zhao Kong Tai slammed the table. "I understand now. I understand. I finally know what he's trying to do." Sweat poured down Zhao Kai's face like rain. From the very beginning, Lu Sheng only wanted to oppose the martial saint. Lu Sheng turned his gaze towards the vice-chancellors. "Vice-Chancellor Zhao, it seems you finally understood. This is my true idealism. There are many great full-length stories lasting 1 to 12 hours and new extremely good stories. I'll leave the links in the comments. To view the full version of each story, click on the link in the description of that story. Please give me a like, comment, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, and support me so I have motivation to quickly release new videos." Having witnessed young Lu Sheng kick Lian Jibei into oblivion, at this moment, Kwang Ha began to recall Lu Sheng's previous actions. He broke out in a cold sweat, standing frozen, asking himself, a rebellious youth with exceptional martial talent, one who always repays kindness and grudges, targeted by narrow-minded martial grandmasters, forced to oppose the Extreme Way Martial Hall. In the end, to uphold his martial ideals, he could only fight back. Until the moment before Lian Jibei stepped onto the arena, Lu Sheng's behavior had been completely normal. But when connected to the outcome and nature of the entire event, Kwang Ha could smell a strong scent of conspiracy. Looking at the big picture, Lian Jibei seemed like prey that Lu Sheng had long since locked onto and baited, slowly walking step by step into Lu Sheng's meticulously laid trap. No one could see through it. Even Lian Jibei died not knowing why he died. What does this indicate? It clearly shows that Lu Sheng, knowing this would be broadcast live, didn't want too many people to see him kill Lian Jibei. Lu Sheng knew Lian Jibei had to die, so he had planned ahead. This thought is extremely terrifying. Looking at Lu Sheng standing before him like a dazzling sun, eyes as calm as an ancient lake, Kwang Ha, a level 8 grandmaster, felt a chill in broad daylight. It's truly terrifying. This young Lu Sheng has such deep intentions, such masterful tactics. It truly broadens one's horizons. Even I was unwittingly caught in his calculations. Guang Ha still remembered the earlier scene when Lu Sheng asked to challenge Lian Jibei and he himself had given permission. If it were just these things, it wouldn't be worth mentioning, but time and time again, Lu Sheng's martial talent proved to be terrifyingly good. He's only just over 18 years old this year, not even 19, yet he's already broken through to level 7 Grandmaster. Moreover, his combat strength is so great that he could instantly kill a long-established level 7 Grandmaster with a single move. Lu Sheng has unparalleled talent and is also extremely cunning, with unfathomable depths. His heart is deep. These three combined, no one knows how far Lu Sheng will ultimately go in the future. Guang Ha looked at Lu Sheng with a complex expression and slowly said, I will honestly report this to the Extreme Wei Martial Hall and to Marshal Saint Dam Trung Ngok as well. You deal with it yourself. After saying this, he turned and left. Lu Sheng's expression remained calm, the fighting spirit in his eyes receding like the tide. To be honest, Lu Sheng had been hoping Guang Ha would make a move because after entering level 7 Grandmaster, he was eager to know how big the gap was between him and a level 8 Grandmaster at present. What a pity, Lu Sheng said regretfully, then turned to leave the arena. Just then, a hand reached out from afar, grabbing Lu Sheng's hand. Triu Kongtai rushed over forcefully, pulling Lu Sheng's arm, staring at Lu Sheng. His lips trembled slightly. Then he urgently said, Go quickly. Hurry up. Come down the mountain with me. I'm going to take you back to St. Martial University right now, on Saturday, to see Marshal St. Dam. This time, you've caused too much trouble. Lu Sheng allowed Trio Kongtai to pull him along. The two of them, amidst the chaos, flew down the mountain as if running. After breaking through to Grandmaster level 7, Lu Sheng's speed had become much faster than Trio Kongtai's. He neither hurried nor lagged behind Trio Kongtai. Trio Kongtai's figure was like the wind, resembling a large bird, leaping up and down the stone steps. As he ran, Trio Kongtai broke out in a cold sweat and said, Because Lian Jibei isn't an ordinary Grandmaster. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng continued, I know, he's the older brother of Lian Su, the Martial Saint's wife. You knew this clearly and still dared to act. He's a person of the Extreme Wei Martial Saint. Killing him is equivalent to wiping out the face of the Extreme Wei Martial Saint in this world. Apart from Marshal Saint Dam, no one can protect you. Lu Sheng slowly shook his head and said, Thank you, Vice Principal Trio, but I don't need it. Are you insane? Trio Kongtai glared at Lu Sheng, questioning, Do you know who Lian Jibei's younger sister is? Even if you're not afraid, what about your family? What about your friends? Lu Sheng's eyes were calm. I've thought of a solution. Trio Kongtai stared at Lu Sheng in astonishment. Until now, when Lu Sheng said these words, he finally confirmed that Lu Sheng had long ago decided to kill Lian Jibei. Not to mention how confident Lu Sheng was in his own strength, just this mentality alone left Trio Kongtai at a loss for how to describe it. He could only say gloomily, Lu Sheng, you're still young. There are some things you must never act on impulse, or you'll regret it later when it's too late. Trio Kongtai urged Lu Sheng to leave quickly, otherwise once the Lian family receives the news, it will be too late. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered. That's right, once the Lian family receives the news, it will be too late. Therefore, Vice Principal, I can't go with you now. Trio Kongtai was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering something. Lu Sheng, you're not. His expression immediately turned to shock as he looked deeply at Lu Sheng. Finally taking a deep breath, he slowly said, All right, then I'll wait for you in the capital. Do you want me to escort you part of the way? The young man coldly replied with 2 words, No need. The young man looked at the long stairs leading down the mountain. Crack. Lu Sheng gently cracked his joints, making the sound of bones colliding. The invisible force field of a Grandmaster slightly relaxed. He stretched his whole body like a hunting leopard, slowly standing straight, still waiting to launch. Lu Sheng faced the foot of the mountain, his eyes flashing with a pale light. Then the young man smirked. Let's give it a try. Test the speed of my Grandmaster realm. The young man shot off like an arrow, in a flash leaving the old teacher far behind. Trio Kongtai watched this scene with a huge question mark in his heart. Lu Sheng, what realm has he actually reached? At the high-speed train station in Baihe City, a family of 6 stood in the waiting room. Tringok Fan's eyes were red, asking for the umpteenth time. How much longer? Luke Daihai remained silent, patiently answering, another half hour until arrival. That's the fastest one. Don't be impatient. Luke Kinhua worried. The live broadcast had just started. When Big Brother was about to challenge the Grandmaster, it cut off. Now, we don't know what's happening. Tringok Fan, Lu Sheng's mother, was extremely anxious, asking worriedly, Luke Daihai, Lu Sheng's father, can't he be any faster? Isn't there a faster train? Oh heavens, what if something happens to little Sheng? What should I do? Though he tried to suppress it, Luke Daihai was actually very tense inside, his eyes already bloodshot. He hugged Tringokfan to comfort her, then turned to Luke Kinhua beside him. Little Hua, help me console your mother. Tell your mother that your brother is fine. Luke Kinhua was startled. Luke Kinhua opened her mouth but didn't know how to comfort her mother. Recalling the text message from last night that Lu Sheng sent to her phone, Luke Kinhua now realized that her brother Lu Sheng really intended to kill a grandmaster. Don't let mom and dad watch TV. Luke Kinhua was completely flustered. She didn't understand why Lu Sheng had to do this. She only knew this was a level 7 grandmaster, the governor of Habin Nam province, who had visited the Luke family before, a level 7 grandmaster. Luke Kinhua clearly remembered when Habin Nam visited their home, he was followed by 18 cars. The mayor of Bai He City and the chairman of the Martial Artists Association, Tiongok Ha, were also following behind, blindly trailing, like attendants. Grandmasters wielded immense power. In her mind, she still replayed the scene from just tens of minutes ago when Lu Sheng said he wanted to invite the grandmaster to die. The youth's body like a proud stallion, yang energy like a dragon, the image froze there. The TV screen went black. For ordinary people like them, a level 7 grandmaster was a figure who walked in the clouds, a true super powerful figure. Yet her brother Lu Sheng said he wanted to kill a grandmaster. Although her brother Lu Sheng had very strong martial arts skills, no matter how strong he wasn't a grandmaster. Luke Kinhua saw her mother covering her face, shoulders shaking as she cried, while Luke Daihai's face was tense, his eyes showing worry. She then spoke up to comfort them. Mom, don't worry too much. Brother, before she could finish her sentence, at that moment, a phone call came in. Brother just said that after hearing the phone call and learning that Lu Sheng was fine, she brightened up and responded to her brother. Oh, okay, so that's what happened. Lu Sheng's mother anxiously asked, was that little Sheng calling? How is he? A second later, her emotions went from the valley to heaven. She then answered, Mom, it's all right. Brother said it was due to poor signal in the mountains. The broadcast was interrupted. Just now, brother fighting with the Grandmaster was just a program effect arranged by the organizers. Brother said he's not stupid. Why would he go provoke a Grandmaster? Hearing these words, Lu Sheng's mother felt relieved. So that's what happened. But Lu Sheng's mother still wasn't fully convinced. Fearing that Luke Kinhua might be hiding something, she grabbed the phone and said a few words to the young man. Kid, why are you scaring people like that? Don't you know how worried your parents are about you? You have to prepare to go on stage to receive an award, right? Then we won't bother you anymore. Come home in a few days, okay? So I can see you. Lu Sheng's mother didn't forget to remind him. Remember to apologize to that Grandmaster. Even if it was just acting, you said some harsh words. Hello. Mid-sentence, Lu Sheng had already hung up. Lu Sheng's mother wondered, what's wrong with this kid? Why did he hang up like that? Lu Sheng's father chimed in, you probably talk too much. Anyway, little Sheng will be fine. Luke Kinhua felt something was off, but couldn't quite explain it. Previous martial arts conventions were very solemn. She had never heard of any programs after the competition. It was strange, but never mind. Let it go. No need to worry. Luke Daihai then said, let's go back then. After being so scared, I'll have to drink 2 more cups tonight to suppress the fear properly. Luke Kinhua reminded him, oh my goodness, Dad, remember to cancel those tickets. It's quite a bit of money. We could buy a lot of vegetables with that. Lu Sheng's father calmly replied, if little Sheng is fine, then wasting that bit of money is okay. Hearing about food, Luke Kinhua perked up. Dad, can we have Peking duck for dinner tonight? Let your mother make it for you. Not far away, a man in black was secretly following Lu Sheng's family. In a hidden corner nearby, a middle-aged man with a cold face, with an icy demeanor, watched the backs of the 3 Lu family members as they walked away. He then made a phone call to report, they've gone home. I'll continue to monitor them. No need for formalities. We've been paid, so we'll naturally complete the mission well. Moreover, we have orders from Master Du. Yes, please proceed with the work. The middle-aged man hung up his mobile phone, suddenly pressed a few buttons quickly in rapid succession. Then, on the mobile phone screen, a line of text appeared. Grandmaster Lianji Bei of the Wuguan Jidao. Body destroyed. Dao extinguished. His killer is Lu Sheng of the 7th Sacred Martial. Phew, he let out a long sigh. The middle-aged man's expression became complex. He lowered his head and mused. 19 years old, killed a Grandmaster-level expert. Anyway, it's only 2 days. Just wait for me to return. Whether something happens or not, the payment will be received. When necessary, I'll urgently withdraw with them. I believe that at the military base, pace. Others still wouldn't dare to charge in recklessly. After hanging up the phone, the young Lu Sheng was also worried and thought to himself, with the help of Vice Principal Zhao and Master Du, they should be fine. The young man walked to the New Era building. Just as he stepped inside, the young man recalled Vice Principal Zhao's words. Do you know who Lian Jibei's younger sister, Lian Su, is? Aren't you afraid of the Lian family's revenge? Lu Sheng walked while answering himself. Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid of losing everything I currently have, but there are some things you must do even if you're afraid. The more afraid I am, the more I'll live under the watchful gaze of those eyes in the future. Before Lu Sheng's eyes, an image appeared of a small, cramped hut. Inside it, 3 black and white photos quietly placed on a wooden board. They were of 3 women smiling at him. Looking down, he saw a pair of eyes filled with sorrow and despair, belonging to a white-haired old man, Fu Jianming. If I've promised him, then I must go and do it, Lu Sheng said softly to himself. The young man went to the Changsheng Tiang Entertainment Center, VIP Room 8. He immediately activated his spirit force to sense everything around him. Inside the Changsheng Tianshang Entertainment Center, in VIP Room 8, Lianye was crying out with a pained expression, "My father is dead." The person next to him, with a terrified expression, asked, "What? Who killed Grandmaster Lian Jibei?" Lianye replied, "I don't know. They just told me to return urgently." The middle-aged man didn't waste words, grabbing Lianye's hand, wanting to leave the room. "What are we waiting for? Let's go now." As Lianye opened the door to step out, Lu Sheng was standing right outside. Lianye stared at Lu Sheng with hostile eyes, loudly questioning, "Who are you?" Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, filled with killing intent. "Lianye, your father is Lian Jibei. I'm here for you, to take you to meet him in the outskirts of Kyoto, at Hotmin Mountain Villa." Lian Su was sitting comfortably in a chair drinking wine when a subordinate ran up to report about Lian Jibei. She questioned suspiciously, "You're saying my brother Lian Jibei is dead?" The subordinate, kneeling and trembling, said, "Grandmaster Lian led a team to participate in the National College Martial Arts competition. After it ended, he was challenged and was killed on the spot by Lu Sheng of the 7th Sacred. The entire body was disintegrated, leaving nothing behind." Lian Su knew Lian Jibei's character very well, so when she heard this, she found it hard to believe. She stood up abruptly, her voice hoarse as she said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's absolutely no way this could happen. My brother's character is to only bully the weak. He's a coward. With strong people, how could he possibly accept a direct challenge from another grandmaster? If I don't know this, who else would?" The subordinate trembled, stuttering. He feared that if he said the next sentence, Lian Su would beat him to death, but he had no choice but to speak. Gathering all his courage, he forced out each word. "Lu Sheng, the one who killed Grandmaster Lian, he is a level 6 martial artist." Hearing this, Lian Su became furious. She crushed the wine glass in her hand, her eyes blazing with killing intent. Lian Su demanded, "What? Level 6? Is this joke supposed to be funny? How dare you, joking with me like this?" The subordinate, terrified, prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly crying out, "Madam, please calm down. Let me explain." Lu Sheng, after taking action, suddenly broke through to level 6, becoming a grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Lian Su threw away the wine glass in her hand, then laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha! I told you, a level 6 martial artist." Immediately, Lian Su's spirit completely collapsed. She could no longer stand steady, falling to her knees and covering her face as she cried, "Brother, how could you be killed by a level 6 martial artist? So he was an extraordinary martial arts talent. Ha ha ha!" After a moment, Lian Su forced herself to calm down, then stood up and told the subordinate, "If that's the case, then I'll trouble you to go on a trip." The subordinate, hearing this, was startled. Lian Su, with tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with hatred, resolutely said, "Go kill him." The subordinate was terrified. "Master, we couldn't even defeat him. If I go, it's like offering my life." He then cleverly came up with a seemingly reasonable excuse. "It's not possible, madam. Grandmaster Lian was killed in an official duel. This is the martial arts code. We can't hold a grudge against others." Lian Su went mad, rushing to strangle the subordinate to death. "What about my brother? Did my brother die in vain? Was it in vain or not?" She cried out hysterically. "Is everyone dead? Fine, fine. You won't help me. All right, then don't blame me." In the area where Fu Jianming lived, as usual, the old man was rummaging through trash bins, but today it was in front of a school. He saw some children nearby and focused his gaze on them intently. The image of his daughter appeared in his mind. The girl he was looking at was smiling and playing with her friends. Then she turned and said, "Oh, it's that crazy old man. Let's run away quickly. Be careful, he might go mad and catch us all." The children immediately immediately ran away at full speed. One of the boys in the group accidentally bumped into the young man, Lu Sheng, who was walking by. The young man gave a cheerful smile to the kids, then continued walking towards the old beggar. Approaching the large trash bin, the young man called out, "Fu Jianming." The young man casually walked up and said, "I'm here to collect my money from you." He dropped a bag on the ground with a thud. Lu Sheng continued, "What you requested has been brought. Check if it's correct." The old beggar turned his head to look at the bag on the ground. Lu Sheng's voice rang out again. "That's right. They say a grandmaster can't die in disgrace. Even in death, the corpse can't be cut into pieces like butchering a pig." The old beggar's hands and feet trembled as he slowly approached the bag. He sat down and pulled the bag's zipper open, step by step. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. Inside the bag was Lian Ye's coconut, still fresh as it had just been picked. Lu Sheng explained, "There was no other way, so I had to bring Lian Ye's head." Then, the young man handed over a family photo of the old beggar. "Here, take it." He took the photo, staring at it intently. At last, his daughter's revenge had been fulfilled. Fu Jianming hugged the photo to his chest and felt he owed Lu Sheng an enormous debt, so large that he could never repay it. Having become an old beggar, what else could he do? He kowtowed to the ground to show his gratitude to the young Lu Sheng who was leaving. Thank you, thank you." Right after that, the young man called Zhao Kongtai, the vice principal. "I've finished the task." On the other end, Zhao Kongtai's low voice came through. "Then come back quickly. I've reported to the Marshal Saint Tan Wusheng, indicating he will officially accept you as his disciple. He also agreed to resist all pressure from the Extreme Way Martial Arts School on your behalf. You just need to." Before Zhao Kongtai could finish, the young Lu Sheng resolutely replied, "Vice Principal, I won't be coming back." On the other end of the line, Zhao Kongtai was immediately stunned, asking in a shocked tone, "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng didn't answer, but instead changed the subject to a strange question. "Vice Principal, are you in your office right now? How so?" "I still remember that in your office, there's a large floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, you can see very far. You can see this thing." Zhao Kongtai on the other end instinctively looked towards the window. At the same time, Lu Sheng also looked in a direction. The gaze of both men at this moment seemed to converge on the same direction, towards a majestic tower reaching straight into the sky, hexagonal in shape. That's the Martial Saint Tower of the 7th Holy Martial University. Before Zhao Kongtai could finish speaking, the young Lu Sheng resolutely replied, "Vice Principal, I won't be coming back." On the other end, Zhao Kongtai was immediately stunned, asking in a shocked tone, "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng didn't answer, but changed the subject to ask about a strange matter. "Vice Principal, are you in your office right now? How so?" "I still remember that in your office, there's a large floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, you can see very far. You can see this thing." Zhao Kongtai, on the other end, instinctively looked towards the window. At the same time, Lu Sheng also looked in a direction. The gaze of both men at this moment seemed to converge on the same direction, towards a majestic tower reaching straight into the sky, hexagonal in shape. That's the Martial Saint Tower of the 7th Holy Martial University, representing the authority and will of Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu. Further away, there were 6 more similar tall towers. In Lu Sheng's eyes, there seemed to be a reflection of their illusory images. He stood silently looking at the Martial Saint Tower, his face calm and peaceful, like never before. "Vice Principal, do you know what I want to do after I become a Martial Saint?" Kongtai was stunned for a moment. Before he could think of what to say, he heard Lu Sheng's calm and indifferent voice continue. "In the future, when I'm a Martial Saint, I'll tear down those Martial Saint towers so that people can only praise my name." Lu Sheng's words kept echoing in Zhao Kongtai's ears. At this moment, Zhao Kongtai broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Martial Saint, this matter." The black figure nearby wavered slightly, and a calm, gentle voice emerged. "If he doesn't want to, then let it be." Zhao Kongtai froze and finally could only nod. Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu stroked his beard as he stepped forward, saying, "You don't need to feel regretful. He has his own path to follow. It's just not aligned with ours. Although his thoughts are a bit naive and amusing, I truly haven't encountered such an interesting martial arts junior in a long time." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Kongtai showed a complex expression. For someone to make the powerful figure before him use the word interesting was considered high praise indeed. Zhao Kongtai gritted his teeth, suddenly gathering his courage, bowed his head and said, "Martial Saint, after all, Lu Sheng only provoked the Lian family of the Wuguan Jidao because of us. You know Lian Su's temperament. Both Lian Jibei and his son died at Lu Sheng's hands. I'm afraid she won't stay put. I fear Lian Su might go crazy and harm Lu Sheng's family. Zhao Kangtai knew he was saying too much, but he really wanted to try and plead on Lu Sheng's behalf. Marshal Saint Zhongyu calmly replied, "If Lu Sheng has chosen a different path, then whatever consequences arise, he surely understands and must bear them alone." After a long while, Zhao Kangtai still stood with his head bowed, his posture straight, his demeanor humble, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. Tan Zhongyu's voice rang out, "What you say has merit. Let's do this. Have Huayu protect his family a bit. With her, she should be able to safeguard Lu Sheng's 3 family members. As for others, no need to say more." Tan Zhongyu left in frustration. As Tan Zhongyu departed, Zhao Kangtai remained with his head bowed, silently thinking, "Destroy the Marshal Saint Tower. Huh, Lu Sheng, I can only help you this much in this matter." Lu Sheng hung up the phone, quietly stood looking at the Marshal Saint Tower, muttering, "You have to try to know if you can reach the goal." After refusing Tan Zhongyu, Lu Sheng felt relieved, unexpectedly feeling as if a burden had been lifted. To be honest, Lu Sheng, though embodying the brilliant marketing of the martial arts future 10,000 years from now, didn't care much about the martial saint's extra affairs. But to be able to stand in reality and refuse a martial saint at the top of the world was truly not something an ordinary person could do. After all, taking Tan Zhongyu as a master wasn't absolutely necessary, but it also had no real downsides and could even be said to have many benefits. The title of a martial saint's personal disciple was too alluring. In the world, over 99% of martial artists would find it hard to resist. Previously, Governor Ha Bin Nam's goodwill was something Lu Sheng couldn't choose to refuse, let alone Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu, whose power and status far surpassed Ha Bin Nam by 100, 1,000 times. This truly required great courage. After all, under a martial saint, I would only become the second martial saint. What I must do is become superior to a martial saint, gain absolute power, and level everything. Only then can I prevent the catastrophe. This is the real way to conquer the world. That night at the Haksan Villa, Lian Su gazed into the distance towards the city, wearing a cool, 2-strap nightgown, her figure incredibly alluring. She was looking into the distance, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke. "You let Zhuangqi take action." Lian Su, with a pensive look, suddenly startled. She turned to look at the person and replied with a cold smile, "That little beast killed 2 people from our Lian family." Lian Su frowned, angrily saying loudly, "Lian Jibei was just a useless Tongxi, but Lian Jia was different. He was the only son of our Lian family, but now he has been killed." The person suddenly calmly said, "Lian Ye still has several illegitimate children. You should know better than me." Lian Su stared at the person. Her beautiful face suddenly turned fierce as she shouted at the figure, "Yes, but so what? People have already died. Someone wants our Lian family to end. So why can't I let Zhuangqi go kill him?" Lian Su ranted furiously. "One was my own brother. The other, though not very close, was still my nephew after all. I'm just a woman, and I only want to collect my debt. I only know that both of them died horribly. Even their heads were gone. It's not that I mean to blame you." The voice of the other person immediately became much gentler. He seemed to want to comfort Lian Su with a few words, but didn't know how to say it. Although Zhuangqi has considerable strength, in the end, he's still a bit lacking and may not be able to return successfully. Hearing this, Lian Su startled and frowned, asking, "Is that little beast really that strong?" The other person chuckled lightly and calmly said, "He's someone Tan Zhongyu has his eye on, so Tan Zhongyu will certainly send people to protect him. Ming Yutang only needs to casually send out one person. Moreover, the one who killed Lian Jibei and Lian Ye, Zhuangqi isn't even qualified to face them." Lian Su hurriedly stepped forward, embracing the other person. "Then can you help me send out Yi Su? His ranking is even higher than Zhuangqi's." The other person quickly wrapped his arms around Lian Su's wasp-like waist and replied, "No need. I've already sent 12 shadow assassins to accompany Zhuangqi. With the 2 of them taking action, it's basically possible to achieve the result you want to see." 12 shadow assassins. Lian Su's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She sighed in relief, a smile spreading across her face. Lian Su dispelled her previous madness, saying, "After all, you still care about me. You'll always think of me." She used gentle gestures, seductively pouring honey into the person opposite. Surprisingly, Lian Su was pushed away. The other person's voice sounded again. "I will naturally help you, but this time, you've indeed gone too far by arbitrarily giving the Extreme Path secret manual to Zhuangqi." The smile on Lian Su's face suddenly froze, her expression quickly turning cold. "Besides this, tell me what else I could have to invite an Extreme Path Grandmaster to help me. What else have you given me besides that?" Ha ha ha. Lian Su laughed coldly without stopping, her eyes fixed on the back of the other person who was about to leave, her face revealing a mocking expression. The final sound rang out. In any case, I don't hope for a next time. The figure disappeared. Lian Su silently stared at the spot where the figure had been for a long time. Then, she suddenly burst out laughing, randomly moving her limbs like a madwoman. At the airport, having received orders from Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu, Huaiyu hurriedly returned. This Huaiyu was very young, probably just over 20 years old, with an aura like she had just returned from a vacation abroad. As she pushed her suitcase while walking, she spoke to someone through her earpiece. I've just finished my mission. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? What? Not yet 19 and send a grandmaster packing. Is this little guy really that powerful? The sounds coming from the earpiece could only be heard by her. There's no choice. The Marshal Saint himself has given the order. Please understand. The woman's face became helpless. She said in a low voice, "Send me the documents. I've already sent them to you. What do you think? This is the seed personally chosen by the Marshal Saint." The young woman looked at Lu Sheng's photo on her phone and exclaimed, "Not bad. This one is even more impressive than Yu Teng's photo from back then. Ming Yu Tang, we're about to have another Tiger General. We can't add him, though." The voice in the earpiece said gloomily. Tan Marshal Saint wanted to take him as a disciple, but was rejected by him. Huaiyu was startled by this. What? Rejected Tan Marshal Saint? This kid is really bold. He offended the Lian family, the Extreme Path Marshal Hall, and still hopes for someone to support him against them. This is truly a madman. The woman's face showed an incomprehensible expression. She really couldn't figure out why someone would refuse to become a disciple of a Marshal Saint, and even offend another Marshal Saint. Then, why does the Marshal Saint still want me to help him? The woman asked, somewhat troubled. The voice in the earpiece replied, "The Marshal Saint is very kind. Although he can't take him as a disciple, he doesn't want to see such a good seedling of the martial way die prematurely." All right, the woman thought, then asked, "So who is my opponent this time?" Tong Koi Ting of the Extreme Path 28 Stars, Zhuang Kui. You've never interacted with him before, but his strength isn't much less than yours, both at half-step level 8, stuck at the heaven and earth double bridge for a long time. Tong Koi Ting, Zhuang Kui. The woman softly read this name, her eyes flickering. "I seem to understand why the Marshal Saint wants to send me. It's good that you understand. Actually, this is also an opportunity for you. Grasp it firmly." I know. At the villa Lu Sheng had bought earlier, the young man Lu Sheng suddenly appeared and said loudly, "I'm back." The whole family was startled and turned their eyes to stare at Lu Sheng. Lu Qing. He happily ran to Lu Sheng's side, saying, "Brother, you've finally come back." Mom and Dad were so worried. Lu Sheng's mother anxiously asked, "Why are you only coming back now? Didn't you say it was just a 1-hour taxi ride?" Lu Sheng's father tried to calm her. "Oh honey, stop nagging. As long as he's home safe, it's fine." Lu Sheng smiled and explained, "The high-speed train was delayed by half an hour. I couldn't do anything about it." Lu Sheng's father turned and said, "Come, have a couple of drinks with me." "Oh, come here, son." As soon as he finished speaking, young Lu Sheng very naturally tossed his big backpack to Lu Qinghe. "Here, take it." Lu Qinghe's face froze. For a brief moment, she couldn't react. "I'm a girl, you know? So what?" Lu Sheng casually glanced at her, asking, "Well, are you going to take it or not? There are gifts for you inside." Hearing about gifts, she smiled happily. "Hey, all right then." Young Lu Sheng then ruffled her hair. "That's more like it." Lu Sheng's mood immediately lightened up because such opportunities to tease Lu Qinggor, he would become fewer and fewer in the future. Lu Qinghe hugged the big bag, ran away quickly and said, "Now I know why you can't find a girlfriend. You're too straightforward a man, destined to be single." Young Lu Sheng froze upon hearing this. 2 huge question marks appeared in his head. "Young man," Lu Sheng's mother then said, "after your birthday, little Sheng will be 19 years old. You should go find yourself a girlfriend instead of fighting all day long." The young man scratched his head sheepishly. "Mom, I'm only 19. It's still very early." Saying this, the young man quickly changed the subject. "Oh, what's for dinner tonight? I'm starving. Haha." Suddenly, the young man sensed someone looking for him through mental force. He pointed towards the door and said to his mother, "My friend is here. I'll go out for a bit. Everyone start eating first. I'll be back soon. After that, tonight we're having braised pork. It'll be ready in 15 minutes. Come back quickly, or the food will get cold." The young man muttered with cold eyes, 15 minutes is enough." Lu Sheng went to the nearby forest. Lu Sheng spoke to a figure hiding behind a large tree. "During this time, you'll have a tough job." A middle-aged man stepped out, clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "You're too kind. It's all part of our duty." The middle-aged man looked at Lu Sheng from behind and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this kid just killed a long-standing master this morning. The blood on his hands probably hasn't even dried yet. Moreover, he gives people the same feeling as the first time on the battlefield facing a high-level beast. Lu Sheng said sternly, after you return, please help me express my gratitude to Master Du. Tell him that what I promised will be fulfilled very soon. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned around and quickly disappeared from Lu Sheng's sight. Just then, Lu Qinghe's voice came from behind Lu Sheng. Brother, why are you still here? The whole family is waiting for you to come in for dinner. She had been running around looking for the young man. The young man activated his mental force, sensing around. He thought to himself, within a 500-mile radius, there's no trace of any powerful beings. Seems like those rats won't show up tonight. Lu Qinghe urged, hurry up, hurry up. The food will get cold. The young man replied, coming. A week later, at a certain cafe, Huai Yu sat near the window of a cafe, chatting with a voice on her earpiece, while frequently glancing at the entrance of the residential area across the street. What happened to Gray Star? He hasn't shown up for a week. If he still doesn't come, wouldn't I be wasting my time staying here? The voice in the earpiece replied, just be patient a bit longer. I guess something must have delayed him. The voice in the earpiece sounded puzzled. It's really strange though. Theoretically speaking, he should have arrived 4 or 5 days ago. Does a half-step level 8 expert also have the bad habit of being late? Pang Huaiyu rolled her eyes, bored, holding her coffee cup, looking around. Damn it, if he doesn't show up soon, this sister here will have waited so long that I might as well break through to the next level and become a grandmaster. When that happens, as soon as I see him, I'll just kill him on the spot. Just then, someone quickly moved out of the cafe, approaching a car parked in front and reported to someone inside. Sir, Pang Huaiyu, ranked 13th in Mingyu Hall, is inside. Should we? The man replied, no need. He flashed a mischievous smile and calmly said, a week ago I might have needed to, but now I don't need to anymore. The other person sat in the driver's seat and became more respectful. Congratulations, sir, on breaking through to the Grand Master realm. The Grand Master ordered, now, head directly to Lu Sheng's residential area. Yes, sir. The driver stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. The young man Lu Sheng was cultivating at home while using his mental force to check the surroundings. It wasn't hard for him to sense that guests were coming. The young man muttered, you've really kept me waiting for a long time. This aura belongs to a Grand Master. Huaiyu had just picked up her coffee cup about to take a sip when suddenly she sensed something from the car parked in front of the cafe. She immediately stood up and exclaimed, it's Zhuangqi. As the car drove away, a series of figures from the Extreme Path Martial Hall followed. Huaiyu quickly realized the severity of the situation. Behind him, our Huaiyu's face turned grim, and she started to break out in a cold sweat. She said to the person on the earpiece as she saw the shadows pass by, I just saw some shadows from the Extreme Path Martial Hall. This is going to be troublesome. Huaiyu gripped her sword hilt tightly and quickly gave chase. The voice in the earpiece also became low. These shadows have all been enhanced by the Extreme Path. Martial Saint's secret techniques, greatly increasing their power, but they can only be barely considered as half-step level 7 at best, not worthy of the title Master. She had only taken a few steps when the voice in her earpiece spoke again. However, the Extreme Path Martial Saint created his own battle formation. We don't know how many he'll send this time. I don't know. Pang Huaiyu shook her head and said, but I'm certain it's not just one person, because when the Extreme Path shadows deploy, there are never fewer than 6. That's the minimum standard to activate the battle formation. Then you need to hurry, or it'll be too late. Pang Huaiyu quickly replied, I'm already going as fast as I can. A second later, her graceful body soared like a large bird. She swiftly approached the shadows from behind, eliminating one before saying, after that, you quickly took down another with the sharp sword in her hand. Suddenly, the connection experienced some error and was interrupted. Huaiyu only heard a crackling sound in her earpiece. When the connection was re-established, Huaiyu was already surrounded by the shadows. The voice from the earpiece startled her. What did you say? They sent 12 shadows at once. Meanwhile, the car had arrived at Lu Sheng's villa. It quickly came to a stop. Zhuangqi opened the car door, stepping out with a powerful aura surrounding him. Light alternated across his strong features. Huaiyu seemed to have dealt with all 12 shadows, and by now she had caught up, running at high speed. Huaiyu suddenly stopped. Her whole body seemed to have been hit by something and stood still, unable to move, her gaze fixed on Zhuangqi in the distance. She was startled when she sensed something unusual. Something's wrong with Zhuangqi. The voice in the earpiece urgently inquired, Huaiyu, what's wrong? Waiyu, what's happening? Pang Waiyu stood still, her eyes filled with shock and terror. After a moment, she took a deep breath and spoke each word carefully. Extreme Path Prodigy Star, Zhuangqi has broken through to Grand Master. Zhuangqi adjusted his clothes, feeling more content and joyful than ever before. He muttered smugly to himself, I, as one of the 28 Prodigy Stars, have followed the Extreme Path Martial Saint for 25 years, yet remained stuck at the peak of level 7, unable to fully open the heaven and earth bridges to advance to Grand Master. I've waited for this opportunity for many years, and now I've finally achieved it. Zhuangqi then clasped his hands, with a murderous look in his eyes. He began to recite something within his body. He condensed his blood essence into a pill, invisible bridges connecting heaven and earth. With each breath, Zhuangqi could feel his blood essence and power continuously growing, seemingly endless and limitless. A powerful martial will poured into every inch of his flesh, allowing him to walk on clouds, observe mortal life, like a deity from ancient folk legends. So this is the realm of a Grand Master. Zhuangqi raised one hand, streetlight shining through the gaps between his fingers. He slowly closed his fist, as if he had caught the light. What an incredible feeling. Ha ha ha! That beam of light had been condensed into a long strand by him. He tightened his fist, and the light beam transformed into a sharp weapon. Zhuangqi suddenly felt grateful for the goal of this mission. If not for Lu Sheng killing Lian Jibei's father and son, which led to the martial saint's relative, Madame Su, suddenly asking for help, then he wouldn't have obtained the martial saint's secret manual and subsequently break through his limitations, reaching today's level. Zhuangqi, feeling a bit regretful, sighed and said, I heard the killer was a young master with unparalleled talent. Even the people from Mingyu Hall were mobilized because of him. It's a pity he'll die by my hands. Ha ha ha! Just then, Zhuangqi sensed clear footsteps coming from ahead. He looked up and saw a tall figure slowly approaching from afar. It was a handsome young man with a calm expression. The young man's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing him, and he calmly asked, Were you sent by the Lian family? Zhuangqi looked at Lu Sheng in front of him, then exclaimed, The young genius came out himself. He then ordered his subordinates behind him. You go to his house first. Remember to bring down the dried coconuts of his family. Madame Lian Su said she wants to see the heads. Yes. A hoarse voice responded from the darkness. 11 figures melted into the shadows like ghosts, gliding past the young man. The youth quickly dashed in a certain direction. Zhuangqi once again fixed his gaze on the young man before him. Then, his figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared dozens of meters away. Look, kid, your opponent is here. Zhuangqi's body passed through the young man. The youth's figure dissipated like sea foam. The young man's shadow disappeared. In the next instant, he showed a hint of surprise, wanting to approach Lu Sheng, but couldn't see the young man anywhere. He was utterly confused. Could this kid have vanished somewhere? He's gone. A few seconds earlier, Lu Sheng's figure had disappeared. Then, Lu Sheng appeared in front of a figure that had just run off. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in gray, with very ordinary build and features. He was passing through the shadows of the green belt in the residential area, moving mysteriously, as fast as a ghost. Lu Sheng silently appeared beside this person, reaching out to grab his neck. Lu Sheng's movement was casual, as if plucking a leaf hanging from a tree branch. When Lu Sheng's hand touched the gray-clothed man's neck, only then did he react. His face showed extreme terror. It wasn't that the gray-clothed man's reaction was too slow, but rather Lu Sheng's speed was truly too fast. So fast that by the time the gray-clothed man reacted, everything was already over. Crack. Lu Sheng broke the gray-clothed man's neck, then casually tossed the dried coconut to the ground. His companion nearby jumped in disbelief. Huh, that weak. Lu Sheng was a bit surprised at the opponent's weakness. Apart from decent speed and vitality, the opponent's master-level force field was as fragile as paper. He gently squeezed, and it shattered. Is this really a master? Lu Sheng shook his head in disappointment. As he made this head-shaking motion, he had already appeared elsewhere. In just a few breaths, Lu Sheng's figure had appeared in many different locations. Each time he briefly appeared and vanished, another corpse would be added at his feet. Not good. The group of gray-clothed people finally realized something was wrong. They violently scattered in 4 directions, disappearing in all directions. Lu Sheng frowned, but quickly relaxed. He took a step and appeared in front of his villa's door. Then he quietly waited. A moment later, from the shadows on all sides, each gray figure once again dimly appeared. All coldly looked at Lu Sheng. Impressive. Zhuangqi lightly snapped his fingers, then walked out from the darkness. His eyes carried a look of admiration. Lu Sheng didn't hide at all. Zhuang Kui said seriously, "If we had met under different circumstances, perhaps I would have chosen to become friends with you." Lu Sheng shook his head and replied, "Impossible." He gently moved his elbow. An invisible, powerful spiritual force spread out, like a shield covering the entire building behind. Even the light shining on it became slightly distorted. Lu Sheng calmly said, "Because I don't make friends with dead people." Zhuang Kui's eyes immediately flickered. The corners of his mouth twitched, as if smiling with interest. Unexpectedly arrogant, just a small master who has newly ascended. Zhuang Kui shouted, "While I am a level 8 Grand Master." He took a deep breath. The round blood core in his body rotated, emitting surging vital energy as fierce as rivers. In an instant, Zhuang Kui's vital energy intensity surpassed his previous peak and continued to rise. Martial will 10 times stronger poured into Zhuang Kui's body. An invisible warning smoke formed by the fusion of will and essence rose from Zhuang Kui's head straight into the blue sky. The terrifying aura spread out. The street lights on both sides of Zhuang Kui became dim and distorted. A sense of horrifying pressure enveloped the entire area. In an instant, Zhuang Kui felt as if he was the mountains and rivers, the sun and moon. His face revealed an intoxicated expression. "Come and experience the power of a level 8 Grand Master." At this moment, a strange fluctuation emanated in front of Zhuang Kui. He saw the young man standing not far away, calmly and indifferently looking at him. The young Lu Sheng remained extremely calm, gently opening his mouth to say a number, 1. As soon as Lu Sheng finished speaking, 7 extreme path shadow agents from various directions rushed towards the villa garden behind him. Their figures glided past Lu Sheng's body and leapt high into the air. But then they suddenly stopped. A strange light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. The martial compass spun. Each invisible needle stopped. The martial god state quietly entered. His enormous spiritual force enveloped the outside of the villa. Under the martial god state, spiritual force became like a living thing. It suddenly dispersed, then quickly condensed into 7 invisible yet substantial spiritual chains shooting out from behind Lu Sheng, faster than light. The bodies of the 7 shadow agents instantly stopped, as if someone had simultaneously pressed their pause buttons. They couldn't believe their eyes and wondered, what was that? Why couldn't they move anymore? The next second, boom boom. 7 bursts of blood flowers exploded simultaneously behind Lu Sheng. All the fresh blood and body fragments floated in midair and gently fell down, then gathered together in one place. Zhuang Kui took a small, forceful step forward. His pupils contracted, his expression somewhat disbelieving. What? How is this possible? The remaining shadow agents, all of them, were killed by him in an instant. Lu Sheng continued counting, 3. At this moment, Lu Sheng was like a giant demon king. Zhuang Kui continued to wonder, what the hell is this? The martial instinct of a grandmaster caused Zhuang Kui to immediately regain his composure. His blood and energy began to activate. An invisible aura erupted. An indescribably terrifying energy spread out like mountains breathing and seas roaring. It seemed as if a small nuclear bomb was being created. Extreme. Martial. Zhuang Kui took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling like diamonds. He slowly uttered 2 words. "Ha ha. Don't try to scare me. I'm not like them. I am a level 8 Grand Master." But before he could finish speaking, the condensed energy like a nuclear bomb was shattered by an even more terrifying force, even more ruthless and concentrated, violently breaking it apart. His eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. Sweat poured like rain on his face. He had been rushed by Lu Sheng, who grabbed his clothes. Lu Sheng, with cold eyes, energy radiating around him, counted. 4. Lu Sheng spoke the final number. His cold eyes remained as calm as water. Zhuang Kui, his face distorted as if about to cry. How is this possible? Boom. A fist suddenly appeared at Zhuang Kui's chest. He was like being hit head-on by a high-speed train at full speed. Time seemed to stretch out and turn into a slow-motion scene in a movie. Zhuang Kui's chest made a cracking sound, then quickly developed a large hole. Zhuang Kui, unwilling to accept, mumbled a few words. "Before I went to sell salt, I had lost 25 years. Finally waited for this day, and he strikes so effortlessly." He collapsed as his knees hit the ground. "Impossible. I can't." The terrifyingly extreme aftershock force, centered on Zhuang Kui's chest, spread throughout his entire body, creating visible ripples observable to the naked eye. Under this aftershock, Zhuang Kui's muscles disintegrated inch by inch. Fresh blood seeped out, then began to dissipate. Logically speaking, under such a terrifying impact force, even a mountain would be blown away. The cool young Lu Sheng, walking while muttering, "A Grand Master, huh? This is a Grand Master." Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. The young man concluded firmly, "But sorry, I am a god." After Lu Sheng eliminated Zhuang Kui, at the same time, at the end of the street, A woman wearing a cardigan, leading a 4-year-old girl, was slowly walking forward. The woman was also carrying a bag of fruits and takeout food. The little girl stepped on the shadows under the streetlights, excitedly hopping around. Suddenly, the girl saw something and stopped, her eyes wide. "Mom, look at that!" The girl suddenly pointed at a beautiful woman standing nearby, with an innocent expression and exclaimed, "That aunt looks like an idiot on TV. Don't say such things." The woman quickly covered her mouth, bowed to apologize to the beautiful woman in the distance, then pulled the girl quickly across the street. Pang Huayu's body, from inside out, was completely numb. Huayu, can you hear me? Answer me quickly." From half a minute ago, the voice in the earpiece had started to worry, urging her. Pang Huayu stood there frozen, stunned. She was shocked. Is this really not a dream? If brainwaves could be visualized, Pang Huayu's mind would look like this right now. The shock turned it into a straight line. That line was Lu Sheng. She saw Lu Sheng with his aura emanating, turning around, his face dark like a true demon king. Now, Zhuang Kui had almost completely vanished, with only one last hand remaining. Lu Sheng gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, completely exiting his martial god state. Although he had left the state of omnipotence, akin to a god of martial arts, Lu Sheng still wanted to remark, is this really a level 8 Grand Master? Of course, it could also be related to the fact that the person before him had just recently advanced. The blood qi in this person's body was rising. Even Lu Sheng could sense it. Too ordinary. This person couldn't compare to the Martial Arts Association chairman, Jiang He, but it was enough for Lu Sheng to gain some understanding of his current strength. It seemed that Zhuang Kui's method of breakthrough wasn't very orthodox. He forcibly increased his body's blood qi, giving people a sense of an unorthodox path. However, to be fair, I should have enough strength to crush a normal level 8 Grandmaster. Lu Sheng glanced at Zhuang Kui's corpse. After all, I haven't even used the void-shattering master technique yet. Lu Sheng relied entirely on his martial god state to turn the mundane into the miraculous. His ability to control power was excessively abnormal, making it very easy to overwhelm this Grand Master from the Extreme Way Martial Hall. I should also explore my mental power more thoroughly. In the past, I was too wasteful of this heavenly gift, because only under the martial god state did I realize how terrifying mental power could be. Lu Sheng controlled his mental power, casually sweeping Zhuang Kui's corpse and the Extreme Way shadows into the nearby green belt. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was startled by something he saw. It turned out to be Pang Huayu. She seemed to have come here to help him. Speaking of which, there was indeed something she could help with. Just then, in Huayu's earpiece, there was another urging voice. Huayu, can you hear me? Answer me quickly. Pang Huayu struggled to recover from the shock she had never experienced before, barely stabilizing her lips. She moved, producing several faltering sounds. I'm dizzy. The voice in the earpiece let out a big sigh. You scared me to death. You were so quiet I thought something had happened to you. Oh, right. Have you reached Lu Sheng's house yet? How's the situation? Pang Huayu was silent for a moment, then replied, Very tragic, really. There's nothing we can do. Facing a level 8 Grandmaster, we're truly powerless. We can only be helpless. The voice in the earpiece also fell silent, then consoled. There's nothing we can do about this situation. Try to look at it from a broader perspective. Later we'll help his family give him a proper burial. Pang Huayu interrupted the voice in the earpiece, using a tone that was hard to describe. You're mistaken. I mean, the people from the Extreme Way Martial Hall died tragically. The voice in the earpiece was stunned, a bit surprised. Caught off guard, Pang Huayu slowly continued. In just 3 breaths, the outstanding Grandmaster Zhuang Kui and the Extreme Way shadows were completely annihilated by Lu Sheng alone. Then, she paused before adding, Not a single one was left intact. The voice in the earpiece jumped. What? Then, the atmosphere became quiet. The voice in the earpiece fell dead silent. Suddenly, Huayu was also startled when she looked towards Lu Sheng and exclaimed, Wait! Lu Sheng seems to be asking me to do something. At this moment, the young Lu Sheng smiled, then pointed to the battlefield behind. Pang Huayu could barely make out the meaning of Lu Sheng's gesture, which seemed to say, Please help me clean up. At this time, the person on the phone with Huayu reported to Marshal St. Dam Trungok. Sir, you've heard everything, haven't you? Dam Trungok turned, stroked his beard, and muttered, Lu Sheng is becoming more and more interesting. After that, Lu Sheng stayed at home for 3 more days. Very quickly, 3 days passed. The young man thought to himself, It's been 3 days, and the Extreme Way Martial Hall hasn't sent more people. He originally thought the Extreme Way Martial Hall would send more people afterwards, but unexpectedly, there was only a phone call from Zhao Kong Tai. The young man answered the call. Hey, slow down. Vice Principal Zhao, there's nothing wrong. Zhao Kongtai also showed some peculiarity, saying over the phone, Marshal St. Dam informed me that the situation with the Extreme Way Marshal Hall has been stabilized. They won't be causing you any more trouble. After a pause, he added, at least the Extreme Way Marshal Hall won't bother your family anymore. Lu Sheng asked in surprise, did Marshal St. Dam intervene to mediate? I'm not entirely sure, Zhao Kongtai replied with a hesitant tone, but from what I know about the Marshal Saint, he might have sent people from Mingyu Hall to help you once, and that's the limit. Finally, Zhao Kongtai added one more thing. Do you want to find time to visit the Martial Artists Association headquarters in Jingdu Province to certify as a Grandmaster? The title of Young Grandmaster, not to mention Martial Saint, even in the history of Long Kingdom, there weren't many. Not talking about the future, just for now, it's the ultimate glory. But Lu Sheng really didn't want to return to Jingdu Province, at least not in the near future. Lu Sheng replied, wait until I come to get my graduation certificate, then I'll go there with you. Zhao Kongtai didn't insist, just said, all right. Then he hung up. As soon as the young man hung up, he immediately thought of Huai Yu. According to Zhao Kongtai, she came to help Lu Sheng confront the people from the Extreme Way Martial Hall. Thinking about this, the young man grimaced. So it turns out that woman wasn't there to clean up the battlefield earlier. Haha, this time I've really messed up. Why did the Extreme Way Martial Hall compromise? Moreover, it's after the death of a level 8 Grandmaster. Theoretically speaking, they should be seeking revenge against me more fiercely. Lu Sheng pondered this question. Although this outcome was good for him, he always felt he couldn't understand it. Also, from Zhao Kongtai's words, Lu Sheng didn't feel the reason was due to Dam Trungok. Dam Trungok's martial way leaned towards the dog's way, so he wouldn't possibly offend a powerful person of the same level for someone not closely related. No matter how excellent the talent Lu Sheng had shown, Lu Sheng couldn't figure out the reason, no matter how much he thought. This kind of scenario usually goes like this. After beating the small fry, they come for the older ones. After beating the old ones, they come for even older ones. Moreover, the Extreme Way Martial Hall should have retaliated fiercely. At this moment, Gen Z suddenly received a call from the Eastern Military Region. It was Du Fiye calling personally. The young man saw on the phone screen the familiar old man. Master Du. Hello, Master Du. Master Du's voice came through the phone. The military has stepped in to protect you. Du Fiyue's voice sounded a bit tired, but still revealed joy and a strong hint of laughter. Kid, this time you can't run away, even if you want to. You've received a favor from the military, unless you want to be targeted by the Martial Saint. If not, then come obediently to the Eastern Military Region for me. This time, Lu Sheng truly felt surprised. Oh, so it was the military. Oh no, so it was you who intervened to mediate. Why? Why? Don't you know yourself? Du Fiyu immediately said cheerfully. Kid, you're only in your teens this year, but you've already killed over 12 Grandmasters, including one of the Extreme Way's 28 stars, Thong Koi Ting. You should happily come back to me now. That palm strike I gave you before, you absolutely mustn't hold a grudge about it. Lu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. He always enjoyed interacting with people like Du Fiyue. More than him, I speak straightforwardly, without any scheming, very open and magnanimous. News travels so fast, huh? Even the military already knows. What news can escape the eyes and ears of the military? Du Fiyue casually said, then lowered his voice, mysteriously asking Lu Sheng, Little Lu, tell me honestly that Thong Koi Tin you killed, had he really broken through to level 8 or not? Lu Sheng paused for a moment, then answered honestly, yes, but he still wasn't considered a true level 8 because he used the Extreme Way Martial Hall's forbidden technique to forcefully break through to level 8. His actual strength wasn't worth mentioning. Lu Sheng knew Du Fiyu was greatly shocked, but couldn't find appropriate words of comfort, so he could only choose to change the subject. Master Du, this time for the military to persuade the Extreme Way Martial Saint to compromise, it must have cost quite a bit, right? Du Fiyu calmed his mood a bit and replied, there's certainly a price, but it's not as big as you imagine. One who can become a martial saint has a mindset far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, he has too much psychological pressure, making him feel indebted to the military for something. The situation of the Extreme Way Martial Saint is similar to yours. The military accepts quite a few every year. Du Fiyu paused here for a moment, then slowly continued. Currently, Long Kingdom has 3 martial saint level powerhouses, but none of them came from the military. Lu Sheng, do you understand my meaning? Lu Sheng certainly understood Du Fiyue's implication, which was that the military desperately needs a martial saint level powerhouse to support them. So, they have far greater aspirations for any promising seedling who has the hope of becoming a martial saint than other factions do. The military will use all means to recruit, regardless of how high the cost might be, as long as they they can cultivate a top-tier powerhouse who can be a pillar for the military. Lu Sheng nodded and replied, I understand. Du Fayo continued, don't be too stressed, but don't be too relaxed either. The abilities you've shown so far have already caught the attention of many big shots. Although you're not yet ranked among the most important individuals, you've definitely entered their field of vision. Keep it up, Lu Sheng. The more outstanding you are, the more resources you'll receive. Lu Sheng replied seriously. Rest assured, Master Du. When I become a martial saint in the future, I'll definitely promote you well. Goodbye. Hearing this, old General Du Fiyue felt like he'd been punched in the ear, almost spitting out fresh blood. The young man hung up the phone, then broke into a bright smile. This outcome was ideal, much better than I had predicted. Now that the Extreme Way Martial Hall matter has passed, the military and I will thoroughly become one family. Lu Sheng absolutely didn't mind this. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to the upcoming life on the battlefield. Lu Sheng sighed. Yellow sand, 100 battles, piercing armor without breaking, desolate but not returning. This is truly the romance of a man. The young man was probably a bit eager to meet his future wife. Oh no, I mean the heavy aircraft Dongqing She. Lu Sheng glanced at the ground below, where the secret manual of Martial Saint Extreme Way lay, containing a secret method to open a shortcut that had connected heaven and earth, but it was almost useless to him. So this is the forbidden technique Wu Zhuangqi used. This kind of toy in the dream space, I can casually search with my light brain and find hundreds to over 1,000 pieces of junk. The young man then tossed it into the trash. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, taking the opportunity to enter the dream space to see what he had gained. The dream space opened up. Inside the dream space, Lu Sheng stood at the intersection of several streets. On the ground there were still traces of his previous battle, as if a giant beast had trampled through. It's been a while since I've been here. Looking at the wandering zombies all around, Lu Sheng felt a strange sense of familiarity. Lu Sheng walked down the empty street, waving his hand and smiling broadly as he went, saying to the zombies, I won't be fighting today. You guys take a day off. Several zombies were attracted by Lu Sheng's voice, coldly turning their heads and silently staring at him. Old rule, first, check the personal data. Lu Sheng found the light brain, then hid himself in a corner, opened the light brain, and checked his personal data. While checking the data, a second later, 1/4 of brand new data appeared before Lu Sheng. His data had undergone significant changes, and the photo on his personal file had also changed. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, Martial Way, June 297 to Martial Way, February 657. Martial Way strength, Super Martial Artist level 9, rare talent experience. Lu Sheng was slightly pleased to his lifespan, as in this life he had lived approximately over 300 years. This was absolutely the longest lifespan he had ever had. Then, Lu Sheng looked down and saw his strength was Super level 9 Martial Artist, which surprised him. It should be level 9, or half step to level 10, right? What does Super level 9 mean? When he saw the explanation that followed, Lu Sheng was startled. Life experience of heavenly talent. First National Martial Way Student Competition. Defeated Extreme Way Martial Hall. Grandmaster Leon G. Bay eliminated Extreme Way Martial Hall. 8 Grandmasters joined the Eastern Military Region. In the same year, at 25, broke through to level 8 Grandmaster. At 40, broke through to level 9 Martial Saint. At 50, killed Extreme Way Martial Saint Zhao Ji at Wuwan Holy Mountain. That same year, defeated Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu. At 60, traveled to various countries, defeated all level 9 martial saints in the world. Hailed as the strongest in the mortal realm, one of the 10 most outstanding martial saints in 3,000 years, made great contributions to exploring level 10. I made huge contributions to exploring Martial Way level 10. No wonder I'm called a super level 9 martial saint, because my strength had surpassed level 9. But at that time, the path to level 10 wasn't fully opened. I was a pioneer in this life. After seeing his rating as super level 9, Lu Sheng felt quite satisfied. Sooner or later, I'll be able to truly step into level 10. The main difficulty of level 10 is that no one knows the path. In 3,000 years of martial way, there have been many talented individuals like Lu Sheng, at least 10 of them. But why hasn't anyone been classified as level 10? It's not because their strength and talent were insufficient, but because the path to level 10 hasn't been defined yet. Perhaps Some have stepped into the realm of level 10, but they're still uncertain whether that step was correct or not, whether it's truly the authentic level 10 martial way or not. Could they have gone astray, unable to guide future generations? The pioneers who light the way in darkness, each of them is truly admirable. It's because of these martial way predecessors who were fearless, had great wisdom, and a spirit of great sacrifice. When one falls, another steps forward. This is how the brilliant level 11 martial way civilization came to be. 10,000 years later, Lu Sheng firmly believed level 10 martial way would open up in 3,000 years, but now it would be Lu Sheng himself who would open it. In the dream space, levels 10 and 11 already existed. Lu Sheng only needed to gradually increase his authority, open the Fire Seed Resource Repository, then sooner or later he would be able to achieve the path from level 9 to breakthrough to level 10. At that time, perhaps whether I take out future techniques from the Fire Seed Resource Repository or not won't matter anymore, because the path ahead will be open. Countless martial way geniuses will bravely move forward. Intuition and collisions will give birth to even more magnificent martial way techniques. At that time, the martial way path will become infinitely broad. In the morning, Lu Sheng looked at his personal file once again. He saw that after killing the Extreme Way Martial Saint, defeating Tan Zhongyu, and surpassing the Martial Saint, more than half of the worry accumulated in his heart had dissipated. This is my style of doing things, but those losses I'll have to recover sooner or later. Then, Lu Sheng continued to press the query button for historical character evaluation. 7 stars level 7 access to the Fire Seed Resource Repository. This is the real benefit. Increased authority will open up a spectacular scene of level 8 Grandmaster. Lu Sheng could no longer wait. The young man immediately ordered the system to query the next techniques of the Fixed Star Body Refining Technique, Natural Breathing Method, and Water Crystal Penetration Method. Lu Sheng quickly brought out these 3 techniques, details of these 3 level 11 techniques, laid out before Lu Sheng. Fixed Star Immortal Scripture. The name of the Fixed Star Body Refining Technique had directly changed, becoming the Planet Immortal Scripture. The young man muttered as he looked. This is truly the legacy of a level 11 martial way master. East Pole Evil Sun, isn't it? The indestructible golden body refining technique from before was just the foundation, the crudest part. The core inheritance is only truly beginning now. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled as he carefully read on. The introduction of the Fixed Star Immortal Scripture didn't explain the technique, but the principles of breaking through to levels 7 and 8. Lu Sheng didn't rush through it, but read it attentively. Level 6 breaking through to level 7 hinges on condensing martial will, fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one furnace, then feeding it back to the body, allowing physical strength to advance a major step. While level 7 breaking through to level 8 requires delving even deeper. Not only is martial will needed, but the body must break through the earth bridge, blood and chi transforming, condensing blood into pills. Mortal transformation, longevity insect martial, will condense like spear and sword, opening both heaven and earth bridges, connecting with natural chi, allowing martial will to permeate every inch of flesh and blood in the body. Every movement contains a trace of the mighty force of nature, damage far surpassing level 7 countless times. This is also the biggest difference between level 7 and 8. When a level 7 master strikes, it carries the martial will that they've condensed, like adding a buff to a weapon, thus able to unleash power far beyond level 6. While a level 8 Grandmaster engraves this buff inside the weapon itself, causing the weapon to evolve from mortal into a divine weapon, its power far surpassing level 7. Level 7 breaking through to level 8 requires attention to the rule. A full cup overflows, a natural process. One must hone both physical strength and martial will to their absolute limits. Then take one step further, and the heaven and earth bridges will open automatically. The Extreme Way Martial Hall's stellar passage falls short precisely in this aspect. His level 8 was achieved through powerful secret techniques, resulting in flawed foundations. Thus, he's not considered a true level 8 Grandmaster. Lu Sheng thus thought of the concept of natural breathing method, as well as the state of non-understanding, plus the state of non-understanding. It seems very helpful for this kind of breakthrough, but its level is slightly higher. Lu Sheng had already experimented with this state of non-understanding on accumulating Cloud Mountain. It's almost a simplified version of the Martial Dao Avatar. While the Martial Dao Avatar is a super divine ability of level 9 Martial Saints. Although Lu Sheng unleashed the Nerve Avatar, but it doesn't even have 1% of the power of a true Nerve Avatar, yet it's already terrifying. Level 8 is the true inheritance of these three level 11 techniques. It seems the Grandmaster chapter of the natural breathing method might be able to resolve the doubts in my heart. Lu Sheng thought to himself, continuing to examine the contents of the Eternal Star Indestructible Manual. After reviewing, Lu Sheng withdrew his gaze, sat in place, and took a deep breath. At this moment, his mind was greatly shaken. Immortal, indestructible, the true inheritance of the Eternal Star Body Refining Technique introduces the concept of immortal cells. Using blood essence to nourish the body in reverse can achieve the realm of true planetary indestructibility. All things perish, but I remain indestructible. This is too astonishing, too terrifying. Only by reaching that level would I be worthy of advancing to level 8. This is the physical strength I've been pursuing. The reason I'm stronger than ordinary masters is because I possess an immortal golden body. At level 7, the strength is equivalent to Kung Ha's level 8 Grand Master, even surpassing Kung Ha. The first step in the Planetary Indestructible Manual is to practice pseudo-core formation. After core shattering, powerful blood essence and martial Tao will together nourish and cultivate a cell, which is the immortal cell. Lu Sheng couldn't imagine how the creator of this technique actually managed to do it, coming up with such an earth-shattering martial arts concept. Previously, when first encountering the Eternal Star Body Refining Technique, even when starting to cultivate the indestructible golden body, Lu Sheng felt his body was like an eternal star. Striking out with the power of an eternal star was just an exaggeration, merely an aspiration towards this. Like comparing. People compare level 9 martial saints to the sun and moon in the sky. So are level 9 martial saints really the same as the sun and moon? Of course not, but now the Planetary Indestructible Manual is adamantly turning this impossible thing into something possible. Let myth reflect reality. I will personally go to prove the indestructible body, this unparalleled martial art. Though as difficult as ascending to heaven, at least it still has a glimmer of possibility. If I can indeed transform all the cells in my body into immortal cells, then the Planetary Indestructible Manual at level 8 will begin to take a path completely different from ordinary martial artists. But now, the Eternal Star Indestructible Manual firmly turns the impossible into possible, letting myth reflect reality. Self-claiming immortality. If the Shining King Sutra is said to be extremely small, then immortal cells are immensely grand. If the Shining King Sutra is said to be extremely small, then the concept of immortal cells is extremely large. If all body cells could achieve immortality, then one could truly coexist with heaven and earth, possessing eternal indestructibility at a high level. It's likely that even Wang Ha hasn't reached this realm. This is a project even more enormous than the Shining King Sutra. But to achieve this, how many resources would I need? Only heaven knows. Even consuming an entire star might not be enough. Lu Sheng sighed, breaking out in a cold sweat. This is really too much. But regardless, this will be an invincible technique. If I can cultivate one immortal cell, then it can help my body surpass ordinary grandmasters. 2 cells would sweep all opposition, 3 would be invincible at the same level, and with a full body, I'd be truly immortal and indestructible. Lu Sheng carefully read and reread the Grandmaster chapter of the Eternal Star Indestructible Manual dozens of times. After confirming he hadn't misunderstood anything, he finally couldn't contain his excitement and decided to experiment himself. After all, in the dream space, even if I encounter problems while practicing, it would have minimal impact on reality, so I have nothing to fear. Cultivating immortal cells and practicing the indestructible golden body don't conflict. Lu Sheng decisively set aside the light brain temporarily and began cultivation. Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, looking inward at his own body. He could see clearly. In the center of his chest, there was a blood pill as big as a chicken egg, spinning around. It was constantly expelling and absorbing blood essence, cleansing Lu Sheng's entire body. This was proof of level 8, the core of a grandmaster. But now, Lu Sheng had to shatter it completely. Do I really want to break it? Never mind, let's try. A hint of reluctance flashed in Lu Sheng's heart, but he quickly became determined again. The young man shouted loudly, "Ah!" Lu Sheng's mental force clung to the blood pill. The blood pill stopped spinning. He suddenly felt the blood essence in his entire body stagnate. An indescribable, uncomfortable feeling naturally arose. But that was just a feeling of reverse flow. The blood essence in Lu Sheng's body reversed. His fair and handsome face immediately turned red. A fierce expression appeared on his face. This is the most crucial step. Ah! The blood pill reversed, suddenly stopping. The next second, it shattered with a boom. In an instant, the enormous blood essence contained in the blood pill was like a bursting dam, gushing out violently. The blood essence, like a dragon in the veins, reappeared, stronger than before. more vigorous, and more arrogant. At this moment, the benefits of powerful mental force became evident. The young man spat out fresh blood. The invisible mental force was like a large net, within which the dragon-like blood essence freely roaming in the veins was all gathered to the center of the forehead. This cell was specially chosen by Lu Sheng. It was the largest and strongest. The enormous blood essence, along with Lu Sheng's martial will, were all absorbed into it. In an instant, this lucky chosen cell rapidly grew stronger in just 1 second. It frantically transformed 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, million times. When the number of times this cell transformed reached 100 million times, quantity change led to quality change. A strange light emitted from within the cell. As the strange light appeared, Lu Sheng's forehead seemed to split open, looking like a descending monarch, lofty and supreme, ruling over all under heaven. The light grew stronger, emitting a dazzling golden color. This golden color was not a manifestation of planetary will, but implied a different level of meaning. It represented transcendence, immortality, and also divinity. The immortal cell had formed. Lu Sheng suddenly stood up. He appeared on the street like a ghost. The young man clenched his fist, then fiercely threw a punch at the wall of a high-rise building in front of him. When Lu Sheng threw this punch, a golden light followed. Compared to the past use of planetary will and hard chi, this golden color was slightly paler, but it carried a kind of divine aura, lofty and supreme, subduing all beings. As soon as Lu Sheng threw the punch, the blood essence in his body also frantically surged. In an instant, it increased more than 10 times. The immortal cell radiated brilliantly. Blood essence surged like the sun and moon driving the tides, all beings worshipping a deity. Boom. Lu Sheng's punch hit the wall. The wall violently shook, leaving a fist imprint of moderate depth. But when Lu Sheng withdrew his fist, large cracks appeared around the fist imprint, as if alive, rapidly spreading. The cracks resembled a spider web, instantly spreading across the entire high-rise building. In a blink of an eye, the majestic, nearly 100-meter-tall skyscraper was covered in cracks, like a delicate, fragile porcelain structure, and then it began to collapse. Wow! Lu Sheng exhaled, stirring up a moderate whirlwind, blowing away the dust, sand, and rocks about to fall on him. Lu Sheng looked at his fist, expressing heartfelt amazement. Too powerful. Is this the power of the immortal cell? I've only used a small fraction of that power, but it's already far beyond any of my strongest punches or kicks from before. Planetary will, hard chi, blood essence, planetary force, planetary grip, four-realm fist technique, all were fused by the immortal cell in this single punch. Ultimate power and ultimate skill blended together to create this miraculous fist. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and came up with a fairly accurate name. This punch could be called the Shang fist. Lu Sheng cultivated the immortal cell, which in a sense meant that his life form had undergone a qualitative change. Therefore, a strike led by the immortal cell was a strike that transcended the level of human life. Now, this was a strike that overwhelmed ordinary grandmasters and even martial saints of the 9th level. It was like punishment from the heavens, the wrath of gods, a sudden bolt of lightning. I have indeed underestimated the power of the immortal cell. Although in terms of blood essence, I seem to be lacking a lot, and my strength appears to have regressed. In an instant, I can burst out peak blood essence values, 10 times stronger than that Tong Koi Ting guy. Even though Tong Koi Tin can only be considered a relatively weak grandmaster, Lu Sheng estimates that he is now 3 to 4 times stronger than an average grandmaster. Why am I suddenly so tired? The young man unexpectedly collapsed on the ground, completely drained of energy. I've only just condensed 1 cell. The young man lay there muttering, "It's mainly because my blood essence is depleted. I need to absorb more resources." The young man immediately thought of the resources on the battlefield. Luckily, I'm about to go to the Eastern Military District. On the dangerous battlefield where strange beasts roam the front lines, danger also means wealth. It's just in time to fill the bottomless pit of the immortal cell. Come to think of it, 1 cell is already this powerful. If I had 10 immortal cells, could I fight a martial saint at level 7? If 10 cells aren't enough, then 100 cells, or 1,000 cells. I estimate that with 1,000 cells, I just need to stretch out my hand to send even an extreme Tao martial saint flying. Well, slow and steady, the journey must be taken 1 step at a time. That's enough for today. Immediately, the young man fell into a deep sleep. Poof! Lu Sheng opened his eyes, seeing the white ceiling. Sunlight streamed through the window, partially illuminating Lu Sheng's face, bringing a gentle warmth. Such brilliant weather in December was becoming increasingly rare. The young man hurriedly sat up, quickly glancing at the clock. Lu Sheng was a bit startled. He had slept for 12 hours straight. The young man activated his perception, quickly sensing everyone around him. He sensed his father playing chess, his sister listening to music, and his mother cooking. Seeing that everything was normal, Lu Sheng felt a bit more at ease. It seemed that those from the Extreme Tao Martial Arts Hall truly weren't coming here anymore. That's right, that Extreme Tao martial saint ultimately couldn't risk his life over two useless relatives against a 19-year-old kid like me. After all, they had to save some face. The young man washed his face and went downstairs. As he walked, he muttered to himself. When thinking about that bizarre woman who seemed like a madwoman, Lian Su, she wouldn't be so docile. So I still need to nip the danger in the bud. I must find a chance to squeeze Lian Su. To be more precise, to strangle Lian Su and send her to meet the king of hell. Lu Sheng quickly grabbed a steamed bun as soon as he entered the kitchen. The young man had been practicing since last night and was very hungry. How could he not eat hurriedly? Mom, I'm going now. Seeing that the young man wasn't staying to eat, Lu Sheng's mother spoke up. This kid again not eating properly, this child. Suddenly, the young man heard a sound from the TV. Turning quickly to look, he saw Ha Linto on the TV. Hearing the news about the new elixir released by Ha Linto's company, the young man excitedly thought, it's been quite a while since I've seen her. It's just the right time to find her for something. Thinking and acting, young Lu Sheng went to find Ha Linto at the most prosperous commercial square in the city center of Baihei. Hanging a sign for Lingsheng Pharmaceuticals in front of the Xingshantang Pharmacy, a tall figure walked in from outside. The sales assistant was a young woman in her early 20s who had only been working for a few days, with a hint of naivety still on her face. Fresh out of school, she hurriedly stepped forward to greet. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you?" The young woman's words had barely begun when they got stuck in her throat, leaving her speechless. She stood there stunned, her eyes fixed on the person before her. It was a young man who looked about 20, tall and well-proportioned, with long, slender fingers, slightly long black hair, and skin as white as jade, seemingly luminous. He wore simple clothes, standing before the young woman, casually glancing around the store, making the young woman instinctively recall the handsome men on the covers of romance novels. She swore that she had never seen anyone more handsome in her entire life. It was as if he had a beauty filter attached to him. The handsome young man, radiating charm, asked, "Miss, is Halinto here?" "Oh, what a hottie. This guy is so handsome," the boy-crazy girl stammered. "Halinto, Miss Ha is in the office. Let me take you there." "No need." The handsome young man shook his head, casually greeted the two staff members, then walked directly into the pharmacy. The young woman stared at the handsome young man's back until he disappeared. Her whole body was still in a daze, not yet recovered. "Hey, why are you spacing out?" The sales assistant next to her called out. "Girl, you're smitten, aren't you?" Then she turned around, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked, "Sister Lee, who was that?" Sister Lee replied, "That's Miss Ha's cousin Sa. So isn't he handsome?" "Very handsome." The young woman nodded seriously and said, "I've never seen anyone more handsome than him. The boys at the medical school pale in comparison to him." "Right. He's not just tall and handsome, but also a top-tier martial arts genius, the champion of the Dragon Rising competition. A while back, I heard he even won first place in the National College Martial Arts competition." The young woman's eyes widened upon hearing this, her face filled with awe and disbelief. "Is he that amazing?" Just based on appearance, such a person was already like a star in the sky to her. Add to that those dazzling titles, and he went from being a star to becoming the moon. No matter who he was far beyond her reach, an existence she could only look at but never touch. The young woman shook her head, casting away the unrealistic thoughts in her mind, focusing on her sales job. But she couldn't help occasionally glancing towards the boss's office, hoping to catch another glimpse of that figure. It would be great if I had a chance to see him again. Inside the preparation room, Ha Lin To was concentrating on extracting the ingredients Lu Sheng needed. The young man who just entered the room asked, "Is everything ready?" She quickly replied, "All done. Everything's in there." Lu Sheng casually stood in place and raised both hands. His future wife, Ha Lin To, instinctively went over, putting on his pharmacist gown and protective mask. The young man coolly told her, "Well done." Ha Lin To anxiously said to Lu Sheng, "My mother's having trouble again. When can you help me?" The young man replied with cold eyes, "All right, let me finish this first, then I'll help you. Don't worry." His future wife perceptively noticed that Lu Sheng's aura seemed to have become much stronger. She clenched her fists, breaking into a cold sweat, In such a short time, someone actually improved their martial arts level significantly in just a year. It was terrifying. Lu Sheng didn't delay. His mental energy swept through the preparation room before he began refining. With his current mental strength, even dozens of level 6 pharmacists couldn't match his efficiency. Lu Sheng sorted many ingredients, not wasting a single second, each step precise and perfect. The operations were dizzying to watch. Let's begin. The advanced drug preparation room before Lu Sheng had been upgraded once by Ha Lin To. It had become a neat and orderly drug manufacturing workshop. A yellow vial was quickly produced and placed before Lu Sheng. Success. Lu Sheng casually picked up a vial and took a small sip. After tasting it, feeling it was right, he drank the entire vial. With the help of his mental energy, not even a drop of the medicine remained in the vial, cleaner than if washed with water. Soon, Lu Sheng felt the effects of the medicine. The sensation was a hot flow of energy in his body, part of it dispersing and transforming into blood and qi, part pouring into the immortal cells in his forehead, and another part gathering again in his chest. A blood pill the size of a chicken egg was slowly condensing, emitting a multicolored light, truly being reborn. Lu Sheng remarked, "Only I can form a blood pill for the second time." The young man looked at the pile of extracted ingredient waste before him and muttered, "The ingredients alone cost hundreds of millions. If we were to replace all the cells in the body with immortal cells, it would likely cost an astronomical amount." Lu Sheng briefly pondered Ha Lin To's business, which only earned over $1 billion each year. It would take a long time to accumulate enough money, and Lu Sheng couldn't wait that long. Suddenly, the young man had an idea. "That's right, I've heard that on the battlefield. If you have the strength, it's like picking up money." Lu Sheng took off his pharmacist clothes, discarding the mask and disposable gloves. Then, with a calm expression, he left the drug preparation room. "No more delays. I should go now. I hope the enthusiastic netizens aren't deceiving me." Afterward, Lu Sheng went to Baihei Airport. The young man looked at his phone and mumbled, "Du Shizuo seems to be very busy, not even having time for a phone call. Originally, it was said that Dong Qing and Qin Shaojun would come to pick me up, but the plan was changed. Could it be that the frontline battlefield reported an urgent summons?" Lu Sheng leaned back in his seat, tilting his head to look at the sky outside the window. In the deep blue sky, a few snow-white clouds floated by. Lu Sheng said to himself, "The beauty before my eyes is all bought with the blood and lives of the frontline soldiers. If I have the chance to personally participate in guarding this peace, I should feel deeply honored." Previously, from the system, I learned that deep in the Eastern Military Region's frontline, there are many gold and silver ore deposits currently occupied by strange beasts, and as a precaution, they haven't been mined yet. To earn a large sum of money in a short time, perhaps the only way is to go mining. After all, I've done some mining before. The young man recalled his previous trip to Ox Head Mountain, where he had mined before. At the airport, the sound of planes rumbling continuously filled the air. A snow-white passenger plane slowly descended, followed by a jet-black fighter plane trailing behind it. Everyone in the waiting room stood up. One of the two college girls looked out the window and exclaimed, "Our plane is here. Oh, why is there a fighter jet too? Must be some mission. Let's go. The boarding announcement has appeared." Suddenly, the young man Lu Sheng walked by, causing one girl to swoon. What a handsome guy. Then, the two girls approached Lu Sheng and started chatting. "Handsome, let's board together. Where are you going?" Lu Sheng looked at the two, smiled, and casually replied, "The plane I'm taking is different from the one you're boarding." One of the girls, through the corridor window, pointed at the distant black fighter jet that had just stopped, and soon after, giggled and said, "Stop joking. There's only one passenger plane here. If you're not on this one, what else could you be on?" The other girl also looked at Lu Sheng, finding the young man amusing and smiling with her eyes. Her eyes flickered, staring at him intently. Hey, how interesting." Suddenly, the pilot of the military aircraft opened the cockpit window and waved at the two girls. Thinking the pilot was waving at them, they waved back. "Oh, that person is waving at us." Finally, they saw the pilot bow his head as Lu Sheng approached. The two girls were startled. "Oh my God, that fighter jet really came to pick him up. Hello, nice to meet you." The man extended his large, calloused hand. "I'm Qinhuai Hu, from the Eastern War Zone, Lenhuan 82nd Division, under Major General Du Feiyu." Lu Sheng's eyes lingered on the man's shoulder. Like Dong Qing and Qin Shaojun, he had the rank of an instructor, but with an additional star indicating the rank of colonel. "Hello." Lu Sheng also extended his hand to shake Qinhuai Hu's briefly, then asked thoughtfully, "Colonel Qin, are you related to Qin Shaojun?" Qinhuai Hu smiled and nodded. "Qin Shaojun and I are uncle and nephew." Seeing the rank on Qinhuai Hu's shoulder, the young Lu Sheng muttered. The colonel rank is one level higher than Dong Qing Shui's. Lu Sheng curiously asked, Colonel Qin Huaihu, are we about to depart for the eastern frontline area now? Noticing that his future wife Dong Qing Shui and Qin Shaojun weren't present, the young man asked, why aren't they here? Qin Huaihu shook his head. We're not going to the military zone. Qin Huaihu explained that recently, a new ground fisher had appeared, causing tension at the front line. They, along with Commander Du, had been fighting fiercely at the front line for days. Our Team 5 is going to provide reinforcement, leaving immediately. Flying to the front line, what do you think? I see. Lu Sheng nodded. I have no objections. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. How long will it take us to get there? Colonel Qin Huaihu, hearing the decisive answer, jumped slightly and pressed. Aren't you afraid? The young man, heading towards the aircraft, replied, It's fine. I actually wanted to go to the front line. Qin Huaihu thought to himself, is this the confidence of a young master? Qin Huaihu broke into a cold sweat, thinking, I've been fighting on the battlefield for many years, and I've only reached the peak of level 6, not even touching the threshold of master level, and I don't even know if in this life I still have hope of breaking through to master level. After all, I'm already 57 years old. Yet Lu Sheng's life has just begun, and he's already standing at the pinnacle of his life. Qin Huaihu felt a pang in his heart. At this moment, Lu Sheng asked again, Can you briefly tell me about the current situation in the Eastern War Zone? Qin Huaihu's back unconsciously straightened, somewhat resembling a subordinate's posture when reporting, and said seriously, Certainly. The combat situation in the Eastern War Zone is still very tense. Over the past 2 years, it has eased slightly, but with this new ground fisher appearing, I'm afraid we're in for another tough battle. It's said that this newly appeared ground fisher might be classified as Grade A, which would make things even worse. The entire Eastern War Zone may have to be relocated because of this. Grade A. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he asked further, Are ground fishers also graded A? Of course, Qin Huaihu replied matter-of-factly. The grade of a ground fisher is based on the size of the crack, the scale of mutant beasts, and their levels. Grade A, at the lowest, will have level 5 mutant beasts. The deeper parts of the fisher are unimaginable. The strongest is the SSS grade ground fisher. On a global scale, humans have discovered a total of 9. Fortunately, within the borders of Long Kingdom, not a single one has appeared, just SS grade, S grade, and then 3 A grade, A grade, A grade, A grade, A grade, and so on. Lu Sheng asked again, So what does an A-grade ground fisher mean? Qin Huaihu thought for a moment and replied, An A-grade ground fisher, even a level 8 grandmaster entering it would risk falling. Is it that terrifying? Lu Sheng felt surprised and inquired further. Then what about A+, A++, or even S-grade, SSS grade fishers? Wouldn't even a level 9 martial saint have difficulty surviving if they entered? In theory, yes. Qin Huaihu nodded and said, But that's just in theory, because no grandmaster or martial saint dares to penetrate the deepest levels of a ground fisher. In fact, as long as you don't go too deep, even level 5, level 6 ordinary martial artists can survive in an A-grade ground fisher. Lu Sheng understood. It's like playing a game. Ground fishers are a type of dungeon in the game. The deeper you go, the higher the difficulty, and the greater the danger coefficient. But as long as you don't intend to clear the dungeon and just hunt monsters at checkpoints, it's not too dangerous. Qin Huaihu added, In fact, many caves don't even need to be entered. You can just wait at the entrance for monsters to come out and kill them, that's enough. Just clean up the mutant beasts that come out. Our front line operates in this manner. Young Lu Sheng clenched his fist, confident. I see. If I could completely clear an SS-grade ground fisher, thoroughly exploring it, then I might be able to uncover the truth about the mutant beast invasion. In his mind, Lu Sheng had the idea of uncovering the truth, but he quickly suppressed it because this goal, for him at present, was still too far-fetched, not at all realistic. However, in recent years, several SS-grade ground fishers in Long Kingdom have experienced multiple mutant beast outbreaks, showing a tendency to evolve into SSS grade. Qin Huaihu's tone became grave as he said softly, If such a day comes, I'm afraid even if all the marshals from the major military regions were mobilized, it would be difficult to suppress. It would require 3 martial saints to personally intervene. Lu Sheng understood. No wonder the military department is so eager to cultivate a level 9 martial saint powerhouse. I guess it's because of this. They don't want there to actually come a day when the military higher-ups have to bow their heads and beg others for help, although they're all people of Long Kingdom, and moreover, the matter concerns the safety of the people and Star Generals have their special privileges. As far as I know, Star General Masters mostly operate in small squad formations and as individuals for combat, specifically carrying out missions assigned by the military, very similar to the mission courses at martial arts universities. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Regarding the upcoming life in the war zone, he already had a rough idea in his mind. If it's as Qin Huaihu just said, then his plan to search for silver ore deposits, gold deposits inside the war zone would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Thinking carefully, it makes sense, because master-level powerhouses on the battlefield, all terrifying monsters, wouldn't have too much of an impact. On the contrary, if used for tasks like reconnaissance, collection, guerrilla warfare, rescue, they would be more effective. Not to mention the military has always wanted to cultivate a level 9 martial saint, so they need even more level 7 and 8 star generals to penetrate deep into the underground to search for greater possibilities of breaking through to martial saint. Then the young man turned to ask Qin Huaihu, "Is Dushi Zuo far from here?" Qin Huaihu replied, "Not too far. We can get there in about 3 minutes." Qin Huaihu's eyes suddenly turned pale when he realized what Lu Sheng was about to do. "Wait a minute, you don't mean to." The young Lu Sheng decisively said, "That's right, it might be a bit high. Just lend me a pair of shoes. I need the best quality ones." Qin Huaihu was stunned, blinking in a daze. At this moment, a loud bang sounded. The rear cabin door of the plane had been opened by Qin Huaihu. Howling wind rushed in. At the frontline war zone, half an hour ago, the monsters were numerous and extremely ferocious. A white blade of energy swept out horizontally, spreading forward in a semicircle. Several monsters blocking the blade's path were like carpets. A body sound from the middle position split into 2 halves, the upper part slowly sliding down. But even so, these ferocious-looking monsters still struggled on the ground for over half a minute before completely dying. Du Fiyue wielded a large alloy blade in his hands, slashing wildly across the battlefield. Almost any mutant beast that stood in the old general's way was cut in half with a single stroke. A Grandmaster possesses superhuman stamina, with blood energy like vast rivers and seas, and an endless supply of vigor. But after prolonged high-intensity combat, even Du Fiyue was beginning to struggle to keep up. The old general killed 2 mutant beasts with 1 strike as they leapt towards him. Then his figure flashed as he returned to the center of the trench, temporarily set up in the abandoned stadium. Huff, huff, huff. Du Fiyue leaned on his blade with 1 hand, panting heavily. This should be the end of it. At this moment, a soldier in combat uniform quickly brought a large canteen to the old general. "Sir, you've worked hard. Please have some water." "All right, thank you." Du Fiyue took the canteen, tilted his head back, and drank it all. After drinking, the old general didn't even wipe his mouth, but hurriedly asked, "Where are the reinforcements?" The soldier nodded and said, "Reinforcement troops are on their way. The battle line is tense, but it should be eased soon." Du Fa frowned and said, "What about the Star General squad coming to assist?" The soldier's face showed some helplessness. "The military department said we must hold on. At the latest in 2 days, the Star General squad will arrive to assist." "Damn it." Du Fiyue rarely cursed like this. The old general gritted his teeth and said, 2 days. Right now, level 6 and 7 mutant beasts are appearing more and more frequently, and with bad luck, we might even encounter level 8 ones. If we don't have the Star General squad for reinforcement and rely only on a division with normal military strength like ours, how can we hold the line? Low to mid-level martial artists with firearms forming a defense line can resist low-level mutant beasts. But once level 7 or higher mutant beasts appear, they can tear through this defense line like it's made of paper. No matter how many ordinary soldiers we have, they won't be able to stop these beasts. Now we're seeing level 5 and 6 monsters. This defense line formed by low to mid-level martial artists can only hold out for so long. If a few level 7 or 8 beasts appear, we absolutely cannot suppress them. Suddenly, several explosions rang out from the front trench. Du Fiyue's expression tensed. He quickly leapt to a high point, raised his head to look, and saw that in a trench not far from the old general's position, 2 figures shot out like swords. One of them clenched their fist tightly, moving as fast as the wind, leaving a trail of blood splatter wherever they went. The other figure was even more dazzling, with sharp weapons like thorns floating around her, then shooting out rapidly, easily piercing through the mutant beasts, leaving numerous bloody holes on each beast's body. These 2 acted very quickly, clearing out a small area of mutant beasts, allowing the ordinary soldiers at the front of the trench to catch their breath. Briefly, many people cheered for these 2, slightly boosting morale. The two quickly returned to the trench, revealing a man and a woman, both with slightly pale faces. Du Fiyue looked intently at those two, somewhat pleased, and nodded slightly towards them. This division's ability to resist for so long on this front line was not only due to Du Fiyue's proper command, but also relied on the instructors, especially the two instructors named Dong Qing-shui and Qin Xiaojun. They came from prestigious backgrounds, had exceptional talents, and in a short time had shown their abilities on the battlefield. Qin Xiaojun and the girl Dong Qing-shui greeted their master. Old General Du Fiyue laughed. Ha ha ha! These past few days, thanks to you two, if it were just me, we couldn't have held out this long. The soldiers chattered among themselves. Look, those two are just over 40 and have reached peak level 6. In 2 more years, perhaps this division will have 2 level 7-star generals. It'll be much safer then. It's still good, after all. Level 6 monsters are handled by the master, and we just need to deal with the smaller ones. Dong Qing-shui analyzed the situation for the old general, having just heard news that reinforcements would arrive in 2 days. Based on this situation, they should be able to hold out. After all, this wave of mutant beasts was ending. The old general nodded. Yes, estimating that the next wave would come tomorrow. Just then, at the front line, sudden bursts of piercing screams erupted, shaking the earth and sky. What's going on? These screams caught Du Fiyue's attention. The old general hurriedly looked to see, and immediately his pupils contracted sharply. Not good. Chen Yuan, this far away, a yellow power source is erupting. It's a cave. The ground is cracking, and the cave entrance is opening. There, 3 giant mutant beasts can be seen, about 10 meters tall, emerging from the distant ground fissure. One has the shape of a chimpanzee, its body covered in long black fur, protruding fangs, and gleaming yellow pupils. Another resembles a praying mantis, its entire body emitting a metallic glow. The last one has a very strange shape, with a lower body of strong, furry animal legs, while the upper body is like an octopus with 18 powerful tentacles growing out. These 3 mutant beasts are as big as small mountains, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately caught everyone's attention on the battlefield. Around their bodies, force fields emanate, distorting the air, directly pushing away the surrounding mutant beasts. They seem like kings among the mutant beasts, quickly charging towards our trenches. Level 7 mutant beasts, and 3 of them at once. Qin Xiaojun, his face bloodied, turned pale and exclaimed tremblingly. Not only did he show such terror, many people here looked very grim, their eyes revealing deep fear. He directly witnessed this scene and gritted his teeth. Damn it, is this real or not? How are we supposed to survive this? Dong Qing-shui tensely thought, this is bad. The morale that had just been raised a bit was instantly extinguished completely. In such a long battle, the appearance of level 7 mutant beasts wasn't just once or twice, but every time they appeared, it was a nightmare for the soldiers in the trenches. The old general gritted his teeth and muttered, although we can coordinate with the instructors to fight and manage to kill level 7 mutant beasts each time, before they die, these level 7 mutant beasts can still cause massive casualties. Many soldiers have died in the chaos caused by level 7 mutant beasts. Previously, encountering just one level 7 mutant beast was already devastating for them, let alone now with 3 appearing. Damn it. Du Feiyi stared intently at those 3 level 7 mutant beasts, cursing softly. The old general gripped the alloy greatsword in his hand, but felt the hilt very cold and the blade extremely heavy. Those 3 level 7 mutant beasts, even if Du Feiyi were at his peak condition, he would have no confidence in defeating them. Du Feiyi instinctively wondered, am I going to die here? The old man gripped the great sword tightly, grunted, and the old general's face showed a fierce expression. Brothers, don't think too much. Full firepower attack. If you want to live, attack with all your might. Spare nothing. Attack. All fighters level 6 and above, prepare to follow me into battle. We're going straight for those 3 level 7 monster targets. As Du Feiyi gave the order, many hot weapons in the trenches began to glow. Dozens of machine guns mounted on the trenches spewed out intense flames in waves. Self-propelled artillery, grenades, rocket launchers, tanks continuously fired, their firepower interweaving into a net like a storm sweeping across the battlefield. Qin Xiaojun covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, glancing to see his palms stained dark red with blood, absent-mindedly smearing it on his combat uniform. Damn it. If I had known earlier there were still 3 level 7 mutant beasts, I wouldn't have charged so recklessly just now. After saying that, he glanced at Dong Qing-shui beside him, then suddenly exclaimed in shock, Fate, why are your eyes as big as a rabbit's? Dong Qing-shui glared fiercely at Qin Xiaojun with her bloodshot eyes. Shut up. It's just a bit of mental exhaustion. Aren't you all wounded too? Qin Xiaojun knew well that this was a sign of Dong Qingshui's mental power being severely depleted. She had medicine to restore mental power, but in a short time, she couldn't continuously and frequently use her mental power. Qin Xiaojun was just pretending to be surprised, as he habitually wanted to lighten the tense atmosphere. Qin Xiaojun looked ahead, his mouth twitching, and said, "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. By the way, I heard that kid Lu Sheng will be here in a few days. What do you think? Is it possible he'll rush to the military zone to find us, only to see our two corpses instead?" No, thinking about that scene, I find it quite amusing. Dong Qingshui, who hasn't met her husband yet, can't possibly die. She replied, "Can you talk less? That way, our chances of survival will be a bit higher later." Qin Xiaojun obediently agreed. "All right, then I'll shut up. After all, I haven't lived enough yet, and I don't want to die." Du Feiyi's voice rang out again. "Everyone, get ready. Raise the great swords in your hands." Du Feiyi ordered to charge. Just as Du Feiyi was about to give the order to attack, suddenly, above the crowd's heads, came the sound of intense wind cutting. This sound grew from soft to loud, as if something was falling from the sky. Many people instinctively looked up to see what it was. Qin Xiaojun also startled. That is what? They saw a dark shadow enveloped in flames and air currents, rapidly plummeting from the sky, looking like a meteor descending to Earth. Behind it trailed a long tail of fire, incredibly shocking. Someone with sharp eyes pointed at the fireball and shouted, "There's a person inside. There's someone." Dong Qingshui seemed to have a familiar feeling, but due to her depleted mental power, she couldn't use it to scan clearly who it was. She muttered with a flushed face, "Could it be him?" The fireball descended with increasing speed, getting closer and closer to the ground. The fireball was heading towards the three mutant beasts. Dong Qingshui cried out anxiously, "Not good. The position he's falling towards is where those three level 7 mutant beasts are. It's very dangerous." Qin Xiaojun curiously asked, "Dong Qingshui, oh, do you know that guy? Who is it?" At this moment, the fireball, like a falling star, suddenly accelerated. In an instant, it deviated from its original trajectory. With a whoosh, it pierced through the head of the tentacled mutant beast. Not only was the mutant beast caught off guard, but even the onlookers were stunned. The young Lu Sheng didn't forget to flash a mischievous smile. The fireball descended from the sky, and the figure inside fiercely stomped down on the mutant beast's head. Everyone on the battlefield witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The veteran general Du Feiyi was shocked. What the? Upon looking again, they saw the tentacled mutant beast lying motionless on the ground, and the shoes borrowed from young Lu Sheng appeared with a cold gaze, his entire body still emanating flames. The young man muttered, "The quality of the army's shoes isn't bad at all." A visible shockwave, along with various debris, spread in all directions. Earlier, the two halves of the tentacled mutant beast's body had crashed down like a collapsing mountain, creating a shallow crater with an enormous radius. The golden ape, seeing this scene, was also stunned and shocked. In the crater was a figure engulfed in flames, slowly standing up. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield stared in disbelief, their minds quickly losing the ability to think, stunned and buzzing. Only now did they realize that what fell from the sky wasn't a meteor at all, but clearly an unparalleled young man. Young Lu Sheng coldly looked at the golden ape and said, "You're next." An ape over 10 meters tall, with a body as imposing as a small mountain, covered in black fur, threw back its head and roared madly. Its eyes shot out red beams, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions. The golden ape raised its fist, as if it could crush Lu Sheng in an instant. Young Lu Sheng appeared tiny in front of the golden ape, which went berserk and swung its fist. As it hit the ground, rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Meanwhile, the young man calmly raised his fist, taunting. This situation seems familiar, doesn't it? The young man threw a punch, sending the ape tumbling. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, young Lu Sheng shouted, "Take this kick." Young Lu Sheng extended his legs slightly, kicking the golden ape away. Witnessing this scene firsthand, the veteran general Du Feiyi couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my god, this can't be a joke, right? Am I seeing things? Qin Xiaojun gestured wildly, then turned to Dong Qingshui and said, "Wow, Lu Sheng's battle is absolutely incredible. People who don't know might think we're filming a movie. What do you think?" At this moment, the future wife, Dong Qingshui, stared intently at young Lu Sheng, her whole heart focused on the young man. Dong Qingshui looked at Lu Sheng and remarked, "Lu Sheng, he's become even stronger." After flooring the demon ape, the young man quickly turned to the mantis and said, "It's your turn." The mantis looked at the young man questioningly, its 4 blade-like front limbs frantically moving non-stop disappearing and reappearing constantly at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. It lunged towards young Lu Sheng, but the young man had already dodged to the side, turning his head to look back. The mantis only saw a huge black hole, with no sign of young Lu Sheng. Suddenly, the mantis's entire body was engulfed in flames. Young Lu Sheng appeared with one hand raised high, his whole body standing tall, flames burning the mantis, which Lu Sheng controlled, curling it in midair, then directly using the flames to incinerate it. The smell of roasted meat began to rise. At this point, the mantis's body was no longer visible, as it was completely engulfed by Lu Sheng's flames. Quickly, the mantis was roasted to a crisp by Lu Sheng. Immediately after, Lu Sheng's figure suddenly leapt high into the air. Red flames and dazzling golden light from his body burst out intensely. From above, the young man looked down at the strange beasts below and coldly said, "You came here as guests. You don't need to return." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man unleashed a barrage of punches at the strange beasts below. Boom, boom, boom. The strange beasts were pummeled to pieces by the young man. Dust and smoke filled the area. The corpses of the strange beasts lay scattered on the ground. In a flash, the young man appeared before everyone, raising his hand in greeting with a confident smile. Young Lu Sheng spoke. "Recruit Lu Sheng, specially reporting to Master Du Fei Yi, Dongqing Shui, and Qin Xiao Jun." Already somewhat stunned, hearing this, they were completely dumbfounded, their bodies breaking out in cold sweat. Du Fei Yi stammered 2 words, "Recruit." Then all 3 looked at each other and laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! The veteran general even held his head, feeling a headache coming on. To young Lu Sheng, "All right, 2 for a recruit at the Eastern Combat Base." As night fell, the sound of gunfire, loud explosions, screams, and the noise of killing still didn't cease, but compared to daytime, it was much less. Lu Sheng sat in a fairly spacious room, on the line located in an abandoned urban area. Previously, there were quite a few usable infrastructure facilities. If they had encountered desert wastelands, deep mountains, and old forests, then it would sometimes be difficult to find even a tile to cover one's head. Qin Xiaojun poured Lu Sheng a cup of coffee, then said, "We were really lucky to have you today. If those 3 level 7 monsters had invaded, we would have been in serious trouble. The battle line probably couldn't have been protected at all." The young man accepted the coffee from Qin Xiaojun, then asked curiously, "Instructor Qin, is the Grade A dungeon really that dangerous? Level 7 strange beasts frequently come to the dungeon entrance." At this moment, Dongqing Shui gently provided information in detail to her future husband. Currently, it might not stop at Grade A, it's at least Grade S. Generally, when a new dungeon appears, there's an explosive period where many high-level strange beasts emerge. After this explosive phase passes, the dungeon stabilizes, so it will gradually settle down. It's not as dramatic as you might think, honey. When the wife speaks, one must listen. How dare he have any opinion? Lu Sheng nodded. On the plane, he had heard Qin Huai Hu introduce the dungeon classification. He originally thought that Du Fei Yu's dungeon guard mission was only Grade A and shouldn't be too dangerous, but he didn't expect that if Lu Sheng hadn't arrived in time, a major incident would have occurred. At that time, although Du Fei Yu's group might not have died, they would have been forced to abandon the trenches, suffering a crushing defeat. At this moment, Du Fei Yue walked in from outside. "Earlier, I had heard that you killed the Grand Master Tong Koi Tin of the Wuguan Jidao, and I found it hard to believe, but now I completely believe it." Du Fei Yue looked at Lu Sheng with a kind of monster-viewing gaze. "Kid, you already have the strength to challenge the General Star ranking. You could easily rank among the top 50 on the General Star ranking. You could definitely make it in." Lu Sheng inquired, "Are the General Star ranking and the Senior Student ranking and the 7 Saint rankings at St. Marshall University very different from each other?" "Not too different, but the General Star ranking doesn't just look at strength, it also considers your contributions and merits." Du Fei thought for a moment and continued, "Your kills of level 6 and 7 strange beasts on the battlefield today, I'll have someone tally them up. Later, they'll be converted into merit and contribution values, all added to your record. These merit and contribution values can be exchanged for resources within the military, which will be extremely beneficial for your future cultivation." Lu Sheng nodded and replied, "Thank you, Situ. All right. We'll talk more after returning to the military base. You've just arrived at the military zone, so there are many things that aren't urgent. Take your time to learn about them. Go and get some good rest. Don't think the battle is over yet. For the past half-month, massive strange beast outbreaks could happen at any time. Since you're already at the front lines, you might as well help me out a bit. I'll be counting on you for from now on. Lu Sheng could see that Du Feiyue was truly exhausted beyond endurance and thought to himself, it's clear that Sitdu is really worn out. For a level 7 Grandmaster's spirit and physical condition to be worn down to this state, one can imagine how much grueling combat Du Feiyue has endured over this period. I have immortal cells as companions, and also the natural breathing technique, so my yang, energy, and physical strength are practically limitless. I basically don't feel tired at all, but I am feeling a bit hungry. The young man rubbed his stomach. Seeing Lu Sheng rub his stomach, Qin Shaojun stepped forward and patted the young man's shoulder. Come on, kid. You're famous for your appetite. Today we'll treat you to something good. Let's go to the cafeteria. Young Lu Sheng didn't see any gourmet dishes, only MREs, so he asked in surprise, is this Instructor Qin's idea of a good treat? We have no choice. On the front lines of the battlefield, what else can you expect? Just bear with it and eat what you can. After we get through this strange beast outbreak phase, we'll return to the military zone. Then we'll have a proper good meal. Meanwhile, nearby, the girl Dongqing Shui was eating while staring intently at Lu Sheng. Love at first sight struck them both. Their eyes met. Sparks of romance ignited in the quiet space. With blushing faces, Lu Sheng and Dongqing Shui hesitated, awkwardly, both unable to utter a word. The young man recalled the information about his future wife from the system being Dongqing Shui, and he froze on the spot. The young man looked ready to flee. Gotta run. I'm full. I'll go ahead first. Seeing this action from the young man, Qin Shaojun was very confused. All right, what's wrong with you? Qin Shaojun looked towards Lu Sheng as he left and puzzledly asked Dongqing Shui. Before, when Lu Sheng challenged the Extreme Dao Grandmaster, Lianji Bei, at the National Martial Arts Student Conference, you were so anxious about it. If it weren't for an urgent mission, you would have flown straight to Jingdu Province and rushed up Yun Accumulating Mountain. The girl Dongqing Shui lowered her head. She stopped eating and snapped lightly. What's it to you? Qin Shaojun stared at Dongqing Shui for a long while, then suddenly seemed to realize something, as if Qin Shaojun had figured out the issue and grinned with delight. Oh, I get it now. Dongqing Shui, could it be that you actually like Qin Shaojun? Before he could finish, splat, a plate of food heavily imprinted on Qin Shaojun's face. Soup and food kept sliding down his handsome face, the price for speaking nonsense and hitting the mark. Dongqing Shui's expression remained unchanged as she stood up, coldly saying, "You're the only one talking too much." After speaking, she ignored the surprised looks around her and turned to leave. Hey, why are you so hot-tempered? Don't go. I haven't finished asking. At the same time, the young man outside was looking at the sky and clouds, thinking to himself. Thinking about today's battle, the blood in his body couldn't help but boil. Tonight, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep. The young Level 82nd Division responsible for this battle line now seemed relaxed, entirely because Lu Sheng during the day had slaughtered the strange beasts so fiercely, giving them time to catch their breath, because the strange beasts needed time to crawl out from underground as well. Lu Sheng looked towards the distance at that place, where battle fires raged on. The sounds of killing never ceased, not much different from during the day. The young man then used his mental power to activate, sensing far away. Maybe I should go there and take a look. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. The red star dragon pattern spear flashed and disappeared extremely quickly in the distance. This was an abandoned residential area, converted into temporary trenches. More than 10 armored tanks, quite a few star generals, are tasked with suppressing the strange beasts there, so it'll take at least 2 or 3 days for them to free up manpower. In this situation, they might not even be able to take care of themselves. Or are we going to lose our lives here? Suddenly, a large axe was forcefully placed on the ground by someone. The sound of the axe and a voice drew everyone's attention. All right, that's enough. We've come to the battlefield. Isn't this outcome something we've already anticipated? Why are you all hanging your heads? At worst, we'll come back again in 18 years. The speaker was a woman in sportswear, prepared for the most comfortable fight. Her actions and words were extremely decisive. The situation here doesn't look too good, but that woman's spirit remained majestic. But the mountain can never be defeated. The soldiers, hearing this, immediately lifted their spirits, raising their hands in salute. Yes, master. The injured young man thought to himself, that's right, even the master-level generals are here. We can't give up. Boom. Suddenly, there was a massive tremor, sending the soldiers in front flying. The armored tank behind fired a shell, drawing a clear trajectory across the night sky. After the shell fell among the distant strange beasts, it vanished without a trace, like a bull entering the sea, not even causing the slightest ripple. The entire space was filled with an eerie purple light. Such a situation could only mean one thing. A level 7 strange beast had appeared, because only level 7 strange beasts with distortion fields could render hot weapons completely ineffective effective. The woman's eyes flickered intensely, and she exclaimed with a start, "What? It's really like that?" In the darkness, 4 groups of blue ghostly fires silently appeared. The crowded strange beasts parted to both sides. A terrifying strange beast, over 6 meters long, more than 3 meters tall, slowly emerged from the darkness. This was a monster with an appearance similar to a leopard. However, its entire body was covered in small snake-like scales. Its scorpion-like tail was raised high. It had 2 heads. Earlier, the blue ghostly fires were the 4 eyes on its 2 heads. That 2-headed shadow leopard was a level 7 strange beast. The woman took a deep breath, a slight smile on her lips, as she gripped the large axe tightly. "Ha! Come on then. Just in time. I was in need of some good meat to go with my drink." The woman, wielding the large axe with an incredibly brave aura, charged forward, intending to cleave the strange beast in 2. Intense white energy erupted from her entire body, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The powerful aura of a master-level fighter emerged, her blood boiling, steam rising. Human and beast battled in one place, with terrifying energy waves occasionally bursting and spreading. The battle around them continued, but everyone instinctively looked towards the woman's position, as the situation there was more crucial than elsewhere. She continuously struck with all her might, swinging horizontally then vertically, putting all her strength into the axe. The woman shouted loudly, then brought the axe down with tremendous force. "Is it finished yet?" Suddenly, boom, a figure was sent flying back from where the woman stood, her white energy dispersing like torn fabric. Her body, struck by the shadow leopard, slammed hard into the ground. The sound of machine guns and crossfire on the battlefield suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes turned to look. In a kneeling position, the woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, lowering her head to see a deep wound on her chest, bone visible. It was unclear if she was crying or laughing as she asked herself, how can the strange beast be so strong? And there are 2 of them, a male and female pair. 8 groups of blue ghostly fires appeared as 2 two-headed shadow leopards leisurely stepped out from the darkness. Both were level 7 strange beasts, but one of them had a slightly smaller build, likely the female. The woman cursed loudly. What a bunch of beasts. The shadow leopards slowly approached. The 2 two-headed shadow leopards with sharp fangs dripping with saliva simultaneously opened their mouths wide and growled. Their fierce eyes focused ahead, charging forward ready to attack and tear apart the woman kneeling before them. The woman fell into a state of deep thought, worried. Could I really die here? Being torn apart by these 2 shadow leopards wouldn't be a pretty sight. The subordinate soldiers who directly witnessed this scene were extremely worried, shouting, "Master!" Suddenly, the woman was startled by something she saw. A cruel light flashed in the eyes of the 2-headed shadow leopards, their forms instantly vanishing. In a split second, they had leapt high into the air, diving towards the woman. At that moment, a fierce whistling sound came rushing from afar, a blazing light illuminating the night. Boom! A red streak of light shot forward. Lu Sheng and the Red Star Dragon pattern spear appeared, blocking the 2 ferociously charging shadow leopards. The young man threw a few basic punches, and very quickly he had beaten one of the 2-headed shadow leopards flat onto the ground. Looking at the shadow leopard beaten to a daze was pitiful, while the other one had disappeared, having fled at some point. Lu Sheng muttered a few words. That was dangerous. A moment later, and it would have been too late. Suddenly, the tail of the shadow leopard beast grew 3 sharp iron claws, lunging towards Lu Sheng. The woman shouted, "Watch out! Its tail! Be careful!" The young man Lu Sheng immediately used 1 foot to stomp on the shadow leopard's head. The young man's body emitted an incredibly powerful energy, his demon king eyes glowing, causing the shadow leopard to break out in a cold sweat. The young man said sternly, "Lie still for me." The head seemed to obey docilely, but its tail with 3 sharp claws was still lurking, ready to strike. Lu Sheng stroked its head and smiled brightly, saying, "The meat of a level 7 beast is still quite delicious. It wouldn't be good to smash it to pieces. Last time I shattered it completely. This time I'll just give it a light flick." The young man just flicked once, using planetary force, but the energy released was incredibly powerful. The shadow leopard seemed about to have its brain explode, and its tail twisted as a result. Seeing this scene, the woman was thunderstruck, utterly shocked. Immediately, the young man Lu Sheng grabbed the now useless tail and tied it around the shadow leopard's body. The young man even jokingly tied a bow for it when binding its front legs. Mission accomplished. Next was the task of clearing out the remaining beast troops. The young man, with a fierce look in his eyes, gripped the Red Star Dragon pattern spear tightly. A red streak of light and blazing flames emanated from Lu Sheng's body. In a flash, at incredible speed, the young man had scattered a circle of beasts around him. The woman looked in the direction direction where the mysterious young man had disappeared, her face pale as she whispered in awe, "Holy crap! Where the hell did that monster come from?" The young man continued to stroll around the military camp, then moved on to the caves. The young man didn't skip the third cave either. Then the young man Lu Sheng patrolled, casually helping out the defense lines. Wherever he went, the young man subdued the beasts and beat them to a pulp. Similar scenes kept repeating across various battlefronts. Lu Sheng relied on his own extremely fast speed to run a lap around the battle lines. Around the 1182nd Division, his flaming spear pierced through the night, along with flashes of golden light from the infinite blade wheel. In just this one evening, he had left an indelible impression on countless soldiers engaged in fierce battles. The officers and soldiers in other camps were utterly astonished, wondering, "Who is that? Is he crazy?" After several hours, dawn broke. Tired of his excursion, the young man clicked his tongue. "All right, I've pretty much gone around the caves. It's time to head back." At the same time, in their own camp, Du Shizuo received a call from Chen Jing. "What did you say?" "Lu Sheng, he's back." In Du Feiyu's trench, Lu Sheng entered through the curtain with tattered clothes. Lu Sheng greeted Du Shizuo. A night of killing had left his entire body emanating a strong aura of blood and murderous intent. Even from a distance, one could smell the blood vapor evaporating from his body, making him appear like a walking whirlwind of blood foam. Du Feiyu was startled, dropping the cup in his hand. Seeing Lu Sheng in this state, Du Feiyu's eyes widened, his face incredulous as he inquired, "What have you done, young man? In one night, how many beasts did you actually kill?" Lu Sheng casually opened a bottle of purified water and poured it into his mouth. The young man shook his head and replied, 10, 28. "Oh no, I forgot. Anyway, there were many level 7 beasts. As for level 6 beasts, I didn't keep count." Du Feiyu's mouth gaped open, so stunned that he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Sheng drank the entire bottle of water in one go, exhaled a breath of air, and said with some regret, "It's a pity I didn't bring back their corpses. Others have benefited from it. I had no choice, as night raids on monsters rely on speed. If I had carried the level 7 monster corpses, it would have slowed me down. Although I regret the level 7 monster corpses left abandoned on the battlefield, I regret even more the young lives lost on the battlefield. I can't help them much right now. I can only do my best." Du Feiyi listened and sighed, "Do your best." Du Feiyi silently looked at Lu Sheng for a long time, finally slowly opened his mouth and said, "It's all right. Each battle line has black boxes recording. When we return to tally the achievements, naturally all your merits will be counted. Not a single point will be missed." Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, instantly filled with motivation. He replied, "That couldn't be better. Seems like it wasn't in vain at all." Du Feiyi looked at Lu Sheng with monster-like eyes, saying, "Let me remind you, kid, you may provide support where needed, but you still belong to the 182nd Division after all. You should prioritize defending this side first." Lu Sheng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Du Shizuo. I guarantee I'll clear this side first before going elsewhere. Otherwise, give me a communication device. If anything goes wrong, just call me. I'll return immediately." Ahem. Du Fei coughed a few times. He didn't know what to say. He just felt that earlier, his order to the young man before him to use up all the monster marrow in stock was absolutely the wisest decision of his life. Who could have thought that just a few bottles of monster marrow could nurture such a world-shaking dragon like this? Du Fei smacked his lips, thinking to himself, "This is my creation." In the spacious conference room, an emergency meeting was convened by the military. Someone spoke up. "The riot in Hell No 2 this time is a bit more serious. 13 trenches have fallen. Although based on the current situation, within 7 days, we can completely suppress this riot." An old military official, looking about 60 years old, with a rather high hairline and a dignified appearance, opened his mouth and said, "What about casualties? Have they been tallied?" The soldier reporting answered honestly, "Up until now, the number of regular soldiers with casualties totals over 15,200 people. Officers have also suffered casualties. In addition, there are officer casualties. Officer casualties are 320 people. 8 level 7 generals have fallen and 1 level 8 general." The old man heard this and felt a headache. When he heard about the level 8 officer's death, he was startled. "What? Even a level 8 general has fallen? Who is it?" "It's Grandmaster Zheng Weiyi, ranked 28th on the general star list." The old military official nodded, grieved, then slowly said, "Hold the funeral according to military regulations. Notify me of the specific time. I will attend then." The old man sighed. The military only had 30 Grand Masters, and now we're short one more. Let's talk about something else. What's the situation with the newly appeared underground cave? Marshal, the current situation is not very optimistic, the soldier reported, pointing to the map position in front, then continued. The monsters in the cave are increasing continuously. If reinforcements don't arrive quickly, I'm afraid the entire army will soon be wiped out. While waiting, there are many new chapters in the comments below or in the playlist with many interesting stories. Please watch and support so that I have motivation to release new chapters quickly. I'm very grateful to all of you. If you like it, please give me a like, a comment, and subscribe for motivation. Love you all. From the current situation, this newly appeared underground cave is rated as level 2A or level 3A and is unlikely to reach S level. Hearing these words, the faces of those in the meeting relaxed a bit. Even the face of that old military official softened considerably. As long as it's not an S-level cave, it's easier to deal with. Another commander gently tapped the table surface where a map had just been spread out and softly sighed. The defense line of our eastern battle zone is almost at its limit. If one or two more S-level caves appear, he didn't continue, and there was no need to continue because everyone in the meeting knew the outcome in their hearts. The soldier beside continued to report, but because the high-level strategic star generals were mostly concentrated at several S-level caves, the defense lines deployed outside the newly appeared hells were in many places tense. Especially the soldier reported several red key indicators on the map. The defense line seriously said, these positions could collapse at any time. If we don't increase support, the situation is very unpromising. Su Hongfei, the supreme commander of the marshal, stared at the defense line map in front of him, pointed to the crucial spot, then asked, how many forces can we currently mobilize? The soldier reported, standing solemnly, shaking his head, very few. Moreover, even if we give the order now, it would take until tomorrow at the earliest to arrive. Su Hongfei swept his eyes around, finally pointing to a red spot on the map. Then let's first plug the most critical gap. Prioritize reinforcing point A. The soldier reported, his face covered in cold sweat. He was also extremely anxious and worried, reporting the current urgent situation, while also questioning Su Hongfei's previous order. Sir, point B is also very important. Su Hongfei gritted his teeth with an extremely tense expression, but with his extensive battlefield experience, he calmed down and replied, I know. The defense line map was very intuitive. In it, the two red points A and B were the most obvious. These 2 points on the defense line were both gateway positions of equal importance. The area behind, point B, is quite far from residential areas, with a large intermediate zone. Although if the defense line collapses, we can gradually clear out the monsters afterwards, but point A is different. Once point A is breached, within half a month, the nearby Shangyuan city could face a monster invasion disaster. Protecting the homeland is the top priority. Su Hongfei's whole body burned with determination, and many people nodded in agreement. The person who raised the question earlier said nothing more. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. In critical moments, experience is still something quite different. The reporting soldier was now convinced. If there's no problem, then let's proceed with this plan. Su Hongfei thought carefully, then asked, which division is guarding point A? The soldier saluted solemnly and reported, it's the 1058th Division. The division commander is Major General Sun Jae. Then informed Sun Jae, even if we only have one soldier, one pawn left, we must defend his section of the defense line. Those at other positions should defend selectively. When necessary, they can retreat, transferring support to point A. The old military officer Su Hongfei waved his hand, calmly saying, dismissed. The soldier reported, yes, sir, responding with compliance. At the battlefield of the 1182nd Division, old General Yu Fei paced back and forth in the tent, extremely anxious. Do we still have to wait? 2 days after 2 days, when will reinforcements finally arrive? Heaven only knows how many more days we have to wait. Yu Fei had just received a call from his superiors. The young man, Lu Sheng, was sitting, holding a spear in one hand, using a cloth in the other, carefully wiping the red star dragon-patterned spear. Seeing the old general pacing back and forth, Lu Sheng spoke up. Recently, are other battle lines in the military region also tense? Lu Sheng casually asked, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed. Even the defense line in the newly emerged area isn't sending reinforcements? He, while wiping the spear, had discovered many holes and scratches on the spear's body. After using his spiritual force to probe, he had detected traces of several fractures. After all, this spear is only half-step level 7, not a true level 7. So after several days of fierce battles, its durability has been reduced by more than half. I need to change spears. At least switch to a true level 7 spear. The old general pointed at Lu Sheng and said, Reinforcements are not lacking. What's missing are high-level strategic generals. You know how terrifying level 7 strange beasts are, not ordinary martial artists. Du Fei said halfway and suddenly shook his head, correcting himself. No, you actually don't know. Lu Sheng, you're truly a freak. The old general thought to himself. For nearly 5 consecutive days, he's been raiding strange beasts every night, roaming between battle lines. At dusk, Lu Sheng would leave the battle line clean, but at dawn, he'd return covered in thick blood. So even now, although Lu Sheng had bathed, changed into clean clothes, there was still a faint smell of blood lingering on him. The young man Lu Sheng saw the old general stop mid-sentence and froze. The young man spoke up. "What's the matter?" The old general was startled with a very awkward expression. "No, nothing." The old general continued. "Lu Sheng, you're like a veteran soldier who's been on the battlefield for 4 years, but clearly he's only been on the battlefield for less than a week. Heaven only knows how many strange beasts you, Lu Sheng, have killed to achieve such an effect." Du Fei was startled. It's not that Lu Sheng's strength was too powerful, but that Lu Sheng's stamina was too incredible. Lu Sheng's stamina seemed endless. His daily rest time was less than 2 hours, yet he remained vigorous and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. "Lu Sheng, you truly are a world-class talent." The young man felt somewhat embarrassed hearing this, quickly bowing his head and saying, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm preparing to leave." "Master Du," the young man had already equipped his spear, ready to depart. Du Fei's eyes were somewhat complex. He nodded and said, "Be careful, at all times. If anything happens, contact me." "Understood." Young Lu Sheng lifted the tent flap to exit and was startled by what he saw. Outside there were many people standing solemnly, saluting. Everyone was in awe, worshipping and admiring Lu Sheng. Over the past 5 days, Lu Sheng had thoroughly earned the respect of all soldiers in the 1182nd Division. In a certain sense, Lu Sheng's status in their hearts now even surpassed that of Master Du Fei. Lu Sheng was like a stabilizing force. As long as he appeared on the battlefield, the entire battle group's morale would instantly increase. The crowd shouted in unison, "Greetings, sir. May your martial prowess flourish." One man clenched his fist, greatly admiring Lu Sheng. Someone else exclaimed, "Truly young and talented. He'll certainly become a powerful general in the future. This mission will surely be successful." His future wife, Dong Qingshui, was standing at the back, staring intently at young Lu Sheng. Then, she shyly turned her face away. Compared to the crowd, young Lu Sheng quickly noticed his wife's turning action and wondered to himself. Always felt that Dong Qingshui's attitude was a bit cold. Did I do something wrong? Lu Sheng didn't know if it was because his current strength and status had started to surpass hers. Lu Sheng was hesitant to disturb her. The young man quickly took out 2 jade pendants from his pocket. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered instinctively, staring at the jade pendants, muttering, "Forget it. I don't understand what the young man is thinking." Just then, Qin Jiaoguan approached, patting Lu Sheng's shoulder. "Well, the great hero is preparing to go out again." The young man replied, "Qin Jiaoguan, stop teasing me." "Qin Jiaoguan," Lu Sheng brought the 2 silver jade pendants in front of Qin Shaojun, saying, "This time I brought a small gift that I made myself. I forgot to give them to you earlier. Please help me give them to Dong Jiaoguan." Qin Shaojun instinctively accepted the silver jade pendants that Lu Sheng handed over. Before he could react, Lu Sheng had already patted him on the shoulder. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from sight. Qin Shaojun was startled. "Huh? He's gone already?" Qin Shaojun looked in the direction Lu Sheng left, blinking his eyes, somewhat surprised. Qin Shaojun held the 2 jade pendants, examining them closely, then sighed. He made these himself? He really put his heart into it. Before he could get a good look, suddenly in a flash, another figure appeared before him. "Give them to me." Dong Qingshui had snatched the silver jade pendants from Qin Shaojun's hand and coldly left with a remark, "What are you staring at?" Then turned and left. Qin Shaojun was completely stunned. A moment later, he exclaimed in frustration, "Are you crazy?" Dong Qingshui, no matter what anyone says, Dong Qingshui just keeps on going. The girl Dong Qingshui held tightly to the young Lu Sheng's jade pendant with delight. At the same time, Lu Sheng, holding the red star dragon pattern spear in one hand, ran hurriedly along a ruined street. His speed wasn't at its maximum, but was still very fast. One could only see glimpses of his figure appearing and disappearing, along with the dust kicked up by his alloy combat boots hitting the ground. Before the monster outbreak, this was a street in a large city of the Dragon Kingdom. Underground caves kept appearing, causing all the city's residents to evacuate. Over 100 years had left this once prosperous city covered in dust and dirt. Everywhere were traces of the river of time flowing by, washing away. Lu Sheng slowed his pace, walking slowly along the long road. On both sides of him were ruined high-rise buildings. This was near the city center. Before, it must have been a commercial street. The ruined scene was somewhat similar to Base 1359 when it fell. Inside the dream space, the only difference was that on both sides of the street, here was overgrown with weeds, dense trees, and vegetation. Everywhere were signs of vigorous plant growth. After a few hundred more years, this place might return to its primitive state. Lu Sheng, carrying the red star dragon pattern spear, continued moving forward. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. His figure stopped and then dissipated like sea foam. On the other side, Lu Sheng activated his mental power to sense his surroundings. Die! Die! Ha! A man wearing combat gear, his body covered in bloodstains, his face almost unrecognizable. He held a heavy machine gun in his hands, frantically firing at the monsters in front of him. His demeanor was manic, unclear whether he was crying or laughing. Two giant monsters stood there impassively. They bared their teeth, stuck out their tongues, craving the tasty prey before them. Very soon after, the man had emptied all the bullets in his machine gun. Damn it, really out of ammo. The man clenched his fist, determined. If that's the case, then he pulled open his combat jacket, revealing 8 goose egg-sized grenades strapped to his body. You'll die with me. The man's eyes exuded intense madness, about to reach for a grenade and pull the pin. Suddenly, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him, freezing his body and both arms in place, rigid. The man muttered, "No, I can't move." The man's eyes widened, his face as if he'd seen a ghost, struggling to move but unable to budge. The man watched as the ferocious monsters rushed towards him, their mouths exhaling a foul stench into his face. He finally felt terrified, his eyes showing intense despair. Damn it! The man's eyes widened, unwilling but resigned to death. At this moment, a foot filled with mental power stepped forward. The young Lu Sheng spoke. "Don't give up on life so easily." The man heard this and was dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell was going on. With the cold gaze of a true demon lord, young Lu Sheng glanced at the monsters, and they were terrified. After looking again, the heads of the monsters had disappeared. The man was stunned, blinking his eyes, doubting if he was seeing things or if he was dreaming. Normally, level 6 monsters would require at least 2 to 3 level 6 warriors to deal with them quickly. Even if his master were still alive, it would take 2 to 3 sword strikes like this person. Yet he only used a glance. The man's martial worldview was severely shaken, like never before. His mind felt hazy. Until he saw the small blades flying around that person's body, he finally snapped back to his senses. Mental power master. No wonder. But such powerful mental power, the man's mind was still in disarray. At this moment, Lu Sheng, one hand in his pocket, looking cool, asked, "Which division are you from?" The man, as if waking from a dream, jumped up from the ground, saluting formally. "Colonel of the 835th Division, Li Yiqing. Greetings, sir." The man's body was straight, his face resolute, but fear still lingered in his eyes. He now noticed the appearance of the person before him. So young, incredibly young, looked just over 20 years old. So young, yet possessing such formidable strength. If he's not a general already, he'll surely be one in the future. The man made this conclusion in his heart. The 835th Division, huh? Lu Sheng searched for information related to this division in his mind. Du Fei had shown Lu Sheng the map of the defensive line layout before. If he remembered correctly, the 835th Division was the defense force adjacent to Du Fei's division. They were responsible for a longer section of the defense line. Of course, the strength of this division was also much greater than Du Fei's 182nd Division. Whether in terms of weapons or martial artists, they were superior. "So why are you here?" Lu Sheng glanced around and asked. "Has the battle line of the 835th Division extended here already?" The man's face showed some sorrow. He smiled bitterly and stuttered in response. "No. Well, the defense line has long been breached." Young Lu Sheng was startled. "What?" Young Lu Sheng asked in disbelief, eyes wide. "What? The defense line has been breached? Are you sure?" Purple mental energy spread around him. Young Lu Sheng immediately sensed everything around. In the next instant, the man standing in front of Lu Sheng suddenly felt an invisible fluctuation emanating from Lu Sheng's body. This fluctuation made him feel like he was facing a fierce wind, his entire being completely penetrated. His heart grew even more fearful. "Oh, this is the mental power of a superior officer. It feels like it can penetrate my soul." Lu Sheng's mental power was released without restraint, spreading outward, its core continuously expanding. After a moment, Lu Sheng withdrew his probe. With a slight ripple in his eyes, Lu Sheng stared into the man's eyes and asked, "Does headquarters know about the defense line breach? Has no reinforcement arrived?" The man looked at Lu Sheng, broke into a cold sweat, and replied, "We reported to headquarters long ago. They said reinforcements were coming and told us to wait. But by the time the defense line was completely broken, what came was the order to retreat." "Then why haven't you retreated?" The man lowered his head, silent for a moment before answering. "The Shizuo didn't leave and has died. Therefore, we won't leave either. We think that before we die, if we can kill one more beast, that's good enough. It doesn't matter where we die, as long as we die alongside the Shizuo." Lu Sheng was silent for a moment, then asked, "What are the consequences if this defense line is breached?" The man lowered his head sadly and replied, "Both sides of the defense line will be affected. If we don't return in time to defend and clear out, it might even spread to the safe zone." The man thought for a moment, then summarized in a few simple sentences. "In short, many people will die." Lu Sheng listened with some alarm. Lu Sheng nodded. "I understand." Then, the young man coldly turned around, continuing westward. He walked neither fast nor slow, but his speed was very quick. As Lu Sheng's back was about to disappear, the man suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Officer, that's the battle zone, with countless ferocious beasts pouring in." "I know." Lu Sheng's voice came from afar, carrying a consistent calmness. "I'm going there to take a look, to see if there's any way I can provide assistance." The man was immediately stunned, doubting whether his ears had deceived him. The man gaped, incredulous. Provide assistance with just one person. In a flash, the young Lu Sheng had vanished. Lu Sheng moved like the wind, like a large bird soaring between cities. After his spirit force broke through to level 7, Lu Sheng had tried flying, not entirely using spirit force. As a result, he could actually do it, but the speed was much slower than running on land. In some special situations, on the contrary, it was very useful. For example, jumping from planes without needing a parachute. Passing through the ruins of the city, Lu Sheng approached the outskirts. This area gradually became noisy, with the roars of strange beasts, the sound of machine gun fire, the explosion of artillery shells, mixed with frenzied screams, manic shouts, and savage laughter. Lu Sheng stopped on top of a high-rise building at the edge of the city. He looked down at the scene below, missing nothing. Many armored vehicles, tanks, and various abandoned cars were piled up, forming a long defensive line, 4 to 5 meters high, surrounding the city's edge. This scene reminded Lu Sheng of his previous life, where he had played some games and watched movies with apocalyptic themes. The defense line was right in front. Unfortunately, now, this military defense line had been torn apart. Lu Sheng looked at the scene before him in shock. The horde of strange beasts was like a tide pouring out from the distant hell and rushing towards this side. One could see that there was more than one level 7 beast roaming the battlefield. The reason this wave of beasts had not yet completely penetrated the ruined city behind, Lu Sheng realized, was entirely because within the defense line, there was still a flame stubbornly burning. Seeing the enormous strange beast and the teeming horde behind it, the young man couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "There are so many strange beasts." Lu Sheng quickly understood the situation after observing for a while. He then directly jumped down from the rooftop. Lu Sheng had no time to think much. He could only try his best to help. As he had told the man earlier, he would see if he could provide assistance. The prerequisite for Lu Sheng to offer full assistance was that he could retreat at any time. The young man muttered, "There seem to be people still alive nearby. Let's see if we can help them." Near the center of the defense line, there was a small combat fortress, built with concrete combined with high-strength alloy materials. Inside the fortress, 4 or 5 people were fighting. One of the soldiers shouted angrily, "Damn it, the more we kill, the more there are." A wounded man who had lost his left arm asked, "Old man with glasses, the master is dead too. What should we do now?" The old man replied, "What else can we do?" All firepower was continuously unleashed by the group. The old man continued forcefully, "Of course, we keep killing. The more we kill, the better. I just helped the master secure enough capital. Next is to cover our backs." The old man kept throwing grenades and laughed loudly. A strong man nearby burst into laughter. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it on the hot machine gun barrel. He took a deep breath, then switched to another machine gun and continued firing. He held 2 machine guns, continuously firing. "That's right, killing one more is profit. Once I've used up all this ammo, I'll fight to the death with you strange beasts." The old man behind with explosives also chimed in excitedly. "I've long saved enough explosives, enough to level all these beasts to the ground, ensuring they all go out comfortably, leaving not a trace behind." The one-armed man turned his head, glanced over, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance, and said, "Old Dao, I'm afraid it's not looking good. Nearby, Old Dao with a head wound seemed to be unconscious. Hearing this, the others all looked towards the middle-aged man lying behind, only to see him with a panicked expression, blood pooling around his head and abdomen. Clearly, he had entered the final stages. The others fell silent, their faces showing signs of being wounded. Thunderous explosions rang out, smoke and fire everywhere. Suddenly, the man holding 2 machine guns let out a miserable cry, his body involuntarily falling backwards. Part of his arm had been severed. He laughed madly in pain. Ha ha ha! The old man immediately cried out, "Black one." He quickly pulled out all the explosives from his bag and threw them at the strange beasts. Damn beasts, I'll blow you all up. Soon, the bag was empty. The old man reached in, but there were no more grenades or explosives left. The old man smiled wryly. "Master, our brothers." The old man took out something from his pocket that looked like a remote control, ready to press the button fiercely. "Master, we brothers are following you now." Around the fortress, the fierce, strange beasts were closing in. In the hearts of those inside the combat fortress, there was a feeling of impending departure. Their bodies immediately relaxed, eyes looking up to the sky. It's finally over. They were prepared, ready to die with dignity. At this moment, boom, an invisible wave suddenly swept through. The strange beasts gathered on the combat fortress seemed to be cut by a giant, invisible scythe. A gust of wind rose, and the crowd exclaimed, "Where did this strong wind come from?" In an instant, all the noisy screams suddenly disappeared. The covered light shone through once again. Then, it seemed a fierce wind blew through the strange beasts inside. All in the combat fortress were blown away, like straw in the wind. A human figure suddenly appeared atop the combat fortress, looking down at the crowd from above. He calmly glanced over, then left a sentence. "It's all right if you're not dead. Get up quickly. Everyone fall back." The crowd was stunned, looking at each other. What happened? What's going on? The old man with glasses, after looking closely, suddenly had an expression of wild joy on his face. He excitedly exclaimed, "It's reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived." The old man clenched his fist, jumping up and down. "Damn it, who wants to die if they can live? Brothers, retreat quickly." Hope also flashed in the eyes of the others as they scrambled to their feet. In a flash, the young man Lu Sheng had disappeared. The crowd only saw a figure like a whirlwind, slaughtering indiscriminately among the strange beasts. Turning around, Lu Sheng exuded immense strength. The one-armed man reluctantly tore his gaze from the human figure, looking around in confusion. He was immediately shocked, his face looking a bit unpleasant, saying, "Wait, look, the reinforcements. Why is it just him alone?" His comrades seemed not to hear what he said, their eyes still fixed on the figure ahead. At this moment, the young Lu Sheng was scattering the nearby strange beasts. After a while, the old man suddenly spoke. "Why do I feel that this one person alone is already enough?" A large golden blade wheel rapidly spun above Lu Sheng's head. Each time Lu Sheng appeared and disappeared, another group of strange beasts was cut in half. The silver wound was wrapped in raging flames in his hand, like a frenzied fire dragon. His entire body was enveloped in brilliant golden energy, resembling a sun. Wherever he went, the strange beasts there fell in droves, like mowing grass. The people inside the combat fortress watched in awe, deeply shocked. In a moment of distraction, this figure appeared only briefly, but a whole area of strange beasts around the defense line had been completely cleared. The ground was covered with beast corpses, blood flowing like rivers, but there were still many strange beasts left. The young man remarked while fighting, "Too many, so many strange beasts, seemingly endless." Lu Sheng felt like he was a rock by the shore, enduring wave after wave. "I roughly understand why the 835th Division's defense line was breached, because the beast tide here is truly too fierce, endless. Compared to the side where Dufay set up, it's at least 4 or 5 times stronger." Low-level strange beasts kept surging out from the underground caves. Even Lu Sheng felt a slight pressure, and this pressure was constantly increasing, but he was truly exhilarated. The young man looked at the strange beasts with cold eyes, then muttered, "If that's the case, let's have a great battle." Taking advantage of a gap in the beast horde, Lu Sheng slowly stretched his limbs, his body making cracking sounds. Blood boiling, bones clashing, as if something within Lu Sheng's body was rapidly awakening. "It's been a long time since I've held back, so I'll unleash my full power and fight with intense joy." Lu Sheng slowly raised the red star dragon pattern spear in his hand. Patch after patch of frost appeared and spread from beneath his feet. The young man was about to use the power, the skill of the Ice Queen. Lu Sheng shouted, "Cold strike bird prison." The red spear tip spewed out brilliant glacial ice. A small cold spirit bird spread its wings and flew up from the glacier. It opened its icebone wings like spears, but on its blue ice wings burned red flames. Lu Sheng had never used the cold strike bird prison in reality before, but after he officially unleashed this killing move, the cold spirit bird appeared more powerful. The spear shadow flashed and disappeared. A huge trap beast blocked Lu Sheng's path, resembling the monster Godzilla. It opened its mouth as big as a blood basin, but before it could roar, its enormous body was silently frozen. The cold spirit bird swiftly passed through this level 7 beast, and the huge ice sculpture crumbled with a boom. The flesh and internal organs of the beast were charred black, as if burned by flames. Ice and fire in perfect harmony, Lu Sheng's eyes were calm as water, but his heart was filled with joy. The young man grinned. He had already entered the second level of the void state. What made him happy was that the second level of the void state greatly enhanced his elemental control ability, not as insignificant as he initially thought. Not only did the ability to control one element increase, but I could even control multiple types of elements. This is truly defying nature. The breathing technique is so powerful, it's exhilarating to fight with it. The more Lu Sheng understood this cultivation method, the more he could sense its mystical nature. Ice, fire, wind, earth, lightning, various elemental forces alternated in Lu Sheng's hands, tormenting the beasts to death. Lu Sheng had entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He only felt that in his mind, various emotions kept appearing like bursts of intuition. Clashing elemental control abilities he had comprehended were not few, but he rarely used them. Except for the wind-breathing technique and the fire-breathing technique, other elements were mostly left in a corner by Lu Sheng, gathering dust, rarely used by him. Now, Lu Sheng finally realized how powerful elemental control could be when combined with martial arts. On the battlefield, the young man shouted, "Breath of thunder, breath of fire." With a cold glare, Lu Sheng stomped hard on the ground, then leaped high. Breath of earth, breath of wind, a series of elemental effects surrounded Lu Sheng, his aura blazing. The young man now truly looked like a genuine demon king, swinging the red star dragon pattern spear. Lu Sheng shouted, "You bastards, all of you get lost. Get out of my sight." A spear strike slammed down, boom, boom, boom. Thunder and wind covered the ground as if tearing it apart. When directly facing the beasts, Lu Sheng truly felt the domineering power of elemental control combined with powerful martial arts. This is equivalent to an attack with special effects and damage. Compared to ordinary martial artists without talent, it's several times more powerful. It's truly a powerful weapon. No wonder why, even in martial arts, 10,000 years in the future, martial artists with elemental control talent are considered golden. If one has mental force talent, it's even more impressive. It's unbelievable. The soldiers standing on top of the makeshift combat fortress were already stunned by the sight. The scene before them left them dumbfounded, their expressions bewildered. In their eyes reflected the image of the distant battlefield, the young man's figure like a dragon, one hand holding a spear, sword wheels swirling with ice and fire rising around him. The ground rolled beneath his feet, a setting sun behind him slowly sinking towards the west. Large swaths of beasts flew off like straw. The young man darted to each beast one by one, delivering a fatal blow with each thrust. The soldiers were shocked and impacted beyond compare. They didn't know what words to use to describe the feeling in their hearts at this moment. The soldiers, dazed, scanned the battlefield before them. The beasts had been surging endlessly like the tide, so dense that it made people feel suffocated. But at some point, they had become much sparser in number. The beasts that had already reached behind the defense line were also drawn back, but still couldn't compensate for this sense of sparseness. Whenever they gathered in a herd, the young man would charge in, ready to wipe them out. The young man's eyes flashed. His cold face suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Lu Sheng shouted, "You damn beasts, go and die." On the western battlefield, where the beasts were rampaging, the soldiers standing atop the combat fortress couldn't believe their eyes. As the young man single-handedly battled hundreds of thousands of beasts, the old man, his face filled with amazement and confusion, exclaimed, He's been fighting for 3 days and nights, hasn't he?" The old man saw the ground covered with beast corpses, a scene completely different from before Lu Sheng appeared. He continued to say to the tall man carrying a machine gun beside him, "The beasts seem to have decreased in number, haven't they?" The tall man stood stunned on the combat fortress. He almost thought he was seeing things or had accidentally gone to a different defense line. He stammered, "That officer over there." This scene reminded the soldiers of moths flying into flames, with Lu Sheng being the fire consuming everything. He was the sun itself. The young Lu Sheng, with just a single spear, fought alone, charging straight into the beasts. Lu Sheng entered an unparalleled state, slaughtering beasts from when the sun was high until it set in the west, then continued killing beasts until the sky was full of stars. The beasts around Lu Sheng grew fewer and fewer, so few that he even had to actively search for them. Then he realized that he had destroyed the beast tide. Lu Sheng looked up, and under the starlight, beast corpses were everywhere. Blood had pooled into rivers. Some of it had already congealed into clumps, imprinted on the ground, reflecting a large expanse of darkness. In the distant districts, beasts were still emerging, but their numbers were much fewer than during the day. If they were to gather in numbers like earlier, it would take at least a day or even longer. Lu Sheng calmed down, immediately feeling fatigue spreading through his body. He silently clicked his tongue, for even his extraordinary body felt tired, which gives an idea of how intense this battle had been for him. Lu Sheng looked inside his own body. Damn, even the Grandmaster blood pill in his chest had shrunk by a level. If I had enough beast marrow fluid right now, my immortal golden body would level up. It's a pity that although there are many beast corpses here, there's not a single drop of beast marrow fluid. On the battlefield, everything is good, except for the lack of resources. If there were abundant resources provided, coupled with this endless pressure and stimulation, my strength would definitely increase dramatically. But it's not like I haven't gained anything. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up brightly, feeling his own transformation. He had broken through certain shackles in this battle, such as entering the peerless state. Lu Sheng could now simultaneously use 4 basic master-level wills and 4 different elemental control abilities. His combat power had once again reached a new height. This was Lu Sheng's strongest martial state, apart from the martial god state. Moreover, Lu Sheng had a kind of premonition. After comprehending the peerless state, the combat power of his martial god state had also greatly increased. The 10 perfect master paths I just created, I need to gradually perfect them, improve them, slowly bringing them closer to the true martial god realm. Lu Sheng was in a relaxed mood when suddenly his earpiece rang. After connecting, Du Fei's voice came through. Lu Sheng, where are you? Lu Sheng thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to report the true situation to Du Fei, only saying vaguely, I'm on a battlefield. The fighting situation is a bit tense. Lu Sheng thought to himself, such a good place for rapid training, and I have a defense line all to myself, so I really don't want to leave. With fiery eyes, the young man smiled mischievously and replied, Master Du, I might need to stay here for a few days before returning. On the other end, Du Fei was silent for a moment. All right, the battle line on our side isn't tense. We can still manage. Be careful yourself. I heard that an important defense line in the west has been overrun. Beasts are rampaging indiscriminately. Don't rush into that area. The young man responded with an "Oh, is it very dangerous?" Lu Sheng didn't say that he was currently there, and moreover, he was having a lot of fun. Hearing Lu Sheng's "Oh," Du Fei thought the young man hadn't heard clearly and broke out in a cold sweat, repeating, In the western area, savage beasts are rampaging indiscriminately. Don't rush into that place. It's very dangerous. You absolutely must not go there. The young man laughed and replied, Don't worry, master. I'm very obedient. He wanted to say he wouldn't rush in there because he was already inside, but fearing the old man's blood pressure might rise, he decided against it. Don't worry, Master Du, I definitely won't go into the western area anymore. Haha. Du Fei didn't say anything more, gave a couple of reminders, and hung up. The young man continued walking forward. The surrounding scenery was full of corpses of strange beasts that had just met their end under the young man's spear. Earlier, inside the trench, the soldier who was wounded in the head now coughed and regained consciousness. He slowly sat up, one hand supporting himself on the ground, the other holding his aching head. Earlier, everyone thought old Dao couldn't survive, but unexpectedly, he managed to endure. It was truly a miracle. Appearing, the old man saw this and exclaimed joyfully, Old Dao, you're awake, thank God. Old Dao immediately asked curiously about the battle situation. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of reuniting after a life-and-death battle, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out near them with a thud. Old Dao and the old man immediately turned their heads, their eyelids raised, hearts filled with fear. They saw a huge level 7 strange beast corpse lying horizontally in front of them. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching. A young man holding a spear silently looked at them. Old Dao and the old man were as happy as seeing their mother return from the market. The bright moonlight shone on the handsome face of the young man, Lu Sheng. His eyes were very bright, showing a hint of hesitation. He asked, There's a serious matter. I need your help. Old Dao and the old man immediately raised their hands in salute. Yes, please give us your orders. The young man Lu Sheng continued with an unexpected question. Does anyone among you know how to cook. I'm hungry. This statement startled both of them. At the eastern part of Military Zone 9, an emergency meeting was quickly convened. This time, the SS-level underground cave uprising was considered thoroughly stabilized, 2 days later than the estimated time. The detailed casualty statistics have been placed on the computer in front of the commander. The marshal's place also has one of the 4 senior generals. Xia Dingjun ordered, although this SS-level cave uprising was not due to human error, it has exposed some issues in the guarding and monitoring of caves in the Eastern Military Zone. In the future, we must remember this lesson, enhance our awareness of defense and surveillance. Moreover, in this cave handling operation, the performance of the officers and soldiers of the main division was not very good. Later, time must be arranged for me to talk with them. One of them stood up to accept the order. Understood. I will arrange it right away. Xia Dingjun continued. I will now go to arrange the handling of the SS-level cave uprising event. This time a soldier asked, "Are you in such a hurry, sir?" Xia Dingjun raised his knife-sharp eyebrows, coldly asking back, "Have you forgotten that we still have a major problem unresolved?" Another person, breaking out in cold sweat, continued. "As you said, General, Defense Line Number 8 has collapsed. The 833rd Division, commanded by Feng Boshi, has just sent a request for assistance." Xia Dingjun angrily slammed his hand on the table. Bang! Immediately investigate the current situation of Defense Line Number 8 for me. Yes, the soldier reported. On the Defense Line distribution map, he gently pointed to the location of Defense Line Number 8. The satellite system quickly projected real-time footage of Defense Line Number 8. Xia Dingjun stared at the screen, his face unchanging, looked for a moment, then coldly said, "Where is Feng Boshi now?" The soldier reported. Sensing the coldness in Xia Dingjun's voice, he lowered his voice, quickly answering, "General Feng is resting and recovering with his subordinates. They are waiting for reinforcements to arrive before going back to the battlefield." Waiting my ass. Xia Dingjun snorted coldly. Even if there were reinforcements, it wouldn't be his turn to receive them for Defense Line Number 8. It's not even considered a Level 2 priority area. How dare Feng Boshi have the face to request reinforcements? Tell him, I order him to immediately advance to the battlefield and reconstruct the defense line again. By early tomorrow morning, either he lets me hear news of victory from Defense Line Number 8, or he lets me hear news of his sacrifice. Yes, sir, the soldier reported, nodding continuously. Xia Dingjun was anxious, unable to sit still. He kept pacing back and forth. Shortly after, Xia Dingjun inquired about the situation of some other defense lines, occasionally controlling the satellite system to inspect the current state of the defense lines. The reporting soldier was very cooperative, answering continuously. As images of the red defense lines appeared, Xia Dingjun's expression became slightly grim. This time, an A-level ground fisher appeared. A happened to be in his area. After this battle, the number of star generals under his command who sacrificed is estimated to be over 12. Xia Dingjun's heart was bleeding for these elite talents, with level 7 master-level strength and military qualities were not easy to cultivate. Xia Dingjun stared at the map. All red. This time, the casualties were too great. Looking at these red areas, all emergency zones, these damned ground fisher uprisings. Xia Dingjun startled when he saw something and let out a gasp. As Xia Dingjun's eyes swept over the lower left corner of the map, a fairly large sky blue circle appeared, bringing some reassurance. At this moment, his mood eased a bit. Xia Dingjun's eyes brightened slightly. This defense line of the 182nd Division was actually the only area with a very solid battle line. Who commands the 182nd Division? Sensing the coldness on Xia Dingjun's face slightly diminish, the reporting soldier, in high spirits, smiled and reported, "It's Major General Du Fei. I heard the 182nd Division there has performed exceptionally well. They even have spare capacity to reinforce surrounding defense lines, making enormous contributions." Du Fei. Xia Dingjun read out this name, hand on chin, pondering for a moment. Xia Dingjun stroked his beard once, then continued, recalling and muttering, "I remember clearly some time ago, the military department recruited a good seedling as a reserve martial saint. It was Du Fei. The person who recommended him, what was his name?" After a while, Xia Dingjun remembered. Lu Sheng. That's right, he's called Lu Sheng. He was a young master, still young, but his hands were already stained with the blood of several masters. He even dared to provoke the extreme Dao martial arts school. Ha ha ha. Xia Dingjun couldn't help but laugh loudly, nodding as he continued. Du Fei is quite capable, also a talent. After this event is over, have him come see me. The reporting soldier smiled and responded, "Yes, Commander. This defense line is what I'm most worried about." Now finally, Xia Dingjun's gaze moved to the bottom left corner of the map, the reddest area. Xia Dingjun startled with shock, letting out a gasp. Where are the mutant beasts? An image appeared on the large screen. First was a bird's eye view from above, then it quickly zoomed in as the image magnified. The pupils of Xia Dingjun and the reporting soldier also quickly contracted. The image of mutant beasts rampaging in their imagination did not appear. Xia Dingjun was very puzzled. Wasn't the defense line already broken? Why can't we see mutant beasts rampaging? Xia Dingjun quickly ordered, quickly change the lens. Look elsewhere. I want to see the battle situation. Yes, changing now, right away. Xia Dingjun was shocked. The second thing that appeared before his eyes was a high mountain. The corpses of mutant beasts around it were being burned by raging fires. And in front of this mountain of mutant beast corpses, there was a figure standing proudly upright. He stood silently, in front of the ground fisher, hand gripping a long spear tightly, his whole body exuding an extremely powerful aura. Seeing Lu Sheng's cold gaze as he turned his head to look back, Xia Dingjun stuttered. This is Xia Dingjun. Unable to believe his eyes, mouth agape, impossible. Could he be a tough guy protecting the rampaging mutant beasts? Xia Dingjun rushed over, grabbed his subordinate's collar, and ordered, "Who is this person? Investigate his information for me immediately." The subordinate soldier was scared stiff, obeying the order. In another wilderness area, a woman with a voluptuous figure was wielding 2 swords to eliminate mutant beasts. Her attack speed was astonishingly fast. This was already the 4th one she had dealt with from the group of mutant beasts. The woman calmly, nonchalantly said into her earpiece, "I've just killed 4 mutant beasts, including 3 level 5s, 1 level 6, all normal." Soon after, a response came through the earpiece. "I've also just killed 2 mutant beasts, all normal. We're approaching the collapsed defense point now. Gather at coordinate 30. The voice in the earpiece replied, "Yes, Captain." 15 minutes later, she arrived at the collapsed defense point. She circled around, finding only a few stray mutant beasts. Strange, wasn't the defense line supposed to have collapsed? Why are there so few monsters? A big question mark appeared in her mind without an answer. Not far away, the muscular soldier and the old man saw something. The old man exclaimed, "It's dazzling. That's the tall one." He replied, "You're not seeing things." 15 minutes later, the team of 4 successfully gathered at the edge of the abandoned city. They stood at an old building, resting and recovering while exchanging information. A bald, red-faced giant, 2.2 meters tall, on his bald head was a tattoo of a scorpion. He rubbed his head and said puzzledly, "Captain, damn it, this is too weird. I've been going around for half a day and haven't seen a single level 5 or higher mutant beast. Didn't they say earlier that the defense line had been breached? But it doesn't look like it at all." A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, average build, but carrying a massive backpack, also briefly reported the situation. Not much different from the previous description. My experience wasn't much different. Although it's not to the point where there were no level 5 mutant beasts at all, the numbers were really low. The young man next to him, about 30 years old, with a slender build, somewhat handsome, replied, "To be honest, this defense line isn't much different from the wilderness. It might even be called very desolate. This feeling isn't much different from the daily wilderness." The handsome guy stroked his chin, looking into the distance, and continued, "In fact, it might even be a bit more stable. Indeed, it doesn't match the description in the documents of a breached defense line, with mutant beasts rampaging indiscriminately." The female team leader nodded, her delicate brows furrowing. Calmly, her ample bosom rising, she said after a moment, "This situation is indeed quite strange. Theoretically speaking, a mission rated as level A shouldn't be this desolate. Moreover, the underground lair just appeared. The news of this defense line being breached is known to everyone. Intelligence couldn't have made such a mistake. If you look up at the ruins of the city, in the distance," she continued in a deep voice, "the mutant beasts that emerged from the underground lair, if they're not in the wilderness, must be hiding within the city ruins. Everyone must be careful. The density of mutant beasts in the city is likely to far exceed our imagination." The team of 4 continued on their way, following a hand signal from the female team leader. The handsome guy behind reminded everyone, "What follows will surely be a fierce battle. Let's go. Can we really suppress an S-class underground lair?" The bald giant showed a shocked expression and said with a hint of fear, "Even half-step level 9 mutant beasts have come out. If I hadn't run fast enough, I'd probably have died there. A level 7 master theoretically has a lifespan of 500 years. I don't want to die prematurely for nothing. Martial arts masters have only appeared in recent years. How many have actually lived to their theoretical age?" The handsome young man beside him, team glanced at the bald giant. However, an S-class underground lair is indeed terrifying. Once you're deep inside it and want to escape, there's nowhere to run. It's said that in this recent turmoil, no less than 15 level 7-star generals have fallen, and even a level 8-star general has been defeated. In such a vast terrain, being surrounded by mutant beasts is nothing to worry about. With our team's strength and coordination, even if more level 7 mutant beasts come, we can still escape. It won't be life-threatening. The faces of the group showed expressions of having experienced difficult hell-like missions before. Now tackling a normal mission seems too easy. The team leader nodded and said, "After this mission is completed and we've gained sufficient merits, we'll be able to increase our strength a bit. Then, we'll rest and recover, digest for a while before taking on another mission. Our strength will then be able to increase another level. Captain, are you about to break through to level 8? The middle-aged man who was usually quiet suddenly asked. The woman shook her head and said, "It's still too early. I haven't even touched the threshold of level 8 yet. The heaven and earth double bridge is still not in sight. I hope that in this lifetime I can at least touch level 8. Enough idle talk. Everyone prepare for action." Yes. The 4 people stopped talking, their expressions becoming serious. The formation spread out slightly, maintaining a distance, ready to support each other at any time. They quickly moved towards the city ruins, and as they got closer to the ruins, the group's expressions became even more serious. They all scrutinized every nook and cranny, but didn't see any mutant beasts. This was a team with extremely rich combat experience, a star general team that had been rigorously trained. The female team leader ordered, "Spread out and search. Report immediately if you encounter any situation." Yes, understood. The group immediately split up to take action. Their figures quickly entered different neighborhoods. More than half an hour later, at some abandoned square in the city center, the 4 people gathered again. The bald, burly man pulled out a scanner and scanned the surroundings. After a while, he puffed on his cigarette, saying, "The detector shows no danger within 100 meters to the south." The young, handsome man who had been holding his sword ready walked around and didn't see any mutant beasts. Reported, "Nothing unusual to the north either. This is really strange." This time, the female team leader was even more puzzled, saying, "How can an urban area have fewer mutant beasts than the wilderness? Not encountering a single mutant beast, this doesn't make sense." The young, handsome man behind her asked, "Could it be that all the mutant beasts have run to other defense lines?" "No way." The woman shook her head. "The surrounding defense lines are all in very stable conditions, with nothing unexpected occurring. If indeed all the mutant beasts had run to other defense lines, then the higher-ups would have already sent down orders for us to change direction and provide support." Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the smartwatch on the woman's wrist beeped. Then, from inside came a somewhat playful voice of a young man. "Hong Yu, is your team all right? My team has been in the wilderness for half a day and hasn't encountered a single mutant beast. The mutant beasts are so fast." Not waiting for the other party to finish speaking, the woman irritably cut off the call and said to the members, "It's people from the Blue Star Squad. They arrived later than us and have also entered the wilderness. Their situation is the same as ours. They haven't seen any mutant beasts." The handsome young man pondered and said, "Captain, is it possible that the defense line itself has encountered some problems? The division in charge of this defense line withdrew to the base for repairs a week ago, and the division commander even died in battle. How could this defense line not be breached?" The purple-haired young heartthrob suggested, "Why don't we go directly to the cave entrance to check if there's any problem? We can see at a glance. But first, let's use a drone to fly around and take a look. Going directly might be a bit dangerous." All right. The handsome young man then took out the drone. The youth directly controlled it. The drone headed towards another direction of the ruined city, to the position of the defense line, and approached the cave entrance. Everyone in the squad stared intently at the screen of the drone controller as the drone quickly glided across the city sky. The images transmitted back by the drone from the aerial view showed a clearer panorama of the ruined city. The ruined city was desolate and quiet, with no sight of 1 or 2 mutant beasts passing by. Such a large ruined city was so deserted that it looked as if it had been specially cleaned, bearing no resemblance to the report of the defense line here being breached, mutant beasts rampaging. The group grew increasingly shocked and puzzled as they watched. The female team leader immediately became focused, quickly giving orders. "Get closer to that cave over there. Lower the aircraft. Zoom in on the image." Yes, the female team leader was very confused, getting close to the front line, and still no mutant beasts. What kind of weird situation is this? Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared. The image shook violently, then the screen went completely black. The handsome young man immediately stood up, shouting, The drone has been shot down. The rest of the team members also had grim expressions, their eyes showing uncertainty and alarm. Let's go there ourselves to check it out. Yes, the four-person team quickly took action. The female team leader eagerly ran in front, leading the way. Meanwhile, at the edge of the defense line, the old man was holding a smoking drone, stomping his feet and cursing loudly. Damn your mother. This is a drone from the reinforcement troops, and you actually shot it down. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He shrank his neck in embarrassment, scratching his head and saying, "Ah, I thought it was some kind of eagle, so I shot it down to give that one a change in dinner menu." The middle-aged man with one arm who was cooking in a large pot spoke up to smooth things over. All right, it's just a drone, isn't it? Shot down is shot down. If the reinforcement troops could send a drone here, then I guess they're not far from us. They'll be here soon. Instead of worrying about this, we'd better think about what new dish to serve that great person later. That's the real issue. Not far from there, the young man Luke Tan was splitting several enormous mutant beasts in half. The people on the combat fortress instinctively turned their eyes towards Luke Tan. There, mutant beast corpses were piled like mountains, blood flowing like rivers. A tall figure, wielding a long spear, was continuously fighting, looking incredibly cool. In the eyes of the crowd, reverence and fervor appeared, as if seeing a celestial being. The old man exclaimed admiringly, "So powerful. When will it be my turn?" The team of 4 people ran like the wind through the city ruins. Because they had previously used drones to scout the area, they knew this place was not dangerous. Therefore, their advancing speed was extremely fast. As they approached the other edge of the city, at the defense line marked on the map, the footsteps of all 4 people, without prior agreement, began to slow down. Then, they exchanged careful glances and approached the target step by step. Finally, they stepped out of the inner city, and the view before them became wider. Those soldiers seemed to have noticed them and were extremely excited, waving at them, shouting something unintelligible. Damn, there are still people alive. Moreover, this place doesn't even have a single mutant beast, the bald man said with a look of disbelief. The woman and the rest of the group simultaneously covered their noses. Something's wrong. The smell of fresh blood is too strong, too pungent. Let's go. Although they frequently entered and exited caves and were all used to the smell of fresh blood, right now they still felt a sense of suffocation, unable to breathe. The girl was shocked when she saw something. What? As soon as they looked, the pupils of all 4 people violently contracted, their bodies stiffened, as if turned to stone, standing motionless in place. They saw in front of them countless mutant beast corpses piled like mountains, fresh blood soaking the ground, coagulating into large patches of dark red, mottled. Chunk after chunk of mutant beast remains piled together, forming 2 very long walls of flesh, entirely made of blood and flesh. The 2 flesh walls extended far into the distance, their height continuously increasing. Near the center, mutant beast corpses had piled into mountains, 2 corpse mountains, one left and one right, looking like 2 large pillars of a giant gate without a roof. On the left was a mountain of level 7 mutant beast corpses. On the right was a mountain of level 6 mutant beasts. The female team leader seemed frozen as she looked up at these corpses, all of which were high-level mutant beasts. Suddenly, she was startled when she saw something in the middle of the blood and flesh gate. It was the blood-red setting sun, and a silhouette standing silently upright, holding a long spear, still killing mutant beasts. That figure suddenly turned and asked, "Do you need something?" 3 minutes later, the young man Luke Tan had led the team of 4 to where the old man was. Luke Tan sat on top of an abandoned armored vehicle, the star dragon pattern spear placed by his feet, casually holding a leg of still hot mutant beast meat, blowing on it while eating, and still chewing meat in his mouth. The young man spoke to the people in front of him. "Tiger Crane's small team, Grade A star ranked. Are you here as reinforcements?" All 4 people immediately stood straight and saluted. Trian Hongok honestly replied, "Yes, we received orders to reinforce the breach defense line to eliminate mutant beasts. Star-ranked small teams like ours number about several dozen, all rushing here simultaneously. We're considered the earliest small team to arrive." While speaking, her eyes involuntarily glanced towards the defense line. Each time she looked, her eyelids twitched violently. She suddenly widened her eyes, face covered in sweat, and exclaimed, "Oh my God, look at those mutant beast corpses." It made her feel shocked, an enormous impact beyond compare. And those 2 corpse mountains from earlier were actually created by the young man in front of her alone. Trian Hongok could still clearly smell the strong scent of blood emanating from him. Her skin occasionally felt waves of pain, as if being pricked by needles. Although Luke Than was just casually sitting in front of Trien Hongok, calmly conversing with her, his aura was shocking to her, making her scalp numb. In front of him, her master-level force field was just an empty shell. It was clear that he must be a grand master-level expert, a level 8 star-ranked. But a level 8 star-ranked with such a youthful appearance and such terrifying strength. Trien Hongok searched her memory, but couldn't find anyone matching these criteria. While Hongok was still dazed like a golden deer, Luke Than jumped down from the armored vehicle and asked, "So you're saying the military will soon send people to this defense line to reconstruct it, right?" After eating his fill, the young man pondered that the soldiers he casually saved indeed had very good cooking skills. The food they prepared tasted better than that of the 1182nd Division's officer canteen. Originally, we had to wait until we finished clearing the mutant beasts here, then dispatch troops to guard the area. The estimated time was 1.5 months. Trien Hongok glanced again at the distant corpse mountains and nearly depleted caves, saying, "But now, because you have almost completely cleared the mutant beasts in this defense line, nearly wiping them out, I will report the current situation to the military headquarters for review. Then, within 2 to 3 days, a division will arrive to occupy the area." Yes. Luke Than nodded and grabbed his star-patterned dragon spear, saying, so the time he alone guarded this place was finally coming to an end. Thinking of this, Luke Than relaxed, stood up, and slowly stretched his body. During this time, he had been continuously slaughtering mutant beasts, his demeanor changing from gentle to being tempered into a blood crystal. Luke Than's simple stretching movements appeared in the eyes of the Tiger Crane squad members as a kind of sorrowful feeling, like clashing swords, emanating an extremely powerful aura, a body full of righteous spirit. Ngok stared at Luke Than for a long time, feeling a stinging pain in her eyes, wanting to lower her head, but still couldn't help carefully asking, "Excuse me, what is your identity, sir?" Luke Than was stunned for a moment. Identity. After a while, he finally reacted, realizing that he had been interrogating the Tiger Crane squad members for half a day, but indeed hadn't introduced who he actually was. After thinking for a moment, Luke Than replied, "I'm a new recruit of the 182nd Division, under Major General Du Fi-ruk, enlisted less than half a month ago." The Tiger Crane squad members were immediately stunned. Hong Ngok reluctantly said, "Are you joking, sir?" Luke Than casually glanced at her and calmly said, "Do you think I'm joking with you?" The whole team's eyes widened, their mouths shut. All of them wore expressions of fear, looking at each other, seeing in each other's eyes the shock of a lifetime. Hong Ngok was so shocked she could barely think straight. A new recruit enlisted less than half a month ago, single-handedly defending an entire battle line. It's too terrifying. After a long while, Trien Hongok suddenly reacted, quickly saying, "I understand now. Sir, would you like to return to the military district with us? With your strength, you can definitely easily be rated as a star general. The various benefits compared to ordinary soldiers in the division are much better." Trien Hongok looked at Luke Than with an expectant face. The young man stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, that's right. I do need to replenish some mutant marrow or something, so I should greet my master first. Luke Than suggested, then took out his phone and dialed a number. When Hong Ngok heard Luke Than say this, she clenched her fists, secretly rejoicing. If he really is a new recruit, this is the perfect time to establish a connection with a young powerhouse. Given more time, he might become the 8th prodigy of the Eastern region. After some time, the whole team and Luke Than arrived at the military district headquarters. Hong Ngok introduced as they walked. "Sir, this is the Star General area. Many Star Generals bring their families and friends here to live together, gradually developing into the scene before us. To be honest, living here, aside from the slight inconvenience of coming and going, in every other aspect, including safety, it's much better than most places." The young man looked around and exclaimed, "Oh, not bad." Luke Than thought to himself, don't be fooled that this is a military district. In the entire Long Kingdom, it's closest to the frontline underground caves, but in terms of safety, it's truly hard to find many places that can compare to this. No wonder there are so many ordinary people in the military district. Turns out they're all family members of Star Generals. If I bring my parents and Luke Kinhua to the military district, then I won't have to worry so much about that crazy woman seeking revenge. Even if the Kukdao martial arts school has greater influence, a martial saint's wife surely wouldn't dare to kill someone inside the famous military department. The only question is whether my parents and Luke Kinhua would be willing to come here or not. Luke Than curiously asked, right, how do I complete the registration process? I really want to take a bath. I'm covered in blood." Hong Ngok blushed as she replied, "Sir, Since you've never been to the headquarters, you don't have an official status yet, so you can't stay at the hotel. So tonight, please bear with staying at my place." Well, the young man broke out in a cold sweat, asking, "That's quite forward. Oh no, this is really bad." As soon as they got home, Trian Hongok went to take a bath. Her wet hair hung loose, her fair skin glowing even more under the water. The beautiful and alluring girl was immersing herself in the cool water, enjoying the refreshing feeling of a clean bath. She recalled her female boss's instructions. "Hongok, we are female warriors in this era, and we have another important mission, which is to preserve the genes of strong individuals." "Yes, Commander." She had just finished bathing, stepped out, and was drying her hair while still wrapped in a towel. Her figure was incredibly seductive. Thinking of the sexy spaghetti strap top, Trian Hongok blushed. "Tonight, we'll have to do that." Luke Than didn't stand on ceremony. With Trian Hongok, after entering the house, he went straight to the bathroom. Luke Than sniffed his hand, still smelling, and muttered, there's still a bit of smell." Luke Than recalled killing strange beasts all week. "I feel like I've been marinated already." The young man was sitting wrapped in a towel on his body when suddenly Trian Hongok's voice called out, "Sir, have you finished bathing?" The young man cheerfully turned his head and replied, "I'm done. Don't call me sir anymore. My name is Luke Than." Mid-sentence, his mouth froze, unable to continue speaking, because what met the young man's eyes rendered him speechless. Trian Hongok, in a spaghetti-strap top, revealing her full round breasts and an incredibly seductive figure, asked Luke Than, "What's wrong? Just washed your eyes." The young man's face turned red as a tomato, and he embarrassedly turned his head away, coughing. "It's nothing." Luke Than quickly changed the subject to alter this awkward atmosphere. "Shall we go confirm my status as a star general now?" "Of course." She stepped forward, proactively touched Luke Than's shoulder, and gently asked, "Would you like to eat something before we go? Or would you like to eat me?" The young man trembled like a grilled crab when touched by the girl, his face covered in cold sweat. Oh, that's fine." The young man thought to himself, "It would be a lie to say I'm not moved. I'm not a saint, but this quickly feels a bit inappropriate." The young man Luke Than suddenly remembered. "That's right. I recall those powerful male star generals were no longer young." Luke Than couldn't help but curiously ask Trian Hongok, venturing a question. "How old are you this year?" Trian Hongok was startled. She tucked her hair behind her ear and casually replied, Well, I don't remember clearly, probably in my 50s, almost 60. Luke Than was drenched in sweat upon hearing the answer. This aircraft has been around for years, keeping the young man's pilot license about to be upgraded. She laughed cheerfully, then pressed, "What's wrong? I estimate I'm only about 10 or 20 years older than you." The young man didn't know how to respond, so he just laughed awkwardly. "Haha, that close." She thought 10 or 20, but it was actually 34 to 40 years, because the young man was currently only 19 years old. Taking a small sip of water, regaining his composure, the young man thought to himself, "At this age, she's almost catching up to my mother." Although masters have much longer lifespans compared to ordinary people, Luke Than always felt there was a bit of a gap that was too large. 10 years older than me is the limit. It seems at most it can only be up to Dongtin Tuyet's age. Dongtin Tuyet is only about 30 years old. This small age difference, in the era of martial arts prosperity, is no different than a 2 to 3 year gap. Luke Than suddenly reacted. Why am I unconsciously comparing with Dongtin Tuyet? Something's not right here. A moment later, Luke Than and Trian Hongok arrived at a large building. The main gate of this building was wide open, with people coming and going. Almost all of them were masters passing by. Such a gathering of martial arts masters could probably only be seen in the Star General area of the military department. This was the building for confirming Star General qualifications. The 3 members of the Tiger Crane squad were standing at the main gate, waiting for the 2 people, Luke Than and Hongok. The young handsome guy in the squad spotted Luke Than and Hongok and called out, "Look, the captain has arrived." The bald giant then said to the other guy, "Wow, by the looks of it, the captain must have succeeded. Ha ha ha, we might soon have a little captain." Luke Than looked at the huge building in front of him and muttered, "Is this the Combat Power Assessment Center? It feels quite different from the Hongsuyan Martial Arts Hall." Just then, a blond man approached and greeted, "Dr. Hongok, squad, you're back already. You just left yesterday." The mission was completed quickly indeed. "That's right, the S-Class underground cave riot ended. I've been busy until now, just returning to rest and recover. There are still a few squads that haven't returned." The 2 exchanged a few simple words, and the blond man's gaze naturally fell on Luke Than, standing next to Trian Hongok. Today, Luke Than had concealed his murderous aura, and his presence was no longer as intimidating as before. But at a glance, he still resembled a spear that had just been wiped clean, washed on the outside. He looked fresh, but upon careful observation, one could still see the blood stains on the spear tip. This brother looks very unfamiliar. The blonde man looked Luke Than up and down and asked Trian Hongok, "Is your squad preparing to recruit a new member?" Hongok waved her hand, smiling awkwardly. No, I actually hope that's the case. If he could join, I'd even give up my position as squad leader to him." The blonde man showed some surprise. That impressive, but he didn't ask much more. "Looks like the Tiger Crane squad is about to grow wings. I won't hold you up anymore. I'll head in first." Watching his back as he left, Trian Hongok lowered her voice and voluntarily explained, "He's the captain of an A-class Star General squad. Both his personality and strength are quite good." Luke Than nodded, calmly saying, "Let's go." All right, the group walked towards the Star General Center. After entering, the main gate opened up to a spacious hall before their eyes. As expected, Trian Hongok explained, "This is the first floor hall. Star General confirmation and strength assessment are done here. The second and third floors are for mission assignments." Hongok pointed to a distant counter. "The procedures are done over there. Hello, I want to confirm my Star General qualification." Luke Than's youthful-sounding words startled the girl at the counter. "All right, please present the relevant documents and the military department's recommendation letter." Before she could finish her sentence, the young Luke Than naturally replied with a blunt answer, "I don't have any of those things. Can I just give my name?" The girl was stunned. "Oh, just that? Well, for a handsome young man, I'll make an exception." Luke Than then gave his name. "My name is Luke Than. My master told me earlier that the documents were ready. I just need to give my name." "All right then, please wait a moment." The girl began inputting the information, entering the young Luke Than's name into the system. The girl clicked search. After seeing the information, she jumped in disbelief. "Huh." She then bowed her head low, saluting Luke Than. "So it's you, sir. All these procedures can be waived. Please follow me to the strength assessment area." Trian Hongok also followed and said, "I'll go too. Can I get my strength checked as well?" The girl at the information desk holding Luke Than's file replied to Hongok, "Of course, just fill out some information and you're good." Trian Hongok was shocked when she saw Luke Than's information. "Oh, he's 19 years old." Trian Hongok broke out in a cold sweat thinking, "So he's such a young genius, turning the 12 eastern regions upside down. I'm afraid you couldn't find a second person like him. No wonder earlier at home, Luke Than only glanced at me a few times." In the past, Hongok had met many masters. Even level 8 grandmasters had never given her this kind of shocking feeling. "This genius is too young. Too young. I'm like an old cow meeting very tender grass." At the strength testing room, as Luke Than entered, a man wearing combat clothes inside was preparing to throw a punch. Boom, an extremely powerful punch was thrown. This person had an abundant blood energy, with a tall body. Standing face to face with the crystal pillar, his arm disappeared in the air and reappeared at the crystal column. It seemed to sway a bit, but also appeared motionless. After the tall man retracted his fist and stood firm, the explosive sound along with the fist hitting the crystal pillar finally appeared in succession. Then, Luke Than saw the crystal pillar start to flash wildly. A fist-sized diamond-shaped stone in the middle of the crystal column lit up and then quickly stopped, totaling 1.5 stones. If the stone hadn't lit up, Luke Than wouldn't have noticed. In the middle of the crystal pillar were diamond-shaped patterns shimmering white like jade. A quick glance estimated there were over 10 of them. After the tall man finished his punch, the team members immediately burst into admiration and praise. "Impressive, worthy of being the captain." The second stone has exceeded half of the combat power. It's probably over 1,600,000, truly deserving of the captain title. If the captain were to hit someone with this punch, I'm afraid it could make them soil themselves. The team members continued to rejoice, like it was a holiday. They praised the captain's rate of progress, saying it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to cross the heaven and earth bridge, reaching the level 8 Grandmaster realm. The person next to him added, "If only I had half the captain's strength, that would be great." The tall man waved his hand and said, "The heaven and earth bridge isn't so easy to cross. Casually passing through would increase combat power by about 30 million. It's still too early for me." His words were modest, but the smile and pride on his face were undisguisable. It was clear his mood was quite good. A level 7 master reaches 16 million combat points, but a master's strength isn't so easily increased. Luke Than observed from the side and found it very interesting. Testing combat power with this crystal pillar was worlds apart from the previous strength measuring devices. He couldn't couldn't help but ask Trian Hongok beside him, "Do all battle zones check power levels like this?" Trian Hongok nodded and said, "Basically, once you reach the Master Realm, power level checks move beyond modern measuring devices. Because a Master's strength is too powerful, even if measuring devices use better materials or have better protection, one punch from a Master would crush its internal components. Therefore, only crystal pillars can be used for testing. Although crystal pillars aren't extremely precise, the error margin won't exceed 100,000 points." Luke Than continued curiously, "What about testing blood energy values?" She continued to explain, "Masters have too much fluctuation in blood energy values, so testing would be too inaccurate. Therefore, once you reach master level, blood energy value testing has long been phased out. Moreover, combat power value is the best indicator of how powerful one's blood energy is." Hearing Trian Hongok's explanation, Luke Than understood a lot more. As Luke Than and Trian Hongok were chatting, the people who had just finished testing noticed them. The team leader approached. "Hongok, why didn't you say hello when you arrived?" Trian Hongok spoke politely, but her face and tone were ice cold. "You've gotten stronger recently, haven't you, Lam Tiantu?" Lam Tiantu put on his lecherous smile and said, "Oh no, not at all. Even if I became a Grand Master, I absolutely wouldn't be your match. I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." She pressed, "Really? Haha." The young Luke Than standing nearby felt nauseated listening to this. It was such sickening flattery. Lam Tiantu noticed a young man next to Hongok and immediately started sniffing around. "Oh right, is the person next to you a new member, Hongok? Could this kid be trying to rob the cradle? No, could Hongok be the one robbing the cradle?" Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis filled Lam Tiantu's heart. His eyes looking at Luke Than became hostile and unfriendly. Luke Than looked into Lam Tiantu's eyes and thought, "Damn it, all day it's just petty jealousy. How troublesome." Luke Than noticed Lam Tiantu's changing expression and couldn't help but feel angry. He thought about directly slapping this guy away, and along with it, his thoughts about Trian Hongok. Older women are really troublesome. Dong Zhaoquan is still better. The young Luke Than remembered his beautiful first wife. She was much younger. That cougar was only in her early 30s after all. That plane was only about 30 years old. Immediately, the young man felt something was off. Wait, why am I remembering Dong Tin Tuet now? After a moment, young Luke Than was confused about why he kept thinking about the young and beautiful Dong Tin Tuet, so he changed the subject and walked away. "All right, I'm going to get certified." Here, Luke Than ignored the reactions of the other two. He brushed past the crowd, quickly heading towards the crystal pillar. Lam Tiantu showed a look of disdain. He folded his arms and said in an arrogant tone, "What a loser, doesn't even have certification." Then he pointed towards Luke Than and asked mockingly, "Hongok, what does your Tiger Crane squad have to say about this?" As an A-level star general squad, this kind of rookie who just entered the military zone hasn't even completed his strength verification. What qualifies him to be accepted by you? Hongok, you're not thinking of robbing the cradle, are you? Trian Hongok looked at him and asked coldly, "What if I want to rob the cradle? Are you going to stop me?" Trian Hongok smirked, adding, "You pursuing me? Isn't that robbing the cradle too?" Lam Tiantu felt like a 1,000-pound rock had fallen on his back. Lam Tiantu, instinctively wanted to argue back, but was speechless, his mouth agape. He looked like he wanted to rush at Hongok, but was held back by two members behind him. At this moment, Hongok spoke more seriously. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's see Luke Than's test. He's not even 20 years old. You'll be embarrassed soon." A moment of impulse leads to a lifetime of regret. Lam Tiantu, hearing this, curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Lam Tiantu was daydreaming about a scene where he alone eliminated all the strange beasts, then ascended to the peak of glory. He continued to smirk, muttering, "After all, I'm a level 7 star general of the entire battle zone number 9. He's so young. How advanced could his martial arts be? So what if I'm nearly 80 years old? Well, I'm still in my prime, and before long, I'll be able to break through the heaven and earth double bridge. Who knows? I might even reach the Grand Master level before 150. Lam Tiantu, enraged, gritted his teeth, pointing his finger at Luke Than, who was standing in front of the crystal pillar. "What does that brat have? Besides his looks and appearance, in what aspect can he compare to me?" The squad members in Lam Tiantu's team also chimed in. "That's right, squad leader Hongok. Our squad leader is not bad either. He's a top-tier mating prospect, hard to find." Another one added, Right. Our squad leader is far superior to that nobody Luke Than. He's just a kid, and he really is young, age-wise. He's like a grandson, haha." Seeing these guys talking nonsense to their beautiful female squad leader, the bald, tattooed man from the Tiger Crane squad shouted, I despise you lot. What the hell are you talking about? Lam Tiantu and the others looked at him with questioning, surprised eyes. The big man then pointed at Luke Thon and asked, Lam Tiantu, squad leader. Lam, what if he's not only more handsome than you, younger than you, but also much stronger than you? Lam Tiantu turned his head, staring intently. You just opened your mouth to speak, looking like you misheard something, with a confused expression, asking, what did you say? That kid has stronger abilities than me, and much stronger at that. Lam Tiantu laughed and added, are you still half asleep, or are you messing with me? You must be dreaming to talk such nonsense, right? Suddenly, an unprecedented loud explosion echoed throughout the room, as if an earthquake had occurred. The floor shook once, and dust and debris fell from the ceiling. In an instant, everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards the source of the sound, with questioning looks. Members of the Tian Lang squad, who had just finished checking their abilities, were walking towards the door, but stopped in their tracks, all turning around at once. Over 10 gazes converged on one spot. The next second, everyone's faces froze, their pupils contracted, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying, unimaginable, leaving them dumbfounded. This can't be possible. They saw the figure of the young man Luke Thon standing quietly next to the crystal pillar. He was maintaining his posture, slowly retracting his fist, his face as calm as still water. In his eyes was reflected the image of each stone lighting up. The stones on the crystal pillar began lighting up from the bottom 1, 2, 3. They lit up so quickly that people could barely see them clearly. In a flash, they had shot up to a position near the ceiling before stopping. Everyone in the room was bewildered, not just Lam Tiantu's group and the Tian Lang squad. Even the Ho Hak squad, who were already aware of Luke Than's abilities, stood frozen in place like fools. Their minds were buzzing, and the room fell into an eerie silence. The image of the cool young man Luke Than appeared on the notification board with a combat power of 124. Of course, not 124,000. At this moment, the man in charge, wearing a uniform standing next to the crystal pillar, fell to the ground. He looked up towards the ceiling, stunned for a long while, unable to regain his composure. After about half a minute, he finally reacted, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, stammering, 1, 2, 4, 124 million combat power points. The lit stones on the crystal pillar were over 12, approaching 13, 124 million combat power points. After this number was announced, the people inside the room seemed to be jolted by an electric current from their tailbone. Their whole body involuntarily shuddered, snapping back to reality. Each gaze filled with shocking terror, disbelief, looked towards the young figure, standing straight in front of the crystal pillar. They all repeatedly drew in cold breaths. The man in charge of measuring combat power clenched his fist, inwardly rejoicing. A peak grandmaster. Lam Tiantu, who just moments ago had an unrivaled attitude, now had eyes that were about to pop out of their sockets. With an unbelievable expression, he opened his mouth wide to say something, but in the end could only utter a few words. Peak Grandmaster, is this a mistake? 1 minute earlier, on the second floor of the Star General Center, compared to the empty and desolate first floor, this place was much more lively. In the main hall here, 2 large screens were hung. The large screen on the left displayed scrolling news. Mission: Blood Family Squad has accepted a B-rank mission, Patrol of Wilderness Area 23. Congratulations to the Battle Path Squad for successfully completing an S-rank mission. Comment: Underground Cave rated as B-rank mission. Latest mission news: A-rank mission. Inside the main hall, Star Generals could view the large screen to obtain the latest situation and mission information of their own squad and other squads within the battle zone. There was even information about solo Star Generals seeking to join teams and rankings on the Star General leaderboard. There was very little change, at most just fluctuations in contribution points after certain names. The people in the main hall would look up to check mission news, occasionally glancing over at the Star General leaderboard as well. This was a habitual action, instinctive, like how people check their bank balance every time they open their bank card to see the remaining amount. Just then, a delicate person with a rabbit bow on their head reported to the tall, muscular person beside them. Captain, the A-rank mission for support. The defense line swept by strange beasts. Earlier, we saw it disappear for some unknown reason. The captain replied, it seems that defense line wasn't breached. Suddenly there's no need to clear it anymore. The information is vague, unclear, and without explanation. Well, if it's gone, it's gone. The newly appeared underground cave will generate many missions. Let's select a few more. The person with the rabbit bow nodded and replied, yes. Suddenly, a muffled explosion sound came from the floor below. The entire second floor seemed to shake, the whole level trembling. Almost everyone here was a level 7-star general, so the tremor naturally wouldn't affect them much, but the sudden disturbance still startled many people. Everyone became chaotic, discussing loudly. "What's going on? An earthquake," the captain muttered. "In the military zone. How could there be an earthquake? What's happened?" "No, that's not right." The vibration came from downstairs. "What are they doing on the first floor? Why do I feel like this kind of thing has happened before?" "Right, this has definitely happened before. Previously, when General Chen Gongtin came here for a strategy inspection, it made the second floor feel like an earthquake. I was there at that time." The captain, with an experienced demeanor, explained naturally. "Because the lower floor is where they test strength, and the crystal pillar is connected to the entire building. If the fist power is strong enough, it can shake the building, causing an earthquake-like effect." As he said this, he suddenly realized something, looking up at the large screen hanging in front. On the screen displaying star generals, as soon as he looked, his eyes widened, his body leaned back, frantically gasping. Others also came to their senses, all looking towards the star generals, saying, just a month later, the entire second floor seemed infected, as all the star generals in the hall wore shocked expressions, with continuous sounds of gasping. The eyes of the crowd focused on a brand new piece of information above. On the large screen, the star general ranking for the 9th battle zone. Name, Lu Sheng. Combat power, 12.5 stars. Contribution points, not yet calculated. Overall ranking, 1st. Total ranking, 8th. Name, Chen Gang Tin. Combat power, 9 stars. Merit points, 1,329,867. Overall ranking, 2nd. Total ranking, 12th. After a moment of shock and brief silence, the large second-floor hall erupted into chaos. Damn, we've never seen this name before, right? The new leader of the 9th battle zone is having his first strength test, and hell, he's already the top expert. Where did this Lu Sheng come from? How come we've never heard of him before? My god, 12.5 stars of combat power, over 120 million combat points. Damn, I can't even reach his decimal points. Is it necessary to be this exaggerated? Our 9th battle zone has gained another peak expert. Even without calculating merit points, he's already ranked 8th overall. Soon enough, our East will surely have another wine cup. Another excited person loudly declared, more than that, being a wine cup is just a matter of time. Which of the Eastern 7 wines has combat power that can reach 12.5 stars? The 7 strongest peak masters below the Grand General of the East are called the Eastern 7 wines, but not every one of them necessarily has combat power reaching 12.5 stars. I think the highest is only 11 stars. He's ranked 8th overall only because he has no merit points yet. We might actually have a true military saint in our ranks. The Star Generals discussed loudly, their emotions soaring. Among the crowd, the burly man also wore a frightened expression, exclaiming, "Captain, 12.5 star combat power. That's a peak Grandmaster, a figure at the level of a senior general. It's been years since we've seen one. We should hurry down to the first floor now. Maybe we can still catch a glimpse of this peak Grandmaster for a moment. Let's go see this new number 1, a Grandmaster with 12.5 star combat power, a figure at the senior general level. Among the star generals in the Eastern Division is considered an existence beyond reach. Such figures usually live in seclusion or spend long periods immersed in the depths of SS-level underground caves. Normally, it's difficult to even catch a glimpse of them, let alone have close contact. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. The number of people who thought of this was obviously not just these two. The second-floor hall immediately filled with moving shadows, as star generals who reacted quickly rushed down to the first floor. At this moment, the golden light on Lu Sheng's forehead disappeared. Looking at the 12.5 illuminated stones on the crystal pillar, Lu Sheng's expression and mood remained calm. A single upper fist strike, reaching over 120 million combat points, was beyond his expectations, but also quite reasonable. Before, when my immortal cells hadn't fully developed, I could already kill a Grandmaster with one punch. Although the Tongkoi star wasn't considered a true Grandmaster, I estimate that at that time, my combat power had already exceeded 50 million points. The young man recalled crushing the Tongkoi star and continued thinking, but it shouldn't be too far off. Although the Martial Artists Association has a minimum standard for Grandmaster's combat power set at 20 million points, similar to how Masters have a combat power standard of 1 million points, even the weakest Grandmaster would have a combat power well above 20 million points. Once a Grandmaster breaks through the heavenly and earthly bridges, their combat power can surge to 40 million points or more. Then, With the constant refinement of the Grandmaster Blood Pill and honing of martial will, from there, a Grandmaster's combat power will continue to increase. This realm of level 8 Grandmaster is truly deep waters. The gap between a peak Grandmaster and a bottom-tier Grandmaster is even greater than that between a level 7 Master and a level 6 fighter. After all, it's the final realm before the level 9 Martial Saint. Those martial powerhouses with extraordinary talent stuck at this realm have expanded its boundaries countless times. Lu Sheng's punch utilized all the power within his immortal cells. It can be said this is his strongest form without using the peerless state, or the martial god state. This is still a punch thrown when my body is in deficit. After the great battle, the immortal cells are in a withered state. Over 120 million points of combat power seems a bit exaggerated. Although within the immortal planet, it was mentioned that immortal cells could sweep through Grandmasters, but this exceeds that by too much. But then again, the martial arts of 10,000 years in the future might have different standards for the Grandmaster realm. A Grandmaster with 34.10 million points of combat power at that time might be considered trash. If so, then this makes sense. It seems that just 2 or 3 immortal cells would be enough for me to reach an invincible level in the Grandmaster realm. The level 11 Enlightenment scripture is much stronger than I imagined. Ah, Lu Sheng silently marveled. Lu Sheng stopped his musings, his gaze shifting to the soldier in charge of power assessment. That soldier, feeling Lu Sheng's gaze, immediately trembled. He struck a perfect military pose in front of Lu Sheng and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, do you need to measure again?" Lu Sheng raised his hand and shook his head. "No need." The young man replied with cold eyes, "I haven't rested properly lately. This might be my limit for now. More rest might improve it." Lu Sheng thought to himself, his body was already somewhat weakened. If he measured again, he probably wouldn't get a better result. He'd measure again when he had the chance later. The soldier in charge of power assessment was shocked by Lu Sheng's answer, thinking to himself, such an earth-shattering result wasn't even his limit. Too incredible. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare your data report right away," the soldier said with a bow, then turned around formally, quickly running out of the power assessment room. Lu Sheng then walked towards Zhan Hongyu and her group. The young man asked gently, "Miss Hongyu, what's next?" Now Zhan Hongyu's gaze towards Lu Sheng had completely changed. She seemed frozen in thought. Over 120 million combat power. The entire Tiger Squad looked at Lu Sheng as if he were a deity. For these star generals and masters with combat power no higher than 1 star, in their eyes, Lu Sheng's 12.5-star combat power was godlike. The key point was that this god was someone they had picked up from the wilderness. For them, this experience was too surreal. Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, the young Lu Sheng waved his hand and called out, "Hongyu." Miss Hongyu's face turned as red as a tomato, her mind still completely blank. Zhan Hongyu knew Lu Sheng was strong and had already thought about latching onto him. She had assumed Lu Sheng was just a Grand Master, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to single-handedly defend a battle line and kill level 7 beasts like chickens. But Zhan Hongyu had never imagined Lu Sheng would have such a high combat power of 12.5 stars at the peak of Grand Master, one of the Eastern region's 7 wonders. Damn, how could he be considered an ordinary leg to latch onto now? He was clearly a dinosaur's leg, incredibly robust. Zhan Hongyu felt foolish, as she had previously thought herself as an old cow eating young grass. Even if Lu Sheng was willing to let her eat, were her teeth good enough to chew him? Was Lu Sheng really young grass? Zhan Hongyu suddenly remembered Lu Sheng's age. He was at least 34.10 years younger than her. In other words, Lu Sheng was only 19 years old, yet he was already at the peak of Grand Master. And Hongyu felt her brain lacking oxygen again. After a while, she finally regained her composure. Out of embarrassment, she cleared her throat and said, "Great, sir. Your merit points haven't been fully updated yet. There's nothing else for now. You can go choose a residence that suits you." At this moment, a figure rushed over and knelt before Lu Sheng. It was Lan Tianxi. The young Lu Sheng was startled and glanced over. Lan Tianxi hastily kowtowed repeatedly. "My lord, I just misspoke earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Lan Tianxi knew that whatever he had said about Lu Sheng earlier, Lu Sheng must have heard it all. If he held a grudge and sought revenge later, then Lan Tianxi wouldn't be able to bear it. He wouldn't be able to live in peace. He spoke while crying out and kept kowtowing until his head was about to split open. "I'm truly sorry. Really very sorry." Lu Sheng calmly watched as Lan Tianxi humbly apologized, but he didn't say anything. The more Lu Sheng acted like this, the more Lan Tianxi's heart became a mess of panic. The members of Lan Tianxi's small team also panicked, hurriedly crawling over to support him. "We're sorry. Please accept our team leader's apology, my lord. He's not very bright, so he often talks nonsense and speaks carelessly." "That's right. Our team leader may be strong, but he's not very smart. In the entire 9th battle zone, you'd have to light a lantern to find someone as crazy as our team leader." The person next to him chimed in. Yes. Our team leader is probably about to be sent to a mental hospital." Lan Tianxi, seeing his team members enthusiastically supporting him, forced a smile on his face that looked worse than crying, nodding repeatedly. Yes. My lord, my mind really isn't good." In his heart, Lan Tianxi thought, if he didn't cripple these cunning dogs after returning, he would write his name backwards. Lu Sheng casually replied, "All right, be more careful next time." As for Hong Yu, she looked at these guys with utter contempt. They were so loud earlier, but now they're as obedient as puppies. Lan Tianxi and his team members, realizing that Lu Sheng wasn't going to punish them, were as happy as if their mother had returned from the market, while tears still streamed down their faces like rain. "We are unworthy. Thank you for your mercy, my lord." He thought to himself, if there's a next time, if someone with such power holds a grudge against him, he'd surely have no life left to salvage. No, at that point, there might not even be scraps to pick up. John Hongyu had apparently latched onto a big leg. No, not an elephant's leg, to be precise. No, to be exact, it's a T-Rex's leg. How could he compete with that? I hate this. Lu Sheng and the Tiger Crane squad had just walked out of the power testing room when suddenly, whoosh, a whirlwind swept through the main hall and a figure appeared before them. This was just the beginning. Right after came whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the hall was filled with a swarm of people, each one a master with blood energy as powerful as a furnace. A group of masters gathered in one place, raising the temperature in the hall by several degrees. The faces of these people showed concern, urgency, and excitement. As soon as they arrived, they asked, "Which one is Grandmaster Lu Sheng? Who is Grandmaster Lu Sheng?" Someone even leaped into the power testing room, then quickly ran back out saying there was no one inside. While the crowd was discussing heatedly, suddenly a voice rose from among them. Lu Sheng, where is the Grandmaster?" It was the blonde man who earlier had chatted with the Tiger Crane squad members at the main gate, an acquaintance of John Hongyu. The crowd in the hall turned their eyes towards Lu Sheng's group and John Hongyu. Yu scanned back and forth. The blonde man continued shaking his head side to side, looking at John Hongyu's group, Lan Tianxi. He stroked his chin, very confused, and feeling something was wrong. Ah, not just wrong, but very wrong. No, that's not right. You're all the old folks I already know. He saw Lan Tianxi kneeling and was very curious, turning to ask, "Why are you kneeling?" The blonde man continued to stare at Lu Sheng and asked in a low voice, "Could it be this person?" Surprising. The person next to him whispered in his ear, "He looks very unfamiliar. Could he be Grandmaster Lu Sheng?" The blonde man stroked his chin again and felt it wasn't right. He hesitantly replied, "It's not very likely. He's too young." This is too. Lu Sheng indeed looks too young. Although after reaching Master Level 7, blood energy surges, physique transforms, and with proper maintenance, one can maintain an appearance much younger than their actual age, but there's a limit to how young one can look. Lu Sheng looks like a young man, barely 20 years old, although his aura is quite extraordinary. But to associate him with the realm of a Grand Master, moreover a top-tier Grand Master of the Eastern Seven Wonders, that's too hard for people to believe. The person next to him said, "But I've checked inside and outside the power testing room. I've looked everywhere, except for this person. I know everyone else. Could it be that the Grand Master has already left?" The blonde man nodded. "That's quite possible." The blonde man took a long stride forward, approaching John Hongyu, and hastily inquired, "Hongyu, did you see any top-tier Grand Master take the power test in the testing room earlier?" John Hongyu and the Tiger Crane squad wore complex expressions as they nodded. "Yes, we did." The blonde man's face lit up with joy as he urgently asked, "Where is that great master now?" John Hongyu looked at the blonde man who was very excited. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to explain properly. Finally, John Hongyu could only look towards Lu Sheng, then pointed and said, "This is Master Lu Sheng." The blonde man froze on the spot, looking at John Hongyu, then back at Lu Sheng, his expression somewhat bewildered. The blonde man's eyes widened, staring at Lu Sheng, then reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "Hongyu, don't joke around." John Hongyu didn't bother explaining to him, and truthfully, she didn't know how to explain it anyway. It was a long story. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the crowd, along with a gentle yet resonant voice. "Fellow colleagues, please make way for this old man." All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. The crowd parted, and an old man with jet black hair, wearing a dark green military uniform, entered. The old man had only one eye, and his body exuded a powerful aura, far surpassing that of ordinary masters. This was General Xia Dingjun. Someone exclaimed in disbelief and excitement, "Five-star General Xia Dingjun." This Grandmaster Xia Dingjun seemed to have great authority and reputation here. So many people knew him. Xia Dingjun stepped in front of Lu Sheng. Xia Dingjun stared at Lu Sheng for a moment, then spoke. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Lu Sheng also looked at Xia Dingjun and thought, "Five-star General is not just a title of status and position, but also represents the highest combat power in the Eastern military region. His combat strength far surpasses other star-ranked generals." Xia Dingjun laughed, extremely pleased. Then, using a joyful tone, mixed with a hint of respect and excitement, he spoke loudly. "This is truly wonderful. Our Eastern military region has produced another two-star general who is a peak Grandmaster. I, Xia Dingjun, pay my respects to Grandmaster Lu Sheng." In an instant, the hall seemed to be swept by a whirlwind. Waves of exclamations rose from the crowd. "It's really him. Peak Grandmaster, 12.5-star combat rating. 2-star general. Heavens, he's so young. How old is he? My God, so young, yet so accomplished. I heard he's not even 20 years old." Every pair of eyes filled with awe and disbelief focused on him. Lu Sheng calmly shook hands with Xia Dingjun. Lu Sheng greeted him simply. "Hello, General Xia." The young man thought to himself, "This kind of effortless showing off, I'm getting numb to it. Let's skip it if we can." The young Lu Sheng had come all this way in the spotlight, so he was already used to being the center of attention. Showing off was like clouds passing by for him, as he had done it so much that it became boring. Xia Dingjun, however, was a bit excited and quickly said, "All the benefits for the 6 Grandmasters. I've already arranged for someone to take care of them. The merit points calculation has also begun. Now would you like to come to my office for a cup of tea?" Lu Sheng shook his head and replied, "Thank you for the invitation, General Xia, but it's not necessary. I haven't rested for a long time, so I'd like to rest a bit first. I'll come next time." "All right, let's save it for next time." Despite being refused by Lu Sheng, Xia Dingjun wasn't angry at all, but instead cheerfully agreed. Then he arranged for the soldiers nearby to quickly process the next procedures for Lu Sheng. In the Great Hall, the group of star-ranked generals who were still discussing were shocked on the spot. They wanted to go up and get acquainted with Lu Sheng, but didn't dare to, and could only watch him leave with awe. Today, for them, was absolutely an unforgettable time, because they had seen with their own eyes a peak Grandmaster so young and with such limitless potential. Xia Dingjun kept staring at Lu Sheng's back. Xia Dingjun was probably the most excited person here. Outsiders could only see that Lu Sheng was young, but they didn't know exactly how young he was. Lu Sheng was only 19 years old. Just thinking about this number, Xia Dingjun's heart trembled violently. His own grandson was already older than this, yet Lu Sheng had achieved a 12.5-star combat rating and was a peak Grandmaster. The phrase limitless potential wasn't enough to describe Lu Sheng's monstrous talent. It could only be described as the talent of a martial saint. This eastern military region of Talon would certainly achieve its long-held wish. If nurtured well, our eastern military region could produce a true 9th-level martial saint. Xia Dingjun was startled by this thought, but he didn't feel it was an exaggeration. He felt it wasn't an overstatement at all. "I must quickly report this news to the commander. The commander will surely be very pleased." Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xia Dingjun turned around and hurriedly left. But after just 2 steps, he turned back with a gentle expression, instructing the Huhe squad members, "I know about your interactions with the 6 generals these past few days. The 6 generals just joined the military region not long ago. If there's anything unclear or confusing, you must guide them well and answer their questions. If he has any requests, you should try your best to satisfy them. If you can't satisfy them, come find me." Zhan Hongyu tried to puff out her chest and seriously bowed her head to reply, "Rest assured, old Xia, we will definitely do our best." Xia Dingjun winked, but also intentionally glanced at Zhan Hongyu's chest a few times. He thought for a moment, then added meaningfully, "Make good use of your advantages. Lu Sheng's potential is far greater than you can imagine. His favor is very precious. You understand my meaning, right?" Zhan Hongyu blushed slightly, nodding embarrassedly, but in her heart she thought, "I would be 10,000 times willing, but if Lu Sheng isn't willing, what can I do?" Xia Dingjun quickly walked away. As soon as he left, the Star Generals immediately surrounded Zhan Hongyu. This is too shocking. Quickly tell us about the 6 generals. And so, the news about Lu Sheng quickly spread throughout the 9th Battle Zone and even the entire Eastern Military Region. A while later, the young Lu Sheng was led by soldiers to the Star General's living quarters. The young man was somewhat startled with surprise, as Lu Sheng's eyes fell upon an extremely grand mansion that appeared before him. At the entrance, there were 2 soldiers standing guard. Seeing Lu Sheng approach, the 2 soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, sir." Hearing this, young Lu Sheng thought to himself. This greeting of sir reminded Lu Sheng of a certain comedy film he had watched in his previous life. The most famous line in it was "Greetings, President Wang," and the mansion before Lu Sheng and President Wang's villa in the movie were indeed quite similar, just slightly smaller in scale. After all, this was a military zone, but this place was of very high status. In front of each door, soldiers could be seen standing guard with straight postures, and even the weakest were at least level 3 or 4 martial artists. Lu Sheng suddenly felt emotional. With the increase in martial prowess, the social hierarchy had undergone earth-shattering changes, many things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. At this moment, a man in a neat suit approached and greeted Lu Sheng proactively. "Sir 6, my name is Wang Yan. Although this estate is not large, it ranks in the top 5 in the 9th Military Zone, specially prepared for you by the military. The military may arrange for you, sir, several special vehicles, which you can choose at your leisure when you're free." Wherever Lu Sheng went, the servants bowed their heads. Wang Yan used both hands to present a black mobile phone, as large as a palm. "If you have any instructions in the future, sir, contact me anytime." Young Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He casually accepted it and discovered the mobile phone was also custom-made with full functionality. The young man thought to himself, "I wanted a new phone anyway." His original mobile phone had long been damaged due to prolonged exposure to monster blood during his fierce battles on the battlefield. Now he had a phone to text his wives. Wang Yan bowed his head and saluted. "Please rest well, sir. We will quickly tally your merit points and report to you promptly. It should be done by evening." Young Lu Sheng replied cheerfully, "All right, you may go." Young Lu Sheng continued to tour the estate. After walking a short distance, a young female servant with fair skin bowed and greeted. "Sir 6. The young man stared at her for a moment, then said, "I want to eat you." "Oh no, tell the chef to prepare some food for me." The girl obediently nodded. "Yes, sir." She turned and quickly ran towards the kitchen. 10 minutes later, in the dining room, a table full of meticulously prepared dishes appeared, plate after plate and bowl after bowl. The food almost covered the entire 4-meter diameter round table. The young man began to eat voraciously. The young man finished one plate after another, his mouth full of noodles. Yet the young man still managed to mumble, "Finally, I don't have to eat canned food and monster meat anymore." I was about to lose my sense of taste. Just as he was about to devour a huge sponge cake, suddenly the young man was startled by the message tone of his phone. He picked up the phone to check. There were nearly 100 unread messages. The young man exclaimed, "Oh my, so many unread messages." There were messages from friends, messages from his beloved family, of course, messages from his sister, Lu Qinghe, some from his wives, and a bunch of other messages. Lu Sheng quickly scrolled through the screen. Among the useless messages, he read the message from his sister, Lu Qinghe. "Hey big bro, I'm about to break through to level 2 martial artist. Bro, do you remember I told you about the citywide high school martial arts competition before? I won first place. It's so annoying, some random guy came to challenge me. I'm not that strong, but I acted so arrogant. He really wanted to get beaten up. Why haven't you checked your messages for so many days? Mom's asking if you're coming back for New Year's." Lu Sheng read through each message, selecting the important ones to reply to. Finally, he sent a message in the family group. "I've been on a mission recently, too busy to check my phone, and my old phone broke. We'll talk about New Year's later." Lu Qinghe immediately replied, "Damn, big bro, you still know how to reply to messages. I thought you had gone missing." Then, she sent an additional cute and funny emoji to soften her slip of the tongue. This was a group chat, so Lu Sheng's father also messaged in the group. Lu Daihai tagged Lu Qinghe and sent an angry emoji. Young ladies shouldn't use vulgar language. Then Lu Daihai tagged Lu Sheng. "Son, be extra careful when you're out there alone." Lu Sheng's mother, Zheng Yufan, also tagged her son. The weather's getting cold. Make sure to keep warm. Zheng Yufan didn't forget to send the young man a bouquet, followed by an image with shocking news. Level 5 martial artist catches cold, leading to decreased martial prowess. The young man replied, I understand. Suddenly, a new message notification popped up. The young man tapped it and saw a message from old Qin Xiaojun. Lu Sheng, we've returned. Then there was a photo, with Lu Sheng's familiar first wife, Dong Qingshe, in the background. The young man scrolled down to see another photo filling the entire screen, showing his young and beautiful wife, Dong Qingshe. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Lu Sheng wondered, has Du Feizuo's division returned from the front lines? He felt slightly relaxed and took the opportunity to open Dong Qingshe's chat window. His first wife's encouraging messages appeared. Destroy the monsters. Keep it up. The young man replied with 2 words, thank you, along with a smiley face. The young man kept looking at his first wife's photo and muttered, she hasn't sent any messages since that martial artist tournament. Perhaps she didn't bring her phone or it ran out of battery. Lu Sheng always felt that his current relationship with Dong Qingshui was very strange, far from the natural harmony they had before. He didn't know what the reason was. It seemed to be all due to the spouse data column. Lu Sheng suddenly felt a bit irritated. He was about to turn off his phone and toss it aside when he suddenly remembered something. That's right. Lu Sheng quickly called his only contact, the soldier Wang Yan. The call connected immediately. Wang Yan's respectful voice came through. Sir, this is Wang Yan. What are your orders? Lu Sheng calmly said, help me look into someone named Liu Kaiming. He's a new recruit in the Eastern Military Region, this year from Baihe City. Lu Sheng briefly shared Liu Kaiming's information with Wang Yan. The young Lu Sheng was still sitting at the dining table, while on the other end of the line, Wang Yan replied, since there are so many in the military, I'll need to carefully investigate this. I'll notify you immediately when I have any information. Wang Yan asked further, and after we find him, should we offer him any assistance? The young Lu Sheng used a napkin to wipe the food grease from his mouth and replied, not necessary for now. Just inform me. That's enough. You may proceed. Wang Yan acknowledged with a yes and began the task Lu Sheng had assigned. The young Lu Sheng had eaten too much. His stomach stretched out. His eyes let out a long yawn as drowsiness rushed in like a tide. He quickly fell into a sweet dream right there on the dining room chair. In the dream space, Lu Sheng appeared again on the familiar ruined streets. In the distance, the zombies saw the young man and rushed towards him. Lu Sheng casually waved his hand at the zombies. No fighting today. I'm too tired. Let's do this another day. After saying that, he quickly accessed the system information. The young man swiftly scrolled through the information panel on the system interface, looking for any new enhancement formulas. After all, in the past few days he had earned quite a bit of merit, so he had to make use of the resources. At the same time, in a meeting of the 9th War Zone Command, a hand slammed down as someone exclaimed in utter disbelief. What? The old general of the ministry sprang up forcefully from his chair, his face incredulous, staring at Xia Dingjun before him, pressing the 12.5-star strategy. An enormous pressure fell upon Xia Dingjun, like a 1,000-pound boulder. Xia Dingjun's body tensed slightly, on one hand trying to resist the terrifying pressure from the general, on the other hand nodding solemnly and saying, yes, I have personally confirmed it. He indeed possesses a strategy of peak Grandmaster level, far surpassing mine. The pressure in the air suddenly eased. The old general's eyes lit up, laughing as he exclaimed, good, good. Finally, some good news. A 12.5-star strategy, a 19-year-old Grandmaster, and moreover, a peak Grandmaster. The old general didn't know what words to use to describe the joy in his heart at this moment. When martial artists break through to Grandmaster level 8, the gap between individuals becomes enormously wide, surpassing any differences at previous realms, even to an exaggerated degree. The reason for this situation, apart from the time spent after entering Grandmaster level, is mainly due to potential. The greater the potential, the higher the combat power limit that can be reached, thus allowing for a quicker widening of the gap between Grandmasters. This is why differences of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions in combat points are formed. And this kind of potential can also be said to be a manifestation of martial arts foundation. The more solid the martial arts foundation, the higher the maximum combat power limit will be. This is a simple principle that any martial arts practitioner can understand. But understanding is one thing. Being able to do it and how to do it is another matter. Sometimes it's just a few small details that others do, but you don't. But by the time you reach level 8 Grandmaster, it becomes two different strategies, worlds apart. A 1,000-mile dike breached by an ant colony is not just a casual saying. Many principles, if you don't understand at the crucial moment, then by the time you do understand and want to go back to make up for it, there's no longer a chance. The old general has seen too many martial arts geniuses who were absolutely brilliant, but ultimately faded at level 8 Grand Master. This is also the reason why Lu Sheng, though a young master before, in the eyes of the military, wasn't really considered that important. He could only be seen as a martial saint seed that needed attention and nurturing. Even many senior military officials at that time didn't place much importance on Lu Sheng's potential because his speed of breaking through to master level was truly too fast. The breakthrough time was too short, so it was hard for people not to be suspicious. Lu Sheng was a brilliant young genius, dazzling with talent. Whether his talent had been burned out to almost nothing or not, now had an answer. The 12.5-star strategy was enough to completely shatter the previous doubts of the military department among the many seven wonders most valued throughout the entire eastern military region. How many people could reach this height? Lu Sheng could no longer be called a martial saint seedling, but should be called a martial saint candidate. He had the qualifications to officially challenge martial sainthood. His potential was incredibly astounding. The old general, delighted, paced back and forth beside his desk. Previously, he had noticed and somewhat appreciated Lu Sheng. Now Lu Sheng had given him such great joy that it was truly unimaginable. The old general suddenly thought of something. Du Feiyi from the 182nd Division has returned. Right. Reward him well on my behalf for finding for our army such a brilliant genius. Ha ha ha. Yes, sir. Xia Dingjun nodded in agreement and quickly left. At the same time, in Military Region 2, two figures walked side by side. My dear Military Region. Qin Shaojun held his face with both hands, his face full of relaxation and contentment. I've finally returned. Dong Qingxue glanced at him, silently increasing the distance between them with disgust. He openly showed his face. Lately, he's been smelling awful. I'll clean up when I get home later. After I've taken a shower, let's go find Lu Sheng for dinner tonight. Qin Shaojun shared his plan with Dong Qingxue. Qin Shaojun pressed further. So you don't have any problem with that, right? Dong Qingxue hesitated a bit, then shook her head and said, I'm not going. You go with him. Qin Shaojun was immediately surprised. Huh, why? Then, Qin Shaojun crossed his arms, frowned, and continued to tell Dong Qingxue, I've noticed that recently something's not quite right with you. Ever since Lu Sheng came to the military region, no, that's not right. I should say ever since Lu Sheng participated in the National Student Martial Arts Competition, you've been acting like this. Every time I mention Lu Sheng, you always act strange. Qin Shaojun moved closer, patting Dong Qingxue's shoulder. We've been friends since we were kids, while continuously pleading, Big sis, I was wrong. I was just joking with you. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Dong Qingxue couldn't possibly fall for the same trick from a few minutes ago. She shouted loudly, I'd be a fool to believe you. After running for a while, Qin Shaojun stopped, gasping for breath. Dong Qingxue gloated. Haha, run. Can't run anymore, can you? Keep running. Why aren't you running? Dare to provoke me and you're dead. Dong Qingxue's fierce expression appeared, terrifying Qin Shaojun out of his wits. So Qin Shaojun had to roll on the ground and plead, don't hit me anymore. Look, I personally raised both hands and feet to support you two being together. Qin Shaojun continued to raise his hand and lecture. What era are we in now? The age difference between you two doesn't matter at all. A master over 100 years old marrying an 18-year-old high school girl has long been no longer hot news. It doesn't even make the top 100 hot topics. To be honest, you two are a perfect match. After talking for a while, Qin Shaojun's throat was dry. He bought a can of water from the vending machine, took a few sips of cold water, quenching his thirst. Qin Shaojun continued to boast. When Lu Sheng first entered the training camp, I immediately felt that you two had the look of a married couple. Although Dong Qingxue was pleased, she still sternly shouted, Qin Shaojun, do you really want to die? No, no, no. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Qin Shaojun's face turned pale, quickly regaining his composure, and said seriously, do you want me to help you investigate Lu Sheng? I feel he must also have feelings for you. There's a saying that doesn't exist in this world. A young man who doesn't like his beautiful female teacher. Dong Qing's face turned as red as a tomato. Dong Qingxue's beautiful eyes immediately flickered. Her expression seemed to show some interest. But in the end, she shook her head and refuted. Forget it. That's not possible. She instinctively reached out to touch the silver necklace around her neck. How do you know if you don't try? Are you afraid of being rejected by him? Are you afraid you won't be able to face him again? Qin Shaojun patted his chest and said loudly, with me here, failure is not an option. It's not like what you're thinking. Dong Qingxue calmly said, because they won't agree to let Lu Sheng and me be together. Qin Shaojun frowned in confusion. They? Who are they? A second later, he seemed to realize something and his expression soured, his eyes widening. You mean those two brothers of yours, don't you? Dong Qingshe said nothing, but the expression on her face seemed to say it all. Qin Shaojun opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to begin. He and Dong Qingshe grew up in the same compound when they were young, so he was somewhat familiar with the situation in Dong Qingshui's family. Dong Qingshe's two older brothers, one currently in the central military region, had peak Grandmaster level strength and was one of the most promising martial saint candidates in the military region. The other one was also formidable, sent to an elite martial arts academy at 8, accepted as a disciple by a supreme martial saint at 16, and became the third disciple of martial saint Miaozi at 25. Now, only heaven knows what level his strength has reached. Although we have different mothers, they treat me like their full sister. Since childhood, they've always protected me. You were beaten by them quite a few times when you were young too. Hearing this, Qin Shaojun nodded, thinking to himself, that's true. It's because of these two big brothers that I never dared to have any thoughts about Dong Qingshe. The pressure is too great. Just thinking about it made his head numb, but unexpectedly, finding courage from somewhere, Qin Shaojun put one foot on a chair and said loudly, in any case, excessive sister protection syndrome is also a disease. Find time for your two brothers to see a doctor. It's too much. You have many siblings in your family, and these two, whether I like Lu Sheng or not, or whether Lu Sheng likes me or not, doesn't matter. They've told me that family background and martial arts strength must at least meet their approval. Qin Shaojun's voice choked, unable to speak. Family background and martial arts strength are the two big gaps between Lu Sheng and Dong Qingshe. The high wall built over generations is not so easily broken down. To ordinary people, a grandmaster is an extremely impressive achievement, but in the eyes of families with grandmaster lineages, or even unbroken lines of great grandmasters, it's merely an entry level. The only thing Lu Sheng has going for him is probably his current terrifying talent, but that alone is clearly not enough. In the eyes of those two sister-obsessed maniacs, thinking this way, even Qin Shaojun couldn't help but feel dejected for Lu Sheng. Dong Qingshe calmly said to Qin Shaojun, this matter was never going to work out. Whether I like Lu Sheng or Lu Sheng doesn't like me doesn't really matter. If it's something that's completely impossible, why let it happen in the first place? You know my personality, name, age, status. When have I ever cared about those things? Qin Shaojun opened his mouth, but in the end could only utter a sentence so frustrating that Qin Shaojun couldn't bear it and crushed his soda can. No, there must be a way. Forget about family. If I were a martial saint, I'd definitely let you and Lu Sheng marry. I'd like to see if those two, Dong Pochin and Dong Shengyi, would dare to make a peep. See if they dare say another word. Dong Qingshe chuckled. You break through to Grandmaster first, then we'll talk. Dong Qingshe, on the other hand, remained calm. As she walked, she frequently touched the silver necklace on her neck, as if that gave her some satisfaction. She passed by Qin Shaojun and whispered, but thank you, Dongqing. Qin Shaojun sulked, his desire to matchmake Lu Sheng and Dong Qingshe somewhat fading. After some time, Qin Shaojun was still thinking about Lu Sheng and Dong Qingshe's situation. Qin Shaojun lit a cigarette and pondered with a headache. A beautiful teacher in love with her student and having to deal with that rotten family background. Preventing this tragicomedy plot, it's really foolish. Suddenly there were shouts, hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone wore excited and anxious expressions, as if something big had happened. Qin Shaojun, startled, asked, what's going on? He was very curious. No way. He reached out and grabbed a young man in uniform, asking, what's happened? The young man, pulled back by Qin Shaojun, glanced at Qin Shaojun's military rank and immediately saluted according to military protocol. Then, he said seriously, reporting to Superior, I heard that in our 9th district, a 12-star general has jumped to the top of the rankings. Moreover, they've entered the top 7 of the overall rankings. We're now preparing to go and verify it ourselves. Qin Shaojun blinked, asking again, with a look of disbelief on his face, what? Is that true or false? Qin Shaojun also curiously exclaimed, let's go together and see. The two didn't waste words and directly followed the crowd running off. This was truly unbelievable. Like having a celebrity from your hometown, there was a sense of pride. Hey, in just a moment, the two had run to the military camp's affairs center. At this time, inside the first-floor hall of the affairs center was bustling with people, all having come after hearing the news. Waves of discussion and sighs made the entire hall very noisy. Qin Shaojun struggled to squeeze into the hall. As soon as he looked at the big screen, his eyes widened in an instant, his face covered in cold sweat, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Qin Shaojun blurted out, "Holy shit, oh my god. It's Lu Sheng topping the general star rankings, 4th in the overall rankings, 12 stars with combat power over 3 million merits." Qin Shaojun exclaimed with a twisted face, "Heavens, can this be believed? It's truly terrifying." The person next to him said excitedly, "Do you know, the story of this senior general can be called a legend. He enlisted less than a month ago, but as soon as he arrived at the military zone, he directly rushed to the battlefield of an A-level underground cave. He just appeared at the front line of the 835th Division. Do you know, it was breached half a month ago. The 835th Division had to retreat. Even the division commander died in battle. Guess what Senior General Lu did? It's unbelievable. He single-handedly defended the battle line, alone and unaided. He stubbornly defended that shattered battle line and held it for nearly half a month. I heard the entire battlefield was covered with monster corpses, bodies piled like mountains, flesh and blood forming walls, blood flowing like rivers. The reinforcing brothers were all stunned with fear. It took 2 full days just to clean up the battlefield. I'd say his 3 million merits are even considered low." The man continued in admiration. "It's truly legendary, isn't it? Who would have thought? Hearing the name Lu Sheng isn't too surprising after all." Qin Shaojun rubbed his nose, nodding. "Oh yeah." After rubbing his nose, Qin Shaojun even twirled it and flicked his fingers, then declared, "It's truly marvelous." The guy next to him immediately suffered. "Ouch, officer, that hurts like hell." After witnessing the rankings and combat power information of 12.5 stars, Qin Shaojun thought to himself, how could this not be enough to meet Dong's small request? Hey. Right after that, Qin Shaojun dialed his phone to call Lu Sheng's first wife, Dong Qingshe. "Don't ask why. Pack up and come have dinner with Lu Sheng immediately." Qin Shaojun added another sentence. "You won't believe it. Something big has happened. Ha ha ha." A while later, at the 9th Military District headquarters, Du Feiyu thought to himself, "The commander personally receiving me. This is a great honor." The last time I met the commander was at the appointment conference 8 years ago. The old commander opened one eye and said, "Du Feiyu, come in. Sit down quickly." "Yes, commander," the old commander said with a smiling face. "You've done very well this time." Du Feiyu's spirits soared. He hurriedly said, "It's all thanks to the commander's correct and skillful command methods." The old commander laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha. This has nothing to do with me. It's your unique eye that deserves credit for the recommendation." Du Feiyu heard this like a bolt from the blue, his face immediately stunned, not understanding why. "The commander receiving me this time, isn't it because I just performed excellently in defending the front line of the A-level underground cave with very good defense and combat? My eye is unique. I have credit for recommending. What's going on here? I don't understand a bit of it." Feiyu doesn't understand. "Please clarify, Commander." Du Feiyu finally voiced his confusion. The old commander didn't find it strange at all. He picked up a document and handed it to Du Feiyu. "Take a look at this. After reading it, you'll understand." Du Feiyu solemnly received it with both hands. He opened the document. "Looking at this, Lu Sheng, this is real. It's too insane." Thinking this, Du Feiyu turned to the next page. A line of text caught his eye. "Single-handedly defended Battle Line 23 for 9 days straight. Lu Sheng alone held Battle Line 23 for 9 days. According to incomplete statistics, Lu Sheng has killed over 350 level 7 mutant beasts, 7,600 level 6 mutant beasts in total." The next page showed a 12.5-star strategy, ranking first on the general star list. Du Feiyu, as a division commander with years of battlefield experience, had seen life and death and witnessed many kinds of turbulent situations. But at this moment, he simply couldn't maintain his composure. His whole being was confused. He could only stare at the document in his hand, his gaze seemingly wanting to sink deep into it. At this moment, Du Feiyu, with a terrified expression, looked at the old man and exclaimed, "Commander, sit down first. Calm down." The old commander seemed to have anticipated Du Feiyu would react this way. The old man wore a natural expression, raising his hand to gesture Du Feiyu to sit down. I was also very surprised when I learned about this. After a while, the old general on the side still saw Du Feiyu's shocked appearance. A smile appeared on his face. "Major General Du, you've made a great contribution this time. You've helped our Eastern military region find such an exceptionally talented martial arts prodigy. This is truly a rare occurrence. From now on, you'll be in charge of commanding the 3 divisions, 1182, 835, and 794. Your military rank will also be promoted 1 level. Starting today, you'll receive the treatment of a lieutenant general." Du Feiyu was dazed. He looked up at the gentle expression of the old commander, then muttered his thanks. "Thank you, Commander." but in his mind, Lu Sheng's figure kept appearing. Old General, Du Feiyu recalled the words that made him cough up blood. I understood before. Don't worry, Master Du. When I become a martial saint in the future, I'll definitely consider you well. Goodbye. He really did consider me. Oh my god. Before, I thought it was just a joke from Lu Sheng. At Lu Sheng's military estate, whoosh, 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 the sink faucet was running water. Lu Sheng stood in front of the wash basin, slowly brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. After a while, his teeth and tongue vibrated slightly. Ah! When he spat out the water, the food residue in every corner of his mouth was thoroughly cleaned out. Lu Sheng looked at his teeth in the mirror. Very white, very neat, almost catching up with those teeth in TV commercials. Lu Sheng gently rubbed his cheeks, silently pondering. According to the indestructible planet technique, described based on the increasing number of immortal cells, my life level will also constantly change. Even my teeth will regrow. Since the first immortal cell was born, I seem to have started entering the level of some kind of supernatural being. I just hope I don't deviate from the normal human form. That would be good. I'm not the kind of crazy person who would abandon everything just for martial arts. I still want to be a human with emotions and warmth. The young man stroked his chin in thought. Upgrading requires a large amount of exotic marrow. Has the merit finally been tallied up yet? Should be able to exchange for quite a bit, right? A moment later, Wang Yan came to report. 6-star General, your merits have been fully accounted for. Here's the detailed breakdown for merit exchange. Lu Sheng took the report to examine the details. Over 3.8 million merit points. One portion of level 7 exotic beast marrow only requires 100,000 merit points. There's also, the young man was excited but startled when he looked further down. What? Secret gold is so expensive. 1 gram needs 1,000 merit points. Calculated this way, Lu Sheng's over 3 million merit points can only be exchanged for less than 4 kilograms of secret gold. What the hell is this? Not even enough to replace the hilt of Red Star Dragon pattern. Ha! Wang Yan smiled bitterly and explained that secret gold is a rare resource. Even the army's reserves are very limited. If it were priced too cheaply, the military department's secret gold basically wouldn't be enough to distribute to the star generals. Secret gold is unlike exotic beasts, which can reproduce continuously. But the commander said, 6-star General, it's fine, even if your merit points are not enough, because you have a 10 million merit point limit that can be spent in advance. Oh, Lu Sheng felt pleasantly surprised. He actually had such a good thing. In that case, upgrading the Red Star Dragon pattern spear can be considered. Then help me arrange this. I want to craft a level 7 long spear body using secret gold as the main material with a limit of 13.8 million merit points and exchange the rest for level 7 exotic marrow. The young man looked at the report and continued to ask, oh right, is there any level 8 exotic beast marrow? It's not listed there. Lu Sheng thought to himself, it seems he'll have to find a secret gold mine himself to be satisfied. Hearing Lu Sheng's tricky question, Wang Yan stammered, well, about that. Level 7 exotic beast marrow with current technology can't completely eliminate the negative elements of exotic beasts. Level 8 exotic beast marrow is even more difficult. Currently, no one in the army can directly absorb it. It's very likely to cause various side effects. Young Lu Sheng said without hesitation, no problem. Get me 5 vials. Wang Yan replied, yes, the price is 10 times that of level 7. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Young Lu Sheng, hearing the price, felt like spitting out his meal. 10 times. Well, alright, a bit less then, just 1 vial for now. Yes. Then Wang Yan continued to report. 6-star General, I also found information on Liu Kai-ming. Do we need to pay special attention to him? Young Lu Sheng instructed, don't let him go to the frontline battlefield as long as it's not too dangerous. 6-star General, I understand. Understood. The young man recalled his school days with Liu Kai-ming, who cared a lot about Lu Sheng, even when he dozed off in class. Here is the saint having a nightmare again. Lu Sheng thought, I'm not a saint either. Within the scope of being able to protect those I want to protect, this isn't too much. If someone says I'm biased, let them say it. Suddenly, at this moment, a phone rang. Lu Sheng saw it was an unidentified number. The young man answered. Hello. The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Then a voice Lu Sheng didn't expect came through. It was the hurried voice of Dong Qingxue, stammering. Lu Sheng, it's me, Dong Qingxue. The young man was also secretly pleased and replied, oh, it's Instructor Dong. Lu Sheng tried to make his voice sound relaxed and casual. What's the matter, Instructor Dong? Tonight, Qin Xiaojun and I want to invite you for a meal. Are you free? Lu Sheng looked at his watch, calculating silently. It's now 2 p.m. If he absorbs the dual exotic marrow, he should make it in time. All right, 8 p.m. then, you choose the place. Dong Qingxue mentioned a restaurant name, then quickly hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Sheng looked at the phone that had been hung up and was stunned for a moment. At this time, the young man's face was as red as a tomato as he mumbled, "With my current ability to control my body, yet just a name made my heart race. It's hard to explain." He suddenly thought of Dong Qing and smiled self-mockingly. The body cannot deceive oneself. Perhaps this is destiny. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, after Dong Qing hung up the phone, she also calmed down. She looked at the large screen in front of her. Dong Qing slowly exhaled with flushed cheeks. Dong Qing stood in front of the desk, looking at the computer wallpaper on the screen of the device in front of her, set as the figure of someone participating in the National Student Martial Arts Competition. Who else could it be? It's our Lu. Suddenly, Qin Xiaojun opened the door and entered, teasing her and asking, Hey, did you set up the date with him?" Her face turned red as a tomato, not daring to look at Qin Xiaojun as she replied, "Yeah, tonight at 8 p.m. at the Green Dove restaurant." Qin Xiaojun continued to approach and tease Dong Qing. "Ooh la la, Dong Qing, the #1 expert in catching guys. I've noticed it long ago. The way you look at Lu Sheng is not normal. Wow. Dong Qing, you're really something, even seducing your own student." Right after that, there was only time to hear a fime. "Get out." The room door flung open. Qin Xiaojun was punched out of the room at a dizzying speed. He crashed headfirst into the wall outside the room. Dong Qing, tired of hearing Qin Xiaojun's foolish words, she reached out to touch the secret silver jade pendant on her body and muttered, "Central Military Region, nicknamed Dongdi, successor of Transcendent, Dongsheng." She seemed about to say something more, but suddenly stopped, then concluded with determination, "I must also quickly advance to the master level." At Lu Sheng's house, at this moment the phone in his coat pocket rang, startling the young man. Quickly taking out the phone to check, it was a message from Wang Yan. "Sir, the level 7 exotic marrow you requested has arrived. They are in the second floor hall. There's also a specially made level 8 marrow tube. Please use it carefully." The young man stroked his chin, pondering deeply. "It's arrived so quickly. It's still early. I can practice a bit, increase my strength a little before meeting the girl, to look cool." The young man went up to the second floor where the large tubes of exotic marrow had been prepared by Wang Yan. The young man immediately looked them over and categorized them. Looking at the blue tubes of the same type in front of him, Lu Sheng knew these were all level 7 marrows. In the distance, there was a specially shaped tube. That was the level 8 marrow. The young man quickly picked up a tube of exotic marrow. It was clearly visible to the naked eye that it contained a very powerful energy flow inside. Lu Sheng tilted his head back and gulped down the level 7 exotic marrow. The familiar, intense energy flow spread out. The energy of the level 7 exotic marrow was 10 times more than that of level 6, and the taste was also more disgusting. Lu Sheng sensed it for a moment, then he began to pick up more tubes of exotic marrow. In just a short while, Lu Sheng had drunk all the level 7 exotic marrow tubes. Such a fierce way of absorbing exotic marrow was something only Lu Sheng dared to do. The young man remarked, "After drinking, there's no special feeling." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man seemed to sense something in his head. Lu Sheng suddenly had violent thoughts. Brutal, bloodthirsty, losing humanity. This thought was a bit sudden, catching him off guard. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's martial will was powerful and unmatched. He casually mobilized some will on the gray compass and easily eliminated those thoughts. This was the potential negative factor inside the level 7 exotic marrow left by the strange beasts. The will of the level 7 exotic marrow converged into a terrifying energy flow, rampaging indiscriminately in Lu Sheng's body. His powerful mental force effortlessly guided this force towards the blood core in front of his chest. The blood core quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The empty feeling in Lu Sheng's body was quickly filled. When the blood core grew to the size of a goose egg, Lu Sheng's thoughts slightly moved, and it stopped. The blood core stopped expanding. The enormous energy flow had nowhere to go, so it began to attack its surroundings. This time, Lu Sheng specifically allowed the blood core to grow for a moment, so after breaking the blood core, there would be a greater feedback. At this moment, Lu Sheng's blood essence kept surging, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, millionfold, 10-millionfold, 100-millionfold. The Divine Illuminating King Sutra amplified, enhancing the blood essence, making Lu Sheng's originally flood-like blood essence in his body surge even more violently, becoming over 100 million times stronger, reborn and transformed. Finally, the second immortal cell successfully cultivated the immortal golden body stage 3, making another big step forward. Afterwards, Lu Sheng's body returned to its normal state. Lu Sheng scratched his head in agreement. He could clearly feel that after this blood core breakthrough, his immortal golden body only needed to be enhanced twice more to reach perfection blood essence impact process. Hey, Lu Sheng's body was also gradually trained and transformed, becoming even more powerful and robust. This process was somewhat similar to breaking and rebuilding, but compared to the extreme form of breaking and rebuilding, it was much safer by far. The immortal cells still had room for improvement. Lu Sheng also felt that his immortal cells, during this blood essence impact process, had secretly absorbed a portion of the energy. If he were to undergo hundreds of millions more transformations, the divine aura would become even more intense. This indicated that the potential of the immortal cells was enormous. 100 million transformations were just the foundation. What if the immortal cells transformed billions of times, or even trillions of times? The young man looked at his palm, which was slightly deformed, and thought, could it reach a realm that's beyond imagination? Suddenly, Lu Sheng sensed something. He tried moving his arm. Lu Sheng realized that it seemed the marrow fluid wasn't fully refined yet. The young man looked at the only level 8 marrow fluid vial in front of him and muttered, I've already used 8 level 7 marrow fluid vials simultaneously, in abundance. Negative thoughts crowded up. Indeed, they were much more numerous than before. In his body, it seemed as if there was hidden a demon king with a ferocious, bloodthirsty instinct like a beast, extremely terrifying, colliding with its cage, ready to break out at any moment. Then, the young man clutched his stomach and collapsed to the floor. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, enduring the extremely uncomfortable feeling. The young man screamed frantically, Demon King, beast inside me. Each collision would cause Lu Sheng's body to bleed a little. The terrifying energy spilling out directly distorted the air around him, twisting it. The image of the cruel Demon King inside him appeared again, accompanied by a voice, You can't withstand this energy. You and I are one. Just accept me obediently. Lu Sheng continued to grit his teeth and endure. After a moment of restraint, Lu Sheng sprang up, punching away that Demon King's shadow. Get out! Lu Sheng's master-level force field made the entire building shake. In a certain room on the second floor, the maid and Wang Yan were terrified. They both looked up to see debris continuously falling from the ceiling, revealing cracks. This building can withstand a magnitude 16 earthquake. What on earth is happening up there? Ha! In an instant, his body suddenly expanded several levels. His skin swelled, with drops of fresh blood oozing out. Energy kept pouring out, almost uncontrollable now. My body is about to split open. At this moment, Lu Sheng had inadvertently turned into a fat man. His once perfect proportionate muscles had now become large, coarse blocks, resembling granite. If this continues, his body will crack and split. His arms had grown so large that they were even bigger than a normal person's thighs, and his thighs were even more exaggerated, almost surpassing the size of a small water barrel. Lu Sheng's jade-like white skin was stretched to its limit, clearly revealing countless burst blood vessels beneath the skin. Black tendons, thicker than earthworms, protruded on the surface of his body, looking like a black mesh. Lu Sheng examined his own body internally. He saw that every inch of his flesh was showing signs of disintegration, with indications of dissolution. Even his steel-like bones were shattering. Lu Sheng was on the brink of death, but in his heart, he felt an inexplicable joy. Naturally, his breathing technique operated naturally, quietly entering the second level of the unclear state. At this moment, Lu Sheng's spirit was like rippling waves, fluctuating at the boundary between life and death. Lu Sheng entered that miraculous state again, feeling a great joy arising gradually. Lu Sheng's body slowly returned to normal. The young man opened his eyes. The couplet Trio Van Dao Ti Can Die was exactly this situation. Lu Sheng's handsome face showed a serene smile like an old monk. This was truly unbreakable, unestablished, broken then re-established, the immortal golden body stage 3 perfection. The clock on the wall ticked away second by second, minute by minute. It was now 23:52. The young man looked at the clock and broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, Lu Sheng sighed deeply, his face showing a bit of helplessness and embarrassment. I've practiced too much. The young man was nearly 4 hours late for his appointment with Dong Qingshui. Lu Sheng casually waved his hand, and the mobile phone on the ground flew into his hand. Lu Sheng opened the screen, and sure enough, there were more than 10 missed calls. Apart from Dong Qingshui's call at 7:55, all the rest were from Qin Shaojun. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then pressed the button to call Dong Qingshui back. The phone rang a few times, and Dong Qingshui's clear but cold voice came through. Hello, Lu Sheng hurriedly said. Sorry, Dong Jiaoguan. Today I. On the other end of the line, Dong Qingshe's soft voice asked, You practiced too much, didn't you? The young man immediately replied, Yes. Dong Qingshe pressed, Anything else? The young man answered honestly, That's all. First date with a girl, I don't know a damn thing. Answering so honestly is going to ruin everything. Dong Qingshe said angrily, Fine, I want to practice too. Goodbye. Beep, 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 beep. The phone hung up abruptly. Lu Sheng looked at the mobile phone, not knowing what expression to wear. From her tone, she didn't seem angry, but also seemed very angry. Just then, the phone rang again. The screen displayed Qin Xiaojun. Oh, Qin Jiaoguan was calling. As soon as the young man answered, he was shouted at. Lu Sheng, you're done for. The shout was so loud it nearly burst his eardrum. The young man fell backwards onto the floor. Lu Sheng, your head is big, but you're as dumb as an ox. The young man continued to be yelled at by Qin Xiaojun until his head spun. Lu Sheng, do you know that this is the first time in Dong Qingshe's life that she's agreed to have dinner with a man, and you dare to stand her up? I'm impressed. Feeling his ears ringing, the young man even put his finger in to clean them. Young Lu Sheng, with a dumb face, explained, My martial arts were at a crucial point today, about to break through, so I momentarily forgot about the time. Qin Xiaojun, helpless in the face of this young man, sighed and said, Is that so? Well, it seems heaven doesn't favor us. But seriously, kid, how come you're breaking through every other day? That's quite impressive. But why does it have to happen at the worst time? Hey, wait. Young Lu Sheng replied innocently, I can't control this, you know. Besides, it was just standing her up for over 3 hours. Is it really that serious? The other end of the line fell into a long silence. Qin Xiaojun was utterly helpless with this young man, who was good at everything, except for wooing girls, where he was the worst. Lu Sheng thought Qin Xiaojun hadn't heard him clearly and was confused, when suddenly he heard Qin Xiaojun's voice speak up again. Lu Sheng, you're incredible. I'm impressed. Then he hung up. Lu Sheng looked at his mobile phone, wondering, is it really that serious? No good, I have to go check. He thought for a moment and then decisively sat on the floor, entering the dream space. Inside the dream space, the young man immediately chose to view personal information. The young man continuously scrolled down, seeing that Dong Qingshui was still in the spouse column. The young man felt relieved. I told you, standing up a girl for over 3 hours isn't such a big deal. The name is still in the spouse column. They're overreacting. Lu Sheng said with disdain. Qin Xiaojun was making a fuss over nothing, so no need to go out now. I'll just continue cultivating. Lu Sheng began to examine himself closely, checking the actual gains he had just obtained after this life-and-death situation. The time to perfect Stage 3 of the immortal golden body was much faster compared to Stage 2, almost like cheating. This was truly an unexpected joy, as Lu Sheng's immortal golden body was indeed progressing at an incredible speed. After perfecting it, it made my martial body much more effective compared to its original state. Because I've essentially rebuilt my body, both my appearance and inner self have reached a level of perfection never seen before. Every cultivation technique has requirements for the practitioner's foundation and aptitude. This relates to compatibility with the technique. It's about how well one fits the cultivation method, like how some people are born with thick bones, making them suitable for practicing fist techniques or staff fighting. Those with long arms are suited for saber techniques, while those with light, agile limbs are better for cultivating movement techniques. The same martial art technique, when used by different people or at different levels, can manifest completely different power and effectiveness. As for me, I've integrated body refinement. Doesn't know how compatible he is with the constant star body refining technique, but as he cultivates it, his body is continuously changing in ways that make it more suitable for the technique. However, no matter how much Lu Sheng's body changes, he can never be 100% compatible with the constant star body refining technique. Lu Sheng continued to ponder, without exaggeration, that even if one day he cultivates the constant star immortal technique to a level similar to Wang He, in Lu Sheng's hands, it still won't reach the heights achieved by Wang He, because Lu Sheng is not Wang He. This is a technique created by the Eastern Extreme Evil Son Wang He, tailor-made for Wang He himself, while Lu Sheng is just a latecomer, following in the footsteps left by Wang He. But from this moment on, things are different, as Lu Sheng has recreated his body with the aid of the natural breathing technique. He has completely transformed the constant star immortal technique into a method tailor-made for himself, achieving 100% compatibility, even surpassing the technique's creator, Wang He. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered as he thought of an impressive name, Perhaps my current martial body deserves a grand and imposing title. Maybe my current martial body could be called the Constant Star Immortal Body. It's also known as the strongest physique in the universe, like the Ancient Saint Body, the Heaven-Defying Tyrant Body, the Innate Tao Fetus Saint Body, or the Chaos Body. Now, I too can be called the strongest physique in the universe. The young man was indulging in self-praise, but his body was truly extraordinary. Of course, these were just his own imaginative thoughts, but his current strength was indeed visibly impressive. Lu Sheng examined himself internally. He could see the structure of his body, the patterns, muscles, and bone shapes all showed subtle changes compared to ordinary martial artists. These changes were hard to describe, yet incredibly marvelous, filled with a kind of mystical beauty, a transcendent aesthetic. Lu Sheng's body resembled a painting just beginning to take shape, extremely mysterious and complex, yet also like a star being quietly gestated in pale light. Even his blood carried a hint of pale gold. Constant Star Immortal, Lu Sheng casually threw a punch into the air. The speed of his punch wasn't particularly fast. The room suddenly lit up as he swung his arms and legs, creating a sensation like the sun rising in the east, as if he himself were the sun. Even his casual movements could produce light. Boom! Lu Sheng struck his own chest, his martial body emitting strange sounds like dragon roars and tiger growls, yet also resembling the resonant sound of bells from an ancient mountain temple. Dragon roars, tiger growls, ancient temple bells, just as described in historical texts. This was the manifestation when ancient martial arts masters perfected two horizontal cultivation techniques, the tiger roar golden bell cover and the dragon howl iron cloth shirt, to their highest level. But I must surpass this level. Lu Sheng's eyes shone brightly as he said, even peak grandmasters shouldn't think they can easily break through my defense. The young man pondered, chin in hand. How many stars could my strategy reach now? Doubling it wouldn't be too much, right? Lu Sheng wasn't quite sure, so the young man walked and contemplated. Perhaps it's best to find a test subject and try. Lu Sheng ventured deep into the ruins of the base to find the best test subject. Found you. Moon Wheel Blade Marshal Saint Guan. Gusuan was fully armored, carrying a blade with a crescent moon shape, his face extremely eerie. The young Lu Sheng clenched his fists, extremely excited. Come, let's see if my current self can engage in battle with a martial saint. Inside the dream space, Lu Sheng's figure silently appeared. He suddenly descended into this world, his feet landing on the long, ruined road. In Lu Sheng's eyes, a fierce fighting spirit blazed, his steps becoming faster and faster, his entire body transforming into a streak of fire, charging fiercely towards that distant figure. Far away, the figure of Gusuan, majestic and unparalleled, slowly raised his head. His eyes remained as indifferent as before. Gusuan nonchalantly raised his hand, slightly lifting the black blade. A brilliantly bright blade light descended from the sky, suddenly appearing before Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted. He actively struck towards that blade light. Boom! The terrifying forces of both collided. The power of Martial Saint Gusuan's single strike was too strong, forcing the young man to change his stance to defense with a shield. Turning his body, the young man struggled to resist. Boom! Power erupted. Gusuan's intensely bright blade light struck directly at the young man. The young man's figure quickly flew backwards, crashing through several buildings. In total, the young man was knocked through 3 tall buildings before falling to the ground. Lu Sheng rapidly slid backwards, kicking up large chunks of mud and shattered rocks along the way. He continued sliding for 100 meters before finally coming to a stop. Lu Sheng knelt on the ground, his legs carving 2 long trenches in the road, dust and smoke everywhere. Lu Sheng lowered his head, one hand supporting himself on the ground, his shoulders heaving with each breath. The young man muttered, "This was just an unconscious strike from a martial saint." With a cold face, this time the young man was extremely determined. "Good, you couldn't kill me with one strike, so you're definitely dead now." Lu Sheng's expression was calm, a golden light blooming between his eyebrows. This golden radiance instantly enveloped his entire body, imbuing his whole being with a divine aura. 3 immortal cells lit up simultaneously. Lu Sheng softly called out, "Unparalleled martial will." A second later, Immovable Ming Sovereign, Cold Strike, Prison Breaker, Golden Red Great Sun, New Moon, Divine Wind, more than 8 different master-level wills appeared simultaneously behind Lu Sheng. Ice and fire ravaged indiscriminately, the ground rolled up. Flames rose in the gloomy sky, even lightning flashed down, the special effects and domineering aura reaching the extreme. Natural breathing technique fully activated. Gu Xuan's expression remained unchanged, his eyes empty and indifferent as he looked at Lu Sheng. Then he raised his hand, preparing to strike. Lu Sheng looked into those unwavering eyes at Gu Xuan's expressionless face and seemed to read a phrase, "Flower in the mist, one slash to end it all." The young man with cold eyes silently sensed, "I can perceive his thoughts again. Very well." Lu Sheng stepped back a few paces, casually discarding his broken armor, and calmly said, "Then I'll give you a taste of true power." Lu Sheng's eyes quickly changed from black to gray. His body became majestic, his posture elevated, as if standing on the highest peak. Martial god state. "This is mine, the perfect martial way." Lu Sheng casually raised his hand, and immediately hundreds of Lu Shengs appeared in the world at different positions, with different movements, different postures. All the Lu Shengs clenched their fists, all striking towards Gu Xuan. At this moment, on Gu Xuan's calm face finally appeared a trace of fluctuation. The martial saint drew his sword. A pink sword aura emanated with immense power. A dazzling sword light, unprecedented in history, cut through the sky. Lu Sheng's gray pupils suddenly rippled. He recalled the previous battle with Zhao Quan, shattering the void. Hundreds of Lu Shengs attacked simultaneously. Nearly 20 types of master-level wills bloomed together. The two great techniques clashed. Thunderous explosions, blinding light filled the area. Only a dazzling light could be seen, engulfing more than half of the long road, obscuring the situation inside. Everyone, please remember to like and comment, subscribe to the channel so I have motivation to release quickly new chapters. Guaranteed to release videos with narrated scripts, fastest on YouTube. Everyone, please give me a like, comment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell for motivation to release quickly the next videos. I'll reveal that in the comments or in the playlist, there are many more excellent long stories. Brothers and sisters, please watch and support me. I'm extremely grateful. After the light dissipated and the dust settled, Gu Xuan's figure quietly stood on the long road. Gu Xuan was in a stance holding the sword with both hands. On his face and figure cracks had begun to appear. Lu Sheng's hands were clenched into fists. One could only see Lu Sheng's figure gliding past with two solid fists, his entire body ablaze with gray flames. In Lu Sheng's eyes as he retreated, he looked at Gu Xuan before him, who was about to completely disappear, and spoke softly with a slightly regretful tone. "You were too cool and stylish, which I cannot allow. In this world, there can't be anyone cooler than me." Lu Sheng put his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and saluted. "Rest in peace. May your spirit be immortal." Gu Xuan's body completely weathered and dissipated, leaving only a pile of disintegrating black and red armor falling to the ground. In Lu Sheng's eyes was a hint of relief, for in this battle he had been too arrogant, somewhat underestimating the terrifying nature of a martial saint-level zombie. Gu Xuan seemed to be nurturing an extremely frightening killing move, but after all, he was only acting on instinct, without any ability to think. Otherwise, I would have been finished. To put it more simply, if it weren't for Lu Sheng realizing that Gu Xuan seemed to be developing an extremely terrifying killing move, and then quickly striking first to gain the upper hand, killing his opponent, the outcome would have been truly hard to predict. At this moment, Lu Sheng could no longer stand steady and felt dizzy, his vision blurring as he collapsed to the ground. The young man struggled to crawl towards the pile of Gu Xuan's armor, muttering, "But my void-shattering technique has truly become more powerful. The number of illusory clones created for the attack has reached over 200, doubling compared to before." Void-shattering is Lu Sheng's ultimate strategy. Lu Sheng's eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, "Of course, I only use void-shattering in the dream space. In the outside world, I basically have no chance to use void-shattering because no one is worthy of me using this technique. When I truly stand before the world and use this move, my hands will be stained with the blood of martial saints." At this moment, above Gu Xuan's remains, thick black smoke began to rise, looking like a giant black flag violently blown by the wind, enveloping Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng calmly closed his eyes. "Come, treasure of the martial saint." A fragment of memory opened up, beginning with a scene of rain pouring from a pitch-black sky. Lightning tore through the darkness, accompanied by thunderous roars that shook the earth. In a small abandoned den, a young boy sat curled up, his arms tightly hugging his knees, shivering from cold and fear at the fury of nature. "It's so cold." The air was damp, the darkness filthy, the stench putrid, the rain incessant. A small, thin figure darted through the rain, quickly running into a small abandoned den. My little brother is back. From under a dirty, worn-out mat emerged the figure of a small, thin youth. On his gaunt, wax-yellow face was an expression of joy. The youth's entire body was soaked by the rain. He pulled out from his chest a glass vial as big as a fist, about 2 inches long. The vial contained a red liquid. He handed it to the emaciated boy before him. Quick, look what this is. It's for you. The boy, given the glass vial, looked at the youth, blinking his eyes, and asked with a mix of joy and fear, "Is this nutrient solution? Where did you get it, brother?" A fierce expression appeared on the youth's face, and he said resentfully, "Today I went to the garbage truck, searched for half a day. Originally had 2 vials. Unfortunately, one was stolen by a brat from the Little Knife Gang who took 1 vial. Sooner or later, I'll make them spit out everything they've taken from us. The Little Knife Gang isn't easy to mess with. Don't fight with them," the boy advised worriedly. The youth's eyes turned cold again, and he said to the boy, "If we don't fight them, we'll starve to death sooner or later. By fighting them, we might still have a chance to survive." The boy held out the nutrient vial and said, "Let's split it between us. Don't fight them anymore. It's too dangerous. Xiaoshuan, don't worry. I'll get you into the base to learn martial arts someday. Then you'll stand out and rise to the top." In the youth's ice-cold eyes, a hint of warmth appeared briefly. The boy's small head nodded. Then he took the nutrient solution and drank it all in one gulp. Later, after some time, Guxuan's older brother, wielding a knife, chased after a group of people. They, with pale faces, quickly ran away, shouting incessantly, "He's crazy. This kid is crazy. Run quick. Don't risk your life fighting someone who doesn't want to live like him." A small, thin figure sobbing intensely rushed over. "Ah," the youth with cold eyes said, "I'm fine. Don't cry, Xiaoshuan." The boy cried with joy and tightly hugged the youth in front of him. The youth also embraced the boy, his eyes cruel, as he looked at the corpses nearby, saying word by word, "Xiaoshuan, do you see now? If you want others to fear us and to survive, you must be cruel enough. Remember this well. When you learn martial arts later, you must train in techniques specifically for killing. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. Do you understand?" The boy kept crying out, "Brother, don't die. I remember. I remember." Suddenly, a pair of feet approached, and a voice from behind said, "You 2 kids are really tough to have survived this long in this wasteland dump." The 2 brothers quickly turned around, looking with endless amazement. The person continued, "From now on, you'll come with me." The 2 brothers were immediately overjoyed. The youth hugged the boy, laughing, and said, "See, Xiaoshuan, I told you I'd get you into the base and give you a chance to learn martial arts. What I say, I do." The boy looked up excitedly, nodding vigorously, his small face full of admiration. Sometime later, the scene showed a foot stepping on a photo of a little girl. A middle-aged man, covered in blood, tried to push the foot off his daughter's photo while begging, "Please, don't kill me. I have a daughter. She's only 2 years old." The young man with the cold face looked down at the photo on the ground. Then he withdrew his foot and said to the middle-aged man, "You may go." The middle-aged man picked up the photo of the little girl with the adorable face and said joyfully, "Thank you, thank you. You're a good person. You'll surely be rewarded." Just as he left the gloomy basement, the youth saw a young man smoking in the shade by the wall. The young man smoking asked, "Have you killed them all, kid? Is it done?" The youth nodded, grunting an affirmative. The other young man stubbed out his cigarette and said, "These people are all disciples of the Doomsday Cult. They've lost their humanity, not worth pitying. It's still the same saying, if you don't kill others, others will kill you." The scarred young man continued to remind him, "Whether in martial arts or in life, you must be ruthless. Do you understand, Xiaoshuan?" The youth replied, "I know. I'll continue." Sometime later, a very forgettable memory. Someone's voice rang out, "Guxuan, Guxuan, your brother, he's dead." The youth's training movements suddenly stopped. The newcomer handed over a broken sword, continuing, "It was the destruction cult seeking revenge. Seems they were coming for you. Your brother stopped them for you. He killed 13 level 6 fighters, but unfortunately, he died. We couldn't retrieve his body. Only this broken sword remains." The old man said to the youth, "Guxuan, holding the demon's sword below, as I've told you before. The destruction cult members are no longer human. They're the most evil tumor hiding within humanity. Nothing they say can be trusted." The youth gripped the sword tightly. In his mind, several phrases kept echoing. "I have a daughter. Please don't kill me. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. Remember, they were coming for you. Your brother stopped them for you." Sometime later, the old man continued to tell the youth, "Guxuan, Duandarin has reviewed your sword technique. He said your sword technique is too sharp, the killing intent too strong. so he will first teach you the Wheel of Wishes sword technique. The old man handed Gushuan the sword manual, then instructed, when you've polished away the killing intent in your technique, he will agree to meet you. 10 years later, Gushuan at 15, time passed, but your killing intent not only didn't decrease, it increased. Why is that? Gushuan continued to slaughter with his sword. The familiar voice of the old man rang out again. Duan Darren won't meet you. Wait another 15 years. Then the scene remained unchanged. The sword stuck in the ground, Gushuan kneeling with burning anger. Behind him, people in hanging positions. The old man's voice rang out again. Gushuan, you still can't let go. The last time, the old man appeared by the bamboo forest, his face bearing deep disappointment. Gushuan, you've strayed from the path, because what you're cultivating is killing techniques, not the martial way. Gushuan, Duan Darren will never meet you in this lifetime. In the future, don't tell others that you're a disciple of the Wheel of Wishes sword school. From now on, you're on your own. Until the old man walked away, Gushuan sat with his head bowed on a rock inside the bamboo forest, muttering, have I really gone astray? Is it wrong to only know how to kill? If I've strayed, so be it. The martial way is the art of killing. Brother taught me this. I've always remembered it well. Lu Shengzi in the massive flood regained his senses. He opened his eyes, a look of deep shock appearing in them. The young man held his head with one hand, sweating, and thought, such a pure will to kill. In all the memories he accessed, it was all training and fighting. Training and fighting, and all the fighting scenes were about killing. Gushuan's ice-cold killing intent seemed to seep into Lu Sheng's very marrow. Lu Sheng walked slowly, constantly pondering. I once thought that guarding the front line for 9 days had accumulated a terrifyingly strong killing intent, but compared to this martial saint, it's truly not even a drop in the ocean. Gushuan is truly too extreme. He completely embraces killing intent as his path. His path is that of taking lives, extremely rare in martial arts. The number of people Gushuan has killed is probably more than the number of people I've ever met. The number of strange beasts he's killed is counted in hundreds of millions, beyond counting. Life in Gushuan's eyes is almost no different from grass. But with such a great killing karma, he hasn't been drowned in a consciousness of chaos and violence, becoming a mere killing machine. It's truly astonishing. Staring at Gushuan's battle armor, the young man continued to mutter. The remnant path is already considered extreme among the extreme strategies in martial arts, and Gushuan is a genius at it. Heaven knows how terrifying he was at his peak. The battle just now was probably not even 1,000th of his true strength. So this is the gap between me and a martial saint. No, Gushuan is no longer just a level 9 martial saint. His strength is probably such that even ordinary level 10 experts couldn't survive under his blade. Fortunately, he didn't use those killing techniques. Lu Sheng felt lucky, but also terrified at the thought. Gushuan had honed his killing intent to the extreme, able to control it at will. Therefore, at the final moment of the battle with Lu Sheng, he didn't reveal even a hint of it. Those with killing intent who can conceal it are the most terrifying. The young man touched his face and startled. Damn! After absorbing Gushuan's memories, my facial muscles seem to have become as cold as his. It's like in that movie from my past life, where I killed fish at the supermarket seafood section. My heart had become as cold as my knife. Then, after this trip, I'll need to watch 100 episodes of sweet romantic dramas to heal myself. Of course, Lu Sheng didn't forget about Gushuan's martial arts core, which was the most essential part of the martial saint's treasure. Let me find where it is. The young man then rummaged through Gushuan's battle armor. After a while, the young man's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Found it." Gushuan's martial arts core looks like a fragment of a blade. In an instant, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared before Lu Sheng. Countless bodies, both human and strange beasts. An ice-cold killing intent permeated the bloody sky. The young Lu Sheng was utterly shocked. From the sea of blood, a figure slowly emerged. Heaven's will is like a blade. Human will is like a blade. Lives are like grass. This blade technique is Gushuan's martial saint skill. It's called One Will to Kill. The blade unleashed a slash. This strike carried an aura reminiscent of autumn wheat fields, with farmers swinging their sickles. The sickle is raised high, its cold blade cutting through swaths of wheat falling to the ground. The attack power was terrifyingly strong. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring everything from view. After a while, the dust gradually dissipated. On the gray compass, a pattern in the shape of a red long sword silently appeared. Lu Sheng shouted, "Success!" Then, the young man observed very carefully. This is my second Dharma image pattern. Compared to the divine strength pattern, the blood-colored long sword pattern is even clearer, deeper, and more powerful. This makes sense, as the Dharma image represents the perfection of martial will. Both are ninth-level martial saints, but Gushuan's path of killing is clearly much stronger than Chu Fuhai's divine strength at Jiyun Mountain. The young man stroked his chin and sighed. The enhancement to my combat power is even more immeasurable. Lu Sheng picked up the sharp long sword that Gushuan left behind, casually swinging it. My strongest cold weapon technique before was the combination of the four-realm spear technique and the Hangjiki. From now on, the crown of cold weapons will have to change hands. The young man, with cold eyes, burning with fighting spirit, raised the sword high. So holding the sword in hand, the young man knelt down and performed a few martial moves. He slashed a series of sword strikes, each filled with killing intent, terrifying to behold. The sword light suddenly moved, slashing out a blood-colored swath, murderous aura filling the sky. Lu Sheng withdrew the sword, stood straight, and his killing aura completely retracted. Lu Sheng was extremely satisfied as he gripped the sword tightly and stared at it. The young man exclaimed happily, "It can cut through space." Gushuan spent his life killing, cultivating his killing intent as his most powerful weapon, even surpassing his level of sword skill. The young man suddenly felt something was off and regrettable. Lu Sheng stood scratching his head, cold sweat pouring out. Now Lu Sheng somewhat regretted using 8 million merits to create a body for the Red Star Dragon Spear. It seemed a bit wasteful. If he had known earlier that his killing sword technique was so powerful, he would have directly discarded the spear and used a sword. The young man suddenly had an idea and smiled with satisfaction. Now it's no worse than a sword. I'm on the path of complete martial arts, so I'm versatile in all martial arts. Whatever technique is strongest, I'll use that and switch. Naturally, I completely don't have the worries of other martial artists. It seems I still need to find more resources like secret silver and secret gold. The next morning, the young man was sitting at the dining table reading the military district news on his high-end tablet. There were a series of latest news. An S-class underground cave outbreak was successfully suppressed. The Northern Military Zone suspected a new underground cave rift had appeared. The Eastern Military Zone's 9th main district successfully guarded an underground cave rift. This cave was finally rated as A-class. Just as he lifted his coffee cup, about to sip, Lu Sheng saw something that startled him. Huh? Lu Sheng suddenly saw a special piece of news. Preparing for the General Military District Martial Arts Exhibition, inviting all major military districts to urgently prepare for the grand competition of the General Military District Martial Arts Exhibition. The military district is organizing a grand event? Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, continuing to search for related content. The young man stared intently at the line. Preparation for the General Military Region Martial Arts Demonstration. Major military zones are urgently preparing. Hurry up and register. Hearing about registration and competition, the young man's eyes lit up, feeling excited inside. He had some understanding of this matter. Roughly speaking, the General Military Region Martial Arts Demonstration was a traditional event consistently held by the Military Department of Martial Arts. It was like this before its prosperity. After martial arts flourished, the military department further promoted the martial spirit to the extreme. So that's how it is. First, the military regions must conduct trial demonstrations, then proceed with competitions between military regions. Competitions are held at 3 levels: General Star, Level 7 General Star, and Level 8 General Star. Finally, whoever wins first place in the major competition will become a candidate for the new Grand General. The entire Eastern Military Region has a total of 4 Grand Generals, while the number of Grand Generals in the entire Long Kingdom does not exceed 30. One can imagine how significant this event is. The young man continued scanning and suddenly jolted. Part 2. Lu Sheng saw a headline titled General Military Region Martial Arts Demonstration, naming outstanding figures who could potentially become new Grand Generals. Lu Sheng unexpectedly saw his own name on it. Above was a brief introduction of his personal information and strength, and even an evaluation of him. Lu Sheng has strong potential, possibly becoming the strongest candidate for the next martial arts demonstration. This demonstration, he has hopes of entering the top 20. The young man continued to scroll, looking at the list of numerous other candidates below his name. A combat power of 12.5 stars could only hope to make it into the top 20. It seems the military department has many experts, peak grandmasters. Lu Sheng knew nothing about the top strategic experts in the major military regions, but now he had learned a little. The young man continued scrolling down and encountered a name with a very distinctive appearance, rippling muscles, with 3 long scars around the eyes on the face.
Ranked first in the general star rankings was Dong Di, with a combat power as high as 27 stars. Grand General level figures were estimated to have combat power of 30 stars or above, marshals even stronger.
So, the number of experts in the military department is indeed very high. No wonder why the military department has such a deep obsession with level 9 martial saints. The military department, having so many top-tier martial artists, yet unable to cultivate a single level 9 martial saint, anyone would be frustrated. Lu Sheng suddenly understood more why the Extreme Path martial saint easily reached a compromise, letting him go with the military department. Tong Koi Ting, not even having a 5-star strategy, even within the Extreme Path's 12-8 talents, he probably ranked at the bottom. If he dies, he dies. Basically not worth the Extreme Path martial saint's regret. If so, Dam Trungok's test for me also makes sense. The talent I displayed before at the Martial University only made him interested. The young man's eyes flickered. A slight smile appeared as he continued to mutter, "If I secure the first position in this general military region's martial arts demonstration, would it surprise Dam Trungok? Hehe, just thinking about it is interesting." Lu Sheng casually flipped to the next page when he suddenly noticed an intriguing piece of news. This is the young man's eyes seemed glued to the tablet. An incident occurred in Unkwak attacked by disciples of an evil cult. People of an entire town were killed in a blood sacrifice. Disciples of an evil cult, huh? Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, quickly reading through the news. The young man, enraged, slammed the tablet on the table, cracking it. Those despicable cult members. The young man's anger was evident. His eyes over 1,000 lives, all men drained of blood, women's skin used to wrap food for the followers. Lu Sheng couldn't help but recall Ko Huyan's memories. According to Ko Huyan's memories, the evil cult was also connected to other realms. To obtain powerful strength, they were willing to be slaves to strange beasts, causing internal chaos for humanity. It seems these vermin should be crushed sooner rather than later. The young man made a quick decision. It's decided. I'll go deep into the underground crevice, gather some secret silver mineral resources, then earn some more merits, get fully equipped, and then go crush those human plagues. It's a bit difficult to get items alone. I need to find companions to help. Thinking of this, the young man took out his phone to call his future wife. On the other end, Trien Hongok, with her big heart, received the call. She was startled, shocked when she heard the young man say, "You want to go deep into the level 3 underground cave? Huh, it seems the Tiger Crane team is preparing to find a mission to accept or something, as all 4 members have gathered." From the phone, the voice of young Lu Sheng continued, "Yeah, I want to go deep into the AAA class hell. I want to invite you as guides. After all, I'm new and don't understand hell well yet. I'll share part of the loot with you. Meet at the mission center entrance tonight." Very quick and decisive. The young man hung up after saying this. The bald big man heard this and immediately got excited, his face full of excitement and wild joy. "Oh my God, a top-tier general leading us to farm in hell. Even in my dreams, I never thought this day would come. If other A-teams knew about this, they'd surely be jealous to death of us. Ha ha ha." John Hongyu, the girl, thought more deeply. Sharing the loot is secondary. What's important is building a good relationship with the Sixth Lord. The group behind immediately cheered in unison. "Captain, we understand. You and the Sixth Lord go in one car. We promise not to disturb." The girl knew she was being teased by the 3 members, and her face turned red with embarrassment. "Don't talk nonsense." The group continued to tease her more. "Ha ha ha. Try to seize this opportunity. I hate you. Don't talk like that." Despite saying that, the girl's heart was beating so hard, it felt like it would jump out of her chest. After a while, all 4 members ended up going in the same car, because the girl captain was too shy to share a car with Lu Sheng, which made her deeply regretful. If only those blockhead members hadn't teased her, it would have been good. In addition to a small incident, 2 cars were speeding along the road at 200 kilometers per hour. Trien Hongok had tears streaming down her face, remembering Lu Sheng's words from earlier, a few minutes ago. The young man sat in the driver's seat, coldly saying, "I recently learned to drive. I want to practice more on my own. You all go together." 1 car left. Trien Hongok felt a moment of disappointment. Ideals are plentiful. Reality is bitter. She thought she finally had a chance to get close to Lu Sheng, but life isn't like a dream. 3 hours later, the 2 cars arrived at their destination. Before them was a pitch-black scene. Clearly nothing good awaited them. The young man Lu Sheng stepped forward and asked, "Is this the place?" Trien Hongok quickly replied, "Yes, sir." In front of them was a crack. Below was a bottomless pit. The young man curiously asked, "What exactly is the situation inside the earth cave? First, give me a brief explanation." Trien Hongok immediately provided information. The earth cave crack is divided into many levels. The deeper you go, the stronger the strange beasts. Trien Hongok continued seriously. Moreover, no one knows how many levels there are at the bottom, but compared to the dangerous strange beasts, there's something even more dangerous. That is the abyss. The abyss, huh? Lu Sheng slowly chewed on these two words. Trien Hongok confirmed. That's right. Strange beasts come from other dimensions. This you must know, sir. The abyss is another world, or it could be said to be a part of another world. Strange beasts come out from inside there. The abyss constantly emits the aura of other dimensions, which materializes in our world as a strange black mist. Hearing this, the young Lu Sheng curiously asked, "Does this black mist weaken the power of firearms, render electronic devices useless, and even corrode normal people, turning them into beasts?" At this point, the girl broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Yes, but it only affects ordinary people. It doesn't greatly impact martial artists. Therefore, we try to stay away from the abyss, and if encountered, we quickly retreat. After all, strange beasts pour out of it endlessly." Trien Hongok's words reminded Lu Sheng of the black mist surging in the space of his dream. It was quite similar to what Trien Hongok described, like the thick black mist in the dream, so it was created from this place. Seeing the young Lu Sheng standing still, lost in thought for a while, Trien Hongok called out, "Sir, everything is ready. Let's go." Suddenly, the young man unhurriedly continued, "Wait, I have a question." The young man with cold, sharp eyes asked decisively, "What would happen if I wanted to enter the abyss?" All four members of the Tiger Crane team, hearing this question from the young man, were shocked and startled, exclaiming, "Huh!" Eyes wide, mouths agape, sweat pouring like rain, the expressions of all four seemed to say, "Are you joking, sir? We just said we should stay away from the abyss." Hearing this shocking question from Lu Sheng, Trien Hongok froze for a moment, then shook her head. This I don't know, sir. This I really don't know." The young man Lu Sheng clenched his fist, turned his head and asked curiously, "Don't know? Has no one ever tried?" Trien Hongok concentrated, thinking of something, broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "No, many people have tried." Then she very seriously added, "Those who tried to enter the abyss all disappeared, as if they never existed in this world, even martial saints. So this question has no answer." Lu Sheng was a bit shocked by the answer. With a cold gaze, the young man pressed, "Martial saints." Lu Sheng doubted if he had misheard, so he asked, "Even martial saints perished in the earth cave abyss?" "That's right." Trien Hongok nodded with a fearful expression. In the martial year 200, 4 martial saints from 4 countries joined forces to enter an abyss. In the end, all 4 completely disappeared in there, including the martial saint of Long Country. We have no information about this news online. It's a secret of Long Country, but among the Master Realm, it's almost not a secret anymore. The blonde guy carrying a huge backpack, stunned, eyes wide open and sweating, asked, "Lu Sheng, you're not planning to enter the abyss, are you? For us, even 10 small lives wouldn't be enough." Trien Hongok added, "This level 3 earth cave, as long as we don't go deeper than 30 levels, there shouldn't be too much danger, but we really need to be careful of the abyss, because it's not a place to be trifled with." As she said this, Trien Hongok's eyes changed, her whole body trembling. Trien Hongok's attitude was solemn, more serious than ever before. Lu Sheng nodded. "Yes, I understand clearly. Let's go." As soon as the young man finished speaking, he jumped down, leaving behind a brilliant golden afterimage. As he glided, the young man thought, "Later, I'll search for more information about the abyss in the dream realm." Even level 9 martial saints couldn't return, so what about level 10, 11 experts? I don't believe that in 10,000 years of martial arts, no top-tier martial artist has conducted similar experiments. There must be a big secret inside. All 4 members of the Tiger Crane team also jumped down. The young man Lu Sheng continued to leap forward, looking extremely light and agile. It was pitch black below, but the young man could still see clearly. After achieving the indestructible planetary body, Lu Sheng's vision had been enhanced to an extraordinary degree. Not seeing any obstacles, the young man Lu Sheng asked, "There's nothing on the way, besides the abyss. Is there anything else noteworthy?" Trien Hongok, flying close to Lu Sheng, replied, "There are also martial arts fanatics in the earth cave." The young man landed and pressed, "What are martial arts fanatics?" They were both on a high rock ledge. Trien Hongok took the opportunity to provide information to Lu Sheng. Martial arts fanatics are martial artists not belonging to the military who hide and cultivate deep in the earth caves year-round. Many belong to the martial arts hall system, aiming to pursue the limits of martial arts. These people survive in the cracks of the earth caves, so their martial will and combat ability are even stronger than the star generals of the military. None of them are weak because they hide in the earth caves to kill strange beasts, so the military doesn't manage them much. After all, the earth caves aren't under military jurisdiction. Lu Sheng inquired, so why do we need to be careful around them? These people have practiced martial arts to the point of near madness. As long as they can break through the limits of martial arts, they're capable of doing anything. Drinking dirty water and eating raw, strange beast meat is the least of it. That's just minor stuff. Some even resort to cannibalism. Trian Hongok, when mentioning some rather unpleasant images, her expression turned grim. Trian Hongok added with a complex expression, they believe that eating the flesh and blood of martial arts experts can make them stronger. They're all lunatics. There are rumors that because they stay in the earth caves year-round, they've been influenced by the environment and have lost their humanity. Even if they weren't so extreme at first, staying too long in the earth caves, they've suffered from lack of supplies. When they see military soldiers, they'll commit murder and robbery. Sometimes, the life of a master is worth less than a few bags of supplies. Lu Sheng silently clicked his tongue, his eyes brightening. Cannibalism, huh? Compared to Gushuan's killing path, these people are the real heretics. I see. At this point, Lu Sheng had gained some understanding of the earth cave situation. Roughly got it. Let's go. An hour later, on the 20th level of the earth cave, strange beast corpses. Beasts lay scattered with slash marks, cut in half. Trian Hongok muttered, finally, it's all cleaned up. The team had now reached a cave entrance. This was the entrance to the depths of hell, only the cave entrance was clearly visible inside. It would be full of black mist. Visibility would become extremely low. Everyone, be careful. Lu Sheng glanced over the equipment the group was carrying and calmly said, we don't need to bring the reconnaissance equipment, just bring all the supply bags. Trian Hongok hesitantly said, sir, without reconnaissance equipment, entering the earth cave will be very dangerous. Lu Sheng glanced at her, then calmly replied, didn't you say that electronic devices in the earth cave might become ineffective? Besides, you've forgotten that I'm a spirit force master. Stay close to me. Everyone be ready for combat. The young man stood coldly, concentrating his spirit force, radiating incredibly strong, shocking the entire Tiger Crane team, who stammered, you are Lu Sheng. Having just tested the black mist, it had very little effect on his spirit force. His spirit force in the earth cave could still project very far, with only a few areas feeling dim. He guessed those were the deep areas of the earth cave. According to Trian Hongok, the young man smiled and replied, it's just a test, no effect at all. Lu Sheng's body was enveloped by a thin layer of black mist, but he didn't feel any discomfort. He took a deep breath, his nostrils like two super powerful smoke extractors, instantly sucking all the surrounding black mist into his body. The Tiger Crane squad had just landed when they witnessed this shocking scene. Their faces immediately changed slightly. Although the black mist had little effect on martial artists, Lu Sheng's domineering action was truly rare to see. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. He continued to silently observe the black mist. After absorbing it, he found that he was basically doing something useless, because no matter how much black mist he absorbed, once it touched his indestructible planetary body, it was all completely destroyed. This body was too powerful. It simply didn't allow any foreign substances to exist. Lu Sheng could only abandon this small experiment idea and move on. The surrounding black mist was all absorbed by Lu Sheng, making the earth cave much clearer now. Suddenly, Trian Hongok shouted, not good. A mutant beast is taking the chance to ambush. Be careful, sir. In the darkness, a mutant beast bared its fangs and claws with glowing red eyes. Even those without a fear of darkness would, in this eerie and oppressive atmosphere, feel their scalp go numb and their legs shake. Strange cries continuously rang out, one after another, extending into the darkness, merging the bodies of these mutant beasts into one. One could only see a dense azure tide rapidly spreading. Immediately after, the corpses of two mutant beasts were seen sprawled on the ground. The members of the Tiger Crane squad all wore shocked and stunned expressions. Trian Hongok broke out in a cold sweat. What? This level 5 Black Moon Sickle beast couldn't even get close. She looked at the faintly visible, majestic figure ahead and exclaimed with a somewhat complex tone, is this the power of a 2-star general? The bald, burly man also stared intently and added, Suro 6 is even more terrifying than a general. a pure 2-star with such powerful spirit force. Don't forget that at that time, he had been in a state of half a month without rest, with severely depleted blood energy when checking his cultivation. Such powerful spirit force is not something everyone can possess. The other 2 members of the Tiger Crane squad also agreed with this view and expressed their admiration in turn. First, the young handsome one spoke up. I really don't know how Suro 6 cultivates. Compared to him, I always feel like I'm just useless. The one with the backpack also chuckled bitterly and added, that's right. At first I thought following Sir 06 was to earn merits. Now it seems we might not even need to lift a finger. Lu Sheng was too domineering, so they basically had no chance to take action at all. The girl Trian Hongok was probably about to lose all her eggs by now. She gazed at Lu Sheng admiringly, considering it a tour of the Earth Cave with Sir Lu Sheng. This wasn't an honor that everyone could have. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the sky. A pillar of light shot up high in front, dust and smoke everywhere. The bald burly man shouted in panic, "What's that? There's another one underground." Trian Hongok was extremely worried. "Sir, are you all right?" "Sir." Trian Hongok rushed towards the thick smoke, disregarding the danger. Indeed, her infatuation was beyond redemption. Behind that cloud of smoke, the young Lu Sheng was massaging his wrist and replied, "I'm fine." The young man turned to look at the Tiger Crane squad members, who seemed about to have their hearts jump out, and continued, "I was just testing to see how to deal with mutant beasts without using weapons." Lu Sheng casually instructed the Tiger Crane squad members, "Collect some useful tissue fluids, and then we'll continue on our way." Trian Hongok's pupils contracted. It's not surprising that Suro 6 killed a level 7 mutant beast, but without using weapons, how did he make such a perfect cut like that? The level 7 mutant beast corpse in front of Trian Hongok was cut so smoothly and evenly, it looked as if an extremely small blade had sliced through it in an instant. Its death was truly bizarre. While the Tiger Crane squad was clearly dividing tasks and acting quickly to collect useful tissue fluids from the mutant beast, the Tiger Crane squad's experience in exploring Earth caves was extremely rich. This small task of collecting spoils was like second nature to them. Suddenly, an unexpected situation arose. Lu Sheng immediately turned around and warned, "Wait, someone's coming." Trian Hongok's eyes widened as she looked, her face covered in cold sweat. How can there be people here? Could it be her? 2 hands, 2 swords, ordering the squad to be on full alert, ready for battle, observing that group of people carefully. Trian Hongok felt a bit familiar. "Hey, that's ahead. It's a 5-person squad, their bodies covered in red fluid, all 5 wearing identical outfits." After looking closely once more, Trian Hongok recognized it was the Red Conch Battlestar squad. She joyfully waved her hand, shouting, "It's our people, Duongvu." The Tiger Crane squad members let out a sigh of relief, lowering the cold weapons in their hands. That man also quickly recognized them and took off his red hood. Trian Hongok, while the other squad was sitting and resting, curiously approached and asked, "How long have you all been in here? Why do you look so battered?" Duongvu sighed and replied, "Don't mention it. We've been in here for almost a month, nearly lost a few people, and couldn't even pluck a feather." Then he curiously asked back, "By the way, which floor are you all planning to go down to?" Suddenly, Duongvu's expression changed. His eyes filled with shock. He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to me. Don't go below the 25th floor. The martial arts fanatics down there have gone completely mad." Then, he added that they're frantically hunting down our military district's star generals. Recently, 2 squads went down there and completely lost contact. Pulling up his sleeve, Duongvu urgently said, "I ran as soon as I got the news. If we hadn't seized the chance to run quickly, we probably would have perished there too." After removing the bandage, a part of his arm covered in red fluid caught everyone's attention. There was something terrifying about it. Through Duongvu's words and witnessing his wounds firsthand, the faces of the Tiger Crane squad members all showed shock, looking at each other. Trian Hongok asked with a serious expression, "Just at the 25th floor, they dare to attack even star generals." Duongvu nodded and replied, "It's a mass riot. We're preparing to return and report the situation to the army." At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave immediately became oppressive. After a while, the Red Conch Battlestar squad members had now rested and recovered a bit. Soon, Duongvu stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, the middle-aged man with a crew cut solemnly gave Trian Hongok a piece of advice. "We're leaving first, Squad Leader Hongok. Please be careful." As soon as the other squad left, Trian Hongok turned to Luke Thang with concern. "Sir, the Red Conch squad leader is quite cautious. Should we?" At this moment, the young man had just sent a beast flying with a palm strike. His body glowed with an extremely powerful amber-colored energy. Lukthang calmly replied to Hongok, "I understand. Don't worry. This time, we don't necessarily have to go below the 25th floor." After Lukthang casually sent a level 6 beast that was blocking their way flying with a casual strike, the young man continued nonchalantly. "Even if we do go down, however, I take you down, I can naturally bring you back out as well." With that, the young man firmly asserted, with cold blue eyes. "Yes." Tryon Hongok obediently bowed her head, not saying anything more. The young Lukthang clenched his fist, preparing to send a few more beasts on their way. The young man dashed forward and swiftly dealt with the beasts, blocking the path very cleanly. In his heart, Lukthang didn't pay much attention to Tryon Hongok's words from earlier. Tryon Hongok's group was worried because they saw the Red Conch squad, with strength similar to theirs, getting injured, and moreover, the Red Conch squad leader's tone was extremely cautious. It's not that Lukthang couldn't see their point, but for him, many of the risks that could seriously threaten the Tiger Crane and Red Conch squads were not really significant. The group quickly descended deeper into the lower levels of the underground cave. Lukthang's speed was very fast, and with his mental power to scout ahead, the probability of real danger occurring was extremely small. Moreover, Lukthang basically didn't want to stay in the underground cave for too long. After finding the silver honey ore and collecting it, he would leave immediately. This way, the level of danger would be greatly reduced. After entering the 25th floor, the black mist here was clearly much thicker than the previous floor, by no small amount. The young Lukthang, with his extremely powerful mental energy, spread it out around him. Lukthang closed his eyes and carefully sensed, finally reaching the 25th floor. "With my strength, as long as we don't encounter a legendary level 9 beast, there's almost no danger at all. I remember the documents mentioned the silver honey ore." The young man clearly remembered the location of the silver honey ore on the underground cave map. After a while of using mental energy to probe the surrounding terrain, Lukthang confirmed that the silver honey was nearby. The young man continued to emit extremely powerful mental energy. His mental energy, like light, rushed through each lower level, flashing past countless vague images. Because the young man had only one goal, the silver honey ore. After a while, finally, Lukthang's eyes lit up, his heart filled with some joy. "Found it. Follow me closely." Lukthang left with these words, then he rushed forward like the wind. Seeing young Lukthang dash off so quickly on the 25th floor, which was extremely dangerous, the Tiger Crane squad members froze, their mouths agape. The Tiger Crane squad members immediately ran after him. The young man with the backpack shouted, "Sir, wait for us." The bald man was extremely puzzled. Didn't he say we wouldn't go down? Tryon Hongok followed behind, extremely worried. Very quickly, they had passed floors 26, 27, 28, 29, and reached floor 30. The young Lukthang kept rushing forward swiftly, his steps incredibly graceful. Noticing that Lukthang's speed wasn't decreasing at all, while the surrounding black mist was getting increasingly thick, even with their master-level bodies, their visibility was quite limited. The girl Tryon Hongok kept questioning in her mind. The Tiger Crane squad members unconsciously felt fear. Moreover, the 30th floor of the underground cave was somewhere they had never set foot before. Tryon Hongok scanned the surrounding darkness and said firmly, "Staying close to Sir Luck is the safest option. Don't run around aimlessly." After saying this, she immediately chased after Lukthang. The other 3 members also followed closely behind. Soon after, the young Lukthang also stopped. The young man's eyes were drawn to something in front. It was an unknown type of ore deposit, dozens of times taller than Lukthang, its surface shining brightly, but it wasn't going to be easy to obtain. Beside the ore deposit was a level 7 beast. Quick and decisive, the young Lukthang immediately launched a palm strike, aiming at the beast, yellow yin-yang energy striking directly at its body. The fierce level 7 beast was sent flying by the young man's attack. Its massive, heavy body slammed into a rock wall and deeply embedded into the ore deposit, shattering everything around it. Thud. The beast's entire body fell down, its carcass lying flattened on the ground. Lukthang glanced over. The level 7 beast was completely dead. The young man's eyes flickered slightly. Then he swung his arm, throwing the beast behind him. The young man told the Tiger Crane squad behind him Go collect some of its bodily fluids. The entire tiger crane squad looked towards the beast's corpse and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The bald man and two simple-looking men quickly went forward. The bald man reached out and grabbed a shiny piece of ore, then asked, "What's this?" Suddenly, an excited, trembling shout from the bald man filled the air. "Great, sir! This is secret silver. It's a secret silver deposit." The bald man's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he stared at the piece of secret silver in his hand. After a moment to compose himself, the bald man turned back and shouted, "Sir, we've struck it rich." The girl Trian Hongok and Luke Than were also attracted by this statement. "Oh, is that so? Let me see." Trian Hongok and the young Luke Than, drawn by the bald man's exclamation, ran over. The handsome youth of the Tiger Crane squad was also somewhat excited, his lips trembling slightly, mouth agape. Evidently, he had made the same discovery as the bald man. The two of them, with ore chunks in their hands, were overjoyed. Trian Hongok also picked up a piece of ore and examined it carefully. It was indeed secret silver, and of very high purity at that. Trian Hongok was excited as she looked at the ore deposit ahead. This deposit might not be small. The bald man, along with the handsome youth and the middle-aged blonde man, smiled so wide their eyes narrowed, shouting, "We're rich. Ha ha ha." The Tiger Crane squad members were very excited. Even for cultivators, secret silver held considerable value for them, let alone such a large amount. The big man grinned mischievously, thinking, "This much is enough to upgrade the equipment of everyone in our squad by one level." The handsome youth had a dazed expression, dreaming, "With this secret silver, we can drink level 7 beast fluid to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can get that level 7 secret gold shield I've been eyeing for so long." The middle-aged blonde man stroked the ore chunk while laughing heartily, longing, "We can even trade for a set of S-class battle armor." The bald man's eyes were already tinted silver. He laughed loudly and said, "That's right." Trian Hongok was also in a great mood. She giggled, preparing to say something, when suddenly her eyes caught sight of a figure standing quietly beside them. In an instant, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured fiercely over her head, the coldness penetrating her from inside out, bringing her back to full alertness. Trian Hongok shouted loudly, "Shut up! Captain, what's wrong with you?" The bald man, still laughing, was about to say something when he turned his head and saw Trian Hongok with an unpleasant expression, standing still. Beside her was the young man Luke Than, quietly standing there, watching them. The bald man immediately felt as if he'd been doused with ice water, suddenly feeling his scalp go numb. He quickly offered up the secret silver. "This is not ours, sir." Recalling his proud and boastful words from earlier, he slapped himself in the face. Smack! It hurt. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it." The bald man and the handsome youth quickly threw the secret silver back into the pit. The bald man's body immediately tensed up, covered in cold sweat, his face turning pale. He stood in place, bowing his head, and said, "Please forgive us, sir." Trian Hongok quickly spoke up to cover for the other three members. "On the way here, we didn't do anything. At all. The secret silver mine was discovered by you, sir, so naturally all the harvest belongs to you. It's fair and reasonable. Fair and reasonable." The group looked towards Luke Than again, their eyes showing worry and pleading. Luke Than calmly reached out and patted the bald man's shoulder lightly, watching as beads of cold sweat rolled down the bald man's forehead. Luke Than said casually, "It's very normal for you to have desires. I can understand that." The bald man forced a pale smile, looking worse than if he were crying. The handsome youth's face was contorted. No, we wouldn't dare. Thank you, sir, for understanding." "Ah, no, thank you, sir, for forgiving us." "No." Without a word, the young Luke Than concentrated power into his palm, witnessing this scene firsthand. Trian Hongok thought the young man was about to punish the other three and panicked. "Sir, please don't." The young Luke Than then split the ore vein with multiple cuts. In just a moment, the young Luke Than had used his mental force to cut the ore into small pieces. Luke Than turned to look at the members of the Tiger Crane squad who were still standing dumbfounded and pointed behind him. "What are you standing there for? Come help me collect the secret silver." "Oh yes, yes." The four members of the Tiger Crane squad finally snapped out of it, sighing in relief. The enormous wealth had blinded them. Their arrogance nearly cost them their lives. The squad's Trian Hongok, her face damp, sighed in relief. "Thankfully, Sir is generous and not angry. Otherwise, who knows what consequences we might have faced. It's really strange." The bald man slapped his own head and said frustratedly, "Not to mention following the 6 lords in. even if it wasn't them. No matter who it was, in a situation where we didn't put in any effort, then I shouldn't have taken anything from this secret silver mine. Just now, why did I act as if possessed by a demon, being so shamelessly greedy? The handsome youth and the middle-aged man standing beside him nodded in agreement. Since the words were already spoken, the middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, could it be due to the black mist on the 30th floor? No, that's unlikely. Trien Hong Ngok approached with a cold face and questioned, what are you whispering about? Stop muttering and start carrying the secret silver. Didn't you hear the Six Lords' orders? Yes. The three people immediately startled, alarmed. Damn, we almost caused another disaster just now, angering the Six Lords. The Six Lords had said they would let them off, yet they were still, as if possessed, carefreely chatting away. It's truly like encountering ghosts. The three suddenly felt that this 30th floor cave was eerie everywhere, silently thinking they should finish the job quickly to leave this place as soon as possible. They kept moving, cursing. Damn it, if we had known earlier, we wouldn't have given those 2 supply bags to Hongloa's people. How much secret silver could we have stored in them? That's right, we shouldn't have cared about them bastards. The young Luke Than, with his keen hearing, clearly heard these words. Luke Than recalled and thought to himself, strange, they seem to have a good relationship with the Hongloa squad. Now, the two seem to have discarded their previous generosity and enthusiasm. Instead, what they displayed was unprecedented selfishness and bitterness. This was clearly not the case before entering the 30th floor. It seems this black mist is quite peculiar. Suddenly, a change occurred. Luke Than discovered strange footprints on the ground. Luke Than asked, period. Puzzling. Luke Than's eyes suddenly flickered, his spiritual force casually spreading out. Eerie voices echoed, it's food, it's food. Unexpectedly, Luke Than sensed human silhouettes coming from all directions towards him. The eerie voices grew louder. It's food. This must be the group of martial arts fanatics in seclusion in the underworld that Diovu mentioned earlier. Then, Luke Than used his spiritual force to probe and immediately sensed these people's auras. This type of aura indeed gave them a somewhat crazed appearance. However, Luke Than didn't pay them much mind. The young man flashed a mischievous smile. Let them come. The young man clenched his fist, determined to resolve this quickly to save time, so that on the way back, he wouldn't have to deal with each annoying person jumping out. The secret silver mine had been fiercely excavated by the Tiger Crane squad to a depth of over 400 square meters, almost equivalent to several classrooms. They were focused on quickly gathering the secret silver without a moment's rest. There were too many chunks of secret silver piled up in front of the Tiger Crane team members. With her big heart, Trien Hong Ngok was the most dedicated. She collected non-stop. After some time, with the Tiger Crane team's efforts, the big guy's side was finally finished. The handsome young man's side was also nearly done, but Trien Hong Ngok's side still had a lot of secret silver left. They were piled up in a long row. The young man Luke Than saw the team working hard as his laborers, so he spoke up to encourage everyone. Good job. After we finish moving everything, I'll give your squad a share. The big guy, carrying a pile of secret silver on his back, heard this and gaped in disbelief. He was overjoyed. Wow, thank you, great sir. Such a large amount of secret silver. Even just 1/10 would be quite valuable, and all they had to put in was a bit of time and effort. Trien Hong Ngok couldn't help but exclaim, thank you for your generosity, sir. But she still firmly shook her head in refusal. But no, it's fine. We dare not accept it. The young man Luke Than coldly and decisively said, I don't care if you dare to accept it or not. I want to give it to you, so you must take it. Trien Hong Ngok's body trembled slightly. Hearing this, Trien Hong Ngok dared not argue. She quickly corrected herself. Yes, thank you, sir. The young man looked at the Tiger Crane team working efficiently and obediently and felt an inexplicable satisfaction in his heart. When weak, anger is useless. When strong, even kindness cannot be refused. Hehe, this is so awesome. Suddenly, Trien Hong Ngok seemed to sense danger and let out a gasp. Immediately, she turned to Luke Than and warned, Sir, something's not right. The young man Luke Than had also sensed something and replied, I know, I'm waiting for them. The black mist around them suddenly began to swirl. Click, click, click. In the quiet space, the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps echoed. Pairs of glowing red eyes were drawing near. The 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad instantly became tense. Each of them turned their eyes towards the direction of the sound, as if facing a great enemy. But these faint footsteps quickly shifted to different locations, front, back, left, right. Footsteps were coming from everywhere, rapidly approaching them. They came from all directions, surrounding them. The black mist was disturbed. In the black mist, a group of frenzied people suddenly appeared. These people had different appearances, but each had a gloomy aura, tall and thin figures, with pale skin on their faces and bodies as if they hadn't been exposed to sunlight for a long time. Their eyes were deep red and bloodshot. These people looked like refugees, resembling wild beasts or zombie monsters. Though already dead, their mouths kept uttering, "Ugh, fresh meat, fresh meat." The blood essence in these people's bodies was extremely abundant, with energy rising from their heads to the sky like smoke signals. Clearly, they were all true martial arts masters. The expressions of the 4 Tiger Crane squad members finally changed completely. They became terrified, their bodies instinctively retreating step by step. They're all martial arts masters. Masters, why are they appearing here? Trian Hongok, with a grim expression, spoke. What nonsense are you talking about? If they weren't masters, how could they survive here for so long? Judging by their appearance, they must be the rumored martial arts maniacs we've heard about. I guess all the martial arts maniacs, from floors 25 to 30, have gathered here. The earlier attack on the Hongloa squad, which caused them to lose contact, was likely their doing. Damn it, these beasts. They even eat their own kind. They've always acted alone before. Since when did they start acting as a group? Normally, in this situation, there's only one possibility. A voice rang out near the ears of the 4 Tiger Crane squad members. They turned their heads to look and saw Lukethen still as calm as before, his eyes fixed on a certain direction, speaking nonchalantly. Among these people, someone with absolute strength has appeared and is commanding them. That's their king. The 4, including Trian Hongok, were stunned. What? A king? After a second, the sound of crisp applause came from the direction Lukethan was looking at. The black mist quickly dispersed, and a tall, slender figure emerged from the mist. It was a young man with a pale face, slightly sunken cheeks, and eerily glowing eyes. He continued clapping, appearing before Lukethan's group. He wore a worn combat suit and old alloy combat boots. His attire at first glance not much different from Lukethan's group. The young man smiled at Lukethan and said, "You're the smartest and strongest, so your flesh and blood will be the most delicious. Eating you will make me stronger." The young man spoke with a natural tone, casually, as if eating people was just an ordinary matter in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the surrounding martial arts maniacs also showed signs of desire. Among them, one with a hoarse voice spoke up. "Lo Ma-ung, this boy can be yours, but leave the other 4 entirely to us." That one, with red glowing eyes, stuck out his grotesquely long tongue and said with a laugh, "Of course, I always only eat the best morsels." Trian Hongok, hearing these 3 words, fearfully cried out, "Lo Ma-ung, the Eastern Star from the previous term, weren't you supposed to have died over a decade ago?" The middle-aged man's words were like a stone dropped into a lake, stirring up waves of shock. Everyone's eyes simultaneously fixed on him. The young man Lukethang turned and asked, "You know this person?" She nodded, her face covered in cold sweat, and replied, "Sir, you arrived late, so there's much you don't know. Back then, the Eastern Military District didn't have the 7 wines yet. Only top-tier geniuses with real strength were called Eastern Stars. This Lo Ma-ung was one of them. At that time, he used the 13-star strategy to rank 3rd on the Eastern General Star Board. However, over a decade ago, during a mission to suppress a large-scale underground riot, he went missing. Everyone assumed he had died. Who would have thought? He's actually been hiding here, surviving by consuming the flesh and blood of his fellow masters." As Trian Hongok finished speaking, her final words took on an extremely complex tone, full of emotion. The other members of the Tiger Crane squad, whose faces were already grim, now looked even more troubled. The bald giant clutched his head and yelled, "What? Over a decade ago, his strategy already had 13 stars. That's half a star stronger than what Luke Than showed earlier. How terrifying must he be now? The 6 lords are only at 12.5 stars. Are we done for?" Trian Hongok glanced at Luke Than's calm expression for a moment, then took a deep breath and quickly shouted, "Silence." He may not have grown stronger, because for over a decade, he hasn't had access to proper resources. His vitality must have declined. Now, his combat power is surely no longer at its peak. The others were stunned, carefully considering it. They realized the logic made sense and their expressions momentarily relaxed. Lo Ma-ung, standing at a distance, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world, clutched his stomach and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Interesting. I don't have enough resources, you say. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Suddenly his eyes turned red. Lo Ma-ung bared his teeth in a sinister grin, saying, "As for resources, aren't they right here? All right, I'm done chatting with my food. My dinner is about to get cold." He raised his hand, beginning to channel his power. The surrounding dark mist immediately began to boil, then rushed towards his body from all directions. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. You should be grateful to witness this form of mine, you insignificant creatures. Be thankful. He seemed to transform into a massive vortex, representing the deepest darkness, constantly devouring everything around him. The 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad had barely found some comfort thinking that this madman's strength had declined. However, in an instant, that comfort was completely shattered. Their faces turned pale as they braced themselves against the bizarre gale around them. A loud roar echoed, and Loma Ung began to transform. He appeared like a fiend from hell. 2 twisted horns shot up towards the sky. Razor-sharp teeth like daggers peeked out from behind a long, winding tongue. Its claws resembled the scythes of death, ready to tear apart anything that dared stand in its way. Massive wings allowed him to fly with greater agility. Trian Hongok and the Tiger Crane team were stunned. What is this? Blue glowing eyes and a snake-like protruding tongue. Lo Maung, triumphant, unleashed all his power. Then he said, "This is the feeling." His expression suddenly became frenzied. The Eastern Star is ancient history now. Back then, I was as weak as an ant. Fortunately, the underground disturbance occurred, causing me to fall deep into the earth. In that moment of despair, I was guided by the divine towards the ultimate path of martial arts. Lukthan's expression shifted slightly as he caught a word in his speech. Divine. Lukthan probed, "What do you mean by divine guidance?" But he completely ignored Lukthan's question and continued arbitrarily. The essence of martial arts is to use various methods to make oneself increasingly powerful. He was not wrong. If strange beasts can be food to make martial artists stronger, then using martial artists as food is the highest quality nourishment for martial arts. Lukthan frowned and asked, "Who exactly is this he you're referring to?" He still didn't answer Lukthan, but instead spread his arms wide, tilted his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha! He bared his teeth triumphantly, laughing loudly. "Eastern Star, now I am the son of the East. Ma Duong will one day see my light shine beyond the underground, covering the entire earth." The 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad turned as pale as sheets, almost lacking the strength to even hold their cold weapons. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. "I've asked you twice now. Can't you hear me?" Everyone turned in astonishment towards one direction. They saw a tall figure standing there silently, motionless in place. It was Lukthan. The young man lowered his head, hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose. While his aura radiated immense power, "It seems my words haven't reached your ears at all, have they?" The young man's eyes revealed a hint of disdain and contempt. Lukthan's lips curled as if about to smile, but his eyes remained sharp. "Fine, then I'll find this he you speak of myself." Boom. An overwhelming, unparalleled killing intent erupted from Lukthan's body like a glacier sweeping the earth. In an instant, the killing intent blew away all the black mist within thousands of meters around him, clearing it completely. At this moment, the smile on Lo Maung's face froze. His expression stiffened. What kind of pressure is this? Who exactly are you?" He saw Lukthan take a step towards him. Behind this step was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Faced with this terrifying killing intent, Lo Maung was like a firefly under the bright moon, utterly insignificant. The young man, Lukthan, waved his hand and swooped forward. They only caught a glimpse of Lo Maung's body shattering. Boom. Lo Maung's body exploded, and the black light source was extinguished. Now only Lukthan's cold face remained visible. In the eyes of the Tiger Crane group, a tall, handsome figure was reflected. That figure calmly uttered a sentence to the spirit of Lo Maung. "If you're the sun, then what am I?" After speaking, that figure slightly exerted force with his 5 fingers, and Lo Maung's entire body instantly exploded. The black light source also extinguished completely. The atmosphere in the 30th underground level became as quiet as death. The group of fanatics stood frozen, mouths agape. What? How is this possible? The evil cult masters and the 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad were terrified as they watched Lukthan casually discard a pile of flesh and blood, his expression indifferent as he flicked the fresh blood off his hand. Their minds seemed to have been blown apart by Lukthan's earlier squeeze. The young man, with a cold, arrogant gaze, stood and uttered a sentence. Too weak, couldn't even withstand one move. Trian Hongok's eyes widened in utter shock. Lo Maung, once the Eastern Star in Ma Duong's underground, today with a 13-star strategy, far surpassing all evil cult masters, but couldn't even withstand a single move from this young man barely over 20 years old standing before them, then was casually killed by the boss, like swatting a fly. The boss popped him like a tomato, a light, effortless battle that made people feel as if they were dreaming, with an extremely unreal sensation. Everyone's minds were buzzing, unable to react in such a short time. How powerful is Lord Lukthan? Really. The fanatics shouted to each other, "Run quickly, run quickly." Each of them ran for their lives as fast as they could. You still want to run. You can't escape fate. The young man Luke Than raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. His brilliant golden energy flashed brightly. Luke Than's eyes swept around. He spread out his hands. His 10 fingers were like 10 blades, clashing and intersecting. To deal with these dregs, the way of killing is most appropriate. Luke Than's figure suddenly disappeared. A sea of corpses and blood violently spread in all directions. A bone-chilling killing intent filled every inch of space. Then, Luke Than's figure appeared again. Now, his 10 fingers were covered in blood, blood dripping to the ground. In the next breath, the heads of nearly 30 evil cult masters simultaneously fell from their necks. They spewed blood like fountains. Due to the powerful blood energy of martial arts masters, the blood columns continued endlessly until each of them fell down. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The 4 members of the Tiger Crane Squad were completely stunned. In just 4 years, Lo Ma-ung, with his terrifying strategy exceeding 13 stars, along with over 20 evil cult masters, were all dead. Words couldn't describe the feelings of the 4 people at this moment. The bald man exclaimed in shock. So the so-called 12-star strategy was just what he wanted the world to see. The girl Trien Hongok was overjoyed in her heart, single-handedly eliminating all evil cult masters. This exercise will make our Eastern military region stand out. The evil cult masters on the 30th floor have basically been cleaned out completely, and there aren't many strange beasts left either. Luke Than thought for a moment and made a decision. You all wait here for me for a while. I'm going down to take a look. Luke Than left the 4 members of the Tiger Crane Squad with just one sentence. Luke Than's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the 4 members of the Tiger Crane Squad with dumbfounded expressions behind. Trien Hongok called after him. "Hey, my lord." In a flash, the young man's golden figure had already flown down below. As he flew, the young man pondered. Just now, that guy mentioned a deity, some lord or something. What exactly was it? Luke Than vaguely formed a guess in his mind, so he wanted to go down to verify it a bit. Deep underground, Luke Than had now flown into the cave, where the concentration of black mist had increased slightly. Luke Than landed in the middle of the cave, a place constantly emitting black mist. He quietly observed the area in front of him, glancing around with his eyes. The young man remarked, "This place is too quiet, frighteningly quiet." Luke Than took a step inside. The black mist, his spiritual power in such dense black mist, was also strongly hindered. His vision was greatly reduced. "My spiritual power has reached level 7, even level 8, yet probing here is quite strenuous. So those spiritual masters below level 7 who enter this place, wouldn't they directly become blind?" Half a minute later, Luke Than suddenly stopped. He quietly observed the area in front of him. Should I just charge in like this unexpectedly? Luke Than could clearly feel that inside there was a strange attractive force pulling his body, like being drawn by a magnet. The young man gasped in surprise when he saw something. Could it be that the opposite side is another world? Crossing intertwined space and time, before his thoughts could finish, the young man seemed to enter another world for real. The surrounding scenery was extremely poetic. A snow-white foot stepped forward. Extreme curiosity appeared in Luke Than's eyes. "What's this?" "It's..." Luke Than's body shuddered. A wondrous feeling flooded his entire being. Countless illusions and speculations immediately appeared in his mind. The young man saw a girl. She was beautiful and alluring before him, and he couldn't help but marvel. Is this a native of another world? How amazing. This place has intelligent life, and it seems to also have curiosity towards me. Luke Than, full of excitement, took another step forward. I wonder if she likes humans. The girl reached out with affectionate eyes. Countless thoughts raced through Luke Than's mind. Can she and I transcend worlds, transcend species to fall in love? But unexpectedly, at this moment, a dazzling golden light appeared on Luke Than's forehead. The curiosity and joy in those beautiful eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by intense cruelty and brutality. The beautiful figure vanished, leaving only a hideous monster in its place, causing the young man to question everything. The monster kept using seductive words. "Don't be afraid. Come here. Don't mind the appearance. Quickly come here. This place has everything you want." It seemed to be trying to hypnotize Luke Than. "That's exactly right. Return. Join. Worship." Its tentacles quickly wrapped around the young man. "Come to my arms, my dear child." Thinking the young man had lost consciousness, the monster's tongue slithered out as if wanting to swallow Luke Than whole. At that moment, golden energy appeared in the young man's palm, and a punch directly sent the monster flying. It howled in extreme pain. The young man, Luke Than, muttered with a cold face, "You startled me, but I was fooling you. and you actually believed it. Right after that, the young man even raised his middle finger provocatively. Idiot. The monster was furious, gnashing its teeth and roaring loudly. I hate disobedient children. Kill. I must kill you. The dark mist grew thicker. Damn it. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Countless monsters rushed towards Lukthon from within the dark mist. At the same time, Trian Hongok carefully took out a silver card from a pile of mangled flesh. It's indeed Lo Ma-ung. His ID card is still here. Trian Hongok examined the card closely and exclaimed, "This is a master of the Superior Martial Arts School." The remaining members of the Tiger Crane squad also searched the bodies of the dead evil masters. The man with the large backpack reported, "It's Hong Fong from the Thunder Martial Arts School." So their headmaster was here. Trian Hongok ordered, "Collect all evidence and report to the military district." Trian Hongok glanced at the corpses on the ground, her expression complicated as she said, "Nearly 30 martial arts masters died at once. I'm afraid this is the largest bloodshed of masters in recent years." The bald giant paid no attention, stood up with folded arms and said, "They've all been dead for a long time. Dying again doesn't matter. They certainly weren't anything good." Trian Hongok nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. You have a point. Ha!" Just then, there was a sound of wind, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, a way to notify the other Star General squads in the underground district to hurry up as well. Trian Hongok was stunned, instinctively asking, "My lord, what has happened?" Lukhthan turned his head to look at her, calmly saying, "Nothing much. I just accidentally angered some small toys deep in the underground. They're about to riot." Lukhthan's nothing much statement left the Tiger Crane group stunned, deeply shocked. The monsters from the dark mist were pouring out, rioting madly. They were frantically searching for the young man Lukhthan in every corner of the underground hell. The monsters inside the dark mist kept pouring out their voices, echoing throughout the underground space. "I want to kill him." Is the underground rioting? The 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad immediately jumped, feeling terrified. I'm not joking. Lukthon certainly wouldn't deceive them, so they immediately packed up and left. Run. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. They only took a few bags full of silver essence with them. Lukthon's spiritual force swept up the remaining silver essence on the ground, and he urged, "Let's hurry up now." Yes, the 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad, carrying their belongings, ran like mad behind Lukhthan. Lukhthan, being the fastest, ran ahead, clearing the path and leading the group behind. His spiritual force extended in all directions, observing the movements of the monsters in the underground. He realized his worries were somewhat excessive, because now monsters on every level of the underground had started to riot. The martial artists training in the underground had already sensed something was wrong and were rushing out of the radiation zone. Lukhthan's spiritual force was vast. From his perspective, he could see in all directions countless monsters heading towards them. However, the monsters from level 30 and above weren't very powerful. Though they were enormous in size, Lukhthan didn't pay them much attention. Lukhthan's figure moved slightly. His immense spiritual force suddenly spread out, booming in the air, raising an invisible storm. As Lukhthan looked, a swarm of monsters flew out then exploded, dying. The path ahead was immediately cleared by him. Lukhthan instructed, "Don't worry about anything. Just stay close to me and you'll be fine." The Tiger Crane squad had long trusted Lukhthan's abilities completely. Whatever Lukhthan said, they would follow. They immediately stopped talking and focused on following Lukhthan's footsteps closely, burying their heads and rushing forward. After a while, the group had escaped to the surface with 3 large bags full of silver essence. While Trian Hongok was still coughing from the thick smoke and dust, the young man smirked, finally back on the surface. Looking down at the huge, deep pit, with thousands of red eyes of the monsters seemingly wanting to devour everything, Trian Hongok felt very lucky. Wow, fortunately they couldn't come up. Trian Hongok was extremely curious. What exactly did you do? She scratched her head, unable to understand. How on earth did you manage to cause such a big commotion? Luckily, there were too many monsters, crowding each other to get out, which affected their movement speed, so they couldn't catch up with us. Otherwise, it's unimaginable how terrifying the scene would have been. The young man dared not say he had gone to provoke trouble, so Lukhthan pretended to answer, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Let's take the goods back to the military zone first." The 3 men of the Tiger Crane team were carrying 3 huge bags of silver essence on their heads. They didn't feel heavy at all. On the contrary, they were very comfortable, smiling happily. "Can't stop grinning." All three answered in unison. Yes. Trian Hongok also smiled happily, obeying Luke Than. While everyone was starting to move, the young man stood beside the underground cave looking down below. Luke Than's right hand grasped at the air, as if holding the entire underground cave crack in his hand, then resolved. Being toyed with by an insect, in return I would be very angry too. Wait for the day when the insect that once toyed with you crawls back in front of you, suddenly giving you a fierce uppercut. You'll probably be even angrier. Soon after, Luke Than and the Tiger Crane team returned to the Eastern Military Zone headquarters. Seeing the enormous pile of silver essence, the people were greatly shocked, holding their heads in their hands, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Tiger Crane Squad, you have incredibly good luck. In such a short time underground, you've discovered a silver essence mine. Not only is the quantity large, but the purity is also high. You've really struck it rich." The group held up the huge chunks of silver essence close to their eyes for a better look. Some even used magnifying glasses to examine them closely. In their eyes, everyone showed signs of envy. The three men of the Tiger Crane team were beaming with pride. All three struck cool poses and stood grinning with satisfaction. In the crowd, one perceptive person noticed, "That's not just good luck. Didn't you notice the license plate of the lead vehicle earlier? Z0002, that's a high-ranking general's car." The person next to him was startled upon hearing this. Huh, what? The two behind them also broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the unfamiliar young man is actually a high-ranking general? On the faces of all the members of the Hongloa team, disbelief was evident. Team leader Diovu then confirmed, "That's right, we've all misjudged. He's a true big shot. If I could also latch onto such a big leg, I could fly up right on the spot." Duongvu just thought about it and already felt ecstatic. He couldn't contain his emotions as tears and snot began to flow. The bald man from the Tiger Crane team smiled and remarked, "Although on the surface, the Sixth Lord is a general with 12-star strength, those 12 stars are not at all his full power. I estimate the Lord might even exceed 20 stars. The big man's face was full of admiration. The bald man's words shocked the crowd to their core. The Hongloa squad all had complex emotions, their hearts filled with 100 different feelings. They couldn't believe what they had heard. It was too terrifying. 5 minutes later, at Luke Than's villa, a very fortified villa that was always guarded by soldiers 24/7, Luke Than said to the 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad, "Go and inventory the items. After you're done, your share will be transferred to your accounts. Now go, you're dismissed." The 4 members of the Tiger Crane squad naturally had no objections. Trian Hongok and the 3 members quickly saluted and replied, "Yes, sir." After the Tiger Crane team left, Luke Than immediately entered the dream space for a moment in his bedroom. After entering the dream space, Luke then directly accessed the light brain and began searching for information related to the consciousness fluctuations underground from the Fireseed resource database. "Let me see what's in that deep abyss and what that monster deep inside is." Luke Than then clicked on the cave data. This category had a danger warning above it. A moment later, Luke Than regained his composure, exhaling a long breath as he had found the answer he was looking for. Ah, so that place connects to the second battlefield. The abyss, as explained by the Fireseed resource, is a spatial rift created by the collision and overlap of 2 worlds. These abysses are all different. These spatial rifts vary in size, some thick, some thin. If the spatial rift is thick enough, a gray area will form inside rows. This gray area is sufficient to accommodate top-tier powerhouses from other worlds descending. This is what the data refers to as the second battlefield. As mentioned in the document, the 2 worlds have different levels, so time and space are also different. They may even belong to different universes or exist in different dimensions. Due to some unexplainable reason, both worlds unexpectedly overlapped and collided. This is the origin of the monster invasion. However, it's clear that the monster world is much stronger than our world. Because the strength difference between the 2 sides is quite large, the monsters from the other world can easily invade our world. Conversely, it's very difficult for us to enter their world. No wonder I've absorbed so many zombie memories where level 10 and 11 powerhouses rarely take action. King-level experts are only heard of. It turns out they've all gone to the second battlefield, fighting against powerful monsters descending from the other world. Countless powerhouses enter the battlefield one after another, while the monsters will also continuously grow over time. The main struggle in the 10,000 years of future martial arts is precisely this. The extent to which the two civilizations are deadlocked depends entirely on the competition between the top-tier powerhouses of both civilizations. The final result is, of course, a loss for both. So time and space are also different, or exist in different dimensions. Due to some unexplainable reasons, both worlds unexpectedly overlapped and collided. This is the origin of the monster invasion. However, it's clear that the monster world is much stronger than our world. Because the strength difference between the two sides is quite large, the monsters from the other world can easily invade our world. Conversely, it's very difficult for us to enter their world. No wonder I've absorbed so many zombie memories. Images of level 10 and 11 powerhouses taking action are very rare. King-level experts are only heard of. It turns out they've all gone to the second battlefield, fighting against powerful monsters descending from the other world. Countless powerhouses enter the battlefield one after another, while the monsters will also continuously grow over time. The main struggle in the 10,000 years of future martial arts is precisely this. The extent to which the two civilizations are deadlocked depends entirely on the competition between the top-tier powerhouses of both civilizations. The final result is, of course, a loss. That's why they are going all out to produce a level 12 powerhouse, and the Fire Seed plan was born from this. But will level 12 martial arts have a chance to win on the second battlefield, or even maintain an advantage? It seems very difficult. Lu Sheng's mind was filled with thoughts and complex emotions, difficult to describe. But at least level 10 martial arts is required to qualify for entering the second battlefield. Currently, I'm at 300 years of martial arts. The second battlefield hasn't been opened yet. It seems to have nothing to do with me at all. Lu Sheng suddenly felt invigorated, his eyes shining brightly. No, if I reach level 11 at 300 years of martial arts, or even level 12, could I directly go through the abyss and kill over there, killing each top-tier powerhouse from the other world? In an instant, Lu Sheng had silently set a goal in his heart. The gray compass in his mind suddenly trembled slightly. The entire compass suddenly grew larger by one level and also became more solid, more mysterious, and enigmatic. The young man's power source erupted strongly, shooting up to the sky. Lu Sheng's martial will had just been strengthened, his whole body ablaze. Lu Sheng curiously wondered, is it because my goal has become completely clear? Lu Sheng seemed to have a realization. Although it was unexpected, he didn't feel overly surprised. Previously, although Lu Sheng had reluctantly accepted the burden of being a savior, and he only knew that he had to become strong, to have a chance to save the future of martial arts civilization and the future of human world, Lu Sheng wasn't very clear about it. After becoming strong, what exactly should be done, how to operate to truly resolve this catastrophe? But now Lu Sheng was clear. It seems the idea is feasible. I must strive to quickly reach level 12, enter the second battlefield, invade the other world, and solve this calamity at its root. The young Lu Sheng's face darkened, his eyes cold with determination. Not letting the war drag on for 10,000 years. His green eyes focused on the problem. The risk of extinction of civilization will be directly ended by my hand, Lu Sheng, at 300 years of martial arts, completely terminated. The next morning, at Lu Sheng's villa estate, Wang Ye and the maid Li Dai were bringing tea to serve the young Lu Sheng. As they approached the table where Lu Sheng was sitting, Wang Ye respectfully bowed to Lu Sheng, greeting, "My lord." The young man, who was looking at some files, asked, "What's the matter?" "This is a gift from our butler Wang, special grade Longjing Lingshuan tea." Hearing this, Li Di immediately understood. Li Di gently placed the teacup down. The young Lu Sheng was a bit surprised. "Please enjoy, sir." Lu Sheng glanced down at the teacup, where a few small pale green buds floated, fresh and vibrant. The quality seemed extraordinary. Indeed, it was better than any tea he had drunk before. So the young man picked up the cup and took a big sip. The tea was delicious and strange. It made the young man exclaim in surprise. This tea contained a mysterious energy. How interesting. The young man felt somewhat emotional. He never thought he would reach a point where people would gift him special tea. In the words of his 6 great-uncles, this was the Lu family's ancestral grave smoking. Wang Ye clapped his hands once, then he gestured behind him, where someone was pushing a gray chest forward. "My lord, last time you assigned the task of crafting a level 7 spear body, I have completed it. Let me show it to you." "Oh, so quickly." The young Lu Sheng used his mental power to open the chest, holding the spear in his hand. The young man felt pleased. The new spear body was a brilliant golden color, mainly made of secret gold. The patterns on the spear body were denser and more beautiful. Not only was it aesthetically pleasing, but it also added a bit more grip to the hand. Lu Sheng released his mental power to examine the inside of the spear body. Now, whether in terms of flexibility or hardness, it far surpassed the previous spear body. Very good. Not just an ordinary level 7 weapon, but almost reaching level 8. I'm very satisfied. The young man kept touching and examining the spear, then spoke to instruct. I've brought back a lot of secret silver this time. Help me forge another weapon. I'll send you the design later. Wang Ye nodded, decisively agreeing. As you command. Then, Lu Sheng continued to instruct Li Di. See Manager Wang out. Later, I'll invite a friend over. Prepare some wine and food. She obediently replied, Yes, sir. Following Lu Sheng's instructions, Li Di escorted Wang Ye out. Just as they left the room, Wang Ye couldn't help but comment to her with some emotion. Li Di, you're very fortunate to have met a master like Lord Lu. Yes, try your absolute best. Don't disappoint Lord Lu's trust in you. You might have a chance in the future. Wang Ye waved goodbye and left. Di watched Wang Ye's retreating figure and pondered his words, her face turning as red as a tomato. While she was feeling anxious and flustered, a sleazy laugh sounded from behind her. Ha! A middle-aged man in black clothes wearing a mask spoke. Li Di, don't be nervous. I'm an old comrade of your parents. I even held you when you were little. Li Di turned around. She saw a middle-aged man dressed all in black emerging from a corner of the estate. Lai stared at him, feeling extremely worried. He spoke again. You're following Lu Sheng now, right? Interested in having a little chat. Lai's eyes flickered instinctively, somewhat stunned. She started to break out in a cold sweat. Li Di hesitated slightly, then finally nodded. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Battle Zone's airport, Dong Qingshe wore a velvet military uniform in dark green, accentuating her snow-white skin. The belt slightly cinched, revealing her chest, and slim waist in a lively manner. Her legs in alloy combat boots were both straight and long. Dong Qingshe's body proportions were nearly perfect, with delicate facial features and a clear, cold demeanor like distant snowy mountains, truly attracting quite a few glances from officers and soldiers. Staring at her intently, a blond man who had just come from a nearby airport exit took off his glasses, his eyes glued to Dong Qingshe's body, and let out a gasp. His gaze fixed on her voluptuous chest, then moved to her beautiful face. He clicked his tongue, admiring. This body, this aura, very much to my taste. Not bad. Then he clenched his fist, lightly punched the wall behind him, striking a cool pose to show off his strength. Then he spoke up. Hello, which battle zone are you from? Which division? Flirting like this, he's 90% likely to fail. Seeing the 7 golden stars on his shoulder, shining brightly under the sun, Dong Qingshe thought to herself, a 7-star senior general. Dong Qingshe raised her hand in a military salute. She calmly replied, 1182nd Division, 9th Battle Zone, Lieutenant General Du Fei, Colonel Dong Qingshe. Greetings, sir. The handsome man's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, I don't know Du Fei, but I know the senior general of the 9th Battle Zone. Why don't you join me for dinner tonight? I'll invite your senior general too. I'm sorry. Dong Qingshe shook her head, neither arrogant nor fawning, and declined. I'm waiting for someone. I have plans tonight. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, sir. The handsome man frowned slightly, using a commanding tone that brooked no refusal. He said, Cancel it. Dong Qingshe shook her head and said, Can't cancel, I promised. The other party would be very angry. The handsome man laughed coldly, his aura spreading around him. Even the air seemed somewhat suppressed. Then tell him, I'll come along. I'm very curious in the 3rd district, whose anger would have more serious consequences. A hand patted the shoulder of that handsome blonde man, accompanied by a loud laugh. Ha! A calm voice sounded from behind the crowd. Then I'll let you see for yourself. The handsome man turned around forcefully, his pupils slightly contracting, only to see a hand reaching for his throat. Who are you? Boom. The aura of a high-level grandmaster exploded, without hesitation, blood chi like the sea, vital energy rising like smoke, alerting the surroundings, as if a small, scorching sun had appeared. Seconds later, this sun was extinguished. The handsome man was firmly gripped by the throat, like a chicken, lifted and suspended in the air. Is this all the strength of an Eastern Military Region senior general? The blond man was choked to the point of breathlessness. He struggled with all his might to remove the tall man's hand from his neck. Ah! The The tall man then threw the handsome man away like trash. His entire body slammed into the wall behind, creating a large hole. A general like this still wants to flirt with my little sister. Useless. As her brother, I don't approve at all. Dong Qingshe's voice rang out. The brother's seemingly endless aura from earlier instantly vanished. He then spoke in a flattering tone to his little sister. "Oh, little sister, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become even more adorable." Dong Qingshe coldly said, "Since you're here, I'll take my leave." The brother laughed loudly. "You're still the same, so cold." He then turned to the blonde man and said, "Ha ha ha! All right, go tell all the experts in your eastern military region that Dong Shengi has arrived." In a noisy, lively bar with vibrant music, full of popular remixes from the internet, Lu Sheng and Qin Shaojun were sitting at a long table. Several girls with bunny ears were serving drinks. Lu Sheng took a drink and asked Qin Shaojun, "Is Dong Qingshe going to the 3rd district to pick someone up?" The young man was constantly worried. Who is she picking up that she has to go to the airport herself? The young Lu Sheng was extremely anxious, afraid of losing this beautiful heavy aircraft named Dong Qingshe. Qin Shaojun finished his drink and replied, "That's right, so it's very unfortunate." The young Lu Sheng curiously asked, "Does Instructor Dong have friends coming to the military region, and she needs to personally pick them up?" Qin Shaojun drained his glass in one gulp, turned to the waitress and said, "Please bring me another bottle." After saying that, Qin Shaojun pointed at Lu Sheng in front of him. "He'll pay for it." The waitress cheerfully replied, "Yes." The young Lu Sheng didn't care much about Qin Shaojun's action and words at this moment. Right now, he was too worried about losing his potential wife to care about such trivial matters as money. Paying is fine. What's important is to extract information about who Dong Qingshui is going to pick up. Getting free drinks because Lu Sheng was paying, Qin Shaojun happily shared. It's not a friend, but a relative, a half-brother, named Dong Shengi. Qin Shaojun drained another glass of wine with a satisfied look, smacking his lips. He raised one finger in approval. "This Dong Shengi is no ordinary person. Like you, he's also a prodigy-level martial arts genius." He had previously seen news related to this person in the military region's press. Dong Poqian was considered the biggest potential new general for this year's military region martial arts demonstration. At that time, Lu Sheng paid some attention, not realizing Dong Poqian was actually the half-brother of Dong Qingshe. Qin Shaojun patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. "Too tense, huh?" Qin Shaojun gripped his wine glass, sighed. "You're sweating like you've had a bath. Aren't you, my friend?" Then, he took another sip and advised, "If you want to court Dong Qingshui, you must definitely get past the hurdle of her 2 brothers. The road ahead is bumpy. A young man like you needs to take good care of yourself." The young Lu Sheng listened with his head down, pondering for a moment. Then, the young man's face turned red as a tomato. He also took a sip of wine and pretended to say seriously, "Who said I want to court Dong Qingshe? You're mistaken." Hearing this, Qin Shaojun immediately exclaimed, "Are you still pretending with me? You're a grown man. Why are you hiding and concealing things? Dong Qingshe has already admitted it to me." Holding the wine glass in his hand, Lu Sheng slammed it down on the table. Lu Sheng immediately turned his head impressed. "What did you just say? What did Dong Qingshe admit to you?" Qin Shaojun's face lit up with joy, excited. "Oh, really? Ha, you've been exposed, kid." The young man, caught red-handed, froze up completely. Qin Shaojun suddenly stood up and grabbed Lu Sheng's shoulders. "Lu Sheng! Oh, Lu Sheng! I knew it. Your martial arts are indeed very strong, but in matters of the heart, you're just a blank sheet of paper. I can see right through you with just a glance." Hearing about his wife, the young man turned his head curiously, openly admitting his weakness without hesitation. "You're right. When it comes to emotions, I am indeed a blank sheet of paper. What exactly did Instructor Dong admit to you?" Qin Shaojun winked at Lu Sheng and laughed heartily. "What do you want her to have admitted?" "Instructor Qin, all right. I'm not joking anymore. Fine, I'll stop teasing you. She must have feelings for you." But speaking of which, Qin Shaojun suddenly pointed at Lu Sheng's face and criticized, "You little brat. Originally, when she invited you to dinner last time, she probably wanted to tell you these things. As a result, you stood her up. You really have your own style. Well, so that's how it is." Lu Sheng's whole body froze. It was only now that the young man realized what he had missed last time. Qin Shaojun continued to pour wine into the glass. Free alcohol, why not drink it? Then, he also consoled young Lu Sheng for this free round of drinks. but you don't need to worry too much. I understand Dong Qingshe too well. Once she's made up her mind, it's hard to change. Note that her approval isn't the problem. As I said before, the main issue is her two brothers, Dong Shengyi and Dong Poqian. Qin Shaojun continued to hand Lu Sheng another glass of wine. This problem is really a headache. Keep drinking. Today we don't leave until we're drunk. As Qin Shaojun was speaking, suddenly two people noisily entered the bar from outside. As they walked, they were discussing heatedly. This Dong Shengyi is too powerful. On his first day arriving at our Eastern military region, he already defeated two big shots from the Eastern Seven Wonders, namely Sun Hengyu, who tops the list of General Star, and Ji Sun, who's ranked second. The bald man next to him continued. The top two have already been defeated. Now in our Eastern military region, who else could be his match? The other one continued. That's right. I heard that his emergence this time is to prepare for a straight run through all four major military regions. He wants to prove he has invincible martial arts, aiming to pursue the path of martial sainthood. The bald man was quite discontented. For him to claim invincibility and want to follow the path of martial sainthood is too exaggerated. In the military region, there are countless experts. Surely someone can deal with him. Yeah, but we can't deny, this Dong Shengji is incredibly strong. He's no ordinary character. The discussion of the two newcomers startled Lu Sheng and Qin Shaojun, who both turned to look. Qin Shaojun muttered, "Has Dong Shengji already started making his move? The Eastern Conference is about to take place, and this person chooses this crucial moment to come here and challenge. It's indeed quite arrogant." Qin Shaojun gulped down half a glass of wine and continued to explain. His banner of pursuing the path of martial sainthood is used very well. I guess the military region has no way to deal with him either. He slammed the wine glass on the table, spilling wine everywhere. Qin Shaojun wiped the wine stain from his mouth, then suddenly thought of something and abruptly reminded Lu Sheng, "You must be careful. This Dong Shengyi has declared he wants to fight through the Eastern region. He's challenging according to the rankings. It will soon be your turn. Plus, given your relationship with Dong Qingshe, you'll certainly receive special attention." Lu Sheng stroked his chin, pondering something. Then he suddenly asked, "What's the relationship between Dong Qingshe and Dong Shengyi?" Qin Shaojun was startled, instinctively asking back, "What do you mean? Do you want Dong Qingshe to put in a good word so Dong Shengji will let you off?" Lu Sheng slightly frowned, answering softly, "Of course not. I'm thinking Dong Shengyi's arrival at the military region this time is clearly to seize the opportunity to challenge the heroes to cultivate his own invincible martial will. This is very important for his future assault on martial sainthood, and he's Dong Qingshe's brother. In other words, my brother-in-law. To put it bluntly, he's my brother-in-law." Lu Sheng suddenly paused here, causing Qin Shaojun's eyes to widen with intense curiosity. Qin Shaojun asked confusedly, what's next?" The young man frankly replied, "If he meets me, he will certainly be defeated by me. If Dong Shengji comes for me, he will inevitably be defeated by me. His invincible momentum will be shattered by me before it even rises. Then his chance at martial sainthood will be very distant. So I would be equivalent to someone who cuts off his martial path, and cutting off one's martial path is like killing his parents. Dong Shengyi will surely see me as a mortal enemy. Dong Qingshe, caught between us, will certainly be in a difficult position. In the future, there's also Dong Poqian. If I cripple both her brothers, the relationship between us might become very tense." Lu Sheng's words left Qin Shaojun gaping. His eyes widened as he asked, "That's truly delusional." Sigh. Lu Sheng sighed softly and said with emotion, "I'm really in a difficult position." Qin Shaojun sat staring at Lu Sheng for a while, speechless. This young man was truly beyond help. After a moment, Qin Shaojun also let out a sigh. The young Lu Sheng then asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Shaojun didn't know how to respond to this delusional young man. After a long while, he finally gave a thumbs up and said, "I admire when it comes to boasting, Lu Sheng. You're the best. I'm impressed." Young Lu Sheng affirmed, "I'm being serious." Qin Shaojun was at a loss and could only nod quickly. Yes. I know, I wouldn't dare argue." At the same time, elsewhere in the military region, smoke and fire filled the air. Dong Shengyi used one hand to dust off his clothes and showed disappointment. Tsk, couldn't even withstand one blow. At this moment, he was standing in an estate. With him at the center, people he had beaten lay scattered on the ground. Dong Shengyi spoke up and asked, "Is this all the skill you have?" Several of them struggled to their feet, continuously exclaiming, "Too strong, too strong." Not far away, at a corner, Dong Qingshe watched with a complex expression as Dong Shengyi slowly approached. Her eyes trembled slightly. He's too powerful. Even if all the top 10 elite generals combined, they couldn't do anything against him. What should we do? Then Dong Shengji waved his hand, confusing the group of people. Dong Qingshe waved back. Dong Shengji suddenly raised his hand and waved again, saying, "There's me too." Beside Dong Shengyi, a young woman with delicate features smiled. Senior brother Dong Shengyi, after 25 years of secluded cultivation, he'll surely amaze the world. Greetings, Sister Qingshui. Dong Qingshui looked at the young woman and said cheerfully, "Miss Lin Wanwan, coming to the military zone with my second brother must be for something important, right?" Lin Wanwan ran over and hugged Qingshui's arm, smiling brightly. "Of course, Sister Qingshui." The young woman's eyes were clear, her voice as pleasant as a nightingale's, and her whole body exuded a fresh, otherworldly aura. She and Dong Qingshui were two completely different beauties. If one were to say Dong Qingshui was like thin snow on a mountain, pure but cold, making people hesitant to approach, then this young woman was like an early spring breeze. "I'm working on a project related to researching strange beasts, which requires a large number of test specimens, so I came here with senior brother Dong Shengji. This will require your help too, Sister Qingshui. We originally wanted to request some people from the Eastern Military Zone, but senior brother Dong has beaten them all." At this point, Lin Wanwan let out a sigh. Dong Shengji calmly spoke. "The people of the Eastern Military Zone are all just brute force fighters. Their practical combat skills are useless. Except for that Sun Hongwu guy at the top, he's somewhat decent." Hearing the name slightly wrong, Dong Qingshui corrected. "It's Sun Hengwu, but it's all the same. He couldn't even withstand 3 of my moves, not worth remembering his name." "Oh, right, little sister Wanwan must have told you already. This time, we came to the Eastern Military Zone to prepare for going down into the underground caverns, so we'll need the help of a spirit master like you." Dong Shengji grabbed his sister's shoulders and seriously asked for her support, glancing at Lin Wanwan. Dong Qingshui thought to herself, Lin Wanwan, such an ordinary name, like a small white rabbit, but her mother's name thunders in everyone's ears in the Dragon Kingdom. Martial Saint, Lin Zhengyue. Dong Qingshui thought for a moment, then asked, "Which underground cavern are you planning to enter? How many levels down?" Dong Shengyi glanced at Lin Wanwan and smiled. "Naturally, it's an S-class cavern. The deeper we go, the better, because the stronger the strange beasts, the more precious their livers will be. Don't underestimate Wanwan's research. If it succeeds, the entire martial arts world might undergo revolutionary changes. My chance at becoming a martial saint might even depend on her." Lin Wanwan shook her head, smiling brightly. "Senior brother Dong, you're teasing me again." Dong Qingshui was a bit startled, but said nothing. She nodded. "All right." Then, she made an important suggestion. "As long as you agree to one thing for me, I'll help you." Hearing his sister say she would only help if he agreed to one thing, Dong Shengyi became very curious and pressed further. "You have a request." Dong Shengyi smiled, acting as if it was a trivial matter, and said, "All right, just name your condition. I'll accept anything. You're about to break through to the Grandmaster level, right? I can do it. Martial arts matters are not as important as matters of the heart, especially when it's a young lover." Dong Qingshui waved her hand, quickly replying, "It's not about that. It's not related to martial arts." She asked hesitantly, "Are you planning to fight one by one, according to the ranking of the Star General list in the Eastern Military Zone?" "That's right." Dong Shengyi nodded calmly, casually saying, "Although they're all opponents without much challenge, since I'm here, I might as well use it as a warm-up." "But why are you asking about this?" The girl Dong Qingshui's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, her mouth stammering each word. Then, could you skip the fourth person?" Dong Shengji stroked his chin, pondering, who's the fourth person? Dong Qingshui didn't dare to say the name at this moment. Dong Shengji kept thinking, who could this person be that's so important to my little sister? After a while, a strand of hair in his eyes, Dong Shengyi's eyes flashed with intense light. He immediately pondered, as if searching for information related to memories in his head. Very quickly, Dong Shengyi found what he was looking for. That's right, it's the 2-star Senior General Lu Sheng of the 9th Battle Zone. Dong Shengyi's eyes lit up. He reached out his hand, but his movement was imperceptible. Then, the silver secret necklace on Dong Qingshui's neck was in his hand. "Is this what he gave you?" Dong Shengji held up the silver secret necklace to examine it with a mocking expression. Then he gave Dong Qingshui a deep look. "Interesting. His martial will is very pure." Dong Qingshui's expression changed from shy to cold, shouting loudly, "Give it back to me now." Dong Shengji casually tossed the silver secret necklace back to Dong Qingshui, then chuckled. "You still have this rotten temper, just like when you were little. Can't take a joke at all, not even the slightest bit of fun. As you mentioned, I will naturally follow your wish and skip him, but only for this military zone martial arts demonstration." After speaking, Dong Shengyi returned the necklace to Dong Qingshui. Dong Qingshui's body was cold as ice. Taking the necklace, This joke wasn't funny at all. Dong Shengyi clenched his fist, showing his determination, and said, "At this military zone martial arts demonstration, before I go to challenge the 5 major military zones, that little man you fancy must be able to withstand one of my moves. Only then will I approve of him, and for you, I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. If not, no matter how much you value or like him, it won't be allowed. Do you understand?" Dong Shengyi's tone was calm, but carried a sense of command. Dong Qingshe's face broke out in cold sweat. She remained silent and said nothing. Dong Shengyi didn't care and continued, "Moreover, my challenge is easier, isn't it? The challenge from Dong Pochin won't be so simple. Remember when we were young, that Chin boy next door who wanted to pursue you was almost beaten to death by Pochin on the spot." Dong Qingshe's eyes flickered, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Dong Shengyi reached out and patted her shoulder lightly, saying softly, "Rain, think it over carefully. After all, not every brother is as understanding and reasonable, elegant, and easy to talk to as I am." Lin Wanwan, listening to their conversation nearby, roughly understood what was going on. Sister Qingshe liked someone, but this person who wanted to be with Sister Qingshui must pass the challenges from Sister Qingshui's 2 brothers. It's really difficult. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but feel sympathetic. With compassion, she pulled Dong Qingshe's hand and said softly, "Sister, don't worry. I'll tell senior brother to secretly let him win, ensuring he won't get hurt." Dong Shengyi laughed helplessly. "Lin Wanwan, if one day you fall in love, your boyfriend will suffer even more, because your mother is the martial saint, and you have a bunch of senior brothers dominating the martial world." Lin Wanwan calmly smiled and said, "My mother listens to me, and all senior brothers listen to my mother. I have nothing to worry about." Dong Shengyi was stunned, scratching his head, speechless at this girl. Right after that, Dong Shengyi stretched and suggested, "Let's go, change to another battle zone. In 3 days, I'll sweep through all the experts on the Eastern Division's star ranking, then we'll enter the underground cavern. Get ready well. I've remembered you clearly." At the same time, inside the dream space, Lu Sheng had a somewhat strange expression. He had just reviewed Dong Qingshe's information and also took the opportunity to look at those closely related to her. He hadn't noticed before, but the people around Dong Qingshe were all highly rated. Lu Sheng was surprised to discover that the evaluations of Dong Qingshui's 2 brothers in the Fireseed resource database were also quite high. One was 5 stars, and the other was 6 stars. Dong Shengyi was still manageable, but Dong Pochin was a level 9 martial saint. Though he achieved this after over 100 years of being stuck at the level 8 Grandmaster realm. 100 years of accumulation, over 100 years to break through to level 9 martial saint, wasn't considered anything astonishing, but it could still be called above average talent. Although he knew this point, Lu Sheng's heart remained undisturbed. It was just a martial saint after all. In the future martial world, 10,000 years later, the number of martial saints born would be truly enormous. The Long Kingdom currently had 3 martial saints, but they weren't even ranked in the top 3,000 of the martial world, let alone a mere Dong Potian. The young man's gaze turned back to the image of his future wife. As for Dong Qingshui, to say he didn't like her would be a lie, because youth is easily enamored. Someone once said, "In this world, over 90% of males in their youth have secretly admired one of their teachers, whether male or female." Hormones and psychological admiration play tricks, quietly planting a seed in their young, innocent hearts. Of course, most of these seeds die before they can sprout. This subtle emotion, under the erosion of time, dissipates like smoke when you reach out to grasp it. My feelings for Dong Qingshe are no less than that. At most, perhaps my feelings for Dong Qingshe also began from the moment I saw the marriage column. Is it arranged by fate? Lu Sheng made up his mind. From now on, he wouldn't be troubled anymore, thinking to himself, well, next I'll cultivate a bit, then wake up and earn some money for the wedding. If Dong Shengyi comes, at most I'll give him some face, use a few more moves to defeat him. That's all. The young man was very pleased with his plan. My acting surely won't be discovered. He's my future brother-in-law. We'll see each other often. I should give him some face. 3 days later, Lu Sheng sat on the sofa in the living room downstairs. He opened his contact list. His finger paused briefly on the profile pictures of Zheng Dandan and Yang Yan, but ultimately scrolled past. The young man muttered while scrolling, "Those not in the marriage column won't be bothered with anymore." Lu Sheng stopped on He Lingsu's profile picture. He Lingsu, It's been a while since we've been in touch. He clicked on it, thought for a moment, then sent a message. Are you there? He Lingsu immediately replied, I was just about to contact you with a report. Recently, the Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Company. Then a series of messages came in, making the young Lu Sheng's face contort. Damn, it's a message bombardment. He Lingsu sent word files, then a flood of numbers. Lu Sheng felt panic just looking at it. Can someone like this really be taken home as a wife? She won't at the moment of consummation still give me a work report, will she? Anyway, can't talk anymore. She'll be my wife in the future after all. The young man then reconsidered. I might as well show her some care. So immediately, Lu Sheng sent her a message showing emotional concern. It's getting cold lately. Take care to stay warm. Don't overwork yourself. Health is more important. The girl, He Lingsu, received the message and couldn't believe it. She jumped, then stared at the screen. Huh, what's going on? The bloodsucker actually knows how to say sweet words. He Lingsu was silent for a while, then sent 2 messages. Lu Sheng was startled by the content of the new messages. Who are you? Are you the one who stole Lu Sheng's phone? If you found someone else's phone, you should return it quickly. Got it. Followed by an awkward emoji. Young Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. Then, after a moment, the young man relaxed. It seems He Lingsu doesn't have any issues. In the future, I'll try my best to maintain our current relationship well. After making up his mind, Lu Sheng left the conversation and didn't care anymore. Lu Sheng held his phone, continued scrolling through news, and wondered, but it's been 3 days. Why hasn't Dong Shengyi come yet? The news on the phone showed that Dong Shengyi defeated the top-ranked person in the 9th battle zone. His achievements were countless. Young Lu Sheng muttered, defeated all the experts in the Eastern Military Region, except for the 7 Wonders Han Sun Hengwu. Everyone else was defeated in one move. He's clearly fought with everyone, but hasn't come to find me. The 4th-ranked person on the leaderboard. Interesting. Is this guy specifically avoiding me? Lu Sheng thought. Even my future wife Dong Qingshe. It must be because she intervened. This is her wish to spare my life. It must be Dong Qingshe's doing. Unexpectedly, I can experience the feeling of being dependent a bit, I guess. Forget it. Lu Sheng put down his phone, took a sip of tea, and thought more openly. He gives face to his sister, so I'll give face to my wife too. If he doesn't come to provoke me, then I can't go and fight him either. Lu Sheng calculated a bit. He decided to take advantage of the few days left before the Eastern Military Region's tournament to enter the dungeon once more. Not just for weapon crafting, but also for future marriage, bride price, supporting a wife, and children all require money. So now he must try to grind as much as possible. Lu Sheng stood up and said to Li Di, can you help me pack my things? I need to go on a mission. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the SS-level dungeon, Lin Wanwan had just jumped down, and below she remarked, this dungeon is a bit cold, isn't it? Dong Shengyi was a bit helpless. Looking at Lin Wanwan, he said with a regretful expression, if you put some effort into martial arts, you wouldn't feel cold. Such a waste of good martial arts talent. Lin Wanwan replied, not everyone wants to pursue the path of martial arts. Then she took out a small golden Buddha statue from her collar, placed it in her hand, and rubbed it. This way I won't be cold anymore. Haha. Very soon after, the small golden Buddha statue emitted a layer of light pale yellow in color that was visible to the naked eye. This light just covered Lin Wanwan alone.